Muchuan transmigrated into the Naruto world. As a modern man with a fragile heart, getting emotional and instantly awakening the three-tomoe Sharingan was perfectly reasonable, right? And opening the Mangekyo by jumping off a cliff like it was bungee jumping was perfectly reasonable too, right? And activating a system the moment the Mangekyo awakened was also perfectly reasonable, right? Beginner reward, dungeon dual class abilities. One was a crusader, able to tank, fight, support, heal, and revive. One was an elemental bomber with infinite mana and an undying body. A true powerhouse wants everything. Nothing wrong with that, right? I want the Rinnegan. I want the Tenseigan too. And I definitely want to get a taste of the six paths power. I want beautiful women. I want good stuff too. And I definitely want to get a taste of all the interesting things in every world. Mine. It's all mine. The story begins. By Jianghu rules these days, the first requirement for transmigrating is being alone, with no ties holding you back. Nothing else for it. The torrent of the times crashes right into your face. If you've got a whole family to drag along, you're not fit to transmigrate anymore. The whole point is having no attachments. Muchuan, male, orphan, an ordinary office worker. Because he was single, he lived pretty freely. If he wanted a computer, he bought one. If he wanted to game, he gamed. He ate and drank whatever he liked. His hobby was foot massages. So there he was, having just attained enlightenment, lying at home and scrolling short videos. My blade and shield. Bibilabu. Gugu gaga. Bababoyi. Bakayalu. That was the last short video Muchuan watched before transmigrating. Just because he thought it was funny, he copied it once. Then everything went black. When he woke up again, he was already in the body of a 2-year-old child. He looked at his little hands, then glanced around. A strangely styled room. No one else was there. Rubbing his forehead, he sorted through his still foggy mind and went over the memories this body had from the past 2 years. He was shocked and helpless inside. So he had transmigrated for no reason at all? The moment he came over, he had only a flash of awareness before falling back asleep. At that time, he was probably still just newly formed in the womb. So these past 2 years, had his consciousness and memories been merging with this new body? Seriously? Did merging really have to be this troublesome? Wait, then for those past 2 years, had this body basically been a mentally disabled child functioning on instinct alone? Good thing he was only 2 years old, so no one could tell. No, something was off. This was the Naruto world? His name was Senju Muchuan? A child born from the union of the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan? It was still his original name, just with Senju added in front. Very good. As an average modern person with a fragile heart, after going through something like transmigration, his emotions were surging. His spirit was violently stimulated, and that triggered the Uchiha bloodline in him. His eyes turned red, pupil power surged forth, and the three-tomoe spun in his eyes. Just like that, he directly awakened the three-tomoe Sharingan. Feeling the change in his eyes and the strange power appearing in his body, Muchuan froze. Damn, this feeling. No way he had awakened the Uchiha Sharingan, right? He ran to the mirror on his short little legs and looked. Oh, it really was the Sharingan. Three-tomoe too, as expected of me. Turns out poor mental resilience has its benefits. Still, it was a pity he hadn't awakened the Mangekyo right away. Sitting on the floor in front of the mirror, he felt the Sharingan's power for a while, then deactivated it. After calming down, Muchuan started recalling the Naruto plot. He thought to himself, TSK, there really weren't many normal people in this ninja world. He was only a little over 2 years old and had already awakened the Sharingan. And it was the three-tomoe form at that. This absolutely could not be known by anyone else. Otherwise, he would either die or get controlled by those bastards. The third Hokage and Danzo. His family had no real backing. His Senju father and Uchiha mother had been brought together during Minato's reign in order to ease tensions between the village and the Uchiha clan. Now that Minato was dead, the fact that they could still live peacefully was already pretty good. The Senju clan had now become nothing more than ordinary Konoha ninja. And since his mother had married out, she no longer counted as part of the Uchiha clan either. Still, there was one upside. When the Uchiha massacre night came, probably wouldn't have much to do with his family. At least he wouldn't have to deal with that lunatic Uchiha Itachi. Suddenly, as Muchuan reflected on life, he thought of a crucial problem. Wait, where the hell was the standard transmigrator starter pack? His system? System, are you there? System buddy, say something. Don't scare me. System buddy, how am I supposed to live without you? 10 years later. Hehe. Bet that time skip felt abrupt. Didn't it? The Ninja Academy was on break. Muchuan was eating ramen alone at Ichiraku while thinking things over with his head lowered. He had read plenty of novels in his previous life. In some of them, the system activated late. In others, it required some condition to be met, or a specific password. For the past 10 years, he had tried every possible method to activate his system, but nothing worked. In this dangerous world full of lunatics, if he couldn't expose his Sharingan talent, Then aside from being absurdly handsome, he was just an utterly ordinary small fry. Even with the Sharingan, he was only a little stronger than average. If he wanted to keep up with the top-tier players, he needed the Rinnegan. At the very least, he needed the Mangekyo. And if he wanted to use the Mangekyo without limits, then unless he had siblings and could awaken the eternal Mangekyo, he would need Hashirama cells to offset the side effect of going blind. For a transmigrator without a system, getting Hashirama cells was just too hard. Danzo and Orochimaru both had them, but playing games with either of those two meant that one wrong move and he would get killed. Coincidentally, he just wasn't the type with a good brain for that sort of thing. If he tried playing mind games with others, he probably wouldn't even know how he died. He had at least that much self-awareness. As for awakening the Rinnegan, the chakra of Indra and Azura was actually right there beside him in Sasuke and Naruto. But how to extract it was the problem. Those hidden things you couldn't even find no matter how hard you looked for. Even if they stood there and let him take it, he still couldn't do it. He just didn't have that ability. Sigh. Not having a system was really too hard. After finishing his noodles and drinking the last mouthful of soup, he stood up and paid. Sister I'm heading back. Make sure to miss me. As a regular, Muchuan was very familiar with Ayam, the cute beauty who was basically the face of Ichiraku Ramen. And Ayam, being both a face-con and a bit love-struck, had basically no resistance to this little brother who was getting more handsome by the day. No matter what he said, she never got mad and always wore a smile. When he got home, he flopped down onto the bed. There was no one in the house. His parents had died on a mission 2 years after his consciousness awakened. Fortunately, as Tokubetsu Jonin, they had left behind quite a lot of inheritance, enough for him to live on until adulthood. The third Hokage hadn't come to skim off his inheritance either, probably because it was too little for him to care about. In his eyes, only big jobs like Minato and Kushina were worth it. If there weren't tens or hundreds of billions to embezzle, it wasn't even on his level. Staring at the ceiling, he let out a sigh. Sigh. What am I supposed to do? Helpless, he thought to himself. I've already tried every method I can think of, but this damn system still won't show up. Based on my experience and the actual situation, if I really do have a system, then the last chance for it to activate is probably when I graduate from the Ninja Academy, or maybe on my 18th birthday. Otherwise, I really can't think of how to activate it. It's not like I need to awaken the Mangekyo, right? Hiss. Muchuan's mind jolted, and he shot upright. He thought, holy shit, don't tell me it really does require awakening the Mangekyo? No way it could be this cliché. If that's really the case, then that's seriously messed up. It's just the Mangekyo. As a modern man with a fragile heart and a squishy body, I can think of at least 9 ways to open it in minutes. 9. If I weren't worried about being discovered by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Shimura Danzo, I would have awakened it and gotten a taste of it long ago. And now Ninja Academy graduation was getting close. Once the plot started, people were going to die. Especially once missions began, dying would become even easier. It was about time he awakened the Mangekyo and protected his own little life. When you're out in the world, if you don't have a backup plan, you just can't feel at ease. Once the thought came, he acted on it. If he didn't settle this today, he probably wouldn't be able to sleep. For any transmigrator, a cheat system was the top priority. Whether you could stay alive, whether you could live freely, and just how freely you could live all depended on this thing. He jumped off the bed, grabbed a huge bundle of extremely sturdy rope, and headed straight for the back mountain behind the Hokage rock. At a cliff on the back mountain, Muchuan secured one end of the rope and tied the other around himself. That's right. He was going bungee jumping. Muchuan was a little afraid of heights. Even people who weren't scared of heights would get a massive mental shock from bungee jumping, let alone someone like him. A mere Mangekyo? Easy work. Muchuan walked to the edge of the cliff and glanced down. His whole body felt uncomfortable, and his legs went a little weak. He took a deep breath. For power, he would endure it. My name is Senju Muchuan. I'm 12 and a half this year, and I stand like a monkey. He opened his eyes. The three-tomoe appeared. Then he shouted, Demacia, and dove straight down. Holy shit. Holy shit. Damn it. I want to go home. As Muchuan kept falling, eyes wide with terror as he stared downward and screamed. The three-tomoe in his Sharingan spun at extreme speed, connecting and changing shape. At the center was a solid circle. 6 straight, thin blades radiated outward, and in the middle of each blade was a hollow line, like cracks in space. The moment the Mangekyo fully awakened, a mature female voice sounded in Muchuan's head. Transmigrator conditions met. System activated. Host Senju Muchuan. Binding successful. Functions unlocked. Beginner reward activated. Beginner reward. Class talent. Dungeon classes will replace the Mangekyo-S exclusive eye techniques. After combining Paladin and Elemental Bomber class backgrounds with game skills, they will replace the Mangekyo-S exclusive eye techniques. After replacement, the Mangekyo-S exclusive eye techniques will disappear. Please choose whether to replace. Yes, no. The moment that voice rang out, Muchuan instantly stopped screaming and listened to that heavenly voice seriously. From beginning to end, he was terrified of missing a single word. No joke, this was the key to whether he could live like a king. By now, the rope had reached its limit, but Muchuan couldn't be bothered with it. He just hung there and studied his cheat. Looking at the translucent dialogue box on his retina, the bold yes-no was still waiting for his choice. After only a brief moment of consideration, Muchuan made his decision. He had to replace it. He was no stranger to dungeon. He had played the game for over 10 years and had still played it occasionally before transmigrating. Paladin, in other words the support priest, could tank, fight, heal, revive, and boost damage. In short, not only was it strong in combat, but as a support, this guy could slap buffs on a dog and that dog would still beat up most monsters. The key was that, according to the system description, this replacement had fused with the class background. Now that was interesting. In the class background, the third awakening paladin used the tears of Remedios as a medium and bore the goddess authority over life and light. Who was Remedios? Primordial deity. A conceptual god-tier existence. If he could bear that being S authority over life and light, then dealing with the people of this mere Naruto world would be effortless. What was an Otsutsuki, anyway? Just some little punk he could crush with a casual raise of his hand. Then there was the elemental bomber, a ruthless powerhouse who fused with the dark eye and controlled darkness and elemental destruction. Most importantly, the dark eye granted immortality and infinite mana. And that thing also had devouring and absorption traits. In the demon realm, Shalefuts had used the dark eye's devouring and absorption property to swallow part of Apostle Isis's power. It was easy to imagine that if it kept devouring, could grow stronger without limit. Its third awakening was even more brutal, directly fusing the dark eye with the abyss eye. Darkness and elements coexisted, becoming the origin of elements and forming a microscopic universe within the eye. Its level 100 ultimate skill was to detonate the Big Bang of creation. Forget blowing up a planet, that minor thing wasn't even worth mentioning. Blowing up a plane would be easy too. These two classes were also opposites in nature. Life and light, destruction and darkness. Just looking at them felt incredibly high-end. Then compare that to the Mangekyo Sharingan's exclusive eye techniques. How strong could some little eye technique be? At best it was probably space-time type, and not even that powerful. At the absolute peak, maybe something like Kamui. The difference was obvious at a glance. Muchuan couldn't even be bothered to find out what his exclusive eye technique was. He directly said to the system in his mind, "System, choose yes. Replace it. Selection complete. Beginning class replacement of eye techniques. Replacement complete. Eye techniques removed. Class background and game skill integration complete. Removing all limitations and negative effects from class background and game settings. Removing skill cooldowns. Removing colorless crystal consumption. Removing awakening quests and changing them to skill acquisition upon reaching character level. Removing skill level caps. Removing skill point allocation. Power and effects will now increase with character level. Integration complete. Character level, level 15. Minimum level for class advancement. Detected that the host activated the system too late. Compensation of 5 levels granted as consolation. Current character level, level 20. The various attributes brought by class backgrounds and skills are about to fuse with the body. Please pay attention to the changes in your body.
Muchuan froze.
Attribute fusion? Then he understood at once. Oh right. The 4-dimensional attributes increased by passive skills, strength, intelligence, vitality, and spirit, as well as the special effects from the class backgrounds, like the immortality and infinite mana from fusing with the dark eye. The next second, Muchuan felt as if his heart had paused for a moment, then returned to normal. After that, his previously weak body underwent a complete leap in all 4 attributes. His soul was elevated, his flesh became tough and powerful, his vitality became endless, his mind grew sharper, and his spiritual power became extremely strong. Holy power flowed through his body, along with all kinds of elemental power and the power of darkness. That pause in his heart just now had been the fusion with the dark eye. The system, unlike in the game, had not replaced his heart with the dark eye. Instead, it had fused the two together in a far more humane way. And the paladin class granted by the system had also resolved the issue of faith. He didn't need to believe in Remedios at all. As long as his level was high enough, he could obtain the corresponding power. He didn't need to complete any awakening quests either. The elemental bomber was the same. He wouldn't have to suffer torment from the dark eye. Feeling his own explosive rise in power, he couldn't help sighing inwardly, as expected of the passive bonuses from dual classes. This effect. Damn, it was terrifying. At level 20 now, if he averaged it all out, his raw overall strength should already be above Kage level, right? After all, this was dual class level 20. Dungeon skills were totally unreasonable, and their effects had plenty of clever uses here. For example, the blindness side effect of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Wasn't that just the abnormal status of blindness? At most, count it as a curse. Wouldn't T1 purification skill solve it? My great purification is just that, unreasonable. As long as it's an abnormal status, no matter how you got it, I can clear it and restore you to normal. And if that still doesn't work, then wouldn't the healing from slow heal just be vitality? Wouldn't that have the same effect as a sage body or Hashirama cells? Besides, what so-called sage body could compare to the 4-dimensional enhancement from dual-class level-up attributes and passive skills? A full increase to all 4-dimensional attributes meant no shortcomings. Within vitality and spirit were included both physical and magical defense, physical and magical abnormal resistance, HP and MP caps, HP and MP recovery speed, HP and MP recovery amount, and more. The upper limit of an immortal body is Otsutsuki Hagoromo, while my upper limit depends on how high the system can level me up. Based on Dungeon's current level cap, even the minimum guarantee is level 115. The upper limit is unknown. The system never said there was a level cap. If they're ISN T1, then after the third awakening, with all skill bonuses stacked on top, every level up will bring a pretty noticeable increase in strength. And that's just the skill bonuses basically extra on top. As for my character itself, leveling up also makes me stronger and boosts my attributes. Put the two together. Yeah, this is what you call double the happiness. Hanging in midair, he reached out and clenched his fist, savoring that smooth, exhilarating feeling of having power fully in his grasp. One word, awesome. Feeling the fullness of his current strength, he thought again of the eye technique he had lost. Even though he no longer had his exclusive eye technique, the Mangekyo Sharingan's basic functions and Susanoo were still there. That was still pretty good. Next, all he had to do was gather Indra and Ajura's chakra, and he could awaken the Rinnegan. In a world where eyes were practically legendary, having a top-tier pair definitely gave you some face. Suddenly, Muchuan had a second thought. No, something was wrong. System, my Mangekyo Sharingan is carrying my class abilities now, right? It won't be like other Sharingan and be hot swappable too, will it? If someone accidentally gouged this thing out and shoved it into their own eye socket and could use class skills just like that, that would be way too absurd. System. The Mangekyo Sharingan is only the medium through which class abilities are displayed. It is only for the host to view skills, not a vessel that carries class abilities. Eye techniques are merely the price of replacement, not a one-to-one substitution. Class abilities are integrated with the host and coexist with the divine soul. There is no need to worry about them being hot swappable. To put it simply, the Mangekyo Sharingan is like a computer monitor, while the abilities are like downloaded games running inside the main unit. As long as the main unit is fine, you can swap the monitor however you want. No matter how much you change the monitor, you still can't take away the game data inside the main unit. Phew, that's good. Muchuan let out a breath. Since there was no problem with his eyes, then he might as well check his skills so he could use them better. Vuyayan Pai. French accent. The Mangekyo spun, and Muchuan saw the skills of his two classes. The overall look still mostly followed Dungeon's skill bar setup. One skill bar per class, though some parts had changed. Crusader. Awakening, passive stimulates potential through class advancement. First awakening, second awakening, and third awakening, increasing all overall attributes. Critical hit. Passive increases critical hit rate and boosts damage. Rising slash. Swings the weapon from front to back, launching the target into the air. Has super armor effect. Tiger strike. Any living thing that can move, regardless of size, so long as it does not have super armor or invincibility, can be forcibly grabbed and controlled, then thrown to deal damage. Phoenix hammer. Grips the weapon in midair and smashes downward into the ground, creating a shockwave. Has invincibility properties. Slow heal. Gradually restores health over time. Purification. Removes abnormal status effects. Goddess grace. Passive increases resistance to abnormal statuses. Guarding grace. Passive increases stamina, spirit, and attack power. When the same target is struck, attribute damage increases and can stack 3 times. Courage blessing. Passive increases attack power and skill attack power. Soul sacrifice. Passive refines the soul to the extreme, increasing movement speed, casting speed, attack power, and skill attack power. After the user dies, allies recover HP and MP. Hammer of the Holy Spirit. Buff skill increases attack power, skill attack power, attack speed, casting speed, movement speed, hit rate, and attack range. Attacks also carry shockwaves of holy power. Light of Retribution. Buff skill after being applied. When attacking or being attacked, triggers lightning strikes against enemies. Pure White Blade. A close-range pure white crossblade attack condensed from holy power. Can stagger enemies. Spear of Victory. A spear condensed from holy power. After piercing the target, it deals damage and can also forcibly control the enemy. Elemental Bomber. Awakening, critical hit. Same as above. Magic Cyclone. Casts a whirlwind that can launch enemies into the air. Flame Circle Escape. A rotating shield of fire that can be cast outward to attack, and can also weaken ranged attacks. Ice Crystal Sword. Creates an ice sword to attack. Can stagger and slow enemies. Grab Cannon. grabs the target and throws them, causing impact damage on landing. A grab skill with forced control. Nether Flame buff skill creates 2 clusters of Nether Flame, increasing physical defense and magical defense. The 2 flames can also be launched to attack. Teleport. Instantly moves to any location depending on the amount of magic used. Undying Body passive revives after death. Dark Eye passive infinite mana. Elemental Fusion passive increases attribute resistance and attribute attack power. Attribute Shift and Magic Ball Rapid Fire. Useless. Changes the attribute of normal attack magic balls and rapid fire's normal attacks. Elemental Cannon. Condenses a high-energy elemental shot and fires it to bombard the enemy. Elemental Force. Passive uses elemental power to increase the attack and size of elemental cannon. Ice Crystal Fall. Creates multiple ice spikes to attack enemies. After digesting the skill information, he noticed some changes. That made sense. With real-world conditions mixed in, some adjustments were only natural. But no matter what, in Konoha, in this little patch of land, he really was invincible now. 10 years. Do you know how I spent those 10 years? Careful at every step, treading on thin ice. Hiding myself as some trash nobody with average talent. Terrified that the moment I stood out, some lunatic would kill me. But now, I finally don't have to hide anymore. I can do whatever the hell I want. He let out a long breath and burst into wild laughter. Hehehehe. Ha 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 ha. 10 years of bad luck, a dragon trapped in a well. 1 day of rising, and I soar into the blue skies. From this day on, offense and defense have switched. I'm the boss now. I'm the one who is this ninja world's heaven. Only after shouting for quite a while did he finally calm down and teleport back to the top of the cliff. TSK, teleport really was useful. You could go anywhere you wanted. As long as he had enough mana to spend, no distance was too far to blink across. And he just so happened to have infinite mana. Wasn't he that convenient? There was nowhere in the ninja world he couldn't go. Looking at the distant scenery, he asked the system, if I'm not fighting monsters, then how am I supposed to level up? System. Depends on luck. Muchuan, no system. Quit joking around. What do you mean depends on luck? System. Recharge point vouchers. In the shop tab, there is 1 daily refresh item. Random items may appear. There are level up tickets. Buy them, use them, level up. Muchuan. Spend money? Yes. You don't have quests or sign-in rewards or anything? No. He sucked in a breath. Where's my sword and shield? Goo goo gaga. Baka. Yarrow. Muchuan suppressed his surging blood pressure and continued, well done, system. Tell me what exactly you can do. System. Beginner system, also called System 10. It has 2 functions. 1. Shop tab. It includes 5 fixed items and 1 daily refresh item. Purchases are made with point vouchers. Real-world currency can be recharged into system point vouchers at a Ninja World conversion ratio of 10 to 1. 10 Rio recharges 1 point voucher. 2. System storage space. Infinite capacity. Time and space are frozen. A must-have for home and travel. Convenient for you, me, and her. Minus. In the end, he still hadn't escaped the grasp of capitalism. Somewhere in the dark, it was as if he heard Syria's voice again. Today is also a day full of 70,000. Muchuan rubbed his brow and felt a headache coming on. Who would have thought? Even after transmigrating, pay-to-win games were still chasing after him. What the hell? But helpless as he was, he still had to check the system functions. System, open the shop tab. Let me check the item cards. A semi-transparent light blue panel appeared on Muchuan's retina. There were 6 item slots on it. The first slot was rainbow-colored, probably the one that refreshed daily. The remaining ones were all the same light blue as the system panel. Muchuan opened the item description in the first refresh slot. Sweet Berry Wine 100. Restores 25 HP and MP after drinking. Price. 1,500 points. HM? Still an item from Dungeon and Fighter. Could it be that, at this stage, the system only had Dungeon and Fighter items? Without hesitating, he continued checking the remaining 5 slots one by one. Resurrection Coin. Can fully revive any target selected by the user with full HP and full status. Price. When the user's daily resurrection coin count is 0, 1 can be claimed for free. Limited to 1 per day. Resurrection Coin. Can fully revive any target selected by the user with full HP and full status. Price. 100 points each. Remy's Sparkling Touch. Restores 30 HP and MP after use. Price. 20 points each. Shining Remy's Sparkling Touch. Restores 30 HP and MP after use, and removes all abnormal statuses. Price. 25 points each. Remy's Blessing. Restores 50 HP and MP after use. Price. 30 points each. After reading the descriptions, Muchuan stroked his chin. They really are all Dungeon and Fighter items. Even the 1 free resurrection coin every day is the same. And the prices actually don't seem that high. They only look expensive because of the exchange rate for top-ups. Looks like it won't be easy for me to die now. 1 free resurrection coin every day, undying body S resurrection. And later on the Paladin also gets a resurrection skill. Forget the resurrection coins for now. Just undying body with no cooldown or limits, plus a resurrection skill. Those two alone are already enough to make me impossible to kill. Unless someone has some kind of mechanic that prevents revival, nobody can kill me. And even if they do have an anti-revival ability, that still counts as an abnormal status. 1 cleanse and it's gone. If it also blocks skills, then I'll just chug medicine. 1 bottle of Shining Remy S Sparkling Touch and it gets removed directly. Pay to win is great. Gotta spend. Just spend. 1 swipe and not a word. Thinking about how he was now a stat and mechanic monster himself, Muchuan straightened his back even more. Still, the most important thing right now was to get some money first. Where was he supposed to get money? Muchuan immediately thought of his good buddy, classmate Sasuke. That's right, Sasuke. Over the years, for the sake of staying alive, he had gotten really close with Sasuke, that second pillar. They had been friends since childhood. Back then, in order to make sure the Uchiha clan's inheritance ended up in Sasuke's hands so he could get a share too, and so that when Sasuke defected from the village later, Sasuke might leave him a sum of money out of respect for their solid friendship. He had often brought up the importance of assets in front of Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi during those 3 childhood years. And heaven really did reward the persistent. After Itachi wiped out the clan, he actually made the 3rd Hokage pass the Uchiha clan's property on to Sasuke, the clan's sole young master. The 3rd Hokage truly hadn't dared entertain any ideas either. Itachi had gone outside to be his spy, not died. With those massacre methods and that kind of strength, he couldn't beat him at all. He really was afraid of that kind of ruthless man. In the end, only Danzo went to dig out some Sharingan, while the 3rd Hokage could only smack his lips and get nothing at all. With that thought, Muchuan directly used a teleport and rushed towards Sasuke. In the woods of the Uchiha clan grounds, Sasuke was in the middle of grueling training. With a whoosh, Muchuan appeared not far from Sasuke's training area. He waved and called out, "Yo, second pillar, training? Come on, let us talk about something." Hearing that voice, Sasuke stopped training, his temples throbbing. Every time he heard Muchuan call him second pillar, he had the inexplicable urge to beat him to death. Walking over with an annoyed look, he said, "Why did you come looking for me instead of training? If you stay this week, be careful not to get beaten to death outside after graduation when you go on missions. Then I'll have to trouble myself with arranging your funeral." Muchuan grinned and moved closer, slinging an arm over Sasuke's shoulder. "Hehe, second pillar, do you want a wife? Tui, do you want a mom? If you just say the word, I can revive Aunt Makoto for you. How about it?" Sasuke's eyes widened instantly. Even his Sharingan activated. "Muchuan, you know this joke isn't funny. So, you're serious, right?" Muchuan put away his smile and nodded. "Of course. I wouldn't joke about Aunt Makoto." Sasuke grabbed his arm with trembling hands. "Bringing the dead back to life. Something like that is impossible with ninjutsu. How can you do it?" After sensing the surroundings and confirming no one was nearby, Muchuan pointed at his eyes and said, "I awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan." Sasuke was so shocked he could hardly process it. "What? You awakened the Mangekyo? What kind of joke is that? You, how could you, His expression looked as if he had been betrayed. His eyes, which had been fine just now, suddenly started trembling wildly. Then they spun frantically and forcefully evolved from 1-tomoe to 3-tomoe. Muchuan was even more dumbfounded. What the hell? Was that really necessary? Good grief. Was his awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan really that stimulating to Sasuke? Wasn't this the textbook version of fearing your brother suffers, but also fearing your brother drives a Land Rover? Looking at him with disdain, he said, "Come on, second pillar, this is too much, isn't it? Is your jealousy really that bad? So jealous you rage awakened 3-tomoe, seriously? Could this guy really accept his whole clan being massacred more easily than seeing his bro awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan? That was just ridiculous." As soon as Sasuke heard that, he coughed awkwardly. "Ahem. Well, don't worry about that nonsense. Talk about your Mangekyo first. So, your Mangekyo ability is reviving people, right? But generally speaking, Mangekyo abilities have limits too. A heaven-defying ability like bringing people back to life is obviously not normal. Judging from the actual situation, does your absurd ability have a price?" After listening to his self-made analysis, Muchuan wiped his face, straightened his expression, and nodded. "Yes, there is a price." Sasuke looked like he had expected that. "Humph, I knew it. Say it. A god-level dojutsu like this should come with a serious cost. If the price is too high, then forget it. I can't drag you down with me." Muchuan took his arm off Sasuke's shoulder and spread his hands. "It's not exactly a price I pay myself. It's a very special kind of price. It needs money. I knew the price would be very, money? Are you sure? Did you say that right?" Sasuke even thought he might have misheard. Muchuan spread his hands. Money. Pay money to buy a life. Pretty amazing, right? Sasuke leaned back instinctively. How much for one revival? The moment Muchuan saw that the perfect chance to fleece him had arrived, he thought, watch me make a 10,000-fold markup off you. A resurrection coin costs 100 points, which is just 1,000 Rio. Charging you 20 million Rio isn't excessive, right? This price was fair to young and old alike, no question. Mainly because absolutely no one could be allowed to know reviving someone was actually that cheap. Suppressing the guilt of scamming him, Muchuan put on a grave face and silently held up 2 fingers. When Sasuke saw the 2 fingers, he let out a breath. Who? 2 billion Rio? Acceptable. Reviving the dead, this price is still reasonable. The moment Muchuan heard the number he quoted, his expression froze. 666. There was actually a real master here. Good grief, second pillar really didn't treat money like money at all. He had already felt black-hearted enough, earning 19,999,000 Rio from him with tears in his conscience. And now Sasuke was quoting 2 billion. TSK. How was he supposed to be embarrassed after that? Muchuan had just started to open his mouth to explain. Sasuke cut in again, don't worry. I inherited all the Uchiha clan's assets. Even though Itachi took some, there are still 3 billion Rio left, plus some fixed assets and things like that. It's enough to revive my mom. As he spoke, he grabbed Muchuan and ran toward home. Come on, let's go back and get the money right now. Being dragged along, Muchuan felt conflicted for a moment. In the end, he silently accepted it all. If he didn't make money when it was right in front of him, he'd be struck by lightning. As for Sasuke's generosity, Muchuan could only thank him in his heart. No need to say anything. Brotherhood was understood without words. The two arrived at the secret chamber in the Uchiha clan grounds. Sasuke took out a storage scroll and opened it. Instantly, a pile of 100,000 Rio bills appeared on the ground in front of them. He reached out and made a gesture of invitation. All right, go ahead. Use your ability and draw out those 2 billion. The rest is up to you. Muchuan came back to himself and nodded. Okay, then I'll start. To avoid trouble, he still activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. He pressed a hand to the money and said to the system in his heart, system, recharge 2 billion Rio. System, recharge starting. Conversion complete. 200 million vouchers have been credited. Please check. He opened the system panel and claimed today's free revival coin. After claiming it, it appeared in the system storage space. It was a round golden coin, with an intricate relief pattern in the center. It looked very high-end. He took it out and looked at it in his hand. It was his first time seeing a physical game item. The feeling was pretty novel. After deciding it wasn't that interesting, he tossed it to Sasuke and then deactivated his Mangekyo. Sasuke, who had been staring blankly at his Mangekyo Sharingan, caught the coin tossed to him. He looked at it and asked strangely, "What's this?" "Forget it, that's not important. You should revive her first." Muchuan smiled and pointed at the coin in his hand. "That coin is called a revival coin. Hold it, think of the person you want to revive. Then silently confirm the revival in your heart, and that person can come back at full health. Convenient, right? Reliable quality, fair price, no cheating the young or the old. Everyone who uses it says it's good." Hearing that, Sasuke quickly looked down at the revival coin in his hand. "Why, you mean your ability to revive people with money turns it into a physical item? Doesn't that mean if someone has enough money, they can stock up on a few as backup?" Muchuan shrugged indifferently. "That's true in theory, but who has that much money?" He didn't want people to know revival coins weren't actually expensive, so he directly named a sky-high price to kill the idea. Otherwise, people would keep coming to him all the time, and that would be annoying as hell. Once Makoto was revived, more and more people would definitely find out that he could revive the dead. There was no way to hide it. Of course, he hadn't planned to hide it anyway. He was already unbeatable in Konoha, so who was he supposed to fear? Who did he need to avoid? If you think you're tough, come find me. Let's see if I can't beat the shit out of you. That was called confidence. Besides, if nobody came looking for trouble, how boring would life be every day? This was called finding himself some entertainment. Sasuke thought about it and nodded. True, unless it's the daimyo and nobles of the various countries or something. Let's not talk about that for now. I'll revive my mom first. As he spoke, he thought of Uchiha Makoto and silently confirmed the revival in his heart. The next instant, the revival coin in his hand disappeared. Then a transparent white pillar of light appeared in front of him. Inside the pillar, Uchiha Makoto's phantom slowly solidified from transparent to real. At last, the pillar of light faded, and Uchiha Makoto opened her eyes, looking confused. Friends who get revived often should know this. The first time you're revived, you're usually a little dazed. Makoto was like that now. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The next instant, her awareness returned, and her intelligence took back the high ground. Looking at the boy in front of her, she said, "Are you Sasuke? You're my Sasuke, right? You've grown up so much. No, wait. Itachi should have killed me already. So does that mean I've come back from the dead now?" Mom! Sasuke's voice trembled as he threw himself into Mikoto's arms. Mikoto instinctively wrapped her arms around him and gently stroked his head to comfort him. Muchuan clicked his tongue as he watched. TSK, TSK, TSK. Scalding tears and a trembling heart. What a perfect picture of motherly love and filial devotion. After quite a while, Mikoto looked up and noticed Muchuan standing nearby. Uncertain, she asked, "Are you Xiaochuan?" Muchuan nodded with a smile. "Heh, Aunt Mikoto, I'm impressed you could still recognize me. After all, it's already been 6 years. I've grown into a teenage boy now." Mikoto smiled warmly like an indulgent aunt. Well, I watched you grow up. You little thing used to come to my house all the time starting at age 3. A lot of people even thought both you and Sasuke were my sons. Muchuan smiled. "Wasn't that because I liked eating the food you made, Auntie? Well then, congratulations on coming back from the dead. Sasuke has a home again now. I'll head out first. You and Sasuke definitely have a lot to talk about." He had just turned to leave when he stopped and turned back again. "Oh right, Sasuke. There's no need to hide the fact that Aunt Mikoto has been revived. Just report it normally to the higher-ups. It'll be fine." Sasuke immediately refused. "No. If you do that, something will happen to you. Don't underestimate the ambitions of the higher-ups." Muchuan smiled and pointed at his eyes. "Relax. I'm not bragging, but I've already become ridiculously strong. At the very least, even if everyone in Konoha came at me together, they still couldn't kill me." Seeing how confident he looked, Sasuke said suspiciously, "Is it because of your other eye technique? Is your other dojutsu really that strong in battle?" Muchuan nodded and bluffed, "Yeah. One of my dojutsu is called Divine Transaction. It lets me trade money for certain things. The other is called Transcendent 1, Divine Proxy. It's a powerful ability that carries divine power. I'm telling you, I'm terrifyingly strong now. I can use all elemental attacks. And I can also use darkness and holy power to attack and heal. I even used healing to cancel out the side effects of the Mangekyo, and I can boost my attacks too. You know Susanoo from the Mangekyo Sharingan, right? My Susanoo is a 100-meter energy form. Every move it makes can destroy heaven and earth. I'm telling you." After saying that, he even raised an eyebrow at Sasuke in a showy way. Over the past few years, Sasuke had read a huge number of the clan's secret scrolls under Muchuan's encouragement. So now he understood quite a lot. A bug-like ability that could cancel out the Mangekyo side effects with another eye technique at the Mangekyo stage alone left him utterly shocked. Your Mangekyo dojutsu can actually step on its own left foot and ascend to heaven? How is that possible? How can there be an ability this broken? Are you even human? How can a person be this absurdly overpowered? Just go. I need some quiet." Looking at second pillar, who had clearly been hit hard by the shock, Muchuan could only shrug helplessly. He greeted Aunt Mikoto, then turned and took his leave. Now that he had the power of the eyes of holy light and darkness, investigating and extracting things would be no problem. Next, he planned to find Naruto and see whether he could extract some Ajura chakra. And while he was at it, he'd also draw out some Ninetales chakra. He wanted to try putting together some Six Paths power too. Then, once Sasuke calmed down, he'd extract some Indra chakra from him as well. First, he'd combine both sides and open a Rinnegan for fun. The key point was that the Rinnegan was also a prerequisite for Six Paths power. Without the Rinnegan, there was no way to summon the demonic statue of the outer path. Without the demonic statue of the outer path, there was no way to absorb tailed beast chakra and revive the Tentails. Without the Tentails, there was no way to produce Six Paths power. It really was one link after another. Just trying to experience Six Paths power was such a hassle. Thinking it over carefully, his own natural conditions were actually pretty good. He had the Senju clan's powerful physique, and also the Uchiha clan's strong spirit and dojutsu. A good foundation meant he would only become stronger once his skills amplified it. There weren't many things in the ninja world that could directly strengthen a person. No matter how you counted it, there were only those few. A special use of Ajura and Indra chakra, one of the 9-tailed beasts Hashirama sage body cells, a Sharingan, a Rinnegan, a Byakugan, and the Tenseigan on the moon. Put all that together and it basically comes down to this: the divine tree fruit, and the Otsutsuki who ate the divine tree fruit. To put it bluntly, all of it was made by the Otsutsuki. That includes chakra, and the ninjutsu developed on the foundation of chakra. It all falls under the Otsutsuki umbrella. As for the local side, the only thing worth mentioning was the so-called sage mode from those few animals. And hardly any of the natives could even use it. Pathetic. Seriously pathetic. There were ways to get all the Otsutsuki stuff, and once you got it, you could use it right away. The moment it was in your hands, it could strengthen you. But this so-called sage mode was a little troublesome. It had to be learned, and the results were uncertain. There was no telling whether the boost would even help his class skills. Thinking about all that random stuff, he walked to the edge of the forest. He looked up and checked the area around him. It was remote and deserted with no one in sight. Perfect for getting more familiar with his abilities and skills here. By the time he got home, it was already night. After a whole afternoon of practice, He had gained some basic experience in using his abilities. As the saying went, the best kind of proficiency was turning it into a natural reaction. There couldn't be too much thinking time. Otherwise, in a fight between experts, even the slightest pause could get you killed. So he still had to keep practicing and improve his familiarity with them. It just so happened that unlimited mana let him cast skills however he wanted, without any downtime. Suddenly, Muchuan sat up. Right. Practice. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. That thing was practically the ultimate ninja cheat for training and learning. No matter what, he had to find a way to learn it. This was an essential skill for slacking off efficiently. He couldn't miss it. As for the mental backlash when too many clones dispersed and all their memories returned at once, would a wielder of holy power be afraid of mental shock? Would the holder of the Eye of Darkness fear something like mental shock? Any kind of negative mental effect was useless against him. No matter how strong it was, could it really surpass the mental upper limit of the dark side of the creator? Completely stable, no question. He opened the system and bought 100 cups of sweet berry red wine from the daily refreshed item shop, paying 500 points. Account balance, 199, 998, 500 points. He took out a cup and drank a sip. This stuff could be used as a recovery item to restore health and mana, and it could also be drunk like regular alcohol. The taste was pretty good too, definitely worth a thumbs up. He downed the whole cup in one go and went to sleep. The next day, Muchuan didn't drag himself out of bed until almost noon. After washing up, he changed into a casual outfit. A white top, black pants, and the white shoes he had made himself. The shoes people made in that damn place called Konoha were all ugly, so he had copied the white casual sneakers and athletic shoes from his previous life and made plenty of pairs to rotate through. With short, tousled black hair and a face so handsome it was almost criminal. He was the face of this year at the Ninja Academy, the idol of countless girls. The reputation was fully deserved. Time to go fool Naruto. As he walked toward Naruto's house, he happily hummed a little tune. I've recharged 7 days of happiness. In the end, it's still that money. I want to become immortal happiness, reaching the heavens, turning myths into stories carried by the wind out of nowhere. A girl suddenly pounced onto his back. A fragrant breeze swept past him as she wrapped her arms around his neck and rested her little head on his shoulder. Muchuan, where are you going? Feeling the softness behind him, Muchuan smiled. Can you have a little more restraint as a girl? Acting like this in the middle of the street? If you keep this up, who besides me would ever marry you? Be careful your dad doesn't see this and beat you up. Yamanaka Ino, a pretty little beauty. Blonde hair, blue eyes, a high ponytail and side-swept bangs. Out of all the girls Muchuan knew, she was the most proactive. Everyone else only watched from a distance. But this girl relied on the fact that they were childhood friends who had grown up together. The moment they met, she would throw herself at him. At the very least, she had to cling to his arm. One way or another, she had to stay close. Ino grinned. So what? If I can't get married, I'll just stick to you. Muchuan raised a brow. My dream is a harem of 3,000 beauties. A king who never attends morning court again. How could I possibly stop at just you? Ino rolled her eyes. You're really dreaming big. A harem of 3,000? Where are you even going to find that many beauties with ghosts? As she spoke, she bumped her head lightly against his. Anyway, I'll be the main wife. As long as you can actually find them, I'll accept it. So, aren't I broad-minded? Muchuan rolled his eyes too and said helplessly, whatever makes you happy. Once a whole crowd of beauties is standing in front of you, let's see if you can still laugh. I'm gonna see Naruto. I need to talk to him about something. Are you coming or not? Ino tilted her head. Naruto, you're going to see him? Then I'm not going. School starts tomorrow, and I still want to go have some fun today. After saying goodbye to Ino, he continued toward Naruto's house. When he turned a corner, he saw 3 people standing there watching him. The one in front was Danzo. With just a brief thought, Muchuan understood what was going on. The matter of him being able to revive people had been reported. Before anyone else came, this old schemer had already set his sights on him. He didn't know whether it was because his transmigration had caused some butterfly effect or something else, but after the night of the Uchiha massacre, the 3rd Hokage had not removed Danzo from his position as Hokage advisor or disbanded root. Thinking about these past few years, the reason he had lived in constant fear was this old bastard. His mood instantly soured. Even if the two of them had no personal grudge, the fact remained that Danzo had scared him. When he had no strength, fine, he could keep his head down. But now that he had strength, if he still didn't act wild, then what was the point of having strength? Play pig? What kind of damn idiot liked pretending to be a pig? He didn't anyway. Being a person was pretty good. Before the other side could even speak, Muchuan glanced at Danzo and started the confrontation first with an arrogant look on his face. What the hell are you staring at? Hearing that, Danzo's originally calm expression slowly darkened. Brat, do you even know who I am? Talking to me like that? All I need to do is open my mouth, and I can have someone kill you. So mind your attitude before we talk. Muchuan looked at him like he had just heard a joke. So you're good at calling people? What the hell's the use of having numbers? If you're gonna make it out there, you need fists. You need strength. Danzo clenched his hand even tighter. He had actually been looked down on by a mere brat. A humiliation beyond measure. Muchuan walked right up to him and curled his lip. Looking at your old, weak, sickly self, you're already in this pathetic state and you still dare talk so arrogantly? What road are you even from? Danzo took a deep breath and said with a dark face, I am the Hokage advisor. You may call me Advisor-sama. If you don't like that, you may also call me Hokage-sama. I can bear it. Muchuan almost laughed out loud. This guy was really obsessed with becoming Hokage. He raised a hand, tapped Danzo on the chest and said in disdain, so you're just a little nobody. Then he turned and kept walking toward Naruto's house. Get angry. Make a move. If you don't make a move, how am I supposed to deal with you? We don't have any grudge. So it wouldn't look good if I attacked first for no reason. After all, the man hadn't actually done anything to him yet. As a well-mannered person, he still needed a reason before making a dirty move. Besides, the ninja world was only so damn small. There were only a few well-known figures. If he killed them all the moment he met them, what would be left for him to do? Stare wide-eyed at a bunch of trash? At this moment, the two root ninjas standing beside Danzo were already breaking out in sweat. Holy hell, this kid actually dared insult Lord Danzo in the street. This was Konoha's darkness. People died for less. Danzo's face was terrifyingly dark now. He said coldly, humph. He deliberately provoked me to avoid talking. Since he can't be used by me, then he can disappear. What a pity for such a good ability. It's daytime. The third Hokage and the Umbu are watching, so now isn't a good time to act. Tonight, take a squad and cut him down. Mince him up and feed him to the Kikeichu of the Aburame who takes roots. The two root members responded in unison. Yes. As Muchuan walked, he kept sensing Danzo and the other two. Seeing that they still hadn't caught up to make a move, he shrugged and looked down on them. A bunch of cowards. What the hell are you scared of? You don't even dare come at me? With the kind of buddy-buddy relationship you have with the third, it's not like he'd eat you alive just because you picked a fight with me in the street. But going by Root's usual style, they were probably planning to wait until tonight and strike while he was asleep. Looks like he'll get to stretch a little tonight. He stopped paying attention to Danzo's group and opened the system shop as he walked, checking today's random item. Sharingan Bloodline Enhancement Serum X100. Watermelon flavor. Easy to absorb. Can enhance and complete the Sharingan Bloodline, gradually evolving it into the Eternal Mangekyo. Recommended for use after unlocking the Mangekyo. Can directly upgrade it into the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, greatly shortening the evolution time. Price, 2,000 points. TSK. Good stuff. He paid 2,000 points and bought it right away. Looks like the shop didn't only roll dungeon items. From now on, it all depended on luck. Account balance, 199, 996, 500 points. He also claimed today's free resurrection coin. Nice. When he arrived at Naruto's door, he instantly sensed multiple gazes on him. It was probably the ANBU nearby. Even though the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki didn't have dedicated monitors, the ANBU spread all across Konoha were under orders to keep a close eye on him. Could be said that all over Konoha, there were people watching Naruto. Muchuan ignored them and raised his hand to knock. Bang bang bang. A moment later, the door opened. Naruto looked confused. Huh? Muchuan? Why are you here? Muchuan lifted a hand and pointed inside. Aren't you going to invite me in to sit for a while? Only then did Naruto realize he was still blocking the doorway. Alright. Komein. Ahaha. After entering the room, the two sat down at a small table. Naruto didn't really have anything to bring out for a guest. Sorry. I don't have any drinks or tea at home. Muchuan waved it off. It's fine. That doesn't matter. Naruto scratched his head. It's the last day of the weekend break. You didn't go out with them, so why'd you come to see me? I'm not saying I don't want you to come find me. It's just that people usually don't really interact with me. Muchuan glanced around the room. It was only average. It had everything it should have, but it wasn't like Naruto was living well. He was actually worse off than Muchuan, an orphan of two special jonin. It wasn't because the third didn't give him money. It was because Naruto spent carelessly, and he also rarely managed to buy normal things. The ordinary people of Konoha had shifted all the tragedy and hatred from the night of the Nine-Tails attack onto Naruto. And Konoha's troublemakers were famously equal opportunity about it. They bullied anyone they wanted to bully, no matter that person's status, position, or strength. In that regard, they were absurdly bold. At the beginning, the rumors were probably spread by that shady bastard Danzo. Still, as a tailed beast Jinchuriki, Naruto was actually doing pretty well. Other than Fu, the seven-tails Jinchuriki from Takigakure, but she just happened to luck into a good village leader. Oh right, and Killer B, the eight-tails Jinchuriki, had it fairly decent too. But he was also ostracized at first. looking at the Jinchuriki in other countries after that. TSK. Compared to them, Naruto was living the kind of life they could only dream of. Seeing how uneasy Naruto looked just because someone was willing to come see him, Muchuan couldn't help sighing. Konoha's troublemakers really knew what they were doing when it came to training people up. That's what you call reputation. He shifted into a more comfortable position, sitting there with his right leg bent, his right arm resting on it. With a smile, he said, "The people who reject you have their own reasons. You can't say everyone treats you that way just because there are a lot of them, right? Other people are other people. Me. Speaking of which, what are you doing home alone? Normally, shouldn't you be out pulling some kind of prank? Why aren't you out painting on the fourth Hokage's monument?" Naruto thought it made sense. Not everyone rejected him. There was no need to assume everyone had bad intentions toward him. Exams are coming up soon, so I'm practicing the 3 basic jutsu at home. Getting ready to graduate. I want to pass smoothly, Databeo. Muchuan shook his head. Honestly, it's useless. Practicing won't help. The reason you can't master the 3 basic jutsu has nothing to do with whether you're working hard. Naruto looked completely lost. Huh? What do you mean? Muchuan pointed at his stomach and explained, "Actually, your talent's pretty good. You should be able to learn ordinary ninjutsu very quickly. But the thing is, you've got something in your belly messing things up. The reason you can't learn ninjutsu is because you're carrying a big treasure in there. That guy is disrupting your chakra. Unless you deal with that thing, there's no way you'll ever control your chakra properly." Naruto stared at him in disbelief. What? There's something inside my stomach? Then he remembered that people always called him a demon fox, and he froze. So I really am a demon fox? They weren't just making it up? Muchuan waved a hand and laughed. Oh, give me a break. You're just the container. Whether it's a demon fox or not has nothing to do with you. The Yondaime Hokage sealed one of the 9 great-tailed beasts of the ninja world, the 9-tailed demon fox, inside your body, and only half of it at that. The Yang 9 tails. The bad side is that the seal could lose control and go berserk. If the 9 tails comes out, it could destroy Konoha. And the chakra leaking out of it can also mess with you. The good side is that if you can control the 9 tails chakra, then you'll basically be cheating. You could jump straight into becoming a powerhouse beyond Kage level. That's assuming you can subdue the 9 tails. Naruto looked like his whole world had gone crooked. So that's how it is. Then did you come to see me because of the 9 tails? Muchuan shook his head. Not entirely. You can keep that thing and play with it yourself. I came to make a deal with you. I'll help you deal with the 9 tails, let you use its chakra, unlock 9 tails mode, and from then on you'll be cool as hell and unstoppable, heading straight for the peak of life. And what you'll give in return is letting me extract a bit of the special chakra inside your body. So, you in or not? Hearing that, Naruto was obviously tempted. Not only could he get rid of the problem of being unable to learn ninjutsu, he could also unlock a transformation mode beyond Kage level. He could finally throw off the label of dead last and make something of himself. No matter how he looked at it, it was a deal that couldn't lose. Still, he had some doubts. I don't really get it. You're the same as me, right? Just an academy student who hasn't even become a genin. And usually, you don't seem all that amazing either. So why do you know so much? Why are you saying you can help me subdue the 9 tails? Even the Yondaime Hokage could only seal it, but you're saying you can subdue it. Doesn't that sound kind of unreliable, Databeo? Muchuan curled his lip. Why do you care so much? Let's just say I awaken divine power. Okay? Just tell me if you're doing it or not. If not, I'm going back to sleep, and you can keep slowly tugging things out with your precious 9 tails treasure by yourself. The moment he said that, Naruto instantly lost his composure and stopped thinking about anything else. He hurriedly agreed, I'm in. Fortune comes with risk. I think your idea sounds pretty damn reliable. Let's start right now, Databeo. The ANBU secretly watching outside also lost their composure. This bastard was here to stir up trouble. And not just small trouble either. He was here to stir up something huge. From the looks of it, he was going after the 9 tails. He wasn't gonna let it out, was he? If that happened, they'd be completely screwed. One ANBU hurriedly said to the teammate beside him, Hey, go report this to Lord Hokage now. Quick. Yes. The man vanished instantly, rushing off at top speed with the body flicker technique to report it. The rest kept watching just the same. The third Hokage's order to the ANBU had always been simple. Observe. Do not interfere. Unless they received any other orders, they wouldn't make a move casually either. No need to cause trouble for themselves. Since the other side had agreed to the deal, Muchuan didn't waste words. He stood up, walked to Naruto, and reached out to tap the center of his forehead. Logically speaking, anything with awareness should be hidden in the brain. A conscious energy like Ajura's chakra should be in the brain too. After all, if it wanted to suppress Naruto's thoughts, erase dark ideas, and create logical confusion, it had to be in the brain. The reason Naruto was still Naruto was only because this Ajura chakra had no actual mind of its own and merely operated by program. If it had possessed thought, Naruto would have been taken over long ago. Though judging by the process and the result, it wasn't really much different from possession anyway. Muchuan's powerful spiritual force completely enveloped him, seeping past the surface and into Naruto's spiritual world. Very soon, he found the source of Asura's chakra. After all, what normal person's chakra source runs around and hides on its own? It should be stored and flowing normally, okay? Without hesitation, he started extracting it directly. Since he was already here, how could he take only a little? Taking 2/3 wasn't too much, right? Once he finished, the remaining 1/3 began recovering again through Naruto's chakra. Figures. If this thing were fixed in amount and disappeared once used up, how could reincarnation even happen? After pulling Asura's chakra out of Naruto's body, he sealed it inside himself and waited until he gathered Indra's too before merging them to open the Rinnegan. His goal achieved, he withdrew his hand and said with a smile, "Done. Half your payment has already been made. Next, I'll help you deal with your tenant, make it pay rent properly, and collect the other half of my payment while I'm at it. Then our deal will be complete." Naruto said excitedly, "OSU." Muchuan pressed his hand against Naruto's stomach again. He didn't know sealing arts, so he couldn't help Naruto snatch chakra the way Killer Bee had taught him. Because even if it succeeded once he left, the Nine Tails still wouldn't be something the current Naruto could suppress. So the only option was to beat the Nine Tails into submission in one go. Beat it until it had psychological trauma. Beat it until even after he left it wouldn't dare act up. His spiritual force passed straight through the body and entered the sealed space. What a dump. Water everywhere, dim as hell, and inside an iron-barred gate, the Nine Tails was sealed. TSK. In a place this shitty, they still expected it to think well of them and help them? The ninja world really was full of lunatics. He walked to the gate and looked at the Nine Tails inside. The Nine Tails opened its eyes and looked back at this uninvited guest, then snapped at once. "Get lost, trash, or I'll eat you." Muchuan tilted his head slightly, ran his tongue across his lips, and said with a smiling face, "You've got quite a mouth on you, huh? In that case, today's beating won't be undeserved." As soon as he said that, he teleported straight inside and appeared above the Nine Tails. In his hand, a giant golden-red spear of victory condensed from sacred power plunged straight down. Here comes the little flying stick. Whoosh thud. The spear of victory nailed the Nine Tails straight to the ground, triggering its hard crowd control effect and leaving it unable to move at all. Top. Muchuan stepped onto the end of the spear and stood on top of it, continuously channeling sacred power to keep the spear of victory from dissipating. Looking down at it from above, he smiled and said, "That's it? You can't even take one move from me, and you still dare act arrogant? Who gave you the balls?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and bombarded downward with all kinds of elemental cannons. Boom boom boom. "Why aren't you acting arrogant now? Get up and bark. Didn't you say you were going to eat me? Come on, don't be shy. Open your mouth and bite." "What? Cat got your tongue? Speak." The Nine Tails felt utterly wronged. "I want to talk, but at least release the control first so I can say something. You can't bully a fox like this. The last one who bullied me like this was that lunatic who pinned me down with one hand using a wood giant and still said my power was too great. Too brutal. Humans are way too brutal." Muchuan looked at the battered and mangled Nine Tails under his bombardment and felt nothing much. This thing was a collection of chakra energy. These injuries meant basically nothing to it. The moment the hard control was lifted, it would recover right away. Besides, he hadn't gone that hard on it. He was controlling the damage the whole time. The main goal was to beat it into submission, not beat it to death. He teleported in front of its fox head and, still smiling, asked, "Well, convinced yet?" The spear of victory dispersed. The Nine Tails regained the ability to move, and the injuries on its body healed at a visible rate. Its pent-up frustration exploded as it roared, "Brat, you're courting death. This old man will chew you apart piece by piece." Along with the roar, chakra burst out, and a tailed beast ball condensed in front of its mouth. It planned to fire one at him to vent its rage. Muchuan shook his head. Really stubborn. It had just gotten beaten and still hadn't learned a thing. It still thought it could jump around. No brams. Just like Naruto. He opened with a spear of victory and hurled it straight at its mouth. The golden-red sacred spear pierced through the incomplete tailed beast ball, continued into the Nine Tails' mouth, and came out through its rear. The force of the hard control inertia carried it straight into the wall and pinned it there again. Poor Nine Tails, under the hard control, couldn't he even cry out in pain. His bloodshot eyes were opened wide. Muchuan raised a hand in front of its mouth and condensed a fire elemental cannon, aiming it at its throat. The instant the spear of victory dissipated, he blasted it straight into its mouth, down its throat, and into its stomach. Before the Nine Tails could howl, it had already taken a fire elemental cannon to the mouth, and it went straight down its throat into its belly, forcibly cutting off the howl again. Boom! The fire elemental cannon exploded inside its stomach. The stacked pain made the Nine Tails roll on the ground, howling, its pierced rear and tail clenched tight. The flesh in its stomach had been charred black by the fiery blast. Smoke was still coming out of its mouth and rear, and it coughed while howling. TSK, TSK, TSK. That scene couldn't be described with just one word like miserable. It was a level of misery beyond words. Heartbreaking to hear, tear-inducing to witness. It rolled around for quite a while before finally stopping. Muchuan walked over and, still smiling, asked again. Well, convinced yet? The Ninetails, mostly recovered, pushed itself up while panting heavily. With red-rimmed eyes, it roared, Die! I'm going to kill you! I'm absolutely going to kill you! Muchuan shook his head regretfully. TSK, TSK, TSK. Such a tough bone. Let us see how many beatings you can take. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened with Tiger Strike, using hard crowd control to grab the Ninetails and slam it straight into the wall. Then he followed with Magic Whirlwind, launching it slightly upward, and then another Spear of Victory, planting the butt of the spear into the ground with the tip facing up. He stepped back a few paces and watched as the Ninetails dropped down onto the Spear of Victory in a rear-first posture, the spear tip coming out through its mouth, skewering it like meat on a stick. Hard control triggered again. Once more, it couldn't even scream. That whole combo was basically full of control effects. Once he made a move, there was no chance to fight back. The point was to beat the other side into a mental collapse while they were forced to stew in frustration. The Ninetails' eyes were bloodshot, the corners of them splitting wide. This was the humiliation of the century. In its whole life, it had never been humiliated like this before. Especially the mental blow, which far surpassed the physical one. Before it could recover, Muchuan moved again. He used Ice Element to shape 2 roasting racks, then used Fire Element to create a pile of fire on the ground between them. Then he grabbed the end of the Spear of Victory, pulled the Ninetails skewer out of the ground, and set it on the racks, starting to roast it. Suddenly, Muchuan stood up. A sharp crack sounded, and an ice sword condensed in his hand, Ice Soul Sword. This thing injured the enemy while carrying a chill. Wherever the blade passed, the wound sealed shut. Slice flesh without spilling blood. Damn useful. Then he looked at the Ninetails with an unfriendly gaze, tilted his head, and said, You're a male fox, right? An uncastrated pig has a smell and doesn't taste good. I'm guessing foxes are the same. Today, brother here's gonna neuter you and improve the flavor. Hearing that, the Ninetails was instantly terrified beyond measure. Its bloodshot eyeballs nearly bulged out of their sockets. It wasn't that it was afraid. Not to mention it didn't even have that thing. Even if it did, it would grow back in minutes after being cut off. So it wasn't that the matter itself was that serious. It was the mental blow that was too much. That was an insult to its dignity as a fox. Inhuman. Absolutely inhuman. Muchuan didn't care what it was thinking at all. He swung his sword and started looking for the right spot. And then he didn't find it. He stared at the area under the Ninetails in disbelief. What the hell? You damn dog-born thing, you actually don't have one? No, are you really a male fox? Huh? Without even that bit of dignity. How dare you call yourself this old man? You should be calling yourself this servant instead. Damn it. At that moment, the Ninetails watched this utterly inhuman bastard poke around under it with a sword while insulting it out loud, and suddenly felt that its fox life had lost all meaning. Humiliated tears slipped from its lifeless eyes. The blazing flames beneath it had scorched off its fur, but no amount of heat could warm its now ice-cold heart. When Muchuan turned back and saw the old fox crying silently, he laughed. TSK, TSK, TSK. Now you're crying too? Your Dao heart shattered that fast? Look at you. If you'd given in earlier, none of this would happened. SNT there an old saying? He who knows the times is a wise man. How come you never learned a little sense? Acting like some backwoods fool, only knowing how to fight to the bitter end. Looking at its miserable state, he withdrew his power and threw it to the ground. The Ninetails lay there on the ground with dull, lifeless eyes. Even unconscious, its body was still recovering. Muchuan walked up in front of it, still smiling. Well, convinced yet? Can you behave and listen? The Ninetails still looked like a dead dog and didn't answer. Seeing it like this, Muchuan didn't get angry. His smile only grew sweeter as he clenched both hands, his joints cracking. After all that, I still can't even get you to look at me properly. As expected, Ninetails, your power is far too great. I can't allow you to keep running wild like this. The moment the Ninetails heard those familiar words, even its expression changed. Damn it. Again? Do you humans have no shame? Whose power is too great here? But then it thought about how it was already in a sealed state now. What could he really do to it? Kill it? If it died, it would just revive somewhere random. It might even break free of the seal entirely. That would feel amazing. Once it realized it couldn't beat this human, but didn't need to fear him either, it straightened right back up. My anger may be useless, but there's nothing you can do to me either. It immediately put on a disdainful look and stared at him with contempt. So? What can you do? If you've got the guts, kill me. Come on, kill me. You say I've got no guts. Do you? Let us see whether you do. Muchuan froze for a second. What was this? Taunting him? Had the stupid fox been beaten insane? Damn. Fine. You've got personality. I like that. You're only fearless because you think a tailed beast can revive. Today I'll show you what fear of death really means. As soon as he finished speaking, he flashed to the top of the Ninetales' head in an instant. He pressed a hand onto its head, activating the devouring absorption of the Eye of Darkness. A huge amount of chakra began to be drawn out of the Ninetales' body, and its body started shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. So this is all? Draining my power? Is he trying to suck me dry and kill me? Not a bad idea. Go ahead. Drain it. Drain me to death. SNT it just this body's chakra? This old man will give it to you, and when it's over we'll meet again later. Thanks for helping me out of the seal. Ha 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 ha. Muchuan smiled too, but his smile was mocking. Hey, you ballless fox, you really are daydreaming. Use that tiny bit of brain you've got and think carefully. If I'm dealing with you, why would I let you revive outside? Stop being ridiculous, alright? What I'm using is Dark Devour. What I'm devouring is the source of your very existence. You still want to revive? Keep dreaming. When you're completely devoured, that S when you disappear from this world. What? The Ninetales was horrified. It hurriedly sensed its own condition. Along with the loss of chakra, some strange, indescribable thing was also slipping away with it. Could that be the key to its revival? The source? Could a tailed beast really die? Muchuan's smile turned even darker. Chemechem. Well, feel it yet? Your so-called immortality only depends on the Tentale's divine tree. What is so special about that? You tailed beasts are just part of the source chakra of the Tentales. Ordinary people can only destroy your surface power. They can't touch the source at all. But my devouring is not as simple as devouring chakra. I'm directly devouring this part of the Tentale's source itself. Others can't do it only because there's a difference in the level of power. But mine is devouring at the source level of darkness. What does a tiny fragment of the Tentale's source chakra like you even count for? Swallowing you is easy. The Ninetales no longer had even a trace of its former composure. A fear of death surged up in its heart. As it watched its body continue to shrink, a warning of death rose from deep within its instincts. It would die. It would really die. This wasn't a joke. It would be the kind of disappearance where it would never exist again. It was unwilling. It didn't want to die. Since its birth until now, it hadn't even had a few good days. It had either been controlled, beaten, or sealed. But even that was better than death. It still hadn't seen the old man's prophecy. Couldn't die like this? No. I can't die. Spare me. I yield. I'll listen. I'll do whatever you want. I still can't die. Muchuan said unhurriedly. Oh, really? Why do I feel like your words aren't very reliable? Maybe I should just drain you to death instead. One and done. As the Ninetales watched itself shrink until only 1/3 of its body was left, its face filled with panic and terror. No, really, I mean it, I really mean it. I swear on the sage of 6 paths old man. Believe me. Seeing that it was about enough, Muchuan lifted his hand and let it go. If he kept draining, he really would kill it. Even like this, it had already suffered great damage to its vitality. Its strength was probably less than 1/10 of what it had been before. Still, that was enough for Naruto. No matter what, opening the little golden man Ninetales chakra mode should still barely get him to Kage level. This guy would probably need a long time to recover its vitality too. Good. That would keep Naruto from getting too strong all at once and becoming overly swollen with confidence. Growing stronger slowly would give him a buffer period. He sealed the Ninetales chakra he had devoured inside himself, just like Azura's chakra. Once he gathered all the chakra, he would be able to directly obtain the power of the 6 paths perfect. After that, he directly pulled Naruto's spiritual body in with his mental power and started explaining. Come on, let me introduce you. This is the 9-tailed demon fox, Kurama. I've already persuaded this guy now, though a little problem came up in the middle and its strength dropped sharply. Of course, that's not important. As long as it still works, that's fine, right? Ha. As soon as Naruto came in, he curiously looked at the Ninetales. When he heard Muchuan say that, he rolled his eyes. With that unreliable explanation of yours, I think you're the one who beat it into this state. Otherwise, how could the mighty Ninetales possibly behave? Back then, it was the ferocious-tailed beast that caused the Ninetales calamity. Big drop-off, believe it. Muchuan didn't think there was any problem at all. He didn't answer and calmly followed the process. Finishing the conditions for Naruto's chakra mode, the Ninetales cooperated the whole time. It didn't say a single word of nonsense. In fact, it didn't say even one word. After it was done, the two of them left the ceiling space together. Only then did the Ninetales let out a breath of relief. It had finally sent that monster away. Hopefully they would never meet again. After their minds returned to their bodies, they hadn't even had time to speak before someone arrived outside. With a bang, the door was broken open. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, rushed in with 2 umbu, while a large crowd had gathered outside as well. Only when he saw that the 2 of them were completely unharmed and nothing had happened did he finally relax. What do you want with Naruto Senju Muchuan? I received a report saying you intended to harm him. Is that true? Naruto quickly stepped forward and said, Third Grandpa, Muchuan didn't he? The third waved a hand. Naruto, leave this to Grandpa. You don't know what he is capable of now. He has the Mangekyo Sharingan. Those eyes can control tailed beasts. They're very dangerous. Then, without waiting for Naruto to keep speaking, he continued, Senju Muchuan, I received a report that you awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, and one of its abilities can even revive the dead. That is a good thing. But that is not a reason for you to set your sights on Naruto. I need an explanation for how you know so much about the Nine Tails. Those are clearly not things an ordinary orphan ninja like you should know. For now, you will be escorted for interrogation. Once you've explained everything clearly, you can return to the academy. Muchuan almost laughed. If he heard these words a day ago, maybe they would scared him. But now they just sounded ridiculous. He looked at the old third with unconcealed disdain. Do you even know who you are talking to right now? What level am I and what level are you? I don't know whether Sasuke told you this in his report, but my Mangekyo Sharingan has no side effects. Did he tell you that? Did he tell you my Mangekyo has combat abilities too, and that they're very strong? Hearing that, the third's face sank. Damn that Uchiha Sasuke. His report was completely incomplete. He hadn't even mentioned something this important. Frowning, he said, no side effects? You mean no matter how much you use your dojutsu, you won't go blind? Muchuan brushed back his bangs. Wasn't I clear enough? Or are your ears not working? No side effects. Did you hear that? And my Susanoo isn't some tiny thing like Shursui S or Itachi S. It's at least 10 or 20 times bigger than theirs. The moment he heard that, the third knew things had gone to hell again. Another person he couldn't control. He knew exactly how terrifying the Mangekyo was. Forget the bizarre individual eye techniques. Just that damn Susanoo alone already made its user nearly unbeatable. Ninjutsu landing on that thing was like scratching an itch. 10 times Shursui S Susanoo height? Wasn't that basically the same as Uchiha Madara from the records? And this kid could ignore the side effects. What kind of concept was that? He was basically a human bulldozer. Wherever he went, no one would be able to stop him. Thank God he was from the Senju clan and not the Uchiha clan. At least he still belonged to the Hokage's bloodline. At this point, the only thing left was to see whether he could tie him down with righteousness. Talk to him about the will of fire. Just as he was about to speak, Muchuan cut him off again. You don't need to start preaching that will of fire nonsense to me either. I'm not one of the people you brainwashed. It won't work. And don't talk to me about doing it for the village. That kind of moral blackmail is useless on me. I won't harm the village, but I won't listen to you people either. We stay out of each other's business, and everyone lives just fine. Of course, if you insist on asking for death, I'll play along. At worst, we fight it out. When that time comes, whether you live or die will depend on whether you're strong enough. By the time he finished, veins were already bulging on the third's forehead. Provocation. Naked provocation. After today, the authority of him, the third Hokage, would probably take a serious hit. He wanted nothing more than to fight right now, even if it meant both sides going down together. But he couldn't. He knew exactly what kind of monster Susanoo was. If that thing unfolded in the center of Konoha and a fight broke out, the village would need to be rebuilt, and the number of people caught in the crossfire would be impossible to count. He didn't know whether this kid's claim of having no side effects was true, but as Hokage he didn't dare gamble. Even if it was false, the kid could still destroy Konoha before running out of eye power. If it was true, then things would be even worse, especially since this kid clearly wasn't the easygoing type. If things went wrong, he might start fighting at the slightest disagreement. He wasn't like Shursui or Itachi, who could be handled with a few words. Maybe he should tie him into Konoha's system with benefits instead. Only if Muchuan felt this place was his home too would he willingly give something back. Sigh. Better stabilize him first. Taking a deep breath, the old man's wrinkled face slowly put on a smile again. Muchuan, look at you getting worked up again. I was only joking. Why are you taking it so seriously? Konoha having one more powerful fighter is a good thing. I'm actually here to talk to you about your preferential treatment. After all, an unrestricted Mangekyo is top-tier power capable of protecting the village. We do have special benefits for that. Muchuan raised a brow at him. This guy really could endure. He was called the hero of shinobi? More like the coward of shinobi. Oh, being strong comes with benefits? Go on, let me hear it. But let me say this first. I don't like working. If you're about to tell me I have to do this and that, forget it. The third immediately thought, here it comes, here it comes. Good. Asking for conditions was good. If he had demands, then he had needs. And if he had needs, then there was room to handle him. With a chrysanthemum-like smile on his wrinkled face, he said, "Of course you 1T need to do missions. You only need to serve as the village's trump card and remain stationed here. Naturally, when it truly matters, you'll still need to act. As compensation, you'll receive 1 million Rio in living expenses every month. That figure is based on the average pay for A rank to S rank missions. 1 million Rio happens to be the upper limit for A rank and the starting price for S rank. And if you act on behalf of the village, that payment will be calculated separately. All rewards will be issued at S rank rates. Besides the 1 million Rio monthly living expenses, you'll also receive one first-class storefront in the prime commercial district in the center of the village. You'll also have freedom of movement, unrestricted and outside the jurisdiction of every department. In your daily life, you can do whatever you want. If you want to do something, all departments must cooperate with you. For anything at all, you will report directly to me, the Hokage. No one else has the right to interfere. Well, not bad benefits, right?" Muchuan was stunned. Damn. Had this old man gone crazy? Do whatever he wanted, answer only to the Hokage. No one else could control him and everyone had to cooperate. Wasn't he that basically being Konoha's uncrowned king? When something is abnormal, there's usually something behind it. Was this old bastard plotting against him? But what exactly could he plot? Muchuan had never planned to do anything to Konoha in the first place. He only wanted to lie low step by step until he became the strongest. As a transmigrator, he didn't have any personal grudge against the people here. Besides, he hadn't transmigrated into Naruto. He'd been living just fine. No one had really bullied him either. Why would he go dark for no reason? Wouldn't it be better if everyone just let him have fun in peace? Wasn't it nice to show off once in a while? What was the point of meaningless killing? Surely he wasn't going to be like those transmigrators in some novels, the kind who arrive in a new world and act like everyone on Earth wronged them, like everyone has to die, hating everyone for no reason. It was completely baffling. To be fair, the ninja world really was full of lunatics. But even then, you should only hate someone if they actually did something unforgivable to you. Or at least if they provoked you. But wanting to kill this person and that person for no reason. I'm going to kill all of you. I'm going to destroy Konoha. Wasn't that just brain damage from the transmigration process? Forget it. No point thinking about it. Anyway, he wasn't afraid of schemes. In the face of absolute strength, any scheming was just a joke. If there were benefits, then he'd take them. First enjoy each day, then grow stronger, then stand above the ninja world, marry a rich beauty, and reach the peak of life. Perfect. No problem at all. With that thought, he smiled and said, "Aya, how embarrassing. Old man, you really put your heart into this." Ahahaha. The third saw that the other party had accepted the terms, and the smile on his old face grew even wider. He, as it should be. It's all for Konoha's prosperity. A Mangekyo without side effects was high-end combat power greater than a tailed beast, and without the risk of a tailed beast going berserk. It was worth the price. After the two exchanged a handshake and some pleasantries, Muchuan took his leave and went home. Both sides felt like they had made a killing, and both sides felt they hadn't lost out. A true win-win. The moment he stepped out of Naruto's house, the smile on the third Hokage's face vanished. Damn it. He was the Hokage, the leader of a whole village, yet he actually had to put on a smiling face and compromise with that brat. It was practically beneath his dignity. But when he thought about how Konoha now had a top-tier combat force with an infinite Susanoo, he felt deeply gratified again. He managed to keep him steady entirely through his own soft-handed strategy. Full sense of accomplishment, wasn't he there? Just as he was about to turn back and say something to Naruto, Mukawa suddenly came back without warning. Under the third's puzzled gaze, Mukawa walked up to him with his Mangekyo activated and asked, "Do you have money on you?" The third blinked blankly. Yes." Mukawa held out a hand. "Then take it out. What are you staring at? Never seen a handsome guy with pink eye?" The third stiffly pulled 3 100,000 Rio notes from his pocket and handed them to Mukawa. "There. 300,000. Does this count as robbery?" Mukawa took them and stuffed them into his pocket. "It does. At your age and you're still learning how to switch faces. Be more professional next time." That smile just now looked like an old chrysanthemum. Total failure. With that, he turned and left. Naruto and the 2 ANBU members nearby, the 3-man melon-eating squad, were all completely dumbfounded. What kind of shocking gossip was this? Lord Third Hokage had just been shaken down? The third was stunned too for several seconds. After calming himself down and confirming that the other party had really left, he turned back, planning to have a heart-to-heart with Naruto. First, he had to send the ANBU away. He cleared his throat and warned, "Ahem. About what happened today, I hope you understand." The 2 ANBU immediately dropped to one knee. "The moment we arrived today, we were caught in a genjutsu, which caused us to neither see nor hear anything. We were completely useless and failed to play any role. We asked Lord Hokage to punish us. Only then did the third feel much better. Now this was the proper way to be Hokage. That little bastard just now had been a pure accident. We'll let it go this time. Go on. You may all leave. Yes. After 2 replies, the 2 of them, along with the ANBU hidden around them, vanished in an instant. After Mukawa came down, he discovered Danzo was also hiding there and peeking, and he instantly felt speechless. Sure enough, that guy had come to watch the fun too. Makes sense. Since it involved the Ninetales, it would have been weirder if he hadn't come to see whether the Ninetales would go berserk. Oi, you old bastard, what the hell are you looking at? Danzo couldn't be bothered wasting words on Mukawa right now. He turned and left at once. Mainly because he couldn't win in a shouting match. Just wait till tonight. Let us see if I don't send people to hack you to death. If Mukawa knew what Danzo was thinking, he'd probably laugh. He'd likely wonder whether Danzo would still dare send people after him if he knew what he and the third had talked about inside. Then again, maybe he still would. For a madman who'd stab a Susanoo with a kunai, it probably wasn't reliable to expect him to fear something like Susanoo at all. Since Danzo didn't answer, Mukawa didn't say anything else either. He planned to go get a bowl of Ichiraka ramen, then head home and sleep. On the way, he happened to see Guy coming back with Lee, Niji, and Tenten. They probably just finished a mission. The moment he saw little cutie Tenten, Mukawa waved and called out, "Hey, Tenten, done with your mission? Wanna go eat ramen together?" Tenten heard someone call her name and turned around. Oh, it was Mukawa. He wanted to go eat ramen with her. That was great. She quickly replied happily, Sure, let us go together. Then she turned to the others beside her and called out, "Guy-sensei, Niji, Lee, I'm gonna eat ramen with a friend. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye." After saying that, she was already trotting over to Mukawa. The 2 of them headed toward Ichiraku Ramen together. Seeing their teammate going off on what looked like a date, the others could only exchange helpless smiles and head home. Over the years, Mukawa could be said to have done basically nothing except flirt with those pretty girls. Tenten was one of them. This girl wore 2 bun hairstyles, had a good personality, and was especially cute. Most importantly, she came from money. No joke. Her family was an arms dealer in the ninja world. How could they not have money? Later on, she'd practically become Dore-ten. Her space-time ninjutsu would have everything in it. Back then, he'd thought that if he turned out to be useless in the future, latching onto a little rich girl wouldn't be a bad option either. So Tenten was absolutely the type he couldn't afford to miss. Speaking of rich girls, there was also Yamanaka Ino, the eldest miss of the Yamanaka clan. She was another little rich girl, and she was completely devoted to Mukawa. They already knew each other inside and out. Just one final step remained. As for Hinata, the eldest miss of the Hyuga clan, she was rich too, but her clan simply didn't accept outsiders and only intermarried within the clan. So Mukawa hadn't paid her too much special attention. Mainly because the Hyuga clan kept too close an eye on her, making her really hard to make a move on. Still, he hadn't let her go either. Their relationship had been carefully cultivated since childhood. Of course, Mukawa mainly felt that Hinata wasn't as good-looking as Hanabi. In the future, striving for Hanabi and getting both sisters would be the proper path. Now that he had strength, he no longer needed the idea of latching onto a rich girl. Instead, it had become giving all the girls he loved someone to rely on, commonly known as a collector-s mindset. His change in mentality was just that smooth. The 2 arrived at Ichiraku Ramen. Seeing Ayam wasn't there, Mukawa called out, "Uncle Tucci, 2 deluxe tonkatsu ramen with all the toppings." Ichiraku replied, "Oh, little Mukawa, 2 deluxe tonkatsu ramen, right?" Just a moment. While they were waiting, Mukawa started giving Tenten advice on her future development. He couldn't let her waste time. "Tenten, you don't really have a cultivation direction right now, do you? Want me to give you an idea?" Tenten was still blushing shyly, immersed in the sweetness of being alone with him. Hearing his words, she froze. "Huh? Direction? What direction? Isn't it enough to just train with Guy-sensei? Is there a problem?" Mukawa rubbed her little head. That's not how it works. Everyone has a direction they're suited for. Not everyone is fit to train taijutsu. Your talent lies in space-time ninjutsu, space-time sealing, and summoning. Everyone, space-time sealing and summoning here means storing things and releasing them. Don't misunderstand. In Naruto, sealing and summoning have different meanings. For example, summoning can also mean contracted summoning beasts, pre-stored ninja tool summoning, and a special kind of summoning is the mutually multiplying explosive tags, which is a parent-child explosive tag that infinitely replicates through an alternate space. The ninjutsu that suit you should be the Flying Thunder God, which is a space-time ninjutsu, and the mutually multiplying explosive tags, which combines explosion techniques and summoning. Then there's training your space-time sealing and summoning. What matters is activation speed and effective range. You need to be able to instantly seal ninjutsu attacks and anything else from a distance, and to work together with the mutually multiplying explosive tags. Your space-time summoning also has to reach the point where whatever you release from inside can appear exactly wherever you want it to. When the time comes, for close combat you'll dodge with Flying Thunder God. For long-range attacks you'll use space-time sealing. And for offense you'll use Flying Thunder God to get close and then mutually multiplying explosive tags. Blow them to death. Or use space-time to release mutually multiplying explosive tags from long range. Blow them to death. Tenten listened in total bewilderment, then blinked innocently and said, "But I can't learn Flying Thunder God or mutually multiplying explosive tags." Mukawa slapped his forehead. He'd gotten so carried away talking that he forgot those two jutsu weren't things just anyone could learn. Those underworld jutsu developed by the second Hokage Tobarama were all kept inside the Scroll of Seals, which was in that old bastard Third S hands. But no problem. Those things weren't hidden on a person. They were stored in the Third S house. Naruto had stolen them from the Third S place in the first place. As long as he teleported over, took them, and learned them, wouldn't that be enough? His teleportation was so fast. Could they even tell who did it? Perfect. He could also learn the multi-shadow clone jutsu while he was at it. Beautiful. After this old man finished learning them, it wouldn't be a question of whether he was afraid of being found out. He'd even dare tell the third openly that he was the one who borrowed them, then casually toss them back. That was how bold he was. He wasn't asking the third for them because he knew there was no way he'd get them that way. Doing it himself was just more convenient. And what? Was the third going to dare hit him for it? If you've got the guts, then try it. Who's afraid of who? At that thought, his expression turned confident. He thumped his chest and promised Tenten, "Don't worry. I'll get those two ninjutsu for you. For now, focus on practicing space-time sealing and summoning. That's the foundation. Only with a solid foundation can you bring out your strength better. Otherwise, I'm worried you won't even be able to learn those two ninjutsu." Tenten felt that whatever Muchuan said was right. If he said it was right, then it was right. She nodded obediently. "Okay, starting tomorrow, I'll mainly practice space-time sealing and summoning, and secondarily train my body." She made a little cheering gesture with her hand. "Let's set a small goal first. I'll start by getting to the point where I can seal the other party's long-range attacks." Muchuan felt gratified. He rubbed her little head again, making Tenten blush so much she didn't dare lift her head. Tucci carried over 2 bowls of ramen. "Here, deluxe tonkatsu ramen. Enjoy." After the meal, Muchuan walked Tenten home, then went back to rest himself. Lying on the bed, he thought that Danzo might very well send people after him tonight, so he might as well get enough rest and prepare for tonight's assassination attempt. At the same time, he took out a bottle of Sharingan bloodline enhancement liquid. It was a very small bottle, red in color. He opened it and downed it in one gulp. Just as expected, it tasted like watermelon juice. The Mangekyo Sharingan pattern began to change. His eye power surged wildly as it began to evolve. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage squinted through his smoke at Danzo, who had pushed the door open and walked in directly. "Danzo, what are you trying to do? Can you knock before coming in? Do you have any manners? I'm the Hokage, not your mistress next door. You should at least show the Hokage some basic respect. Do you understand?" Danzo couldn't even be bothered to argue with him. He directly ignored that whole string of nonsense and went straight to the point. "Hiruzen, hand Senju Muchuan over to my root. I can definitely train him into a perfect tool for Konoha." The third's face darkened as he cut off his self-indulgent speech. "Enough. Danzo, what do you think that is? That's the Mangekyo Sharingan, and one without side effects at that. Do you think that brat is like those two idiots Shursui and Itachi? That a few words from you and he'll be willing to do anything for you? His surname is Senju, not Uchiha. He has a brain." Danzo still stubbornly believed the third simply didn't want to hand him over. Staring with his one eye, he said stubbornly, "You're the Hokage. How could he not listen to you? I think you just don't want to give him to me. As for results, the facts from the past have already proven that when a Mangekyo brat is in my hands, he can play a greater role. Just look at the wiped-out Uchiha clan. You have to admit it. I am better than you." The third immediately snapped. He shot to his feet like an enraged cat. "Bullshit. Better than me? Look at yourself now. One eye, bandages on your head, bandages on your arm, and you're even hobbling around with a cane. Other people might think Konoha has no one left to use, letting an old cripple serve as the Hokage's advisor. And you're saying you're better than me? In what way are you better than me? Tell me, in what way are you better than me? Huh? Answer me." Danzo couldn't hold back either. He instantly lost his temper and fired back. Red-faced and furious, "You dare insult me? You old pervert who spends all day peeping at women. You think you have the right to insult me? In what way am I not better than you? If you're so capable, then why didn't you wipe out the Uchiha clan? And you're complaining about my bandages. Are my bandages hurting your eyes? This is called hiding trump cards. What the hell would you know? Oh, I get it. The little brain you have left is all used up peeping at women. Isn't it, Hiruzen? At your age, have some shame. When I sneak around with my mistress at home, I don't even dare let her take everything off, because I'm afraid a bastard like you might be peeping. If that doesn't work, then at least go pay for it. Spend a little money. It's not much. Just spend some. Hell, even freeload if you have to. Just stop doing this shameful peeping crap. And you say the Hokage needs respect? Heh, are you worthy of it? As soon as the third saw his dirty secret exposed, he flew into a rage from humiliation. Enough, Danzo. Since you're so capable, then go take him yourself. Senju Muchuan is right there. Did I stop you? You think I've already dealt with him? Let me tell you, I haven't. Right now, the only reason I've stabilized that brat is because I promised him a position second only to one person in Konoha. My level is only this much. If you've got the ability, then go ahead. Didn't you say you're better than me? Go on. Show me what you've got. Let me see if you're really that much more of a man. Danzo didn't hesitate for even a second after hearing that. He tilted his head up, looking at the third with a face full of contempt. Hiruzen, that's what you said. If I'm going myself, then I'm going myself. Isn't it just tying someone up? You think everyone's as cowardly as you are? The moment you hear about someone's abilities, you're so scared you start worshipping him like an ancestor. And with that little courage, you're still the Hokage. You should step down and give the position to me already. The only time you were ever brave was that one time when you fought me for the Hokage seat. Just that one time. The third's face turned gloomy, and he nearly ground his back teeth to dust. Danzo, you will regret this. Danzo let out a disdainful laugh, turned, and strode out. As he walked, he said, Hiruzen, you're the Hokage. The one who should regret it is you. With a bang, he slammed the door behind him. The third took a deep breath and leaned back in his chair, thinking this brainless idiot came from the same era as me, and as someone who knows the might of Susanoo, he can still treat it so lightly. This is pissing me off to death. What kind of pig brain is that? And he still wants to be Hokage? You're only fit to do the dirty work that can't be brought into the light. Trash. Sigh, my liver hurts from anger. I'd better watch the women's hot spring to calm myself down. At that thought, he skillfully took out his crystal ball and started today's stress relief. As for Danzo, the moment he went back, he gathered Roots elites and planned a night raid on Senju Muchuan. After a whole round of rambling instructions, the meaning was simple. Attack first, attack hard, beat him until he was half dead, then bring him back and work him over after they'd had enough. If they really couldn't bring him back, then kill him on the spot. A thing like that, if he couldn't have it, then no one else could either. Destroy it. It had to be destroyed. If he didn't destroy it, just seeing it every day would make him feel even worse. Night fell. The sky was dark, the wind was high, and the bright moon hung overhead. It was the perfect time to make trouble. Muchuan lay on his bed with his eyes closed, pretending to rest as he quietly waited for someone to come play with him. Perfect chance to show off. As the saying went, returning home in glory without showing it off was like walking at night in fine clothes. If you had power and didn't show off in front of people, then it was no better than not having it at all. I, Senju Muchuan, 12.5 years old this year, standing like a monkey. Tonight, I will become the top boss of our village. Just as Muchuan was letting his thoughts run wild, the evolution of his Sharingan had already finished. It was now the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and its power had increased drastically. Feeling the explosively increased eye power, he thought, under all his current boosts, sustained by the infinite mana from the Eye of Darkness, his original Susanoo of just over 100 meters could probably reach somewhere between 300 and 400 meters if used at maximum output. Still, size alone didn't really mean much. A giant body only gave people overwhelming pressure, because people had a fear of giant things. So becoming huge could create tons of psychological fear. If someone's mental endurance wasn't enough, their defenses would shatter on the spot and they'd collapse and give up resisting. There was also the difference in practical use. It was just more convenient to use a Susanoo of equal size when fighting giant enemies. That said, once he reached level 30 and unlocked the Paladin skill Blessing of Honor, once he stacked that buff on himself, even Hashirama's 1,000-meter true several thousand hands, top transformed Buddha would be easy to surpass. And once he awakened the power of the 6 paths and reached level 50 for his first awakening, breaking into the several thousand or even 10,000 meter range wouldn't be impossible either. Suddenly, swish, swish, 50 masked figures appeared outside. 47 surrounded the house from outside. 3 entered the room and came to Muchuan's bedside. Muchuan opened his eyes, sat up, and said indifferently, "You've got some damn nerve. Did you not get the Hokage's announcement? Or did you not see the introduction to my strength?" The root member in the lead didn't answer. He directly stated their purpose. Senju Muchuan, Lord Danzo has given the order. Today you have 2 choices. 1. Take a beating and then be dragged back to root by us. 2. Die. Muchuan stretched lazily, stood up, and poked at the other party. Oh, pretty arrogant. Huh? What are you relying on? This trash? Then he switched expressions and said with disdain, "Oh, sorry, I'm not targeting you. I mean everyone here is trash." The leader didn't get angry and simply continued, "So, you've chosen death, correct?" Seeing that, Muchuan could tell this group had been trained to be emotionally numb, so he couldn't even be bothered to provoke them anymore. Hey, you probably haven't figured out the situation. Right now, it's not a question of whether you make a move or not. It's that Root and Danzo have already provoked me. Take a guess. Do I have the strength to wipe out your entire Root nest? Trash. Seeing his attitude, the Root leader stopped wasting words and directly raised his hand, then chopped it downward. In that case, kill him. The two people behind him exchanged looks to confirm with their eyes. We're really doing this? The intel said he has the Mangekyo. Are we sure about this? We're not gonna die, right? But then they thought about it. Did they even have a choice? Left with no other option, they began forming hand seals with both hands. The moment Muchuan saw the Root leader raise his hand, his smile turned crazed. Hehehehe. Ha 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 ha. Ah. Susanoo, activate. The three who were just about to form seals stared in shock as the energy avatar surged into being. With a boom, it burst through the house and rose from the ground. In the blink of an eye, it became a colossal giant over 300 meters tall. From inside the diamond-shaped energy crystal in Susanoo's head, Muchuan looked down below as if he were looking at a nest of ants. If he lifted a foot, he could crush a whole patch of them. He really did start to feel a swollen illusion in his heart, like I am a god. He quickly shook his head and snapped himself awake, thinking no wonder those four old, weak, sick, and crippled Uchiha laughed so arrogantly. With power like this, who the hell wouldn't he get inflated? This scene stunned the 47 Root members around him who had been preparing to surround him. Holy crap, is this something a human can deal with? So this is what the Mangekyo S Susanoo looks like? And it's this huge? How the hell are we supposed to fight this? Might as well wait to die. That dog Danzo. We're young and inexperienced. We didn't know what Susanoo was, and we didn't know it was this terrifying. But you fucking knew and still sent us here to die. Are you even human? Damn it. Aside from Root, the third Hokage and a group of Umbu members were also watching from the distance. The third had originally wanted to watch how Danzo would get humiliated, but now he was the one getting scared out of his wits. This kid really hadn't been bluffing. This Susanoo was far bigger than Shusue's, and even bigger than the one recorded for Uchiha Madara. If nobody stepped in now, Konoha might be reduced to ruins today. That dog Danzo useless when things need doing, but excellent at making a mess. Damn it. Danzo himself was watching too, and he hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem in the slightest. In his understanding, Susanoo, what's there to be afraid of? Just stab it with a kunai and break it, right? Look at how scared you all are. Why don't you go up there and try stabbing it first? If you don't stab it, how do you know it won't break? Damn it. At this moment, Muchuan had already calmed down from his inflated mood and began controlling Susanoo to slowly float toward the sky above the center of Konoha. Flying was something any mage worth the name could do. In Susanoo's huge hand, an elemental cannon of light electric attribute began to gather, aimed below. As everyone knew, in Dungeon the light attribute also came with lightning properties, so it was called the light electric attribute. Amplified through Susanoo, in the span of a moment, a giant sphere of light 30 meters wide condensed into existence. In the night, the light electric sphere was like a little sun, lighting up all of Konoha. Everyone in Konoha who heard the commotion came out to see what was happening. And then they saw a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Good lord. They'd seen an immortal in the middle of the night. Seeing the scene before him, Muchuan felt he ought to recite a poem. So he grinned and opened his mouth. 1 bag of rice to the first floor. Feel pain. 1 bag of rice to the second floor. Think about pain. 1 bag of rice, I gave too much. Accept pain. 1 bag of rice, I washed it. No pain. 1 bag of rice. I washed so much mud. Those who do not understand pain. Red beans, black wow, I saw it. Can never understand true peace. Every grain has mud. Now then, who's giving you a bag of rice, yo? Let the world feel pain. Alright, add water. Shinra Tensei. While he was chanting over here, the third below was staring fixedly at that 30-meter energy sphere, worrying himself sick, and his eyelids began twitching wildly. What the hell kind of 1 bag of rice was that? This was obviously the prelude to some explosive ultimate move. From the look of it, it was clearly not some small-scale technique. This was bad. If he didn't stop him now, something huge was going to happen. Danzo, you goddamn pitfall, damn it. Danzo had obviously realized it too. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned and ran. He thought, is Susanoo really this fierce? Can unleash something that terrifying? That SA 30-meter energy sphere. If that thing falls, who the hell could block it? Hiruzen can deal with this himself. I'm getting out first. And if something unexpected happens and Hiruzen dies, wouldn't I be perfectly positioned to take over the Hokage seat? Perfect. I really am a genius. The villagers below hadn't realized the danger and were still watching with great enthusiasm. Hey wait, the figure inside that giant avatar kinda looks like Senju Muchuan. What? Did he suddenly ascend on the spot? Seeing that things were getting out of control, the third quickly summoned Enma. Enma, quick, throw me to that person in the sky. Hurry. Enma saw there was no time for chit-chat and turned serious at once. He grabbed the third in his hand and, using the greatest strength and chakra he could muster, hurled him into the air. While in midair, the third even used fire release to propel himself faster. In the blink of an eye, he smacked against the outside of the diamond-shaped crystal where Muchuan was and stuck himself there with chakra, so he wouldn't fall. Muchuan greeted him politely with a smiling face. Yo, I sent this the third? What s with that look? Not sleeping in the middle of the night and practicing some new fire-release jet propulsion takeoff technique? Pretty hard-working. The third was in no mood to joke around with him. He hurriedly said, what fire release? Tell me first, what are you trying to do? Why are you condensing such a huge energy sphere? There are so many people down there. Muchuan shrugged. Oh this? Heh. A bunch of root people came in the middle of the night trying to mess with me. You think I can just swallow that? I was sleeping soundly at home, having a nice dream, and then Root suddenly woke me up. Fine, whatever. But then they even acted all high and mighty and said they were going to deal with me. I'm such an honest person, and just because I awakened a Mangekyo they want to drag me into Root? Is there still any law left? Any village rules? Huh? You, the third Hokage, have to give me face. Otherwise, you 1T get to keep being this village chief. If I raise my hand, I can flatten Konoha village. And some tiny little root branch dares not know who I am? You had to have tacitly allowed this, right? You wanted to test my depth? Don't tell me you didn't know. This tiny little village. If you can't even keep track of something this small, then what are you still doing as village chief? You might as well die and go join the other 3 village chiefs for a round of mahjong. Since all of you wanted to see my strength, then out of moral obligation, shouldn't I teach them how to behave? Shouldn't I? Speak. At this moment, cold sweat was pouring down the third's face from the scolding. What now? This had gone way too far. That damned little brat. How could a kid suddenly have this much power? I'm breaking down. I'm really breaking down. Day 1 of missing the first Hokage. If Lord Hashirama were still here, how could he let a little brat like you act so arrogantly? One true several thousand hands. Top transformed Buddha and he decrush you to death. He had originally thought of letting Danzo test the waters, figuring the 2 of them could just fight a little and leave it at that. But this bastard had opened with his ultimate move right from the start. What the hell was wrong with him? What kind of problem was this? I'm so pissed. He was annoyed as hell inside, but he still had to plaster on a smile and say, oh wow, look at this mess. I knew Danzo wanted to invite you into Root, but I told him I couldn't make that decision for you and that if he had the guts, he should come invite you himself. Who knew that idiot would do something like this? So if you want to deal with him and Root, that's only right. That's not a problem. But the villagers below are innocent. When we fight, let us try to use single target jutsu as much as possible. As long as the innocent aren't caught up in it, even if you kill every last one of Root, I'll accept it. Besides, this is good for you too, isn't it? Look at this, showing your power in front of everyone, proving your invincible strength. That's all prestige. From now on, in the village you'll be a respected elite. A hero who can protect the village. A trump card who can intimidate neighboring villages and show off Konoha status. Isn't that more meaningful than wrecking everything? I mean, if you destroy Konoha just to vent, what do you get in the end? A bad reputation, nothing to gain, and then you'd have to go out and build your own force somewhere else. And once you're a village-slaughtering rogue ninja, no one will dare take you in. In the end, you'd get to enjoy nothing and wander the wilds all alone. What kind of miserable life is that? People are social creatures. If your life turns out like that, what's the point, right? Muchuan smacked his lips and nodded. Even so, you do kind of have a point. The third Hokage let out a breath. That was close. He finally stabilized things again. Looks like his eloquence hadn't faded with age after all. Reassuring. That's right. Everything can be discussed. Don't worry. Anyone who came to trouble you tonight, kill them as you please. Anyone you can't kill, the village will help you kill. Look at Danzo, Muchuan cut him off. Danzo must die. The third paused. I mean him, Muchuan said. Not even the 6 paths could keep him alive. That's what I said. The third said. Ahem, I know. It's just Muchuan leaned back in a tactical recoil. You want to see me lose my temper? Believe it or not, I can blow up right now. The third's expression stiffened, and he quickly said with full conviction, die. Danzo must die. He should have died a long time ago. A vicious-minded idiot like that deserves to die. Kill as you please. However many people Root has left after tonight is however many it has left. Tomorrow, I'll directly order Root disbanded. Konoha doesn't need pests like them. Only then did Muchuan nod in satisfaction. Now that sounds better. And don't think your good buddy is any decent person. Who knows whether you really didn't know or just pretended not to know all the nice things Danzo has done. He dug out a whole pile of Sharingan from the Uchiha clan. And that's not all. He did human experiments with Orochimaru and damaged the first Hokage's remains to transplant Hashirama's cells into himself. He took Shusui's Mangekyo and stuck it into his own eye. He loaded a whole arm full of Sharingan onto himself to use Izanagi. He colluded with enemy nations, framed Konoha comrades, stood by and did nothing when trouble hit the village, hid whenever anything happened, and so on. What a great buddy of yours. That SY I say Senju Tobarama really wasn't worth a damn. The jutsu he invented were shady as hell, and the disciples he took in were trash too. The third had been listening in anger at first, but that last sentence made things awkward for him on the spot. Lord Tobarama's disciples weren't exactly. Muchuan waved him off. You think I'm only talking about Danzo? Yeah, don't hesitate. I'm talking about you too. All of you. You 4 direct disciples, every single one of you are trash. The third's blood surged when he heard that. He really wanted to risk everything. Talking about Danzo was one thing, but why drag them into it too? Had they even offended him? Why was he cursing them too? What are you looking at? Not convinced? Why don't you search your conscience and ask what the 4 of you have actually done? What ability do those 2 Konoha advisors, those men beneath 1 person and above 10,000, actually have? Haven T, you gotten more and more cowardly, bowing and scraping to outsiders while coming down hard on your own people? As for Danzo, no need to mention him. He's just a pure beast. The only reason you don't dare come down hard on me is because I'm strong. So strong it's beyond what you can handle. Do you really think that if I were just an ordinary Mangekyo you wouldn't come after me? TCH, go on then. Tell me. I send that exactly how it is? The third was silent for a moment, then sighed. You're right, but there's nothing we can do about it. Konoha looks prosperous, but in truth we really don't have many Kaga-level experts. The Konoha Sannin, one is a rogue ninja, so there's nothing to say there. One is a gambler who wanders around gambling and ignores everything. Plus she has hemophobia. One is a pervert who runs around outside and ignores everything. The Hyuga clan is even more cowardly than I am. The main issue back then was that Kumogekure's military strength and economy were both above Konoha's, and their whole village was warlike. If we fought, forget whether we could win, even ending in mutual destruction would mean Kumogekure had underperformed. And that with Jiraiya around. If he wasn't then Konoha would only lose. And don't bring up Shursui and the Uchiha clan either. Uchiha Sharingan below 3-tomoe aren't as strong as you think. There was only one Mangekyo, and it had to be hidden quietly. More importantly, what could one person do anyway? In a great war, what matters is national strength. To put it plainly, Konoha's talent line has broken. The only truly useful ones are a few elite jonin. The problem is Kakashi runs out after only a few moves. Guy dies after opening the 8 gates. And if he doesn't open them, who can beat the Raikage? The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki still hasn't grown up yet. As he spoke, he also seemed a little dispirited. He smacked his lips and sighed before continuing. You say I'm not tough enough, but Konoha has the best resources among the 5 great nations. That already puts us against the other 4, and whenever a fight breaks out, all 4 of them come stabbing at us from the shadows. With only this much fighting power, if a few people die, what does Konoha have left to hold up its image? And on top of that, there's the Akatsuki hiding in the dark, and we don't even know what they want. Itachi has been undercover for years, and he hasn't gained much either. I'm old. How much longer can I keep ruling Konoha? When the time comes, who's going to take over this mess? Why have I kept yielding to you again and again? Yes, it's because you're strong, absurdly strong from the looks of it now. But even more than that, it's because you have the Mangekyo Sharingan, yet your surname is Senju, not Uchiha. Muchuan rolled his eyes hard. No, seriously, what kind of prejudice is this? What did the Uchiha ever do to you? Just because my surname is Senju, that fits what you want? So if my surname were Uchiha, you'd fight me to the death? What kind of problem is that? The third wore a grave expression. That's right. If your surname were Uchiha, I'd rather use the dead demon consuming seal and die together with you. Muchuan looked at him with open disdain. No, old man. Where do you get the confidence to think you could use the dead demon consuming seal to trade one for one with me at the limit? Leaving aside that I can teleport, yeah, exactly the kind you're thinking of, instant movement like Flying Thunder God, let us just say I stay tucked inside Susanoo. What can you do to me? The biggest flaw of the dead demon consuming seal is that you have to grab the target. Can you even touch me? How are you so good at bragging? Damn, I really didn't expect you to be that kind of delusional guy. Tonight really opened my eyes. Going by the way you talk, you could even trade one for one with Hashirama. Huh? How about this? Old man, go to the moon and try trading yourself for your ancestor Kagaya. The third's old face turned red. Tonight, both his dignity and his pride were completely gone. All because of that dog-like Danzo. Damn it. Ahem. The third coughed twice to ease the awkwardness. Well then, let us get back to business. Since we've already talked this far, how about we put away the divine powers first? Hanging around like this while talking is pretty exhausting for me. Mainly, it's awkward. I senti it? Muchuan looked at the spectators below one by one, then at Danzo fleeing, and nodded. Fine. I'll withdraw the Susanoo first. Then I'll go deal with Root and Danzo. I'll kill up front, and you have A and BU come out behind me to clean up. When I wake up tomorrow, I want to see that everyone knows Konoha's top dog is me, Senju Muchuan. After saying that, he dispersed the elemental cannon and Susanoo, then directly teleported down and started killing the root members one by one. For this kind of thing that came at him wanting his life from the start, he absolutely could not leave any alive. Tonight, Root had to be cleaned out completely. He spent some time continuously teleporting around and cleaning up Root's little lackeys. Then, with a single teleport, he appeared behind Danzo and drove the Spear of Victory straight into his kidney. The hard crowd control triggered on the spot, leaving him frozen where he stood, unable to form hand seals and cast Izanagi. Had to say, this bastard was really cautious. For safety, he'd even hidden out at a base outside Konoha village. If not for teleportation's built-in sensing ability, there would have been no way to find him. That's right, teleportation comes with spatial sensing as an added function. Otherwise, you wouldn't even know what kind of damn place you'd end up in, and without sensing, you couldn't lock onto a location either. It's like Kamui. At its core, it's just an accessible space, but it can still be used for spatial phasing, movement, detection, crushing, enchantment, and more. That's the nature of space. Once you understand one part, the rest connects. So if your bro can teleport, then naturally I can use all kinds of related spatial movement abilities too. TSK, TSK, TSK. Not bad, you little punk. You sure can run. As he spoke, he raised a hand and smacked Danzo on the head. You dog. You ran off by yourself without even bringing your subordinates. How are you this selfish? Then he smacked him on the head again. Don't you have Kodo Amitsukami? Don't you have Izanagi? Damn it, if you're so badass, move for me. Go on, let me see. Who told you not to be an Uchiha? They can cast Izanagi without hand seals. But you still need seals. Dumb now, aren't you? Today I'll broaden your horizons. In front of my hard crowd control, everything else is meaningless. Know what hard crowd control means, bumpkin? To break it, your power level has to be above mine. And you need an equivalent control immunity mechanism. In other words, power level and immunity mechanism. If even one of those doesn't measure up, it won't work. And if you want to break hard crowd control at my level, then at the very least you'd need energy stronger than chakra. As he spoke, he smacked Danzo on the head again. Pay attention. Power level doesn't mean who's stronger or weaker. It means the hierarchical level of the power's very nature. TCH. Telling this to an idiot like you is probably pointless anyway. With your brain, you probably can't understand it. That's why I call you a bumpkin. Just take it as me opening your eyes before you die. Danzo listened to this bastard's nonsense. Unable to move, so angry his kidney hurt. He thought, if you've got guts, let me go. Let me stab you with a kunai and see what happens. Let's see if I don't stab you to death. Muchuan couldn't be bothered with what he was thinking. He reached out and gouged out Danzo's Kodo Amitsukami Sharingan. Then he removed the 10 Sharingan from his arm as well and stored them in his space for his collection. These were all good things. Destroying them would be such a waste. What a shame that would be. After looting the drop, he lifted a hand and burned Danzo to ash with a burst of flame, then waved out a gust of wind and scattered him. After finishing all that, he thought about it and remembered Danzo had stored quite a few Sharingan in the root base. Back then, he and Obito had collected the entire Uchiha clan's Sharingan. That definitely couldn't be wasted. Better take them all. He teleported to the root base and found the Sharingan storage room. One look and damn, there had to be dozens of them. Then the wall Obito had on his side must have had even more, probably over 100 pairs. He stored them away in his space, finished up, and went home to sleep. Meanwhile, on the other side, the third Hokage and the Umbu had plenty to keep them busy that night, running all over the place collecting bodies and clearing the scene. After working all night without being able to sleep, as soon as the sky started to brighten, they went to issue notices and spread the announcement packaging up Senju Muchuan. The whole village had to know. This man was now Konoha village's top combat force in terms of strength, and in terms of achievement, he had exposed all kinds of Danzo's crimes and personally wiped out Root, clearing out Konoha's biggest poison and parasite. He had taken the position of deputy village chief through overwhelming strength and outstanding merit. That's right, Muchuan was now the deputy Hokage. The third found it troublesome and directly slapped the title of deputy Hokage onto him, putting him on equal footing with himself. Yes, equal footing. At least, that's what the third believed. Absolutely not, because he was a step lower. The next day, Muchuan yawned as he walked into the classroom right on time. No other reason. He'd been busy too late last night, hadn't slept much, and still got up early out of habit that morning. So he was a little sleepy. Irika turned his head, saw Muchuan coming in, and looked utterly incredulous. Huh? Muchuan, why are you still coming to school? Muchuan blanked for a second, then understood what he meant. Oh, Irika-sensei, you mean that? I haven't graduated yet. Sticking around until the exam and graduating properly counts as finishing my studies on a complete note. I'm free anyway, so I'll just treat it as a way to kill time. Irika wiped sweat. Okay. As long as you're happy.
Muchuan nodded.
Then went to his seat in the back. Beside him, Sasuke kept a calm face and said in a low voice, "Hey, what's your deal? You made that huge scene last night, and today you somehow became someone in the village who's on equal footing with the Hokage. Is that reasonable?" Without looking sideways, Muchuan said flatly, "Reasonable enough. If you're strong, isn't that how it should be? The fact that I didn't go become a daimyo somewhere already just means I couldn't be bothered to travel that far. By the way, Heir Juzi, you've awakened the three-tomoe Sharingan too. You should have Jonin-level strength by now, right? Why are you still here at school too? Also killing time?" Sasuke said helplessly, "My mom insisted I come. She said kids should live like kids and not keep thinking about revenge and stuff all the time. But I really don't have any good plans for getting stronger right now. Once I fully adapt to the Sharingan, I'll stably have Jonin-level strength. In the meantime, I can train my body first."
Muchuan nodded.
"Yeah, body training is right. The body is the foundation of everything. Alright, Heir Juzi, come help me with an experiment after school. I want to see if I can awaken the Rinnegan." Okay. Before Sasuke even finished asking, he shot to his feet. "What did you just say?" That one sentence shocked Heir Juzi so hard he instantly lost his composure. "The Rinnegan? The sage's legendary eyes?"
"No, bro.
"You just awakened the Mangekyo and you already know how to awaken the Rinnegan? Are you kidding?" His tiny little heart had suffered a massive shock. Irika and the whole class turned to look at the two of them, confusion in their eyes, clearly asking what they were doing. Seeing everyone looking their way, Muchuan immediately put on a wicked grin and said, "Ahem, well, if I said Sasuke's just too excited because he found out he's having a kid, would you believe me?" Sasuke also realized he'd gotten too worked up and disturbed everyone, so he hurriedly went along with it. Right. Sorry. I just found out I'm having a kid, so for a moment Wait, no. Why the hell would I have a kid?" Muchuan acted shocked and scooted a little to the side. "What do you mean you won't admit it? Sakura, say something about your kid." Sitting in front of them, Sakura had just twisted around to look back. The second she heard that, she dropped right off her stool onto the floor. Her mind instantly froze. "No, wait, that wasn't what you were talking about just now. How did this suddenly involve me too? My kid? Mine and Sasuke's?" Then, as a hopeless Sasuke-loving girl, she immediately came around to it. "Oh my god. Something this good exists?" Then she started giggling foolishly from under the stool, muttering, "Hee, Sasuke-kun's baby. I want to have his baby." Beside her, Ino had a face full of delight at the drama. She leaned over, listened for a bit, then stood up and said to Irika-sensei, "Sakura says she wants to have a baby." Irika's face darkened. He pressed his lips together and closed his eyes. "As a teacher, I do not want to hear this." After steadying his mood, he clapped his hands and gestured for everyone to turn back around. "Alright, don't worry about this baby or no baby issue. The important thing right now is that you have less than half a month before the Genin exam. Come on. We're going outside for practical combat class. I want to see your level." Then he added, "Oh right, Deputy Hokage Muchuan doesn't need to participate, and Sasuke doesn't need to either. One of you is Kage level beyond Kage level, and the other is Jonin level. There's no need for that." The moment he said that, Naruto, who had been standing there with an eager expression, became unhappy. "Wait, Irika-sensei, what about me? Do I also not need to? For a kid like Naruto, whose grades in both academics and combat were bad and who loved causing trouble, the moment Irika heard him speak, his face turned pained. "Naruto, master the clone technique first before you say anything. Stop daydreaming all day long." Naruto jumped out of his seat and shouted with a look of defiance. "I refuse to accept this. I've already mastered the 3 basic jutsu, and I even learned how to transform into Little Golden Man mode." As he spoke, he demonstrated the 3 basic jutsu, then did a Little Golden Man transformation too. "Muchuan told me that if I turn into a Little Golden Man, I'll have strength beyond Kage level. Even if something went wrong in the middle and my strength dropped a lot, I should still be at Jonin level, right? So why can't I get special privileges?" To Tabeo, Irika was stunned. How did this involve Muchuan too? He turned and asked, "Deputy Hokage-sama, about what Naruto said." Muchuan looked annoyed. "No, wait a second. Do you really have to include the deputy? Is a deputy Hokage not still the village chief? From now on, call me village chief. No deputy." Irika instantly choked. Muchuan continued calmly, "Naruto is right. I personally dealt with the Ninetales for him. As long as he enters Ninetales chakra mode, which is what he calls Little Golden Man, he should at least have weak Kage level strength." Then he remembered that the 3rd Hokage had talked with Naruto that day. Why hadn't he any notice come down? He turned to Naruto again. "You didn't tell the 3rd about your situation?" Naruto scratched his head awkwardly. "At the time, I didn't know whether I could really use that mode you mentioned, so I didn't tell Grandpa 3rd yet. I just said you helped me deal with the disobedient Ninetales. I didn't expect it to be super easy, and I learned the 3 basic jutsu after only a few tries too. I'm seriously a genius, Databeo." Muchuan nodded, then said to Irika, "See? That's the situation. If he goes up there, he'll just be bullying the others. Irika nodded helplessly. Alright, Naruto also doesn't need to participate in the practical combat drill. The other second-generation young masters and young ladies all looked completely confused. Weren't they attending the same school? The same ninja academy? Then why were these people already this absurdly strong before even graduating as genin? One had awakened the Mangekyo and become a deputy Hokage with strength beyond Kage level. One had opened the three-tomoe Sharingan and had Jonin-level strength. One could borrow the Nine-Tails power and reach Kage level. Compared like this, it just made them look stupid, okay? Weren't they, the ones who inherited their clan's secret techniques, supposed to be the elites? So why was the gap this huge? This was bigger than the gap between people and dogs. A bunch of second-generation kids went outside for a practical combat class. With nothing to do, Muchuan and Sasuke planned to head back to the Uchiha clan grounds and study the Rinnegan. As for Naruto, he went into the forest to develop ninjutsu based on Little Golden Man mode, planning to make it bigger and stronger and create more glory. As the two hurried along, Muchuan checked today's random item selection at the same time. Level up coupon X2. After use, raises your level by 1. Price: 4,000 points. Oh ho, a must-have item. Muchuan felt a surge of excitement. His luck had really exploded today, hadn't it? He actually rolled level up coupons this quickly, and there were 2 of them at that. Beautiful. He quickly paid for them, spending 4,000 points. Account balance: 199,992. 500 points. TSK. Looking at those abundant funds really made him feel at ease. Couldn't he spend it all, just couldn't he spend it all? Without much hesitation, he used both upgrade coupons right away. All of his body's attributes rose again in one sweep. Felt so good he almost cried out, but he still forced himself to maintain control of his expression. System. Character level increased by 2. All attributes increased. Skill levels increased by 2. Current character level. Level 22. Muchuan opened his skill panel and took a look. 3 more levels and he reached level 25. At that point, he gained several more skills. Keep it up, my luck, it had to be said. Strength raised through the system's external power was both stable and free from fluctuations. It wasn't like the power they cultivated themselves, all flimsy and unstable. They still had to spend time consolidating it, and if they failed to stabilize it properly, problems could easily arise. Which was better and which was worse was obvious at a glance. Which was stronger and which was weaker was instantly clear. The two arrived at a quiet place within the Uchiha clan grounds. Sasuke voiced the question in his heart. Alright, here is fine. Tell me, how exactly do you evolve the Sharingan into the Rinnegan? Muchuan wasn't in a hurry. Smacking his lips, he started explaining that we have to start with the Otsutsuki clan. It's all old gossip in the ninja world anyway, basically the love and hate drama of the Sage of Six Paths family. It's too troublesome to tell from the beginning, so I'll just go straight to the method. Anyway, Ertsuzi, you're not interested in listening to stories, right? Researching ways to get stronger suits you better. The moment Sasuke heard that, he felt deeply uncomfortable, like someone was scratching at his heart. Who said I don't like gossip? Listening to gossip is human nature, okay? He gave a light cough. Ahem. Well, I guess hearing the reason behind it would be fine too. I do have that much patience. Muchuan tilted his head, looking puzzled. Huh? You want to hear gossip? You've got that hobby too? How come I didn't know? He thought seriously, bro. You always act so cold. Your brain may not work all that well, but I've never seen you listen to anyone's gossip either. Sasuke said awkwardly. Ahem. I don't. Stop talking nonsense. What I mean is, if you want to say it, I have time to listen. If you don't want to, then forget it. Just tell me the method directly. As for the Sage of Six Paths gossip, we can talk about it later when there's time. I just want to know the principle, that's all. No other meaning. Really? Muchuan smiled. Alright then. If you say no, then no. I believe you. As for whether I really believe you, don't worry about that. Then he began explaining how to awaken it. Okay, first of all, there's a prerequisite for awakening the Rinnegan. You need to have the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Second, you need to gather the chakra of the Sage of Six Paths' 2 sons, Indra and Azura, both reincarnates, and then fuse them together. Sometimes this takes a short time, sometimes a long one. If you're lucky, it might not take long. If you're slow, you might be close to dying of old age before it awakens. So the most basic conditions for unlocking the Rinnegan are, you must have the Sharingan awaken the Mangekyo, and then reach the eternal Mangekyo. Even for the Uchiha, those conditions are practically unattainable. First, you have to awaken the Mangekyo. Second, for eternal Mangekyo, your direct blood relative must also have awakened the Mangekyo. Then you have to dig out your family member's eyes and use them to upgrade your own to the eternal Mangekyo. Only then do you meet the requirement. But how many Uchiha have ever awakened the Mangekyo? What kind of stimulation does it take to unlock it? And your own family member has to awaken the Mangekyo too. How hard is that? The key point is, in the end, you still have to lay hands on your own family. Can you really get past that mentally? By this point, Sasuke already felt like the Rinnegan was probably impossible for him in this lifetime. The main issue was that even if he somehow met the basic conditions, where was he supposed to find the so-called Indra and Ajura chakra? And after finding it, how was he supposed to fuse it? These were all conditions he couldn't accomplish on his own. He sighed. Looks like there's no hope for me through the normal method. So, if you said we were coming here to study how to awaken the Rinnegan, does that mean there's an alternative method? Muchuan waved a hand and smiled. Not exactly. It's just that I've already met the conditions. Sasuke's eyes widened so much that even his three-tomoe Sharingan started spinning. Judging by the look of it, he was so stimulated he was practically about to awaken the Mangekyo. What? Do you even know what you're saying? You awakened the eternal Mangekyo? Are you kidding me? Where did you even get a family member to dig out eyes from? Brushing back his bangs, Muchuan said proudly, I may be untalented, but I traded for a Sharingan bloodline enhancement serum with my ability, and it upgraded me straight to eternal Mangekyo. Surprised? Shocked? Excited? But when he looked up at Ertsuzi, good lord, this guy was so jealous that his three-tomoe Sharingan was already showing signs of changing. Holy crap, Ertsuzi, you're seriously unbelievable. Just because of me, you're almost awakening the Mangekyo. Yeah, that's it. Spin, keep spinning, spin like crazy, hold on, you're almost at Mangekyo. Think about my eternal eyes. Think about how I can still awaken the Rinnegan. Then think about how ordinary me has already walked ahead of you. Are you jealous or not? Just say it. Are you jealous or not? Erzuzuzi was so mad his liver was practically twitching. Was that something a brother should say? Could he act like a human being for once? Could he? Seeing Erzuzuzi running out of steam, Muchuan quickly stabbed in another blow. Hey, what's wrong with you? Why are you already done for? Put some more effort into it. Look at that mindset of yours. Even I, an Uchiha from some side branch, already have the eternal Mangekyo, and you're still stuck at the Tomo stage. Don't you want to deal with Itachi anymore? Even I can take him on now, and you're still laughing it off. Be careful or that guy might come back and kill Aunt Makoto again. What are you going to do then? You want Aunt Makoto to be sacrificed a second time? Think about it. Really think about the future, brother. The more you think, the more you'll realize I'm better than you. If your problem were in my hands, it wouldn't even be a problem. Come on. Tell me, isn't that infuriating? Isn't it? Can this Mangekyo awaken or not? Hearing that round of mockery, the speed of Sasuke's three-tomoe, which had just calmed down, started soaring again, desperately transforming toward the Mangekyo. Pain. Too painful. Nothing hurt more than seeing yourself doing badly while your brother was doing well. Compared to this, the extermination of his whole clan was hardly worth mentioning. Erzuzuzi's two red eyes were so wide they looked ready to pop out. Very soon, under that frantic spinning, the Tomo connected and began changing shape, finally forming a six-pointed star. He panted heavily, feeling his chakra and eye power surge, shock mixed with delight. Erzuzuzi half covered his eyes. So this is the power of the Mangekyo? It's so strong. Amaterasu and Kagetsuchi. These are my dojutsu? One is black flames. The other lets me control those black flames however I want. It doesn't sound all that strong. As he spoke, he glared at a tree and fired off a test shot. Amaterasu. Black flames burst onto the tree instantly. In a little over 1 second, less than 2, turned to ash. Under that terrifying heat, it burned incredibly fast. Muchuan clicked his tongue at the sight. Isn't Amaterasu supposed to be that thing that can't burn anything down properly? What's going on? This is different from the anime, brother. Shouldn't it take forever just to burn a piece of clothing? The moment Erzuzuzi saw the result, he was pleased. The power was decent, and dojutsu didn't need hand seals. Whoever he stared at got hit. Not bad. Hey, Muchuan, don't you think this is pretty practical? With Kagetsuchi, I can even change its form. A special attack type dojutsu. That's pretty good. Muchuan rubbed his nose. It's okay, I guess. Someone stronger can isolate the black flames with chakra. It's decent in the mid to late stages. But in the real late game, it doesn't do that much. Overall, Susanoo is more useful. Oh right, yours does work pretty well with Susanoo. You can change its form and attach it to Susanoo for attacks. That's kind of strong. Sasuke nodded, then thought of something and looked up to ask. Right, that liquid you used to upgrade to the eternal Mangekyo. Can that still be traded? How much is it? The moment Muchuan saw there was business again, he perked right up. You mean the Sharingan bloodline enhancement liquid? That thing was originally meant to slowly evolve the eternal eye. The principle is that it gradually improves and completes the Sharingan bloodline. But if you've already awakened the Mangekyo first, then yeah, it can quickly upgrade it to the eternal eye. I can trade it, sure, but it'll cost this much. As he spoke, he held up 2 fingers just like always. Before he could name a price, Erzuzuzi had already run through a rapid mental calculation and guessed a number based on its actual value. Oh, 200 million? Yeah, reasonable. After all, it can massively boost strength, and the effect is outstanding. To the Uchiha clan, this is basically a divine item. If the Uchiha had known something like this existed before, forget 200 million, even 2 billion wouldn't be expensive. Muchuan raised a brow. Very good, Erzuzuzi. You really know how to bargain. Still, he couldn't keep ripping off the same person forever. No matter what, this was still a brother he'd grown up with. He'd give a more honest price and just take a middleman fee. 10,000 times. Just 10,000 times. No more than that. Muchuan thought to himself that those things had only cost 2,000 points for 100 bottles, which came out to just 20 points a bottle, or only 200 taels. If converted, 200 million taels was a million times the price. That really wasn't appropriate. If he absolutely had to do something like this to a brother, once was enough. He couldn't keep doing this to him. Though the item really was worth that price, selling it too cheaply might bring trouble. But if he gave him a roughly fair price and made sure he didn't spread it around, that would be enough. So Muchuan waved a hand and said, no need. For this thing, 2 million taels is enough. But whatever you do, don't tell anyone this price. To outsiders, this thing is absolutely not sold at this price. Even though the Uchiha clan is gone and no one wants this thing anymore, you still can't say it. Erzuzuzi put on a look that said he was loyal and knew how to keep his mouth shut, then patted his chest. Don't worry. I know how serious this is. Do I look like someone who talks too much? Last time, with Mom's resurrection, if you hadn't told me to say something, I was planning to carry it myself. Muchuan waved him off. Alright, I know you're reliable, Erzuzuzi. We can talk about the trade after we get back. For now, let's study the Rinnegan. Look, you've got the Eternal Eye now, and just so happens, I know exactly who the reincarnation vessels of Indra's and Asura's chakra are. And even more coincidentally, I also have the ability to extract their chakra. Don't you think that's a pretty big coincidence? Sasuke raised a brow. That is a pretty big coincidence. Muchuan smiled and continued. Guess who those two reincarnations are? They're both in Konoha. Sasuke rolled his eyes. If you're going to say it, then just say it. You're actually making me guess? Fine, I guess one of them is me. What do you think of that? TSK, TSK, TSK. Muchuan clapped in praise. Impressive. As expected of Erzuzuzi. You've got a bit of brains. Not much, but enough. You guessed right. Sasuke looked completely incredulous. It's really me? You're not messing with me? I'm the reincarnation of someone else's chakra? Muchuan spread his hands. Yeah. More accurately, you're the reincarnation vessel of Indra's chakra. And the reincarnation vessel of Asura's chakra is Naruto. Indra's chakra can only reincarnate within the Uchiha clan, who possess the Sharingan. Asura can only reincarnate within a clan with powerful physical traits, like the Senju or the Uzumaki, because they correspond to the Sage of Six Paths, Sage Eyes and Sage Body. You're from the Uchiha clan. Naruto is from the Uzumaki clan. That's how it is. Oh, and by the way, the previous generation of reincarnations were Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Just these two generations. That's it. It took Sasuke quite a while to snap back after hearing that, but he was broad-minded enough that he quickly stopped caring. He shook his head and said, Alright, so what are you going to do? How do you get that so-called Indra chakra? I can't feel anything at all, so I'm leaving it to you. He also wanted to see the Rinnegan awaken. This was the moment to witness a miracle, the legendary power of the sage. He really wanted to see it. He would awaken it himself in the future anyway, so getting a look at it in advance wasn't bad. Muchuan didn't waste words. He directly pressed his hand against Erzuzuzi's forehead. Don't move. Don't resist. Empty your mind and leave it to me. As he spoke, he did the same thing to him that he had done to Naruto. In just a minute or two, he found Indra's chakra and extracted a portion of it. When he lowered his hand, Sasuke touched his forehead, then checked his body's condition. Everything was normal. He didn't feel like anything was missing at all. That's it? Why don't I feel anything? You're sure it didn't fail? Muchuan smiled. Relax. It definitely worked. Indra's chakra is just a kind of latent symbiotic energy. Since its existence doesn't have any real effect on you, whether it's there or not, you won't feel anything. As for Asura's chakra, I already got it from Naruto before. Now I'll try fusing them. As he spoke, he closed his eyes and began controlling the two strands of chakra inside his body, merging them and bringing them together with his eyes. To speed things up, he directly used the life-nourishing power of sacred energy and the devouring force of dark origin to forcibly accelerate the fusion. The essence of awakening the Rinnegan was the fusion path of Indra and Asura's yin-yang chakra. His own dual-class attributes could basically be seen as yin and yang, two light and darkness, no real difference. So the progress was incredibly fast. It was done in no time at all, and from what he could sense, the Rinnegan had already formed. Awakening the Rinnegan not only brought a leap in chakra on an entirely new level, it also granted several abilities. The 6 paths of samsara, the outer path, and the ability to summon the demonic statue of the outer path. And on top of that, it awakened an exclusive Rinnegan dojutsu. But the moment Muchuan learned what that dojutsu was, he was so shocked he completely lost it and blurted out loud as he opened his eyes. Holy shit! Oh? The dojutsu was causality manipulation. Taken literally, it meant he could manipulate cause and effect, though the upper limit depended on his own strength. What kind of concept was that, you ask? It was a concept-level concept itself. Everything in the world could be manipulated because all things had causality. There were countless ways to use it, and the most common one was reversing causality so an attack would always hit. You getting hit was the effect. My attack was the cause. Reversing that causality made it look like I attacked and you took the hit, but in reality you got hit first, and only then did I attack. Basically, the moment I had the thought of attacking you, you were already hit. The attack motion afterward didn't even matter. I could swing at empty air, and the one taking the hit would still be you. And it couldn't be dodged, defended against, or resisted. No method would work. Even using space-time movement would be useless unless you instantly ran off to another universe. Once his strength was high enough later on, this thing would be downright invincible. One thought, my wanting to kill you was the cause, your death was the effect, so you died. It was that simple. Could also negate causality. If something had happened, and he negated the cause of it happening, then that effect would no longer occur, and everything would return to the state before it happened. You releasing a stream of fire was the cause. The fire flying out was the effect. If I negated the cause of your attack, then your fire would disappear. There were countless applications for causality like this. It was absurdly broken because this thing was the operating code of the world itself. If you had this ability, it was the same as being the programmer of the world. You could change it however you wanted. While Muchuan was spacing out, Erjuzi was staring at his Rinnegan with a curious look. It really wasn't he that good looking. Purple eyes with circle after circle in them. Ugly, seriously ugly. And this was supposed to be the sage SI? It had no style at all. Not even half as good looking as my Sharingan. By now, Muchuan had gotten over the shock. Once he came back to himself and thought about it, it was really just that. Using that thing wasn't nearly as wonderful as it sounded. If he used it on a small scale, there was no need. He was already strong enough. But if he used it too ruthlessly, the consumption would be way too great, so with his current strength, he simply couldn't support that ability. If his brain glitched for a second and he did something stupid and drained himself dry, then what? That would be way too miserable. That was the world's rules themselves. For all he knew, it might drain him so hard he wouldn't even be able to revive. The moment he came back to his senses, he saw Erjuzi over there complaining that the Rinnegan had no style and looked ugly. Oh, so now you're picky? Fine then, don't awaken it. Let me tell you, not only does your chakra skyrocket, it also gives you all attributes. The key is, this thing instantly lets you master over a dozen abilities, and on top of that, it awakens an exclusive dojutsu. The moment he heard his strength would soar, Sasuke smacked his lips, then immediately changed his tone. But now that I think about it, purple does have a certain charm. Muchuan looked at him with disdain. Heh. As if I don't know you, Erjuzi. As long as it could increase his strength, who cared whether it looked good or not? The only question was whether it could kill Itachi. If it could, he'd accept it even if it turned him into a ghost. Still, come to think of it, those purple ripple eyes really weren't that good looking. Right? They could be fused. Just like Kagaya's red Rinne Sharingan with 9-tomoe. Red looked way better, and in actual use, there'd be no need to keep switching eyes back and forth. Other people couldn't do it, but he absolutely could. And he could fuse it into whatever appearance he wanted. It was such a simple thing. But speaking of appearance, among all these eyes, the best-looking one was probably the Tenseigan. It was basically close to a normal eye, just with a pale blue eyeball and some white diffusion around the pupil. Pretty pleasing to look at. As for how to awaken the Tenseigan, that was way too simple. As long as you were a descendant of the Otsutsuki bloodline, all you had to do was dig out a pair of perfectly fine Byakugan and put them in. They're done. It was just that simple. It was just that brain-dead. But that was how it was designed, and you had to admit it. If the descendants of the Otsutsuki bloodline in the ninja world ever found out about this method, then the Hyuga clan would be completely screwed. There were quite a few people with Otsutsuki bloodlines, Senju, Uchiha, Kagaya, Uzumaki, especially the Kagaya bunch. Those lunatics were genuine brainless, battle-crazy terrorists. If they found out, the Hyuga clan would basically be treated like a dungeon to farm. As long as they got one pair of Byakugan and stuffed them into their own eye sockets, they could directly awaken the Tenseigan and rise into the absolute top tier of the ninja world. Honestly, after transmigrating here, as long as you were from a branch descended from the Otsutsuki bloodline, the fastest way to become strong was to gouge out a pair of Byakugan without the caged bird seal and awaken the Tenseigan. One step to the heavens. As for all that nonsense about needing especially pure blood, give me a break. There was no difference between Byakugan. Bloodlines had purity levels, sure, but what purity could an eyeball possibly have? Same function, same eye, and you're telling me yours has higher purity? Are you kidding me? The branch family's problem was purely because of the caged bird seal, not because they were born defective. Even the Hyuga clan themselves had never said anything about purity. It was just that Otsutsuki Tonari on the moon wanted to hit on their daughter. So he made up some crap about her having high purity, one daughter had to become his woman, and one pair of eyes had to become his. Damn, the guy had no shame at all. If we're talking purity, who had higher purity than you, a direct descendant of Hamura from the moon? Why the hell didn't you use your own? Why come all the way here to forcefully steal someone else's daughter? Could only say, as expected of bandit logic, really not like normal people. Thinking of that, Muchuan scratched his head and figured this actually made things easier for him. In a bit, he could head to the moon and fuse with that giant Tenseigan made from a whole pile of Byakugan. Once he thought of it, he acted. He grabbed Sasuke and headed toward his house. Come on, hurry up and go to your house to get the money and trade for the bloodline enhancement serum. Then drink it first and upgrade your eternal Mangekyo. After that, I need to head out somewhere. Your bro-s gonna go get himself a good-looking pair of eyes. Hehe, don't even think about it. There's no extra one, just that one. Sasuke said nothing and only kept rolling his eyes. Who cared about your so-called good-looking eyes? What I want is strength. Can good looks be eaten? Can good looks kill Uchiha Itachi? Ha! Such a grown man and still this childish. The two of them quickly arrived at the secret chamber of the Uchiha clan head. Sasuke took out 4 million ryo and handed it to Muchuan. Here, 2 doses. Get one for my mom too. Muchuan nodded and stored the money in the system space instead of recharging it into points, because his own family was almost out of money too. He'd keep this as living expenses. Then he took out 2 bottles of red liquid. Here, just drink it directly. Tastes pretty good too, watermelon flavor. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'm heading out first. See you later. After saying that, he waved goodbye and was about to directly teleport to the moon when he suddenly remembered his causality ability. How about giving it a try? The moment the thought came, he acted. He activated the ability and began constructing it. Cause I'm preparing to go to the moon. Effect. I arrive on the moon. Activate. Off we go. In a flash, Muchuan appeared on the surface of the moon. Feeling the consumption in his body, it wasn't low, but it wasn't too high either. And what it consumed wasn't just chakra or magic power alone. It was a mix of stamina, energy, mental power, eye power, and even soul power blended into it. Damn, no wonder I feel tired. So what it consumes is hybrid fuel. This is seriously fucked up. Hell, I could just teleported here myself. Okay? And it would been easy and painless too. With infinite magic power, that basically means 0 consumption at all. If this was used too hard, wouldn't it turn someone into a dried up husk on the spot? This crappy ability wasn't all that necessary anyway. Better to use it less. It was kind of a trap. He sensed Otsutsuki Tonari's location and summoned a spear of victory in advance, holding it in his hand. Then he teleported behind him and stabbed him in the kidney with a wet thud. The hard crowd control triggered, leaving him unable to move or speak. Only then did he clap his hands and walk around to stand in front of him. TSK, TSK, TSK. Wow, among all the shameless people out there, you're one of the thicker-skinned ones. A pitiful little brainwashed fool. You still spend every day thinking about Hinata's body and Hanabi's eyes. Huh? Nice dream. Don't dream about it anymore. Oh right, you don't have an anymore. Otsutsuki Tonari was stunned. What was going on? What was this? How could there be someone on the moon? Even if I can't see, how did all those puppets fail to notice him? And how did he get into the artificial sun without the barrier detecting him? Damn it, why can't I move or talk? What kind of jutsu is this? After saying that, Muchuan couldn't be bothered with him anymore. He looked around the palace and then outside. Nice place. Pretty good hidden paradise. Its location was unique. Far away on the moon and inside the sphere itself with a complete ecological environment. There was a teleportation device connecting Earth and the moon. This was a good place to settle down. Kid, this kind of opportunity is too much for you to handle. This old man will gladly accept it, then. After thinking it through, he turned back to Otsutsuki Tonari, smiled and said, your Otsutsuki bloodline is pretty pure. Kid. It'd be a shame for it to just disappear when you die. To avoid wasting it, I'll gladly take it. It's all in the spirit of diligence and thrift. I know you're touched. No need to say anything. Don't mention it. As he spoke, he stretched out his evil hand and pressed it onto Otsutsuki Tonari's body. Source of darkness. Devour. Just like that, Tonari died in grievance. His bloodline power completely devoured, leaving him dead and dried out. Muchuan further filtered the Otsutsuki bloodline power he had devoured, turning it into pure energy before fusing it into himself. To begin with, the essence of everything in the world was energy. Bloodline power could also be converted back into energy. The principle was that the divine tree could turn a planet's energy into fruit, and the fruit could then be turned into power and abilities. In the end, it could also be converted back into chakra as energy. Chakra could then become matter or attribute-based attacks. Chakra could even be transformed into living forms. This process was nothing more than an endless cycle of evolution and transformation. So anything made of energy could be converted back into an energy form and reassembled. The difficult part was mental attachment and control. As long as the essence remained the same, the function would not change. After absorbing it, Muchuan couldn't help sighing. As he grew more familiar with them, his control over the light and darkness powers of his dual classes was becoming more and more refined, and his use of them more and more natural. Toneri was dealt with. Next was that giant Tenseigan. That thing was good stuff. Among that pile of Byakugan used to create it, there had to be one that belonged to Otsutsuki Himura. Muchuan felt sure of it. It was even possible that the true core of that giant Tenseigan was Otsutsuki Himura's pair of Byakugan. Too lazy to think more about it, he decided to just go verify it himself. After sensing its location, he teleported straight to the underground core where the giant Tenseigan was placed. This was both a massive protective structure and a massive core control device. Everything inside and outside the moon was controlled through this place. And the giant Tenseigan was both the energy supply center and the CPU core. Now that Muchuan had the power of the Otsutsuki bloodline, getting close to the big eyeball wouldn't cause any rejection at all. He raised a hand, pressed it against it, and sent his spiritual power inside to sense it. Very quickly, he sensed an even purer and more powerful energy within it. It was probably the Byakugan transformed from Otsutsuki Himura's. Muchuan suddenly opened his eyes and used his spiritual power to separate out that strongest portion along with nearly half of the entire mass of energy. A single, separate Tenseigan was split out, and now there were two giant Tenseigan, both a size smaller than the original. One had to be left behind to control and stabilize the moon. He still planned to treat this place as a home, so he definitely couldn't let it shut down. He controlled the separated Tenseigan and made it float before his eyes. Then he let out a long breath. He guided it into energy and had it pour into his eyes, fusing with them. At the same time, he activated the power of his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan, using the Tenseigan as the foundation for a 3-in-1 fusion. Very soon, the outer Tenseigan had completely fused into his eyes. At that moment, Muchuan's eyes were swirling vortices mixed with multiple colors. A moment later, the vortex slowly faded and gradually stabilized. The whites of his eyes reappeared, and the colors gathered toward the center, transforming into pale blue irises. The outer ring of the irises should have been black, but now it was instead a pale yellow halo. Then the pupils appeared, along with fine white radiating lines around them, except those lines carried the pattern of the eternal Mangekyo. After the fusion was complete, Muchuan blinked. That's it? It's done? Doesn't he feel all that special? He teleported to the mirror in the palace and leaned in for a closer look. Not bad. They looked basically close to normal eyes. The difference from the original Tenseigan was that the black ring around the irises had turned into a pale yellow halo, and the white radiating lines around the pupils had become white Mangekyo-like radiating patterns. They were all details you wouldn't notice unless you looked closely, and blue eyes were everywhere anyway, so they weren't really special. The only thing was that they'd suddenly gone from black to blue, so people would probably be curious for a bit. He straightened up and looked around the palace. With things on the moon settled, it was time to head back. But this place couldn't be left abandoned. By now, through the giant Tenseigan, Muchuan had also taken over control of the entire moon and all the puppets on it. He directly ordered the puppets to continue their original duties as usual. Those that should patrolled, those that should cleaned. These puppets were impressive. Fully automatic, super intelligent, and even able to think and speak. The giant Tenseigan supplied their energy, and not only was the Tenseigan's own energy enormous, it could also absorb solar energy for its own use, so there was no need to worry about power supply at all. They didn't eat, drink, or sleep. They were basically the perfect replacement for workhorses. Leaving the upkeep of the moon's interior to these puppets couldn't be more reliable. He lowered his head and looked at the moon's core. Otsutsuki Kagaya was living inside it. For now, better not disturb her carelessly. He wasn't sure he could beat her either. What if she was just messing around with her own kids? What if that seal was just her shutting herself in? With her setup, if it were me, I wouldn't even know how I could lose. Sealing her with her own power? And not just that, using a downgraded version of her own high-end seal to seal her? What kind of plot was that supposed to be? It was like a Desert Eagle pistol and a Barrett sniper rifle firing at each other, their bullets colliding midair, and somehow the sniper round lost to the pistol bullet. You seriously expect me to believe that? I don't buy it. Whoever wants to believe it can go right ahead. Better play it safe and wait until level 50 and First Awakening. By then, he'd absolutely be invincible, absolutely without a single opponent who could withstand one move. He pulled his gaze away, looked up and teleported back home, then dropped onto his bed. Half an hour passed. The room was silent and lifeless. TSK, this is kind of boring, how about doing something? What to do? Right now that he had the Tenseigan, shouldn't he find someone to show off to? And if he was going to show off to someone, nowhere beat the Hyuga clan. Heh. By then, the Hyuga clan head's expression would definitely be priceless. He jumped off the bed, strolled out the door, and headed straight for the Hyuga clan grounds. On the way, he bought a huge bundle of grilled skewers and ate as he walked. Along the road, everyone who saw him as the deputy Hokage greeted him warmly, And Muchuan responded with a smile on his face. Life should be this leisurely. Fighting and killing should never be the theme of life. Enjoyment should. Having cheats really is great. With a few casual tricks, I can turn Konoha village of the Land of Fire into my, Muchuan's, Konoha village. Holding the position of Deputy Hokage means I do not have to handle affairs myself, yet I still have real power. It saves trouble and brings benefits. Feels amazing. He arrived at the main gate of the Hyuga clan. The two Hyuga clansmen on duty saw who it was and quickly bowed in greeting. There was no cliché scene of mockery followed by a face-slapping comeback. In fact, that kind of thing basically would not happen. It was not like everyone had taken the wrong medicine. Did every protagonist have to get mocked by every person he met? Greetings, Deputy Hokage-sama. Muchuan nodded. Inform clan head Hizashi that I'm here to discuss something with him. One of them bowed and said, yes, please wait a moment. After saying that, he went inside to find the clan head. Muchuan chatted with the other one. What do you think of my eyes? The guard froze for a second, not following at all. They're pretty good, I guess. Muchuan nodded with a satisfied look. I think so too. Guard, heh. Hee. He complained inwardly, what is this? What kind of problem is that? Bored? If you're that bored, can't you just eat the grilled skewer in your hand? Looks like it's really true that all experts have something wrong with them. Not long after, Hyuga Hizashi personally came out to welcome Muchuan with a smile on his face. The moment they met, he greeted him very politely. Deputy Hokage-sama, my apologies for keeping you waiting. I have tea prepared. Please come inside so we can talk. Muchuan replied as well, Clan head Hyuga, you're too courteous. Sorry for the sudden visit. Clan head Hizashi smiled and gestured invitingly with one hand. Not at all. Not at all. Please. After a round of pleasantries, the two walked inward. It had to be said, the Hyuga clan estate was truly large. As expected of a great clan passed down through generations. It really was imposing. They entered the reception hall and fine tea was served. Muchuan spoke again. Clan head Hyuga, what do you think of my eyes? Hyuga Hizashi raised a brow and looked at his eyes with a puzzled expression. They were a little different from a day ago, having changed from black to blue. What was so strange about that? Maybe he was wearing colored contacts. But he came all the way here just to ask that? No way. Who could be that bored? If he was really that bored, he could have gone to ask the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. We have never dealt with each other before, and we're not close. You had me thinking you came to discuss some serious matter, like forming an alliance with the Hyuga clan. Got me excited for nothing. Still, he politely gave a positive review. Deputy Hokage-sama, in terms of appearance, your eyes are quite good-looking. They also give off a sense of nobility. At the very least, they look better than your former black ones. The corners of Muchuan's lips lifted as he smiled. Really? Then has clan head Hyuga noticed what kind of eyes these are? Do they seem familiar? Today, he absolutely had to get a grip on Hyuga Hizashi. It would be best if he could get some benefits out of it. That's right. Trading this secret for little cutie Hanabi would not be too much. Would it? You want combat power, I want a girl. Fair and reasonable. You sell me one Hanabi, then I'll go win over your Hinata too. Get both of them done in one go. Yes, that's it. Nothing wrong with that at all. Hyuga Hizashi frowned. Did I misjudge it? So there really is something wrong with those eyes. I knew no one would be that bored. He instantly activated his Byakugan and began examining them carefully. Sure enough, they were not colored contacts. They were perfectly integrated, with no sign of any special modification. And there was that complex internal structure, along with chakra so vast it was terrifying. It even carried some familiar traits almost like the Byakugan except much more advanced. Could it be some special Kekkei Genkai that had awakened? What kind of bloodline I could be this strong? No wait, wasn't he supposed to have the Mangekyo Sharingan? What was going on? This was obviously in an activated state, yet the Mangekyo pattern was not displayed across the whole eye. Instead, it was concentrated around the pupil as a subtle miniature pattern that would be impossible to notice without close inspection. He stopped observing with the Byakugan. Hizashi's face was full of questions. Deputy Hokage-sama, are your eyes still the Mangekyo Sharingan? No matter how he looked at them, something was off. He had seen Sharingan before. They were not like this. And yet, the full eye traits had not appeared, but it was already in an active state. Felt very strange. Muchuan said with a smile. Strange is right. These indeed can no longer really be counted as Sharingan. I'm not going to hide it either. I'll be direct. Do you know what these eyes are? They are the ultimate fused state of 4 kinds of eyes. So? Impressive, right? Hyuga Hizashi shot to his feet with a start. The expression on his face utterly disbelieving, as if he had seen a ghost. What? Fusion? Eyes? For kinds? How is that possible? Different eyes can be fused? Which for? No, wait, that familiar feeling just now. Does one of them include the Byakugan? There it is, there it is, there it is. That's the expression. Exactly this. That look of total loss of control over your expression. It's really satisfying to watch. Muchuan curled his lips in a smile and pressed a hand down. Ah, clan head Hyuga, don't get worked up. Seat. You're the head of a clan. Yet you're still this flustered and unable to control your emotions. What kind of behavior is that? Drink some tea. Have a sip and calm yourself. We can talk slowly. Only then did Hyuga Hizashi realize he had lost his composure. He steadied his emotions and sat back down. Ahem. My apologies. I was too excited. It's just that this is too unbelievable. Deputy Hokage-sama, please explain in detail. Did you truly fuse our clan's Byakugan? Muchuan nodded, then shook his head. He took a sip of tea before speaking slowly. Yes. And no. The thing is, I really did fuse a Byakugan, but the Byakugan I fused was not from your Hyuga clan. This. Hizashi cut in with a pained expression. Sorry to interrupt, but are you saying there is a Byakugan clan in the ninja world that is not part of my Hyuga clan? That's impossible. Why have I never heard of it? Even if it were a branch line, that would still be impossible. To keep the Byakugan from leaking out, the Hyuga clan has never allowed any clansmen to go missing, much less let them start families outside, and even less secretly establish a clan of their own. As he said that, he started to feel uneasy inside. Could it be that some bastard from the main family failed to keep it in his pants and got a woman outside pregnant? Could they really be that unlucky? And somehow let the other side develop many Byakugan? Every one of those men in the main family really ought to be castrated. Let's see you bastards keep spreading your seed everywhere then. Fuck. If the men of the main family knew what Hizashi was thinking, they would definitely shout, "We're innocent. Feed me peanuts. Feed me peanuts." Muchuan wanted to laugh at the way the other man was filling in the blanks, but he held back and explained instead. Oh, that. Clan head Hyuga, you've misunderstood. Naturally, there is no Byakugan clan wandering outside in the Earth's ninja world. The Byakugan I got was from the moon. They were all ownerless eyes. But that can wait. There is a big secret behind it. If clan head Hyuga wants to know, we can discuss it later. He took another sip of tea to wet his throat and continued, back to the earlier question. Clan head Hyuga was asking which for kinds of eyes. Saying for kinds is actually not that rigorous. There are mutated forms and evolved forms included as well. It's just that, after they became other kinds of eyes, the difference from the original was too great, so I counted them as separate eyes. Clan head Hizashi nodded. Now that made sense. I was wondering where so many special eye bloodlines could come from. So there are special variants mixed in. Muchuan continued, you should know that my original eyes were the Mangekyo Sharingan. That is one of them. And after the Mangekyo Sharingan mutates, it becomes the Rinnegan. Yes, that's right. Exactly what you're thinking. The sage's eyes of the sage of six paths Hayashi Hyuga jolted back to his feet. His eyes wide open. He was practically losing his mind. Holy shit, what did you just say? Sage eyes? You mean becoming an immortal? Is this something I'm even allowed to know? Am I going to get silenced? No, wait. If people found out the Hyuga clan had information about awakening sage eyes and becoming immortal. Hell no. By the time that thought crossed his mind, Hayashi was already drenched in sweat. There it is again. Another expression. This is exactly the look. Sweating buckets now, huh, brother? Muchuan took a calm sip of tea and shifted into another sitting position. Come on now, clan head Hyuga. What's going on with you? Can't you have at least a little of a clan head's self-restraint? Sit down. Don't act so shocked every time you hear a bit of news. If outsiders saw this, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Hayashi raised a hand and wiped the cold sweat off his face, then sat back down awkwardly. But at this point, his expression management was completely gone. He just couldn't recover. Only after seeing him sit did Muchuan continue with a satisfied smile. That's better. Let us continue. The expression Hayashi had only just managed to ease tightened all over again. No, wait, you're still continuing? Are you sick in the head? You really have to tell me all this deadly information today. Huh? This gets people killed. It really gets people killed. Did you come here specifically to screw over the Hyuga clan? But damn it, he really did want to hear this secret. At the same time, he was terrified that news about the Hyuga clan knowing how to awaken sage eyes might spread. What if it did? What if it really got out? Felt like cats clawing at his heart. Agonizing. Too agonizing. Wait. Deputy Hokage-sama. Please hold on. At the critical moment, he suddenly had an idea. He immediately activated his Byakugan and expanded its range to the maximum to monitor the surrounding area. At the same time, he ordered all nearby clan members to withdraw to the perimeter of the Hyuga compound and stand guard. Without his orders, no one was allowed to activate their Byakugan to inspect the inside. Only after doing all that did he finally say with a relieved expression, "Phew, all right. Now we can ensure nothing goes wrong. Deputy Hokage-sama, you may continue." After saying that, he took a sip of tea to steady himself. Was hearing this easy for him? He was risking his life just to listen to gossip. Thrilling Muchuan sipped his tea and watched eagerly as the man bustled around. To be fair, The Hyuga clan had always been famous for being extremely cautious when it came to major matters. To put it bluntly, you could even call them timid. But normally, they weren't like this. As long as it didn't involve anything major, they always carried themselves as if they were above others. Could be said they looked down on everyone. Back then, the Uchiha's Sharingan could still suppress the arrogance of their Byakugan. But now that the Uchiha clan was gone, well then, their confidence had inflated. It had straight up become, the Hyuga clan is Konoha's strongest clan, no question. But Muchuan didn't care about any of that. Still smiling, he continued chatting with clan head Hayashi. So clan head Hyuga doesn't know the Sharingan's secret either. I thought the Hyuga clan had such an ancient inheritance that you'd know this secret. After all, you're descendants of Otsutsuki Hamura, the younger brother of the Sage of Six Paths. That really shouldn't be the case. Looks like your ancestors didn't tell you much about the secrets of the Otsutsuki after all. Clan head Hyuga felt embarrassed. Fine. Just treat us like we were born to the wrong mother, alright? Hurry up and get to the point. Seeing how anxious he was, forcing himself not to speak while his expression kept changing, Muchuan found himself speaking with even more gusto. That was the thrill of telling someone a secret. The listener got excited, and the speaker got more and more into it. Then let me tell you the secret of the Rinnegan. The method is actually very simple. It's just that the conditions are rather hard to fulfill. First, you need the Sharingan. That goes without saying. Then you need to awaken the Mangekyo. After that, someone from your own family also needs to awaken the Mangekyo. Next, you take that family member's Mangekyo and use it to awaken the eternal Mangekyo. Clan head Hyuga froze for a moment. What the hell kind of cursed upgrade path is this for the Sharingan? Is that brutal? Muchuan continued. At that point, you've completed half of it. Next comes the key part. You have to collect the reincarnation chakra of the Sage of Six Paths' two sons, Indra and Azura. To put it plainly, they are the two inherited powers of the Sage of Six Paths. One is the Yin-attributed Sage Eyes, and the other is the Yang-attributed Sage Body. The previous generation of these two chakra reincarnations was Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. This generation is Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. Fuse those two kinds of chakra into yourself. Then all you have to do is wait. After enough time passes, if it can awaken, it will awaken. Of course, the main body must be an Uchiha who has awakened the Sharingan. For anyone else, even if they transplant a Sharingan and fulfill the conditions, it's useless. The moment the fusion happens, they die on the spot. That's the Otsutsuki bloodline mechanism. Hayashi Hyuga blinked his pale Byakugan eyes. That really was pretty simple. It was just simple for the Uchiha clan. Even if anyone else learned the method, it was completely useless. The ancestral bloodline mechanism of the Otsutsuki alone blocked everyone else out. Damn it, why can the Sharingan become Sage Eyes? I'm so jealous. Our Byakugan also comes from the Otsutsuki bloodline, so why is it inferior to the Sharingan? That one can evolve and mutate, but the Byakugan. This isn't fair. Smacking his lips in envy, he said, that really is unbelievable. When you put it that way, the Uchiha clan truly is uniquely blessed. Unlike us, though both are ocular bloodline limits from the Otsutsuki bloodline, the Byakugan has had only this one form since the moment it awakens. These two are the Sharingan and the Rinnegan. Add the Byakugan and that makes three. Then what is the fourth kind of eye? I assume it must also be an extremely powerful bloodline eye. Otherwise, you wouldn't think highly of it. Am I right? After saying that, he picked up his teacup and started drinking. Muchuan curled his lips into a smile. It is indeed quite strong. It's called the Tenseigan, the evolution of the Byakugan. It stands on the same level as the Rinnegan. Clan head Hyuga spat out a mouthful of tea. His cup dropped to the floor, and he didn't even notice. He sprang back to his feet, his face full of shock and excitement. What? The evolution of the Byakugan? And it stands on the same level as the Rinnegan?
Iem tautelinam, holy shit.
The Byakugan can evolve? More importantly, whether it can evolve or not, I, the head of the Byakugan clan, don't know, but you, an outsider, do. What, are you messing with me? This just makes us look useless. Okay? Do we not have any dignity? With the corners of his mouth lifted, Muchuan looked at Hayashi Hyuga with a smile. See? Here it is again. This reaction, this expression, this state. TSK. It felt like eating fruit he had grown himself, force-ripened for quick results. A single bite, and pure, refreshing satisfaction. Once again, he pressed his hand down toward him. Clan head Hyuga, sit down. Really, what is wrong with you? This is the third time already. As a clan head, joy and anger shouldn't show on your face but stay hidden in your heart. If you can't even manage that much self-restraint, how are you supposed to accomplish great things? Hayashi Hyuga suppressed his excitement, his body trembling as he sat back down. He looked at the other man with a face full of expectation. Deputy Hokage, no Hokage-sama, there really is a way for the Byakugan to evolve? Could you? Muchuan waved a hand and cut him off. A clan head Hyuga, don't be in such a hurry. In all things, profit comes first. The other information doesn't carry any real practical benefit, so telling you was just that. Telling you is nothing. But this method for evolving the Byakugan is information that can give your Hyuga clan top-tier power in the ninja world. I can't just tell you for free, can I? Shouldn't you give me something in exchange? Then this becomes a transaction, right? And if it's a transaction, we need to discuss the price first. As he spoke, he rubbed his fingers together, then raised his brows at the other man with a look that clearly said, you know what I mean? Hayashi Hyuga also came to his senses and nodded at once. Right, you're absolutely right. Should be that way. We can't let Hokage-sama take a loss. Then let us discuss the matter of the price. Like this, our Hyuga clan will also show our sincerity. Let me put it this way. As long as it's something the Hyuga clan has, and something Hokage-sama wants, then no matter what it is, please just say the word. My bottom line is that I have no bottom line. Even if I have to mobilize the entire clan, I won't hesitate. After saying that, he looked at Muchuan with burning eyes, afraid he might refuse. Muchuan licked his lower lip and thought, damn, Hyuga Hizashi really can go all out. But it made sense. As the head of a clan, the man clearly had vision. In this ninja world, once you held power, you held everything. A mere family fortune meant nothing. If the Byakugan could really evolve into eyes comparable to the sage's eyes, then what wouldn't they have by then? Money, power, status, everything they could want and far beyond what they had now. Clan head Hyuga, you've got guts. Fine, I won't waste words either. I want money. A lot of money. And Hanabi. The moment Hyuga Hizashi heard the other party ask for money, he let out a breath of relief. Money? In Konoha, who was richer than the Hyuga clan? Even in the land of fire, who was richer than the Hyuga clan? But before he could stay happy for even a second, he heard that unexpected name. Hanabi? Hanabi? Isn't that my daughter? This bastard's got his eyes on my daughter? How dare this damn dog? I'll tear him apart. Wait, no, this might actually work? Logically speaking, this bastard had the Byakugan too now. No, not just the Byakugan. He had the evolved Tenseigan, and his strength spoke for itself. He was absurdly strong. He had strength, looks, status as the deputy Hokage. As for money, the Hyuga family didn't lack that stuff. They had so much of it, using it to wipe your ass would feel too rough. So there was no downside. If you put it that way, did that mean Hanabi wasn't even good enough for him? A smile bloomed across Hyuga Hizashi's face again. Ahem. Money isn't a problem. It's just, I didn't hear you clearly. Did you say you want Hanabi? Muchuan nodded. You heard right. Hanabi. Hizashi leaned forward a little. You're sure? This Hanabi. You mean Hyuga Hanabi? That's right. That Hanabi. My second daughter? That's right. What do you want her for? Right? I want her for. No. Obviously to be my woman. What else? Hizashi raised a brow. Now? Muchuan shook his head. Of course not. Before she's 18. She can stay with the Hyuga family. I'll come see her when I have time. Hizashi nodded. All right, no problem. Then let's talk about the money. How much are you planning to ask for? Do you have a specific number? Muchuan shrugged and shook his head. No, you decide. Let me see what this evolution method is worth in clan head Hyuga's eyes. As he spoke, he sipped his tea, grumbling inwardly. What number am I supposed to give? How would I know how much money your Hyuga family has? If I ask for too much and you can't pay, it'll just turn into pointless haggling. Better kick the ball back to you. Hizashi closed his eyes and thought for a moment. When he opened them again, his expression was serious. How about 100 billion? That's the amount of liquid funds I can produce immediately. In other words, it's all the cash I can mobilize at once as the head of the Hyuga clan. Anything more would require meetings with the clan, fund transfers, asset handling, and a pile of troublesome procedures. Muchuan spat out a mouthful of tea. What the hell? 100 billion? And that was just the clan head's available funds? Holy shit, the Hyuga family was this rich? No, clan head Hyuga. Your Hyuga family is really that rich? You casually speak in hundreds of billions? Hizashi raised a brow. This wasn't the perfect time to show off? This time. It's finally my turn, right? Hehehehehe. He cleared his throat and straightened his back. Doesn't the Hokage already know that the Hyuga clan is a great clan with a 1,000-year legacy? So before Konoha village was even founded, we Hyuga were already a great clan. Back then, aside from the Uchiha and the Senju, there was us, the Hyuga. We're not just nobles in Konoha village. We're great nobles in the land of fire too. The Hyuga clan is involved in a great many industries. Not just in this little Konoha village, but across the land of fire and even neighboring countries. Real estate and mining in particular. Forget the land of fire as a whole. In Konoha alone, nearly half the land belongs to my Hyuga family. And because of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, with its penetrative vision and insight, the mining industry basically always has our share. You could say that wherever there are mines, the Hyuga clan has the final say. So now you understand, right? Forget the accumulation of several hundred, nearly 1,000 years. Even if you only count the decades since Konoha was founded, we can still produce 100 billion. The reason I can't produce more right now is because all the money is tied up in investments and operations. Pulling it back would disrupt everything and damage the foundation. Muchuan's brows kept twitching as he listened. Damn, he really got to show off there. I got careless and didn't dodge in time. Seeing that Hizashi looked ready to keep bragging, Muchuan hurriedly waved a hand to stop him. Alright, I get it. The Hyuga family is rich. Then it's settled happily like this. 100 billion it is. Pay up. Let's move fast. I suddenly remembered there's still a pot stewing in the soup at my place. Hizashi smacked his lips, looking like he still hadn't had enough. It had been hard enough to get a chance to show off in front of someone, and he hadn't even enjoyed it properly. Bit of a shame. Alright. He stood up and bowed slightly forward. Please wait a moment. I'll go to the secret room and get the storage scrolls. I'll be right back. With that, he turned and left. His movements were a little quick, showing he was still eager. Not long after, he returned carrying 2 storage scrolls. He handed them to Muchuan with a smile. Would you like to check them? Each scroll contains 50 billion. Muchuan took the scrolls and stored them in the system storage space. The amount was immediately fed back to him. Exactly 100 billion. Not a single bit off. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. No need. I trust clan head Hyuga, don't I? Come. I'll explain the path of Byakugan evolution right now. It's actually very simple. There are only 2 conditions. First, the person must be a descendant with Otsutsuki bloodline, and the bloodline must be intact. Can't be damaged for any reason, like seals or anything else. In other words, it has to be one of those special races in the ninja world that carry Otsutsuki bloodline inheritance. Second, they need to replace their eyes with a pair of complete and undamaged Byakugan. That will open the Tenseigan, though they still won't be able to use it properly at first. After that, they just have to wait for it to slowly fuse and fully evolve. That process can take a long time or a short time. The appearance doesn't only change after the fusion is complete. The moment it's activated, the eyes will evolve into something like mine. Not only do they look better, they also bring a leap-like boost to the user. The improvement is comprehensive. Physical strength, chakra quantity and intensity, insight ability, all of it gets enhanced. You gain yin-yang release and the power to create, repair, and destroy. You can also draw out another person's chakra from afar, or knock their chakra out of their body. On top of that, you'll gain several powerful abilities, like controlling attraction and repulsion. Don't underestimate that ability. It's both offense and defense in one, and it can even control something as big as the moon. There's also the exclusive Tenseigan chakra mode. Once activated, chakra energy covers the whole body, letting you enter a mode similar to 6 Paths level. You can use truth-seeking balls. Those things can change into any shape. They're products of yin-yang release with both offense and defense, and ordinary ninjutsu can't destroy them, so they can block all ordinary ninjutsu. There are also 2 built-in techniques. One is Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion, where the truth-seeking balls spin into a ring of light and release a violent giant tornado as an area attack forward. The other is Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion, where the truth-seeking balls gather into a giant golden blade of light, powerful enough to split the moon in one strike. You can also summon a giant stone statue. It can't be destroyed and repairs itself infinitely, with combat power comparable to a tailed beast. Alright, there's also mind control. That means forcibly controlling others and reading memories. So, pretty amazing, right? Harasho or not. Hyuga Hizashi was stunned as he listened. After Muchuan finished, he came back to himself a little and blinked. Isn't that a bit too much? How does evolving the Byakugan once make it feel invincible? Are you sure you're not exaggerating? Muchuan rolled his eyes, poured himself another cup of tea, and took a sip. What do you mean exaggerated? So clan head Hyuga thinks I'm just bragging? Would I even bother? First, you need to understand one fact. The Byakugan is an innate gift of the Otsutsuki clan, basically a kind of bloodline divine ability. The Sharingan, on the other hand, was bestowed by the fruit of the god tree. So if the evolved form of an Otsutsuki innate divine ability is a bit stronger, is there a problem with that? It's a natal divine ability. Once something like that evolves, do you think it's messing around with you? Any other questions? A flash of insight crossed Hizashi's mind, and he immediately thought of a key issue. Cautiously, he asked, "No, wait, SNT, there's something wrong with this Byakugan evolution? After hearing you out, I feel like whether the main body is from our Hyuga clan or not doesn't even matter. What actually matters is the Byakugan of our main family. In other words, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan's main family is just consumable material, while the main body could be any descendant with Otsutsuki blood." Hyuga Hizashi's face practically cracked on the spot. No, what kind of nonsense was this? The Byakugan did evolve, sure, but who it evolved on wasn't necessarily a Hyuga. Wasn't that complete bullshit? Didn't that mean the Hyuga clan's Byakugan had become someone else's evolution material? There had always been plenty of people eyeing the Byakugan. To prevent accidents, they had created the caged bird seal to destroy the Byakugan upon death. If this information got out, people would go completely insane. Then again, maybe not necessarily. There weren't many descendants with Otsutsuki blood to begin with, and even fewer were still alive now. The Uchiha clan was gone. The Uzumaki clan was gone too. That mad Kagaya Takatori branch was already wiped out. The gentler bloodlines that remained weren't many. They were still a threat, but not a huge one. The Senju didn't have many left either. Not too bad. It wasn't some earth-shattering problem. As long as they were careful and didn't let this information leak, it would be fine. Muchuan shrugged helplessly. If you put it that way, then yeah, that's true. But you don't need to worry too much. After all, your main family members don't go out much, and the branch family's incomplete Byakugan with the caged bird seal on it is useless anyway. And there aren't many descendants with Otsutsuki blood left either. Just be careful not to let anyone else know about this. No need to worry too much. This really isn't a major problem. Hizashi nodded. That's true. As long as we're cautious, it'll be fine. Muchuan agreed. Exactly. When the time comes, you can just awaken one Tenseigan yourself. As long as nobody else knows, isn't that enough?
À top tier combat force.
One is enough to deter an entire clan. There's no need to make so many. After thinking it over, Hizashi felt that made sense too. Too many people meant too many loose mouths. Better for him to be the only one to awaken it. When the time came, he could just dump the blame on this guy and say he had paid him to help evolve it. Perfect. Seeing Hizashi looking a little distracted, Muchuan got to his feet and prepared to leave. Alright, think it over yourself and decide whose eyes to replace. I'm guessing your branch doesn't have a habit of storing eyes. Instead, you're always trying to make sure the eyes are destroyed when someone dies. Unlike that branch on the moon where they stored all of them for fusion. If you people had started storing Byakugan long ago and replaced them whenever someone lost theirs, you would discovered the evolution method ages ago. Oh. Actually, no. Your main family basically never leaves home, so their eyes would never be destroyed and need replacing. And it's useless even if the branch family replaces theirs. TSK. Guess it's all fate. Since the deal is done, I'll be heading back now. Hyuga Hizashi also stood and personally saw him out through the main gate. As Muchuan walked down the road, he suddenly thought of Obito, the #1 living beast in the ninja world. Also the one best at causing trouble. If there was something inhuman to do, he'd do it. Truly a rare specimen. Come to think of it, the Uchiha clan really did produce talents. Shursui, Konoha's #1 loser. Obito, Konoha's #1 living beast. Itachi-san, Konoha's #2 living beast. Sasuke, the second pillar. Madara, king of dance. Izuna, watermelon. All in all, everything Obito did was because of that girl, Noera Rin. Say what you want, but a white moonlight really did hit hard. But the problem was, she didn't even like him. Now wasn't he that awkward? He was just a simp. A crazy simp at that. Tell me, wasn't he that scary? So what would happen if I revived Noera Rin? Then he'd her. Tell Rin about all the things Obito had done. Then have her meet him with a face full of disgust and start condemning him. TSK. Just imagining it felt delicious. Yeah, that could work. Let us do it that way. If I'm going to revive Rin, I should at least give Kakashi a heads up first so he doesn't freak out. He turned around at the corner and headed straight for Kakashi's house. After 2 steps, he felt it was too slow, so he used teleportation and went directly there. Whoosh! At Kakashi's house, Muchuan appeared right in front of Kakashi. And then hiss! Holy shit! The moment he saw Kakashi, Muchuan felt like his titanium dog eyes had been shattered on the spot. Kakashi was lying on the bed, apparently not wearing any clothes. But that wasn't the point. The point was that Might Guy was lying beside him, apparently not wearing any either. The two of them were under the same blanket, sleeping soundly. Kakashi sharply sensed someone's gaze on him and instantly woke up. He sat up and whipped his head toward the direction of that stare. Then he saw Muchuan, eyes wide, face full of utter disbelief. The moment Kakashi looked over, Muchuan awkwardly swallowed. Sorry. You too. I disturbed you. I'll take my leave. As he spoke, he turned his head and started looking for the door to get out. When Kakashi saw that it was Vice Hokage Muchuan, he let out a breath of relief. He had thought it was some enemy spy trying to ambush him. But then confusion crossed his face. Disturbed what? What was with that expression? Why was it so weird? Then he suddenly remembered Guy was still next to him. He lowered his head and looked at the state the two of them were in. Holy shit, this was bad. His reputation in his later years was about to be ruined. He quickly raised a hand. Wait, don't go. It's not what you think. I can explain. But Muchuan didn't care what he was yelling. He opened the door, stepped out, and slammed it shut with a bang, all in one smooth motion. Kakashi moved at the fastest speed of his life, jumping off the bed and rushing to the door. With a loud crack, he yanked it open, his eyes practically turning red from panic. Panting heavily, face twisted, his eyes locked hard onto Muchuan. Huff! Huff! I can explain. Really. Come in. You come in. That expression was so fierce. It looked like he was terrified Muchuan might run away. Before Muchuan could say anything, Might Gaia's voice came from inside again. Hey Kakashi, what are you doing? We worked ourselves to death all day. With that much exercise, aren't you tired? Why aren't you sleeping properly? Good lord. The moment those words came out, Muchuan took 2 steps back as if there were something filthy in front of him. Even the way he looked at Kakashi changed. Like he was saying, see? The facts are right there. What else do you have to argue? Kakashi's expression turned even more ferocious. Red light practically flashed in his eyes as he turned around and shouted. My guy, you bastard. Do you believe I'll kill you or not? I really will kill you. Then he sensed Muchuan lifting a foot to leave, and immediately turned back. No, you can't go. I really can explain. I really can. You have to hear me out. I'm begging you, at least hear my explanation. The Hatake family name cannot be ruined like this. Especially when this is all just a misunderstanding. It's really not what you think. Muchuan still didn't really want to go back in. Mainly because that scene just now had been way too explosive. That whole best bros under one blanket visual style was just too much for his nerves. At that moment, Might Guy also walked up behind Kakashi. Oh, it's the Vice Hokage. Sorry about that. Kakashi and I were just too tired, so we went to sleep a little early. Kakashi slapped a hand over his face. Might Guy, you bastard. Shut up. I'm seriously going to kill you. Guy scratched his head, completely baffled. What was going on? Had Kakashi taken the wrong medicine? Kakashi couldn't care about any of that now and hurriedly started explaining. We're really not what you think. It's just that today Guy dragged me into a huge number of matches. And then we did a lot of high-intensity training together. Our relationship is good, so he just slept over at my place. That was all. I was wearing pants, really. And he was too. Kai just doesn't know how to talk. What he meant just now was basically that. There was really nothing else. Believe me, okay? After hearing that whole explanation, Muchuan still swept his suspicious gaze back and forth between the two of them. A moment later, he let out a breath. Fine. I'll believe you for now. Kakashi also felt like a huge weight had been lifted off his shoulders. He had nearly collapsed to the floor. At least his reputation was saved. He had almost lost his qualifications to chase girls in the future. That had been close. Kai was still completely confused. But seeing the look on Kakashi's face, it seemed like he had overcome some difficulty again. That counted as a good thing too. He gave a big grin and raised a thumbs up. Ha ha ha. I have no idea what you're talking about, but it feels very youthful. I'll reward myself with 500 push-ups later. Ha ha ha. This is youth. Muchuan shook his head. Who would have thought this Chiuni middle-aged man shouting about youth was actually a ruthless monster who could even go up against 6 paths level fighters? Remembering the real reason he had come, he said to Kakashi, right, I'm here because I need to talk to you about something. Should we go inside? Or talk here at the door? Kakashi quickly stepped aside. Please come in. Sit down and wait a moment. Kai and I will go find some clothes. Not long after, the 2 men sitting across from Muchuan had already gotten themselves sorted out, brought over tea, and were now seated there properly. Kakashi poured tea for the 3 of them and asked, Vice Hokage-sama, what brings you to me? Is there something you need me to do? Muchuan didn't beat around the bush. He said directly, you know I can revive people, right? Kakashi nodded. I do. The 3rd Hokage-sama already made some of your information public. He said you never intended to hide it. Muchuan took a sip of tea and continued, Then you still remember No Era Rin, right? One of the members of your 3-man squad. Kakashi's expression shifted slightly. Yes, but... Muchuan waved a hand. I know. She died by your hand, right? Even though that wasn't your fault. Kakashi lowered his head, pain showing on his face. Yes. Muchuan looked at him and said quietly, I'm going to revive No Era Rin. Kakashi jerked his head up, eyes wide. What? Why? Teach that doesn't do you any good. Does it? And it would cost 2 billion. Can you tell me the reason? Muchuan spread his hands. Nothing much. She's pretty. Isn't she? Kakashi was so angry he laughed. Are you kidding me? You've got your eyes on Rin? Do you even hear yourself? If anyone else said that, I might believe it, but you. Based on the information I have, every pretty and well-off girl around your generation in Konoha seems to have some unclear relationship with you. Doesn't she? Do you lack women? Fine, leave that aside. Even if you do, who would fall for someone they've never even met? And who's been dead for so many years? And Rin wasn't even that pretty. Was she? Muchuan immediately caught the key point. I'll tell Rin that Kakashi said No Era Rin isn't pretty. Kakashi, you. Inside, he was in so much pain he was practically splitting apart. Are you sick in the head? Are you seriously sick in the head? How does someone like you even exist? Was that the important part? Huh? Was that the important part? If you weren't the Vice Hokage, I would have already said something straight from the heart to you. Looking at Kakashi's frustrated expression, Muchuan smiled and continued. There's actually no special reason. Because of some special circumstances, I just think it'd be fun. Besides, she really does look decent enough and she's about my age now. Reviving her to be a bed-warming housekeeper little maid wouldn't be bad. Before Kakashi could even respond, Muchuan continued, I know you want to ask what those special circumstances are, right? Hehe. But before that, there's something I want to ask you. Minato and Kushina, your teacher and his wife. Do you think they died miserably? Oh right, you didn't see it back then. TSK. Kushina had it really bad. First her stomach was torn open, then she got skewered through. Minato had no choice but to use the Reaper Death Seal to seal the Ninetales. In the end, the two of them risked everything to save their child, Naruto. Oh right, you should know Naruto is Minato and Kushina's child, right? As elite Jonin, there's no way you wouldn't know who the Ninetales Jinchuriki is. Even if you didn't know at first, you should have figured it out later. A child born on the night of the Ninetales attack, the Ninetales Jinchuriki, Uzumaki. If you still couldn't figure that out, then that's just too stupid. You might as well bash your head and die. What kind of ninja would that make you? Kakashi frowned. So what are you trying to say? Muchuan said with a smile. Don't you want to know who killed them? That person was aiming to kill Minato's whole family, including newborn Naruto. Oh, and slaughter Konoha too while he was at it. He just didn't succeed. Kakashi said. So you know who it was? Muchuan, of course. Kakashi, are you going to tell me? Muchuan. I'm afraid you'll be too shaken after hearing it. Kakashi, please tell me. I can handle it. Muchuan licked his lips and said, first of all of this happened because of No-Era Rin's death. Kakashi was full of question marks. Those two things are connected? Muchuan nodded and continued, of course. It was exactly because No-Era Rin died that this person's beastly nature showed itself. He thought all of you deserved to die. Minato and Kushina deserved to die. I can't even be a damn simp anymore. So why should you get to have a happy marriage? Everyone in Konoha deserved to die. Rin died because of Konoha. Do you know the pain of not being able to be a simp anymore? The Uchiha clan deserved to die too. As members of the same clan, my goddess is gone, so why are you all still alive? Can you understand the pain of not being able to be a simp? My suffering is above yours. All of you should die. Kirigakure deserved to die. They were the real culprits. They personally cut off my road to being a simp. Don't even think about dying easy. Everyone deserved to die. If I'm miserable, why should any of you get to live well? I want the entire ninja world buried with me. I want all of you to die in an illusion. I want you to know what it means when a simp's wrath leaves a million corpses behind. Kakashi's head was already pounding from hearing it. It felt like even his cerebellum was shrinking. What the hell was this? Was this even a person? No. Was this really human? You're not messing with me, are you? Muchuan calmly took a sip of tea. Who's messing with you? Do I look that free? Just tell me this. Among the people you know, do you have anyone like that in mind? Kakashi frowned and started sorting through it. First, this was someone who simped for Rin. Second, he had to be from my generation or older. And he had to have the ability to pull something like this off. No, that doesn't make sense. The only simp Rin had was Uchiha Obito, right? But that guy was dead. Even if he wasn't dead, he wouldn't have had that kind of ability. With his little bit of skill, he couldn't even beat me, let alone fight the fourth Hokage and Kushina-sensei. No. If it wasn't Obito, then who else would go mad because of Rin's death? This is a mess. Too much of a mess. Muchuan found Kakashi's tangled expression amusing. The mask got in the way, but his Tenseigan could see through it anyway. Still can't figure it out? Think about why your Sharingan evolved into the Mangekyo. Have you ever heard of a Sharingan being taken out, put into someone else's eye socket, and still evolving? Only the original owner can make it evolve, you know. Hearing that, Kakashi's head started buzzing. A Sharingan couldn't evolve on its own while inside someone else's body, which meant Obito had been alive all along. Kakashi shot to his feet. It really was Obito? He actually. Minato-sensei took such good care of him. Even when he was a dead last dragging the team down, sensei never showed even a bit of disdain. He taught him patiently the whole time. Kushina-sensei was so good to him too. She even treated him like a son, cooking for him, caring about him, encouraging him. Beast. He's worse than a beast. How could he do that? That was sensei and his family. Anger, endless anger. Kakashi could hardly believe his own ears. That was all done by Obito. That kind-hearted Obito did all of that. How did it end up like this? Just for a woman? Damn. Simps really deserve to die. Muchuan lowered the corners of his mouth and nodded in full agreement. Right. What a damn beast. A thing with no humanity. He deserves to be skinned alive. You should be the one to do it personally, and say something straight from the heart to him. That's why I'm bringing No-Era Rin back to life. I'll snatch away the goddess he could only simp for and never get, and see if that makes him even more mentally twisted and crazier. Just thinking about pissing that bastard off is fun. Kakashi's emotions stalled for a second. No, wait, man. Aren't you being a little too vicious? Muchuan kept going. Or better yet, we bring Rin back, and right in front of that beast you say something heartfelt to her. If once isn't enough, then do it twice. Just tell me, can it stimulate him or not? Then I'll add an exclusive anti-beto spacetime barrier to Konoha's barrier. That LL guarantee that thing can't get in. You can stand right by the barrier and every other day, say something heartfelt to Rin in front of him. So? Sounds exciting, doesn't it? Kakashi was completely dumbfounded. Listen to yourself. Just listen to what you're saying. Is that even human? Huh? You bastard. Why are you such a damn dog? If I really did that, then forget leaving Konoha for the rest of my life. Can I even beat him now? He'd definitely kill me. I need insane luck just to die cleanly. He coughed awkwardly twice. Ahem. Ahem. Vice Hokage-sama really thinks highly of me. Putting aside the fact that I really can't do that kind of thing to Rin, even if I did, would I still be alive? With the kind of strength Obito has now, enough to go head-to-head with Minato-sensei and Kushina Shiryang, he is obviously not someone I can handle. I don't want the Hatake line to end with me. I'm still single. Muchuan smiled and pointed at Guy. What are you scared of? If you die, the sky turns upside down. If you don't, you live 10,000 years. SNT Guy here? Let him help you. The moment my Guy heard there was something he could help with, he immediately flashed a bright white grin. Oh, Kakashi, don't worry. As your trusted friend, I will definitely help you. Ha ha ha. Let him witness the dazzling youth of Konoha's blue beast. Muchuan gave him a thumbs up in agreement. Exactly. With Konoha's strongest taijutsu master here, what are you afraid of, Kakashi? Have Guy open the gate of death and go all in against that bastard. Might Guy stood up, planted one foot on the table, and said excitedly, youth. Ahahaha. Exactly so. Let Konoha's blue beast open the DAHM? Vice Hokage-sama. What gate did you just say to open? Muchuan took a sip of tea. The gate of death. Guy withdrew his foot and sat back down obediently. Ahem, well, this is not the time for the red beast to appear. We better stay calm. Kakashi was curious too. Has Obito really reached the point where Guy has to open the gate of death to defeat him? How did his strength increase so fast? Muchuan shook his head. It's not that he has reached the level where Guy has to open the gate of death. It's just that he fused with Hashirama's cells and gained a sage body. His physique is far stronger than yours, and he can use would release too. As for his Mangekyo eye technique, he can use it however he wants. In terms of mechanics, you really can't touch him. His Mangekyo contains a space. It's a spatial ability, and it can evade all attacks. Honestly, even the speed of Guy opening the 7th gate would basically still fail to hit him. Only the spatial distortion effect produced when the 8th gate, the gate of death, is used can counter Obito's intangibility. Kakashi, to put it bluntly, your eye and his come from the same source. Both are space-time abilities. Originally, you should be able to disrupt him, but sadly, you just can't. After using it twice, you're already spent. And on top of that, he also has the Sharingan forbidden technique Izanagi, a 10-minute infinite revive cheat. The key point is, he also has a huge stockpile of Sharingan. There's no way to fight him. Really no way. The two of them were left stunned by what they heard. They looked at each other and both saw shock in the other's eyes. To think someone could have such shameless abilities and use them without restriction. Especially Guy. He wore a baffled expression full of questionable wisdom. Huh? I open the gate of death and then space gets distorted? What's that supposed to mean? I didn't know that. Taijutsu doesn't do that. Seeing that Kakashi had chickened out, Muchuan didn't force him. Since the notice had already been delivered, that was enough. As long as Kakashi was mentally prepared and wouldn't get overly stimulated when he saw Rin, that was fine. Next, he still had to go give the third old man a heads up. After all, when Noera Rin came back to life, there should be a three-tails inside her. With how the revival coin worked, it restored a person to their full health peak state from before death. It was impossible for her to come back missing something. So after revival, the three-tails that existed outside during this period should be forcibly dragged back into Noera Rin's body and disappear from that lake. A similar situation should apply to Uchiha Madara too. If he used a revival coin to bring Madara back, then at his peak state before death, the Rinnegan would definitely be in his eyes. In that case, Nagato's Rinnegan would disappear and return to Madara's eye sockets. It wasn't like Edo Tensei, which had a temporary granting function and could produce abilities even if the original no longer had them. There was no way the revival coin would bug out badly enough to create two pairs of Rinnegan. If that happened, then certain things could be copied without limit, and everything would become a total mess. You could already tell from the game that after revival, aside from residual energy and results caused by energy, the original corpse and items all disappeared. So there was no way a tiny revival coin had such a massive loophole. Most likely, energy-based results could remain, while physical objects and entities would return. After speaking, Muchuan set down his teacup and stood up. Alright then, I just came to let you know. Since you're not interested in joining the next event, forget it. Look at you two elite jonin getting scared like this. Fine, I'll take my leave first. I still need to make a trip to the third old man's place. Goodbye. After saying that, he ignored them and vanished in a flash with a body flicker. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was smoking with a headache as he looked at the two people in front of him who had come to make trouble. Those two were Konoha's high-level advisor elders, Udatain Koharu and Mitokado Hamura. Seeing that the third old man had actually allowed a brat to kill their friend, Shimura Danzo, and had even given him the position of vice Hokage, the two of them were absolutely furious. So you're not taking us seriously, huh? Without the approval of us two elders, you dare to appoint some vice Hokage on your own, Hiruzen? Are you trying to defy the heavens? Standing in front of the third's desk, Udatain Koharu said angrily, Hiruzen, don't you have anything to say to us? Shouldn't you give an explanation for Danzo's matter? And that so-called vice Hokage, he's just a brat. Have you gone mad? Is anyone with a little strength enough for you to praise and elevate like this? If strength alone qualifies someone to be vice Hokage, then why don't you just give the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki the post too? This is ridiculous. Mitokado Hamura also chimed in, that's right, Hiruzen. For something as important as appointing a vice Hokage, how could you announce it without discussing it with us first? We two old men aren't dead yet. Besides, for appointing someone to a Kage-level position, you don't have the authority without the daimyo's approval. The third only kept smoking without speaking, because Muchuan had already teleported in behind them and happened to hear what the two were saying. Now wasn't that a coincidence? Talking shit about me and letting me hear it too. Heh. He immediately spoke from behind them in a sinister voice. Hey, you're not dead yet. So how about you go die for a bit? That shout scared both of them badly. A voice suddenly came from behind out of nowhere, and they hadn't noticed anyone there. It nearly made them lose their breath on the spot. When they turned around, they saw that it was Senju Muchuan himself, the very person they had been talking about, and he was even speaking to them so rudely. Mitokado Hamura reacted first and snapped. Insolence.
Brat.
Is this the attitude you use when speaking to advisor elders? Who do you think you are? Udatain Koharu was just as furious. What an arrogant Senju Muchuan. Just because you have a bit of strength, you think no one else matters. You even dare talk about killing the two of us. Konoha's advisor elders. Hiruzen, do you see this? This is the person you think so highly of. Don't you have anything to say? Muchuan asked with a smile. Yeah, old man. Don't you have anything to say? Or should I just kill them? They're just two old fools who don't know what's good for them. The third Hokage's head was pounding. Muchuan, it's better to let the two advisors stay alive. If they suddenly die, the land of Fire's daimyo will definitely hold us accountable. Muchuan smiled. Heh. If you ask me, you don't need to be scared of some daimyo. If it really comes down to it, I can go deal with him myself. What kind of useless trash are they? Anyway, to put it bluntly, that so-called daimyo is just a stupid pig who only knows how to eat, drink, and fool around. Just look at what they're like. In this ninja world, power talks, not being proud of acting like a dog for a pig. I'm not that useless Senju Hashirama, getting stronger only to kneel lower and lower like some obedient grandson. God of Shinobi? Hetui. Trash. He deserves that title? He clearly had the power to unify the ninja world, but instead he just had to make a bunch of ninja villages. Fine, whatever. Villages fighting each other is kind of interesting too. But the problem is, you practically begged for it. One ninja world, so many ninja villages and nations. SNT that a betrayal of Pengu or Kagaya, no wait, Otsutsuki god. That doesn't sound right either. Alright. SNT this a betrayal of human peace? The third Hokage was so shocked his eyes nearly popped out. Holy shit, what kind of unify the baba, what rebellious nonsense is this? Muchuan, don't talk nonsense. The daimyo is the highest leader of our ninja village, the superior who provides us with financial support. Don't ever harbor thoughts like this again. And Lord Hashirama is your ancestor. How can you slander him like that? Go back and properly cultivate your character. Don't let power cloud your reason. Unfortunately, the other two didn't see it that way. Koharu Udatain sneered. Hehe, Hiruzen, you heard that yourself. We can't just pretend we didn't hear words this insane. We'll report this matter to the daimyo. Just wait for people from the daimyo's residence to come deal with it. Menyen, let us go. After saying that, the two of them turned to leave. Hehe. You want to leave? You offend the abbot and still think you can walk away? Kneel. Muchuan looked at them, his eyes flashing faintly as he directed a repulsive force down on the two of them. Bang! Bang! A huge force pressed down from above, crushing both of them to their knees. Their hands braced against the ground, and they couldn't even lift their heads. Hamura Mitokado groaned. Ugh, Senju Muchuan. What are you trying to do? Hiruzen, you let him kill Danzo, and now he is going to kill us too? The third Hokage hurried to his feet and reached out. Muchuan, wait, don't do it. Don't kill them. Muchuan chuckled and instantly appeared behind them. Two colored orbs of light appeared in his hands, and he pressed one into each of their bodies before withdrawing the repulsive force. The third Hokage was horrified. No, what was that? Did you really kill them? Muchuan shrugged. No, I just gave them 2 nice little gifts. You know, mental control? From now on, these 2 are my puppet people. Whatever I tell them to do, they do. Only then did the third Hokage let out a breath and sit back down in his chair. Phew. As long as they're not dead. Good. These were some of the few old friends he still had. They absolutely couldn't die because of him too, or he'd be guilty to death. As long as they were alive, there was still hope. Once Muchuan decided they were no longer useful, he would naturally release them. Muchuan ordered Koharu Yutane and Hamura Mitokado to go hide at his house, and the 2 of them quietly got up and walked away. I'm saying, old man, why are you so scared of the daimyo? A bunch of powerless ants. They're nothing but automatic cash machines. If it really comes down to it, I can just hit him with a genjutsu or mentally control him and make him behave. The third Hokage rubbed his aching head and sighed. You should really rein yourself in a little. I've had a splitting headache lately. Those bastards from Iwagakure have been stirring up trouble along our border the whole time, and both sides keep fighting. Look, we just got another report asking for reinforcements, and Kumogakure is joining in too. Can't be helped. They're openly one of our hostile villages right now. If we fight, there's no benefit in it. Besides, Sunagakure isn't anything good either. If we start fighting, they'll definitely attack us too. But if we don't fight, they keep harassing us. It's a real headache. After saying that, he continued smoking with a worried look on his face. Muchuan remembered that Iwagakure had that girl Kuratsuchi. Wasn't she the leg shadow? Should he bring her over? And there was Mabui, the Raikage's secretary in Kumogakure, and that blonde girl Samui, who wasn't any smaller than Tsunade. Ahem. Ichuan just happened to like secretaries. When their work, the secretary does it. When their isn't, and while he was at it, he could also collect chakra from the various tailed beasts to unlock the power of the 6 paths. Thinking of that, he slapped the table and shouted indignantly, Iwagakure is harassing us, and Kumogakure wants to join the fun too? Then we fight. That sudden yell startled the third Hokage so badly he nearly dropped his pipe. What the hell? What has gotten into you? Why are you suddenly so worked up? It's just some border friction and skirmishes. The way you're talking, it sounds like we're about to start a full-scale war between nations. He tapped his pipe and said earnestly, we can't force it. We need to preserve our strength. We're not strong enough yet to fight 3 great nations at once. Muchuan leaned over the desk. Times are different now. Look at my eyes. Do they seem any different to you? The third Hokage leaned in and took a careful look. Didn't you just change the color? Fine. They look nice. What are you so proud of? Muchuan rolled his eyes helplessly. The hell you mean changed color? These aren't Sharingan anymore. You can't tell? Are your old eyes that blurry already? I'm serious, if this keeps up, I should just replace your eyes with a pair of Sharingan. What terrible eyesight. The third Hokage was scolded into an awkward silence. Good grief. As one of the old generation, getting looked down on in terms of knowledge was seriously embarrassing. But those clearly looked like ordinary eyes with a different color. What was wrong with that? For all he knew, this kid was just wearing colored contacts to fool him. Really? That's great then. When you have time, give me a pair too. Muchuan sat on the desk and pointed at his eyes. Fine. We'll talk about that later. Look at this. He froze halfway through, suddenly blanking. Right. What were these eyes called? After merging them, he still hadn't given them a name. Speaking of which, Kagaya's fused Sharingan and Rinnegan was called the Rinne Sharingan, or more precisely, the 9-tomoe Rinne Sharingan. Then what about his, now that Byakugan and Tenseigan were added too? She had the Rinne Sharingan, so was his the Rinne Tensei Sharingan. That could work. Just add more words to it. Fine, settled. He continued, this is the Rinne Tensei Sharingan, got it? It has the Sharingan, Rinnegan, Byakugan, and Tenseigan fused into it. As a whole, you could say it's insanely overpowered, cool as hell, and absolutely explosive. The third Hokage sighed, set down his pipe, and said with a strange expression, what nonsense are you even talking about? If you're sick, go see a medical ninja. If you're under too much mental stress, go sleep and get some rest. Insanely overpowered, cool as hell, and absolutely explosive? Listen to yourself. Why don't you just say the moon is your home while you're at it? Muchuan leaned back dramatically. What the hell? How did you know the moon is my home now? The third Hokage also leaned back dramatically. Is that so? Then congratulations on your new home. Should I prepare a housewarming gift for you? Muchuan said, I'm serious, damn it. The moon really is my home. The third Hokage replied, yeah, sure. Your home. Muchuan twitched at the corner of his eye. For fuck's sake. No one believes me when I tell the truth. The third Hokage said, let me tell you a secret. The sun is actually my home, so that makes us neighbors. What a coincidence, huh? Muchuan's eye twitched harder. I can't be bothered to keep bullshitting with you. You just need to know that my eyes are now the ultimate evolved form. I'm a 6 paths level existence now, way stronger than Hashirama. Got it? If I really had to compare it, then I'm someone standing shoulder to shoulder with the Sage of Six Paths. The old third Hokage still felt like he had developed some kind of mental problem and was just bragging nonsense. With his lips curled, he played along and bragged too. That's pretty impressive. But I'm not bad either. I may be untalented, but in the ninja world I'm known as the strongest Hokage, the professor of ninjutsu, and an invincible existence under heaven. Muchuan's veins were popping at his forehead. If King told you, I'm being serious here. If you keep acting indecent, believe it or not, I'll deal with you. I'm losing it. I really am. Does this old bastard have something wrong with his brain today? Can we even have a normal conversation? The third coughed dryly. Ahem. Well, if you are going to deal with me, I hope you do it from the front and not from behind. This old man still prefers women. That instantly made Muchuan's skin crawl. Fuck you. I'm killing you. As he spoke, he conjured a massive spear of victory in his hand, clearly planning to stab this old thing to death in one shot so he would stop disgusting people. The third was stunned when he saw that Muchuan had actually gotten mad enough to attack. Wait, what? Weren't we talking just fine? What's wrong with you, little brother? So your mental state really wasn't normal just now? He hurriedly waved his hand. Hey, what's going on? Put that thing down. Why are you suddenly getting worked up? Fine. I'll believe you. Okay? Calm down. You have to calm down. Muchuan took a breath, steadied himself, and put away the light spear. Cut the crap. I'm telling you, I'm invincible in the ninja world right now. As long as Otsutsuki Kagaya doesn't crawl out of the moon, I'm not afraid of anyone, including that lunatic Sage of Six Paths who teamed up with outsiders to screw over his own mother. So taking down those two trash villages is no problem. Got it? The third smacked his lips. More or less. So how are you planning to take down those two trash villages? Head on or from behind? Muchuan pressed a hand to his forehead. I'll do it from the inside. What do you think? Look, Anoki's granddaughter is pretty cute, right? The third raised a brow. You brat. Don't tell me. Muchuan continued, and Reikage-A's secretary, Mabui, is beautiful too. And capable, right? He even waggled his brows at the old man. Only then did the third finally catch on. So this damn dog was just lusting after the beauties from other villages and wanted to pull some strong-arm kidnapping stunt. And here I thought he was doing it for the village. He was shouting those slogans so passionately just now too. Bullshit. He's just horny, that's all. What the hell? I'm a Hokage, and all I do is use the crystal ball to take a look. But this damn dog wants to go straight out and snatch them? TCH. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Am ashamed to associate with him. He curled his lip in contempt. No, don't know, never seen them. Don't drag Konoha's reputation down with you. Border friction is one thing. I've decided not to make this a bigger mess. Stay put. Muchuan curled his lip too. TCH. You say don't go and I won't go? Can't I just go by myself? I can teleport. Bet that pisses you off. Anoki's granddaughter is mine for sure. Even Kagaya herself won't be able to keep her. I said it. When it came to a pervert like this, the third felt like he had 2 heads worth of pain. He immediately changed the subject. I'm not talking to you about that. You came to see me for something, right? Say what you actually came for. Only then did Muchuan remember why he was there. He slapped his thigh. Right. I did come for something. I came to tell you I'm going to revive Noera Rin. The third froze. Noera Rin? Who? Then the next second, he remembered. Seems like she was Minato's student. The one who got set up and killed by Kirigakure. Oh right, I remember now. One of Minato's students. So why do you suddenly want to revive someone who has nothing to do with you? Where'd you get 2 billion? Or did someone give you 2 billion to revive her? Kakashi? No way. Even if you counted all the assets passed down in his family, he wouldn't have that much. Muchuan shook his head and started explaining. So here's what happened, blah blah blah. Gugu jiega. The third listened like he was hearing a story, and he was pretty into it. As he listened, he poured tea for both of them. They drank and listened, completely content. Muchuan gave him the whole explanation in one go, then took a sip of tea to wet his throat. That's the situation. So, you get it now? The third put down the sunflower seeds he had somehow produced from who knew where, looking resigned. So in the end, everything in the ninja world is just the Otsutsuki family's domestic drama? We're just background tools? Muchuan nodded. Yeah. More or less. The third took off his hat and flung it to the ground. So Madara Uchiha didn't die in the beginning? Obito Uchiha didn't die either? And the Night of the Nine Tails in Konoha, and Minato and his wife's deaths, were all caused by that ungrateful bastard Obito?
Muchuan nodded.
Yeah, that's right. The third wiped a hand over his hair and cursed furiously. I knew it. Not one person in the Uchiha clan is normal. No wonder teacher Tobirama always said the Uchiha are evil by nature. Was he right? Huh? Was he right? Can you just tell me if they can ever do anything remotely human? The second they get stimulated, they go to extremes. Then their minds start twisting and going crazy. The key is that they also have immense power. They're basically a bunch of ticking time bombs. They deserve to have their whole clan wiped out. It should have happened earlier. If the clan had been wiped out sooner, a beast like Uchiha Obito would have never appeared. I really feel sorry for Minato and his wife, teaching and raising a thankless bastard who ended up destroying his own teacher's family. That fucking beast. A beast. Muchuan nodded. Right. Total beast. The third suddenly slapped the table. Good. We'll do it your way. We have to torture that bastard mentally. We can't let him die easy. Then he looked up with a fawning grin. Well, here's the thing. Since you traded with the Hyuga clan head and got quite a bit of money, though I don't know how much, it must be a lot or you wouldn't be willing to spend it on this, so. About your reward, do you think the village could maybe? Muchuan's face dropped instantly. One thing is one thing. What does me having money have to do with you paying me? Not 1 cent less. Otherwise I'll go rob your family vault. The third stopped fooling around at once. Good lord, between his family vault and the village's money, which mattered more was obvious at a glance. Ahem. Then never mind. Go revive Noera Rin. This old man would like to witness the miracle of resurrection too. Ha ha ha. Muchuan rolled his eyes. This old bastard spent all day trying to take advantage of people. Who knew if it was some common old person disease? He took out today's free revival coin, held it in his hand, and silently thought Noera Rin, revive, confirm. The golden coin dissipated, and then a transparent pillar of white light appeared on the open ground ahead. Inside it, Noera Rin's phantom gradually solidified from transparent to real. Then the pillar of light vanished, and Noera Rin slowly opened her eyes, her little face full of confusion. Shouldn't I be dead? She turned her head and saw a handsome young guy. Oh no, is this what a pounding heart feels like? Then there was also an old grandpa. No wait, isn't that Lord Third Hokage? Are you Lord Third Hokage? Although the third was still immersed in the shock of witnessing the miracle of resurrection, his reason was still intact. He put on a kind, grandfatherly expression and replied, It's me, child. Congratulations on returning from the dead. Such a polite good child. This is what a normal teenager should be like. They're both human, so look at Muchuan, that little bastard dog. He doesn't have a shred of manners. Muchuan spoke with a disgusted look on his face. Come on, third old man, give it a rest. What are you pretending to be some kind old grandpa for? She's mine. And for her, being revived might not even be a good thing. I brought her back just to have fun with. The third looked speechless. Noera Rin looked completely confused. Huh? Muchuan gave a sinister little grin. Hehehe. What's with the huh? I only brought you back for 2 things. As he spoke, he raised one finger. First, you're going to be my personal maid and warm my bed. Everything about you belongs to me. Noera Rin was stunned. Huh? The third was stunned too. Huh? Muchuan raised a brow in displeasure. The third looked miserable. Muchuan looked satisfied. Noera Rin looked at the two of them going huh and back and forth, black lines practically appearing on her face. Are you two acting like I'm not even a person? Did I agree to this? Why are you already going over there? Muchuan ignored all that and raised a second finger. Second, from time to time you'll have to be killed by me and revived again, until you cooperate with me and help torture Obito into a complete mental breakdown. That's the meaning of your existence. Noera Rin immediately caught that something was off. Obito? Wasn't he dead? What did he mean by cooperating to torture Obito? And what did torturing Obito have to do with killing her? Wait, what are you even talking about? Why should I listen to you? Even if you're handsome, that still doesn't work. And putting that aside, isn't Obito dead? Did he come back to life too? But why torture Obito? And even if you want to torture him, what good does killing me do? I'm not Obito. Muchuan looked at the third Hokage. You want to explain it, or should I? I think it makes more sense coming from you. You're the Hokage. She'll believe you more. The third nodded in agreement. He beckoned Rin over and started telling her what had happened after her death, the things Obito had done, and the reason they brought her back. While they talked, Muchuan went to the side, drank tea, and thought about what to do next. He still needed to collect the tailed beast chakra as soon as possible. The Akatsuki would be collecting the tailed beasts too, so he had to get to them first. He still knew where the tailed beasts were distributed. Iwagakure had 2. The 4 tails inside Rashi and the 5 tails inside Han. Kumogakure also had 2. The 2 tails inside Yujito and the 8 tails inside Killer Bee, plus his own 9 tails chakra. And now there was the 3 tails inside Noera Rin. That made 6 kinds of tailed beast chakra. 3 were left. The 1 tail was inside Gaara of Sunagakure. The 6 tails was with Utakata in the Land of Water. The 7 tails was inside Fu of Takigakure. He happened to be going to Iwagakure and Kumogakure anyway, so getting those 4 would be easy enough while he was at it. Good. He'd take care of those 4 first. He still needed some time to level up. In the end, his dual class was his Real foundation. Otsutsuki stuff and the power of the 6 paths were only icing on the cake. The only problem was that leveling up was way too slow. Relying on luck to refresh level up coupons was pure time sink. Who knew how long it would take to hit max level? On this side, he drank tea and leisurely looked out at the scenery of Konoha for a while. On the other side, the third had already finished explaining everything to Rin. Rin looked completely disbelieving. How is that possible? Obito actually did something like that. Because of me? So Teacher Minato and Lady Kushina. Were they killed because of me too? And all those innocent people in Konoha. Were they killed because of me too? If Obito killed that many people, then that means I killed that many people. He put all that sin on me. I became the root of everything. As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. She covered her mouth and started crying in a near breakdown. Woo-woo. How could I be like this? The third could only sigh helplessly. Damn Uchiha. Those Uchiha brats were evil by nature and caused endless harm. Muchuan turned back around. Looks like it's all been explained. Rin, you don't need to take that too seriously. None of that was your fault. If some lunatic can just say that because he likes you, anything he does is because of you, then if there were a few more people like that, how would anyone even live? And your only mistake was this. If you didn't like him, then you shouldn't have given him hope. Why were you being nice to him for no reason? To show that you're kind and cute and popular? Or to show that you're some saint? For certain special groups of people stuck in bad situations, if you're nice to them, most of the time there are only two possible outcomes. First, if you're a man, then fine. Just wait until I get capable, and let's see if I don't kill you. Acting like you're above me. Huh? Second, if you're a woman and reasonably pretty, then that's even simpler. I have to repay your kindness, right? So how about this? I'll sleep with you. What do you think? Touched beyond words, right? If you're nice to me, that must mean you're interested in me. Otherwise, why would you be nice to me, right? That's human nature for most people. I won't deny there are exceptions. But how many exceptions are there? Most of the time, reality is reality. You should understand that you live in the real world, not some fantasy. Rin was so thrown by that she started questioning life itself. But after thinking about it again, it did seem to make sense. If she hadn't paid attention to Obito back then, maybe he wouldn't have had those fantasies he never should have had. Maybe he wouldn't have gone crazy because of her. There had only been Kakashi left on the team. No matter what, he couldn't have gone crazy because of Kakashi, right? She imagined the scene for a moment. Obito holding Kakashi in his arms, saying, Kakashi, I'm going to create a world with you in it. TSK. That image was way too beautiful. No, it was blinding. She shook her little head, then suddenly remembered this guy wanted her to do that kind of thing with him too. So she immediately put what she'd just learned into practice. Oh, I see. Then I don't like you either. Please stay away from me. Thank you. Muchuan's brain short-circuited for a second. Holy shit. What kind of genius was this? No. Who the hell cares whether you like me or not? You're the tool I revived. Do you think I was negotiating with you? This tiny little no-era Rin really dared to turn the tables on him. Impressive. Really impressive. After getting snapped at, Rin scratched her head and laughed. Haha. So I don't have any human rights? That's so mean. Muchuan lifted a brow. This girl really did have a good personality. Bright, optimistic, sweet. No wonder Obito had liked her to the point of madness. Alright, I'm not some devil. Other than being my private property. As long as you behave and don't cause trouble, you're basically free. Do whatever you want. Indoors, just take care of the house. Rin smiled sweetly. Oh, that's great, just like I thought. Handsome people really do have good hearts. Just like Teacher Minato. He looks sunny and his personality is really gentle. The third curled his lip. Good heart, sure. Everyone who said he didn't have a good heart is dead. Muchuan couldn't be bothered with the old man. He took Rin and left. For the next few days, I'll go have a pleasant talk with Inoki and A. You don't need to worry about the border. Alright, let me borrow something from you. I'll return it after I'm done. The third hadn't thought much of it at first, but the moment he heard borrow something, he was instantly alarmed. When he saw they were already at the door, he hurried to his feet and reached out. Wait, no, hold on. What are you borrowing? Say something. What exactly are you borrowing? I know. I'll return it. Don't worry. As Muchuan spoke, neither he nor Rin stopped walking for even a step. He shut the door and left. Bang! The door closed. The third collapsed weakly back into his chair. At least tell me what you're borrowing. What do I even have that you could borrow? That bastard wouldn't say what it was. That was way too unsettling. Who knew what he might take? He wasn't gonna steal my money, was he? Or could it be my peeping crystal ball? He quickly opened the drawer, took it out, and clutched it in his arms. This was his lifeline. He could lose anything else but absolutely not this. On Muchuan's side, he ignored the twitchy old third and took Rin around to buy some ingredients and daily necessities before heading home, since it was already dusk and time to go back and make dinner. Once they got home, cooking naturally fell to Rin. The little girl could cook and even make pastries. Anyway, her life skills were better than her ninja skills. At such a young age, she knew how to do a bit of everything. It looked like all her talent points had gone into life skills. After dinner, the two of them had nothing to do, so they got into bed and lay down to rest. Rin was basically Muchuan's oversized body pillow. Holding her soft, fragrant body, he fell asleep with her before long. Rin was a little shorter than Muchuan. Muchuan was already 5'7" now, so holding her really did feel like hugging a body pillow. That said, everyone in anime always looked generally short. Maybe it was because of the art style. 13. They looked like elementary school kids. In reality, they shouldn't have been that tiny at all. Even the shorter ones at 13 should have been around 5'1" or 5'2", and the more average ones should have been around 5'7". How could they possibly look that short? Everyone here was a ninja, training and working out every day. How could they possibly be short? It wasn't like they only started exercising after becoming adults. Anyone thinking that had to be out of their mind. So yeah, anime style and reality were different. Anyway, Muchuan had never felt that any of the Konoha 12 were especially short. They all looked pretty normal, nothing like how short they seemed in the anime. The next day, when Muchuan opened his eyes and got out of bed, Rin had already made breakfast. With a sweet smile, she said, "You're awake. Go wash up and come eat." Muchuan was a little dazed. Having someone take care of him out of nowhere left him a bit stunned. It was a special feeling, and honestly, it felt pretty good. No wonder everyone wanted a home with a partner instead of living alone in some doghouse. A home and a nest really did feel different. As the two of them ate, an evil thought suddenly popped into Muchuan's head. A sweet girl this sweet. Ripping out her heart in one hit would definitely feel amazing, right? Hiss. So exciting. He quickly took a deep breath to suppress that evil thought. Then he remembered that today's shop items had refreshed, so he might as well check them out. He opened the item menu. Matcha Cake 100, product of the Dungeon Life Workshop. A matcha-flavored cake with a pretty good taste. Restores 25 HP when consumed, balancing daily life and healing. Price 1,000 coupons. Ooh, fine. Cake it is. Bad luck today. He paid 1,000 coupons and bought the cake. Account balance, 199,991,500 coupons. He also claimed the free revival coin while he was at it. He had just used one yesterday to revive Rin, and now today's had already refreshed. Free stuff made him happy. Beautiful. After breakfast, Muchuan remembered that he still had to borrow the third Hokage's scroll of seals and study it. That's right, borrow. Absolutely not steal. How could a scholar's business be called stealing? This was called borrowing for reading. As for whether the other party agreed, don't worry about that. Once he decided, he acted. He sensed the location and vanished with a teleport. A few seconds later, whoosh, he came back, holding a huge scroll in his arms. Rin stared at him in total confusion. Huh? You disappeared for a second, and when you came back you had a scroll. Is this Teacher S Flying Thunder God technique? Muchuan smiled. Not Flying Thunder God. This is teleportation. As for this scroll, I just brought over the old third S Forbidden Technique scroll to take a look. Rin's little mouth dropped open in shock. Then she quickly covered it. Her eyes were full of disbelief. How much nerve did that take? This thing was the core of the village. If an ordinary person dared to steal it, that would be treated as treason. Muchuan ignored her shocked expression and directly opened the scroll to read it. With the Sharingan's abilities, memorizing this stuff was ridiculously easy. After reading through it at high speed, he rolled it back up and tossed it to Rin. Take it. If you've got nothing to do, copy down the forbidden techniques inside. Just copy the useful ones. Skip the ordinary ninjutsu. You can learn them when you have time later. Rin looked even more lost. Huh? Copy them down? And learn them? Me? Muchuan waved a hand. Yeah, exactly. Hurry up and copy them. We don't have much time. Once the old third notices, he won't be able to do anything to me, but he'll definitely come running over in tears to beg for it back. Better copy it before he finds out. Rin stood up blankly with the scroll in her arms and got ready to copy it. After taking 2 steps, she turned back to confirm, is this really okay? The village won't punish you, right? Muchuan waved her off indifferently. Relax. I'm the deputy Hokage. Punish me for what? At most, they'll just say I can't spread it around. It's fine. Only after hearing that did Rin feel relieved enough to return to her room and start copying. Copying ninjutsu, especially forbidden techniques, required quiet and focus. Even the slightest mistake could cause problems when practicing. After watching her go back to her room, Muchuan also began practicing the forbidden techniques inside. Not all of them, just the more practical and interesting ones. First, he learned multiple shadow clone. This one was the simplest but also the most practical. Once he mastered it, he could send shadow clones to learn the other forbidden techniques. One thing worth mentioning was that the Rinnegan was also recorded inside. But this thing wasn't all that interesting. It was basically just the combination of rotating and stabilizing energy, and mainly it didn't look explosive enough. Naruto was the one who really made this technique fun to watch. That guy just loved kneading balls. So many variations. What kidney spinning, kidney-linked spinning, kidney-in-hand spinning, damn kidney spinning, damn kidney-linked spinning, hell damn kidney spinning, hell damn kidney-linked spinning, nothing but spinning. Just looking at it made his liver hurt. It didn't take long before Muchuan had already mastered the multiple shadow clone technique. This jutsu only required one hand seal, so honestly it was pretty simple. Now that the basics were in place, it was time to become a hands-off boss. With one teleport, he returned to the inside of the moon, split off a bunch of clones to practice the other ninjutsu and forbidden techniques, then teleported back himself and went right on loafing around. Nice. After checking the time, he figured he needed to take a trip around Iwagakure and Kimogakure soon. He wouldn't have time to go to the ninja academy anymore. Not that it mattered, it was all just killing time anyway. Same difference wherever he went. Bang bang bang. A burst of knocking came from the door. Muchuan figured it was probably someone coming to ask him to go to school together. But when he opened the door, a strange female ninja he didn't recognize. The female ninja outside was wearing a green tactical vest. That was something only Chunin and above wore. So she was probably some working ninja from one of Konoha's departments. The female ninja gave a proper salute. Deputy Hokage-sama. Shikaku-sama sent the subordinate to deliver the deed to a first-class commercial property. The procedures have already been completed. This prime shop is now your property. Would you like to go inspect it in person? Only then did Muchuan remember. The old 3rd benefit package for him did seem to include a shop. And they really had sent it over. This thing was useless to him, though. He wasn't doing business, so keeping it would just let it gather dust. If he remembered right, it was supposed to be a prime shop in a first-class district. A golden location where rent was sky-high and shops were almost impossible to get. Forget it. He'd keep it for now and figure out what to do with it later. It wasn't like he could say he didn't want it. Assets were assets. Whoever thought they had too many? He reached out and took the document pouch. Alright, thanks for making the trip. No need for inspection. I trust Shikaku-senpai's work. The female ninja nodded. In that case, this subordinate will take her leave. With that, she disappeared with a body flicker technique. Muchuan also went back inside and tossed the deed into the system storage space. Thinking about it, now that he already had Flying Thunder God and Mutual Multiplying Explosive tags, once he learned Shadow Clones, he could go teach Tenten. But for now, he should go collect some female-tailed beast chakra. Once he decided, he acted. He set up a space-time barrier around his house to keep anyone from disturbing Rin while she copied the scroll, then vanished with a teleport. In a wilderness area of the land of Earth, Muchuan appeared with a whoosh not far in front of a brownish-red bearded man. This man was none other than the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Rashi. Jo, Birdi. Mind discussing something? Rashi looked at this suddenly appearing guy with full hostility. The other party didn't have any forehead protector or symbol from any ninja village on him, so Rashi couldn't tell who he was or what he wanted. All he could do was stay on guard. What do you want? Muchuan lifted a finger and pointed at his stomach. I want some of the Four Tails chakra from inside you. Not a big deal, right? I can pay. Name your price. Your bro-s got plenty of money. Rashi's expression darkened. You want the Four Tails? I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Lava release. Scorching stream rock technique. As he spoke, he had already used lava release, spewing molten rock balls from his mouth in attack. Muchuan shook his head helplessly. People like you, seriously. Refusing money and insisting on risking your life instead. Tell me, aren't you just stupid? As soon as he finished speaking, he opened with the Spear of Victory and then teleported behind Rashi. With a stab, he drove it into Rashi's kidney area, and the hard crowd control effect triggered, locking him in place so he couldn't move at all. See? Why bother? Now your kidney's been stabbed. I'm not trying to kill you. I just want a bit of tailed beast chakra. Why are you making such a bad choice? Rashi thought, this is bad. I've run into a real monster today. Muchuan couldn't be bothered with him. He directly reached out, pressed a hand onto his shoulder, and started forcibly extracting the Four Tails chakra without even the need to discuss it with the beast. There was nothing to discuss. A mere tailed beast. So what if he was taking its chakra? Talking heart-to-heart with a fist bump? Who had time for that? He directly extracted 90% of the Four Tails source chakra. It would probably need quite a while to recover from that. Once he was done, the Spear of Victory dispersed, and Rashi clutched his waist and dropped to his knees. The Four Tails is still here? Weren't you after the Four Tails? What do you mean by this? Muchuan shot him a look full of disdain. If you're sick, go get treated. Can you not understand human language? Or is there something wrong with your ears? If your ears don't work, find someone to donate one and get it replaced. Don't come out here trying to scam me. Got it? I said I wanted the Four Tails chakra. The Four Tails chakra. Did you eat the word chakra? Damn idiot. After saying that, he vanished in a flash, too lazy to waste another word on someone with a problem. Rashi stayed there, clutching his waist with a twisted expression. After holding it in for a long time, he finally squeezed out one word. Fuck. Land of Earth, Iwagakure, Tsuchikige's office. With a swish, Muchuan appeared on the chair in front of the third Tsuchikige, Inoki, and crossed one leg over the other. Grinning, he said, "Yo, old man. Taking it easy? Wanna chat for $10? Inoki lowered his eyelids and stared at the young man who had appeared in an instant, his gaze hostile. "Boy, before speaking, state your name. That is basic courtesy. I am the third Tsuchikige, Inoki of the two scales." After saying that, he silently watched Muchuan, signaling that it was his turn. Muchuan raised a brow. This guy really knew how to put on airs. Still, he said nothing about it and introduced himself with a smile. "I am Konoha's third Deputy Hokage, Senju Muchuan." Inoki frowned. "Deputy Hokage of Konoha? Since when did any of the great hidden villages have a position like that? And third? Something felt off. You say you're Konoha's Deputy Hokage, and the third one at that. Since when did Konoha have such a position? Who were the first two? Why have I never heard of them?" Muchuan leaned back with tactical exaggeration, looking at the old man in open contempt. "I'm saying, are you that far gone with senility? Konoha has always had the position of Deputy Hokage. The only thing is, the way it's officially recognized is a little special. The Hokage has to acknowledge that you're on equal footing with him. As for the method, it doesn't matter, though usually it's done with overwhelming force. The first Deputy Hokage was Uchiha Madara. The second Deputy Hokage was Senju Tobarama. Of course, he was also the second Hokage. So the third Deputy Hokage is me. And I have an official public announcement too. Got it, bumpkin?" Inoki's face stiffened like he was constipated. So this was his so-called Deputy Hokage? Wasn't this basically just a king that even the Hokage couldn't control? What kind of nonsense was that? Fine, Deputy Hokage of Konoha. Then, why have you come to my Iwagakure? Judging from the way you arrived, that was a space-time ninjutsu, flying thunder god, wasn't it? When did you mark this place? Muchuan stood up, shoved his hands into his pockets, and swaggered over to Inoki's desk. Looking down at the old man, he said, "Those filthy rats on our border, were they arranged by you?" Inoki looked completely unconcerned. "Hey, what rats? I don't know. I can't control everyone in the land of Earth. Maybe they were just some righteous men who couldn't stand your Konoha. You come to question me without any evidence. Could it be that Konoha is here to pick a fight?" Inside, he was sneering. "Hey, I just won't admit it. What can you do? If you can't make your case today, then I'll have a proper reason to send troops and go to war with Konoha. Either way, you'll be the ones in the wrong." Muchuan tilted his head and rolled his neck until it cracked, then curled his lips into a sinister smile. "Heh, Inoki, you've got guts. Looks like back then Uchiha Madara didn't leave you traumatized. He scared you into becoming a complete idiot. Today, I'll help refresh your memory. Let me show you what Susanoo is. Let me show you the power of a god." The moment Inoki heard that, before he could even think about why this kid knew about what happened back then, he felt that something was wrong. His eyelids twitched. A bad feeling rose in his chest. As soon as Muchuan finished speaking, his eyes began to glow faintly, and his power activated. A massive black and gold energy avatar burst through the Tsuchikage building and rose from the ground. The Susanoo avatar, fused with the source power of two classes, appeared in a mixed black and gold form. It swelled to around 1,000 meters before stopping. Muchuan felt that was enough to intimidate them. There was no need to make it any bigger. That would be excessive. Ever since fusing multiple eyes, his Susanoo was no longer some mere 100-meter construct. It was a colossal existence that could expand to several thousand meters. Every building beneath its feet was smashed into total ruin. The Iwagakure hadn't looked that great to begin with, and now it looked even worse. The instant the Susanoo expanded, Inoki immediately used amplification to tell everyone to run. In that instant, he understood exactly what that bad feeling had been. This bastard had come to establish dominance in Iwagakure, and he was doing it in this kind of destructive way. Floating in the air and looking at the 1,000-meter monster before him, he truly felt uneasy. He had no idea why someone with the surname Senju could use the Uchiha clan's Susanoo, but that wasn't important right now. Forcing himself to be brave, he shouted, "Senju Muchuan, I am not so easy to bully. Do you think that after all these years, I still can't break Madara's mere Susanoo? His era is long over. It's just an energy construct that's a little bigger. What's so arrogant about it?" As he spoke, he flew into midair and slapped his hands together, preparing to use dust release to disintegrate the Susanoo. Seeing his movement, Muchuan only smiled faintly. Inside the Susanoo, he controlled the truth-seeking balls and turned them into a layer of outer armor covering the Susanoo to defend against Inoki's dust release. That cursed ninjutsu could break the target down into atoms. It was underhanded as hell. Unfortunately, it was useless against him. The truth-seeking balls could nullify any chakra-based ninjutsu. Taking a step back, he could also use the Predapath to absorb Inoki's dust release. Taking another step back, he could directly use the Tenseigan's long-distance chakra absorption to drain him into a helpless weakling. So that thing could only scare ordinary ninja. Against anyone stronger, it was basically useless. After the truth-seeking ball armor covered the Susanoo, Muchuan spoke in mockery. Hey, old man, it's not that I look down on you, but come on, hit me. Hit me as hard as you can. Use your best move and really put your back into it. Back then, Uchiha Madara didn't even bother with you, and you were already trembling in fear. Who would have thought that after all these years you'd actually started looking down on him? If you say you weren't scared stupid, I won't believe it. Since you can't see reality for what it is, then today I'll make it real for you. Then he shouted, come on, bet the entire land of Earth on killing me. Winner takes all. Whoever chickens out is a grandson. Kakaka, let's make it big. How could Inoki endure that kind of provocation? Damn brat, how dare you humiliate me? He flew straight into the air until he was level with the head where Muchuan was, pouring out the maximum amount of chakra. Furious, he roared, brat, take this. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. A burst of white light flared up, and the head of the Susanoo where Muchuan was located was enveloped by a transparent white cube 100 meters wide. Then the white light inside the cube kept flashing for quite a while before finally stopping. And then, there was no then. Nothing happened. What else could happen? Under the truth-seeking ball armor, what could ordinary ninjutsu possibly do? When the white light faded and the cube disappeared, Inoki was panting heavily. Looking at Muchuan and the completely unharmed Susanoo, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What the hell just happened? My dust release was huge. Huge. The biggest dust release I've used in my whole life. How could it do absolutely nothing? This had to be a joke. That was an atomic disintegration technique. A bloodline elimination formed from 3 fused attributes. How could it be blocked? Was this guy even human? Muchuan rubbed his eyes and mocked him with an annoyed look. Seriously, old man, if we're fighting, then fight properly. Why are you flashing my eyes with a flashbang? That's just dirty. Enough already. Stop playing these kiddie games and attack already. My family's waiting for dinner. Inoki was panting hard, swaying unsteadily. So angry he nearly fell headfirst out of the sky. What the hell do you mean? Flashbang. That was this old man's ultimate attack with all my chakra. Damn it. Ha! Senju Muchuan, you're strong. That just now was my strongest attack. This old man is no match for you. I lost. Muchuan raised a brow, planning to humiliate him some more. What? That was your strongest attack? Don't tell me Tenseigan only knows how to throw a flashbang? You kidding me, old man? At your level, you can still become a Kage? Holy crap, how much did you pay the second Tenseigan to pass the position to you? With just that little skill? How did you even dare come looking for trouble with my Konoha? Who gave you the courage? My brother Tsuyu or what? Inoki couldn't bear the humiliation. His breath caught, and he tipped over and dropped straight down. He hit the ground with a smack. If he hadn't forcibly used the ultra-lightweight rock technique at the last moment to lift himself a bit, he probably would have died from the fall. Seeing the old man fall from the sky, Muchuan was stunned too. Damn, what are you doing? I didn't even touch you. Trying to scam me? Don't pull that crap on me. Don't think just because you're old you can get away with this. You're the Tenseigan, have some shame. Hurry up and get up and talk. Don't make me look down on you. Don't think you can just fake it and get away with this. You already attacked me, so now it's your turn to take one of my moves. This is a fair one-on-one. Can't just be you hitting me, right? Get up and take the hit, or I'll make sure you learn how the moon was formed. Inoki was so furious he finally couldn't hold it in anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood. You Konoha bastard, you've gone too far. I'm not taking the move. I just want to know how the moon was formed. Go on, tell me.
I am listening.
Muchuan couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha. Holy crap. Inoki, not bad. Picked a big move and thought it was a knowledge lecture? Gutsy. That gave Inoki a very bad feeling. Muchuan sneered and shook his head, ready to open their eyes. Hiba Gettianxian. Planetary devastation. With a flick of his hand, he threw a black supergravity sphere into the air ahead of him. Not that he actually needed a black sphere to use this kind of technique now. He could cast it out of thin air. But having the black sphere there made it look more fun. And this was only a normal, small planetary devastation. If he used a bigger one, or the 6 paths planetary devastation, then the land of Earth would be gone on the spot. Below, Inoki and the Awagakure ninja stared blankly as the little black sphere flew forward. After flying some distance, it stopped. Then suddenly, violent gravity erupted. The ground below shook violently. The earth and mountain peaks shattered into chunks of stone and flew toward the black sphere. Only then did the ninja below realize what kind of freakish thing it was. A technique with terrifying gravitational pull. That thing wasn't just sucking in the land and rocks, it was going to drag them in two and crush them to death inside. What a vicious move. What a ruthless man. If he disagreed with you, he'd wipe out your whole village. But against a battle at this level, ordinary ninja like them had neither the right nor the ability to interfere. In fact, forget 6 paths level battles, even in any battle above the Superkage level. Ordinary ninja had no ability to interfere. The gap was so huge that no number of village ninja could make up for it. Seeing that if he didn't stop this now, Iwagakure would be finished today, Inoki hurriedly forced himself up and shouted, "Stop! Stop first! Konoha's Vice Hokage. We can talk. We can offer compensation. Say what you want. What good does destroying Iwagakure do for you? Wouldn't real benefits in your hands be better?" Muchuan saw that Inoki had already backed down. He had also displayed his strength and taken control of the negotiations, so there was no need to slaughter an entire village. With a wave of his hand, he dispelled planetary devastation. The terrifying gravity shrouding Iwagakure vanished, and the rocks filling the sky, along with the slightly formed giant stone sphere, came crashing down with a roar. Iwagakure's rocky, mountain-filled terrain looked like it had been plowed over. The whole place had been shaken apart and flattened into level ground. Most of it was in the distance, though. The central area where Muchuan and the others were still standing remained more or less the same, except the buildings had all collapsed from the ground shaking and the pull from the outer edges. After dismissing the 1,000-meter Great Susanoo, Muchuan landed and immediately started lecturing Inoki. "Look at you. Why didn't you do this earlier? It was originally just a compensation issue, but now look what you made it into. Happy now? I'm telling you, this isn't just compensation for border harassment anymore. There's also my service fee, nutrition fee, emotional damages, lost work fee, travel expenses, meal allowance, business trip fee, chakra consumption fee, ocular power consumption fee, stamina consumption fee, restraint fee, and a whole series of other compensations. Got it?" Inoki nearly failed to catch his breath and dropped dead on the spot. This bastard was clearly trying to extort him. In the distance, Kuratsuchi saw the battle had stopped and hurried over to see what was going on. When she came over and saw her grandfather looking weak enough to collapse at any moment, she quickly moved to support him. "Old man, are you about done for? Is it time to pass the position to me? Don't rush, hang in there. You can die after handing over the Tsuchikage seat." That was just Kuratsuchi's personality. Lively, straightforward, and always joking around with her grandfather, Inoki. In truth, the relationship between grandfather and granddaughter was very good. Inoki ignored his granddaughter's words and continued speaking to Muchuan. "Konoha's Vice Hokage, today Iwagakure lost. I admit it. This old man accepts it. Being weaker than you is a fact. As long as you don't wipe us out completely, just name your terms." Muchuan looked at this future leg Kage girl. At such a young age, she already had the makings of a short-haired beauty. Short-haired beauties were rare. He had to get this one into his own hands. He raised a hand, pointed at the short-haired girl Kuratsuchi, and smiled. "You're the one. Compensation item number 1. Kuratsuchi had only come to watch the excitement, but when she saw him pointing at her, she froze. Pointing at herself, she said blankly, "Huh? Me? What are you even talking about?" Inoki looked full of resistance. No, this won't do. This is my granddaughter, not an object. She can't be used for trade or given away." Muchuan's face dropped. "No? So it's a no? Then let us keep fighting. Stand up straight and take the move." "Hiba-gu," Inoki hurriedly stopped him.
Stop. ILLG her.
"Isn't it just one Kuratsuchi? Take her." Hearing that, Kuratsuchi's face filled with disbelief. "Hey, old man, you're selling me off just like that. Doesn't your conscience hurt at all?" Inoki had fully given up and said bluntly, "Heh, then why don't you go fight him? Your grandpa can't do it anyway. If you can, then go ahead. Grandpa's cheering for you. If that really won't work, then grandpa will abdicate right now and give you the Tsuchikage seat. Go on, Tsuchikage Kuratsuchi-sama. Show your might, take down that Konoha guy and protect us. Iwagakure's future depends on you." After saying that, he even raised a hand in a polite inviting gesture, like he was saying please begin your performance. There wasn't a trace of shame or embarrassment on his face. Old Ginger was still the spiciest. When it came to being shameless, he could drop all pretense instantly. Kuratsuchi wilted at once. She wasn't stupid. She could tell what level the other side was at, and she knew her own level too. She wasn't even 1% of her grandfather, let alone a monster like the one opposite them. She looked at her grandfather and stammered, "I." Muchuan watched the two of them fool around while walking over. He stopped in front of them and spoke to Kuratsuchi. "What are you muttering about? Let me see your legs." Kuratsuchi looked at the handsome guy in front of her, who seemed about her age, blinking her curious eyes. Then she lowered her head and looked at her own legs. Long, fair, and straight. But what was there to look at? Besides, if you want to look, then look. It's not like I'm stopping you. She lifted her head, looking confused. Go ahead then." As she spoke, she even lifted her leg and said, "Here, see? I'm not hiding it or anything. What is so interesting about this?" Muchuan raised a brow and shook his head. No. I want to see the kind without fishnet stockings. What's the point of this?" Haitu blinked, then lowered her head and reached down to tug off the fishnet stocking on her leg. She looked up and asked, like this? Muchuan nodded as he looked. Haito spread her hands. You're so weird. What's so special about legs? Doesn't everyone have them? Muchuan crouched down and reached out. TSK. Slim but not bony, full, fair, tender, soft, and just the right amount of elasticity. Good legs. He was still there admiring them when Haito's face turned red. Her whole body jolted. No, wait. How can you just start touching me like that? Then she turned her head and saw that quite a few people around them were staring with wide eyes and strange expressions. Good grief, with this many people watching. I'm done for. My reputation is totally ruined. Inoki was also watching what they were doing while shaking his head. He couldn't bear to look. Kids these days. Seriously, TSK. Back in my day, I at least knew to do this where people couldn't see. But my granddaughter? They started touching each other right on the spot. Morals are really declining. Couldn't you at least wait until you got home? Or at least get a room? Just get one. It's not like it costs much. Hell, I'd even pay for it myself. With a sigh he said, I say, are we still going to talk business? I have no interest in watching you paw at my granddaughter in front of me. Only then did Muchuan smile, lift his head, and stand up. Sorry about that. I couldn't help myself. Please forgive me. Alright then, let us continue. Height counts as one condition. Then I want your dust release, plus lightweight rock and weighted rock, and also ultra-lightweight rock and ultra-weighted rock. I'm a little interested in jutsu like mass decomposition and weight alteration. I want to study them, though it's not like I'm that interested. It's just that I have this problem. I can choose not to use something, but I can't not have it. I'm overly curious and like collecting things. As long as it's something I'm interested in, whether it's useful or not, I want it. Inoki was shocked. What? You want dust release? Then he shook his head again. What do you want dust release for? That Kekiai Toda. It's not something ordinary people can learn. Even if I give it to you, it won't be of any use. Inoki understood all too well how hard that thing was to learn. The requirements were too harsh. Wasn't it obvious? Not one of his own descendants knew it. It was practically on the verge of being lost. And it wasn't just because it required 3 nature attributes. The difficulty of learning it was also a problem. It wasn't as if anyone with wind, fire, and earth attributes could master it. The talent required to learn it was an even harsher condition than the 3 attributes themselves. Not only did all 3 attributes have to reach a proficient level, the user also needed extremely strong chakra control and fine manipulation. And it had to be taught hand in hand. Even then, there was no guarantee the student would learn it. Inoki was baffled too. What use did he even have for this thing? Even if he met all the conditions, if Inoki didn't teach him personally, he still wouldn't learn it. What? Was he expecting to glance at a scroll and teach himself? Muchuan smiled confidently. It's fine. I'll just give it a try. If I can't learn it, then I can't learn it. That just means I'm not capable enough. What's wrong with trying? Don't worry about whether I can learn it or not. I'm not asking you to teach me. I just want it as part of the compensation. Inoki was helpless. There was no helping it. The one with the bigger fist made the rules. If he refused, Iwagakure would be gone today. If their lives were gone, what was the point of keeping their ninjutsu? At that point, it would be meaningless. With a sigh he said, fine. I'll give them to you. All of them. Anything else? Say it all at once. Muchuan shook his head. That's it. Inoki had already braced himself to bleed heavily, and now this guy was telling him that was all? He had single-handedly crushed one of the 5 great nations, Iwagakure, and all he wanted was 1 woman and 5 jutsu? And if lightweight rock and weighted rock weren't counted separately from the ultra versions, then it was really just 3 jutsu. Sure, they were all Iwagakure's most core secret arts, but he might not even be able to learn them. They were too difficult. With a face full of disbelief, Inoki asked, really, that's all? Muchuan nodded. That's all. Inoki said, you sure? Muchuan said, of course. Inoki said, no compensation money? Muchuan said, no need. I've got plenty of money. I'm not interested in the little scraps your village has. Inoki said, then you're not signing some kind of peace treaty? Didn't you come here to solve the hostility between our 2 nations? At least an alliance, right? You're not signing one? Muchuan still shook his head. No need. Isn't it better when all the nations fight each other? Without battle, where does progress come from? Without war, how can you discover the good qualities and spirit in some people? Once people enter an age of peace, they fall into livestock raising mode. Technology and weapons replace force and end up in the hands of the upper class. Personal strength becomes a forbidden sin. Everyone gives up force and starts working for others instead. People just keep getting more base and numb. None of those good qualities will remain. All they know is making money, working, eating, drinking, shitting, and sleeping. Slowly, they all turn into total weaklings. That is the price of peace. When the Otsutsuki clan comes attacking, 1T slaughtering them be like slaughtering pigs. The entire planet will be full of swine that only know how to scream for help. As he said that, Muchuan also thought of the later Boruto era, the so-called Age of Peace Naruto talked about. It had not even become a truly complete Age of Peace yet, and martial strength had already started to decline. A mere 10-odd years had passed. And just what had happened to the shinobi world's combat power? It had basically all turned into children playing house. Ninjutsu and the personal strength of shinobi were practically useless. Everything was regressing. Everyone had started developing technology, working, and making money. Good grief, the moment he thought of that, his balls started hurting. Damn it, I didn't transmigrate here just to witness the arrival of the corporate slave era. You want me to experience that kind of world again, where everyone is just a work slave? The hell with that. Whoever wants to build a unified peace, I'll kill them. If I were just an ordinary shinobi, then sure, peace and unification would be fine. I support it 100%. Too bad I'm not. With all this personal strength, you're telling me to live in peace. Peace my ass. Everybody better get hyped. Inoki frowned as he listened. You actually don't want peace? Wouldn't it be better if everyone just lived as ordinary people? No wait. What did you mean at the end by the Otsutsuki clan? Isn't that the Sage of Six Paths surname? Why would they come slaughter us? Good lord. All of a sudden, it felt like he had just heard some incredible secret. Muchuan smiled and pointed at the sky. It's nothing that needs hiding. The shinobi world isn't some safe place. There are aliens out in the universe planning to come here. To put it simply, they're members of the clan of Otsutsuki Kagaya, the mother of Otsutsuki Hagoromo, the Sage of Six Paths. That's the so-called Otsutsuki clan. Those guys use the shinobi world as nourishment to cultivate a god tree and harvest its fruit. When the time comes, this planet will be drained of energy and die. And of course, the people on it will die too. By my count, they should descend in about 20 years or so. And damn, every single one of them has the Byakugan and the Rinnegan. Against weaklings like you who still need hand seals just to use techniques, dealing with them would actually be a little troublesome. When that time comes, only a few people will even be able to exchange blows with them. Other than me, that's just the Sage of Six Paths family. Alright, one of them is still sealed inside the moon. Muchuan spoke casually, but Inoki was horrified. Holy shit, how are we supposed to deal with this? So this world doesn't just have the filthy struggles between nations. It also has Senju Muchuan and aliens. While the old man was still digesting all this information, Muchuan remembered something. He had come here for the Five Tails. So he immediately said, right, there's one more thing. Have your Five Tails Jinchuriki come here. I need some Five Tails chakra from him. Inoki's mind was still processing what he had just heard. He felt a little numb. Blankly, he asked, Five Tails chakra? What do you want that for? You want to become a Jinchuriki too? Muchuan answered casually, I've got a research project. I need to fuse some tailed beast chakra. Inoki couldn't be bothered to ask more. His mind was still occupied with the Otsutsuki aliens, so he directly told Kuratsuchi to go call Han over. As for himself, he handed Muchuan the scrolls for dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique and earth release, ultralight weight rock technique and ultra-added weight rock technique. Before long, Kuratsuchi returned with Han, who was clad head to toe in armor. After Inoki gave a quick explanation, Han cooperated fully and let Muchuan extract the Five Tails chakra. Once that was done, Muchuan thought for a moment about what to do with Kuratsuchi, then said to Inoki, I won't take Kuratsuchi with me for now. Let her stay in Iwagakure. As he spoke, he looked at Kuratsuchi. Since you're my woman, I'll leave my mark first. The moment he finished speaking, he pulled her into his arms and lowered his head, pressing a kiss on her just like that. Kuratsuchi was completely dumbfounded as she lost her first kiss. Only after he was satisfied did the two part. With that, everything on Iwagakure's side was finished. Muchuan waved a hand and used teleportation to leave Iwagakure, leaving chaos behind him. Back in Konoha, the moment he appeared at home, Rin happened to open the door and come out. Judging by the look of it, she had already finished copying down the jutsu she needed to copy. A belly full of bad ideas immediately started bubbling up in Muchuan. Today's free revival token shouldn't go to waste, right? Gotta do something with it. And if he didn't take Rin along to give Obito a nice little shock, that really wouldn't sit right. Just imagining how worked up Obito would get. TSK. Time to go. He stepped forward, took the scroll of seals from Rin's hand, and tossed it into his storage space. Then, with a sinister smile, he said to her, Rin, there's an old saying, good gets evil's reward, evil gets evil's reward. It's not that retribution won't come. It just doesn't come at all. So for Obito's evil retribution, it still has to be me. Every cause has its effect, and I am his retribution. Then he thought of something else. Obito was Naruto's beloved relative, his brother in all but blood. Naruto really protected him. For his sake, he could even cast aside his own parents. What more could anyone even say about that? Right, Clown Niji? You died taking Obito's attack for him, got turned into a human pincushion, and before your corpse was even cold, The guy was already saying no one was allowed to mock Obito. Right after that, he even said no one was cooler than Obito. When it comes to being a clown, it really had to be Neji. Rin looked at the sinister smile on his face and took a step back, raising an arm in front of herself as she said weakly, "Why, your expression is kinda scary. If there's something, just say it. Don't scare me like this. I'll have nightmares tonight." Muchuan stepped forward, draped an arm around her shoulder, and started negotiating. "Look, we agreed from the start, right? Reviving you was to stimulate Obito." Rin said, I know. So what's wrong?" Muchuan said, "If we're going to stimulate Obito, then we have to use the method of killing you. And it has to be the same way Kakashi killed you back then." Rin said, So? Muchuan said, "So today, I have to say something from the bottom of my heart." Rin said, "Will it hurt a lot?" Muchuan said, "How would you not know whether it hurts? Haven't you already been through it once?" Rin said, "Alright. Then after that, can I still live?" Muchuan said, "Relax. Even if everyone else dies, you won't. This might happen often in the future, so you'd better prepare yourself mentally." Rin took a deep breath. "Okay, I understand. Then let's start. Let's come back early. I still have to make dinner later." Muchuan nodded with a wicked grin. "That sounds great. Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, he wrapped an arm around Rin's shoulder just like that and teleported away from the house. On Obito's side, he was currently wearing a spiral mask and hiding in the secret underground base beneath the graveyard of mountains, sitting beside the demonic statue of the outer path and contemplating life. While sorting through his thoughts and planning to begin the tailed beast collection plan, he was also thinking about Rin, fantasizing about how wonderful that future world with Rin in it would be. Just as he was lowering his head and getting really into his fantasy, with a swish, 4 feet appeared in his lowered field of vision. That meant 2 people. Brother Tucci couldn't even be bothered to lift his head. He didn't want to look. He didn't want to know who it was. Whoever they were, if they disturbed him, they deserved to die. And if they knew the location of his secret base, then they deserved to die even more. In his eyes, these 2 were already dead. Obito sat there with his head lowered, and in a low, hoarse voice filled with authority, he said indifferently, 30 seconds. If you can escape, you live. If you can't, you die. Even Muchuan froze for a moment. Damn, the way you put on that act really has something to it. Look at this gloomy, lonely, indifferent aura. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a waste not joining the funeral of non-mainstream clan. Ignoring his words, Muchuan instead teased, Hey, run to. You're putting on an act without even looking up to see who it is. What if you regret it? Obito still kept his dejected posture with his head lowered. I am Uchiha Madara, not some run to. And you still have time to talk. Talking counts toward the time too. If you don't start running, then killing you won't even feel interesting. 15 seconds left. At this moment, when Rin looked at the Obito in front of her, she simply couldn't believe this was the same bright, kind-hearted boy he used to be. She softly greeted him, Obito. Is that you? The instant Obito heard that voice, his whole body froze stiff. That voice. He could never forget it for the rest of his life. It was Rin's voice. A moment later, his body trembling, he slowly raised his head. The second he saw Rin, even his pupils started trembling slightly. It really was Rin. Not a dream, not a hallucination, not a genjutsu. She was real. He stood up and stared at Rin's face, speaking carefully, Rin, is it really you? But before Rin could answer, he saw that bastard at her side had his arm around her shoulder, looking intimate with her, and that instantly sent Obito over the edge. His Mangekyo spun, red light flaring in his eyes, and his hoarse voice carried suppressed fury. Trash! Take your filthy hand off Rin right now. Otherwise my ass. With a wet sound, Muchuan directly gave Rin a heart-piercing strike. His hand went straight through her body, clutching her heart, and then with a bang, he squeezed hard. It exploded. It perfectly made Obito watch the scene from back then all over again, except this time the shock level had even been upgraded. Rin stared at her own heart being pierced and crushed. Then the weakness spreading through her body made her knees go soft, and she almost dropped straight to the ground. Pain. It hurt too much. Back then, Kakashi had at least used lightning to increase the piercing power, while also bringing paralysis and extreme heat to numb the pain. But you were doing this raw. This body still had all its senses. She could feel everything happening inside her body. Even the slightest tremble from him hurt so much she felt like dying. With difficulty, she turned her head back and painfully forced out a sentence. This hurts way too much. The moment she finished speaking, she died with a snap, leaving Muchuan looking embarrassed. He thought, could it really hurt that much? As for Obito, after seeing Rin die tragically in front of him once again, he crashed on the spot. His mind went blank. His spirit was like a taut string that suddenly snapped. He stared with crimson eyes without blinking once. He had even stopped breathing. He stayed frozen like that for quite a while, and in the end, it was only his body's instinct forcing him to breathe that brought him back to his senses. He suddenly sucked in a huge mouthful of air, his breathing returning, then growing heavier and heavier. Huff! Rin? No. Huff. This isn't real. It's all fake. Everything is fake. How is this possible? Rin? No! With a furious roar, berserk chakra exploded out of him. The wood release growing from his body burst free and began expanding wildly, clearly intending to vent with one massive outburst. I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Muchuan shrugged. TSK. Look at you, getting worked up again. I know you're in a hurry, but hold that thought. Wait until I leave, then you can panic. By now, after teasing him, he teleported away in a flash together with Rin's corpse. That left Brother Tucci roaring madly in place, completely losing it. Ah! You dog bastard. I want you to die a miserable death. Just you wait. You just wait. White Zetsu. Get out there and find him. I want him found. Mobilize every White Zetsu that can still move. Search the entire shinobi world for that bastard. White Zetsu asked calmly, but aren't you about to start hunting the tailed beasts and carry out the Eye of the Moon plan? Before he could finish, Obito shouted like a madman. To hell with the Eye of the Moon. Right now I just want that bastard dead. I want to torture him to death. At that moment, Black Zetsu also came out and tried to persuade him. Calm down. The other side just used some method to recreate the Rin from before. Trust me, that's not the real Rin. The most important thing for you right now is to carry out the plan and create a perfect world. A nobody like that shouldn't be a stumbling block on your path to success. Once the Eye of the Moon is complete, everyone will have a beautiful future. Think about that world where Rin exists. Black Zetsu thought he was doing a pretty good job talking him down. Unfortunately, Obito had already completely lost his mind. With red light glowing in his eyes, Obito turned and stared at Black Zetsu. I said go find him. If you keep talking, don't blame me for killing you. Killing intent. Naked, undisguised killing intent. Black Zetsu could tell that if he dared say one more word, Obito really would make a move to kill him. Whether he could actually do it was another matter. The key point was that this guy was the main chess piece. If anything went wrong, all these years of effort would go to waste again. It was already too late to switch people, and there wasn't a suitable replacement anyway. More importantly, Madara was already dead. If something happened to this guy too, there really would be no telling what to do next. Forget it. At the end of the day, it was just finding someone. He'd put up with him this once. Fine. We'll go look for him. Calm down. Trust us, it won't take long to find that guy. On Muchuan's side, after bringing Rin's corpse home, he directly used a revival coin to bring her back to life. There was no need to take the revival coin out before using it. As long as he had it, and as long as he was still conscious, even if his physical body was completely gone and only a remnant soul remained, he could still use it with a single thought and instantly revive at full health. The same went for other items. As long as it was an item, whether it was food or drink, he could either take it out and use it normally, or activate it with his mind. After Rin came back to life, she held her chest, still a little unaccustomed to it. Although this wasn't her first resurrection, still felt very strange. 1 second ago, the pain had been unbearable, and her whole body had been weak. She had quickly lost consciousness. The next second, her awareness returned, the pain was gone, the weakness was gone too, and all her senses were back to normal. It was a very strange feeling. It felt like being caught in a genjutsu and then released from it. Pretty interesting, really. After recovering a bit, she lowered her hand and raised her head, about to voice her opinion. With grievance written all over her face, she said, "So why did it hurt? It hurt that much. I died from the pain. Okay?" As she spoke, she looked at him with tearful eyes, clearly meaning that if he didn't give her an explanation, she was going to cry for him to see. Knowing he was in the wrong, Muchuan scratched his head awkwardly. Ahem, well. It probably maybe should be a technical issue with the method. After all, it was my first time doing something like this. It's normal that I had no experience. Thinking about it now, it was probably because I slowed down in order to grab the heart. Since I wasn't fast enough, it didn't trigger the nervous system's pain-blocking mechanism. So the pain was still there. Next time I'll definitely pay attention. Or how about we stop grabbing the heart and just use attributes to pierce straight through? If that still doesn't work, I'll block your pain nerves in advance. Guaranteed painless. Only after getting that promise did Rin smile again. That's good. I'll go make dinner, then. With that, she happily went off to cook. Muchuan, meanwhile, crouched down and pressed one hand to the ground, adding a space-time barrier to Konoha's barrier specifically to guard against Obito. At the same time, he blocked out every Uchiha not recorded by Konoha, just in case Obito happened to wander in. As for the white Zetsu lurking in the village, he couldn't be bothered with it. Even if he caught it, there was nowhere to keep it anyway. As long as it left, it wouldn't be able to get back in, so there was no need to worry about it. As for exposing himself, something that minor had never been a problem. He was practically waiting for Obito to come block him outside Konoha's main gate. That would actually be interesting, wouldn't it? After finishing with the barrier, He used a teleport and went to show off to the third Hokage about what happened in Iwagakure. With a whoosh, he appeared in the Hokage's office. The third Hokage was packing up, getting ready to head home. Seeing someone appear out of the corner of his eye, he turned his head and saw that troublesome guy again. Helpless, he said, "Why are you here again? It's already time to get off work and go home." "What is it?" Muchuan raised a hand, took out the scroll of seals, and tossed it to him. "Here, returning it. I'm done using it. Thanks." The third looked completely baffled as he caught the scroll and lowered his head for a look. Damn it, the forbidden jutsu scroll. So when this bastard said he wanted to borrow something, this was what he meant? Was this borrowing? Huh? This was theft, all right. He really knew how to dress it up nicely for himself. Shameless to the extreme. His old face twitched with anger. You. And you still have the nerve to say thank you? Am I supposed to answer with you're welcome? Muchuan waved a hand like it was nothing. Come on. Why be so polite? We're all family here. A little gesture is enough. The third nearly exploded from rage. Even the hand pointing at him was trembling. The hell do you mean I'm being polite with you? Huh? That was theft, you brat. You call that borrowing? Did you get my permission? And you stole something this important. This is a scroll that records forbidden jutsu. It's one of Konoha's core assets. If it were lost, something huge would happen. If you wanted to read it, couldn't you have just told me? Would I really have refused to let you? Why did you have to steal it? You really are too much of a headache. Muchuan didn't listen at all. He directly cut off the old man's nagging. That's not actually the main thing I came to talk about. The third's breathing almost stopped. What? That's not even the main thing? Dear ancestor of mine. What else did you do now? Did you poke a hole in the sky or something? Seeing how frightened the old man looked, Muchuan curled his lip. What kind of mental resilience was that? Not good enough. He needed practice. Relax. It's really nothing major. I just took a trip to Iwagakure today. After hearing that, the third took one look and decided it really wasn't a big deal. He relaxed a little and smiled. Oh, going to Iwagakure for a look is good too. You can compare the places. Their place is nothing but broken rocky mountains. Konoha's terrain is much better than theirs, right? Ha ha ha. As he spoke, he turned around, planning to pick up the tea he hadn't finished earlier and take a sip to calm himself down. Muchuan picked up the thread. It really is. Though most of it is flat ground now. Not that flat exactly. Is that so? Could it be that old fellow Inoki finally thought of environmental remodeling? As he spoke, he lifted the teacup and took a sip. No, I flattened it for him. A mouthful of tea sprayed out. What did you say? You flattened it? How exactly did you flatten it? What did you do in Iwagakure? Muchuan looked at the old man, who couldn't even drink tea properly, and took 2 steps back with a face full of disdain. I just had a friendly spar with Inoki. He was the one who couldn't handle it. One move from me nearly wiped Iwagakure out. If he hadn't surrendered so fast, flattening their mountaintops would have been the least of it. At the very least, I don't think we'll be seeing Iwagakure come looking for trouble anytime soon. My guess is that, after this battle, it won't be long before all the hidden villages know my great name. The third wiped his mouth and asked, Wait, you're that fierce? Then after winning, did you demand compensation? I'm telling you, no matter what, you should have asked for 10 or 20 billion.
Muchuan smiled.
Too small. Your thinking is too small. The third widened his eyes. Don't tell me. 5 billion?
Muchuan smiled faintly.
I didn't ask for a single cent. The third was stunned. What? 100? What? Not a single cent?
Muchuan nodded calmly.
That's right, old man. That's right. With a thump, the third collapsed back into his chair and said angrily, Then you at least asked for some benefits, right? You couldn't have asked for nothing at all. If you dare say that's right, I'll die right here right now. Only then did Muchuan shake his head and say leisurely, Not that. How could I not ask for something? I asked for a few jutsu. Oh right. I also asked for Inoki's granddaughter, Kuratsuchi. She's my private property now too. Only after hearing that he had asked for something did the third finally calm down a little. Having ninjutsu was enough. As for Inoki's granddaughter, Kuratsuchi, better not mention her. That lecherous bastard would screw himself to death sooner or later. With a forced smile on his face, he said, Oh, ninjutsu, how many did you ask for exactly? They're ones we don't have, right?
Muchuan smiled proudly.
If I'm asking, then of course I'm asking for the best. Who wants that trash everyone has? I asked for 5 jutsu in total. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique, earth release. Lightweight rock technique, earth release. Ultra lightweight rock technique, earth release. Added weight rock technique, and earth release, ultra added weight rock technique. So, is that solid or not? These are Iwagakure's core ninjutsu, exclusive techniques, basically the same as our Konoha's forbidden jutsu. The third Hokage shot to his feet with a start, instantly wide awake. Really? Those are the very foundation of Iwagakure. You really got those? Muchuan pulled out 5 scrolls and casually tossed them over. See for yourself. After catching them, the third Hokage began checking them, opening the scrolls and examining them carefully. No problem. They really are proper ninjutsu records. There doesn't seem to be any tampering. After looking through them one by one, he rolled them back up and tossed them to Muchuan again. Muchuan, well, about that. Once you've learned them, if it's convenient, could you make a copy for the village records? We won't take them for free. We'll pay. This was a request, not a demand. The old man knew this kid wasn't stingy. As long as he asked properly, there was basically a chance. Sure enough, Muchuan put away the scrolls and waved a hand indifferently. Fine. No need to talk about money. I looked at your forbidden jutsu, so I'll add a few new ones for you. Call it returning the favor. To Muchuan, this was just ordinary ninjutsu anyway. It wasn't some precious treasure. Besides, how many people could actually learn them? These things were hard as hell to master. The third Hokage looked deeply gratified. Look at that. This was the will of fire. Wherever the leaves of Konoha danced, the fire would also burn without end. Facts proved his judgment hadn't been wrong. This kid, this bastard, really could carry Konoha. Good. Very good. Haha. Anything else? If not, let's each head home. After a whole day of work, you should eat well and rest on time. When you're old, taking care of your health is still very necessary. Haha. Muchuan shook his head to show he had said everything he needed to say. He waved goodbye, then directly used a teleport and went home for dinner. After dinner, he once again fell asleep hugging his oversized body pillow. Rin. The next day, when he woke up, Rin had once again just finished making breakfast. After eating, he started checking what his random item for today was. He wiped his face and opened the system shop. Let me turn the whole situation around. Open. Permanent energy furnace. A Dragon Ball Android biotechnology device. It can provide the user with unlimited energy and unlimited stamina. After use, it fuses into the heart inside the body and connects to the body, supplying a constant stream of energy. Price, 5 million point coupons. What? Holy shit. A golden legend? This was the core of Android 17 and 18 from Dragon Ball. With this thing, as long as our combat power was close enough, I could fight you non-stop until the end of time without even breathing hard. And you, my friend, your stamina would wear down the more you fought, and your energy would keep dropping. It wouldn't take long before you'd be pinned to the ground and rubbed into the dirt. Muchuan looked at the price again. TSK, only 5 million point coupons. That was dirt cheap. Only the system would sell something like this to him at a low price. If you tried buying this in reality, let alone 50 million, you couldn't get it even for 500 billion US dollars. Just one controllable nuclear fusion research project would need tens of billions of US dollars in funding to start with, let alone infinite energy technology. Even with hundreds of billions, this thing couldn't be developed. As for Dr. Gero from Dragon Ball, who knew how many hundreds of billions he had burned through over the decades, there was no need to hesitate. Buy with eyes closed. He purchased it directly and paid 5 million point coupons. Account balance, 194,991,500 point coupons. After buying it, he used it immediately. There was nothing to wait for. It wasn't like there would be some huge disturbance. It was just a miniature internal biological energy supply device. What kind of commotion could it make? And it was a system product, so the fusion efficiency was guaranteed. Facts proved there really wasn't much of a disturbance. At most, for one instant, he felt like there was something extra in his heart. And then the feeling disappeared. It didn't affect him at all. He took a deep breath and still didn't feel anything special. His dark eye already had unlimited energy to begin with, and as for unlimited stamina, he couldn't feel that right now unless he went crazy and deliberately exhausted himself to test it. But after thinking about it, he felt there was no need. Could a system product really have problems? Wouldn't that just be doing something unnecessary? After fusing with the energy furnace, he casually claimed today's free revive coin. Then he got up and left 1 million Rio for Rin as living expenses. Here, take this and spend it. Your living expenses. I'm heading out for a bit. Whether you want to practice ninjutsu or go out and have fun, do whatever you like. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished with a teleport, continuing to work hard at stirring things up. Today's target, Mangekyo in the land of lightning. Speaking of which, Mangekyo really was asking for a beating. Those bastards spent every day attacking this one and robbing that one, never settling down for a moment. Inside the Raikage's office in Mangekyo, the fourth Raikage was still discussing with his secretary Mabui about who they should make a move on next. With a swish, Muchuan made a dazzling entrance, right beside Mabui. He directly ignored Raikage A at first and turned to look at the dark-skinned beauty. Not bad. Great figure, pretty face, outstanding temperament, and strong work ability. A perfect personal secretary. This kind of opportunity was wasted on a junior like the Raikage. He couldn't handle it. Better leave it to me. Only after sizing up Mabui did he turn to speak to the Reikage. You're the Reikage, right? Do you even know how to make use of a secretary like this? Don't worry, I'll take over for you. I'm familiar with this kind of work. Leave it to me. A's face darkened, and veins bulged on his forehead. How many years had it been? How many years since anyone had dared provoke him, the Reikage, like this? Ever since he had mastered his lightning release chakra mode. Who dared not behave in front of him? Yet today, this bastard who came out of nowhere actually dared mock him to his face. If this could be tolerated, what couldn't be? He roared, "Ah! You little brat with a death wish, you're asking to die. I don't care which village you're from, where you came from, or what your purpose is. You're not leaving Kumogakure alive today." Right after that, lightning chakra covered his whole body as lightning release chakra mode activated. Lightning release. Lariat level. Whoosh. In an instant, he flashed to Muchuan's side. Lightning power gathered in his hand, and with a hand blade, he slashed horizontally straight at Muchuan's head. Although Muchuan's eyes were sharp, seeing it was one thing. By the time his reaction caught up, the attacking hand blade had already been swung out and was about to hit his head. He couldn't help thinking so fast. That damn Reikage really does deserve his reputation as someone whose speed can rival Konoha's yellow flash, Minato. With speed like this, if he wanted to kill someone, they'd probably only realize they'd been killed after they were already dead. He stopped underestimating him. Since you want close combat, then I'll play with you. With a thought, he gave himself close-range combat buffs. Tenseigan chakra mode, on. Increase all attributes. Condensed close-range Susanoo, on. Increase attack and defense. Holy hammer, on. Increase attack speed, movement speed, cast speed, accuracy, and attack power. Attacks gain holy shockwaves. Netherfire, on. Increase physical and magical defense. In an instant, all his buffs were activated. Bang! He raised a hand and caught the hand blade that was about to hit his head. The impact was so strong it triggered a bang of exploding air. After catching the hand blade, he turned his head and mocked him. That's it? And you're supposed to be as fast as the yellow flash? You popped your skill and sneak attacked a young guy like me who didn't even use flash, and you still got caught. TSK, TSK, TSK. I'm telling you, little Reikage bro, that's kind of weak. After saying that, he still looked disdainful. Ha! Did they even know what kind of class inheritance I had received? That was a holy class that fought by swinging a giant cross around. Did they think those all-around stats were a joke? Fighting me in close combat? Heh, I could grab you and swing you around like a shredded rag until you died. Mabui had already consciously retreated to the side. She had a very clear understanding of herself. She was not someone who could take part in this kind of battle. It was already good enough if she did not get in the way. Staying quiet and keeping out of it was the most responsible thing she could do. The one most shocked was the Reikage himself. His face was full of disbelief as he pulled his hand back and instantly flashed away to widen the distance. He stared at this suddenly appearing kid with full vigilance. An expert. Absolutely an expert above Kage level. His lightning release was not something some nobody could catch. And this kid had even moved after him but arrived first. That whole process had to be completed in a single instant. First, he had to react. Then think of a countermeasure. Then activate his state and raise his hand to catch the hand blade. That kind of reaction speed was even faster than his own. Kid, I couldn't tell, but you've got some skill. Even so, that's not a reason for you to be arrogant. Since that's the case, then face my full power. As soon as he finished speaking, he erupted with everything he had. Once the lightning armor came on, the violent lightning chakra made the surrounding air hum, and the crackling weave of electricity was harsh to the ears. Mukawa's side was much quieter. There were only several different colored light effects glowing over his body. With a smile, he said, "Really? So you weren't going all out just now? Then you'd better hurry and use your full strength. Don't lose later and start making excuses. You're already the Reikage, so at least keep it dignified. And your decor is pretty nice too. If I wreck it, don't cry." The Reikage gritted his teeth. "You don't need to worry about that. Mabui can afford the repairs." Huh? Mabui froze, her mind failing to process it. Why was she the one paying for repairs? Was that right? Unfortunately, neither of them cared what she thought. In the blink of an eye, they clashed again. Those two were truly going at it with fists and kicks colliding, explosions breaking out everywhere. They were so fast that Mabui's eyes could not keep up at all. Before long, though, things started going wrong. The office began to be torn apart at a crazy pace, the building started collapsing, and in just a few exchanges the huge spherical Reikage office was shattered to pieces. And that still was not enough. The two of them fought their way straight into other buildings too. Wherever they landed, things collapsed. The ground was no different, caving into huge pits as well. Standing beside the ruined Reikage office and looking at the scene outside, Mabui dropped straight to the ground in despair. How much money was this going to cost to fix? No, please no. Mukawa, on the other hand, was having the time of his life. Close combat really was exciting. Exchanging moves with the Raikage could even raise his combat experience. He got to enjoy the fight and gain experience at the same time. Felt amazing. Seeing that he still could not take this kid down after so long, the Raikage was starting to lose face. The key point was that this kid was obviously a complete rookie with no combat experience. Yet he was still able to go back and forth with him purely by relying on overwhelming stats. It made him furious to death. He had already used all his killer moves: Liger Bomb, Heavy Flow Violence, Thunder Bomb, and Gui Lei Chun Nu Lei Fu. None of them worked. None of them worked at all. Where the hell had this unlucky freak come from? This was seriously unbelievable. Damn it. He flashed to the side and raised a hand to signal a stop. Stop, kid. I'm done fighting. Speak. Who exactly are you? Which village's new trump card are you? What exactly are you doing in Kumogakure? Don't tell me you came here just to disgust me, the Raikage. Don't feed me that crap. I don't believe it. Seeing that he was no longer fighting, Mukawa could only stop as well and withdraw his state. He looked at A with contempt and said, "That's it? That was your full power? You're really not much. You started backing down already after such a short while. And you call yourself the Raikage? TCH. What bad luck." The veins on Raikage's forehead bulged so hard they looked ready to burst. He was one step away from throwing himself at Mukawa in a fight to the death. Whose damn mutt was this bastard? I'll screw your ancestors for 8 generations. That's enough. Can't you talk properly? Even looking down on the Raikage has its limits. Don't think I wouldn't dare stake my life against yours. Are you going to say your purpose or not? Mukawa chuckled. Hey, you really do have a bad temper. Fine, I'll tell you why I came. But before that, we first need to establish who holds the initiative. I really don't know what your Kumogakure intelligence department has been doing. A whole night has passed, and they still haven't delivered the information about me and Iwagakure to you. The Raikage frowned. HM? You mean you caused some major incident in Iwagakure, in the land of Earth, yesterday, but my people still haven't reported it after an entire night? That was not a good sign. His own village's intelligence had been delayed. In the ninja world, where intelligence was everything, that could be fatal. What the major hidden villages fought over was intelligence. Once your village went blind, you would either suffer huge losses or miss out on benefits you could have taken. No, that shouldn't be right. Wait, it was still morning. He had only just come to work. He had not even started looking through the documents on his desk yet. Could it really be such a coincidence? He raised his head and shouted toward the direction of his wrecked office. Mabui, go check whether any intelligence reports about a major incident in Iwagakure came in yesterday. Just tell me afterward. After shouting that, he turned back to Mukawa and said, so, when you say you want to establish who holds the initiative, you mean you came to talk about interests. Go on, then. What did you do in Iwagakure that makes you think I'd give way to you? Mukawa shook his head. I don't like talking. I prefer doing. Words can't make people feel fear. Only facts happening right in front of their eyes can do that. The so-called initiative has always been fought for. Who have you ever seen talk their way into holding the initiative? The foundation of all arrogance is force. That is true, I senti it. After all, hasn't your Kumogakure always worshipped strength above all else? So I think it'd be better if I built your fear of me with my own hands. As he spoke, he was already preparing to activate Susanoo and give Kumogakure a little shock of its own. But just after he said that, before he could even begin, Mabui was already flashing over while shouting, "No, don't. Lord Mukawa, please stop. We in Kumogakure can discuss things with you properly." After several body flickers, she arrived in front of Mukawa and bowed. Lord Mukawa, there is no need for you to demonstrate your strength. Kumogakure is willing to cooperate and negotiate with you. Raikage's brows knitted tightly, wondering what was wrong with his secretary. She had never lost her composure like this before. Mabui, what nonsense are you talking about? Mabui quickly handed him a piece of intelligence. Lord Raikage, please read this first. Raikage took the intelligence scroll in confusion and opened it. There was not much in it, but after reading it, his head started throbbing. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? What year is it? Had this world gone mad? From line to line in the scroll, it was obvious just how stunned the person writing the report had been. At one point, he had probably hoped what he was seeing was just an illusion. 1,000-meter-tall Susanoo. Tsuchikage Anoki's full-strength attacks failed to damage it in the slightest. Surrender to preserve the village. Unlimited compensation without conditions. One man, one move, village destroyed. Aside from the core area, most of Iwagakure had been reduced from a rocky mountain region into a flat field of shattered stone. The mountains were completely destroyed. That was only because they had shouted surrender in time. Otherwise, the entire village would have been annihilated. Everyone compressed into balls, the terrain turned into a massive crater. The more the Raikage read, the more alarmed he became. Was this even human? What the hell was this? This Senju Mukawa was that terrifying? And he was only Konoha's vice Hokage. Was Konoha about to defy the heavens? Something this terrifying was not even the Hokage? Did Sarutobi Hiruzen really have that much clout? If this were in our village, I'd have stepped down and yielded long ago, alright? Vice village leader? I'd fucking recommend him for daimyo directly. Okay? No, why even be daimyo? The whole ninja world should just be unified already. The ninja world should be renamed Planet Kumogakure. That would be the proper use of a powerhouse like this. Then one thought suddenly occurred to the very limited amount of brainpower the Raikage had left. Had his voice just now been a little too loud? He cleared his throat and scratched his head with an awkward, ingratiating smile. How about we forget the whole showing strength thing? Rebuilding has been hard enough on everyone. Come, let's find somewhere to sit and talk. Hey. Mabui watched her Raikage acting like this and rolled her eyes so hard they almost flipped. Where was his dignity? His temper? He folded just like that. Was that really fitting for someone of his status? Muchuan felt even worse watching it. A dark-skinned, muscular brute with a vicious face forcing out a coy, flattering smile right in front of him. The whole scene felt as disgusting as eating shit. He quickly covered his face and raised a hand to stop him. No, stay away from me. Talk properly. I'm not into this. Weren't you acting pretty tough just now? How could the Raikage dare now? He kept smiling and moved closer. No, it's all a misunderstanding. This is the proper way for me, the Raikage, to talk. It's called being approachable. Everybody loves me. I love everybody. You have me in you, I have him in me, he has. Muchuan's face darkened as he stepped back 2 paces. Fuck. Stay the hell away from me. Believe it or not, I'll kill you. Don't push me into opening Susanoo and losing it. Raikage froze with a stiff expression. Alright. I won't go over there. Don't be impulsive. Calm down. Only then did Muchuan relax. He let out a breath and said, I like the way you were just now better. All proud and unruly. Go back to that. Looked completely lost. Thinking to himself what kind of hobby this guy had. Still, for the sake of the village, he'd cooperate. He cleared his throat, straightened his back, clasped his hands behind him, and put on a stern face. Ahem. Amham. Vice Hokage of Konoha. Come with us. People of our status shouldn't be discussing matters out here. Mabui, arrange a first-class luxury private room. Bring the best fruits and drinks. Let this one from Konoha broaden his horizons. Discussing serious matters requires the proper setting. That's called class. Humph. Seeing her Raikage act like this, Mabui closed her eyes, pressed her lips together, and took a deep breath, feeling utterly miserable. Even so, she responded and vanished in a body flicker to make the arrangements. No helping it. This was her job. Muchuan raised a brow. TSK. That face-changing speed. As expected of the second fastest in the ninja world. The reputation was well-deserved. Very soon, the 3 of them were seated in an ultra-luxurious private room. The table was covered with all kinds of fresh fruit, dried fruit, cooked food, drinks, and alcohol. It really was luxurious, just from the display alone. Kumogakure was on another level. Then look at Iwagakure. TSK. Other than broken rocks and dust blowing everywhere, they had absolutely nothing. He'd eaten dust there all afternoon, and they hadn't even given him a sip of water. Looking at the 4th Raikage, Muchuan's thoughts drifted. This guy was one of the few people immune to Naruto's talk no jutsu. That one line, wait until I kill Sasuke, then come forgive me, had shut Naruto up on the spot. See that? That was a real man. He knew what he wanted and what he intended to do. Then look at Nagato. If he'd been firmer and not fallen for Naruto's nonsense, Mangekyo wouldn't have ended up developing into such a wreck, reduced to a broken trash heap of ruins. Did people really think believing in Naruto meant eternal life? Believing in Naruto only meant dying even worse. That righteous, awe-inspiring talk no jutsu of his was only for the sake of the people around him. Did you really think he cared whether the rest of you lived or died? Why did more and more people dislike Naruto? Because of that hypocritical act of his. If he stopped disgustingly preaching about justice and ideals to force his talk no jutsu on people, and just acted like a normal person, saying what he was and being what he was, nobody would hate him. In the end, didn't he still use force to suppress other countries? Yet he still smugly believed he was the one who made everyone understand each other. Who the fuck wanted mutual understanding with you? Without that cheat-like strength of yours, let's see who'd even bother with you. It could only be said that most anime from that little island country were like this, forcing truth, goodness, and beauty down your throat. It got to the point where just seeing another stubborn justice and friendship type made him sick. And then there was Madara, the dance king, another one who didn't buy Naruto's talk no jutsu. Naruto tried to yap at him a bit, and Lord Madara just hit him with an Uchiha smoothie and told him to fuck off. Itachi was a master too. Naruto tried to use talk no jutsu on him, and Itachi just stuffed an entire crow into his mouth and basically said, "You listen to me first." When it came to countering talk no jutsu, Itachi was a professional. Pulling his wandering thoughts back, he started discussing the purpose of his visit with the Raikage. Kumogakure didn't really have many good things. They specialized in technology. Just look at that superdimensional chakra cannon. In terms of area coverage, the dispersal cannon below could wipe out an entire meteor swarm outside the planet with one shot. As for single target power, the space-time cannon above could blow up the moon in one shot. Tell him which village could compare with that. But the drawbacks of technology were obvious too. Fixed artillery lacked mobility, required a large number of ninja to charge it up, and needed multiple people coordinating and directing it. Muchuan didn't like that kind of thing anyway. It wasn't useful in the key moments of a real fight. Personal strength was still better. That meant the only worthwhile things left in Mangekyo were tailed beast chakra and girls. They didn't have any especially unique ninjutsu, since most of theirs had been stolen from others, and Konoha had most of them too. After a round of negotiations, the Raikage called in the 2 Tails Jinchuriki Yujito and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer B, and let Muchuan drain them thoroughly. They also settled the ownership rights of Mabui and Samui. What he gave in exchange was simple. As long as Mangekyo did not take the initiative to provoke Muchuan, Muchuan would not personally make a move against Mangekyo either. That meant the trip to Mangekyo had been a complete success. Raikage dragged Muchuan into a long session of eating and drinking. It might look hard to deal with, but once you were strong enough to earn his recognition, he was actually very easy to get along with. Worth mentioning was that he did not take the 2 girls away. Just like Kuratsuchi in Iwagakure, he left them in their own village to be raised there. Because Muchuan felt that keeping women together was too troublesome. Better to keep them apart. In the future, it wouldn't matter if they represented their villages and fought each other anyway. Even if they got beaten to death, they could still be revived, so it wouldn't affect anything. Raikage A was even happier about that. Look at that, wasn't this stable now? Your women were here, so you couldn't possibly come attack them again, right? Before parting, he even patted his chest and promised, "Little brother, don't worry. Big brother will protect them properly for you. Nothing will happen to them." Muchuan patted A on the shoulder, showing that he trusted him to handle things. After eating and drinking his fill, he gave each of his 2 girls a fragrant kiss, then teleported home. It was almost dark already, and he still hadn't done today's routine greeting for Brother Tuzu. Couldn't skip that. When he got home, he saw Rin had just returned from buying ingredients. He stepped forward, took the things from her and set them aside, then took her hand and said, come on. We still haven't said hello to Brother Tuzu today. Can't let him think we have no manners." Rin sighed helplessly. "Si Gafine. Don't forget the painacy." Before she could finish, Muchuan used holy power to block off her pain nerves. "Alright, let's go. We'll make a quick trip. We still have to come back and cook dinner." Abito was still sitting beside the demonic statue of the outer path with a gloomy expression, waiting for White Zetsu to find people for him. Whoosh! Muchuan appeared in front of him again, bringing Rin along. "Why, Brother Tuzu, look over here." The instant Abito looked over, with a wet stab, Rin had her chest pierced in front of him once again. This time, Muchuan looked at the heart in his hand, thought for 1 second, then lifted his head and, with another wet sound, pulled his hand back out. No startup at all. He flicked his wrist and hurled the heart straight at Abito's face. Smack! The heart hit his mask and slid down, and Abito reflexively reached out and caught it. At that moment, Rin even insisted on giving him a greeting. Up! Abito! Crack! She died. Silence. A deeply bizarre silence spread through the air. Abito suffered another massive mental shock. The hand holding the heart would not stop trembling. Ugh! Irk! Unable to endure the stimulation, Abito's stomach kept churning upward. Holding Rin's heart in his hand triggered both a psychological and physical stress response. He couldn't keep holding the heart, but throwing it away felt even worse. His mind dropped straight into total mental chaos. But the one truly responsible for all this was someone he couldn't catch right now. Through the hole in the mask, that scarlet eye stared fixedly at Muchuan. "You? Ugh, ah. Sooner or later, I'll make you pay 100-fold. Ugh." Muchuan smiled and wrapped an arm around Corpse Lin. "Then good for you. Keep it up. You get to see a world with Lin in it every single day and you're still not satisfied. How greedy can you get? Alright then. See you next time. Goodbye." He teleported away, vanishing and leaving Abito there in helpless fury. With one hand clutching the heart, he grabbed the black and white Zetsu that had emerged with the other and snarled. "Why haven't you found out which village that bastard is from yet? Why? What the hell have you all been doing?" Black and white Zetsu looked helpless. "Do you know how big the ninja world is? There are so many hidden villages. Going through them one by one takes a lot of time. You didn't give us any range to work with, so all we can do is cast a wide net. Running back and forth takes time too." Abito threw it to the ground. "Is it because there aren't enough white Zetsu sent out? If that's the problem, then send out all 100,000 white Zetsu for me. 3 days. Within 3 days I have to know where that bastard is from." The moment he finished speaking, the heart in his left hand vanished. Abito stared at his now empty hand and fell into silence. On Muchuan's side, the moment he got back, he revived Lin. That was why the heart on Obito's side disappeared. As usual, Lin went to make dinner. They ate. Then he hugged the oversized Lin body pillow and went to sleep. The next day, after getting up, he ate breakfast while checking today's random item. He opened the system shop. Open. I sacrificed Tenseigan's 20 years of lifespan. Open. Level up coupon X3. After use, raises your level by 1. Price, 6,000 points. Oh ho, now this is more like it. Sure enough, when Tenseigan is offered up, the magic power is boundless. 3 level up coupons. Just enough to reach level 25 and unlock a few more skills. Another day of getting stronger. Nice. He directly spent 6,000 points to buy the coupons. Account balance, 194, 985, 500 points. The second he bought them, he couldn't even be bothered to wait and use them right away. First came a full improvement to all of his physical attributes, and under his passive boosts, every bodily function rose as well. System. Character level increased by 3. All attributes increased. Skill levels increased by 3. Current character level, 25. Character level has reached 25. Level 25 class skills are now unlocked. Muchuan opened his status to check his skills. Sure enough, the level 25 skill row had lit up. Crusader. Holy Light Protection. Buff skill expands a circular barrier around the body and takes damage in place of the target. The higher the user's HP, the stronger the barrier. Guardian Emblem. Buff skill increases the target's physical defense, magic defense, stamina, spirit and maximum HP and MP. Holy Light Cross. Attack buff skill fires a golden holy cross to attack. After hitting an enemy or traveling a certain distance, the cross explodes, generating holy magic circles under both the enemy and the user, dealing area damage. Allies within the circles gain increased attack speed, casting speed and movement speed. Fast healing. Passive skill speeds up slow healing and increases HP recovery. Elemental Bomber. Mana burn. Buff skill accelerates mana flow and increases consumption, boosting basic attack power and skill attack power. Elemental Surround. Buff skill forms various elemental powers around the body, increasing physical defense, magic defense and elemental attack power. Earth Flame. Creates 3 vertical large-range flaming pillars ahead that erupt twice, surging upward like a carpet of fire to attack enemies. Muchuan smacked his lips. No need to say much about the attack skill. It was just a wide-range sweeping move. But you, my friends, 5 buff skills. 2 for defense. 1 barrier. 1 damage boost. 1 attack skill that also gives the 3 speed buff. Just imagining it, if he stacked all his buffs now, he'd definitely be tough as hell. Could he take the 8 Gates Night guy head on? Yeah. Probably. At the end of the day, that kick still couldn't kill someone at the 6 paths level. Madara looked like he got wrecked badly, but after saying a few lines he had already recovered. Even without buffs, Muchuan figured he could probably take it. He just looked pretty miserable afterward. With the defense buffs added, he could probably take that kick head on. And after taking it, it probably wouldn't even break his defense. He vaguely remembered that the defense values these skills added were actually insanely high. The reason it didn't really show in the game was because the bosses there were too absurdly strong. Any random one could probably one-shot you, so whether you had defense or not barely made a difference. But reality was different. The defense values from those 2 buffs were downright ridiculous. And Guardian Emblem increased its values based on maximum stamina and spirit. The higher your stamina and spirit, the more outrageous the boost. With his current stamina and spirit stats, what Guardian Emblem added definitely wouldn't just be the skill's built-in base value. The numbers were probably already starting to spiral out of control. No, this wouldn't do. He had to find someone to test it on. He had to figure out what level his current stats were at, or he wouldn't even be able to estimate his opponents properly. It's decided. You're the one. Konoha's Blue Beast, the tights-wearing macho man, guy. When it came to Konoha's strongest single-target attack, it had to be you, Thick Brows. Guess you're out of luck today. He had to see exactly what Night Guy was made of. There really wasn't anyone else. Very few of the weaklings in the ninja world had explosive power anywhere near that level. Otherwise, who else could he look for? What? Was he supposed to have Kakashi twist him with Kamui? With that thought, today's plan was set. After finishing breakfast and saying goodbye to Lin, he teleported away. He arrived on the moon and made a bunch of shadow clones to study the new Iwagakure ninjutsu he had obtained, then made another batch to practice and get familiar with his skills. As for some of the earlier shadow clones that had already learned the ninjutsu and become proficient through practice, they dispersed directly. Their experience and memories returned to the original body, instantly bringing a massive mental impact. But it was nothing worth mentioning. That little bit of backlash was nothing. The benefit that came with it, though, was that he instantly learned a whole bunch of ninjutsu and gained tons of practical experience in using them. With all that experience and ninjutsu learning experience pouring in, Muchuan couldn't help sighing. If he had to learn all this slowly by himself, how long would that even take? Cheating really was better. Then he rubbed his chin again. Actually, ninjutsu was kind of special. It seemed to have a bit of that if I think it works element to it. Take would release, flowering tree world, for example. Hashirama thought trees could bloom poisonous flowers, and that the poisonous pollen could paralyze enemies and even trigger an olfactory genjutsu. So that technique became reality. As for what kind of tree could bloom flowers like that, don't ask. If I think it exists, then it exists. That was how ninjutsu worked. Its creation was basically, I think this attribute can do this kind of thing, and once the technique is completed, then it can do exactly that. It didn't care about basic logic at all. It was like a low-quality wish. Not just the effects, but even the casting methods. Some people liked spitting techniques out of their mouths, while others liked casting with their hands. It all depended on personal preference. Back then, he used to think most water release techniques were spat out from the mouth. But the more he watched, the more he realized they didn't have to be. They could appear out of thin air after hand seals alone. Take water formation wall, for example. At first, second Hokage Tobirama used to cast it from his mouth. But later on, people started doing it with their hands. A lot of ninjutsu were like that. The same technique could have different casting styles. That was when he realized it. Using hands or using the mouth was purely personal preference. Damn it, what a scam. At the end of the day, ninjutsu was just making a wish to chakra, and chakra manifested the effect for you. No matter what you used to cast it, the release itself was the same. It just depended on what you were used to. Now that he had gained all this experience, Muchuan felt that this thing could be combined with the elemental powers of his class. That way, forget hand seals, he wouldn't even need that clap of the hands. He could cast it instantly. After arranging his shadow clones and sorting through his gains, Muchuan decided to go have some fun with Akai. He sensed, locked on, and teleported. He vanished from where he stood. Over on Might Guy's side, he didn't have a mission today. He was in the forest by the village training ground, training his 3 disciples. Lee and Niji were sparring. Tenten was off to the side practicing summoning, and Guy was working out while keeping an eye on all 3. Muchuan flashed over and appeared right beside Tenten. Tenten was fully focused on practicing space-time summoning when someone suddenly appeared next to her and scared her so badly she jumped. So it's Muchuan. Phew, you scared me to death. As she spoke, she patted her chest to calm herself down. Muchuan smiled and reached out to rub cute little Tenten's head. 1 second after Muchuan appeared, Akai had already dashed over at extreme speed and kicked at him. But once he saw who it was, he quickly pulled his leg back. So it was the deputy Hokage. He had almost thought it was someone from another village sneaking into Konoha for an assassination or something. Muchuan turned to look at Niji and Lee, who had stopped sparring and were walking over, then teased, interesting. Taiji Boundless versus Foshan Shadowless Kick? I think in most cases Taiji Boundless wins. Niji. What? Lee, huh? Akai, HM? When did you change your move names? But they do sound pretty good. Lee looked completely confused. Guy-sensei, I didn't. Niji also said calmly, neither did I. I'm not even qualified to change the names of our techniques as a branch family member. What I use has always been the Gentle Fist 8 Trigram series. That was what he said, but deep down he did think Taiji Boundless was a pretty good name. At least it sounded powerful. Too bad he didn't have the ability to create his own techniques yet. He hadn't even fully mastered his clan's 8 Trigram series. Muchuan shrugged and smiled. I just think your move names don't sound good. Don't mind me. Then he said to Akai, and yours too. Night Guy after opening the 8 gates doesn't really fit either. It'd be better to call it Heavenly Crippled Kick. 1 kick and you cripple your own leg first. Then your whole body breaks down and you die. That's a pretty accurate name, isn't it? Kai's mouth twitched. Ha. Haha. Is that so? Then maybe I should rename it Heavenly Crippled Kick. I can only use it once anyway, so the name doesn't really matter, ha ha ha. Muchuan looked Akai up and down with a wicked grin, then stated his purpose. Guy, fight me. What do you say? Kai's thick brows shot up. Huh? Fight? Why? What reason do I have to fight the deputy Hokage? No. Muchuan cracked his knuckles. Just a spar. I want to see what Konoha's strongest is capable of now. Kai laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Konoha's strongest? I wouldn't dare accept that title. Deputy Hokage-sama, don't joke around. Muchuan refused to let it go. Wouldn't dare? In this Konoha, if you're second, who dares claim first? Besides, isn't that exactly why I came today? To learn from your skills. After this fight, everyone will know just how strong you are. Kai sighed helplessly. Do we really have to fight?
Muchuan nodded.
Yes. Kai let out a breath. Phew. Fine. Then let the deputy Hokage-sama witness the youthful stance of Konoha's blue beast dancing in full bloom. Ha ha ha. Muchuan grinned. And you have to open the 8 gates. Kai froze at once. Haha. No. Deputy Hokage-sama, you know how this works. Once I open the 8 gates, I'll definitely die. It's just a fight. There's no need to risk my life over it, right?
Muchuan smiled.
How could I let you die? Doesn't it just consume your life force? Then I'll just give you a life restoration status effect. That way you'll stay at full health the whole time. Kai scratched his head. Will that really work? That's burning life itself. Konoha's red beast can't bow out just from fighting one battle. Muchuan shook his head. Fair enough. Most people really wouldn't believe in an ability that restores life. Don't resist. I'll show you. Kai nodded. Muchuan stepped forward and put a rapid healing buff on Akai, then raised his hand and pierced straight through his heart with a soft thrust. Akai spat out a mouthful of blood and looked completely dumbfounded. Damn it, this is how you're testing it? Gai-sensei! The three little ones nearby were terrified. Before Akai could even speak, he immediately felt a vast surge of life energy inside him repairing the damage. Damn, his heart had actually regenerated. Was the Deputy Hokage's ability really this insane? How was this any different from an immortal body? Deputy Hokage-sama, with this status effect on, does that mean I have an immortal body? Muchuan shook his head. You're overthinking it. The premise for restoring life is that your life can't hit 0 instantly. It's basically just about the same as 6 paths level regeneration. What does hit 0 instantly mean? It means your consciousness disappears in an instant. The most direct example is having your head blown off, or being decapitated and extinguished quickly, or getting blasted into mist in a single instant. Those count. Other conditions don't count as life hitting 0. Missing an arm or a leg, half your body gone. All that can be restored. The key is that your consciousness doesn't disappear. Akai stood there with his mouth hanging open, speechless for a long time. Only after quite a while did he react. Isn't that just immortality by another name? On a normal battlefield, very few people would think of going straight for someone's head. And even if they wanted to, blowing off someone's head isn't easy. The other side isn't stupid. They won't just let you hit them in the head. The three little ones nodded too, clearly agreeing. Muchuan shook his head. You're all being too optimistic. It's really not as hard to die as you think. Decapitation is very easy. A lot of people specialize in killing moves like that. For example, the Raikage brothers A and B from Mangekyo. Their lariat is a decapitation move. And isn't your hidden lotus a head-smashing technique? Aren't those instant kills too? Once you're fully dead, what exactly is there to restore? Hearing that, Akai finally calmed down. Thinking it over, that made sense. Instant death really wasn't that hard. As long as someone wasn't focused on attacking the body and targeted the head instead, it was absolutely possible. Muchuan had already done the demonstration, so now it was time to fight. What were they still waiting for? Since you've experienced the recovery effect firsthand, you can open the 8 gates and show me now, right? To be precise, this isn't a spar. I want you to go all out and try to beat me to death. I want to test my own defense. And also see what level my defense reaches after adding certain status effects. Now that Akai had no worries left, he agreed. Okay, no problem. This works out perfectly. I can also get a few more tries at the feel of my ultimate move and get familiar with it in advance. Let's go to the open ground behind Hokage Rock. We won't have to worry about destroying anything there. Lee Niji Tenten, you three come too. Watching a fight between elite ninja will broaden your horizons. With that, he headed for the back mountain. The three little ones hurried after him excitedly. The Gate of Death in the 8 Gates formation was something they might not get to witness even once in a lifetime. The three of them were unbelievably lucky. While they were heading over, Muchuan teleported off to give the old third a heads up. Otherwise, if he heard the commotion later, he might think Konoha was under attack and come rushing over with a whole crowd of ANBU to watch. But the moment the third heard it, he got fired up instead. Damn, a full 8 Gates fight? How could he not watch that? He directly tossed aside the stack of pending paperwork and ran for the back mountain too. Before leaving, he even said, Shikaku, handle things here. This old man has something to take care of. Shikaku looked at the two of them running off together, then at the 2 huge stacks of unsigned documents piled there. I have a sentence I don't know if I should say or not. Open ground behind Hokage Rock. Before coming, the third had already instructed the ANBU not to bother with any activity in the back mountain, so the show wouldn't be interrupted. The 3 little ones and the old third stood in the distance, craning their necks in anticipation. Muchuan added another rapid heal buff to Akai, then just stood there waiting to get kicked. Akai saw the buff was in place and put on a serious expression as he took his stance. The 8 Gates formation. First gate, open. Second gate, open. Third gate, open. Fourth gate, open. Fifth gate, open. Sixth gate, open. Seventh gate, open. At last, he clenched his right fist, pressed his thumb against his heart, and shouted in a deep voice, the 8 Gates formation, 8th Gate of Death, open. The next instant, the already massive blue chakra steam began turning into red blood chakra steam. His chakra surged explosively, and the violent pressure wave blasted all the surrounding sand and rocks away. The ground beneath his feet cracked inch by inch under the pressure, giving off an overwhelming sense of oppression. As for Akai himself, his skin was stretched crimson by the rampaging blood-red chakra. Veins bulged out like coiling dragons, and his eyes turned pure white, the pupils gone. It was terrifying to look at. He moved his body a little and clenched his fists. It gave him the absurd illusion of having endless power, like one punch could kill anyone. At the same time, he could also feel the life being consumed getting rapidly replenished, damage appearing and then healing again. That kind of thrill, dancing back and forth on the edge of death, was unbelievably exhilarating. In the distance, the third Hokage watching the fight was completely dumbfounded. He thought, holy shit, Mato guy is this fierce? With this amount of chakra, how many old men at my Kage level could he beat? Which bastard was it that looked down on taijutsu? Seriously screwed people over. Seeing Akai was ready, Muchuan shouted to him as well. Come on. Let me first see how much I can take without using any abilities. Forget that evening elephant, it's useless. Go straight for your ultimate move. Kick me with everything you've got. Akai nodded, then with a solemn face took the stance for Night Guy. 1 foot forward, 1 foot back. Both hands braced on the ground. Chakra condensed instantly and formed a dark red dragon head. Then Akai charged over in an instant, smashing forward with dragon-shaped chakra with overwhelming force. The momentum alone was enough to scare anyone. When he rushed up close, he suddenly roared, Night Sky crippling kick. That shout nearly made Muchuan break on the spot. Bro, you really changed the name? Before he could even finish that thought, Akai's kick had already slammed into his stomach. Wrapped in blood-red dragon-shaped steam carrying heat fierce enough to burn everything away, the surrounding space was forcibly crushed into distorted ripples. Mato Guy's right leg came down like a falling meteor and struck his lower abdomen hard. Muchuan broke into a cold sweat. Holy crap, where are you aiming? Were you trying to target my little brother, you bastard? The next moment, his hard abs caved in instantly. His ribs cracked slightly inward, and his internal organs were crushed and damaged by the violent force. His body was sent flying backward by the kick. The air exploded with a heavy boom, and a deep trench was dragged across the ground. Ugh! PFF curled up like a giant shrimp as he flew backward. He spat out a mouthful of blood, shock filling his heart. Holy hell, this damned power. His whole body smashed toward the mountainside like a meteor, his abdomen dented into a horrifying arc. He steadied himself, coughed up another mouthful of blood to calm down, then panted as he cast another rapid heal on himself. This insane power. If he took 2 more hits like that, he really might get kicked to death. He had still overestimated his own natural defense a little. He had originally thought that with the all-around stat bonuses from his dual classes, he'd be much tougher than the paper-thin people in this ninja world. There was a gap. Sure, but it still wasn't to some heaven-defying extent. Among the abilities in the ninja world, there were almost none that actually increased one's own defense. Susanoo didn't count. That was external defense. As for the so-called all-attribute enhancement from Six Paths power, it probably didn't include defense either. Or maybe it did, but only a tiny bit. Defense clearly wasn't its main direction. Because when he entered reincarnation chakra mode, this temporary Six Paths level state, and fought the Reikage, he hadn't felt his defense increase by much. Presumably, even after gathering all the tailed beast chakra and entering true Six Paths level, it would still be the same. Otherwise, how could Madara have been kicked into that miserable state? Then again, maybe Six Paths level simply didn't need defense because truth-seeking orbs could defend, and Yin-Yang release restored fast enough. Even after Night Guy kicked away nearly half his body and even his heart, he recovered to normal after just saying a couple lines. No wonder he didn't care about defense. Take Peak Six Paths Kagaya, for example. That woman was the kind who acted with total confidence. Go ahead. Kill me if you can. I'm just playing with you. Ever heard of immortality? Only the incapable resort to sneak attacks and sealing. If you've got what it takes, then beat me to death. But Muchuan didn't think that way. Even if he wasn't afraid of dying, that didn't mean just anyone should be able to break his defense. What about his aura? What about his face? As a big boss, that oppressive feeling of tanking all kinds of ultimate moves to the face without even breaking defense was absolutely necessary. He still had to level up. The stats from his current level still weren't enough to let him clear everything without taking damage. What a pity. His system didn't come with an equipment function, and that was the key for adventurers to slay gods. If he really had an equipment function with 12 pieces of gear on his body, then everyone in his eyes would just be nameless fools waiting to be cut down. Who could fight me? Who would dare fight me? Once the heroes under heaven heard my name, all of them would tremble in fear. Unlike now, he could only spend time here grinding levels. Feeling that he had mostly recovered, he got up and walked back. On the other side, Akai looked at the power of the kick that had sent the Vice Hokage flying, and was so excited he could hardly contain himself. So this was what it felt like to use an ultimate move like a basic attack. It was simply the ultimate enjoyment. The third Hokage in the distance was also clicking his tongue. Good lord, that power. TSK. My Konoha truly is overflowing with talent. If you ask me, the next time they ask the daimyo for funds, maybe they should act a little tougher. with two great gods of Konoha holding the fort, intimidating all directions and looking down on the entire ninja world. What's wrong with asking for a little more money? Isn't that only natural? When Muchuan returned to Akai, he smiled and said, not bad. The power's decent. 2 more kicks like that and you'll probably kick me apart. In this ninja world, when it comes to taijutsu, Kai, you're unquestionably number 1. Even just in terms of single target killing power, you're among the very top. Your only flaw is that using it means you'll die. Kai just smiled and said nothing. Muchuan didn't wait either. He directly cast the Guardian Emblem buff on himself. A half-transparent blue shield flashed over his body, then vanished. Come on, keep going. Let's see what the result is this time. Kai looked confused. What had he just added to himself? A transparent shield had flashed and disappeared.
A défensive technique?
Whatever, no need to think so much. He got to experience his ultimate move one more time. Beautiful. It was the same process as before. The red dragon-shaped chakra steam came crashing over like a freight truck. When he got close, he shouted, sky-crippling kick. Then Muchuan flew out again and smashed toward the mountainside. Only this time, Muchuan looked completely calm. He even had time to manage his expression and fix his hair while flying backward. This was real comfort. This damned defense really was comfortable. He didn't feel hit at all. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't have super armor and got sent flying, he'd still be standing there watching Akai land with a baffled look on his face. Though getting sent flying wasn't actually necessary. As long as he actively received the move, he wouldn't be kicked away. If he just relaxed and passively took the kick, then of course he'd fly. He returned to Akai again and flicked his hair. Kai, not to say anything, but this ultimate move of yours is really just SOSO. Huh? Look, not a scratch on me. Even my hairstyle didn't get messed up. Akai's face was full of disbelief. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Had he somehow gone soft just now? No way. Even if he had, there was no way the other guy would come out completely unscathed. Could it really be because of that status effect from earlier that looked like some kind of defensive technique? Muchuan smiled, then cast Holy Spirit's hammer on himself to increase attack speed, movement speed, and hit rate. He waved again. Come on, keep going. This time, I want to try taking your move with my own hands. Kai continued the routine with a numb expression. This time, he was too lazy to even shout the name of his ultimate move. He just gritted his teeth and kicked out with all his strength, using every ounce of force he had. He refused to believe it would have no effect. But the idea was good. Reality was harsh. Muchuan stood there with a smile. The instant Kai's kick came at him, he threw out a punch and met it head-on. Fist and foot collided violently in midair. The air seemed to compress like rippling water, spreading outward in a visible ring. Then, at the moment that immense force crashed together, a shockwave visible to the naked eye exploded wildly from the point of impact. The air rolled outward in a circular wave, kicking up dust and shattered stones. The ground beneath them caved in a ring. As the flying dust slowly settled, a deep circular crater was left in the ground. Muchuan had already withdrawn his attack and was standing there with a smile. Kai had also landed and was now questioning life. Their clothes and hair were still fluttering in the lingering wind, and the air still carried the scorching heat left behind by the clash of power. Muchuan got the result he wanted. It seemed that at this stage, as long as he added those 2 key buffs, he could basically rest easy among 6 paths level fighters. If all 9 class buffs were activated and he added Reincarnation Chakra Mode plus Susanoo, then once the heroes of the world heard his name, they would all tremble in fear. Next, he just had to wait for the Priestess Core level 30 buff Honor Blessing. Once that came out, he would take off directly. Only then could he truly look at everyone as nothing more than heads stuck on spears, waiting to be claimed. With the absurd damage bonus from Honor Blessing, even if he only added that 1 buff, 1 ordinary punch might be enough to blow Konoha Village off the map. Looking at Kai's dazed expression, Muchuan walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Ahem, my condolences. If the move didn't work, that's not your problem. It's mine. You can kick literally anyone except me and there won't be any issue. 1 kick and they're going straight to the sky. Really. I'm not lying to you. A Konoha man would never lie to another Konoha man. Kai dejectedly withdrew from the 8-gate state and gave a slight nod, showing he had indeed been comforted. Next time, don't comfort him. Thanks. But the moment he saw Rock Lee come over, he recovered at once, and his emotions surged again. If it didn't work, then that just means I'm still not strong enough. And if I'm not strong enough, that means there's still room to improve. Ha ha ha. Then I'll just train harder. Lee, starting tomorrow, no, starting today, we're doubling the training volume. Let us work hard together and pour out our youth. Although Lee had no idea what was going on, he still shouted along excitedly. Okay. No problem. Gai-sensei, let us pour out our youth. Muchuan ignored this hot-blooded Chiuni duo and turned to pull Tenten aside to teach her Flying Thunder God and the mutually multiplying explosive tags. Tenten, take out 2 of your scrolls. I'll record Flying Thunder God and mutually multiplying explosive tags into them for you. You can go back and study them slowly. Hearing that, Tenten obediently took out 2 scrolls and stood to the side watching. Muchuan used sealing techniques to turn his thoughts into sealing script and directly imprint them onto the scrolls. He had to admit, the way sealing arts could create script and diagrams out of thin air was pretty convenient. It saved him from having to write everything by hand. After finishing the ninjutsu scrolls, he thought for a moment and said, "Come on, give me your 2 gloves. I'll seal 2 attacks into them for you. If you run into danger, just take them out and use them." Tenten removed her gloves and handed them to Muchuan. He took them and sealed Victory Spear into them, specially condensing a large amount of holy power into long-lasting light spears. After doing it twice, he handed them back to Tenten. This light spear isn't just for throwing and dealing damage. It has a special use too, and that is hard crowd control. Anyone pierced by it will be fixed in place, completely unable to move or use any ninjutsu or abilities. You might not know what that actually looks like, so I'll show you and you'll understand. As he spoke, he manifested another light spear and looked around for someone to demonstrate on. Then he turned and saw the 3rd Hokage standing there in a daze. The 3rd had still been thinking about how this guy could casually teach forbidden techniques to other people. That clearly broke the rules. Suddenly, his sharp 6th sense made the back of his neck turn cold. Someone was targeting him. The moment he came back to himself, he met Muchuan's sinister gaze, and his heart skipped a beat. What the hell does this bastard want? Muchuan bared his teeth in a grin and said nothing. With a flick of his hand, whoosh, he instantly skewered the 3rd clean through. The force of inertia carried him straight onto a tree, pinning him there as the hard crowd control took effect, leaving him unable to move at all. Muchuan raised a hand and pointed at him with a smile. See? That's the effect. As long as the light spear isn't pulled out, or its energy hasn't run out and dissipated, the target absolutely cannot move or do anything. During that time, you can do whatever you want to them. Even if you slice them apart piece by piece, they wouldn't make a sound. Look, even someone as strong as the 3rd still has to stay pinned there for people to admire. Stars practically lit up in Tenten's eyes. Wow, Muchuan, you're amazing. Beauty was in the eye of the beholder. In Tenten's worldview, whatever Muchuan did was right, including pinning the 3rd to a tree. But Kai, Li, and Niji definitely did not think the same way. Holy shit, what the hell is wrong with you? Why would you test this on the 3rd without a word? If you were going to do this, couldn't you at least wait until after we left? The humiliating dark history of the 3rd Hokage getting pinned to a tree. Was this really something we were supposed to see? He wouldn't secretly have us killed to silence us later, right? Was it still in time to close their eyes now? What were they supposed to do? Waiting online.
Urgent.
The 3 of them didn't know whether to look or not. They looked at Muchuan, then at the 3rd, and finally shuffled off to the distance, huddled together with their heads lowered, counting ants. If you big shots want to play, don't drag us into it. Don't ask. If you ask, it's because we cherish our lives. Actually, the one suffering the biggest breakdown was the 3rd himself, pinned to the tree and being used like a display sample during the explanation. Even though he couldn't move, in his heart he was cursing wildly. Damn your mother. Dog Muchuan, are you even human? You dog. Why are you such a damn dog, you bastard? Holy shit. And you're still standing there explaining your ass off. Damn you, serves you right for being an orphan bastard. Baka. Yuru. While the 3rd was cursing him in his heart, Muchuan had already finished his explanation. He was just about to raise his hand and disperse the victory spear when he suddenly remembered something. His victory spear did damage. This was probably the first time he had stuck it into someone and still needed them alive when taking it out, right? If he removed the light spear now, wouldn't the 3rd end up seriously injured? That was really embarrassing. A second of silence for the old man. Bro hadn't done it on purpose. He had purely forgotten. He first cast rapid healing on the old man, then dispersed the light spear. The moment the spear vanished, the 3rd realized he could move again and immediately opened his mouth, planning to curse Muchuan out to vent some anger. Muchuan. IPFF. Before he could get the foul words out, he coughed up blood first, instantly interrupting his cursing campaign. But right after spitting blood, rapid healing had already patched the old man up completely, clean and proper. After that back and forth, the 3rd was so angry that he raised a hand and pointed at Muchuan. Why you? He held it in for half a day and still couldn't say anything. In the end, he simply snorted, turned, and left. Humph. This old man is going back to handle official business. Before leaving, he shot a glance at the 3 over their counting ants. Humph. At least you 3 know what's good for you. As he walked away, he comforted himself in his heart. Don't be mad. Don't be mad. If I get mad enough to damage myself, no one will be there to wish that dog bastard a son be born without an asshole. If Muchuan knew, he would probably only shrug and say, then you're overthinking it. I want women, sure, but I'm not planning to have kids at all. What a waste of one blessing from you. And just like that, the defense experiment was considered a complete success. After chatting with them for a while longer, Muchuan left to continue researching which tailed beast's chakra he should draw next, while Kai took the 3 kids off to grab something to eat before continuing training. Muchuan walked alone along the streets of Konoha, wandering casually while thinking about which Jinchuriki he should look for next. Right now, he had the chakra of the 9 tails, 8 tails, 5 tails, 4 tails, and 2 tails, 5-tailed beasts in total. As for the 3 tails, it was right beside him, repeatedly dying and reviving on Rin's body. That meant he already had the chakra of 6-tailed beasts. What was left were Fu of Takigakure, the 7 tails, Utakata, the rogue ninja from Kirigakure who was wandering around the land of water, the 6 tails, and Gaara of Sunagakure, the 1 tail. Start with the major nations first, especially Sunagakure of the land of wind, an enemy nation. Don't you all love using wind and sand-style ninjutsu? Then I'll flood your sand village and see how you use your sand jutsu after that. Good. Settled then. First, make a move on Sunagakure. After that, head to the land of water and stop by Kirigakure on the way. Last, Takigakure. It was already past lunchtime and into the afternoon. It was getting a little late. Forget it. Too lazy to make another trip. Tomorrow then. As he was walking along, someone suddenly called out to him. SNT, this little brother Muchuan? Now that you've become the deputy Hokage, you're so busy. Haven't come to see your big sister for days. Tell me, where have you been running off to? Muchuan raised a brow. He didn't even need to look to know it was Yuhihi Kurenai. He had been flirting with this great beauty for quite a while now. Even though there was an age gap, he made up for it with persistence. Their relationship was still stuck in that unclear, ambiguous stage. He turned around with a smile and said, Sister Hong, with how sour you sound, why does it make me feel like some heartless man who abandoned you? Since you miss me that much, want to make a date of it? I can put everything aside and we can go take care of the important business first. Well, going or not? Kurenai walked over, reached out, and pinched his cheek hard a couple of times to satisfy herself. Teasing, you little brat. All you think about all day is this kind of thing. What happened to those little girlfriends of yours? Haven't seen you make a move on a single one. Smooth-talking little punk. As she spoke, she let go of his cheek, then slung an arm over his shoulder and walked him forward with her. Enough nonsense. Come have barbecue with your big sister. You're paying. Let us see if I can't eat you broke. So you won't have any money left to flirt with little girls. Muchuan curled his lips in a smile. Okay, eat. Sister Hong, eat as much as you want. Best if word gets out that you can really eat. Then people will take one look and think they can't afford to keep you, and no one will compete with me for you. By then, won't you just obediently warm my bed? Humph. As he said that, he leaned his arm into her a little from the side. TSK. Sister Hong is still so generously built. Excellent elasticity. Looks like I'll be blessed in the future. Kurenai turned her head to look at him and smiled. You little pervert, hurry up and walk. Then she hooked him along and sped up toward the barbecue restaurant. As for Sarutobi Asuma, that guy had spent years serving as a guard for the daimyo before finally returning to Konoha. Nothing had happened between him and Yuhihi Kurenai yet before Muchuan cut in first. So in the end, he had simply come back too late. Kurenai already didn't have room for him in her heart. After the two finished eating barbecue and had just stepped out of the restaurant, they ran into Ino and her little friends heading home together. Kurenai pressed her lips together and teased. Oh no, your little girlfriend caught us in the act. What now? She is not going to beat me up, is she? Muchuan rolled his eyes. Can you think of something better? If you want to get beaten that badly, let us go to my house. I'll give you a proper beating myself. Guaranteed unforgettable. While he was saying that, Ino had already run over and jumped straight onto Muchuan, wrapping her arms around his neck. You haven't come to the Ninja Academy for 3 days. Tell me the truth, what have you been busy with? Didn't you miss me? As she spoke, she looked Kurenai up and down, then added, Don't tell me this is what you've been busy with. Though the quality is acceptable. This palace approves. Muchuan wore a wicked grin. Then, my empress of the main palace, are you thinking of making Yuhihi Kurenai Jonin call you big sister too? The moment Muchuan finished speaking, Kurenai met his eyes, raised a brow, and picked up the line with the same wicked smile on her face. Yuhihi Kurenai greets sister Ino. Ino's whole face turned red with mortification. The sky was falling. Jonin? Yuhihi Kurenai? That Yuhihi Kurenai Jonin who specialized in genjutsu and secret techniques? What was she supposed to do now? This was way too awkward. She had really embarrassed herself today. Their first meeting and it turned into this awkward mess. How was she supposed to face her again after this? She jumped down from Muchuan, her face flushed red and full of embarrassment. Sorry, I was joking. I am going home first. I'm really sorry. After saying that, she punched Muchuan once, turned around, and ran. She could not stay in this cursed place for even a second. Better hurry home and calm herself down. Kurenai said with a smiling squint. All you know how to do is bully little girls. Aren't you just rotten? Muchuan curled his lip. You didn't let her off either. You weren't exactly serious when you called her sister. All I can say is, we're the same kind. I think this should be called Foul Water in Low Hills meets a kindred spirit, twin stars of barren mountains and wicked waters. So? SNT that pretty neat? After saying that, he even lifted his chin proudly, as if to say, look how well matched we are. Kurenai covered her face. Stop spouting nonsense. I'm a gentle, understanding big sister. Don't even think about ruining my reputation. After that, the two kept walking together and chatting idly. Only when dusk deepened did they part with smiles and go home separately. By the time Muchuan got back, Rin had already made food for herself and started eating. He had come back late enough, and after waiting left and right without seeing him, she could only eat on her own. After dinner, they rested for a bit. Then it was time once again for the beloved daily greeting segment with Brother Toby. He took Rin's hand, and with a single teleport vanished. On Obito's side, White Zetsu had just finished reporting Muchuan's situation. By the time the report ended, the look in Obito's eyes beneath the mask was frighteningly dark. So it was someone from Konoha. Bastard, you've got guts. I'm gonna Konoha myself right now and have a little talk with you about life. He was still thinking up 10,000 ways to torture him when Muchuan appeared again with Rin. The moment he landed, he waved with a smiling face. Good evening, Toby. Ready for today's excitement? Obito stared at Muchuan through the mask and said hoarsely, Senju Muchuan, Konoha's deputy Hokage, right? Muchuan paused, then clapped his hands in praise. Not bad, Toby. As expected of someone with 100,000 white Zetsu under his command. To find me this fast with just a face, you've got some skill. Then again, I made such a huge mess in Iwagakure and Kimogakure, and with 100,000 white Zetsu intel troops, if you still couldn't find me, then you really could proudly call yourself a dead last loser. Then he even turned to ask Rin's opinion. Don't you think so, Rin? Toby's no good at anything, but you know his talent for being number one at showing up late. Rin, Obito really is. Obito waved a hand to stop her. Rin, don't speak. I will definitely kill him and avenge you. Wherever the leaves dance, accomplices are everywhere. I will make Konoha pay the same price. Enough, Obito. Rin shouted with a frown. I don't like you. I never did. Please stop being so self-indulgent and full of yourself. And stop committing evil everywhere in my name. I don't need that, and I can't bear that kind of infamy. If you're sick, go get treated. Don't drag me into it. I can't bear the lives of Sensei's family on my back. I can't bear the lives of those innocent people in Konoha on my back either. And I definitely can't bear the lives in the ninja world that were ruined because of you. It was your freedom to like me, but the way you chose to like me is disgusting. I'm really begging you, please stop liking me. Let me go. Why don't you go like Kakashi instead? Wouldn't that be fine? Why do you have to drag me down? That barrage left Obito standing there in a daze. His brain practically blasted numb by the scolding. His white moonlight had actually said that to him. How could that be? This world had to be fake. This world was not real. Rin couldn't possibly not like him. He muttered, sure enough, this place is hell. This fake world should be destroyed. I'll create a world where Rin belongs only to me. Rin? My Rin. Off to the side. Muchuan was having the time of his life watching. This drama really hit the spot. The ultimate white moonlight going off on the ultimate simp. The viewing experience was on par with buying an ice-cold Coke from a shop after working out in 104-degree summer heat. That first gulp, damn. Sure. Doing that could be bad for your body, maybe even kill you, but it was just too satisfying. Who could resist that kind of temptation? As the saying goes, if one hears the Tao in the morning, one may die in the evening without regret. If it was for this, dying once didn't seem so unacceptable after all. He was having a great time enjoying the drama, but Rin felt awful all over. What the hell was wrong with Obito? Was that really a human brain? What kind of messed up thought process was that? What did he mean by creating a world where she belonged only to him? A lunatic dead set on possessing her completely. It was terrifying. Disgusting. She turned and grabbed Muchuan's arm, her face full of fear as she whispered, Muchuan, is something wrong with that guy Obito? What do we do? He looks completely insane already. Doesn't he? I feel like no matter how you kill me now, it won't do any good. You can't provoke him anymore. He must have been pushed too far already. He doesn't believe in the world anymore. He probably doesn't even believe in himself. Muchuan looked at Obito's unhinged state and nodded in agreement. Yeah, looks like that's the case. This guy's mental state has already upgraded to version 2.0. For all we know, in his mind, every Rin in this world is fake, because he thinks any Rin who doesn't love him is fake. TSK, TSK, TSK. This is what you call the ultimate simp fantasy world. No logic at all. A simp just thinks that as long as he gives enough, the goddess must love him. As he spoke, he raised a brow with a wicked grin. It's not like there's no way to provoke him anymore. We just need a different angle. Isn't he fixated now on the idea that Rin belongs to him? Then let him watch her belong to someone else right in front of him. Problem solved. Simple. What's the phrase again? Oh right, this is called making a husband watch. The powerless husband. Rin's eyes widened, and a bad feeling rose in her heart. Wait, what are you trying to do? You're not thinking of doing it live, are you? Muchuan glanced at Obito, who was still muttering to himself like a madman, then pulled Rin straight into his arms and shouted at him. Hey, bro Obito, look over here. Obito was jolted awake. He stopped his eerie muttering and looked up. Muchuan arched a brow and smiled at him. Then he lowered his head and gave Rin a deep, passionate French kiss. That scene dealt a massive blow to Obito's twisted heart, dragging him out of his fantasy and back into reality. His brain shut down once again as he stood there watching them tangle and kiss. When it was over, Muchuan lifted his head, licked his lips, and smiled. Bro Obito, gotta say, your goddess is amazing. If you want to watch again, come find me in Konoha anytime. Oh right, you can't get in. The village has an anti-Obito space-time barrier. Sorry about that. Guess you'll just have to stand at the gate and watch. Well then, that's it for today. Goodbye. After saying that, he was about to take Rin home with a teleport when he suddenly remembered something. He turned back and added, also, don't take your anger out on Konoha shinobi coming in and out of the village when you've got nothing better to do. If I find out, I'll kill you. Believe me, you do not want me personally putting you through physical torture. And one more thing. Your space-time eye technique doesn't work on me, so don't count on that lousy intangibility of yours to go against me. I play with causality. Guaranteed hits are basic stuff for me. Got it? Alright, that's it. Goodbye. Then he swiftly took Rin and teleported home. As for Obito, he stood there with dead eyes, tears of humiliation streaming down his face. Then, with a thud, he dropped to his knees in agony. He cuckolded me, he really cuckolded me. That bastard cuckolded me right in front of my face. Beast. Fucking beast. No. Black Zetsu emerged halfway out of the wall nearby, looking at Obito kneeling there in utter collapse. He could only shake his head. Obito was finished. He really was useless now. And who knew how Konoha had suddenly produced a monster like Senju Muchuan? He just had to butt heads with this trash Obito too, showing up every day to provoke him, and every single time landing a precise hit on his sore spot. In a way, that guy really was an expert. Sigh. When is my grand mission to save Mother ever going to be completed? Muchuan, on the other hand, didn't think that much about it. As long as messing with people felt good, that was enough for him. The rest had nothing to do with him. After getting home, he hugged Rin, his oversized body pillow, and drifted off to sleep. The next day, the first thing Muchuan did after opening his eyes was his usual check of the system's random item selection. Bottomless coffee cup. A portable coffee cup with both straw and direct drink openings that never runs dry. Any kind of coffee can appear inside according to the user's thoughts. Truly achieving coffee freedom. Indestructible. Price, 10,000 points. An infinite coffee cup? Was this thing useful or useless? If you said it was useless, well, it let you drink unlimited coffee, which sounded pretty nice when you thought about it. At the very least, no need to buy coffee anymore. Honestly, coffee was pretty expensive. But if you said it was useful, it only let you drink coffee. No extra effects at all. Even if he drank with his life on the line, how much could one person really drink? Sigh. At best, it was better than nothing. Still, he wasn't short on money now. A mere 10,000 points was nothing worth mentioning. Bought. Having some rare little gadget wasn't bad either. He directly paid 10,000 points and bought the coffee cup. Account balance, 194,975,500 points. Taking the coffee cup out of storage, Muchuan observed it as he walked. It was around 500 milliliters, neither too big nor too small. Black and white in color. The lid could be screwed off and there were two flaps on top, one open to a direct drink spout, the other to a soft straw. It looked like a completely ordinary portable cup. He thought about having an iced latte, and the cup instantly filled with coffee. Muchuan raised a brow. This thing was kind of interesting. Then he wondered what exactly this infinite meant. Could it be poured endlessly? Might as well test it. He went outside and started pouring it onto the ground. In the end, once the coffee inside was emptied, that was it. The cup only refilled after he straightened it and thought about it again. So it couldn't be used like some magical artifact where one pour made a whole river. Honestly, that was a shame. Looks like a thing made for one purpose was only good for that purpose. Anything from the system was definitely not going to let him exploit bugs. After testing it, he tossed the cup back into system storage and turned to go inside for breakfast. After breakfast, Rin cleaned up the dishes while Muchuan rested on the couch. Since Rin was right there beside him, he figured he might as well extract some of the Three Tails chakra now. No point waiting. He could also deal with the master-servant issue between Rin and the Three Tails while he was at it, so she could activate Tailed Beast chakra mode too. Thinking that, he called out to Rin, who was washing the dishes. Rin, come here for a second. Rin had just finished washing up anyway. She dried her hands, walked over, and asked, what is it? Muchuan stood up from the couch and said, I'm going to extract some of the Three Tails chakra, and while I'm at it, I'll subdue the three tails for you. That way you'll be able to use its chakra too. In the future, you won't need to worry about not having enough chakra. And you'll also be able to use some of the three tails traits. It'll be a pretty big improvement for you. Rin tilted her head and thought for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Okay, then I'll leave it to you, Muchuan. Once I get stronger, I'll be able to help you fight too. Muchuan smiled, reached out, and placed a hand on her head, entering the space where her tailed beast was sealed. Following the same process as with the nine tails, he had a nice little talk with the three tails too. Before long, after that friendly exchange, the sensible and understanding three tails willingly accepted Rin as its master, making her a perfect Jinchuriki. Muchuan had always believed that tailed beasts were nothing more than rechargeable battery tools. If they didn't listen, you beat them until they did. What heartfelt bonding. Bond my ass. They were just beast-shaped things made from the chakra of the god tree, the 10 tails, and the demonic statue of the outer path. And they wanted to act all high and mighty? After that, Rin stayed home getting familiar with her new abilities, while Muchuan went back out to fool around. Today's target. Sunagakure, the village that loved changing sides, backstabbing, and stabbing people in the back. Sunagakure. Allies are meant to be sold out, the Kage are meant to be ambushed, heroes are meant to be sacrificed, and backstabbing is our specialty. He teleported right in front of Gaara of Sunagakure. Tamari and Kankuro were training nearby too. The ninja in charge of surveillance saw a stranger appear and immediately rushed off to report to the Kazekage. Muchuan tilted his chin at Gaara. Oi, good morning. You, the kid with the love character on your forehead. I need some of your one-tail chakra, so come over here nicely and offer it up to me. Thanks. The three of them all looked at Muchuan. The other two didn't do much, just stared at this sudden intruder with their guard fully up. Gaara was different. He fixed Muchuan with a vicious glare, and at the same time, sand had already started moving, winding up along his legs. Muchuan looked at the vicious expression on Gaara's face, then lowered his head to look at the sand wrapping around his legs. He smiled. Heh, looks like you want to spar with me. Fine, then let's play a little. I'm gonna flood your Sunagakure, so do your best to fight back and amuse me. The moment he finished speaking, Gaara attacked, raising his hand and clenching it. Sand binding coffin. Muchuan felt the sand around his legs suddenly start tightening, trying to crush them. But it was completely useless. He didn't even need to buff himself to tank this little trash jutsu. He looked up and started mocking him. That's it? No, seriously, bro, this is all you've got? Though the massage strength is just right. Guess I lucked out and got to experience a foreign-style sand massage. Not bad, not bad. Technician number 1, I'm good. You can add a little more pressure. Gaara's face turned even fiercer. Seeing that the move didn't work, he started mobilizing even more sand to cover Muchuan's whole body, then raised his hand and clenched it again. Sand waterfall funeral. This move carried even more violent pressure than sand binding coffin. Anyone with weak defense would be crushed straight into pulp, blood splattering all over the ground. But to Muchuan it was still just a trivial trick. In truth, most people above Kage level weren't afraid of this kind of low-end ninjutsu. He exerted a little force and shook off the sand around his body. Tilting his head at a 45-degree angle, his face full of disdain, he said, Heh, child's play shine my shoes. The brother-sister duo beside them stared in shock. Dear God, this was the first time they'd ever seen it. Gaara had attacked and someone had taken it so easily. Usually when their monster of a little brother made a move, he crushed the other person straight into a bloody mess. Did he miss today? No way, right? Could a tailed beast Jinchuriki really have a moment where he just couldn't do it? But he wasn't even middle-aged yet, so how was he already running out of steam? Seeing that he hadn't managed to kill the other party after 2 tries, Gaara's expression twisted on the spot. Just as he was about to use the tailed beast's power and attack again, his father, the 4th Kazekage Raza, arrived. The moment he landed and got a clear look at the intruder, hell, why was it this plague god? Senju Muchuan, Konoha's so-called deputy Hokage. This was the ruthless monster who had taken on Iwagakure and Kumogakure by himself. Why had he come running to Sunagakure? Could this guy be trying to beat all 4 of the other great ninja villages? Damn it, just because you've got some strength. Do you really have to be this wild? You really deserve to die. Curse all he wanted in his heart. But his face still had to carry a smile when he greeted him. Otherwise, his Sunagakure wouldn't be able to withstand even a move or 2 from this man. He definitely wasn't stupid enough to think he was stronger than the other village leaders, that since they couldn't beat him, somehow he could. Why insist on testing the waters just to get beaten like a dog? What was the point? So it's Konoha's deputy Hokage. May I ask what brings you to Sunagakure? If there's anything the matter, feel free. Unfortunately, before he could finish, Gaara at the side suddenly went mad. With a savage expression, he started partially transforming into his tailed beast form and directly sent a sand hand grabbing toward Muchuan. That scene made Raza jump in fright. Holy shit, something was about to go wrong. He hurriedly raised a hand to stop him. Gaara, stop! Muchuan frowned. This little brat was dead set on killing him. Huh? Just look at those eyes, that expression, that vicious mindset. So scary. This was the first time since transmigrating here that he'd seen such a savage and ferocious expression. Damn, even Danzo looked better than this kid. Fine then. Let's do this. He scared me and still thinks he'll get off easy? Dream on. I already didn't have a good impression of your Mangekyo. Now it's even worse. He raised a hand and blasted the sand hand apart with an element cannon, then used a teleport to flash to a higher spot a little farther back. Planning to drown Mangekyo. Water release. Great damn, who built this? Ha! Great exploding water colliding wave. As soon as he shouted it, a huge amount of water appeared out of nowhere and surged outward in all directions with Muchuan at the center. The first to get drenched through and through were the few people in front of him, especially Gaara, who actually seemed to calm down a little. But that was all. Forget flooding Mangekyo, it only made something like a few streets worth of river. They had all thought he was about to use some huge move, but in the end he just let out some water? Standing on the water, they all stared at him blankly, as if to say, that's it? Especially Raza. At this moment, his brain was having trouble processing it. Great exploding water colliding wave. That's it? Could it be that the intelligence personnel had exaggerated this guy's strength? Was he seeing that Mangekyo lacked water and came to deliver some to them? Bringing warmth from 1,000 miles away? What a good man. Muchuan froze there awkwardly too. Damn it. He knew this crappy ninjutsu couldn't be cast normally for him like it was for them. The power was way too weak when he just threw it out casually. Looks like if he wanted to bluff people, he'd have to amplify it. Still, he couldn't show weakness, so he said arrogantly, what are you looking at? This was just to cool your dog heads down a little. What else could it be? Don't tell me you think I can't do it. What comes next is the real counterattack. I'm turning your Mangekyo straight into Kirigakure. If you've got the guts, then take it for me to see. After saying that, he activated a roughly 30-meter-tall dual-headed Susanoo. The four arms on both sides formed hand seals together with him, and he poured in a massive amount of chakra as the driving force, releasing a supersized great exploding water colliding wave. Damn it, water release, what the hell? Great damn, who built this? Ha! The moment Raza saw Muchuan move, he knew things were about to go bad. He directly used all his chakra and tried to spread his magnet release gold sand over the village. At the same time he shouted to Gaara, Gaara, quickly, use your sand to cover the village. Hurry! Gaara could also see that he had probably caused a disaster, so he frantically drove the tailed beast's power to control sand and cover the village to block the water. The instant the words fell behind Muchuan, towering waves appeared out of thin air, far larger than the entire area of Mangekyo and 100 meters high. Like a heavenly river overturning, wave after wave crashed down, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, and even Muchuan himself got swallowed into it. With a helpless look on his face, Muchuan was tossed around wildly by his own ultimate move. It didn't really hurt him, but the pressure of the water, the impact force, and the drag of the current were enormous. Still, he got a deep understanding of what it meant for the sea to be boundless. When the water finally calmed, Mangekyo had already turned into a vast expanse of water. On the surface were many civilians the ninja had brought up. The village below had been protected by the two sand users, so it hadn't been washed away. If this had been any other village, the casualties would definitely have been horrific. All that could be said was that these sand players really did have some skill, though not much. Muchuan returned to where he had been standing before, now standing on the water's surface. Raza and Gaara and his three siblings were there too. Tamari was supporting Gaara, and Kankuro was supporting Raza. The two of them had overexerted themselves and were a little weak now. Well, you sand players, feel good? Gaara's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like he wanted nothing more than to skin him alive and rip out his tendons. Afraid the other party might do something else, Raza hurriedly spoke. May I ask what exactly you mean by this? Our two villages are still allies. There's no need to fight. Whatever it is, we can discuss it. Muchuan looked disdainful. Oh, cut the crap, Kazekage. Who doesn't know the thing your Mangekyo loves most is betraying your word? And you're talking to me about being allies? Are you worthy? Huh? Despicable trash. Those words left Raza thoroughly choked up. The key point was that their betrayal of trust really was famous, so there was nothing he could say to that. But facts were facts. You couldn't just say them out loud like that. Did they not care about saving face? Raza's face shifted between red and black. After holding it in for a long while, he finally forced out one word. You. Seeing that he couldn't come up with anything to say, Muchuan continued, as for why I'm here, I already said it the moment I arrived. Your people just aren't very friendly. Look at your son. He looks like he wants to eat me alive. TSK, TSK, TSK. Can you keep him under control or not? If not, I can help you do it. Look, he's still glaring at me. If he keeps glaring, I'll gouge his eyeballs out and use them as cannonballs to stomp on. Raza frowned and looked at his youngest son. Gaara, rein in your violent temper. Now is not the time for you to vent it. However, Gaara still wore the same expression, as if he hadn't heard a thing. That made Raza, both as a father and as the Kazekage, lose face. His brows drew tight. Was this Jinchuriki no longer controllable? Was he going to rebel? Did he need to be suppressed again? He narrowed his eyes, his tone heavier and lower. Gaara, do my words mean nothing to you now? At that moment, Temari, the eldest sister from the silent duo at the side, saw that the atmosphere was off and stepped in to defuse things. She raised a hand and patted Gaara on the shoulder. Gaara, listen to father. This isn't the time to throw a fit. Just as it seemed that, after the two of them spoke, he was about to calm down. Unfortunately, Muchuan wasn't happy with that. If he stopped making trouble, what would be the point? So with the same look of disdain, he kept pressing. Kid, you're pretty unconvinced, huh? Aren't you just relying on that little tanuki inside you? If you've got guts, let it out. Let's see if I can kill it on the spot. Gaara, who had just calmed down a little, instantly lost it when he heard that. He raised his hand and formed seals, about to release the one tail and go all out. So this bastard could learn what the power of a tailed beast was, what a village-level strategic weapon really meant. The moment Raza saw things were about to spiral out of control, ruthlessness flashed through his eyes. He raised a hand, using magnet-release gold dust to suppress Gaara beneath it and added a sealing jutsu on top. Only after that did he turn and say, Deputy Hokage of Konoha, what exactly are you trying to do? Why do you keep provoking Gaara? If you want to fight, then I can tell you directly. No one in our Sunigakure has the strength to fight you. If you have some other purpose, then please say it clearly. If it's something I can do, I definitely won't refuse. With things already brought this far, and no fight to be had, Muchuan just shrugged, looking disappointed. Fine. If you don't want to fight, then forget it. Let's talk business. It's actually very simple. I said it when I got here. I need some of Shikaku's chakra. But your youngest son seems like he's got some kind of berserker syndrome or something and immediately wanted to kill me. As he spoke, he turned to Temari at the side. What do you think, Temari? By the way, you've been pretty quiet. Aren't you the strong-willed type? YV, you've been playing mute the whole time. Temari raised a brow, surprised. How had this suddenly become her business too? Huh? I guess so. I didn't say anything because that was business for important people like you. What would a genin like me even have to say? It wouldn't count even if I did. After saying that, she turned her head toward Raza. Right, Kazekage Dad? Raza's face darkened. So that's your reason for being there and not stopping Gaara? Temari was stunned. Disbelief all over her face. No, Dad, you mean you wanted me, a rookie genin, to stop Gaara when he was losing it? If you want me dead, just say it. In that kind of situation, there was no way he'd remember I was his big sister. If I dared interfere, I'd be the first one dead. Not to mention, even under normal circumstances, what do you think I even count for in that little brother's eyes? If he crushed me to death, he probably wouldn't even blink. Besides, his brother Kankuro was there too. Why don't you ask him why he didn't stop him? Kankuro? No, big sis. Are you serious? I was just a background prop with nothing to do with this, and you had to drag me out here and whip my corpse? Hey. Big sis, what do you mean by that? You think Gaara wouldn't kill you, his sister, but would spare me, his brother? Temari rested a hand on her 3-star iron fan and shrugged, looking like who knows. Kankuro went speechless, then turned to Raza and said, Father, you know what Gaara is like. With my little puppet tricks, I couldn't even last 2 moves against him. I really was willing but powerless. Raza's forehead was full of black lines. These 3 children really had all been raised wrong. What kind of nonsense was this? It was infuriating. Muchuan smiled and said, Kazekage, stop shifting the blame. If you didn't have your magnet-release gold dust to suppress Gaara, you'd be dead too. Or do you think he wouldn't kill you, his father? You haven't forgotten the things you've done, have you? A twisted person like you can be a father, and even become Kazekage. That just shows the people of Sunigakure really do have such simple and honest customs. Hehe. Raza's expression turned even uglier. Rage surged through him, but he didn't dare let it show. He could only endure it. With a dark face, he forcibly changed the subject. Didn't you need part of the One-Tail's chakra? Gaara is already suppressed by me. He's right here. Go ahead. I can't help you with this. None of us know the technique to extract tailed beast chakra. Muchuan waved a hand indifferently. Alright, I'll do it myself. I don't need you. Oh right, while you're at it, make a copy of a magnet-release ninjutsu scroll for me. I want to study that technique. As he spoke, he pressed one hand onto the gold dust sealing Gaara. The power of darkness forcibly penetrated inside and extracted the One-Tail's chakra. It was done in no time. Then he turned and looked at Raza, who still hadn't moved. Why aren't you going to copy the scroll? What are you still standing here for? Or is magnet release so simple that you can just teach it to me casually? What I want is all the experience and a detailed instructional breakdown. Raza looked conflicted. Well, do you think you could switch to something else? This magnet release is the core of our Sunigakure. Before he could finish, Muchuan had already raised his hand to form seals again, looking like if he wouldn't give it, then forget it, he'd just start fighting. He looked brutally direct. Raza was shocked. I'll give it, give it. Put your hand down. What's wrong with you? We can talk this through. Everything can be discussed. Why do you start fighting the moment there's disagreement? Why is your temper so impatient at such a young age? As he spoke, he dove straight down into the village beneath the water to fetch it. There was no need to worry about whether the scroll would still work after being soaked. Those kinds of secret scrolls all had excellent waterproofing. Not long after, Muchuan got the scroll. After putting it away, he looked at Raza again. This guy also seemed to be mixed up with Orochimaru, planning to stab Konoha in the back. Kazekage, not that I should say this, but getting involved with Orochimaru is not a wise choice. Never mind helping him backstab our allied village, Konoha. Even with your little bit of ability, if you fall into Orochimaru's hands, you probably won't even know how you died. Let me give you a piece of advice. Stop scheming so much and focus more on developing your own strength. That's the real path. You can even betray the heroic figure and top combat power of your own village. I really don't know how your brain works. Or are you really as stupid as a pig and don't even realize it? Raza's face looked awful beyond words. How did he know about his dealings with Orochimaru? Was this man's intelligence network really that terrifying? And now it was being dragged out and said to his face. He was being cursed out by a young brat and didn't even dare react. What the hell kind of situation was this? At the side, Temari and Kankuro both turned their heads away to look at the sea view, but their faces were full of agreement. They thought, nice one. With all the crap their father had done, someone should have cursed him out properly a long time ago. That felt good. After finishing his tirade, Muchuan didn't care about Raza's expression, nor did he wait for him to say anything. He directly used body flicker and disappeared. The desert around Sunagakure had been blasted and irrigated downward by the flooding water, sinking by a whole section. Now it had become a great river stretching across the land of wind. These people still had to figure out how to rebuild the village, so they were probably too busy to happily play the betrayal game with Orochimaru. As for whether Orochimaru would still come after the third, who knew? If he really had a death wish, Muchuan figured it wasn't impossible to trade a couple moves with him. Yeah, just a couple. Within the land of water, the Six-Tails Jinchuriki Utakata was taking a leisurely walk when Muchuan used a teleport and appeared right behind him. For these overly wary Jinchuriki, Muchuan couldn't even be bothered to waste words anymore. He opened with the Spear of Victory straight into the man's kidney area, triggering a hard crowd control effect. Then he followed it up with a heavy slap that knocked him unconscious on the spot, stepped forward, and began extracting the Six-Tailed Beast chakra. Trying to talk to these stubborn idiots was just a waste of feelings and time. No matter how much you talked, it always ended in a fight anyway, so it was better to skip the nonsense and get straight to it. As for the other guy's psychological problems, haha, what the hell did that have to do with him? You weren't stronger than him, so if he beat you, then he beat you. What could you do about it? After drawing out the Six-Tails chakra, he glanced in the direction of Kirigakure. Muchuan thought, that dump doesn't seem worth visiting. I don't even need to wreck the place myself. Under the rule of the bloody mist, they're practically killing themselves off already. But that wasn't entirely Obito's fault. Their system had always been one of mutual slaughter. Obito just used Sharingan Genjutsu to control the fourth Mizukage and, out of revenge, pushed it even further. Things seemed to have improved a little by now, though that local culture. Seriously, it wasn't until Terumi Mei took over as the fifth Mizukage and kept making reforms that things started looking remotely normal. Speaking of which, Terumi Mei counted as a beauty too, right? Probably. At the very least, her aura was good. A mature, charming, calm, and capable type. As long as nobody brought up marriage, she was absolutely fine. Mainly, he really couldn't appreciate that hairstyle. Forget it. Forget it. He'd let her off for now. She was probably busy anyway. In the story, she didn't even have time to attend the Chunin exams Konoha invited them to, so Kirigakure's mess was probably pretty hard to clean up. The sky still wasn't that late, so he might as well go deal with the Seven-Tails chakra too. Once he finished off this last tailed beast, he could find a place to summon the demonic statue of the Outer Path and fuse the Six Paths power. He wondered if Obito would lose his mind when he suddenly discovered the demonic statue of the Outer Path was gone. Maybe that guy would run off to trouble Nagato. After all, as the only current user of the Rinnegan, if you said you didn't know anything, who would believe you? Then the result would either be Nagato and Konan beating the crap out of Obito together, or Obito pulling a sneak attack and beating the crap out of Nagato. Too bad that no matter who got the crap beaten out of them, neither of them would ever find the demonic statue of the Outer Path because by then, Muchuan would already have fused with it and awakened the Six Paths power. The demonic statue of the Outer Path wasn't unique. At this stage, there were actually two of them. One was Kagaya's version, the one with the rabbit, sealed inside the moon as the core of the Six Paths, Chibaku Tensei. The other was one that the Sage of Six Paths had made himself. Since the intangible Ten-Tails chakra couldn't be directly stuffed into a body, he used materials from the Divine Tree to create another demonic statue of the Outer Path to carry the Ten-Tails chakra. Then he used the Six Paths Ten-Tails coffin seal to seal it into himself and became the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. Later, he split the Ten-Tails chakra apart into the nine-tailed beasts. So if Obito wanted the demonic statue of the outer path, only a few possibilities remained. First, the Sage of Six Paths might suddenly pop out with nothing better to do and make him a new one. Second, Muchuan himself might suddenly pop out with nothing better to do and make him a new one. As for the third possibility, Bro Obito would have to be ridiculously badass. Steal Nagato's Rinnegan and install it in himself. Then be fierce enough to forcibly break through the Six Paths seal and summon out the Kagaya brand demonic statue of the outer path with the rabbit from the moon. The first possibility was actually the biggest one because who knew? That old geezer Sage of Six Paths might really come out and lend a hand just so the reincarnations of his two sons could grow properly. The second possibility wasn't impossible either. Muchuan himself didn't even know what he'd do the next second. Maybe he really would hand Bro Obito a demonic statue of the outer path and let him keep shining in the ninja world, giving everyone some excitement. The third possibility had basically no hope at all. Leaving aside whether Bro Obito could even beat Nagato and Konan. Even if he did, it still wouldn't matter. Forget whether his strength after installing the Rinnegan would be enough to forcibly summon the statue sealed by the Six Paths. Even if you stuck the Rinnegan onto Senju Hashirama's head, you still wouldn't be able to summon out Kagaya brand demonic statue of the outer path. Much less a small fry like Obito. Heh, Obito. I am your lifelong nemesis. Let me show you just how dangerous society is and how deep the human heart can be. Just thinking about it put him in a better mood. The corners of his lips lifted into a sinister smile, and then he vanished in another teleport. A certain Six-Tails Jinchuriki, Mr. Utakata, lying unconscious on the ground. Hey, my peanuts. Hey, my peanuts. The land of Waterfall was a small country beside the land of Earth, and it also bordered the land of Fire. Caught between two great nations, it was an awkward place. If they tried to do anything bad, they'd get instantly crushed the moment they stuck their heads out. But their geography was good. With a natural waterfall as cover, there wasn't much anyone could really do to them. Even a tiny place like this had once been given the Seven Tails by Hashirama back in the day, which showed they did have something going for them, even if it wasn't much. Takigakure, in the land of Waterfall, inside village chief Shibuki's house. The young village chief was currently lecturing Miss Fu, their village treasurer and the Seven Tails Jinchuriki, about how dangerous society was. As he took out intelligence reports and portraits for her to look at, he kept talking. Fu, look. Iwagakure is one of the 5 great nations' hidden villages, and even they got solo cleared by Konoha's deputy Hokage. See? Even the big countries are like this. Imagine how dangerous it is outside. And you're always thinking about running out there every day. What if someone catches you? You're our village's Jinchuriki. Do you know how many people out there want to capture you? Before Fu could even open her mouth to argue, Muchuan used a teleport and appeared right in front of her. The young chief Shibuki clearly saw what the newcomer looked like, shuddered in fright, and instantly shot to his feet. Why you? Senju Muchuan. Fu, on the other hand, excitedly looked Muchuan up and down. Wow, I actually got to see a living Senju Muchuan today. Gotta say, you're really handsome. Muchuan looked at Fu in front of him. A lively girl full of energy who loved making friends. Then he looked at the frightened young village chief. Timid and weak, but a well-loved chief who treated others kindly. He reached out and rubbed Fu's head. At your age, you're already dressing pretty provocatively. Who taught you to dress like this? Your skirt's already riding down under your lower belly. What's the point? Deliberately trying to seduce people? Fu blinked, then lowered her head to look at her little skirt and fell into deep thought. Then Muchuan turned to Shibuki, stroked his chin, and suddenly spoke with playful intent. 1,000-year-old mountain ginseng. Shibuki didn't react in time. Lord Muchuan, may I ask what brings you here? Muchuan said, 1,000-year-old mountain ginseng. Cold sweat covered Shibuki's forehead. What was this guy trying to say? He forced himself to keep asking, please don't toy with me, sir. If there's something you need, please just say it plainly. Muchuan said, you answer my line, or else I'll have a little spar with your village. Shibuki's head buzzed. What kind of problem was this guy dealing with? He had nothing better to do than come here and play call and response slogans with him. But for the sake of the village, he could only force out an awkward laugh and say, alright then. Please continue. I'll try. Muchuan calmly started again. 1,000-year-old mountain ginseng. Shibuki answered uncertainly, wild royal bee jelly? Muchuan nodded in satisfaction and continued, humanoid fleeceflower root. Shibuki raised a brow and followed up, top-grade bird's nest. Muchuan. 9 heavens tribute gelatin. Shibuki. Imperial saffron. Muchuan. Tianshan snow lotus. Shibuki. 7-colored lingji. Muchuan. Ancient tomb bezoar. Shibuki. Deep sea ambergris. With a grand wave of his hand, Muchuan declared, melt them all into one furnace. Shibuki froze for a second. Good lord, was this guy refining pills? Continuation of the rant. That S way too much. SNT it. Muchuan curled his lips into a smile. That S not all. Add in a 1-meter-long cordyceps. Shimu said, a sentient earthworm? Muchuan said, a 5-meter-long geoduck. Shimu said, from before the ninja villages were founded, right? Muchuan said, saber-toothed tiger bones. Shimu said, prehistoric. Muchuan said, an Otsutsuki placenta. Shimu said, the Ancestress placenta? Muchuan said, morning dew from Mars. Shimu said, how did you even get that back? Muchuan said, black jade fracture paste. Shimu said, what even is that? Muchuan said, Otsutsuki Kagaya saliva. Shimu said, where the hell did that come from? Muchuan said, one of the Sage of Six Paths ribs. Shimu's head was spinning. Enough already. Muchuan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Kid, you've got potential. The two of them went back and forth like that, leaving Fu standing off to the side completely dumbfounded. She thought to herself that the village chief had this kind of talent too. She never noticed before. Seeing that the exchange was over, Shimu wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Lord Muchuan, look, we've matched your lines and all. So are you?
Muchuan nodded.
Fine. I 1T make things hard for Takigakure. I'll just say it directly. I need to extract a bit of the Seven Tails chakra. Shimu looked totally bewildered. That S it?
Muchuan smiled.
That S it. Shimu scratched his head. Just that? That simple? Muchuan spread his hands. Yep, that's simple. Shimu was absolutely thrilled. He quickly turned to Fu, who was still watching the show, and said, Fu, quick, quick, quick. Let Lord Muchuan extract it. Don't be stingy over this little bit of chakra. It'll recover slowly anyway. As compensation, I'll buy you something good to eat later. Eat as much as you want. I'll make sure you're full. Please. After hearing the village chief's words, Fu thought for a moment, then leaned in and smiled. Then I also want one chance to go out and make friends. Shimu looked at her and waited in his heart for a while before finally nodding with a troubled expression. Fine. Just once. You have to understand, Fu. As a Jinchuriki, and the Jinchuriki of a small village at that, countless people are after you. It's better if you don't go out unless you have to. What if one day you accidentally die out there? You tell me, right? I'm doing this for your own good. Fu couldn't be bothered listening to his nagging. The moment she heard the answer she wanted, she cut him off. Okay. I know. As she spoke, she turned around and reached out to hold Muchuan's hand. Lord Muchuan, come on then. Please take whatever you want from me. Don't be shy. What she said left Muchuan speechless. Helpless, he thought to himself, what kind of insane line is that? If I really did take something from you, you probably wouldn't like it. Besides, I'm only about 13 right now. What exactly are you expecting me to do? If I were 18, you think I wouldn't do you 100 times? 100 times? TCH. Still, he said nothing. He just shook his head with a smile and directly began extracting the Seven Tails chakra. It was over in no time. Letting go of her small hand, he said, from now on, we're friends. I've got your back from here on out. If anyone dares set their sights on you, go to Konoha and tell me. I'll deal with them for you. Even if you accidentally die someday, I can bring you back to life. That's my promise to you. In return, when you look for a man in the future, give me first consideration. After saying that, he rubbed her head, then used a body flicker and disappeared. That left the two of them there, staring at each other with wide eyes. Revive her? Was he serious? Wasn't he just bragging? Was he? But did someone like him even need to brag? After Muchuan returned to Konoha, he bought some grilled skewers and headed toward the Hokage building while eating. Now that he had gathered all 9-tailed beasts, and both summoning the demonic statue of the Outer Path and the Six Paths 10-tails coffin seal were Rinnegan techniques, the basic conditions had already been met. It was time to awaken the power of the Six Paths and give it a try. That meant he had to notify the third Hokage and have him arrange for a few experts to set up a barrier, so the huge commotion wouldn't alarm everyone. If trouble broke out, then that would be bad. By the time he reached the Hokage's office door, he had just finished the skewers. He stuffed the bamboo sticks into the hand of a passing Umbu ninja, pushed the door open, then slammed it shut with a bang. Outside the door, the Umbu ninja stared at the bamboo sticks in his hand with a baffled expression. Muchuan walked in, saw the third Hokage reviewing documents, and immediately collapsed into a chair off to the side. Old man, guess what I came to tell you this time? The third Hokage looked up and saw it was him. Frowning, he set down the papers in his hand and said, Guess? I only hope you won't tell me anything at all and just stay home honestly. Muchuan pulled out the infinite coffee cup and made himself an iced mocha. As he drank, he said, Look at you. What kind of thing is that to say? How am I supposed to get stronger if I do nothing? If I don't get stronger, how do I make a name for myself? If I don't make a name for myself, how do I intimidate the villages? If I can't intimidate the villages, then what is the meaning of my existence? The third Hokage raised a hand and rubbed his temples helplessly. Sigh. How about you take over as Hokage? Muchuan sucked on his coffee and stared at the third Hokage with wide, thoughtful eyes. Don't joke around. If you don't want to guess, then don't guess. Why are you suddenly thinking about retirement? No need to go that far. 69 is the prime age to keep striving. Old man, you can work for at least another 30 years. The third Hokage leaned back in his chair and said solemnly, I'm not joking. I'm old. It should be your young people's time to shine now. I used to want to call Jiraiya back and have him take over, but you know what he's like. He's out there searching all over the world for some child of prophecy. Besides, his personality isn't reliable either. As for Tsunade, there's nothing else to say, but that woman has practically gambled herself into ruin. There's no hoping for her either. Now that you've appeared, I've had a new idea. Young, powerful, no major flaws. If you're trained a little, your future will be limitless. That way, Konoha can stay strong for decades. After you take over as Hokage, with Jiraiya and the Inoshikacho clans assisting you, it would absolutely be the best choice. Where the leaves dance, the fire also burns eternally. Young Deputy Hokage, it's time to inherit the will of fire. After saying that, he just kept staring straight at Muchuan, and it made his skin crawl. What the hell was this? He'd only gone out for a bit and come back, and now this old bastard was trying to screw him over? What kind of nonsense was becoming Hokage? Right now, he didn't have to manage anything and was already the top dog of Konoha. Why the hell would he become Hokage when he had nothing better to do? Did the old man think he was sick in the head or something? If he could avoid working and still enjoy the benefits, why would he go kill himself reviewing documents, handling affairs, and punching a clock every day? Had he not suffered enough as a corporate slave working 996 in his last life, or what? Was that even a life for a human being? Hokage. Even a dog wouldn't do that job. Whoever did was a first-class sucker. He said it, and nobody was changing his mind. Muchuan shot to his feet. Old bastard. Cut that crap out. I'm not becoming Hokage. Go find whoever you want. Right, Tsunade. It should be Tsunade. Her grandpa founded the village. So if she doesn't take the mess, who will? Don't you think so? Say something, old bastard. Don't you think so? As he spoke, he raised a hand and condensed the spear of victory, glaring viciously at the old man like he'd stab him in the kidney if he didn't make himself clear. That move scared the third Hokage so badly, he jolted upright and hurriedly raised his hands. Hey, what are you doing? Don't mess around. If you've got something to say it properly. Put that thing away. Put it away. Seeing that he still wasn't giving him a clean answer, Muchuan lifted his hand and looked ready to throw it straight through his kidney. The moment the third Hokage saw him raise his arm into a throwing posture, he leaped to his feet in fright and waved both hands wildly. Yes, you want to be Hokage. I want to make you Hokage. Tsunade can do it. We'll do it your way. We'll bring Tsunade back to take over the mess. All right? Just put that damn thing away. Ever since the last time he'd been pinned to a tree by that broken light spear, unable to move at all, the third Hokage had been left with psychological trauma. That fear of losing control over his own body. That helplessness of being completely motionless and left at another person's mercy. He never wanted to experience it a second time in his life. When Muchuan saw him back down, he dispersed the light spear and lowered his hand. The smile returned to his face. Haha, seriously, don't joke about that for no reason. I have a stress response to becoming Hokage. The second I hear be Hokage, I feel awful all over. I absolutely cannot be Hokage. The third wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and gave an awkward laugh. As long as you're happy. Inside, he cursed. Whoever suggests making you Hokage again is a damn dog. Fuck. Muchuan took another couple sips of coffee and smiled. Of course. Of course, what matters is that I'm happy. What, should I feel awful instead? As he spoke, he changed the subject. Right, I came to give you a heads up. I'm going to release the demonic statue of the outer path at the back mountain and revive the god tree's 10 tails. The third looked completely lost, staring at him with a blank face that clearly said, keep talking. I didn't understand a word of that. Seeing how dumbfounded he looked, Muchuan explained further. Didn't I awaken the Rinnegan? And I already gathered the chakra of all 9-tailed beasts, so the conditions for unlocking 6 paths power are met. So I'm planning to evolve a bit at the back mountain. The commotion might be kind of big. The 10 tails is pretty intimidating in size, so I'll need you to bring a few elite jonin and set up a large 4 red yang formation barrier, just to block out some of the disturbance a little. That's why I came to let you know. Once the old man understood, his head instantly felt twice as big. This damn bastard was stirring up trouble again. Could he not stay quiet for even one day? Ever since awakening his power, he had been causing trouble every single day, one thing after another, with no end in sight. But his growth really was terrifyingly fast. In just a few days, he had already reached the point of unlocking 6 paths power. This inhuman rate of growth was simply unheard of. Good thing he belongs to Konoha. If he were from another village, Then the one getting beaten into a grandson right now would be Konoha. That really would be a nightmare. Rubbing his brow, he said, "Fine. I'll gather 3 Jonin right now, and we'll go together. I also want to see what the process of unlocking 6 paths power looks like." At an open area in the back mountain far from the village, the 3rd and 3 Anbu Jonin each stood at one corner, forming a square. Their hands flew through seals as they erected a purple barrier, the 4 red yang formation. In the middle of the barrier, Muchuan crouched and pressed a hand to the ground. Moving toilet, demonic statue of the outer path. With a bang, the demonic statue of the outer path was summoned there from Obito's base. Muchuan jumped onto the statue's head and flicked his hand, throwing the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts onto the ground ahead. Even though it had been extracted, once it landed, it still condensed into the forms of the tailed beasts. Just like Yin and Yang Kurama, when separated, they would still become individual tailed beast forms. The moment the beasts took shape, 9 light spears followed right after and pinned them in place, triggering hard crowd control. Muchuan couldn't be bothered arguing with them. Directly locking them down was much more convenient. Then, following the Rinnegan's method, he formed hand seals. The demonic statue's mouth snapped open, and 9 purple chains shot out from inside, flying toward the 9-tailed beasts and looping around their necks. This was a sealing technique. Once the tailed beasts were bound, they basically had no ability to fight back and could only be dragged into the mouth to become part of the 10 tails. This was an innate restraint relationship. The tailed beasts were only chakra split off from the 10 tails, so in front of the 10-tail shell, they were nothing. Muchuan formed more seals and increased the force. The chains gave a hard yank, and from 1 tail to 9 tails, they were pulled one after another into the statue's mouth. Then the giant mouth snapped shut, and the 9 eyes above it opened. After gathering the chakra, the statue began clutching its head with both hands, swaying wildly as it howled. Its body twisted, fused, and reshaped itself toward the form of the 10 tails. Muchuan jumped back to the ground and looked up. Judging by the way it looked, it would probably take a long time to become a complete form. Then he remembered he still had that sweet berry red wine that restored HP and MP by percentage. So he decided to just feed it a few cups and finish the transformation directly. The moment he thought of it, he acted. He took out 3 glasses of red wine and used energy control to toss them into the statue's mouth. In the next second, the statue began writhing wildly, instantly skipping from the seedling phase to the thin humanoid phase, then rapidly writhing again as it transformed toward the 3rd stage. As it entered the 3rd stage burly form and continued changing toward the god tree form, Muchuan quickly formed hand seals and activated the 10 tails coffin seal to begin absorbing it. The 3rd stage was already the complete form. It was only different from the god tree in appearance. In truth, it was the same realm. He had no intention of launching any infinite Tsukuyomi. He didn't need the thing to become the god tree form. After absorbing the 10 tails into his body, a special energy began frantically remodeling Muchuan's body. Though it came with immense power, every part of his body also started turning white little by little. Muchuan frowned. This damn thing is such a hassle. It even wants to change my appearance and turn me all white like an Otsutsuki. Hey, nice dream. I don't want to turn into that pale-ass look. Girls with different colors are pretty. They have a different kind of beauty. But men with different colors? That's not interesting at all. In an instant, he mobilized his own powers of darkness and light to fuse this 6 paths power into something he could control himself. Mere power trying to change its master's appearance without the master's consent was simply arrogant. Of course, in the process, he also crushed the god tree's will that came with the 10 tails, devouring and fusing the power until it completely became his own. Now, even if someone with the Rinnegan tried to summon it, they would not be able to summon the demonic statue of the outer path inside Muchuan's body. As the 6 paths power stabilized, the changes to his appearance also stopped, and his skin slowly returned to normal. The 3 Jonin maintaining the barrier watched from afar in utter shock. Holy shit, is the process of unlocking 6 paths power this savage? That thing looked dangerous as hell. It felt like if they went up against it, they wouldn't even withstand 1 finger from it. Yet the deputy Hokage had just absorbed it directly. What a god. The 3rd was relatively calm, mainly because he was numb to it by now. This guy was always doing outrageous things. After seeing enough of it, you got used to it. What could he do? Wasn't it just him getting stronger and stronger? Fine, go be amazing, go fly into the sky. Stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun, go take over the Hokage position. Dare you, tch. Muchuan felt the power inside his body. It had increased quite a bit, and with the enhancement from his passive skills, it had become even more massive. Now, even if Kaguya came out, he could beat her. That silly airhead. Whether her combat skills were actually trash or not, just going by skill mechanics, she had no advantage. She had no way to break the hard crowd control added by his class skills. 1 light spear of causality reversal, and wouldn't you be at my mercy? Your Amenominaka-style spatial transfer can't dodge causality at all. If you've got the ability, then run to another universe to escape causality. If you can't leave this universe, then you're taking my skill. Even if they didn't compare ability mechanics and only compared raw stats, he had already surpassed her by far. One punch down, and he might just smash her into Kaguya fragments. By the time he finished, the sky had already dimmed. It was dinner time. After exchanging a few polite words with the third, they each went home. When he got back, Rin had just finished making dinner. After the two of them ate, there was nothing else to do, so Muchuan hugged his Rin brand oversized body pillow and went to bed early. Today, he did not go find Brother Tuko as part of the usual routine to say hello and offer his regards. Mainly because he figured the overstimulated Brother Tuko should be arriving in Konoha soon anyway, so he might as well wait until he reached the main gate. The next day, when he woke up and opened his eyes, Rin was gone. She had already gotten up to make breakfast. After dozing a little longer, the first thing he did once he was a bit more awake was check today's random item. He prayed inwardly, sacrifice Brother Tuko's pathetic 1 or 2 inches. Open. Then he opened the system shop. Shinbao 300. 1 bottle refreshes the mind. 2 bottles mean never getting tired. 3 bottles grant immortality. Shinbao, and the taste is amazing. Price, 90,000 points. The moment Muchuan saw the thing, his just-awake brain cleared up a lot. What kind of cursed Shinbao was this? Was he someone who needed this stuff? He sat up at once. System, get out here. System. Host, I am here. Tell me what the hell this thing is. Are you insulting me? System. Host, please be aware that the random item has nothing to do with the system. It all depends on your luck. And the system does not believe this item carries any intent to humiliate you. This is a very proper item. Thank you. Proper? This thing is proper. Then tell me how proper it is. You think I've never watched TV? System. It really is a very proper item. May I ask, host, what is improper about immortality? Muchuan felt like his brain was about to shrivel up. Huh? Immortality? Are you messing with me? Wasn't he that just add copy? Don't tell me with you it means that literally? System. This system's item descriptions are absolutely truthful. There will never be any lowly behavior such as exaggeration, false claims, or fraud. Please rest assured, host. After getting the system's confirmation, Muchuan finally relaxed. The system was still reliable, at least more reliable than people. But then he suddenly thought of something he was curious about and asked, System, since you can talk, why don't you actively chat with me usually? System. This system is merely a form of superintelligence. Normally, it only answers the host's questions related to the system. When the host does not actively call for it, it remains in standby mode. He raised a hand and rubbed his messy hair. I see. With a whoosh, Lin pushed the door open and came in. Hey, you're awake. There's a ninja outside looking for you. Said he has something important to tell you. Okay, I'll go take a look. Muchuan nodded, got out of bed, and headed outside. The moment he stepped out, he took a look. Well now, wasn't he that Kamizuki Izumo, the one guarding the gate? What was he doing here looking for him? The second Kamizuki Izumo saw him come out. He hurried forward and spoke. Deputy Hokage-sama, a man wearing a spiral mask has arrived outside the village gate. He said he's here to see you. We thought he seemed to have some kind of grudge against you. He's in a very unstable mood and keeps shouting that he's going to kill you. Muchuan smiled after hearing that. Heh, looks like Brother Toby is here. He's probably thinking about making things real for me. Still, he's got at least a little sense. He listened to what I said and didn't he go completely insane. You can go. Tell him I'll see him after breakfast. Kamizuki Izumo nodded, then vanished in a flicker. One had just left when another arrived, dressed in gray and wearing a mask. Definitely ANBU. Deputy Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama requests your presence at the Hokage building. He has important matters to discuss with you. MHM. Muchuan nodded to show he understood, and the ANBU instantly flickered away to report back. After finishing breakfast in his room, he strolled over to the third's office first. As for Brother Toby, he could wait. Bang. He kicked the Hokage office door open with one foot. I'm freaking here. What do you want, Fro? He stopped halfway when he saw the third suddenly slam a drawer shut with a snap and sit up straight. With a guilty smile all over his face, he said, Ahem. Ahahaha. Muchuan, you're here. Muchuan's face darkened. What were you doing? The third's eyes darted away. Nothing. Reviewing a classified scroll. The old man was cursing inwardly. This damn brat could come at any other time, but no. He had to show up right when the old man got too bored waiting and was enjoying himself with the crystal ball. And the brat didn't even knock. One after another, all of them were like this. Who the hell did they learn it from? Damn it. Muchuan didn't believe a word of his nonsense. At his age, he still wouldn't give up his little hobby. Seriously, he could really keep himself busy. Fine, let us say you were reading a scroll. So what did you want me for? Only then did the third relax. Let us set everything else aside first. The one outside the village gate, that Uchiha Obito, right? Yeah. I pissed him off pretty badly. so he came to block the gate and make things real for me. As he spoke, he found a chair and flopped into it. Want this old man to take people and jump him? Muchuan looked at him like he was an idiot. With those old arms and legs of yours, you want to go out there and feed him a kill? Besides, this is a mob I pulled. He is not here for you, so why are you trying to steal my mob? Snipe my kill? Got any sense of rules or not? The third stroked his beard. In private, that bastard Obito got my disciple's disciple killed. In public, the one he got killed was Konoha's fourth Hokage. As an elder and a senior, wouldn't it be inappropriate if I didn't teach Obito a lesson myself? Muchuan shot the old man a disdainful look. Not to put you down, but you really can't beat Obito. Stop thinking about feeding him a kill, okay? Day after day, do less handiwork and more actual work. Don't wear your body out and die before you even hit 70. That'd be embarrassing. The old man got hit right where it hurt, gave an awkward cough, and quickly changed the subject. Forget stealing the kill. Well fine. Leave fighting to you young people. Let us talk business. I called you here to discuss Tsunade taking over as Hokage. Muchuan curled his lip. Then let her take over. Why are you discussing that with me? The old man took a drag from his pipe and sighed. The problem is, I can't bring her back. As he spoke, he raised his head slightly and squinted at Muchuan, then lowered it again, sighing and shaking his head, putting on a troubled look. Muchuan got annoyed the second he saw that fake, showy attitude. Cut the crap. She's your disciple. If you can't call her back, what makes you think I can? The moment he heard that, the third perked right up, his old face instantly full of energy. Exactly. This matter has to depend on you. Soft methods definitely won't work. It has to be solved by force. And as one of the Sannin, the only one who can suppress her is you. So you see, it still has to be you. Go tie her up and bring her back. Expressionless, Muchuan looked up at the ceiling. Don't look at me. I'm not doing it. Too lazy to go. Why would I travel all that way just to kidnap someone? The third stood up and moved closer with a lewd grin. You haven't seen Tsunade before, have you? Let me tell you, she is extremely beautiful. Then he thought about it and added one more line. Most importantly, big. The moment he heard that, Muchuan's eyes widened as he stared at the ceiling. Now that gets my attention. Thinking about Tsunade's face and figure, tsk, she really was big, especially the way she dressed. The front hung so open it was practically all on display. A top-tier beauty like that had to end up in his hands no matter what. Wasn't he his true calling to give every pretty girl a home? How had he lost sight of that now? Damn it. At that thought, he sprang to his feet and spoke in a righteous tone. As a member of Konoha, and also the deputy Hokage with the belief that Konoha is my home, bringing back the future Hokage is my bounden duty. Old man, leave this to me and rest easy. Oh right, this counts as an S-rank mission no matter how you look at it, so remember to pay me. If there's nothing else, I'm heading out. No time for handshakes, goodbye. As he spoke, he turned and walked out, planning to beat up Brother Toby first to calm himself down, then go find Tsunade. Bang, the office door shut behind him. The only one left inside was the third, grinning even more lewdly. Just thinking about his disciple Tsunade getting tangled up with that damn brat Muchuan was interesting. If it actually worked out, what would that even be called? Would it be called a young horse pulling an OL? Ahem, back to work, back to work. Ah, youth really is wonderful. Muchuan swaggered toward the village gate with a lawless stride. As soon as he arrived, he saw Kakashi inside the gate and Obito outside it, loudly trading insults. Kakashi. Obito, you bastard. I really misjudged you. Obito. Shut up, useless Kakashi. I told you to protect Rin. So how exactly did you protect her? Huh? You've still got the nerve to talk to me? Kakashi. That still doesn't give you an excuse to commit every evil under the sun. You even went after Sensei and his wife. Do you even have any humanity, you beast? Obito. Useless Kakashi. What the hell are you barking for? I'm asking you, what the hell are you barking for? What gives you the right to lecture me? Come out and fight me one-on-one. Kakashi. Beast Obito. You think you're not barking too? Dog, you damn dog, you're worse than a dog. If you've got the guts, come in. Can you even get in? Trash? Obito. Woof. Woof woof. Woof woof woof. Kakashi. Woof woof. Woof. Woof woof woof. Muchuan looked utterly speechless. What the hell was this? Just fight already. That coward Kakashi. Go out there and face him head-on. What are you scared of? Worst case, 18 years later you're a hero again. This pathetic courage level was seriously unbelievable. He walked over and kicked Kakashi aside. Move. Why waste words with him? Just beat him up. Let me show you the correct way to use Obito. As he spoke, he walked out through the gate. In an instant, he teleported behind Obito, a spear of victory forming in his hand and stabbing straight toward his kidney. Obito watched him walk out the gate and then vanish instantly. His sixth sense went into a frenzy, cold sweat bursting out at once. On instinct, He activated intangibility and teleported away to escape. Muchuan saw the spear hit only an afterimage at first, and then the man disappeared and tried to run. He sneered at once. Trying to run? Law of causality, reverse. At the same time, he casually flung the light spear off to the side. With a hum, the spear shot out, then rippled through the air like it had pierced water, vanished into a few spreading rings, and disappeared. Not far away, with a bang, Obito was pierced through by the light spear. The hard crowd control triggered, and he fell to the ground, forcibly knocked out of the Kamui space. Muchuan teleported over, lifted his foot and kicked him back to the village gate. Then he followed up by stepping down and crushing the spiral mask on his face. So how is it, Brother Tuzu? Weren't you unhappy and planning to come at me for real? I told you didn't have the skill, but you wouldn't believe it. Think about it. If I dared to run over and mess with you whenever I felt like it, how could I not have some ability? Right now, are you thinking of using Izanagi to remove the control? Useless. This kind of hard crowd control is an absolute rule. As long as this light spear is still in your body, you can't move or use any ability. After saying that, he gave Obito a brutally inhuman beating. When he was done, he even stripped off his black robe with red clouds and made him kneel at the Konoha gate wearing only a pair of big shorts. There was also a sign hanging on his chest that read, "I am Obito. I am a beast. Please show humanitarian concern." After finishing all that, he gave orders to the two gate gods, Kotetsu Higane and Izumo Kamizuki. I've got a task for you too. This light spear should last about 3 days. During that time, anyone can come beat him up. You just keep watch and make sure nobody gouges out his eye or takes him away. The two saluted. Yes, Deputy Hokage-sama. Muchuan nodded in satisfaction. Then he turned to Kakashi and said, maybe you could dig out his other Sharingan now and put it on yourself. Then you'd have a full pair. Kakashi looked at Obito, shook his head, sighed, and went back inside. Life really was unpredictable. Who could have imagined the Obito from back then would end up like this? Seeing that he didn't make a move, Muchuan shrugged in boredom, then teleported away to find Tsunade. Land of Fire. Inside an izakaya not far from a casino, Tsunade and Shizun were eating. Well, the one eating was Shizun. Tsunade, meanwhile, was drinking, already in a pleasantly tipsy state. In this state, her cheeks were faintly flushed, her eyes soft and bright, her body and mind relaxed while her head stayed clear. And for some people, it also made them talk more. Sure enough, Tsunade was currently lying on the table with her huge chest as a cushion, drinking while nagging to Shizun about how it was such a pity that she'd almost won just now, and how she'd definitely win next time. Whoosh! Muchuan suddenly appeared in the seat across from them. The two were sitting in a semi-private booth with partitions around them, so no one else noticed anything strange. Though they hadn't seen it that clearly, they were sure the kid across from them had appeared in an instant. It was probably either an improved and strengthened body flicker technique, or some kind of space-time ninjutsu. Shizun, who had been eating, immediately set down her bowl and chopsticks and looked at him with full vigilance. Tsunade, on the other hand, was bold because of her skill. As one of Konoha's legendary Sannin, who was there to fear? She stayed sprawled there on her chest, only lifting her eyes slightly to look at the kid across from her without speaking, clearly meaning for him to explain himself. Muchuan sized up big Tsunade. That squeezed-together view made his heart itch. Smacking his lips, he spoke first. Fat sheep? Bang. The wine cup slammed onto the table. Tsunade braced herself with both hands and leaned forward, staring at Muchuan with a dark face. Kid, you'd better have a reason for this. Otherwise. Muchuan raised a hand and pointed at her neckline, cutting her off. Sorry, but with the way you're propping yourself up, I can see inside. I can see all of it. Tsunade's casting got interrupted. She lowered her head and glanced at her wide-open collar. Damn. As an old senior in the ninja world, and one of the famous Sannin at that, her expression management was still solid. Even though she felt embarrassed inside, her face remained calm as water. For the sake of saving face, she could even tease him a little. Like, I need you to tell me. A qualified ninja wouldn't care about this. Looks like you're not a qualified ninja. What pervy brat, never seen it before. Look at you, still staring. Wanna touch it too? Bastard? Believe it or not, I'll beat you up. Muchuan selectively heard only the words want to touch, and thought, there's such a good thing? He blinked and said gratefully, really? Then I won't stand on ceremony. Thank you for the hospitality. As he said that, he directly reached his hand inside. Grab. Hiss, this feeling. No need to speak of rouge and powder breaking a traveler's heart. Soft bosom in hand, white lotus fragrance. This size. One hand couldn't even hold it. Truly heaven-defying. However, our generous host, Miss Tsunade, was completely stunned at this moment. What was this brat doing? He actually dared to touch for real. So young, yet this bold. Damn it, brat, you're courting death. Coming back to her senses, she immediately retreated, trying to break free from his hand. But the moment Muchuan felt it slipping away, he instinctively tightened his grip, trying to hold on. Hiss! Ah! Brat! Let go of me. Tsunade experienced the most awkward moment of her life. Who would have thought that at her age she'd actually capsize like this? At this moment Shizun, who had been silently watching from the side, was completely dumbfounded. She thought Tsunade-sama was just teasing this young guy for fun. But what was going on here? Good heavens. Tsunade-sama had actually been taken advantage of by some young brat. Did that make any sense? You two couldn't already have something going on and be putting on an act for me, right? As for the two people involved, Muchuan also snapped back to his senses when Tsunade shouted, inwardly cursing his bad luck. Why had he squeezed harder too? This was awkward. He quickly let go. Sorry. I didn't mean to. It was a natural reaction. How was I supposed to know you'd suddenly move back? Tsunade covered her chest, anger rising straight up. She stood, grabbed Muchuan by the collar and shouted furiously, Brat, get your ass out here. If I don't beat the shit out of you today, I'll take your surname. After saying that, she flung him backward and smashed him back into the seat, then got up and walked outside. Before leaving, she even glared at him, clearly meaning, try not following me. Shizun picked up her pet pig, went to pay the bill and followed after her. When she looked at Muchuan, her face said clearly that he was done for. Muchuan calmly flicked his bangs and fixed his hairstyle, then got up and followed with a face full of confidence. My name is Senju Muchuan, 13 years old this year. I stand like a monkey, and just now I played the hooligan once. Felt pretty good. He even felt like savoring it a little. Really, as the saying goes, after touching a woman's chest, the fragrance lingers on the hand. It gets the blood moving, refreshes the spirit, and prolongs life. Following the two of them out of town, they stopped in an open stretch of wilderness. Muchuan spoke first. I'm saying, aren't you two going to ask who I am and what I came for first? Shizun wisely carried the pig and moved off to the side. Tsunade turned around, cracking her knuckles loudly with both hands. Doesn't matter who you are. Take this beating first, then we'll talk. As soon as the words fell, she stepped forward and drove a punch straight at Muchuan's stomach. Watching that fist get closer and closer, Muchuan sighed. What kind of mess was this? Take it? Too weak. No need. She was probably being nice. Afraid she'd actually hurt me if she hit too hard. There wasn't too much force in that punch at all. It just looked scary. That little bit of strength couldn't even break through my usual defense. Don't take it? That would come off as looking down on her. I'd just taken advantage of her, and she only came over to vent a little. If I still acted like, come on, sis, you're not enough, that would be kind of inappropriate. In the end, looking at the fist about to hit him, he could only helplessly raise a hand and catch it. With a bang, the punch was blocked, and the force of the fist howled past. She hadn't used that much strength, but Tsunade's monstrous power was still brutal. If an ordinary ninja took a hit like that, they'd definitely be bedridden for 10 days to half a month. Muchuan spoke with an innocent look on his face. So, is there a chance that you actually can't beat me? Tsunade frowned. Even if she hadn't used her full strength, this wasn't something some brat should have been able to catch. I'm one of the Sannin, okay? Do I not get any dignity? Humph. Looks like you've got some skills, brat. But don't tell me you think catching one punch from me means you're strong enough to beat one of the Sannin. As soon as she finished speaking, she pulled back her fist. Embarrassed and angry, she lifted her leg and brought it down hard at Muchuan's head with a heavy axe kick. Painful heaven kick. Full power. Muchuan was still calm and unhurried. He raised an arm and blocked. Boom! The instant her leg slammed into his arm, an enormous force poured down. The ground beneath Muchuan's feet suddenly caved in, blasting out a massive crater. The earth split apart, spreading like a spiderweb. When the dust cleared, Tsunade pulled back her leg and took 2 steps back, her face full of disbelief. This brat was still completely fine. He took my painful heaven kick with one hand and didn't even change expression. Other than raising his arm to block, the rest of his body didn't move at all. Damn, did I drink fake liquor and hallucinate or something? Then she shook her head. TCH. Fine, I'm starting to get curious about you now. Talk. Who are you, and what do you want with me? What else was there to do if she wasn't curious? They weren't mortal enemies or anything. She couldn't exactly open strength of 100 seal and fight him to the death. He was just a horny brat who had taken a little advantage of her. At her age, why would she care that much about something like that? It wasn't like she was some little girl, acting all touchy over it. Seeing that they were no longer fighting, Muchuan ruffled his hair and walked out of the pit. Reality hit you now. Huh? Told you that you couldn't beat me. This dump has a terrible environment. Let us head up and talk somewhere else. So the 3 of them started walking back. They hadn't gone far when they noticed 3 ninjas sneaking closer. As he walked, Muchuan said, those guys sneaking up behind us looking to start something? Tsunade shook her head. No idea. Probably ninjas from another country on a mission. They passed by, noticed the commotion from our fight, and came to take a look. They're probably seeing if they can pick up scraps. Muchuan nodded, then curled his lip. Got guts, trying to make a move on me. Wait a second. Tsunade shrugged. Do whatever you want. With a whoosh, Muchuan vanished in an instant. When he came back, he threw 3 people onto the ground. 2 men and 1 woman. The 3 of them looked up carefully. Then their eyes widened. Holy shit, Tsunade of the Konoha Sannin. Seeing that these were people they absolutely couldn't afford to provoke. They quickly dropped to their knees and begged for mercy. Lady Tsunade, we meant no harm. We were just passing by. Heard the noise, and came over out of curiosity. Please don't kill us. Tsunade glanced at them, then said to Muchuan, judging by their forehead protectors, they're from Kusagakure. Their village borders are land of fire, so some of their missions do bring them over here. Muchuan nodded, then stared at the girl among the 3. A red-haired girl from Kusagakure with glasses. Then this should be Karen, right? She was filthy enough now that it was hard to tell, but that red hair was still pretty obvious. He crouched down and asked her, Are you Karen? The red-haired girl looked up and answered carefully, Why yes, I am. My name is Uzumaki Karen. Muchuan nodded, then raised a hand toward the other 2 male ninjas. Gravity control. Singularity. Buzz. Using their own bodies as the center point, the 2 of them rapidly collapsed inward toward a tiny dot. In an instant, they were torn apart and compressed until not even ash remained. This was one of the applications Muchuan had thought up from his gravity and repulsion abilities. The symbol of gravity, the center of a black hole, a singularity. Right now, he could only create a microscopic point, but its density was so overwhelming that it could almost ignore defense entirely, dragging anything into that point and compressing it into nothingness. Come to think of it, Sasuke's daughter Sarada's Mangekyo ability, Ohairum, had this kind of effect too, controlling gravity spheres, allowing flight and serving both offense and defense. That move of Muchuan's shocked both Tsunade and Shizun. As a close-range witness, Karen was even more terrified. She didn't dare move at all. Tsunade frowned and thought to herself, what was that move just now? In an instant, it sucked 2 people into a tiny point and made them disappear without a trace. If that kind of technique were used against me, how could I break it? The answer was that she couldn't. There were no hand seals at all. It activated the instant he started it, and it appeared directly on the opponent's body. Once you got dragged in, there was no way to run. Unless you had space-time ninjutsu like Flying Thunder God. If Muchuan knew she was thinking that, he'd probably laugh out loud. That was a singularity. The moment you were being pulled in, your body was already warped beyond saving. Running or not running, you were dead either way. Flying Thunder God? Even if you teleported out, you'd just find yourself twisted into some bizarre rag-like shape, unable to say a word before dying. Under Karen's terrified gaze, Muchuan smiled and said, The people in Kusagakure don't even treat you like a person. Do they? Want to come back to Konoha with me and be a battle maid? Once you get stronger, you can go back and wipe out Kusagakure. I'm sure you can tell too. If you stay there, sooner or later you'll die horribly, just like your mother, bitten to death while still alive. Although Karen was frightened, she still forced herself to calm down and weigh the pros and cons. Then she realized she actually had no choice at all. Setting aside everything else, this man had just killed 2 Kusagakure ninjas right in front of her. Would she dare say no? Did she have a death wish? So she could only nod pitifully. Okay, I'll go to Konoha with you. Only then did Muchuan nod in satisfaction and rub her red hair. Good. It looked like he was saving a tragic girl. But in truth, his real reason was that he felt Karen's appearance at age 30 had a unique charm. It would be too much of a waste not to take her in. By now, Tsunade had sorted through the information in everything this guy had said, and suddenly she guessed who this horny brat was. She turned and confirmed, You said you're from Konoha, right? Muchuan looked baffled. Yeah. If I'm in the land of fire and not from Konoha, where else would I be from? What kind of question is that? So weird. Tsunade crossed her arms and rolled her eyes. Obviously, if you'd bothered to wear a Konoha forehead protector when you went out, would I not know you were from Konoha? You don't wear your village symbol and somehow you think you're in the right? Forget it. That's not important. The key point is this, you, an unknown superpowerhouse, still so young, also handsome, and from Konoha. So you're that Konoha deputy Hokage who's recently swept through the hidden villages of the 3 great countries, Senju Muchuan, right? Muchuan looked helpless. I am Senju Muchuan. You're putting on such a serious face just to say that? I thought you were about to say something earth-shattering. That's so boring. I was going to tell you that in a minute anyway, so what's with all the guessing? After saying that, he gave Tsunade a look of affectionate concern for the intellectually disabled. He helped Karen up and said, Come on, I'm taking you to eat, then to get new clothes. Those dog-like Kusagakure ninjas are seriously beasts. They didn't even give you a decent set of clothes. Tsunade, I really want to beat him to death. I really want to beat him to death. If only I could. As they entered the small town, they could feel some strange looks from the people around them. Their eyes went from Karen to the group, then back again. Muchuan suddenly realized why. The dense bite marks covering Karen's exposed arms. These people probably thought he and the others had been abusing the girl. Speaking of it, the Uzumaki clan's healing ability really was bizarre. Damn, it could heal injuries at super speed, yet it still left marks. And the key was, not every injury left a mark. For example, bite marks would stay, but if someone's stomach got pierced through, once it healed there wouldn't be a trace left. Wasn't that just ridiculous? What was even more absurd was that the person who bit her to heal would recover completely without leaving any mark at all. He reached out, patted Karen on the shoulder, and cast rapid healing on her so she could return to normal. Caught off guard by the pat on her shoulder, Karen looked at him with a puzzled expression, as if asking what he was doing. Mukawa smiled. Nothing. Just giving you a beauty treatment. Don't mind it. Keep walking. The next second, Karen felt a surge of vitality fill her whole body. As an Uzumaki, she was especially sensitive to this kind of thing. Then she felt a slight itch on her skin, but only for a moment before it quickly faded. She raised her hand and looked at her arm. It was smooth and fair, and even the bite marks had disappeared without a trace. She turned her head and looked at Mukawa in surprise. So that was what he meant by beauty treatment. As an Uzumaki, it had always been others biting her to heal themselves and recover, but this man had turned it around and healed her instead. He was the only person who had treated her well since her mother was gone. The only one. The group found a restaurant that looked pretty decent and slipped into a booth, eating and chatting at the same time. Tsunade still had to take a sip of alcohol. She smacked her lips and said, "TSK. This place's liquor isn't bad." Then she looked at Mukawa. "So, tell me, as the deputy Hokage, what did you come to me for? Don't tell me there's some mission you need me to handle. I don't believe there's anything you can't deal with that I can." Mukawa looked unconcerned. He took a sip of juice and said, "Nothing major. It's just that the third old man can't keep going anymore and wants to step down and give the position to someone worthy, so he told me to drag you back and take over as Hokage." After saying that, he picked up some food and started eating. Tsunade froze for a moment, then quickly went back to her usual carefree manner. "Nope, not going. Who the hell would have to be sick in the head to become Hokage? I'm not stupid." After swallowing the grilled fish in his mouth, Mukawa raised one finger and shook it. No. Maybe you didn't understand. I said drag you back. Drag. You get it? That means you don't have a choice. Understand now? Or do you think you can beat me? Or run away from me?" Tsunade thought it over. Damn, she probably really couldn't beat him. Judging from this guy's track record, his strength might even rival her grandfather's. But even so, she couldn't let them control her. Whoever wanted that damn Hokage position could take it. She sure as hell wasn't doing it. With a smack, she slammed her wine cup onto the table and said angrily, "Even if you drag me back, it'll be useless. I still want to take that position. What can the old man do? Kill me? Or threaten me? Sorry, but I'm all alone now. No family, no children, no weak spot. Do whatever you want." After saying that, she picked up her cup again and smacked her lips as she drank, looking completely unbothered. Mukawa felt a bit speechless hearing that. Damn it, this old lady had already lived enough. Single, no family, no descendants, so naturally no worries. All her weak spots were already dead. She was practically invincible. Shizune didn't count. She was both adopted and her disciple. That wouldn't be enough to threaten Tsunade. But then he thought about it again. Who was he? A man with hacks. If she didn't have a weak spot, he could just give her one. If you asked what obsession Tsunade had, it was her younger brother, Nawaki. Weren't you stubborn? Fine, let us see if I could use Nawaki to pin you down. After thinking it through, he calmly said, "Is that so? As one of Konoha's Sannin, I'm sure your intel network is still intact, right? Then you should know that I can revive the dead." Tsunade glanced at him. "I know. So what? 2 billion, right? I don't have that kind of money. Besides, even if I did, you wouldn't necessarily make a move just because I asked. You're close with that Uchiha girl, aren't you?" Mukawa leaned in a little and gave her a wicked grin. "Hehe, Tsunade, don't you want to see Nawaki alive and kicking again?" The moment she heard that, Tsunade's whole body stiffened. You're going to use that to threaten me? I don't believe the old man would pay those 2 billion. Don't try that with me. Mukawa leaned in even closer. "Tsunade, you don't want Nawaki to be suffering down there at such a young age, do you?" Tsunade's body trembled slightly. Mukawa held back the urge to grin and kept pressing harder. So tragic. Dying in an explosion at such a young age. He was only 12. What did he ever do wrong? He should be grown up healthy, become Hokage through his own hard work, met a girl he liked, had a happy family, and had children of his own. Even if none of that happened before, now there's a chance for it to come true. As long as his older sister is willing to pay the price, he can come back to life and fulfill his dream. But his sister hesitated. Why, I wonder. I suppose it's probably selfishness. Yeah, everyone is selfish even when it comes to family. No one is wrong. Right, you're not wrong. This isn't your responsibility. Just let him despair down there. It's not your fault. You shouldn't have to bear it. You're not obligated to. That's enough. With one punch, Tsunade smashed the table to pieces, panting heavily, her chest heaving. After being bombarded by Mukawa's non-stop yapping, Tsunade was so humiliated and furious that she exploded and smashed the table. It instantly shut that mouth of his that was as worn out and annoying as an old lady's tattered cotton pants. If he kept going, not only would her image be completely ruined, he might even talk her into sounding like she wasn't human anymore. At the side, Shizune and Karen, who had been quietly eating, were so frightened they didn't dare say a word. They stayed silent, not wanting any part in this mess. The commotion was so loud that the shop owner hurried over. Customers, this Mukawa waved a hand. Boss, no need to worry. Just calculate the damage and we'll pay full price. But I'll have to trouble you to bring another table and another round just like before. Only then did the owner let out a breath of relief. Oh, all right. No problem. Please wait a moment. With that, he hurried off to call someone over to clean up and set out another table with fresh food and drinks. Once everything had been replaced, Tsunade also calmed down. So, as long as I take over as Hokage, you'll revive Nawaki, right? The corner of Mukawa's lips lifted as he said with a smile, half right. Tsunade frowned. What do you mean? Mukawa shrugged. Do you really think the price for me to make a move would be that simple? Tsunade took a deep breath. Hi you brat, what other condition is there? Say it all at once. Mukawa leaned close to her ear and blew a breath. You too. I want you as well. Tsunade's face instantly started turning red. She spun around and grabbed him by the collar. Why, you little pervert? Do you even know what you're saying? By age, I'm at least over 30 years older than you. How can you even think something like that? Don't tell me you think I'm still young just because I don't look like an old woman. This is a jutsu. When it's time to grow old and die, I'll still grow old and die. Do you understand? Even if I'm already an old woman and don't care about doing that kind of thing, you're still young. You can't not care about it. Mukawa curled his lip and thought, Tisich, that is not a problem at all. As long as she looks good, what does age matter? A mature beauty, if anything, that just makes it more exciting. Hell, that essay bonus. What was that line Soldier Boy said again? Oh right, some women are like fine wine, the older they are, the richer the flavor. Nothing wrong with that. Mukawa raised a hand and brushed back his hair. I want it, that's all. Those are the two conditions. Become Hokage and become my woman. Just tell me whether you agree or not. Stop thinking about all that useless stuff. Tsunade pressed a hand to her forehead. So angry her liver hurt, but after thinking for a while, she finally gave in. Fine. I accept it, you little pervert. Just hope you don't regret it. Mukawa smiled. Good. Then it's happily decided. Whoever regrets it is a dog. Forget everything else. Come on, let me get a kiss first to seal the deal. As soon as the words fell, he wrapped an arm around Tsunade's neck and pressed his lips to hers. It went on for several minutes and then several more, while his hand also started climbing upward, far from honestly. The scene left Shizune and Karen, who were eating off to the side, completely stunned.
No, seriously.
Do people not even avoid others for this kind of thing now? In an instant, the food in their hands didn't taste good anymore. After a long while, the two finally separated. Tsunade gave a dry cough and asked, Ahem. What is your plan? Are you taking us back to Konoha now? Muchuan took a sip of juice to moisten his throat. Thinking about where they were now, he wondered if he should make a stop at Mangekyo and check out Conan while he was at it. According to what people said, when the author of Naruto designed Conan, there was a very sexy body under that black robe with red clouds. He didn't know exactly how amazing it was, but that just made him curious. If he didn't take a look, wouldn't that be a waste? Now that he had decided on a destination, he spoke right away.
Norus.
We're northwest of the Land of Fire right now, so we're fairly close to Mangekyo. I just happen to want to go there too and see whether the Angel of the Rain really is that impressive. We've been fighting a lot lately, so let us treat it like a trip and relax a little. No need to use movement techniques. We'll take it slow and enjoy ourselves on the way. Tsunade wasn't in a hurry. Reviving Nawaki wasn't something she felt had to be done immediately. Shizune, of course, would go wherever Tsunade went. Karen cared even less. Anywhere was better than Kusagakure. After they all nodded in agreement, the group took Karen to buy some clothes, then found a hot spring inn to stay the night. 10 days later, outside Mangekyo in the Land of Rain, the group finally wandered their way there. Of course, during those 10 days, Muchuan hadn't missed a single batch of random shop items. He still insta-bought everything. Some of the items were good, some were bad. The lousy ones included toilet paper, instant noodles, self-heating hot pot, and self-heating rice. All ordinary items, though in huge quantities. The good ones included item foods. Snow Mountain Mutton, a product of the Bantu tribe from the Snow Mountain in Dungeon. Restores HP slowly after being eaten. Mare's Milk Beverage, a product of the Bantu tribe from the Snow Mountain in Dungeon. Increases strength and ice resistance for 5 minutes after drinking. Cool Watermelon, produced by the Dungeon Life Workshop. Restores 25% MP when eaten and refreshes the mind. Vegetable Hot Pot, produced by the Dungeon Life Workshop. Restores 20% HP and MP when eaten. Tastes pretty good. Item level up ticket. Special skill card. Killing intent perception. After use, grants the skill killing intent perception. It allows the user to sense people within a certain range who harbor killing intent toward them, as well as their locations. The detection range increases along with the user's strength. Including the 90,000 points from the earlier kidney tonic. After all that spending, he still had 194,812,500 points left. That's right. Thanks to 10 days of ridiculous luck. He got another 5 level up tickets and finally reached level 30, unlocking the level 30 skills. Crusader. Conviction of Faith. Passive increases basic attack power, skill attack power, and critical hit rate. Honor Blessing buff greatly increases the target's physical and magical attack power, strength, intelligence, accuracy, basic attack power, and skill attack power. Light Shield. Forms a huge blue semi-transparent shield barrier that blocks damage from ranged attacks. Allies can pass through it, enemies cannot, and touching it deals damage. Elemental Bomber. Elemental Cycle. Passive gains a deeper understanding of the essence of elements and comprehends a more efficient elemental cycle. Increases basic attack power, skill attack power, and accuracy. Dark Domain Expansion. Bursts dark energy around the user, or releases a pillar of dark energy forward, dealing damage and blinding the target for a period of time. Lightning Chain. Forms light attribute currents to attack enemies. The current can conduct to other enemies. For a Crusader, level 30 and below level 30 were basically the difference between a human and a dog. To put it simply, he had finally taken off. With or without Honor Blessing, the damage output was practically on a completely different level. But Muchuan couldn't even find anyone to test the skill effects on anymore. With that buff added, one punch would probably make Otsutsuki Kagaya shatter into Kagaya fragments. Against ordinary ninja, he wouldn't even need to use force before they turned straight into mush. As for killing intent perception, that was even nastier. Nobody could even think about killing him. Just thinking about it was a crime. The moment someone had the thought, he could jump right into their face and snuff it out while they were still confused. The group arrived at the registration checkpoint by the rain float bridge outside Mangekyo. Muchuan felt that when dealing with outsiders you had to act high profile. He stepped forward and said to the Mangekyo guard ninja, "Me, Senju Muchuan, from Konoha. I was bored and just wandering around, and now I feel like going in for a look. If I don't, it'll bother the hell out of me. What are you staring at with that dumb face for? Register it. Write it exactly like that, then let us through already. Move it. Otherwise I'll wreck your village." That completely threw the guard ninja off. Was this bastard really this arrogant? But then he thought about that familiar name and quickly pulled out a portrait scroll for comparison. Damn, wasn't he this the ruthless guy who had just steamrolled the hidden villages of the neighboring Wind and Earth nations? Their Mangekyo was just a tiny place caught between the three great nations. Senju Muchuan himself was from the land of fire, and he had already swept through the Wind and Earth nations. They even heard he had also dealt with the land of lightning. Only the closed-off land of water was left. If this monster swept that one too, he'd become a legend across the 5 great nations of the ninja world. Then the guard turned to look at the 3 women beside him. He didn't recognize 2 of them, but he did recognize one Tsunade, one of Konoha's Sannin. How could they possibly afford to offend this group? He hurriedly bowed in respect. As for whether someone might impersonate people like these. Who would dare? Wouldn't he that just be courting death? Lord Senju Muchuan, welcome. Your arrival is an honor for our Mangekyo. Please go right in. Muchuan nodded, showing that the guy had good sense. Not bad. Then he swaggered into the village with the others. The moment they entered, the guard ninja hurried to notify Lady Angel, Conan. This was a huge matter. The village absolutely couldn't let some blind idiot jump out and provoke this lord. If things went badly, the entire village might get dragged down with it. Meanwhile, atop a steel tower, Nagato already knew what was happening. There was no need to wait for a report from his subordinates. The endless rain covering Mangekyo was all within the sensing range of the Rain Tiger at will technique. The half-paralyzed Nagato spoke to Conan, who was standing before him. Conan, several outsiders have entered, and they won't be easy to deal with. Go make contact first and see what this is about. Conan looked at him and nodded. Okay. After speaking, she dispersed into paper. After Conan left, Nagato began wondering again whether this Senju Muchuan would interfere with his plans. He believed he possessed the sage Rinnegan and held authority over life and death. He was the one and only god. There shouldn't be any existence stronger than a god. So this man who had suddenly swept through every nation had to die. Otherwise, his plan to intimidate the whole world could never be carried out. As for whether he could win, he had the sage Rinnegan. He was a god who controlled the 6 paths of life and death. Who could be stronger than him? Impossible. On the other side, Conan arrived in front of Muchuan's group. Her body gathered from a mass of paper in midair, and then she slowly descended. She had just opened her mouth to speak when Muchuan raised a hand to stop her. Frowning, he looked at Conan with open hostility. Why? Because his killing intent perception had triggered. He had sensed that bastard Nagato had actually developed killing intent toward him. No matter what you want to say, wait a moment, some bastard wants to kill me. Let me go deal with him first. With that, he vanished in a flash with a single teleport. Silence fell over the scene. The few of them just stared at one another, saying nothing. Conan was dumbfounded. What the hell? How did he know, while standing here, that someone suddenly wanted to kill him? Some kind of sensory ninjutsu that detected intent? Amazing. But what she didn't know was that something even more amazing was about to happen. That so-called bastard he mentioned was Nagato. Muchuan teleported to Nagato's side and directly drove a victory spear into his kidney, triggering hard crowd control. Then, with another kick, he sent him flying out of that specially made wheelchair cabin and onto the ground, then walked over and planted his foot on his head. Nagato was completely stunned. What was going on? How had this man appeared beside him in an instant? And what kind of jutsu was this full-body immobilization? He couldn't even activate his abilities. He couldn't even call back his six paths bodies. Such overbearing control. Muchuan couldn't care less what he was thinking. He cursed, "Damn it. I wasn't even planning to touch you. But you just had to come after me first. Looking to die, huh? Fine. I'll grant your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, he crouched down and gouged out his Rinnegan in one grab. Then he stood up and pressed down with his foot. With a crack, Nagato's skull caved in on the spot. He was dead beyond doubt. At the same time, the six paths bodies all dropped to the ground and died as well. Muchuan grabbed the black rod behind his back and used a teleport to return to where he had been just now. With a bang, he threw Nagato's corpse in his hand onto the ground. He said to Conan without the slightest politeness, "Look, he's from your Mangekyo, right? Your so-called god, right? That piece of trash wanted to kill me. This is what happens." Conan stared at the body on the ground in horror, her mind nearly collapsing. Dead. Nagato was dead. Just like that, so easily. How was that possible? That was the Rinnegan. How could someone with the Rinnegan die so simply? He had been her only emotional support. Yahiko was dead, and now Nagato was dead too. Why? Tsunade and the other two women were just as dumbfounded. What was going on? They had just entered the village and hadn't done anything, yet out of nowhere he had suddenly run off and killed someone. Judging by Conan's reaction as one of the village leaders, the one who died didn't seem like some insignificant nobody. Ignoring Conan's state, Muchuan continued, "So if your god had killing intent toward me, then that means Mangekyo had killing intent toward me. That's right, isn't it? Gotta say, you've got some nerve. You knew I just swept through all the forces around you, and you still wanted to kill me. Who gave Mangekyo that courage? Tushiji?" At this point, Conan couldn't even process what he was saying. She couldn't even summon the will to avenge Nagato. The gap was too great. Even Nagato with the Rinnegan had died with ease. She had even less hope. And now both of the closest friends she had depended on were dead, leaving her with no desire to go on living either. Listlessly, she said blankly, "Kill me." Muchuan looked at her like that and asked, "So Mangekyo isn't planning to give me an explanation, is that it?" Conan still gave no answer, her eyes vacant. "Hey good, Mangekyo's got guts. But dying that easily? No way, I just won't let you die. I'll make sure you live well, and then let you watch how Mangekyo disappears from the map. You'll watch your village be destroyed because of your inaction. You'll watch those Mangekyo ninjas die in agony with your own eyes. For the rest of your life, you'll live in guilt. Every time you close your eyes, you'll hear countless cries, accusations, and desperate pleas for help." Those words truly frightened Conan. She raised her head in terror and asked, "Why you? What are you going to do?" Under her terrified gaze, Muchuan lifted a hand and waved the two Rinnegan in his grasp, then put them into his storage space as collectibles. Then he walked over to her side and circled around her, looking her up and down as he spoke. "Nothing much. Just adding a defensive status to you so you can withstand an attack that destroys the whole village without getting hurt. Then I'll unleash a giant flame cannon that covers all of Mangekyo. It'll fall from the sky and wipe you all out. But this flame attack won't burn your ninjas straight into charred corpses. It'll kill them slowly. They'll experience the pain of being burned alive. They'll scream, wail, and roll on the ground. And you, my friend, because of the status I put on you, won't be hurt at all. You'll stand there and watch them writhe and scream right in front of you. They'll beg you to save them. TSK, TSK, TSK. But you won't be able to do a thing. At that moment, you'll hate yourself. You'll hate yourself for pretending to be mute, for trying to die without caring about anything, and for causing your homeland's destruction." Tsunade and the other two women beside them all frowned when they heard this. Ruthless. This move was truly ruthless. Wouldn't that shatter someone mentally? Conan imagined that scene, and with even greater terror on her face, cried out, "No, don't, please don't do that. I'll answer your question. We can compensate you. Whatever you want can be discussed. Nagato. Nagato became like this because he'd gone through too much pain and his thoughts turned extreme. I don't know why he wanted to kill you either. The people of Mangekyo know even less. They're innocent too. Fear was an extremely useful emotion. It could break a person's mental defenses and make them give up resistance and leave themselves at another's mercy. Seeing that the intimidation was working well, Muchuan stopped in front of her and began undoing her black robe with red clouds, wanting to see what she was wearing underneath. And Conan truly didn't dare move. It was only an outer robe. It wasn't a big deal. When he opened the robe and took one look, Muchuan couldn't stop smacking his lips. He thought to himself, TSK, just as famous as the rumor said. The author of Naruto truly did not deceive me. That figure really is top-tier sexy. Seriously, wow. After admiring her for a moment, he withdrew his gaze and said, You said you could compensate me, right? Conan nodded. Yes. Muchuan put on a lecherous look and leaned closer. Then I want you. What do you say? Conan pressed her lips together and thought for a moment, then said softly, I can do that. This was the choice she made after weighing the pros and cons. It was only her body. If it could buy peace, what was wrong with that? If you couldn't beat them, joining them was the wisest choice. Stubbornly fighting to the end was meaningless. It would only end even more miserably. Besides, she no longer had any other ideals now. She only wanted to protect her homeland, the homeland she had shared with her two closest friends. Hearing her agree so readily, Muchuan felt even more that intimidation really worked. It was practically the #1 choice for breaking someone's defenses. With his goal achieved, he stopped trying to scare her and generously gave his promise. A wise choice. Since you're my woman now, then naturally I have my own way of treating my people. Didn't you want peace? I can guarantee that the land of fire won't make a move against Mangekyo. As for the land of wind and the land of earth, you can tell them you're mine. Then they won't dare touch you either. That guarantees the great nations won't make a move on you. As for the small villages, your strength isn't afraid of them anyway. If you never fought at all, you'd just grow useless. Leave them around and treat it as sparring for fun. Hearing that promise, Conan nodded. I understand. Thank you. After the matter was settled, the group stayed in Mangekyo for 2 days to experience the local flavor of the Rain Village. And with Nagato dead, Conan naturally became Mangekyo's highest leader. Over those 2 days, Muchuan had thoroughly explored Conan, except for the very last step. What else could he do? Damn it, he was only 13. What else could he do? Before leaving, he told Conan, if that Whirlpool Mask guy comes asking for the Rinnegan, just tell him Senju Muchuan took them, and if he's got the guts, he can go to Konoha and ask for them. And tell him this too. If he dares lay a hand on you, I'll rip off his bell and stuff it into his mouth and make him swallow it. The random items over these 2 days weren't anything special, just ordinary goods. One was a large amount of spicy strips, and the other was a large amount of hami melons. Of course, no matter how unimpressive they were, he still bought them. Having them was better than not having them. He didn't refuse anything that came his way. Besides, they were food in the end, weren't they? With that, he waved goodbye to Conan and teleported back to Konoha with the 3 women. He arranged for Karen to go home and left her with Rin, then took Tsunade to find the 3rd old man and collect the mission payment. They had brought back the future Hokage to take over the position in an S-rank mission. So no matter what, shouldn't they at least get 2 or 3 million ryo? When the old man saw that they had really brought her back, he didn't waste words and generously paid them. For Muchuan's sake, he gave them a reward of 3 million ryo. The group discussed things until the afternoon before finally settling the process and timing for Tsunade's succession as Hokage. Right before heading out, Muchuan got bored, walked over, slapped the desk, and casually swiped that damned crystal ball of the thirds with his spatial ability. So the old man would stop peeping when he had nothing better to do. Not long after, a desperate scream came from the Hokage building. No! Who the hell did this? After wrapping things up here, Muchuan teleported back inside the moon and swapped in a new batch of shadow clones for training. He assigned the newly obtained ninjutsu to them, then dismissed the previous batch of training shadow clones. In an instant, his mind felt much fuller. It was like he had learned something, yet also like he hadn't really learned anything. A strange feeling. For the next half-month, Muchuan stayed low between the ninja academy and home, not wandering around, until the genin exam ended and he successfully graduated as a genin. As everyone knows, in Naruto, genin are the strongest. Chunin and jonin? Those are just everywhere total fodder. So Muchuan decided his ninja rank would stop there. He wasn't taking any higher exams. Not going out looking for trouble made perfect sense, but strangely enough, Brother Tuzu didn't come looking for trouble either. Who knew if he was holding back some big move, or if he'd just broken down and shut himself away. After saving up for this period of time, Muchuan had accumulated another 15 level-up tickets. After reaching level 30 last time, he was already invincible on this planet, so he hadn't been in any rush to use the tickets. He wanted to enjoy the happiness of being a hoarder for once. Watching his good stuff pile up more and more, that feeling of stockpiling was honestly pretty great. Other than the level up tickets, what he got over the past half-month was mostly ordinary items, props, and food. There were a lot of duplicates, nothing especially remarkable, and only a few new things. The ordinary ones were Happy Otaku Soda, Fried Chicken Family Bucket, Boneless Chicken Feet. Prop-type foods, Strawberry Mousse Cake, produced by Dungeon Life Workshop. Restores 20 mana when eaten. Cool Honey Water, produced by Dungeon Life Workshop. Restores 15 mana when drunk. Imperial Capital Army Bread, the standard bread of the Heavenly Realm Imperial Capital Army in the dungeon. Tastes bad. Slowly restores health when eaten. Bored out of his mind at home, Muchuan started thinking about what else he could do, but after thinking it over, there really didn't seem to be anything interesting. The only major matters left were Otsutsuki Kagaya inside the moon, the half-dead Otsutsuki Ishiki hiding somewhere, and then the Otsutsuki clan's invasion more than 10 years later. Everything else needed prerequisite conditions before it could happen, and a lot of those prerequisites had already been erased by him, so there was a high chance none of that crap would happen later on. Ishiki probably wouldn't show himself either. Without Kawaki, the perfect vessel, there was no point in coming out. So now, the only thing he really needed to deal with was Kagaya. After that, there would be no after that. As for ways to grow stronger, the only thing left he hadn't learned was Sage Mode. Muchuan stroked his chin and thought, this thing means gonna find toads, snakes, or slugs to learn from. It's already hard enough without protagonist Halo, and it would still need improvement. No matter how you look at it, this thing wasn't designed for humans to learn. To put it plainly, animals have a much higher compatibility with it. Otherwise, why would animals have no restrictions, while humans face so many after learning it? If it doesn't match, of course there'd be limitations. So after learning it, he had to improve it into a Sage Mode suited for humans. Otherwise, it'd be way too lame. Thinking about the 3 summoned beasts, toads, snakes, and slugs, Muchuan still felt summoning slugs was better. At least the voice sounded nice, and they had good personalities and manners too. As it happened, the contract scroll was with Tsunade, and he was also from the Senju clan, so all the conditions fit perfectly. After deciding which summoned beast to learn Sage Mode from, Muchuan felt he still had to deal with Kagaya first, just in case that old man of the 6 paths pulled some trick and let her out. Because Sage Mode required cultivation with no distracting thoughts, a mind still as water, and once the training started, it couldn't be interrupted. It had to be done in one push or it would be the same as training for nothing. Especially if he wanted complete mastery rather than merely learning how to use it, the time required might be very long. Without protagonist Halo, an ordinary person's normal speed would be like Jiraiya's. And Jiraiya had studied for more than 10 years, yet still didn't understand it as clearly as Naruto did in just a few days. In the end, he even needed 2 toads to assist him. Muchuan still wanted to improve it into a human version Sage Mode, so if he didn't master it thoroughly, that wouldn't do. This was a necessary step. Anything that could stack stats couldn't be missed. What if it turned out useful? Learning more never hurt, since he would need to go into long-term seclusion. Then he had no choice but to deal with the biggest problem at hand first. Completely release Kagaya, then personally beat her into submission once and for all, to eliminate future trouble. Thinking that he was going to fight a boss, shouldn't he bring himself to peak condition first out of respect? He took out the 15 level-up tickets he had been hoarding for no reason and used all of them in one go. Felt insanely good, like eating sunflower seeds for ages and then dumping a whole handful of shelled kernels into his mouth at once. The attributes brought by instantly gaining 15 levels were explosively strong. The passive skills of both classes were upgraded, their bonus effects increased, and with the upgraded passives boosting the level-up attributes, the improvement became even more ridiculous. Still, levels at this stage didn't really mean much. Other than the attribute boosts from leveling up, there were no passive skills at all from level 35 to level 45, just a few attack skills. As everyone knows, among skills, passive skills that increase stats are the most important, followed by buff skills, hard crowd control, and utility skills. The least important are attack skills. With no cooldown, even one attack skill would be enough, let alone the pile of abilities Muchuan already had from his eyes. System. Character level increased by 15. Skill levels increased by 15. All attributes increased. Current character level. Level 45. Character level has reached level 45. Class skills up to level 45 are now unlocked. Muchuan opened the skill list to check the descriptions. Paladin. Sacred Light Convergence. Casts a holy baptism pillar of light around the body with a pulling effect, then triggers an explosion that deals large-scale holy damage. Holy Light Orb. Holy Light Glazed Shatter. Generates holy light orbs within a certain range ahead. After moving forward for a period of time, they explode, or explode immediately on contact, stunning enemies for a period of time. Fountain of Life. Attaches 1 blue and 1 green little spirit to the target, continuously restoring health. After death, the little spirits enter the body and revive the target. Hammer of Repentance. Holy power condenses into a massive long-handled warhammer that smashes the enemy, causing the target to enter a state of repentance for a period of time and become an ally that assists in attacking enemies. Holy Healing Wind opens a magic formation that restores health and mana to allies within it, while protecting them with a shield barrier. The effect disappears upon leaving the formation. Judgment of Justice opens a giant holy magic formation. Blades of light descend from the sky to attack, and finally an angelic phantom appears and throws a spear of light.
Cousin en énorme holy explosion.
Elemental Bomber, Bath of Ice Crystals, generates a huge magic formation ahead and summons a large number of ice spikes to attack. Those struck will be frozen for a period of time. Spiraling Flame Break generates a rapidly rotating ring of fire centered on the user or ahead, which can be detonated to knock enemies into the air. Lightning Barrier generates a huge lightning barrier ahead and pushes it forward at extreme speed, dealing light attribute lightning damage to enemies it passes through and causing paralysis and stiffness. Dark Forbidden Zone generates an area of dark aura ahead. The dark aura condenses into a giant sphere, pulling in nearby enemies and slowing them. Enemies drawn into the central range will enter a hard control state. Finally, the sphere explodes continuously, dealing massive damage. Elemental Bombardment instantly teleports into the air and throws magic spheres of various attributes at enemies at extreme speed. Finally generates a large magic sphere that smashes into the ground, immediately followed by a ring of small magic spheres that explode together, dealing enormous all-attribute damage. After reading through the skill descriptions, Muchuan felt that aside from the large-scale ultimate moves, the only interesting ones were Fountain of Life, which could revive someone, and Hammer of Repentance, which could forcibly turn the other party into an ally. But it didn't really matter. Having too many skills was useless anyway. A single Spear of Victory was enough to make him invincible across the ninja world. As long as I lock you down hard enough, the rest can be left to raw stats. My left punch deals high damage, my right punch deals even higher damage. I wonder how many hits you can take. One full combo, and the damage alone will beat you to death. The moment he finished leveling up, he didn't waste a second and directly teleported to the moon. All about efficiency. On the moon's surface, Muchuan appeared with a swish. He raised a hand and used the Six Paths power, Yin-Yang release, slamming it onto the ground. With a bang, the white smoke dispersed, and Kaguya was yanked out from the seal at the moon's core. This was the advantage of overwhelming stats. A mere 6 paths, Chibaku Tensei Seal was nowhere near enough to stop him from forcibly dragging Kaguya out. Fresh out of the seal, Kaguya looked a little dazed. She stayed like that for quite a while. Only after slowly coming back to herself did she look around at her surroundings, then fix her gaze on Muchuan. Myself. Have I come out of the seal? You were the one who released me, weren't you? Muchuan walked over and carefully looked at Kaguya's appearance and skin. He had to admit that pure white complexion really had its own unique appeal. Yeah, I let you out. Hey, don't get the wrong idea. I didn't save you. I let you out early to beat you up and save myself the trouble later. Kaguya couldn't even process that. You, a little thing like you, wanna beat me up? What kind of crazy idea was that? Had everyone in the world ruled by Hagoromo become this insane? With a confused look, she tilted her head slightly. You wanna make a move against me? Seriously? Muchuan nodded with a smile. Of course. I've decided to have you guard my home inside the moon. I'm guessing you won't agree, so I'll just have to use force to make you submit. Ready for your training, coward Kaguya? Kaguya frowned, but she couldn't be bothered to tangle with him. After all, he was the one who had released her, so she wasn't gonna fuss over it. A black spatial rift appeared behind her. It was Yamatsu Hirasaka, her space travel ability. Without another word, she planned to leave directly. If I don't fight you, then that's that. Don't tell me you think you can keep up with my spatial movement. The moment Muchuan saw that she was about to slip away, he was speechless. What kind of person was this? I'm talking to you here, and not only do you not answer, you turn around and try to run? What kind of logic is that? Can't you at least show some respect to the person involved? I'm talking and you act like you can't hear me, refusing to communicate. Do I not deserve any face at all? Just watch. If I don't train you until you call me daddy today, my name isn't Muchuan. He raised a hand and cast Fountain of Life's revival spell on her first, then followed up with Wang shouting Universal Pull to drag her back, planning to make her feel so good she'd die and come back to life. Kaguya noticed that he had put some strange thing on her. 2 little sprites, but she had no idea what it did. Before she could figure it out, just as she was about to enter the Yamatsu Hirasaka spatial rift, a force of attraction yanked her back. This little guy actually knows gravity control? He does have some skill. Looks like there's no avoiding this fight today. Halfway through being pulled, she used repulsive force to cancel out the attraction. With the Rinnegan, she could naturally use that kind of ability as well. The moment she landed, she directly activated Amanamanaka, pulling the 2 of them into the lava dimension, intending to make him fall into the magma. She did pull him in, but unfortunately he could fly too. Kaguya's mind blanked for a second, Then she immediately realized that if he could use gravity, then of course he could fly. She had really been sealed for too long. Her brain was starting to fail her. She quickly switched to the ice and snow dimension, planning to freeze him. Muchuan couldn't care less what she was thinking. He simply raised a hand and fired a spear of victory. Kagaya instantly opened Yamatsu Hirasaka, trying to spatially transfer away. Causality reversal. With a hum, the spear pierced through space itself, dragged Kagaya back out, and nailed her to the frozen ground. Hard crowd control triggered. Kagaya was terrified when she realized she couldn't move. What kind of ability was this? Not only could her body not move, she couldn't even use her powers.
A sealing technique?
How could there be such a powerful sealing technique? Could track her. She couldn't run, couldn't dodge, and even space transfer was useless. It could drag her back out even after she had entered a spatial rift. If you had this kind of ability, why even fight? I would just surrendered, okay? Muchuan didn't care about her inner thoughts. He directly followed up with the level 45 ultimate move, Elemental Bombardment. He teleported into the air, and countless elemental magic orbs crazily poured down toward the immobilized Kagaya. Then came another massive all-element magic sphere crushing down, followed by dozens more small magic orbs blasting down at the same time. The violent all-element explosions formed a chain reaction and erupted fiercely, blasting that whole area into a vacuum zone filled with the aura of annihilation. Muchuan landed in front of her and looked again. Kagaya had already been blasted into a mangled wreck. The next instant, the two little sprites from Fountain of Life merged into Kagaya's ruined body and revived her. After reviving, Kagaya was still in a daze. She looked up at Muchuan, and only then remembered that she seemed to have, probably, been blown to death just now. Such terrifying, destructive energy. It had actually killed an Otsutsuki like her, someone who had eaten the chakra fruit. It was truly horrifying. No, wait, if I was blown to death, why am I alive again? Her eyes suddenly fell on the fact that the two little sprites floating beside her were gone. Could it be that what he put on her was something like a revival effect? Did you just kill me before she could finish? Muchuan raised a hand and applied Fountain of Life to her again. Two little sprites appeared once more, floating beside her. Terror showed on Kagaya's face. Muchuan said nothing. He simply threw out another spear of victory. The moment Kagaya saw the spear of light, instinct made her want to run. A Yamatsu Hirasaka spatial rift opened behind her. And then she was met with the same move again. Causality reversal. This time, before she could even escape, she was nailed to the frozen ground once more. Hard crowd control triggered, the rift vanished, and she was left completely unable to move. Muchuan only smiled without speaking, then raised a hand and unleashed another level 45 ultimate move, Judgment of Justice. A gigantic golden magic array spread open. Countless holy blades of light pierced her until she looked like a honeycomb. Then a massive angelic phantom appeared in the sky and hurled down a giant spear of light at her. The instant it pierced into the ground through her body, dazzling golden light burst out, followed by a thunderous explosion. The powerful holy explosion damage directly blew her to death again. The two little sprites dutifully revived her once more. Kagaya was going insane. Even though she was being controlled and couldn't cry out, the pain was real. Just because she couldn't scream didn't mean it didn't hurt. Twice. She had been blown to death alive twice. What grudge was this? What hatred? The moment she revived, she hurriedly waved her hand and shouted, "No! Don't kill me anymore. Don't you just want me to listen to you? Then talk to me. There's no need to do this." Unfortunately, Muchuan felt that for a powerhouse like Kagaya, 1 or 2 experiences of death would never be enough to root fear into her heart. At the very least, it would take enough repetitions to grind down her mental threshold. Only enough torment could brand fear into her spirit. Otherwise, she wouldn't be obedient enough. And so, 1 Kuin later, Kagaya had been tormented to the point that even reviving now made her tremble. Only then did Muchuan let her off and finally ask, "So, I'll ask one more time. Can you obediently watch the house for me?" The moment Kagaya saw that it was finally over, she hurriedly said, "Yes, I can. I can." That lunatic was finally willing to communicate. 2.5 hours. A full 2.5 hours. Do you have any idea how I got through that? The moment I came back to life, I was pinned down and beaten to death with all kinds of fancy attacks. I wasn't given even the slightest chance to fight back. I couldn't get a single move out. It was frustrating. Seriously too frustrating. Hearing that satisfying answer, Muchuan looked at her mental state again. The training results were pretty good. Not bad, not bad. He sat down on the spot and patted the ground beside him, signaling for her to sit next to him. Kagaya obediently moved over and sat down. The two of them just looked at the pitch-black universe and the earth in front of them. "I heard your power was split between your 2 crazy kids, right? Otherwise, you should been even stronger. Am I right?" At the thought of her 2 filial sons, Kagaya felt a wave of sadness. Sigh, yes, the 2 things I regret most in this life, First, trusting those natives on the planet below. Second, taking a huge risk to divide my power and give birth to 2 children. Muchuan looked at her curiously. They're both dead now. Can't you take your power back? Kaguya sensed for a moment, then shook her head. No. With Hagoromo and Himura's deaths, most of their power also dissipated and returned to the planet. Hagoromo is now a spirit body. Himura, on the other hand, died cleanly. But I can sense a trace of his aura inside this Chibaku Tensei, though there is no consciousness. If I want to become stronger without those 2 portions of power, then I can only let the Ten-Tails divine tree inside my body root itself into the earth again and nurture a chakra fruit. Once I eat it, I'll naturally become stronger. Muchuan looked down at the earth below and sighed. The planet's energy really is massive. It can create so many world-destroying powerhouses. But your Otsutsuki clan's divine tree is impressive too. As a converter that turns a planet's energy into energy lifeforms can absorb, it actually also has pretty strong combat ability. That's seriously incredible. Kaguya looked into the starry universe and said quietly, the Otsutsuki clan. They'll come for me soon enough. Muchuan found it funny. She was obviously absurdly strong. Yet she insisted on thinking she couldn't beat the Otsutsuki who would come after her. I say, you cowardly rabbit, is it possible that those Otsutsuki coming for you can't beat you at all? Kaguya froze. Huh? Muchuan shook his head helplessly and looked at her like she was intellectually challenged. What do you mean? Huh? Isn't that the case? Look at your stats and those ridiculous abilities of yours. How do you even think you can't beat a few people from your own clan? Do you have no understanding of your own strength? Or no understanding of your Otsutsuki clan's power distribution? And also, how the hell did you get sealed by those 2 little losers, Hagoromo and Himura? It was obviously a total stomp, and yet you somehow turned it into an uphill battle. Tell me, just how bad are you? Huh? If I say you're bad, then the problem is, if you're that bad, how did you manage to ambush Ishiki and cripple him? What exactly is your deal? After being hit with that series of soul-deep questions, Kaguya looked a little lost too. She blinked and explained, but there are many in the Otsutsuki clan who are stronger than me. The ones who come may not be strong, but they may not necessarily be weak either. As for why I was sealed, I don't know either. I was clearly stronger than Hagoromo and Himura, yet I just couldn't beat them. Clearly, that so-called 6 paths Inyang release Chibaku Tensei seal wasn't stronger than my own Inyang release. It should have been breakable with just a little force, but I simply couldn't undo it. We fought for months. It was the same system. They only had weakened versions of my power, so why were they able to resist me? That part really is strange. As for Ishiki, that was because he never took me seriously at all. He never expected me to resist. He wasn't on guard, and I attacked by surprise. Killing him was possible. That wasn't difficult. Thinking about it, Muchuan felt that made sense. He had seen the plot, so he knew the Otsutsuki who came later were all trash. But Kaguya didn't think that way. She knew how strong the top experts of the Otsutsuki clan were. What if the one who came was a real powerhouse? Of course she'd be scared. That was understandable. The Ishiki part also checked out. A sneak attack did raise the success rate a bit, and with Ishiki's arrogant personality, he really would look down on Kaguya. Everything else made sense except for her being sealed by her 2 sons. That part made no sense at all. Damn it, what kind of logic was that? Nascent soul cultivators sealing a deity transformation boss? That was just author force making it happen. What was even more absurd was later on, if Hagoromo and Himura were nascent soul cultivators, then Naruto and Sasuke at most were Golden Core Jr.'s borrowing part of a senior nascent soul cultivator's power. Yet, the moment they borrowed that power, these Golden Core brats could also seal a deity transformation cultivator. That logic. There was really no judging it. Even a dog would shake its head after seeing it. Since logic couldn't explain any of this, Muchuan stopped thinking about it. He brought Kaguya into the inside of Chibaku Tensei, that is, the moon, and arranged a place for her to stay. After settling everything, Muchuan gave her a few instructions. From now on, you're one of mine, so just live here properly. Don't go thinking about wreaking havoc in the ninja world for no reason. Kaguya nodded. With someone backing her, she wasn't afraid of the Otsutsuki coming after her anymore. Who would still care about those natives? After I leave, I may go into seclusion to cultivate. In the spherical inner world outside the Sun Palace, there are a large number of my shadow clones. If something unexpected happens and an Otsutsuki attacks and you can't beat them, ask those clones for help. Don't worry. My shadow clones are basically all stronger than you. They all have unlimited stamina and energy. As long as I don't dismiss them, basically no one can directly disperse them. Kaguya nodded. See? This was what security felt like. The teleportation passage here leads directly to my home in Konoha. If you're bored with nothing to do, you can go walk around too. You may be a veteran shut-in, but you can't stay cooped up forever, right? What if something goes wrong from holding it in too long? Kaguya nodded, but inside she thought, what is so bad about quietly staying at home? I have nothing to say to those natives. After finishing his arrangements, Muchuan waved goodbye to Kagaya and teleported back to Konoha. He found Tsunade and signed a summoning contract with Katsuyu. Sensing Muchuan's immense life force, Katsuyu happily agreed. Finally, someone else had signed a contract with her again. After signing the contract, he summoned a small Katsuyu and held it in his hand. The feel of it, squishy, soft, all gooey and bouncy, and with that sweet voice, it gave off a very bullyable kind of feeling. It actually seemed pretty nice. After discussing with Katsuyu about learning Sage Mode, he went to greet all his acquaintances. Otherwise, if he suddenly disappeared without warning, quite a few girls would worry themselves sick. After informing his acquaintances and comforting the girls, and leaving some money for Rin and Karen, Muchuan suddenly remembered that unlucky thing, Black Zetsu. Now that Kagaya was out, it should have sensed it, right? If its mom was already out, would it still keep fooling Obito? Forget it, might as well go take a look. And while I'm at it, I'll see what my boy Obito has been up to lately. Whoosh! In an instant, he teleported to Obito's base. At this moment, Obito was lying there like a corpse on the ground where the demonic statue of the outer path used to be, completely dispirited. Judging by how he looked, yeah, he had probably broken down. After repeated mental blows, getting beaten so badly in Konoha that he started doubting his life, and now discovering that the demonic statue of the outer path was gone. Without it, there was no way to activate the infinite Tsukuyami, and without that, there was no way to create a world where Rin existed and belonged to him. And in the real world, Rin's disgusted gaze had pushed him to the edge of collapse. Every plan had fallen apart. Hope was shattered. He had done every kind of evil thing and ended up like this, like a total clown. There was no point in even staying alive anymore. Muchuan kept shaking his head as he watched. Serves you right, you pathetic simp. Ignoring the half-dead Obito, he shouted at the empty air, Black Zetsu, what are you hiding for? Come out. Your mom said you should be a good person. Black Zetsu slowly emerged from underground. What do you mean by that? Muchuan couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush and said directly, I'll say it straight. I already released Kagaya. You should sense that, right? Black Zetsu nodded. Of course. Otherwise I wouldn't have asked what you meant. If I hadn't sensed mother, and someone said that to me, I'd only think they were talking nonsense.
Muchuan pointed upward.
Then that settles it. Kagaya has already made her home on the moon, so stop messing around here. Black Zetsu said excitedly. Then can I go see mom?
Muchuan nodded.
Sure, no problem. But you still have to come back and keep watch over these 100,000 white Zetsu. After all, this is your mom's entire fortune. Black Zetsu quickly nodded. Muchuan grabbed it and used a teleport to send it straight to Kagaya. He didn't bother with whatever they had to say and just went back to continue cultivating. Kagaya could naturally send it back afterward. Obito lay there like a corpse the whole time without making a sound. Looks like his self-isolation was pretty serious. After returning, Muchuan went straight to Shikatsu Forest to learn Sage Mode. 5 years later, Shikatsu Forest, beside the Slug Sage. Muchuan, who had been sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. A faint white glow shimmered in them. He stood up and stretched. The Slug Sage's sweet voice rang out. Lord Muchuan, your improved Sage Mode counts as a success now, right? I can feel that your natural energy is already extremely stable. There are no restrictions on activating it, no restrictions on using it, and your appearance hasn't changed much either. Just a slight glow in your eyes. It's practically perfect. Muchuan smiled as well. Yeah. The results of these past few years of cultivation have been pretty good. My talent isn't that amazing, but it's enough. At least I didn't come away with nothing. At the same time, though, he felt helpless inside. 5 years. A full 5 years. Do you know how I survived these 5 years? In these 5 years, just learning the Slug Sage version of Sage Mode had taken more than 3 years. It was hard as hell to learn. Just the part about emptying the mind and making the heart still as water had taken him a long time to practice. For a normal person, that was complete nonsense. Without training the mind and temperament first, who the hell could make their head completely empty without a single thought? After finishing the mind training, the next step was balancing his own energy with natural energy. This damn thing felt like walking a tightrope at the start. The slightest slip and it all collapsed. If not for his class passive giving him resistance to abnormalities, letting him endure more and keep trying, he would learned even slower. Same as always. Getting started is easy. Mastering it is hard. If you couldn't truly master something like this, there was no way you could improve it. So naturally it took a long time. Even so, he was still way better than Jiraiya, who spent more than 10 years and still hadn't achieved much. After finally mastering it through 3 years of hard work, he began improving it, debugging and modifying all the flaws and limitations it placed on humans, integrating it into a Sage Mode more suitable for human use, then optimizing it further. After nearly 2 years of effort and constant experimentation, combining it with meridians and acupoints and circulating natural energy through them in a fixed cycle, he finally forged a Sage Mode that belonged to him alone. Calling it sage mode, though, it actually leaned more toward drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for one's own use, borrowing the power of heaven and earth and merging into them. It would be more accurate to call it celestial human mode. Sensing the power of heaven and earth, strengthening the body, refining the soul, increasing the power of techniques, those were all basic abilities. It also had many other uses. Basically, he had been aiming for a cultivation method, but unfortunately, his ability was limited, so he couldn't create an actual technique manual. Unlike Sage Mode's anxiety over endurance, this improved version basically didn't have that problem. As long as it was activated, as long as he remained within heaven and earth, he could cycle together with the world's energy. If you were capable, then drag me into the void realm. If I were removed from the world's space, the cycle would naturally be cut off. Too bad that still wouldn't be very useful. I'm not relying on this mode to get by anyway. Even without the state, I still have my stats. He turned back and gently stroked the slug once. Alright, my cultivation is complete. It's time for me to go back. Thank you for staying with me these past few years. The slug sage replied politely, No, Lord Muchuan, you're too courteous. Muchuan smiled, waved a hand, and vanished from Shikatsu Forest in an instant, returning to Konoha. Worth mentioning was that during these 5 years, Muchuan's level had risen to level 74, a full 29 level increase. He had awakened once and reached the level cap of the first awakening, but he was also stuck at level 74. That was because the system had already upgraded to version 22.5 years ago, unlocking the Dimensional Rift Dungeon function. After the update, the system informed Muchuan that before clearing the first Dimensional Rift Dungeon, he would not be able to enter the second awakening. In the game, you could still level up without entering the second awakening. But this system had removed awakening restrictions, allowing awakening as long as the required level was reached. So the problem was, this seemingly convenient rule also worked in reverse. If he couldn't enter the second awakening, then he couldn't enter level 75. That was why he was stuck at level 74. In the past 2+ years, not a single level up ticket had dropped. Originally, Muchuan had felt that leveling up didn't really matter much anyway. Even before the first awakening, he was already invincible in the world, so whether he leveled or not made little difference. But the moment he saw the name of the Dimensional Rift Dungeon, he was stunned. One Piece. As a result, Muchuan ended up confronting the system. The scene at the time went like this. System, why is the Dimensional Rift One Piece? Shouldn't this be a dungeon? System, how could that be? From the name alone, Dimensional Rift clearly looks like a smuggling passage into another dimensional space. Why would it be a dungeon? This system hasn't read much, so please don't fool the system. Host. No, are you messing with me? Aren't you a dungeon system? How could you not know? System. Sophistry. Host is currently suffering from severe hallucinations. Please knock your head against the ground 3 times to wake yourself up. This system has never said what kind of system it is. Please do not maliciously slander the system or randomly stick labels on it. Muchuan was so pissed his liver hurt. Who the hell was the one playing sophistry? That damned Dimensional Rift was obviously a dungeon. After calming down a little, he asked again, so what does this mean? Are we opening up the myriad worlds now? Will the other worlds in the future have those absurdly overpowered ones? Do I need to keep getting stronger? Otherwise I'll have to stay cooped up in this tiny Naruto world. System. In reply to Host. Yes, there are so many worlds, and their wonders are worth witnessing with your own eyes. How could a true man be content with a single small world? A great man stands between heaven and earth. How could he remain depressed and live long beneath others? Work hard, Host, and ascend to the peak of the myriad worlds. Muchuan was speechless. What kind of weird Lu Bu-style line was that? If it wanted him to go roam different worlds, then just say that. Why make it sound so high-end? Then here's the question. How is clearing a dungeon world determined? I don't even have an equipment system. Aside from unlocking the second awakening restriction, what other benefits are there to clearing it? System. The benefit is that when Host enters the dungeon, Host will be rewarded with the special physique corresponding to that world. Only with a special physique can Host learn that world's unique abilities and grow stronger. Clearing it is actually very simple. Stay there for 9 months and survive. Oh, the corresponding world's special physique? Then the physique of the One Piece world really is quite special. It's the perfect choice for body cultivation. You can mess your body up however you want and still be fine. Train like crazy and you'll get stronger. It's practically illogical. Suddenly, Muchuan remembered a key issue. If he remembered correctly, that damn Dimensional Rift Dungeon had something called anti-magic value. The first time you entered, most of your stats got suppressed. System, tell me this. Are there any restrictions when entering a Dimensional Rift Dungeon? There won't be something like anti-magic value, right? System, yes, Host, there is. When one other world enters another other world through a spatial rift, there will be rejection and suppression from the world itself. Host will need to adapt gradually. In other words, the anti-magic value for the corresponding world will slowly increase. After 9 months, when the anti-magic value reaches the required standard, host will be able to exert full strength. Muchuan's face darkened. Good. So it really is exactly the same. And you still say you don't know what dimensional rift is. Forget it. Just tell me the suppression ratio. It won't be so bad that, after crossing over, I can't even protect myself, right? System. Host can rest assured. The world's rejection suppression is only 90%. What it suppresses is only numerical values. Mechanic-based abilities still remain, but values such as power and range are weakened. Also, host recovers strength every day, and after 9 months it will return to 100%. By the way, the strength the host gains on their own in the corresponding world will not be suppressed by world rejection. What the world rejects is only sudden foreign power. Native power has no restrictions. Muchuan stroked his chin. I see. In other words, as long as I find a god-tier devil fruit and eat it on the spot, I can get stronger immediately. And if my haki awakens fast enough, I can also become stronger right away. Actually, I can't underestimate this 10% of my stats either. Maybe just this 10% alone is enough for me to run wild. After all, my current full stats are at a planet-busting level, so 10% is still enough. That was how it was back then. When Muchuan returned to Konoha, what was the first thing he thought of? Of course it was charging into battle one by one and killing it 7 times in and 7 times out. 5 years, 5 whole years. He was already an 18-year-old adult now, and before long he'd be 19. I can take on 10. A beauty's embrace is a hero's grave. That saying really wasn't wrong. It took Muchuan nearly half a year to finish sampling all the cabbages in his own bowl. Mainly because he had to stay in each place for around 10 days before the freshness started to fade. Anyone with experience knew that different people gave different feelings. At the start, that kind of feeling made you wish you could stay glued together forever. Muchuan felt that only staying in one place for a dozen or so days made him a model of willpower. He gave all the girls in his family a round of upgrades too. The method was simple. Over the past few years, a huge number of chakra fruits had refreshed. Chakra fruit. A fruit formed when the divine tree of the Naruto world absorbs a planet's life and energy and converts it. It contains a massive amount of chakra and the origin source of the Sharingan's ocular power. After eating it, a person can be raised to 6 paths level. Their life level will evolve, they will possess the Sharingan, and awaken 3 exclusive ocular techniques. Produced by the system, the risk of an ordinary person exploding from the power has been removed, so it can be consumed safely. Note: if cut apart and shared, the power will weaken and side effects will appear. 1 chakra fruit meant 1 6 paths level fighter. Couldn't be more convenient. Now all of his girls had the Sharingan, and the benefit of eating a whole fruit was that they could turn it on and off freely without affecting their looks. With so many 6 paths level fighters, once he went to the One Piece world, there would be no need to worry about anything happening back here. Even if the Otsutsuki clan suddenly came early, they'd only be asking for a beating. He'd enjoyed himself enough. Next came raising his strength because strength was the foundation. Besides, there were plenty of beauties in other worlds too, and those would all be different experiences. After greeting everyone and saying he was going into seclusion to cultivate, he instantly teleported to the moon and activated the system's instance function. He chose Dimensional Rift, One Piece. System, start the crossing. One Piece world. Sabaody Archipelago. On the main street, everyone was kneeling on both sides of the road, leaving the middle path open. Not only that, no one dared raise their heads, afraid they might see something they shouldn't. And in the middle of the road, naturally, were the Celestial Dragons, the peak of privilege in the One Piece world. 3 Celestial Dragons wearing bubble helmets were passing through with slaves in chains, crawling on the ground as they were led along. Armored soldiers and their personal bodyguards, CP0, followed at their side. It was the Roseward family, truly the pinnacle of trash among ordinary Celestial Dragons, yet especially fond of causing trouble. And sure enough, as luck would have it, St. Charlos among them took a liking to a beauty kneeling by the roadside. He raised a hand and pointed at the woman. "Hey, bring her back for me. I want her to be my 12th wife." 2 attendants immediately stepped forward and walked up to the woman, about to grab her. The woman had her head lowered and had no idea she was the one being singled out. But when she saw 2 pairs of feet stop in front of her, she instantly knew she was the unlucky woman. Terrified, she shuffled backward. "And no, please don't. I have a husband and a family. Please spare me." The man beside her also pleaded, "Honored Celestial Dragon, that is my wife. Please let her go. I beg you." An old man joined in and begged as well. With snot running from his nose, St. Charlos said, "What husband, what family? If I say you don't have one, then you don't. Hurry up. Do you pieces of trash want to die? Why are you moving so slow?" The moment those words came out, 2 more attendants stepped forward and started walking over, clearly about to kill her family. The people around them were so frightened they trembled slightly and didn't dare make a sound. afraid they'd be dragged into it. Despair filled the woman's face. At the final moment, she decided she would absolutely kill herself to preserve her honor. Just then, a crack suddenly appeared in the space between St. Charlos and the woman, and then a person emerged. That's right. It was Muchuan, just teleported over by the dimensional rift. At the sight of the suddenly appearing man, both sides stared at him blankly without making a sound. Feeling his attributes suppressed by 90%, Muchuan felt deeply uncomfortable. With a helpless sigh, he looked around to see where he had landed. Then he immediately spotted the bubble helmet across from him. He thought isn't that the exclusive headgear of the celestial dragons? And taking a closer look at the face, damn, isn't this that idiot Luffy punched in the anime? He's practically born to stir up trouble, useless and always looking to play. Then this shitty place was either Mary Geos or Sabaody Archipelago below it. What rotten luck. He just arrived and already landed on celestial dragon territory. Damn it all. In his heart, he started complaining to the system. Hey system, are you kidding me? What kind of person enters a dungeon and starts right in the boss room? Huh? Did you think I was getting too comfortable? So you had to stir up trouble for me? System. The spatial rift is random. Can only be said that the host's luck is poor. This was not tampered with by the system. Before anything could be said on this side, St. Charlos on the other side was already unhappy. He pulled out a gun and pointed it at Muchuan. Hey you. Why aren't you kneeling when you see me? Are you looking to die? Hearing that annoying idiot's voice, Muchuan came back to himself. He glanced at the bubble helmet. Stop yapping over there. The only reason I didn't kill you right away is because I couldn't be bothered with you. Keep barking and I'll send you flying. Among all creatures, one of the types Muchuan hated most was exactly this kind of brain-dead trash celestial dragon. Second only to humanoid freaks. St. Charlos would never have imagined in his life that there was actually someone in this world who dared curse a celestial dragon like him. For a moment he was stunned. After cursing out the celestial dragon, Muchuan continued moving his body and circulating his energy, and sure enough, he found that every aspect of him had been suppressed. His energy was still infinite, but the amount he could mobilize and output had dropped. If before he could mobilize and output 100, now it was only 10. This wasn't a simple matter of addition and subtraction. The further strength progressed, the harder it was to measure. If 10 points of mobilization could output 1,000 points of energy, then returning to 100 points of mobilization would be a geometric increase, and the energy output could be several 100,000. The most intuitive difference was that before, he could teleport across the world or even between planets. Now he couldn't, because the one-time energy output wasn't enough for a single interplanetary jump. He could only move little by little in stages. As for the special physique of the One Piece world, for now he didn't feel anything particularly special. That only showed itself through learning hockey and training like crazy. Without this physique, hockey couldn't be learned at all, because it was a system unique to the One Piece world. One had to possess a native physique to master it. Now that he had figured out his current physical condition, it was time to learn hockey. Originally, he had planned to go learn it from the Marines. But now that probably wouldn't be necessary. This celestial dragon was definitely going to be offended. Then he might as well change direction. Everyone knew that after killing a celestial dragon, the best place to go and lie low was the Pirate Empress Hancock's bathrobe, of course, the Pirate Empress Amazon Lily, also known as Kuja Island or Maiden Island. Not only could he learn hockey there, he could also gain a lovesick pirate empress. Simply perfect. After Charlos Saint snapped out of his daze, he flew into a rage and shouted, CP0, kill this lunatic for me. No, cripple him first. Capture him. I want him as my slave. The two CP0 agents instantly used Soru and appeared in front of Muchuan. Their Rankyaku swept toward his legs, planning to cripple his ability to run in an instant. The corner of Muchuan's lips curled up. Here it comes. The little Deathseeker was finally doing his part. Wasn't this the perfect reason to move into the Empress's bath on Amazon Lily? Ignoring the two pieces of trash in front of him, he teleported straight to Charlos Saint. He clenched his fist and drove an uppercut into his abdomen. Boom! The bubble helmet was blasted into the air by the force of the punch. Blood kept spraying from his mouth like a human fountain, just not in any regular pattern. Muchuan had no intention of letting him off. He teleported into the air and braced against his back. Repulsion control, white hole singularity. Boom! The middle of Charlos Saint's body instantly exploded outward in a violent spray, turning into a rain of red powder that drifted down through the air. Then his two legs and his head dropped separately. That horrifying sight left everyone so shocked their eyes bulged and their mouths hung wide open. Muchuan shook his head. Even though he hadn't used full strength, the suppressed power was way worse than he'd expected. He'd thought it would erase him into nothingness on the spot. Repulsion control, white hole singularity was the exact opposite of the gravity-based black hole singularity. It created an instant burst of extreme repulsive force that shredded the target into particles in a flash. Gravity collapsed inward, a move of infinite compression and contraction. Repulsion erupted outward, a move of infinite expansion and explosion.
Muchuan sighed.
Looks like, because of the suppression, even going all out won't have the same planet-destroying power as before. Still, no matter how low the power drops, if it hits a human body, it'll still blast them into a blood mist. White hole eruption force isn't something you can just tank. Back on the ground, he ignored the crowd staring with their eyes practically popping out, then turned to look at Charlo Saint's two other family members, Saint Roswald and Saint Shalulia. 1 kill was still a kill. 2 were still a kill. 3 were still a kill. So why leave trouble behind for himself? He teleported behind the 2 of them, his hand forming a claw. In an instant, he pierced through the bubble helmets and grabbed their heads. He exerted force at the fastest speed possible. With 2 wet pops, he got himself 2 portions of split spine. Only then did the 4 CP0 agents react. It was over. The sky had fallen. They had failed to protect the celestial dragons. Every one of them was going to die. They all attacked Muchuan at once. Even dying together here would be better than going back and being tortured.
Muchuan laughed.
Fighting me in close combat? That's a great idea. Guardian badge. Blessing of honor. Defense and attack both boosted. Whoever dodged was a coward. He tanked the attacks from 3 of them head-on, then opened with Tiger Assault, using hard crowd control to grab one of them by the neck and slam him into the ground with a bang. Then came White Hole Singularity. Boom! His head instantly disintegrated, and the ground was blasted into a huge crater by the repulsive force. The remaining 3 were scared out of their minds. Even CP0 couldn't withstand this hellish move. They had thought Charlo Saint had exploded into mist because his ordinary body was too fragile. Turns out that wasn't it at all. It was because anyone hit by it would end the same way. The 3 exchanged a glance. Run. Inform the Navy. Tell them to send an admiral. We can't handle this. Muchuan teleported right beside them and bared his teeth in a grin. Heh, you 3 still think you're leaving? You're dead either way, so why bother? Someone will notify the Navy. As for you, go down and keep your Celestial Dragon Masters company. He raised both hands at 2 of them separately. White Hole Singularity. Boom, boom. 2 clouds of blood mist burst through the air. The last one had just turned to flee with Saru when Muchuan reached out with a hard control grab, a grappling hold. After restraining him, Muchuan fired off a White Hole Singularity right in his hand and blew him into mist. Even now, those armored soldiers still refused to run. They still charged forward ready to risk their lives. Muchuan showed them no mercy and sent them all to accompany their Celestial Dragon Masters. The civilians on the street had long since scattered in terror. A Celestial Dragon had been killed. The Navy would definitely send an admiral to clean up the scene. Anyone who stayed here would be an idiot, but there were still some people who hadn't run. It was the family of the woman who had nearly been snatched away by force. The 3 of them gave Muchuan a deep bow. Thank you, benefactor, for saving our family. Muchuan looked at them, then scratched his head. What was this? When had he saved their family? But after thinking back on what had happened, he more or less figured it out. Charlo Saint had been trying to seize another man's wife by force. Muchuan's appearance just happened to interrupt him. Enraged and humiliated, Charlo Saint had tried to make a move on him, only to get dealt with instead. That was probably how it looked. Probably. Muchuan waved his hand casually. It's nothing. I didn't mean to save you. It was just a coincidence. Don't stay here. Run already. Don't lose the life you just got back to an admiral's cleanup. Hearing that, the 3 of them bowed deeply once more before finally fleeing for their lives. Muchuan looked around more carefully, and only then did he confirm that this was Grove, one of the Sabaody archipelago. Looks like this family of celestial dragons had come again to watch the slave trade. Judging by how arrogant Charlo Saint had looked just now, Luffy probably hadn't come along and punched him yet. Otherwise, he would have hidden himself in the Holy Land Mariehua and never come out. The Navy would probably arrive soon. He just hoped it wouldn't be Kizaru. It wasn't that he was afraid of him. He was disgusted by him. Damn it, Lightspeed. If that guy really wanted to hunt you down, then go ahead and run as hard as you could. Even if you ran yourself to death, you still wouldn't shake him off. Across these 4 seas, where exactly could you run to? He could let you run for 3 days, then come arrest you anyway, and still be waiting ahead of you. Even if the glint fruit wasn't true Lightspeed, if he had even 1/10 Lightspeed, the result would still be the same. Even 100th Lightspeed would still be the same. And if you wanted to say he didn't even have 100th Lightspeed, then forget it. In that case, it shouldn't even be called the glint fruit anymore. That'd be too pathetic. What kind of light is slow enough to be caught by the naked eye? His handsome face had probably already been recorded by a camera den mushi or a video den mushi. Fine then. He'd just wait for the bounty poster and see how much the world government would put on the head of someone who killed 3 celestial dragons. During this time, he couldn't just teleport straight to Amazon Lily. It would still take time for the bounty notice and the newspapers to be issued and spread around. If he went too early and the Empress hadn't seen the news about him killing celestial dragons yet, wouldn't that be awkward? He strolled leisurely to the slave auction house, pocketed some belly, then went and bought a medium-sized ship before drifting off toward Amazon. With gravity and repulsion under control, he had no need for power or steering. He set up a rocking chair on the deck and lay back in it. A grill sat to his right, sizzling with beef and lamb skewers. A table sat to his left, covered with fruit, drinks, and snacks. And just like that, he drifted across the sea in comfort, swaying in the rocking chair, facing the blue sky and white clouds, eyes half closed, his mind empty. Swaying gently like that felt really good. It was like retired old age living. Very enjoyable. Unfortunately, he didn't get to enjoy it for long. The following afternoon, Muchuan was lying in the rocking chair as usual, soaking up the sun and the sea breeze, taking one sip of his drink and one bite of skewer after another. Then in the next instant, a flash of light streaked across, and someone appeared on the ship. An admiral, Kizaru. Before the other man could speak, Muchuan smacked his lips and spoke first with a pained look on his face. "TSK, I'm seriously unlucky. Why did the Navy have to send you on this trip? Is Akiji dead? Or is Akainu no longer good for it?" Kizaru spoke with that lewd chrysanthemum face of his. "Oh, young people these days really are so rude," that said you really do know how to enjoy yourself after killing a celestial dragon instead of hiding. You're just drifting around out at sea in broad daylight, sunbathing and eating barbecue. Damn it. This is the retirement life I've always dreamed of. And you actually got to live my dream while you're still this young. Among the three admirals, Muchuan thought Kizaru was the hardest to deal with ability-wise, but also the easiest to talk to. Akiji couldn't be bothered talking to you. He'd just open with Ice Age. Kainu didn't talk at all. If you could survive after eating a Mago first, then maybe there'd be something to discuss. Only Kizaru. This sleazy guy was the most lazy and slack of them all. If he could avoid putting in effort at work, he would. If he could slack off, he would. If he could just put on a show, he would never actually get serious. He wanted nothing more than to coast his way through life. If you wanted him to go all out, you'd probably have to pay extra, and not just a little. Muchuan couldn't even be bothered to get up. He pointed at the barbecue beside him. "Stop standing there being jealous. There's a chair over there. Grab your own meat." That invitation actually left Kizaru silent for a moment. "Brat, you should know why I'm here." Muchuan took a bite of barbecue and said indifferently, "You're so long-winded. I know exactly what kind of person you are. Logically, you should have come after me yesterday. Why'd you only show up today? What, did you get lost? A Navy admiral getting lost? It's more like you didn't take capturing me seriously at all. You came if you felt like it, didn't if you didn't. In between, who knows where you snuck off to slack around. Which is why you dragged it out until today before coming to find me. Let me guess. You probably don't really want to run errands for the celestial dragons either, right? That's why you're always so half-hearted when carrying out missions and never put in real effort. Am I right?" Hearing that, Kizaru once again looked Muchuan over carefully through his glasses. This kid really did understand him. A moment later, Kizaru lifted a foot and walked toward the chair. Young people these days are not only strong enough to kill celestial dragons, but they've got this kind of nerve too. So scary, really scary. Then he sat down casually and started helping himself to the barbecue, eating and drinking as he spoke. "Don't think that just because you treated me to food, you can get away. Killing celestial dragons, and 3 of them at that. I really can't think of any reason to let you go." Muchuan waved a hand. "Give it a rest. Capture me? You think you can beat me? Would I dare kill celestial dragons without some real ability? The only reason I think running into you is unlucky is because you're hard to shake off, that's all. A Navy admiral? Put plainly, that's about it. A Logia devil fruit means nothing in front of a mythical Zoan god-tier fruit. If nothing else, Akiji isn't even as good as a squirrel hammer." Kizaru stopped chewing and raised a brow at him. "Listen, kid. Even if you're a little rookie who's only just gotten famous, there's no need to get this swollen-headed, right? If you were really on an admiral's level, how could you have stayed unknown all this time? Don't think that killing a few celestial dragons nobody else dares touch makes you #1 in the world. This world is very big. Being this short-sighted will get you in trouble. I even thought you were scary just now, and then you go and pull this." Muchuan got to his feet and stretched a little. With a thought, he began stacking buffs on himself. Guardian Badge, Elemental Surround, Netherfire, Holy Spirit Hammer, Mana Burn, Blessing of Honor, Sage Mode. Activate. He might not have Haki, but Muchuan's modified Sage Mode, a state that cycled the power of heaven and earth. Could it really be inferior to Haki? What a joke. What Logia could he not hit? That so-called seastone factor in the sea was also a component of the power of heaven and earth. With this state active, he could naturally borrow it as well. In an instant, under the enhancement of a whole stack of buffs, the terrifying pressure radiating from Muchuan's body made the lazily reclining Kizaru jolt upright. He sprang to his feet. "You!"
Muchuan smiled.
"Why waste words? Didn't you not believe me? Try it." As he spoke, he teleported behind Kizaru and whipped a kick at him. Kizaru's observation haki picked up his position, and he was shocked. Teleportation? He hurriedly hardened himself with armament haki while elementalizing at the same time, trying to see if he could dodge it. But with a bang, he was kicked clean off the ship and sent flying. Feeling that powerful knockback force, he dispersed his physical body and used elementalization to shed the momentum, then returned to the ship and reformed. Then he realized he was coughing up a little blood. The impact from that blow had still injured his internal organs. He had a slight internal injury. Kizaru's expression turned grave. Such strength. If he hadn't seen wrong, the other side shouldn't have haki. But he could actually hit him. A Logia glint man. What kind of method was this? He had just reformed and still hadn't figured it out when he saw Muchuan take another step forward and swing a punch right at him. On that fist was gathered a strange white light that inspired fear at first glance. Clearly wasn't anything good. Kizaru quickly raised both hands. Whoa, I never said I wanted to fight. Young people really do have fiery tempers. So scary only an idiot would insist on fighting to the bitter end. If he didn't have to fight, why go through the trouble? Did they think he was that honest man Akiji? Or that aggressive type Akainu? At the same time, he felt utterly miserable inside. This trip had been a total loss, a complete blood loss. He'd thought it was just some hot-headed rookie, that he'd go through the motions and bring him back, end of story. But now things were awkward. He'd been kicked so hard by the other guy that he was coughing blood. This lousy job gave him no benefits, no chance to slack off, and even left him with a workplace injury. Then another thought hit him. Right, a workplace injury. When he got back, he'd go straight to Fleet Admiral Sengoku and file for injury compensation. Internal injury, coughing blood. At minimum, he should be able to apply for a month off. Thinking that he definitely couldn't wipe the blood off his mouth. He had to keep it there so he could play the victim when he got back. He'd say this evil criminal was extremely powerful. They'd fought for 2 days and 2 nights, and in the end, seriously wounded and no match for him, he had let the man escape. Perfect. I really am a genius. The more excited he got thinking about it, the more he deliberately pushed the blood from his internal injury upward and spat more of it out. It kept flowing down from the corner of his mouth, making him look even more miserable. Was it easy for an old man to squeeze out a little extra benefit in life? He had to get beaten up and put on an act for it. Muchuan had originally stopped when he saw Kizaru raise his hands in surrender, but before he could say anything, he saw this guy there actively forcing himself to vomit blood. A black line instantly crossed his forehead. No way. Are you trying to scam me? You have no shame at all? You think I'm going to pay compensation? Kizaru waved a hand. Golf. No. Don't mind me. This is all just necessary procedure. Public servants, you know, those who get it. The bitterness of old age is something young people like you don't understand. Wait until you're my age and you'll know. The corner of Muchuan's mouth twitched. I get it. Living off the state. You don't have it easy either. Kizaru smiled. Hey, you brat. Leaving that aside, once I go back, your situation will get worse. You'll be facing even more violent pursuit. This time it was just me, one admiral. Once I report back that I couldn't beat you, got injured, and let you escape, then next time, it might not be just the 3 Navy admirals coming. The world government will send a large number of high-level fighters to suppress you, and a buster call will probably be launched along with it. Let me say one extra thing. If you're still even a little kind, then go find some isolated island and settle things there. Don't let the buster call drag innocent people into it. Take care of yourself. With that, he turned to leave. Muchuan suddenly thought of something. Kizaru's fast movement made him just right for it. So he raised a hand to stop him. How about we make a deal? Help me do one thing. Don't worry, I'll pay. Kizaru tilted his head. Brat, I'm a Navy admiral. Did you not get clear on what side I'm on? Even if you're not a pirate right now, you just committed a crime. You're a wanted criminal now. You're trying to pay the guy who's supposed to arrest you to work for you? Are you crazy? Muchuan held up one finger. 10 million belly. Kizaru rolled his eyes. Hey, this isn't about money. Muchuan still held up one finger. 100 million belly. Kizaru swallowed. No, don't pull that on me. This is bribing a public official. I wouldn't make that kind of mistake. The corner of Muchuan's mouth lifted into a wicked smile. The place I want you to go handle something at has a huge amount of gold. Enough for you to live a wealthy retirement. That all belongs to you. Kizaru listened with his scalp tingling, his heartbeat quickening hard. How much? About how many belly would that gold be worth? Muchuan tilted his head and thought for a moment before saying, that might be quite a lot. The portable portion should be no less than 2 to 3 billion belly. There's also one part that isn't easy to carry around. It's a giant ship made entirely of pure gold. How many belly do you think that would be worth? Hiss. Kizaru sucked in a sharp breath, his heart skipping a beat. What kind of insane statement was that? Gold worth tens of billions of belly? A golden ship? What kind of idiot would make something like that? He controlled his expression and emotions before asking. You're not talking about some world government allied nation with gold mines, are you? That one do. We Marines can't touch the property of allied nations. No, that's not right. As long as it belongs to someone, we can't have any bad ideas about any country in any of the four seas. Forget it. Forget it. This can't be done. Muchuan shook his head. That place doesn't count as a nation of the four seas, and right now it's in the middle of deep trouble. If you kill their ruler, then you can do whatever you want. The more Kizaru listened, the more wrong it sounded. Then he suddenly thought of a place. Hey, kid, you're not talking about Skypiea, are you? Muchuan gave him a thumbs up. Smart. Congratulations. You got it right. The Skypiea. I want you to make a trip there and help me stick something onto someone. Kizaru asked curiously. Skypiea really has that much gold? First tell me what exactly you want this old man to stick on. Inwardly, he was thinking, so it really is Skypiea. The higher-ups in the Marines all know a place like that exists, but I've never been there myself, so I have no idea what it's like. Smiling, Muchuan reached out and took out a round disc. This is a devil fruit extraction device. I need you to go to Skypiea and stick it onto Enel, the god of Skypiea. A devil fruit extraction device. Its full name was Devil Fruit Transfer Extraction Device. It was paired with the Devil Fruit Sublimation Device. It could extract the devil fruit ability from the person or fruit it was attached to and transfer it into the storage chamber of the sublimation device. The extraction device itself would also teleport back. After that, sublimation could be chosen, and sublimation was a positive evolution. This thing was one of the items that had refreshed after Muchuan arrived in this world for 2 days. Because of it, he had spent quite a while thinking about which devil fruit he wanted. In the end, he still felt the rumble fruit was both cool and practical. But it was inside Enel on Skypiea, and he didn't have time to go himself. Then Kizaru showed up. He was fast and strong enough. At the very least, dealing with Enel, who had no haki, would be more than easy for him. He was practically the perfect errand runner. The moment Kizaru heard this, the hair all over his body stood on end, and he immediately took 2 steps back, pointing at the little round disc. If you're gonna talk, then talk. Don't come any closer. You're saying that device can extract someone else's devil fruit? You're not joking, are you? Too damn terrifying. This guy actually had something that could seize another person's devil fruit. Then who among the devil fruit users wouldn't he fall into his hands? Seeing how frightened he was, Muchuan shrugged. Yeah. It takes other people's devil fruits. There's no benefit for me in lying to you. Kizaru sighed. You're not afraid I'll turn around and hand it over to the 5 elders? This thing is far too dangerous. Muchuan returned to the rocking chair, lay back down and took a sip of juice. Not afraid. I still have more of these. Besides, this is only a sub-device. It's useless in your hands. Even if you gave it to Vegapunk, it'd still be useless. There's a self-protection mechanism inside. It will self-destruct. And if you really do trick me, you'd better think it through. Afterward, I'll definitely take your ability. As long as you can bear that retaliation, do as you please. After thinking for a moment, Kizaru looked up and asked that Enel from Skypiea, what fruit does he have? Muchuan said, the rumble fruit. Kizaru frowned. A Logia? And lightning too? Are you sure this old man can beat him? Muchuan shook his head. No. That guy doesn't know haki. And you only need to stick the device onto him. You don't need to defeat him. The moment the device is attached, it activates. It'll immediately begin extraction. And during that whole process, he'll go limp and powerless, completely unable to resist. Although he has mantra, which is basically a special observation haki. And its range is wide enough to cover all of Skypiea, you also have advanced observation haki. And besides, electricity isn't faster than light. Listen to me. Lock onto his position from outside Skypiea, then instantly rush straight to his side at full speed and stick it on him. Just crush him with speed. That's the safest method. Strike his face from 1,000 miles away so fast he can't react before he's already hit. Otherwise, it might take a bit more effort. After hearing that, Kizaru considered it for a moment, then agreed. Fine, this old man will take this private job. Once this one's done, there'll be nothing to worry about for a long time. Muchuan flicked his hand and tossed the device to him, then took out a briefcase and tossed that over too. Take it. Your payment is 100 million belly. Even if you can't bear to make a move for the gold, at least your trip 1 TB for nothing. Kizaru took the 2 items and said happily, oh ho, then I'll gladly accept it. Kid, I hope we meet again. As soon as he finished speaking, he flashed away and vanished into the distance. Muchuan took another sip of juice and continued drifting forward, planning to find an isolated island near Ini's lobby and wait there for the second wave of suppression. If a buster call really came, there was no need to drag innocent people into it. The only way to settle this was with a full-on fight. Shock the 5 elders and use strength to tell them he was not someone to provoke. If this went on, it would do no one any good. He had to make them give up the hunt on their own, or this would never end. If he wanted to hit a large number of enemies at once, Muchuan felt he could only use his awakened ultimate. That was right. After his first awakening, he had unlocked 2 more first awakening skills, one passive and one active, as well as a level 60 skill and a level 70 skill. Apocalypse. Conviction aura. Passive skill firm conviction grants the apocalypse the authority of faith, increasing basic attack power and skill attack power, and can generate an aura that grants allies strength, intelligence, vitality, spirit, attack speed, movement speed, and physical and magical attack power. Light of Apocalypse. Unleashes holy power to tear open the sky, bringing down golden lightning and spears of light to judge enemies. The radiance of holy power descends to bless allies, increasing strength, intelligence, attack speed, and movement speed. Holy Light Assault. Charges forward with holy power and crashes into enemies ahead, then swings a giant weapon formed from holy power to strike the enemy. Holy Spear. Creates an ancient holy spear and throws it to attack. After the holy spear attacks, it flies into the sky, then falls straight down and triggers a holy explosion. Demon Sovereign. Elemental Burst. Passive skill understands the flow of elements and skillfully controls their unstable parts, pushing elemental efficiency to the limit and increasing critical hit rate and critical damage. Phantom Demon Quartet. Condenses a destructive aura with various attributes and triggers a massive explosion. Condensed Elemental Orb. Condenses attribute power into a magic sphere and throws it. The thrown magic sphere bounces along the way, producing shockwaves before finally exploding. Elemental Oblivion. Creates 5 giant magic spheres in the air arranged in a 5-point formation and smashes them into the ground. Upon landing, they generate a magic array that triggers a violent elemental explosion. Muchuan felt that aside from the awakened ultimate and the passive skill, the other 2 really had nothing especially remarkable about them. They were just more destructive output forms. Even without those skills, he could still achieve that form himself. In truth, after grasping the background source of a class, purely offensive skills were basically useless. They were just different forms of applying energy attacks, and he could develop those on his own. Only functional skills with special mechanics were things he could not develop himself. Those all involved certain special rules, like hard crowd control and other strange added effects that simply made no sense. Meanwhile, Kizaru returned to Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Inside Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office, the upper ranks were basically all there. Everyone was sitting in a row with their legs crossed, in the middle of a meeting. The topic was how to handle the aftermath of the Celestial Dragon's murder. This matter had enormous impact. The moment Kizaru walked in, everyone looked at him. Then they all frowned. What the hell happened to Borsellino? There was blood all over the corner of his mouth. Good lord. He went out on a mission and got beaten up? No way. The person who beat him up must be insanely strong. A Navy admiral, the Navy's highest combat power, went out on a mission and got beaten until he coughed up blood. Who would believe that if word got out? But on second thought, there was nothing strange about it. If someone dared kill a celestial dragon, it was impossible. They had no strength to back it up. Back then, even Fisher Tiger of the Fishmen, who wasn't that strong, still dared break into the Holy Land Mariehua and free the slaves. There were always some people in this world with more guts than sense, doing shocking things every other day. Akiji looked at the injured Kizaru and said nothing, only sighing.
Ah là là, unbelievable.
Garp turned his head, took a look, burst out laughing a few times, then started stuffing his mouth with the senbei he de-swiped from Sengoku again. Vice Admiral Tsuru said nothing. Kainu, with a dark expression, also said nothing. Sengoku frowned and asked, Borsellino, was that man really strong enough to injure an admiral? Did you capture him and bring him back? Kizaru found a chair and sat down. He sighed, then pretended to sound weak as he said, cough, cough, cough. Yeah, I was no match for him. That guy can teleport, and his attacks are terrifyingly strong. If I weren't fast enough, I probably wouldn't just be injured. I'd have died at his hands. We fought at sea for 2 days, and in the end, I lost and let him get away. And there's something strange about his attacks. He doesn't know hockey, but he can still hit my Logia body. And all of his attacks pierce through. They can strike the inside directly. That's why I got hurt. That kind of penetration is even stronger than hockey. Then he coughed twice more and said, cough, cough, cough. Fleet Admiral, this counts as a work injury, right? I'd like to apply for leave. The internal injury this guy caused is very strange. It feels like it stops recovery. I won't be getting better anytime soon. I need to rest. After saying that, he even put on a half-dead look, deliberately making his face look pale. Today, he was determined to get some paid leave. He couldn't take that beating for nothing. Seeing how badly he'd been beaten, Sengoku found it hard to refuse. After all, he'd been the one who sent him. In the end, the man had gotten beaten until he coughed up blood. Sengoku did feel a little guilty. He sighed. Fine then, Borsellino. You'll be on leave for now. Focus on recovering first. Anyway, the work you're responsible for doesn't require you to stay on guard all the time. Then his expression turned serious again as he said to the others, everyone, It looks like things have gotten troublesome. This man not only killed 3 celestial dragons, but also has strength above admiral level. The Navy failed to capture him. Once this is reported to Commander-in-Chief Kong, there will definitely be an intensified manhunt. The 5 elders won't let a madman like this off easily. There's a real chance the 5 elders will send people to join forces with the Navy and launch a buster call to surround and eliminate that young man. Saru nodded. A provocation against the authority of the world government like this really won't end easily. From a rough estimate, the other party should have strength at the level of an emperor of the sea. The higher-ups will probably demand that all Navy admirals be mobilized. Sengoku rubbed his brow. That should be the case. Since Borsellino is taking leave, Kazan and Sakazuki will definitely have to go. Garp, what about you? Are you going or not? Garp's mouth was still stuffed full of senbei. Suddenly being addressed, he gulped everything down in one go and said, "Huh? What? You want some senbei too? Sorry, Sengoku. I already finished them." Ahahaha. Sengoku felt his blood pressure shoot up and roared. "Garp, you bastard, we're discussing something serious here. Get serious." This old friend of his really was enough to piss him to death. Day after day, he never acted like a proper human being. Among all his old comrades, Saru was still the only reliable one. Garp laughed and said, "Ha ha ha. What is there to discuss? So what if a few celestial dragons got killed? Making such a huge fuss. Shouldn't that bunch of trash be dead?" Ahahaha. Sengoku slammed the table. "Shut up, Garp, you bastard, stop talking nonsense." As he spoke, he hurriedly pulled a few packs of senbei from the drawer under his desk and threw them at Garp's face. "Sit there and eat your senbei properly. I don't need your opinion anymore." After taking a deep breath, he said, "Forget it. Meeting adjourned for now. I'll report the current situation to Commander-in-Chief Kong first and see what the higher-ups say." Everyone nodded and left one after another.
Sengoku begann dialing den Mushi.
Just when Muchuan had drifted for a little while, trouble found him again. It really was one disaster after another. He looked at the massive, extravagantly luxurious ship stopped in front of his boat. On it stood people in black suits and white suits, obviously CP agents. And then those 2 things in the middle with bubble helmets. Damn it! More fucking celestial dragons. Muchuan raised a hand and slapped his face, utterly helpless. Was he seriously at odds with the celestial dragons now? The 3 he killed before still hadn't blown over, and now he'd run into 2 more. From the looks of it, they were here to cause him trouble again. These stupid pieces of shit were really asking for it. On the luxurious ship, one of the celestial dragons was still excitedly talking to his family elder through a visual den mushi. Hey, father. Guess who I ran into? Ha ha ha. It's the criminal who killed Saint Roseward's whole family. This lowly creature actually dared do something like that. Today I'm gonna kill him. Ha ha ha. What do you think, father? Aren't I amazing? The den mushi's expression changed drastically. What? You ran into that madman? Don't provoke him. Come back immediately. But the bubblehead on this side didn't care at all. Don't worry, father. We're noble celestial dragons. With just one word from me, that lowly creature will have to die. Just watch me make him kill himself. As he spoke, he turned to the man in black beside him and said, "Hey, you, go tell that lowly creature to come up here and kill himself in front of me." The other bubblehead immediately agreed. Right. Hurry up. Make him come up here and put on a suicide show for us. Cold sweat poured down the black-suited agent's forehead. He thought, we're finished. We're all dead today. Was that someone they could provoke? Did they really think just any fool would dare kill a celestial dragon? Not to mention, after killing them, that man was still perfectly fine and was even wandering around near Ini's lobby. One look and you could tell he was a real monster. But a celestial dragon's order couldn't be disobeyed. If he obeyed, he'd die. If he disobeyed, he'd also die. They were doomed either way. He could only nod stiffly. Yes. Then he used Saru and vanished, reappearing on Muchuan's boat. His body slightly tense, he said, "Saint Pulmange. Said for you to go up there and kill yourself." Seeing how nervous the CP agent was, Muchuan said with an amused smile, "Heh, look at you. You can barely get the words out. If you ask me, why die for this trash? It's not worth it at all." The CP agent replied, "This is our duty. It is also the meaning of our existence." Muchuan stood up and stretched lazily. "Fine then. Looks like I'll have to add more killing to my hands again. These damned celestial dragons, making me rack up more karma. Don't even think about dying easy." Muchuan lazily rolled his neck and loosened up a little. Then in a flash teleported onto the luxurious ship. The moment the 2 bubbleheads saw Muchuan come up, they got even more excited. He is here. Yeah, hurry. Hey you. What is your name? Forget it. Not important. Hurry up and kill yourself so we can watch. Muchuan looked at the 2 idiots in front of him and actually felt like laughing. What kind of thing could produce creatures so full of wisdom? That alone showed Imu was a complete brain-dead idiot. insisting on letting a bunch of morons sit at the pinnacle of power as gods. If they were even slightly normal, things wouldn't be like this. Muchuan thought maliciously that maybe Emu had gotten his balls cut off back then, which twisted his mind and turned him into such an idiot. Otherwise, there was no way to explain it. How could a ruler who had personally conquered the world be such a brain-dead fool? He swept his gaze around and quickly calculated the number of people. Then, with a flick of his hand, he launched a spear of light, piercing through them and triggering crowd control, pinning all the soldiers, agents, and bodyguards in place. As for how many would survive afterward, that would depend on their own ability. If your HP bar was thick enough that you still didn't die after getting pierced through, then count yourself lucky. Then he began walking, step by step, toward the two bubble heads. As he walked, he generated truth-seeking orbs, then shaped them into giant hands that flew forward and grabbed the limbs of the two bubble heads, yanking them straight. Then he made two black rods and flung them over, driving them straight through their mouths sideways so they couldn't speak. Because Muchuan really didn't like listening to idiots bark. He had just been about to tear off their limbs one by one while they were still alive when the Den Mushi at the side suddenly shouted in anger. "Stop, you madman! A celestial dragon is not someone you can kill as you please. You're making an enemy of the entire world. The Navy, the world government, and the God's Knights will never let you go." Muchuan lowered his head and saw that a Den Mushi was on. "Oh, so this is a video call. Ha! Look at all of you, calling me a madman over and over. I have a name, Muchuan. Remember it. From now on, this name will be your celestial dragon's nightmare. I'll go kill a celestial dragon for fun whenever I feel like it, so you'd better enjoy yourselves while you still can. No telling when I might come and kill you too." As he spoke, he made a throat-slitting gesture at the video Den Mushi, then clicked and hung up. Then he went back to what he had been doing, controlling the giant truth-seeking orb hands to rip off the limbs of the two bubbleheads. With their mouths pinned shut and unable to scream, the two bubbleheads with rods through their mouths could only curl up madly on the ground, muffled whimpers spilling out. Muchuan waited until they had bled so much they had no strength left, then controlled the giant truth-seeking orb hands to tear out two goat scorpions alive. Everyone around who had been nailed in place felt a chill in their hearts. The scene was brutally savage. Once he was done, Muchuan clapped his hands and left, returning to his ship and continuing to drift toward the waters below Ini's lobby. He even thought to himself that killing celestial dragons was really one hell of a thrill. In the future, whenever he was in a bad mood or a good mood or had something worth celebrating, he'd go kill a celestial dragon. At Marine headquarters, in the Fleet Admiral's office, Sengoku finished reporting the situation and hung up the Den Mushi. Commander-in-Chief Kong then went to report it to the five elders, and right after that, another call reached St. Warcury, one of the five elders. It was from a CP agent under him. After hearing the report, St. Warcury hung up the Den Mushi and said, "You've all heard it, right?" The five elders were so furious their foreheads nearly swelled with blood. That bastard had killed two more celestial dragons. The previous three still hadn't been dealt with, and now there were two more on top of that. After discussing it, the five decided that since the other side had power beyond an admiral, they would first order CP0 and two Navy admirals, along with some vice admirals and a large number of warships, to launch a buster call and surround Muchuan. If even that failed, then they would decide whether to deploy the God's Knights. When the order came down, even Sengoku was a little dumbfounded. This guy was really diligent about killing celestial dragons. He had results every single day. He summoned several high-ranking officers for another meeting and explained the mission. Garp laughed the hardest. "PFF hahaha. This guy's pretty efficient at cleaning up trash. I think highly of him. Ahahaha." Sengoku's head was throbbing. "Shut up, Garp. Are you going or not? If not, get out and go back to gnawing on your senbei." Garp slapped the chair and said, "I'm going. Why wouldn't I? I want to see whether a freak like this can survive." Sengoku waved a hand. "Good. Then that's settled. Go back and prepare. Tomorrow morning, once CP0 arrives, we'll depart together." "Oh right, Tsuru. Bring Gion and Gaji too. Let them take part in this kind of large-scale operation." The next day, when Muchuan woke up, it was already close to noon. This was an uninhabited island below Ini's lobby. After drifting here yesterday, he had gone ashore directly, taken out a tent, and rested on the island. Years of random merchandise had left his system space packed with everything imaginable. He had enough supplies to open a massive supermarket. After cleaning up, he took out a hot pot and all kinds of ingredients for lunch. Then he saw countless ships approaching from the distant sea. Muchuan ate his hot pot and shook his head. "Those old bastards in the five elders really are proactive. They came after me this fast." He looked around the sea. TSK. They've got me surrounded pretty tight. If I drop one big move and destroy all those warships, I wonder if the Navy will die of heartache. Once all the ships got within a certain distance, they all stopped. By then, Muchuan had already finished his hot pot, and the two sides stared at each other. The leaders all stood at the front. Some looked curious, some looked tense, and some were calm as still water. When Muchuan saw Akiji, he found it a little funny. This guy's ice logia was worlds apart from Tiriai's squirrel hammer ice. Akiji's logia could be shaken apart by hockey and even melted with water. But that squirrel's ice couldn't be undone even by a godlike being like Imu. With that comparison, the difference in level was obvious at a glance. In front of divine devil fruits, a logia was only SOSO. This world had always been an age of great myth. What pirate king? What 4 emperors, 5 emperors? What navy admirals? In front of all kinds of gods, they were worth jack shit. Why did Imu ignore Roger and the 4 emperors, yet step in when divine devil fruits like Nika, Nidhogg and Tirei appeared? Because those clowns had never even been worth noticing in Imu's eyes. Roger, in Imu's eyes, was nothing more than a travel blogger. The 4 emperors were just a few rowdy street punks. On this final stage where gods and demons danced wildly, without a divine fruit you were nothing. What hockey transcends all. That was just Kaido's wishful thinking. He had barely said it before he got used as a jump rope by Luffy, whose fruit was god tier. Kaido had only suffered from not knowing enough. If he had ever been lucky enough to witness Imu's demonic energy, he would never have made such a laughable statement about hockey transcending all. Without the boost of a divine fruit, hockey was nowhere near enough in front of demonic energy. An ordinary person's hockey would collapse the moment it touched Imu's demonic energy. The only ones who could go head-to-head with it were divine fruit users. It was similar to the 6 paths Inyang release in the Naruto world. Ordinary ninjutsu all became ineffective. Only senjutsu and physical damage outside the countering system could produce results. It was a superior-inferior form of suppression. In this game, hockey was the beginner's foundation. Divine fruits were the admission ticket to the chaotic war of gods and demons. Muchuan thought about it. The collapse of the One Piece world's power system didn't seem to have happened just once. The first collapse had come with the appearance of hockey. That had turned a huge amount of earlier plot into a joke, breaking all kinds of logic and making them impossible to explain. And now came the appearance of all kinds of divine fruits, turning hockey into a joke. No matter how strong hockey was, it couldn't compare to the power of gods, instantly creating a cliff-like divide in power levels. Without a specific divine fruit you couldn't even rank. Beneath gods all were ants. The final circle was filled entirely with inheritors of divine power. The group on the opposite side said nothing. The few from CP0 exchanged a few words with Vice Admiral Tsuru, and then everyone moved at once, one after another preparing to fire. The first to act was Akainu. Right from the start, he unleashed his strongest large-scale move at the island where Muchuan stood, Meteor Volcano. He raised both fists and blasted a huge number of giant magma fists into the sky. After reaching the designated height, the magma fists exploded and fell like a meteor shower, turning the entire area into a sea of lava and fire. At that signal, all the ship cannons began bombarding the island at the same time. Dense shells poured down in circles like a rainstorm, determined to destroy both the island and Muchuan together. Muchuan smacked his lips, looking helpless. These attacks really wouldn't do much to him. But he couldn't just take a beating for nothing, right? Since they liked attacking so much, fine. He'd let them attack. They could at least give him time to stack some buffs. Light's Vengeance. Guardian Emblem. Holy Light Protection. 1 would trigger a Heavenly Lightning Punishment counterattack when he was attacked, 1 increased defense, and 1 added a shield. With these 3 shameless buffs on him, he casually found a spot with good feng shui and sat there, waiting to be hit. The next instant, Akainu's Meteor Volcano and the storm of shells all came crashing down at the same time, bombarding Muchuan's position and the surrounding area. The warships kept firing shell after shell. Explosions rang out non-stop, flames surged into the sky, and the island shook under the bombardment. It looked like a scene of total destruction, a flaming hell on earth. Unfortunately, the next second, something strange suddenly happened. Dense bolts of lightning began crashing down continuously onto every single warship at the same time. And the one getting hit the worst was Akainu. The density of the lightning falling on him was downright terrifying. His whole body was blasted by the blinding thunder so hard he couldn't move at all. You ask how it could hit a Logia user? Bro, my divine power can't hit a tiny magma Logia like you? You ask why there was such a horrifying amount of lightning? If I'm attacked, I counter with Heavenly Lightning Punishment. Get it? It's not like only attacks that deal damage count as attacks. As long as the other side launches an attack. Whether it works or not, the moment it touches me it counts, especially moves with continuous high-frequency output. You know how satisfying it is in the dungeon arena when the blind swordsman uses Indra's net and gets struck by tribulation lightning? It straight up fries people to death. The more often you attack, the better it feels getting struck. And you, Akainu, my friend, every single one of your attacks is continuous burning damage. As for how magma burning counts as frequency, well, obviously it keeps triggering non-stop counterattacks. That counts as the highest frequency. If you keep burning me, I keep striking you. As for those warships, they were all blasted to pieces in no time. The circle of warships around the island was bombarded into utter wreckage by the thunder filling the sky. The scene was unbelievably spectacular. Only the few lead ships that hadn't fired their cannons were fine. Oh, and the one Akainu was on was fine too, because all the lightning was landing on him. Everything else was destroyed. The people struck directly were killed on the spot. The ones who didn't die all fell into the sea to soak there. And as for the devil fruit users, they could just go soak at the bottom of the sea. On one of the few remaining command ships, Staff Officer Tsuru's mouth twitched slightly. What an eye-opener. Today had really been an eye-opener. What kind of mess was this? Had what they'd done been so outrageous that even the heavens couldn't stand it anymore, so heavenly punishment came down on them? If you said this was a man-made attack, then there was no trace of human involvement at all. It had appeared completely out of thin air, and this heavenly punishment only struck whoever attacked him. But if you said it wasn't a man-made attack, then that didn't make much sense either. Since when did surrounding and suppressing one young man count as something so unforgivable? Back when the Buster Call was launched on O'Hara, so many innocent people died. That was far more outrageous than this. Why hadn't heavenly punishment appeared then? Tsuru looked at Sakazuki, who was still bathing in lightning, then shook her head and said, "Carp, stop standing there in a daze. Take people down there and save them first. Pull the devil fruit users back up." Only then did Carp snap out of it after hearing Tsuru call him. He scratched his head. "All right, this old man will go save people first." Seeing that the CP0 agents weren't moving, Tsuru frowned and asked, "Everyone, lending a hand won't tire you out, will it? Even if your authority is above ours, you can't just stand there watching so coldly." One of the CP0 agents said, "Vice Admiral Tsuru, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. We are devil fruit users as well." After hearing that, Tsuru said apologetically, "So that's how it is. Sorry, I misunderstood you." CP0 showed no emotional reaction. No need to mind it. Looking at the miserable state of the Navy side, Tsuru sighed. "Sai, what do we do now? The Buster Call can't continue. Should we withdraw, or keep going onto the island to surround and eliminate him?" CP0 looked toward the island and fell silent for a moment. "Let's land on the island. If this mission fails, the world government will lose face. We'd better do everything we still can. Otherwise, there's no way to explain it." Tsuru looked again at Sakazuki, still bathing in lightning. The key problem is this lightning counterattack ability. Whoever attacks him gets struck by lightning. How are we supposed to make a move? CP0 said, "What about trying close-range physical combat?" At the side, Akiji said lazily, "I have an idea. Maybe that lightning counterattack is based on attack frequency. If we use powerful single-hit attacks, maybe we can lower the counterattack frequency. From what I can see, that lightning counterattack isn't that strong. With our strength, taking it head-on one hit at a time shouldn't affect us much." Tsuru looked carefully at Sakazuki again, then thought back to what had just happened. It did seem like some warships had a low heavenly punishment frequency, while others got struck especially densely. It was probably related to burning flames. The flames caused by shell friction and impact disappeared quickly without fuel, but Sakazuki's magma wouldn't go out anytime soon, so he kept getting counterattacked. Looking at it that way, it really did seem to work like that. She nodded in agreement. "That makes sense. We'll try it later. Let's wait until Carp comes back. It'll be more reliable with him here." Everyone nodded. At this point, no one dared underestimate Muchuan on the island anymore. Meanwhile, Muchuan was sitting on the ground, clicking his tongue in amazement. Watching that ring of warships get shattered all at once by the falling lightning was still pretty shocking. It was basically a visual feast. And seeing Akainu still being washed by lightning now made it even funnier. Muchuan even deliberately picked up some magma from beside him to keep it going. Couldn't let it break off. Let him enjoy the wash. The lightning couldn't stop. The Navy's rescue effort went on for quite a while. There were a lot of people, after all. Some stayed on the ships while some went onto the island. After regrouping, Carp, Akiji, Momosaji, Shatan, the CP0 agents, and several powerful vice admirals all came toward Muchuan, preparing to gang up on him. Seeing them come over and surround him, Muchuan also stood up. He stretched lazily, smiled, and said, "Heh, all cleaned up? You guys really aren't much. You came up here and got beaten into the state right away. If word gets out later, how embarrassing would that be? People who don't know better might think your navy just isn't good enough." Then he looked at Akiji and said, "What do you think, little Tailei?" Akiji was baffled at being addressed out of nowhere and answered instinctively, "Huh? What little Tailei?" Muchuan gestured the shape of a squirrel and a hammer. A hammer. A hammer that ate a god-tier devil fruit. Can turn into a squirrel. Can use ice too. As he said that, his face even showed disgust. But nobody can break that thing's ice with hockey. Now look at your ice. TSK, TSK, TSK. Really, comparing people kills, comparing goods means throwing them away. What even is your stuff? It can actually be shattered or dispelled by hockey. And it can even be melted with water. Come on, bro, if I were you, I'd be too embarrassed to go outside saying I use ice. That's just pathetic. After being looked down on like that, Akiji became even more confused. This guy, it's their first meeting. How is he already looking down on people? And why was he only looking down on me? Wasn't Sakazuki in a much worse state right now? Why weren't you talking trash about him? He scratched his head and retorted, Era. Isn't Logia supposed to be the strongest? Or am I behind the times? Muchuan just smiled and stopped responding to him. Then he turned to Carp. I'm saying, Carp-san, Lu-san from your hometown wants to go out to sea again. Aren't you going back to take a look? And if you do, shouldn't you give him a round of loving education? Use your fist of love to remind him of his mama-san. Carp was completely stunned. Then he said in shock, Nanny? Luffy wants to go to sea and become a pirate again? Damn it, that brat Luffy. I worked so hard hoping to raise him into a marine. See if I don't break his legs when I get back. The CP0 agents didn't want to wait any longer and spoke directly. Everyone, stop wasting words with him. Just attack. There was nothing wrong with that sentence in itself. But Muchuan didn't see it that way. With an unhappy look, he said, no bro, only you guys get to attack? No matter what, it should be my turn to make a move too, right? As he spoke, he directly buffed himself in his heart. Couldn't be helped. His current stats were suppressed. Without buffs, his damage really wasn't enough. Holy Spirit Hammer, Honor Blessing, Sage Mode, on. Then he stretched one hand forward, and holy white light shone from his palm. Not caring what they thought, he put on an evil smile and said, My name is Muchuan, from the dual-class cheat build sect. Today I'll only use one move. Whether you live or die depends on whether you're strong or weak. As his words fell, he clenched his hand into a fist and crushed the white light in his palm. Apocalypse. Buzz. The clouds in the sky split apart in an instant, and slightly iridescent white holy light poured down from above. Muchuan could feel his attributes being strengthened even further. Everyone looked up at the sky, not knowing what kind of move this was. The area it covered was enormous, basically enveloping the entire island and the surrounding sea. The next second, the holy light instantly formed golden lightning and golden spears of light that rained down at terrifying speed. There was no time to dodge and nowhere to dodge to. They could only use Haki to tank it head-on. Countless holy golden bolts of lightning slammed into the ground and exploded. The golden spears of light pierced into the earth without disappearing. Anyone impaled and pinned by those spears couldn't move at all and could only obediently endure the lightning bombardment. After all the lightning and spears had finished pouring down, the spears lit up again. Then, with a boom, countless spears exploded at the same time. The fierce holy explosion damage directly blew apart quite a few who couldn't withstand it. Those who could hold on weren't in much better shape either. Every one of them was gravely injured and on the verge of death. The Admiral-level ones were doing a little better, seriously wounded but not to the point of dying. As for the island, it was already a complete wreck. Seawater had begun flooding in, and it could sink into the sea at any moment. Muchuan looked at the result and felt fairly satisfied. If he waited another 2 months, then with buffs added, he figured he could probably blast the red line into sinking. He looked at Garp, who still barely had the ability to move. See? I told you, working for the Celestial Dragons never ends well. Hurry up and call headquarters for reinforcements. This crappy island probably won't hold much longer. If no one comes to pick you up soon, all the devil fruit users are dead for sure. Nobody else has the ability for it anyway. It'll probably still have to be Kizaru. He's the only one who can make it in time. Heh, that guy really was born to work himself to death. After saying that, he swaggered over to the shore, released his little boat, climbed on, lay down, and continued drifting toward Amazon Lily. On the marine side, after Garp called Sengoku for help, Sengoku really did drag Kizaru back to rescue people. There was no helping it. He was the fastest after all. On the Five Elders side, the CP0 they had sent out had kept a Den Mushi recording the whole time. Watching the footage brought back to them made even their scalps go numb. What exactly was the background of this guy who had appeared out of nowhere? How did he know so many different things? Every single time, he came up with some new trick for them. And every time, it wasn't even the same kind of ability. With that level of destructive power, even if they sent the God's Knights, the result wouldn't be much different. Even if the 5 of them went personally, they would probably only be able to rely on their immortal bodies and drag it into a war of attrition. They couldn't possibly ask Lord Emu to act, could they? The 5 of them thought about it and decided against it. They really didn't dare bring it up. What if Lord Emu decided they were useless and stripped away their immortality? Saint Warcury said, judging by the way he acts, he doesn't seem to have any intention of ruling the world. How about we just leave him alone? Saint Nustero said, then what if he keeps killing celestial dragons? We can't just let him kill them, can we? Saint Saturn said, it's not like we can't. There are so many useless ordinary celestial dragons. How many can he kill? A few hundred? 1,000? Can he kill them faster than they're born? If he spends all day targeting celestial dragons, won't he have anything else to do? Saint Peter said, now that you put it that way, it really does seem true. And on top of that, it can help clear out some trash. Not bad. St. Mars said, fine by me. As long as he doesn't damage the red line, I have no objections. St. Nustero said, fine then. Killing a few pieces of trash will save quite a bit in expenses too. St. Warcury nodded. If you look at it that way, politically speaking, it could even help soothe the common people. And at the same time, it can force the celestial dragons of the major families to rein in their behavior and stop going out and causing trouble. That way, the public will feel that the celestial dragons have changed, and will gain some reputation from it too. After the 5 of them added it all up, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks, so they directly made the decision not to interfere. Let him kill. Then they immediately issued Muchuan's wanted poster and even gave him a fitting title, Dragon Slayer Muchuan, with a bounty of 5 billion. That amount was set according to the number of celestial dragons he had killed. One celestial dragon counted as 1 billion. Any lower wouldn't have enough weight. 1 billion was just right. Since he had killed 5, that made it 5 billion. If he continued killing celestial dragons in the future, his bounty would keep increasing according to that same standard. The 5 elders' move left Sengoku completely dumbfounded. The world government had actually swallowed this kind of utter humiliation, only to turn around and settle it with nothing more than a wanted bounty. They even used the news to publicize him? What did that even mean? What were they thinking? So the heavy marine casualties just didn't matter? From beginning to end, were the Marines the only clowns here? We got beaten, people died, ships were destroyed, and in the end it was all just one part of your game. On Muchuan's side, after drifting at sea for 2.5 days, the Devil Fruit Ascension device finally reacted. The extraction device had been transmitted back. All items produced by the system could operate and be used inside the system storage space. So after the Devil Fruit Transmission Extraction device completed its work and returned, Muchuan was able to sense it. Muchuan sat up and thought that Kizaru really was efficient when doing paid work. As expected, his money-making efficiency was nothing like his on-the-job efficiency. Without another word, he directly operated the Ascension device in his mind and began ascending the Rumble fruit. The device began running. Muchuan rubbed his hands together as he waited, praying inside that it would ascend into something fierce. At the very least, it had to be God tier. Bless me, immortals bless me. I'm willing to sacrifice 100 years of Kobe's lifespan. The shame of the pirate world. Reverse the tide for me. Open. Buzz. A fruit appeared in the system space. Muchuan swallowed and raised his hand to take it out. The fruit was purple, an unknown fruit he didn't recognize, patterned with thunder markings and glowing with violet light. Just from its appearance alone, it looked extremely high-end. He hurriedly asked the system, hurry up and tell me what's going on with this ascended rumble fruit. System. Replying to host. After ascension it has become Logia mythical type purple heavenly divine thunder fruit. What? The heavenly Tao divine thunder from mythology. Purple heavenly divine thunder? System. Yes, host, that's right. After getting the system's confirmation, Muchuan immediately felt that this fruit ascension device really had something special. As expected of something produced by the system. Truly the finest among the finest. He had hit the jackpot on the very first ascension. Purple heavenly divine thunder was the heavenly Tao divine thunder from the primordial mythology system. Even if this was just a fake imitation, a mythical thunder fruit ascended from a devil fruit, there was no way it could be weak. At the very least, it had to be far stronger than the god-tier fruits of this world. System. Show me this fruit's information. Natural mythical type purple heavenly divine thunder fruit. Originating from the heavenly Tao divine thunder of primordial mythology, commonly known as heavenly Tao thunder tribulation. Its destructive and punitive power is terrifying. Because the divine thunder carries divinity, it naturally possesses multiple special effects. Effect 1, Sin Judgment, evil multiplied. Specially punishes those who defy heaven and morality, the vile and utterly wicked. The deeper the target sins, the more the thunder's power multiplies. Effect 2, Suppression of myriad arts, banishment of all evil. The thunder carries the order laws of the heavenly Tao and restrains all evil. Any evil arts, demonic spells, devilish energy, ghost paths, unorthodox restrictions, and abnormal effects will almost collapse and fail upon contact. In evils, ghosts, spirits, monsters, and demons have virtually no room to resist once struck. Effect 3, Nothing can restrain it, it suppresses myriad Taos instead. As a thunder type of fundamental order, it is not restrained by acquired attributes such as the 5 elements or yin and yang. On the contrary, it can in turn suppress the vast majority of techniques and constitutions. Effect 4, Body tempering support. Purple heavenly thunder can refine the physical body, purify heart demons, and simultaneously purify both body and soul, improving and solidifying one's foundation. Effect 5, Cross-time and space target lock. Purple heavenly tribulation thunder is a heavenly Tao source-level heavenly punishment. What it locks onto is never a location, but the target's karmic coordinates and origin. Can cross regions and planes, pierce through time and space, ignore rock layers and spatial barriers, and trace directly to the source. As long as you are still within heavenly Tao karma, can strike you no matter where you are. After ascension, the basic effects of a devil fruit still remain, such as elementalization and form transformation. It also comes with heavenly Tao pressure that can intimidate an opponent's mind. After ascension, it has broken free from its original system. All side effects have already been completely removed. After reading the information on this fruit, Muchuan could only say one thing: this was insanely overpowered. Everyone knew that a devil fruit grew stronger depending on how far the user developed it and how much their own strength improved, so it counted as a growth-type ability too. Eating one was basically the same as gaining an extra talent. And after seeing the last line of the info, Muchuan started thinking. Ascension meant the system had reforged it. Naturally, there wouldn't be any devil residing inside anymore. And even if there had been, the system would have wiped it out directly. So if it had stepped outside the original system, that meant it no longer had to follow the original rules of that system. Then did that mean the so-called quantity limit was gone too? When in doubt, ask the system. Sis, does stepping outside the system and removal of side effects in this info also mean the quantity limit is gone? System replying to host, yes. Products made by the system are always top quality. A flaw like side effects that would ruin our reputation will absolutely never appear in the hands of this system. After getting confirmation, Muchuan started wondering whether he should get a few more fruits and ascend them all at once. Even if the ascension wouldn't be this heaven-defying every time, what if he hit the jackpot again? You never knew, right? A man had to have dreams. He first ate the fruit in his hand. The taste was pretty good. As expected, anything ascended came with guaranteed quality. After finishing it, he raised his hand, looked at the purple lightning surging across it, then lay back down and let the fruit slowly adapt to his body. This thing didn't need any deliberate training or repeated release. As long as the user understood enough and knew how to apply it, it could be developed very quickly. Lying in his rocking chair and drinking orange juice, Muchuan started thinking about what fruits he should go after next. There were plenty of devil fruits that were already powerful on their own. For example, the more fruit. That multiplication effect was seriously strong. It could amplify the user's speed and size in a completely unreasonable way, and it could affect inanimate objects too with an upper limit of 100 times. Everyone knew that speed added momentum, and momentum meant destructive power. So increasing speed meant increasing destructive power. As for multiplying size, if it was an energy attack, it would increase the area. If it was a physical object, it would increase the weight. And weight, once in motion, increased momentum. So the destructive power would rise as well. Muchuan felt this fruit was pretty nice. There was a certain thrill in watching numbers go up. Another interesting one was the soul fruit of one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. A fruit's application should depend on the person. Big Mom had developed the soul fruit with a focus on extraction and bestowal. She could extract other people's souls, or rather, their lifespan, then transfer it into other objects and give them life, creating all kinds of homies to help her work and fight. Of course, the lifespan she extracted could naturally be used by herself too, which was basically immortality by another name. That was the result of her development. But if he were the one using it, he would probably develop it in a more comprehensive direction. When it came to something like the soul, what couldn't be done with it depended only on how far your imagination went. After thinking it over, Muchuan temporarily settled on those 2 fruits. If he came across one he liked later, he'd decide then. While he was leisurely enjoying life at sea, the world had already exploded. The new report released by the world government through the news agency had completely shattered everyone's worldview. A celestial dragon had been killed. Not just one. 5 celestial dragons had been killed in a row. The world government and the navy had joined forces to launch a buster call to eliminate him. Yet not only had they failed, they had suffered heavy casualties instead. From that moment on, Dragon Slayer Muchuan became a legendary figure whose name shook the 4 seas. The most shocked of all was the Revolutionary Army. Good lord, there were so many strong people among them, and after decades of struggle, they still didn't even dare show their faces in front of the celestial dragons. And yet this guy had appeared out of nowhere and immediately killed 5 of them. How were they supposed to feel about that? Muchuan, however, wasn't surprised in the slightest. He had bought the paper from a news coup too, but after a glance, he tossed it aside. He had long expected that the 5 elders wouldn't come looking for trouble. If the strength he had displayed still wasn't enough to keep them in check, that would have been the strange part. What the 5 elders liked doing most was recruiting people. Anyone with some ability they wanted to bring over for their own use, like the 7 warlords. And if someone couldn't be recruited and wasn't easy to deal with, they just left them alone. Like the 4 emperors. The current situation definitely made recruitment impossible. After all, he had killed 5 celestial dragons in a row. Recruit his ass. That left only one option. Throw out a bounty and leave it at that. Simple and convenient. He wasn't some huge anti-government force anyway. Just a lone man, Let him wander around if he wanted. 1 week later, Calm Belt waters. Muchuan had already started approaching Amazon Lily. The Calm Belt was an isolated region where news traveled poorly. The only way Amazon Lily got its news and information was when the Kuja pirates went out to purchase supplies and brought it back. And today, Muchuan arrived at Amazon Lily right on time, almost together with the Kuja pirates. What was the first thing the pirate empress would do after returning to her own country? Obviously, take a hot bath and wash away the fatigue of sailing at sea. But she wasn't the only one thinking that. Muchuan was thinking the exact same thing. And where was the most comfortable place to take a hot bath? Obviously, the pirate empress's private luxurious bath chamber. First, it was big enough. Second, the water temperature was perfect. Third, the scenery was pleasing. Soaking in hot water while looking at the most beautiful scenery in the pirate world. What kind of enjoyment was that? So Muchuan did exactly that. A man's dream had to be fulfilled at least once. In broad daylight, under the open heavens, Muchuan used teleportation and appeared directly behind the pirate empress, Boa Hancock. Looking at the celestial dragon slave brand on her back, he said, "So this is the hoof of the soaring dragon brand. Doesn't seem that special." In an instant, Hancock was so startled by the sudden male voice that her pupils shook. Her whole body tensed, and she immediately turned and retreated. A man? Why was there a man in her bath chamber? And he had already gotten behind her without her noticing? Why was there a man on Amazon Lily? No, that wasn't the point. He had just mentioned the hoof of the soaring dragon. He recognized this brand. How could that be? This was her shame. No one could know. Kill him. She had to kill him. The moment that vicious thought rose, Hancock couldn't even be bothered to cover herself anymore and directly let go of the arms she had wrapped around herself. She formed a heart shape with both hands, preparing to use her power and petrify the man who knew the shameful secret of her past. Marrow, marrow, mellow. Expanding waves of pink. Heart-shaped light rushed toward Muchuan. 1 second earlier, Muchuan had still been admiring how generous the pirate empress was. She had just casually let go and let him enjoy the view. The next second, he saw her using a move on him and instantly stopped thinking she was generous. So that was it. She figured a dead man could look all he wanted, huh? Still, as Muchuan watched those rings of pink heart-shaped light, his heart remained utterly calm. How should he put it? "Sis, your petrification is a status effect." And his resistance to abnormal status was very high. On top of that, the purple firmament divine lightning fruit he had just eaten also countered this kind of status type ability. To sum it up, there was absolutely no way he was getting petrified. It didn't matter even if he had desires toward her. This was pure mechanic suppression. He watched with his own eyes as the pink heart-shaped light waves passed straight through his body. Then he blinked and made an inviting gesture with one hand. "Well, how about you try again? Once or twice, there's always a chance of failure. When you're young it's fine, but for someone like you." After all, once you reach middle age, Hancock instantly caught the key part. Her dazed face from the shock of her power not working turned into pure fury in a flash. "Bastard! You dare say I am old? How dare you, how dare you? I will kill you. I absolutely will kill you." As she spoke, she stepped forward and kicked out with those deadly long legs. In her furious attack, her haki flared at full force.
Die Perfume Femur.
A kick overflowing with haki came crashing toward him. But Muchuan wasn't paying attention to the power of the move. He was watching the motion. This high kick. Hehe. What a view. Only when the attack was about to land on him did he finally start stacking buffs and defend himself. Guardian badge. Sage mode. Activate. With a bang, the impact from the collision blasted away the heat around them. Muchuan didn't need Hancock to be fully uncovered, nor was he worried about the hot air blocking his view. His eyes were strong enough, but the pirate empress wasn't. Only after the heat dispersed could Hancock see his face clearly. At the same time, she spoke in shock. "It's you, Dragon Slayer Muchuan?" Muchuan kept hold of Hancock's high-raised leg, lowered his head, stared straight at the beautiful sight, and smiled. "Oh, you've heard my story?" Hancock didn't care about something so trivial. If he wanted to look, then let him look. So what? Wasn't it normal for a good figure to attract attention? Looking wouldn't kill her. In the original story, Hancock was this open anyway. She had even voluntarily shown Luffy everything. Looking at Muchuan's face, she tried pulling her long leg back, but couldn't. He was holding on pretty tightly. With a sigh she said, "Please let go of me first. Talking like this feels awkward." After realizing it was Muchuan, Hancock's attitude made a complete turn. Facing this hero who had killed celestial dragons, an unrivaled great hero who had killed 5 of them in a row, she couldn't show even the slightest bit of bad attitude. The celestial dragons were the knot in her heart, the shadow over her life. The moment she saw that someone in this world had actually dared lay a hand on them, it felt as if time had stopped. Thinking back to the darkness she had lived through, and seeing that face in the newspaper and on the bounty poster, it was like seeing a beam of light in the dark. At this moment, no matter what kind of person Muchuan was to others, to her, He was her one and only hero in this world. He was the redemption for the humiliation and trauma of her past, and for the monstrous hatred she carried but had never been able to act on. Muchuan withdrew his gaze with a look of unfinished enjoyment and reluctantly let her go. He thought to himself that the passive effect had finally been triggered. His identity as an executioner of celestial dragons was finally starting to show its effect. Hancock blinked nervously, secretly glanced at Muchuan, then quickly looked away again, looking restrained. Just that. Do you still want to look? Can I go change into something else? Looking at how the pirate empress had suddenly turned into a timid little woman, Muchuan couldn't help marveling at just how powerful killing celestial dragons really was. Makes sense. In the original story, Luffy had only punched a celestial dragon once, and Hancock was already completely devoted to him. Not to mention that he had directly killed them. The effect had to be doubled. Muchuan pointed at the bath. How about soaking a bit first? It's been a long time since I've had a hot bath. As repayment for letting me enjoy the view, let me take a look at that celestial dragon slave brand of yours. I'll see if I can remove it for you. Hancock had been about to step back into the bath when she heard him mention removing the brand. She looked at him in disbelief. Really? Can be removed? That was branded directly with red-hot iron. You could say the flesh and tissue in that whole area are already dead. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had no way to deal with it. Muchuan walked into the bath like he was completely at home and lay down. Yeah. Small problem. Isn't it just that the flesh tissue lost its vitality? Just restore the vitality and that it. I'm familiar with this kind of thing. Relax, it'll be fine. As he spoke, he reached out and patted the spot beside him, signaling for her to come over. Hancock stepped into the water on those long, slender legs and sat beside him. Muchuan turned her around so her back faced him, then looked at the brand and gently stroked it. He circulated the powers of light and life through the damaged skin, then combined it with rapid healing. In less than a few seconds, the dead flesh was restored to normal. Admiring the graceful lines of her curves, he rubbed over them in a way that felt very true to his heart. That touch. TSK. When he was done, he used water element power to form 2 water mirrors, one behind her and one in front of her. Alright, see how it looks. Hancock stared blankly at the mirror. It took her a long while to come back to herself, and tears unwillingly slipped down. It's really gone. Muchuan still wasn't used to seeing beauties cry. 1. He was bad with words and didn't know how to comfort people. 2. Seeing it really did give him the urge to protect her. No man could resist that feeling unless he wasn't a man, and then it didn't matter. But there really were people who stayed away from women their whole lives. What were they called? Sigma men? Career men? Come on, man. If you don't have male function, just say you don't. Why be so unwilling to admit you've got a physical defect? If you don't even have biological instinct, how can you tell whether you're staying away from women or just don't like women at all? Muchuan, anyway, felt he was a normal man. His little brother worked just fine. He wasn't some Sigma urination tool. Seeing Hancock crying, he quickly changed the subject. Well, I came to Amazon Lily to learn hockey from you. Not because I need it to get stronger. I just want to understand how this system works. Then see if I can derive anything else from it. I'm sure you've seen the newspapers. Even without hockey, I can still sweep through Emperor and Admiral level fighters. Hancock had been immersed in such overwhelming joy that she was even crying from happiness. She had just been about to say something emotional when Muchuan's words made her feelings stutter a little. Man, how could you look at me when I seem this pitiful and stay completely unmoved? And even change the subject? Forget it. Maybe only someone like this would dare oppose the celestial dragons. She adjusted her mood, washed the tears from her face with water, and turned around. So you don't know hockey? Then how did you hit an Admiral's elemental transformation? Muchuan leaned back against the edge of the bath and slowly explained. Who said hockey is the only thing that can counter devil fruit users? Energy dimension suppression works too. Borrowing the natural power of heaven and earth works too. Mental energy works too. Rule or law-based abilities work too. See? There are so many ways to counter them. Doesn't that make devil fruit abilities seem not all that amazing? Hancock blinked and asked, so the reason you weren't affected by my petrification ability wasn't because you felt no attraction or desire toward me, right? Muchuan looked up at her with an exasperated expression. No, what kind of train of thought was that? Was this a question of whether he had desire? They were talking about methods of countering devil fruits, alright? I'm telling you, Hancock. Isn't your focus a little weird? Hearing him say her name, Hancock felt something special in her heart. It was sweet, with a trace of shyness. She liked that feeling. She liked hearing him say her name. She didn't know why, but she just did. She looked deeply into Muchuan's eyes. Muchuan, the 2 greatest wounds in my life are being enslaved by the celestial dragons when I was young, and being branded with that slave mark. My greatest wishes were to take revenge on the celestial dragons and remove that mark on my back that symbolizes shame. And now, you've done what I never could have achieved in my entire life. You gave me redemption. You gave me a new life. I want to repay you. I want to give you the most beautiful thing in this world. So please, don't refuse me. As she spoke, she stood up, lifted her leg, stepped across, sat on Muchuan's lap, bent down, and pressed herself against him. Hiss, that move caught Muchuan completely off guard. He didn't even have time to think about anything else. That feeling nearly sent him straight to heaven. Hey, Hancock, what are you doing? I'm telling you I can't handle this kind of stimulation. Damn. No, I'm dying. Hey, don't move, damn. This is going in. A month and a half later, at the port of Amazon Lily, Muchuan stood on the ship and waved goodbye to Hancock and all the women of the island who had come to see him off. During that month and a half here, he learned hockey during the day and learned positions at night. As for the taste of Hancock's perfect body, TSK, not something to be shared with outsiders. And the 3 types of hockey were actually very easy to grasp. Armament hockey and observation hockey were just manifested applications of physical stamina and mental energy, while Conqueror's hockey was even simpler. It was just the manifested power of will. With a physique from the pirate world and someone there to explain it, awakening these powers was easy. After learning hockey and practicing it for a while, once he got used to it, Muchuan stopped bothering with it. Then he spent his days wandering around Amazon Lily, flirting with this one, teasing that one, living quite comfortably. Of course, Hancock's 2 sisters had their brands removed as well. When it was almost a month and a half in, Muchuan felt it was still better to go out and look around. He had to stay in this world for 9 months, after all. He couldn't just keep drowning in luxury and pleasure on Amazon Lily the whole time. He still had to go roam around a bit. And that was how this farewell scene came to be. Hancock was still very obedient. Whatever Muchuan wanted to do, she supported it. But Muchuan knew she had that strange lovesickness the empresses seemed to inherit. The more she suppressed her feelings, the more half-dead she'd become, until she eventually died. But if she stopped suppressing them, admitted her feelings, and bravely pursued the one she loved, then she'd be fine. Now that the 2 of them were together, the key was making sure she never felt like there was no future for them, then spiraled into a dead end, let the relationship break apart, and started suppressing herself again. They had to see each other often enough to keep things stable, so he promised he'd come back to visit whenever he had the chance and told her not to worry. After saying goodbye to everyone on Amazon Lily, Muchuan decided to cross the comm belt and the Grand Line in the middle horizontally and head straight for the East Blue. He figured that if Wang Luffy hadn't set sail yet, then Nami should still be under Arlong's rule, running around trying to make money to save Kokoyashi village. Honestly, it had to be said, a worthless fishman who couldn't even survive in the first half of the Grand Line still acted pretty arrogant after running off to the East Blue. Muchuan scratched his head and suddenly thought of something interesting. That Arlong guy was a shark, right? A saw shark, if he remembered correctly. So that meant he had shark fins. That stuff should taste pretty good, right? He'd never tried it, but he'd taken plenty of blame for it all the same. He hadn't even seen what shark fin looked like before getting saddled with the if there's no buying, there's no killing blame. Damn it. This time he had to try it no matter what, and along the way he could also pick up a Nami. Gotta say, this girl had looks and a figure comparable to Hancock's. Oh right, and Nico Robin too. Another beauty on par with Hancock.
Mine, almine.
Come to think of it, the beauties in the world of pirates really were easy on the eyes, especially those figures. It was a kind of extreme temptation. With that thought, he couldn't even be bothered to drift along slowly anymore. He directly used teleportation and crossed over with both himself and his ship, appearing right beside Nami. Nami was completely stunned. What the hell was going on? A ship had just appeared out of thin air, and it was blocking right in front of her. There was also a small boat beside her. That was the little boat carrying Wang Luffy and Kobe, who had just fallen from the large passenger ship opposite Alvida's pirate ship. At that moment, the tiny boat with the 3 of them was wedged between 3 ships. Looking at the mysterious ship that had suddenly appeared and blocked the front of the large passenger ship and Alvida's pirate ship, the few of them exchanged confused looks. Muchuan walked to the railing and looked down. Oh, this scene. Wasn't this right when Wang Luffy had just sent Alvida flying and was about to escape on a small boat? And Nami, this one had also just stolen some valuables and was getting ready to escape on a small boat too. Most importantly, there was still a Kobe on Luffy's boat. That was one absurdly miraculous figure. In Muchuan's impression, becoming Pirate King now wasn't about finding the great treasure anymore. It was about killing Kobe. Kill him, and you're the Pirate King. That was enough to show just how disgustingly hated this bastard was. Before this thing called Kobe collapsed, the most disgusting one had been Momonosuke. But after Kobe's character setting collapsed, he directly overtook Momonosuke and rose to number 1 on the must-kill list in the world of pirates. This guy had plenty of nicknames too. King of deserters, king of hard work, king of ungrateful wretches, king of idiots, king of cowards, future king of the Marines, king of the new generation of marine heroes. That string of titles was downright absurd. Every single one was a negative buff. Muchuan looked down at Kobe and kept smacking his lips, thinking that he didn't know whether the original author had just ruined the character, or if the people over there simply didn't have enough brains. Either way, the character had been written like dog's hit. Yet they still insisted this was the perfectly crafted future of the Marines. The funniest part was that Kobe had also learned from Red Hair. Red Hair had bet one arm on the New World, while Kobe had bet his old benefactor on the New World. These days, if you didn't gamble something on the New World, you couldn't accomplish anything big. Muchuan looked down at the future Pirate King and future Marine King, shook his head, and thought that luckily he wasn't trying to compete for supremacy, or he wouldn't even know what he should gamble on the New World. Stopping his wild thoughts, he leaned lazily against the railing and said to Nami below, "Nami, stay right there and wait for me. I need something from you." Nami looked confused, thinking, wait, who is this handsome guy? I've never seen him before. Could he be one of the poor victims I've stolen from? He shouldn't be, though. If he were this handsome, I definitely wouldn't have forgotten him. After saying that, Muchuan turned to Wong Luffy and Kobe again and said teasingly, "Yo, isn't this Joy Boy? What's wrong? Still haven't logged in yet? Want me to help you out and kill Wong Luffy right now so you can take over the account?" Luffy looked blank. "What are you talking about? My name is Monkey D. Luffy, not Joy Boy, and not Wong Luffy either. And why are you talking about killing me? I'm the man who's going to become Pirate King. There's no way I'm dying here."
Muchuan smiled.
"I know you want to be the man who becomes Pirate King. The problem is, if there isn't a woman who becomes Pirate King, then how are you supposed to be the man of the Pirate King?" Luffy tilted his head, full of question marks. "Huh? What are you talking about? I don't get it. If I want to become Pirate King, does that mean some woman has to become Pirate King first?" Muchuan shook his head. "It's fine. It's normal that you don't understand. Since Joy Boy isn't coming out, no rush for now. Let's talk about something else first. Kill that Kobe next to you for me." Hearing that, Kobe was dumbfounded. How could someone suddenly want to kill him for no reason? What was wrong with this world? Luffy's face turned serious in an instant as he stepped in front of Kobe. "No, I won't do that, and I won't let you hurt Kobe either." Muchuan said indifferently, "Oh really? And what if I insist on killing him?" Luffy frowned. "Then I'll send you flying." Muchuan smiled and raised a thumb. "Good. You've got spirit. But you probably don't know how strong I am. Your grandpa Garp should have gone back to see you some time ago, right? The injuries all over his body. I did that. As for how strong he actually is, even if I told a scrub like you wouldn't understand. You just need to know this. The grandpa Garp you can't even beat with one finger also can't beat one finger of mine. With that being the case, are you still willing to fight me for him? You could die. If you die, you won't become Pirate King. And you won't be able to return Red Hair Shanks' straw hat either. Think about it. Think it through before you answer me." Luffy quietly looked at Muchuan, then spoke. "I'll send you flying." Muchuan shook his head helplessly. What a stubborn mule. Did this guy really have to lose something before he'd understand? But when Wong Luffy lost something, it was when his companions got sent flying. And the result wasn't understanding. He just broke down completely. No idea what his reaction would be if it were blood relatives. Maybe he should ask first. It'd be a good chance to see whether Joy Boy's vessel actually had normal thinking. After thinking about it, he asked Luffy again, "Let me ask you something. If you had to choose, Kobe dies or Garp dies, which one do you pick?" Luffy didn't even think before shouting, "Grandpa dies. Kobe can't die. Don't even think about hurting Kobe." Muchuan raised a brow. Well damn, that was one truly filial way to send Garp to his grave. Could it be that this Nika vessel was just like this? Only acknowledged companions and brothers, but not blood family? That was way too instinct-driven. Even Nami beside them looked stunned. Selling out your own grandpa just to help someone else? Damn. Muchuan had no patience left to keep chatting with him. He directly raised a hand and pointed at Kobe behind Luffy. Lightning wrapped around his fingertip. What a pity. You don't have the strength to protect him. As the words fell, a booming crash rang out and purple light exploded. A bolt of purple lightning suddenly struck down, hitting Kobe dead on. The terrifying heat and destructive divinity erupting from that overwhelming lightning left him without even a chance to scream before he was blasted straight into ashes. That scene made Luffy's eyes split with fury. "Kobe." Then he shouted and charged forward, clearly intending to trade blows with Muchuan. Muchuan shook his head in disdain. "Your courage is commendable, but your brain isn't enough. I heard you're very good at sit-ups. I wonder if I can make you master Nika awakening in minutes. If not, then I'll settle for less. At the very least, you need to awaken Haki and master armament Haki to the Ryuo stage, and Conqueror's Haki to the Conqueror's infusion stage. Otherwise, it'd be awkward if I ended up sitting at the same table as that mediocre teacher Rayleigh." As he spoke, he clenched his fist and wrapped it with armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki. Instantly, black-red lightning crackled around it, clearly intending to let classmate Wong Luffy have a taste of what Haki felt like. After classmate Wong Luffy rushed to a spot not far in front of Muchuan, he suddenly flung both arms backward and stretched them out. One look and it was obvious he meant to use inertia to launch a strike. Then he shouted, "Gum Gum." Bazooka! Muchuan didn't waste words either. He stepped forward and closed in, throwing out a straight punch. Heaven and Earth Tyrant Splendor Fist. This was a move Muchuan had borrowed from the King of Fighters. When this kind of martial technique was used with both kinds of hockey energy layered on top, his power was decent enough. The key point was the name sounded awesome. The two attacks collided, and there was no suspense at all. Muchuan's punch directly crushed Luffy's move and carried its hockey straight into his chest. Classmate Wang Luffy's breastbone caved in. He spat out a huge mouthful of blood. His eyes rolled white and he lost consciousness on the spot. The terrifying force of the punch sent him flying. Before losing consciousness, this boy from the East Blue still couldn't understand it no matter how hard he tried. He wasn't supposed to fear physical attacks. Yet someone had punched him into this state with a single blow. That attack felt like Grandpa's fist. It ignored his rubber traits the same way, hitting him as if he were an ordinary person. Seeing him fly away, Muchuan used gravity to pull him back before he fell into the sea, making him drop onto the deck of the large passenger ship on the opposite side. While he was in the middle of his sit-up phase, Muchuan also used gravity to pull Nami onto his own ship. Nami watched in terror as she floated up and landed on the other ship. Then she forced out a stiff smile and greeted him. Ahi. Why you, hello? We haven't met before, right? Muchuan nodded, then smiled with interest. Hey, right. We haven't. So what do you want to say? Want me to let you go? Nami spoke carefully. Can I? Muchuan wore a wicked smile. Of course you can. Nami's eyes instantly lit up, and she said happily, Really? Then I'll be going now. Bye. As she spoke, she turned to get off the ship and head back to her little wooden boat. Muchuan added faintly, You can, sure. But you'll have to leave the same way classmate Wang Luffy does. That, eek. That one sentence scared Nami so badly her hair stood on end. She didn't dare move at all, afraid he'd give her a punch too. That punch just now had been way too shocking. A fist with lightning on it. Seriously, who could understand that? This guy's fist actually came with thunder. I was joking. I'm not leaving. I definitely won't leave. This is my second home now. Aha. Aha ha ha. As she spoke, she edged back over, moving behind Muchuan and starting to massage his shoulders. Only then did Muchuan nod in satisfaction, clearly saying with his expression that she knew what she was doing, and that he thought highly of her. He thought to himself that later on, he might as well help her deal with Arlong and his gang too. Getting a shoulder massage in return wasn't exactly a loss. Just then, classmate Wang Luffy's corpse on the opposite ship suddenly started showing signs of movement. Classmate Wang Luffy had been lying there like a corpse just fine, but now he suddenly began twitching. White smoke started rising from his whole body. His heartbeat became so loud that everyone around could hear it. His body started convulsing, while yellow and black-red lightning danced around him. Muchuan's lips curled upward. Joy boy, I knew you'd log in for him. If some ordinary rubber fruit could do unlimited sit-ups, that would be total nonsense. Only something like a gag manga ability would have this kind of undying trait. On the opposite side, as Luffy did his sit-ups, the rhythm of the drums of liberation also began to sound. Muchuan watched and couldn't help admiring it. Revival with its own exclusive soundtrack. One look and you could tell this guy knew how to show off. At this moment, classmate Wang Luffy had completely stood up. The objects and surroundings around him began to warp and float, no longer keeping their original forms. The risen Wang Luffy stared at Muchuan with confidence and arrogance in his eyes, then started laughing wildly, clearly about to charge over. That expression made Muchuan stop watching for fun. This kind of ability was actually very troublesome to deal with. Without the right countermeasure, fighting it would be downright embarrassing. So he didn't act arrogant. He directly used Divine Lightning, which countered flashy abnormal abilities. His gaze sharpened as he unleashed the Purple Firmament Divine Lightning. Purple Firmament Thunder Tribulation. Descend. Boom. The sky was instantly covered by thunderclouds. There was no wind-up at all. A violent purple bolt, as thick as a water barrel and mixed with black-red lightning, blasted straight toward Wang Luffy. Wang Luffy looked up at the descending, enlarging bolt of lightning. Instead of fear, he burst into loud laughter and rushed straight at it, reaching out as if he intended to grab the lightning. Normally, that would have been fine. This kind of gag ability really could grab lightning. Too bad this wasn't ordinary lightning. When Muchuan saw him try to grab the Purple Firmament Divine Lightning, he laughed out loud too. Hey idiot, you think that's normal lightning? Something you can just grab if you want? That's lightning of divine order. It naturally counters all flashy abilities. It's a thunder tribulation that can't be influenced or altered by any external force. And that was indeed the truth. The instant Wang Luffy touched the tribulation lightning, he was wrapped up in the overwhelming thunder and blasted down into the sea. Even his Nika form was struck apart, restoring him to factory settings. With a wave of his hand, Muchuan used gravity to haul him back up and throw him onto Alvida's pirate ship opposite them. At this moment, everyone on both ships had shrunk back and didn't dare breathe too loudly. What kind of gods fighting was this? There was actually someone this strong in the East Blue? Muchuan looked at Wang Luffy's condition and shook his head. TSK, still not quite enough. Dead again. Looks like it's because his physique hasn't improved enough yet. And he hasn't even awakened Haki. Without any basic foundation, Joy Boy logging in and supplying Haki alone still isn't that strong. He rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. This time, the sit-up speed should be slower, right? After all, energy doesn't come from nowhere. Pulling it together probably takes time too. Turning to look at the corpse like Wang Luffy, Muchuan felt it had already become boring. He'd had enough fun. Then next time this guy did his sit-ups, he'd just toss him to Marine headquarters. They'd probably be very happy to catch Sun God Nika. As for whether Garp would be happy, that was another story. He used gravity to pull corpse classmate Wang Luffy onto his own ship and left him lying on the deck. Then he turned to Nami and said, "Let's go. Set sail. We're going to your home." Nami's brain couldn't even process it. Why go to her home after beating someone up? She asked blankly, "Huh? Go. Go where?" Muchuan reached out and rubbed her short orange hair with a smile. "Your home. Kokoyashi village. Heard me clearly now?" Nami asked by reflex, "Why are we going to my home? There's nothing much there. Do you want to eat oranges or something?" Muchuan manipulated gravity and repulsion to keep the ship moving, then lay down on a rocking chair. "Not oranges. I heard your place has delicious fish fins, so I'm going to take a look and have a taste." Nami looked completely puzzled. "Fish fins? What's that? I've never heard of it." Muchuan smiled. "No? That's fine too. Then I'll just eat you instead. I can't make the trip for nothing." Kokoyashi village has 3 local specialties: fish fins, oranges, and nami. I have to eat at least one of them. You say there are no fish fins. I don't want oranges. So then, local specialty nami. Please wash up nice and clean and entertain me. Nami looked stunned. Muchuan rolled his eyes at her. "What do you mean, what? Other people would kill for this and I wouldn't even agree. You should be happy." Nami immediately looked furious. "No, wait, you actually want to freeload? You're freeloading and acting like it's some kind of favor? How can you be like this?" Muchuan looked up at her in surprise too. So what she cared about was him getting it for free? Then again, this girl really didn't care that much about her body. She'd even put a clear price on it before. How many belly was it for one look again? He forgot. Anyway, as long as there was money, anything went. She was pretty generous like that. He shook his head with a laugh. "Of course I'm not freeloading.
I am paying."
The second Nami heard there was money, she lit up. "Money? Really? Then. How much?" Muchuan raised one finger. This much." Nami arched a brow. 1 million belly? Muchuan shook his head, telling her to keep guessing higher. The corners of Nami's lips lifted. "Then 10 million belly?" Muchuan kept his proud look and shook his head again, like her horizons were way too limited. Nami instantly switched to a flattering smile, and her eyes practically turned into belly symbols.
Ha ho ho ho.
Then it's 100 million belly?" Muchuan smiled and nodded. "That's right. 100 million. So, is that enough to buy Nami, the specialty product of Kokoyashi village?" Nami nodded like crazy. Yes. More than enough. Boss, you're so generous. Boss, do whatever you want. Don't treat Nami like a person." Muchuan's face darkened. This girl. Just as he was about to say a few words about how girls should have some restraint, Corpse King Luffy started doing sit-ups again, and the space around him began to twist and ripple. Muchuan got up, walked over to King Luffy, pressed him down, then looked back and said, "Rest on your own. I'll be back in a bit." With that, he grabbed King Luffy and vanished in a flash. Marine Headquarters, Marine Ford. Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office. A group of top brass had gathered for another meeting. This was their first meeting since returning from recovery. The topic was simple. Someone had reported that Muchuan had left Amazon Lily, and just now, someone else had reported that Muchuan had appeared in the East Blue. So the question was, what was he trying to do? Should they go check? And if so, who would go? As for the old fox Kizaru, what he was thinking was whether getting beaten up on this trip would still count as paid leave. And could he get triple pay for it? Over the past month, it wasn't just Kizaru who had been on paid leave. All 3 admirals had been off recovering from injuries. Speaking of which, Kizaru's injuries had been the lightest. The other 2 had both been half dead from severe wounds. Sengoku looked at Garp. "Garp, why don't you go take a look? Your grandson is in the East Blue too, and now this murdering maniac has gone there as well. You can check on your grandson's safety while you're at it. Otherwise, if something happens, you'll start bawling again." Garp stuffed a senbei into his mouth and said disdainfully, "This old man doesn't have time. Military affairs have been piling up for over a month. I haven't handled any of it yet. Besides, what does my grandson Luffy being in the East Blue have to do with him going to the East Blue? I refuse to believe Muchuan has nothing better to do than run to the East Blue just to beat Luffy to death." As he said that, he thought of the Celestial Dragon's miserable experience and burst out laughing. Ahahaha. Luffy isn't a celestial dragon, right Sengoku? Hahaha. Sengoku's face darkened. And he had just been about to snap at Garp. Then, with a swish, two people suddenly appeared in the middle of the office. One was standing. The other was twitching like he was about to mutate. When everyone saw who it was, they all jolted in fright. Holy shit. Why had this cursed thing come to Marine headquarters? Wasn't he in the East Blue? His teleportation could reach this far too. Was there even anywhere safe left anymore? Damn it. And when Garp got a clear look at the person twitching on the floor, he instantly stopped laughing. Holy shit, Luffy? For a moment, Sengoku didn't even know what to say, so he just mocked Garp to ease the tension. Hey, Garp, weren't you laughing pretty hard just now? Why do you stop? Were you just born not liking to smile? Garp had no mood to joke around now. He shot to his feet.
Muchuan.
What is the meaning of this? Why did you grab Luffy? What happened to him? What did you do to him? Muchuan spoke with a smile. Look at you talking like that. What could I possibly do? He's perfectly fine. His devil fruit just awakened, that's all. He might even learned all 3 types of hockey. After saying that, he looked around at everyone. Everyone, since our last parting. Still the last parting. About injuring you all last time, I offer my deepest apologies. So, to make it up to you, I brought Sun God Nika to you. Hasn't the world government always wanted to capture Nika? I'm handing over this enormous achievement to you all. No need to thank me. The moment he finished, he teleported away, leaving everyone staring at each other. They looked at him, then at each other, and finally at Garp. At that moment, Garp felt like his head was about to explode. Full of rage, he roared, Muchuan, you bastard! However, King Luffy had already completed his Nika transformation again. The surroundings had begun to warp and ripple, and the drums of liberation rang out once more. The others exchanged looks again. In the end, after getting confirmation from Sengoku's gaze, all of them stood up and activated their abilities, preparing to capture Nika Luffy alive. Looking at the situation in front of him, Garp's fists clenched so hard they cracked. He couldn't understand it. Why had an ordinary gum-gum fruit become the sun god Nika fruit? Was he hallucinating? Was this all just a dream? But damn it, even in a dream, he wouldn't dare imagine something like this. On Muchuan's side, he teleported back onto the ship in an instant. As for whether they would capture Nika over there, he couldn't be bothered to care. Whether they would give Garp face depended on whether they could persuade Akainu. That one was basically guaranteed not to cover it up for them. Nami had only just sat down and eaten a few bites of snacks when she saw Muchuan had already returned. She stood up with a grin. So when do we start? Are you paying first or after? Or should I go wash up now? Muchuan lay back down on the rocking chair, took a sip of orange juice and said, what, you're in that much of a hurry? No way. Have you really been that pent up all these years? Haven't you ever mind on your own to relieve it? As he spoke, he even glanced downward at her with a suspicious look. That made Nami's face turn red, then dark, then red again. What are you talking about? I don't do my own mining. I just want to get the money sooner. The thought of earning 100 million belly with her body in one shot and buying Kokoyashi village back from Arlong made her desperate to get the money as soon as possible. As for asking this lord to help, Nami felt she'd better stop dreaming. At a glance, this man was clearly some major figure who had come to the East Blue from somewhere else. The price for someone like him to make a move definitely wasn't something she could afford. As for who exactly he was, that wasn't important to people in the East Blue. As the weakest sea, even its information network was sluggish. People here simply didn't care about the news. Hardly anyone bought newspapers either. And the poor made up the majority, unable and unwilling to spend money reading some paper that had nothing to do with them. There weren't even many wanted posters with bounties above 10 million. People didn't care about pirates worth over 10 million anyway, because the East Blue was the kind of place where pirates with bounties in the millions were active. Wanted notices above 10 million or even over 100 million were never distributed among the common people of the East Blue at all. At most, they were sent to the local marine branches so they could take a look and be aware of them. Because it was meaningless. A bunch of weaklings, what? Were you expecting them to take down some pirate worth over 100 million? Seeing her say that, Muchuan roughly guessed what she was thinking. But he couldn't exactly come right out and act like he knew everything by saying, so you want to buy your freedom, huh? So after a pause, he asked, you want to use that money for something, right? Tell me, what do you need 100 million belly for? Buying a devil fruit? Nami shook her head. I want to buy my hometown, Kokoyashi village. Muchuan smiled. Buy an island? What, you want to be the island owner? Nami said dejectedly, no. It's because a group of fishman pirates occupied the nearby islands, including our Kokoyashi village, and they force us to pay every month. If you can't pay, they kill you. That's why I made a deal with them. As long as I can scrape together 100 million belly, I can buy back Kokoyashi village's freedom. I've already been saving for 8 years. I was actually close. If I pulled a few more jobs. Muchuan cut her off. Even if you saved 10 billion belly, it would still be useless. You know that too, don't you? If they were the kind to reason with people and keep their word, would they still be pirates? What do pirates do? Murder, arson, looting, betrayal. Every evil under the sun. That's what pirates are. The core of how they survive is plunder. You have nothing that can keep them in check. So why would they honor any deal with you? Wouldn't it be better for them to just take your 100 million belly and make you save it all over again? Hearing that, Nami's body went limp and she collapsed to the ground. It wasn't like she had never thought about those things. She just had no other choice. All she could do was gamble that Arlong and the others would keep their word. But now that someone had said it out loud, the last thing holding her together instantly broke. For a person having no hope from the start isn't the scariest thing. What's truly terrifying is having hope, only to find out that hope is a joke. And when that hope shatters, the collapse that follows is the most desperate thing of all. The moment Muchuan saw her breaking down, he knew the timing was about right. As long as he helped her now, her favorability would shoot straight to the top. Only then did he speak at an unhurried pace. So what's so hard about this? They're just a few seafood scraps. It's not like I can't deal with them. To Nami, it sounded like music from heaven. Why you? You mean it? You're willing to help me? Muchuan waved a hand calmly. Small matter, barely worth mentioning. I bought you, so that makes you my person. How could I let anyone bully you? Besides, they're just a few seafood scraps. If you want to stew them and eat them, that works too. Nami got up and threw herself straight into Muchuan's arms, hugging him tightly. Thank you, really. Muchuan patted her on the back. I said it's a small matter. Actually, it's not just the pirates. There's also the marine branch. Nami pulled back in confusion. Muchuan took out a den mushy Hancock had given him and called Garp. Buru 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 kacha. Hello? Who is it? If you've got something to say it fast.
Embuse.
Muchuan said, hello, Garp-san. Sounds like you're done over there. Pretty fast. Huh? By the way, how's your grandson doing? Garp roared. Muchuan, you bastard. You've still got the nerve to call me? Muchuan said. Come on now. I just wanted to ask you for a little favor. You bastard. I'll help. Your Roger the Pirate King had a son. I'll help. Just tell me what you want. Muchuan grinned smugly. Easy. Garp was completely in his hands. Now that's more like it. Be more polite when you talk to me from now on, or I'll send that boy straight to Sengoku's office in a minute. Garp snapped. Brat, don't push it too far. Muchuan clicked his tongue. Not convinced? Believe it or not, I want to just send Roger's son to the Marines. I'll drag Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, right in front of the 5 elders too. That's enough. Just tell me what you want me to do and I'll do it. Muchuan said. I just used observation hockey to take a look around here, and after investigating, I confirmed that the rats in East Blue Marine Branch 16 are colluding with pirates. Together, they oppress the people of the islands, murdering, burning, looting, doing every kind of evil. Normally, I wouldn't care what happens to him, but by sheer bad luck, he messed with one of my people. So tell me, how should this be handled? Garp said, I'll send a new captain to take over. Muchuan chuckled. Pretty decisive. Garp-san. Not even bothering with military procedure anymore. Just letting me beat him to death. Garp said, don't talk nonsense. I only said I'd send someone to take over. I never said anything about beating him to death. You said that. Muchuan said, right. It's all me. You government people are so fussy. Then let me ask you this, what happens here after I leave? Should I wipe out all the Marines at that branch for you or what? If I don't kill them, will they go retaliate against the islanders after I'm gone? And what if the new one you send is another piece of trash like them? I want a permanent solution. Garp said. Then I'll send a squad to take over. The people going this time will absolutely be soldiers of justice. Muchuan said. Fine. Then hurry it up. I'll be making my move soon. Don't let the place fall into chaos because no one is stationed there for too long. Kacha. After saying that, he hung up the den mushy and put it away. Then he said to Nami, done. Problem solved. Once we get there, we'll send all that trash to meet Roger. After that, when the new people Garp sends arrive to take over, the old problem won't happen again. Nami nodded blankly. Okay. Then she shook her head to clear it a little and said, I really didn't expect the Marines to be involved too. No wonder they never dealt with the Arlong pirates all these years. So they were all in it together. Muchuan motioned for Nami to lie back down on the chair, then rested his head on her as he said, That's just how the world is. There may not be absolute good people, but there are absolutely bad ones. And just like that, the two of them chatted while steering the ship toward Kokoyasi village. When they passed Syrup village, Muchuan thought of Kaya, that frail little girl. She was pretty too. Her parents were both dead, her health was poor to begin with, and now Kuro had his eyes on her property. It really proved one thing, if you don't have strength, don't hold too much wealth because you won't be able to protect it. Anyway, he had nothing better to do, so he might as well go see if he could pick up another one while he was at it. Muchuan guided the ship to a stop at Syrup Village's harbor. Then he turned to Nami and asked, I'm gonna find someone. Wanna come down and look around? Nami shook her head. I'll pass. There's usually nothing much to see in a normal village. It's boring. I'll stay on the ship and watch things for you. Muchuan didn't force her. He nodded, got off the ship, and headed toward Kaya's house. As he passed through the woods, he glanced sideways at Usopp hiding not far away. How should he put it? Usopp was hard to judge. He worshipped his father, Yasopp, but what kind of person was Yasopp? A pirate who abandoned his wife and child. He let his wife die sick and never cared about his son. Complete beast. Don't give him any excuses about having hardships. Red Hair had stayed in Fusha village before, and for a long time too. The two villages weren't even that far apart, yet he still never went to see his wife and child. Fine, maybe you didn't want to see them. Then at least send money home. But he didn't even do that. He only cared about living freely himself. Like he never started a family in the first place. As if it had nothing to do with him whether a weak woman carrying a child could survive or not. If she couldn't then she could just die. He was a real, living beast. No defending that. So then what did it mean for Usopp to worship Yasopp? Didn't that mean he thought Yasopp was right? Didn't that mean he thought his mother deserved to die? If someone worshipped a beast like that and thought the mother who raised him deserved it, what good could he possibly be? And looking at Yasopp alone, what kind of good thing could the Red Hair pirates be? So what kind of good thing could Red Hair himself be? Pirates, in the end, are just gangs of human trash. That was the truth. Someone like Monkey D. Luffy was almost one of a kind. What he had going on didn't even count as piracy. He was just an adventurer, same as Roger, basically a travel blogger. After glancing once at the hidden Usopp who was peeking at him, Muchuan ignored him and kept walking toward Kaya's house. Not long after, he arrived outside Kaya's large mansion, and just happened to run into Kuro on his way out, the man who looked like a butler on the surface but was actually a pirate. The moment Kuro saw Muchuan, he felt like the man looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Then all of a sudden Kuro's face turned pale. This is Muchuan, the dragon slayer from the papers? The ruthless one who dared kill a celestial dragon, with that terrifying 5 billion bounty? How could someone like him show up here? Why? This makes no sense. Seeing him suddenly break out in sweat, Muchuan asked, Oi, Kuro, your kidneys giving out? Look at you sweating like that. If it's that bad, you should take some tonic. It would been better if he said nothing. The moment those words came out, Kuro started sweating even harder. Kuro's face was full of disbelief. How is that possible? Why you? Why would someone like you know a nobody like me? That shouldn't be possible. It really shouldn't. In less than a minute, Kuro was already falling apart. As a former pirate, he understood better than anyone what a bounty over 100 million meant. A big shot like this could kill them as easily as crushing ants. Muchuan couldn't care less what kind of storm was going on in his head and said directly, What is so strange about it? I just have a good memory. Okay, hurry up and move aside. Kuro quickly stepped to the side and made a respectful gesture for him to enter. As Muchuan walked, he said, Come in with me. I'll talk about your problem in a minute. The sweat on Kuro's forehead wouldn't stop. He was done for. This really was about him. When they reached Kaya's room upstairs, Muchuan couldn't be bothered to knock. He kicked the door open and walked in. With a bang, Kaya, who had been staring out the window in a daze, was startled. She turned her head and saw a stranger walking in with her butler. Klahadore. Klahadore, who is this? And why did he kick the door open so rudely? Please give me a satisfactory answer. Kuro smacked his lips and said, Miss, this is, Mr. Muchuan. As for his identity, haven't you read the newspaper? I remember the previous issues were all delivered to your room. Inside he was speechless. My young lady, what do you even do all day? You haven't read a single word of the news. Have you? As a noble, how can you not read the newspaper? Seriously. Muchuan was thinking the same thing. You're a rich noble. You stay in your room all day and never go out. If you're not reading the newspaper, then what are you doing? Mining? Digging all day long? The moment that possibility crossed his mind, he couldn't help but ask. Miss Kaya, looking as frail as you are, do you mine every day? Kaya stared at him with wide eyes, completely confused, like she was asking what he was even talking about. Mining? I'm the head family's daughter. Why would I need to mine with my own hands? Kuro, meanwhile, turned to look at Muchuan like he'd seen a ghost, as if to say, Big shot, do you hear yourself? You can just say something that out of line with your status? Seeing that she didn't understand, Muchuan dropped the subject and changed topics. Miss Kaya, do you know you're about to die? Kaya looked even more confused. Mr. Muchuan, although my health has always been poor, it's not to the point that I'm about to die, is it? Muchuan calmly walked over and sat down to one side. Then he gestured with his hand and said, Kuro, explain it to her. Kuro swallowed and spoke helplessly. Mr. Muchuan is right. You're about to die. I'm the one who was going to kill you. Kaya looked at him in disbelief. What? You want to kill me? Why? And why does he call you Kuro? Aren't you called Klahadore? Kuro sighed. My name is Kuro. I'm a pirate. I became a butler here to seize your family's fortune. I was planning to make my move in the next few days. First I de-hypnotize you and have you write a will leaving everything to me, and then I de-kill you. That's it. Kaya's mouth fell open in shock. How could this happen? At that moment Muchuan cut in. So, you have two choices. 1. Come with me, bring your family's fortune, and move to Kokoyashi village. I'll keep you safe. The price is that you become my woman. 2. If you don't agree, I'll turn around and leave without another word. Then what awaits you is Mr. Kuro's blade. At that point you'll lose both your life and your fortune. Choose. I'll give you 1 minute. Kaya looked at Kuro with a complicated expression and fell into thought. Today, she was really being forced to choose between her life and her chastity. She looked at Muchuan. He was handsome, so being with him wouldn't exactly be a loss. Then she looked at Kuro, her family's former butler. Even if she begged for mercy, he probably wouldn't spare her. After a storm of thoughts, her gaze turned firm as she said, Mr. Muchuan, I'll go with you. Kuro instantly wilted. It was over. All his planning had been for nothing. If this big shot didn't kill him, then he'd probably have to go back to being a pirate. Or else what was he supposed to eat and drink? Muchuan, on the other hand, nodded in satisfaction. Very good. A wise person knows when to submit to circumstances. Staying alive matters more than anything. If you die, nothing else matters. It's good that you figured it out. At least your parents can rest easy. You didn't throw away your life and family fortune for a kind of chastity that isn't all that important. Kaya sighed and said softly, actually, with my physical condition, I might not be able to bear you children. Muchuan waved his hand and took out 3 bottles of Shinbao, placing them in her hands. Here, Shinbao. Drink all 3 bottles and your body will recover. But don't misunderstand. I don't need children. Someone who lives forever doesn't need descendants. Of course, once you follow me, you'll naturally live forever too, so having children would just be unnecessary. Kaya obediently drank all 3 bottles of Shinbao. Then she immediately felt the weakness that had plagued her disappear. Her body was full of vitality, and her mental state had never been better. Wow! I'm really all better. Muchuan ruffled her blonde hair and smiled. Go find your butler Mary and pack your things. After you explain everything to them, have them move everything over slowly. We'll head out first. I'll say a few words to Kuro, then wait for you on the ship at the port. Kaya nodded and happily went downstairs to find the old butler and arrange the move. Watching her leave, Muchuan turned his head and said, Kuro, your vision is way too narrow. Kuro nodded honestly, fully committed to being obedient and not arguing. That was the only way not to anger this man. Being alive was pretty nice. Why ask for death? He wasn't like those brainless idiot pirates outside who only knew how to wave their arms around and shout. He was someone who used his brain. Seeing his good attitude, Muchuan continued, You used to run with pirates, and you even had some fame. How can you have so little awareness? Since you already succeeded in faking your death and want to live on land, why not join the Marines? Kuro was full of question marks. Wait, what? Do you hear yourself? Me, a pirate, go join the Marines? Was he tired of living? Muchuan could tell what he was thinking just by looking at his expression. Put that expression away. I'm telling you this is a legitimate path. You don't know shit. If you want to be a local king, all you need is the rank of colonel, and you can get assigned somewhere like East Blue and take charge of a branch. You know Nozumi, right? The man in charge of Marine Branch 16 in the East Blue. That guy is the boss around the Kokoyashi village area. Making some money through normal channels would be easy, and getting to colonel actually isn't hard, especially for someone like you who has some talent in physical techniques. People like you can quickly master the 6 powers of the Marines. As long as you master the 6 powers, you can independently command a branch in the East Blue. Think about it. You still have time. Once you rise in rank, you'll get both fame and profit. As long as you act like you don't have much ambition, you can be sent to East Blue as a branch chief. So long as you're not stupid enough to try anything bad. Save some money while you're young, and when you're old, you'll even get retirement benefits. If you're lucky, you might even get to live in the rear area Marine family housing and be protected. Kuro listened in a daze. Yeah. Why had he never considered joining the Marines before? That was actually a pretty good road too. If you can't beat them, join them. With his abilities, whether he went into an administrative role or a combat role, he'd do just fine. After figuring it out, Kuro hurriedly bent at the waist and said, Thank you for your guidance. Then, should Kuro go sign up for the Marines right now? Muchuan waved his hand. Go ahead. I don't have any grudge against you, so I won't make a move on you. Just leave. After bowing, Kuro turned and left. As for whether he really would join the Marines, Muchuan didn't care about something that minor. Talking to him had just been killing time for fun anyway. Seeing that everyone had left, Muchuan used a teleport to return to the ship and wait for Kia. By the time Kia boarded, it was already very late. The three of them left, and the ship stopped on the sea for the night. Early the next morning, Muchuan got up to stretch, walked onto the deck, took a deep breath and admired the ocean view. Then he saw, clear as day, some idiot standing on a tiny raft and pissing into the sea. Looking closer, he realized, holy shit, wasn't he that Hawkeye? Well, so you were secretly pissing into the sea, and I caught you red-handed. He immediately shouted at him, "Hey Hawkeye, out for a morning bird walk? Isn't that a little indecent? Not even trying to do it in private?" Hawkeye's whole body stiffened. Why would someone on that ship come out at this time? It had been floating there forever with no one in sight. Why did someone have to come out right now? Was this targeted at him? I just saw no one around and really couldn't hold it anymore, so I came out to take a leak. How could I be this unlucky? No one could find out about something this humiliating. Today, he had to kill the witness. He took a deep breath, yanked up his pants, grabbed the black blade, and with a flick of his arm unleashed an enormous long-range sword slash, determined to destroy both man and ship together. Hawkeye was absolutely going to protect his dignity today. Muchuan had still been standing on the ship, watching the show and planning to mock him a little more, when he saw Hawkeye yank up his pants at light speed and slash toward him. A massive green sword aura came crushing over. So he really was planning to kill him to keep it quiet. Muchuan knew this guy was petty, but seeing it with his own eyes still made the corners of his mouth twitch speechlessly. He raised a hand and cast a skill to block the slash. Holy light shield. With a hum, a huge square blue transparent shield appeared in front of the ship. When the sword aura slammed into it, it didn't shake the shield in the slightest. It was blocked outside and couldn't advance even an inch. The next moment it was neutralized and dissipated. Muchuan grinned. Heh, since you made a move, take one from me too. He lifted his hand. A faint gleam flashed in his eyes, and a golden light sword condensed from his palm. A weakened version, Tenseigan Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion. But Muchuan didn't like that name. It had no punch when you shouted it. Better change it. This thing obviously looked a lot like Saber's Excalibur, so that was it. Excalibur. He slashed downward with a wave of his hand. The golden light sword instantly expanded forward, and a golden sword aura split the sea as it shot straight toward Hawkeye. Such overwhelming force. Such a tyrannical-looking attack. There was not a trace of sword intent in it, yet that golden sword aura carried an aura of destruction. Hawkeye's eyelids twitched wildly at the sight, and his sixth sense screamed in warning. He couldn't block it. If he tried, he would die. He had kicked an iron plate. So Hawkeye did the one thing a swordsman would find most disgraceful in his life. He turned and ran, and he used the fastest speed of his life, instantly escaping the range of the golden sword aura. With a few shifts, he arrived on Muchuan's ship. Muchuan reversed his hand and instantly appeared where Hawkeye had landed. He raised the golden light sword, ready to give him another strike. Running, huh? Let us see how many times you can run. Cold sweat poured down Hawkeye's face. Wait, stop. Muchuan heard him, but he didn't stop. Instead, he angled the attack away from Hawkeye's head and blasted it diagonally into the sky. Hawkeye didn't move at all. Out of the corner of his eye, he stared at that terrifying radiant golden energy right beside his head, cold sweat dripping down his cheeks. So close. So damn close to meeting his ancestors. When he had moved in close just now, Hawkeye had already recognized who this man was. In that instant, he truly regretted how itchy his hand had been. He had attacked without even knowing who the other party was. He had thought there were no real strong people in the East Blue. He could casually kill someone to save face, then continue hunting down Krieg. Well, now this was great. No need to go looking for trouble anymore. Trouble had come looking for him. Muchuan withdrew his hand, turned around, and walked toward the rocking chair under the sunshade. Hawkeye my hawk, you've got some nerve. First thing you do when we meet is hit me with a flying slash. What, you think I, Muchuan, am easy to bully? Just some roadside nobody you can kill with a casual swing? You're pretty arrogant. Hawkeye forced himself to follow him over. Ahem. If I said I didn't do it on purpose, would you believe me? Muchuan lay down and laughed. Heh, you tell me whether I believe that. If I said killing those 5 celestial dragons wasn't on purpose either, would you believe me? Hawkeye twitched his mouth. I would. The corner of Muchuan's mouth twitched a few times. You can keep bullshitting all you want. I still want to believe you. Hawkeye. Muchuan took out the infinite coffee cup and poured himself a cup of hot coffee. Then he said, There's a reason I'm not killing you. I want to learn your swordsmanship. He thought it was a very peculiar method of attack. It didn't require energy. Just physical strength alone could release slashes outward. That iron-cutting state was probably just a kind of mental realm. As long as you could understand it and get past that mental barrier, then nothing would be uncuttable. That kind of qualitative change seemed to make a little sense, but also not much sense at all. So it would be good to study it a bit. Call it broadening his horizons. The moment Hawkeye heard that this guy wanted to learn swordsmanship, His face turned strange. You're already this strong. So why are you learning swordsmanship? There's no point in it at all. Muchuan curled his lip. Really? Then I'll just kill you now. Black lines instantly covered Hawkeye's forehead. Teach. I'll teach. Swordsmanship is great. You should learn it. It's a skill. As the saying goes, with a sword in hand, the world is yours. When someone else only knows hand-to-hand combat, but you also know swordsmanship, then you're stronger than him. Against close-range fighters, one slash and chopping off their limbs is easy. Against long-range fighters, use a flying slash and chopping off their limbs is easy. So yeah, swordsmanship is great. You should learn it. Learn it and you won't say a word. Muchuan looked at him in surprise. No, seriously, man. You've got such a serious face. So how are you saying something this unserious? With Hawkeye's careful teaching, Muchuan learned quite smoothly. In just a little over a day, by the time they reached Kokoyashi village, he had already grasped the essence of swordsmanship. Of course, during the process, he had still used his eye abilities. He pushed all of his eye's functions to the maximum, carefully observing Hawkeye's moves, the state of his body, and his mental condition. Combined with his own understanding, he quickly grasped the trick to it. As for Hawkeye, in just this one day, his entire worldview had collapsed. What kind of monstrous freak was this? He learned swordsmanship in one day, and not just that, he even reached the level of a great swordsman right in front of him. He had learned swordsmanship in the morning, and in the afternoon he was already releasing flying slashes powerful enough to split mountains and sever seas. If this was how things worked, then what did that make people like them who had trained swordsmanship for more than 10 years, even decades? Did all that bitter training count for nothing? Unable to take that kind of blow, Hawkeye said his goodbyes and left as soon as they arrived at Kokoyashi village. He wanted some quiet. Kokoyashi village, Arlong Park. Arlong sat on a beach chair, drinking wine. Beside him, the fishman Chu said, Arlong, that Nami should be close to gathering 100 million belly by now, right? Are you really going to let Kokoyashi village go? Arlong's face was full of disdain. Cha-ha-ha-ha. Let them go? I never had that idea. A bunch of lowly humans. What right do they have to bargain with me? Once she gathers 100 million belly, I'll find an excuse to take it away and make her keep gathering more. Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha. The fishman Karubi also grinned. Ha-ha-ha. I knew it. There's no way you'd let those lowly human slaves go. All the surrounding fishmen burst into laughter. On Muchuan's side, he brought Nami with him and headed for Arlong Park. Kia didn't like killing, so she stayed behind to watch the ship. Before leaving, Muchuan even added another barrier around the ship to prevent any accidents. Along the way, some villagers saw Nami return with someone and head toward Arlong Park, so they hurried back to the village to spread the news. The two arrived at the main gate of Arlong Park. Just as Nami was about to push open the gate, Muchuan grabbed her. I've never had the habit of opening doors normally. No presents at all. If you do it like that, anyone who doesn't know better would think you're some close neighbor dropping by for a visit. As he spoke, he stepped forward and kicked the front gate. Bang! The gate exploded under Muchuan's kick, smashed to pieces. Arlong had been having a good time with a few of his fellow fishmen when the gate was blasted open by force, startling them all. He shot a sidelong glance toward the entrance. It was Nami, and she had brought a man with her. The man had just lowered his leg from the kicking motion, making it obvious that this lowly human had just destroyed the gate to his paradise. Arlong's shark eyes narrowed into vertical pupils, blood vessels rising, his face turning savage like he wanted to devour someone alive. Nami, what do you mean by this? You think of rebelling against us? You want everyone in Kokoyashi village to die? Is that it? Now that Nami had someone backing her, she didn't take Arlong seriously at all. She even mocked him. Arlong, this is all you're capable of. I heard you trash couldn't even survive on the Grand Line. You rely on the little natural advantages you fishmen were born with, then run to the weakest sea, the East Blue, to bully powerless ordinary people. Fishmen? Ha tui. Outside the East Blue, you're nothing but lowly slaves. Food on the table. Garbage. It wasn't the dirty insults that hurt most. It was that every filthy word was true. Each sentence stabbed into Arlong's heart like a knife. Pain. Too much pain. The fact that fishmen were slaves on the Grand Line was his nightmare, which was why he hated humans. But hate was useless. They simply couldn't win. Humans killed them as easily as killing fish. That was why he had run to this godforsaken East Blue to look for dignity, trying to reclaim a fishman's pride by bullying the weak. And now the truth had been ripped open, spoken aloud by a lowly human they had oppressed for years. Anger, shame, venom, killing intent, all of it surged together, and emotion rushed straight to his head. Arlong slowly stood up, fists clenched tight, veins bulging, bloodshot eyes fixed on Nami. Nami, looks like you really don't want to live anymore. And those damned villagers in Kokoyashi too. They all deserve to die. You all deserve to die. My brothers. Kill them all. Kill everyone on the island. Leave no one alive. The moment the words left his mouth, Muchuan stepped up and slapped him flat onto the ground. Half his face, along with his jaw, was smashed to pieces. Then Muchuan looked at Arlong with clear irritation. What the hell are you barking about? No one spared this, no one spared that. Who the hell do you think you're yelling at? You're just some broken little shark. You're not even a sea king. What gave you the nerve to come on land and yap like this? Even sea kings are nothing more than food for the strong. What the hell do you think you are? As he spoke, a cluster of spears of victory shot out, pinning every fishman present to the ground. The hard crowd control effect triggered, leaving them unable to move at all. Then he lifted his leg and crushed Arlong's limbs one by one before saying to Nami, "Come on, let me tell you something. Shark fins are best when they're saw shark fins. Hurry up, tear his fins off. Let's try something fresh." He took out a knife and handed it to Nami, letting her deal with Arlong. In truth, he was letting her vent. After years of repression, she needed release, and cutting up Arlong was without question the best way. That was why Muchuan had deliberately not used hard crowd control on Arlong. Instead, he broke all 4 of his limbs, leaving him unable to resist, but still able to wriggle and howl. Revenge meant nothing if you couldn't hear your enemy screaming. While Nami cut into Arlong, Muchuan went to find trouble with another fishman. He walked over to an octopus fishman and said with a smiling face, "So you're Hachi, huh? You know the Pirate King's right-hand man, Dark King Rayleigh, don't you? You followed Arlong in doing evil. As punishment of your 6 arms, I'm cutting off 4 today. Get your ass to Sabaody Archipelago and tell Rayleigh your arms were cut off by me, Muchuan. If he's got the guts, he can come find me." Meanwhile, he was thinking to himself that he was just messing around out of boredom, running a little experiment. If Rayleigh really dared come avenge this fishman, he wouldn't mind grabbing Shaki and doing it right in front of him, just to break him. The meaning was obvious. This fishman had once oppressed his woman, her sister, and their neighbors. He was cutting off the bastard's arms as punishment. If Rayleigh came to take revenge, then that meant he thought the fishman had been in the right. And if that was the case, then sorry, he'd go bully Rayleigh's woman too, and he'd say he was in the right as well. A married woman, after all. Who didn't like that? The blade of light rose and fell, and Hachi was left with only 2 arms. Muchuan released the hard crowd control on him. "Scram. Say one more word and I'll kill you right now." Hachi might have been dumb, but he was still afraid of dying. He hurriedly jumped into the water and ran for it. At that moment, a crowd of villagers also came rushing over carrying all kinds of tools and weapons. They had thought Nami was about to fight Arlong to the death, so they had all resolved to risk their lives too. They couldn't let Nami fight alone. But when they got there and looked, damn, Nami was holding a knife, slashing at Arlong again and again. That vicious look on her face scared the villagers so badly that none of them dared say a word. They just stood there blankly watching her work. Muchuan got up and shouted at the villagers, "What are you all doing? Just standing there watching? Lend a hand. There are so many fishmen. Get in there and kill them." Only then did the villagers snap back to their senses. Right, they had come to help and risk their lives. How had one look at Nami been enough to scare them stiff? Then they snapped out of it a second time. Huh? No, that wasn't the point. The point was that all the fishmen of the Arlong pirates couldn't move anymore, and Arlong was being chopped up by Nami like seafood? So, Arlong Park was finished just like that? Were they seriously just here for a free win? They hadn't done a damn thing, and Arlong Park had already fallen. Didn't that make them look kind of unnecessary? All these years they had wanted Nami to run away on her own, but the girl just refused to leave. This time, when they saw she was ready to risk her life, everyone had thought, fine, then let's die together. But in the end, she killed Arlong herself. Good lord. After all that, didn't it make them look like heartless spectators who hadn't lifted a finger to help? Damn, this was awkward. Even so, everyone moved cleanly and decisively to finish off every last fishman. This was all seafood, after all. Deep-sea fish had nutrition second only to sea kings. They might as well haul them all back and stew them. After that, Muchuan stayed in Kokoyashi village for a little over 10 days. Today it was Nami. Tomorrow it was Kaya, taking turns discussing life with him. On the very day Arlong Park fell, Muchuan had already gone and slaughtered the 16th Marine Branch, then simply waited for the people Garp would send to take over. After Kaya moved her family property over, she started building a villa connected directly to Nami's home. Muchuan taught them methods for training physical skills and hockey, then planned to keep traveling elsewhere. Nami wanted to stay and live with Nojiko anyway, and the two of them could also keep Kaya company, so Muchuan had no intention of dragging them around with him. Life here was pretty good. After setting sail, Muchuan drifted around on the ship for about 2.5 hours, ate some barbecue, and figured out where he wanted to go next. Alabasta. Vivi was there, a beauty with sky blue hair, definitely worth seeing. And there was Nico Robin too. She was a little darker during this period, but she had her own kind of charm. The local boss there was Old Sand Crocodile, that legendary 50-50 fighter. Muchuan also thought Crocodile was a pretty interesting person. During the Summit War, That former warlord had practically taken MVP by force. Judging from his appearance alone, his whole face looked like it had been divided top and bottom by a single line of fuck, making that 50-50 vibe obvious as hell. This guy could trade blows with anyone, and the key was that he always picked fights with big names on the list. All his life, he only played high-level matches. The only time he lost in a low-level match was against Luffy, that locked health cheating bastard. Kill him once, and he came back alive once. Kill him once, and he came back alive once. There was just no way to kill him, and it disgusted old Sand to death. After thinking it over, Muchuan felt that the members of Crocodile's Baroque works were even more ridiculous. They perfectly embodied the saying. Together, they're a pile of crap. Apart, they shine like stars across the sky. When they were under old Sand, every one of them behaved obediently. But after the group disbanded, every last one of them turned into more of a man than the next. Typical examples are Mr. 3, Galdino, Mr. 2, Bon Clay, and Mr. 1, Daz Bones. Especially Mr. 3. Back then, he had the strength to easily deal with the two giant chiefs. And those two giant chiefs together were great pirates worth a combined 3.6 billion bounty, beings capable of fighting the five elders. So Galdino was at least at the level of a 3 billion bounty fighter, and someone who could take on the five elders too. Definitely starting at Yonko commander level. So just think about how huge a favor Galdino did the Straw Hat crew back then. Otherwise, why would Crocodile get so mad that he grabbed him by the neck and tried to suck the moisture out of him to kill him? What was the principle of Baroque works? Baroque works didn't keep freeloaders. So Crocodile, the boss who fought everyone to a draw, clearly knew Galdino had strength comparable to an emperor. And even then, you still pretended you couldn't beat the Straw Hat crew? Were you trying to disgust me, your boss? Magellan, the warden who suppressed the entire great underwater prison, was still blocked by Galdino. Sengoku, whose punch in his mythical Zoan Great Buddha form, was still met head-on by one move from Galdino's wax wall. It could be said that if Crocodile himself didn't have that 50-50 kind of strength, there was no way he could have been Galdino's boss. As for the other two, there was even less need to say much. Bon Clay risked his life in the great underwater prison to save Luffy from disaster, and even sacrificed himself to open the gate for him. A real man. Daz Bones was defeated back then by rookie swordsman Zoro, yet at the Summit War he came out and directly blocked a slash from the world's strongest swordsman, Mihawk. Who could that even be explained to? For a while, Crocodile seriously suspected this bunch had been putting on an act back then. Otherwise, with their abilities, how could they possibly have been defeated? Muchuan pulled back his wandering thoughts, cleaned up the finished barbecue rack, and directly teleported himself and the ship to stop at the port of Alabasta. He himself then teleported straight to Rain Base, to the underground base that served as Baroque Works headquarters. On the sofa in the base, Crocodile was half reclining, considering his plan to take control of Alabasta. Just as he was thinking about whether he should do something more, Muchuan appeared in front of him in an instant. Crocodile thought some unlucky devil fruit user had wandered in by mistake. He calmly raised his head, planning to intimidate the intruder a little. As he slowly looked up, he said, appearing out of nowhere, "A devil fruit user? If you're lost." But once he fully raised his head and got a clear look at the other man's face, he froze. Damn, Muchuan, the celestial dragon killer. How did this guy with a 5 billion bounty end up here? Could he be here to seize territory? Muchuan smiled and greeted him. Yo, Crocodile, have you eaten yet? A bit of sweat appeared on Crocodile's forehead. This guy's record was just too dazzling. Even the world government couldn't afford to provoke him, so what did he have to challenge him with? If things went badly, he might be done for today. Muchuan, what are you doing here? Muchuan dropped onto the sofa across from him. I'm here to green the desert. Do you believe me? Crocodile's face darkened. Cut the joke. Just say what you want. If it had nothing to do with me, you wouldn't have come all this way to find me. Muchuan spread his hands. I really am here to green the desert. Why won't you believe me? Crocodile closed his eyes and took a deep breath. So, do you want me to donate money to you? Muchuan took out an infinite coffee cup and poured himself a cup of iced coffee. That won't be necessary. I mainly came to talk business with you, and then I'll go work on the greening. Crocodile asked, what business? Muchuan said, aren't you in Alabasta because you want to find the ancient weapon Pluton? Take control of the kingdom, then have Nico Robin translate the poneglyph for you. That stone has information about Pluton's location on it, right? Crocodile instantly lost his composure and shot to his feet. That's impossible. How do you know what I'm trying to do? Muchuan waved a hand. Relax, relax. You're one of the 7 warlords, so why are you this jumpy? I naturally have my own ways of knowing. Just answer me, is it true or not? If it is, then we keep talking. If not, I'll turn around and leave to work on my desert greening. Oh, and while I'm at it, I'll destroy the stone that records the historical text. Don't doubt it. You people can't destroy that broken stone, but I can. Crocodile's face twisted with conflict as he closed his eyes and thought for a moment. Yes, I do intend to take control of the kingdom of Alabasta, decipher the historical text, find Pluton, and realize my ambition. Muchuan nodded in satisfaction. Good. Then you don't need to keep busy with that anymore. I know where Pluton is. I'll give you Pluton's location. In exchange, you hand Nico Robin over to me, then take your subordinates and leave. Of course. The reason I'm making a deal with you isn't because I can't just take her by force. It's because I'm too lazy to solve everything with force. What would be the point of living like that? Fighting and killing all day long. This was the kind of thought Muchuan had once his strength reached a certain level. Killing people, how hard was that? Sometimes a single thought was enough. But if everything depended on killing and taking by force, then that would become a habit. If it really came to that, then what was the point of leaving other people alive at all? Kill everyone in the world, and wouldn't everything become yours? Crocodile, of course, couldn't understand that way of thinking. He only knew this was an easy method. As long as he gave up one Nico Robin, he could save himself a lot of time and trouble. As for kingdoms and territory, if he had Pluton, would he still lack territory? He could just seize land wherever he wanted. Fine. I Crocodile accept this deal. I hope you keep your word and really let us leave. Don't come after us afterward. Muchuan waved a hand. Relax. I'm not so petty that I'd go after small fries like you. I've got at least that much credibility. Then I'll tell you Pluton's location first. It's beneath Wano. Crocodile's head filled with question marks. Where? Muchuan said, Wano. You heard right. Right beneath the territory of one of the 4 emperors, Kaido. Crocodile was completely dumbfounded. No, why? I always thought Pluton might be here in Alabasta. The Poneglyph with its information is here, after all. So why is the thing itself in Wano in the New World? That's way too far apart. Then he said suspiciously, is it possible? You remembered wrong? Leaving aside why it would be that far away. Is Kaido an idiot? If Pluton was under his own land, he wouldn't use it?
Muchuan smiled.
What, do you think I have dementia? If I said it's in Wano, then it's in Wano. Kaido doesn't use it because he simply doesn't know. It's hidden underground. So how would he know? And it's very hard to bring out. Their ancestors placed that thing at the bottom of a mountain, built a giant ring-shaped wall around Wano to hold water, and submerged Pluton beneath it. Unless you directly destroy that wall. And that wall is the waterfall mountain mass of Wano itself. Think about how huge that is. Crocodile felt like his whole worldview was being rewritten. Were those samurai of Wano insane? They actually made that huge mountain wall around their own homeland. More importantly, how did they even make a mountain wall like that? That was out on the sea. How could it be done? Created out of thin air? A devil fruit user? Crocodile thought about it. If it really was a devil fruit user, then just how powerful would that person have to be? That was a gigantic mountain range encircling an entire country. What kind of monstrous stamina was that? Smacking his lips twice, he said, so what you mean is I can't take Pluton out either. Knowing where it is and not knowing makes no real difference. He was practically collapsing inside. This was with advance warning, and he still could barely accept it. If he hadn't known ahead of time, and had spent all these years plotting and running around, working himself to death to finally get the information, only to find out it was all useless, then all those years of effort would been for nothing. He would been a complete clown. Wouldn't that drive someone insane? Even now it wasn't much better. His plan was practically at the final stage before he found out. What difference was there between knowing now and knowing at the very end? Muchuan loved seeing other people's expressions under all kinds of emotions. It was especially amusing. He managed his expression, spread his hands calmly, and said, that's the truth. Of course, if you don't believe me, I can take you and Nico Robin to the Poneglyph right now and verify it. The moment Old Sand saw how certain the other man looked, he knew he wasn't lying. It was the truth. That only made him feel worse. All these years of effort had been for nothing. What utter bullshit. The blow hit Old Sand so hard he nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood. He slumped back onto the sofa and said flatly, no need. I believe you. Seeing the dead look on his face, Muchuan kept piling it on. Actually, you don't need to fall apart like this. Because even if you could take Pluton out, you still wouldn't be able to use it. That thing is just a giant battleship. So here's the question. A battleship that big, with that much firepower, what's its energy source? That's a huge problem. Even the world government can't solve the energy issue of the ancient weapons. Can you? Do you understand technology? Even setting energy aside, can you operate it? Can you repair it? Can you maintain it? You can't, and nobody else can either. So even if you took it out, it'd just be a useless pile of scrap metal. Old Sand was speechless. He had just been thinking that maybe he could join forces with Kaido and get Pluton out. Then he could find a chance to stab him in the back, snatch it and run. He could still slaughter his way across the seas and fulfill his ambitions. And right when he had the idea, this guy came over and stabbed him again. Could they not just have a normal conversation? He looked up at Muchuan helplessly. Stop talking. Fine. I don't want Pluton anymore. okay? Muchuan smiled. Fine. Hey old sand, don't you think a good day like finding out where Pluton is deserves a celebration? How about this? My specialty is killing celestial dragons. Want me to grab a couple for you and set them off like firecrackers? We'll celebrate with the whole world. The moment those words came out, old sand almost passed out from not getting his breath back. The hell kind of celebration was that? The hell kind of specialty was killing celestial dragons? The hell kind of worldwide celebration? More like you want the world government to kill me, old sand. He immediately sat upright and waved his hand. Absolutely not. I'll go get Nico Robin for you right now. Then our deal is done, and we owe each other nothing. I'll sail the seas as one of the 7 warlords, and you can go do your desert greening. My deepest thanks to you. After saying that, he hurried out at once to get someone to call Nico Robin back. Not long after, old sand returned with Nico Robin and handed over Robin, the so-called vice president, to Muchuan on the spot. The instant Robin saw his face, she obediently agreed. What a joke. If one of the 7 warlords could secretly shelter her, the devil child under a bounty, then the man in front of her could protect her openly. He even dared to kill celestial dragons, and afterward turned the Buster Call launched jointly by the world government and a marine admiral into a joke. What was her little bounty compared to that? This was a real thigh to cling to, the thickest thigh in the world. As long as she latched onto it, she wouldn't need to keep hiding anymore. As long as everyone knew whose woman she was, then even if she stood right in front of the Marines, they wouldn't dare arrest her. After getting the person, Muchuan didn't make things hard for old sand. He just asked where Miss Wednesday was. Old sand thought for a moment and said she seemed to have gone to the royal capital on some business. Muchuan nodded, grabbed Robin, turned around, and left for the royal capital. On the way, Robin finally voiced her curiosity. Why did you ask Crocodile to hand me over? Was it because you wanted my ability to read the poneglyphs? Muchuan walked as he spoke. No, you're mistaken. I was simply tempted by your looks. To put it plainly, I think you're pretty. I'm lusting after your body. Robin turned her head and looked at him in surprise. You're joking, right? Walking through the desert still made people thirsty. Muchuan took out 2 bottles of ice-cold juice and handed one to her. Obviously, I'm not joking. Robin took the juice and smiled. Hey, you're the first person who has ever wanted me because of my looks. Everyone else either wanted to capture me for the bounty, or wanted me to help them read the poneglyphs. All these years, someone finally noticed that I'm actually quite beautiful. So from now on, does that mean I'm a woman who has a man to rely on? Muchuan took a sip of juice and smiled. Of course. If you want, you can announce to the whole world that you're my woman, Muchuan's woman. That way, no one will dare arrest you. Come to think of it, your situation isn't that complicated. But in the end, it all comes back to the celestial dragons trying to secure their rule. Damn it, now that I say it out loud, it's all the celestial dragons' fault. Wait here. I'm gonna kill one and improve my mood. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished with a teleport. At the same time, in the Holy Land Mangekyo, home to a crowd of celestial dragons, Muchuan appeared with a flash inside one celestial dragoness residence. This bubble-headed celestial dragon was still torturing a pirate slave for fun. The instant Muchuan appeared, one of the guards beside him noticed him. But the moment he saw his face clearly, he felt like the sky had collapsed. He even forgot to make a move. It's over. It's the celestial dragon killer. We're doomed. Muchuan couldn't be bothered with the 2 guards. He simply raised a hand and unleashed a repulsive blast, blowing that unnamed celestial dragon into mush and splattering him all over the wall. After that, he grinned at the 2 guards. Hehe. Me, Muchuan. Remember to report it. Then he disappeared with another flash. The 2 bodyguards in black suits exchanged a look, their faces full of terror, not knowing whether the higher-ups would kill them for this. Meanwhile, Robin was sitting on a roadside sand mound, drinking her ice-cold juice while waiting for Muchuan to come back. She had thought it would take a long time, but after only a few gulps of juice, Muchuan returned in a flash. Robin raised a brow. That fast? Couldn't he kill one? Muchuan tilted his head up at a 45-degree angle. What are you talking about? Of course I did. I always work fast. Robin's understanding of the world was refreshed once again. Were celestial dragons really this easy to kill? Your ability can teleport you that far? The distance from here to Mangekyo is enormous. How do you not seem tired at all? A devil fruit should consume a huge amount of stamina for movement over a distance like that. Muchuan smiled. My kidneys are good. Plenty of stamina. Robin rolled her eyes. Even if your kidneys were made of sea stone, they still wouldn't have that kind of effect. Muchuan smiled and pulled her to her feet. Hey, stop dwelling on that. My teleportation isn't a devil fruit ability. Of course, whether it is or not, my stamina is still top-notch. Come on. Let us go talk to Princess Vivi about the price for this desert greening project. The 2 of them traveled while sightseeing, and Muchuan got a rough taste of the unique desert scenery of the pirate world. A day later, Muchuan arrived with Robin in front of Miss Wednesday, Princess Vivi. At this moment, Vivi was still dressed like a rebellious young girl, with a high ponytail, a tank top, hot pants, and long boots, carrying a villainous air. Vivi stared at the two people before her in shock. One was her superior, the vice president and second-in-command. The other was the celestial dragon killer who had stunned the whole world. She wasn't some random clueless nobody who never read the news. She absolutely had to keep up with major world events. Why would a legendary figure like this come to Alabasta? Shouldn't he be in the new world? She swallowed and said, Miss All Sunday, this gentleman is. Robin smiled and shrugged. All right, Princess Vivi, stop pretending. Baroque Works has already withdrawn from Alabasta. I'm not part of the organization anymore. I'm now this Mr. Muchuan's woman. You can call me Robin. Vivi's face was full of disbelief. Her eyes widened even more. Why, you mean all of Baroque Works left? Why so suddenly? Why wasn't I notified? Muchuan laughed when he heard that. Hehehe. You really are interesting. Look at you acting like you've been abandoned. What, did you get addicted to following Baroque Works? Crocodile already let your Alabasta go and sailed out to be a pirate, and now you're planning to sail out and become a pirate too? Vivi felt like her reaction just now really had been a bit off. She shook her head and explained. No, that is not it. I was just too shocked. Muchuan waved a hand and cut off her shock. Stop. Go change out of that outfit before you talk to me. Looking at it makes me want to smack you. Robin covered her mouth and laughed softly. Vivi lowered her head and looked at what she was wearing. She didn't think there was anything wrong with it, but she still went back to change. She had no intention of provoking a big shot powerful enough to stand against the whole world. For now, she still didn't know why Baroque Works had withdrawn. But this was definitely a great thing. Without Baroque Works running things behind the scenes, it meant Alabasta's rebellion could be put down easily, and the people could return to their normal lives. She absolutely couldn't risk angering this big shot and bringing an even greater disaster down on Alabasta because of herself. Half a day later, Princess Vivi brought the two of them to the royal palace. After King Cobra found out, he received them in the palace banquet hall. The four of them sat at the dining table. When Muchuan saw Princess Vivi's sky-blue hair finally let down, she looked much more pleasing to the eye. Sweat beaded on Cobra's forehead. He really was a little nervous. This man was a major criminal wanted by the world government. As the ruler of an allied kingdom, he had no idea what would come of entertaining him. Robin ignored them and elegantly sipped her red wine. Muchuan spoke first. Old king, let us be direct. I'm the one who dealt with Crocodile for you. If it weren't for me, your ending and Alabasta's ending would be easy to imagine. And don't act unconvinced like you could gone toe-to-toe with him. Especially you, Princess Vivi. Don't think that just because you found out the truth, you could solve the problem. Let me make it very clear to you, you absolutely couldn't. With just the people you had. You wanted to deal with one of the 7 warlords? That's just wishful thinking. As one of the stronger members of the 7 warlords, Crocodile basically has the military power to destroy an entire country by himself. The key point is that as a Logia user of the sand fruit, he is practically invincible in your desert. Not to mention he had a whole group of ability users under him. If he really tore off the mask and went to war openly, he could taken your kingdom by force. Killing you, the king, would been effortless. That explanation made Cobra and Vivi break out in a cold sweat. So from the very beginning, their side had never had the power to resist. The two of them looked at Robin, the former vice president, wanting to confirm what she thought. Holding her wine glass, Robin shrugged with an expression that said it was exactly true. Facts. The father and daughter slumped back in their chairs in defeat, secretly grateful they hadn't openly broken with Baroque Works too soon. That was the only reason they had gotten the chance to win without lifting a finger. Muchuan ate the food in front of him as he said, So, doesn't that mean you owe me a huge favor? The father and daughter nodded. Yes. Muchuan continued, Then if I have a few requests you probably want refuse, right? The father and daughter exchanged a look, then kept nodding. Yes. Muchuan put down the roast meat in his hand. 2 things. First, I want Princess Vivi to be my woman. Of course I want to take her away. Cobra shot to his feet. What? Vivi was shocked too. Ah? Robin arched a brow and turned her head to glance at him, then turned back and continued swirling her wine glass. Muchuan frowned at Cobra, who had stood up. What? You disagree? Cobra spoke awkwardly. Lord Muchuan, this. Vivi quickly stopped him. Father. I agree. Cobra looked at his daughter. Vivi. Vivi shook her head. This outcome is pretty good, I sent it. Anyway, in the future I'd probably end up in a political marriage with some noble or royal family. There's not much difference. Muchuan clapped in approval. Visionary. Actually, there are benefits to Vivi being with me. For one, I can help you solve the desert greening problem. And for another, I think my name still carries a bit of intimidation. If word gets out that Vivi is my woman, then Alabasta falls under my protection. If some trash pirates want to come cause trouble, They'd better think carefully about how many lives they have. Cobra let out a sigh, sat back down, and said nothing more. Vivi turned and said, "Fine. I agree to that. Then what's the other thing?" Muchuan gave a slightly wicked smile, stroked his chin, and said, "I have an idea. I need to borrow your family's poneglyph steel. Come to think of it, Crocodile went after your kingdom for that steel too. He wanted a legitimate way to get what was written on it. So this steel is the root of your bad luck. Think it over carefully." Robin turned to look at him again with curiosity, then turned back and continued swirling her wine glass. This time Vivi looked at Cobra. "Father, is that steel very important? If it isn't, it's better not to keep it. Crocodile tried to overthrow our alabasta because of it. If we keep it, sooner or later it'll attract more bad people." The troubled look on Cobra's face deepened. "Vivi, that is something our family has guarded for generations. It is a secret that absolutely must not fall into anyone else's hands." Muchuan said disdainfully, "Oh, give it a rest. It's just a broken battleship, the location of the ancient weapon Pluton. You really think it's some earth-shattering secret?" Cobra could hardly believe his ears. "How did this guy know what was recorded on it?" "Why you? How do you know that?" Muchuan rolled his eyes speechlessly. "Come on, man, are you slow? It's not just me who knows. Didn't Crocodile know too? Otherwise why would he insist on the contents of the steel?" Cobra froze. "So you mean a lot of people already know what information is recorded on the poneglyph our family has guarded?" Muchuan waved a hand. "Not that many. They only know it records the location of Pluton. They still need it translated to know the exact place. At the very least the world government knows. And they can't even be bothered to come after you. They went straight after Pluton's blueprints. People who actually know what they're doing understand that a piece of junk you can't use even if you find it is less reliable than getting the blueprints, studying the technology and building a new one. That's the difference between regular forces and amateurs. Their knowledge and brains aren't even on the same level. You really think that wreck could just be pulled out and used?" Naive. As he spoke, Muchuan also felt that the people in the pirate world had something wrong with them. They all wanted things without even looking at what those things actually were, thinking that if they got them, they could slaughter their way across the world. A high-tech product far beyond its era. Any normal person should know just by thinking with their ass that they wouldn't be able to use it. It was like if I told you there was an intercivilization star-destroying warship out in space, and that if you found it, you'd become king of the world. Would some idiot really think they could control it? Forget knowing how to operate it, you probably couldn't even open the door. The simplest fact was this: if you gave an ordinary person with no technical knowledge a plane, could they fly it? If it were an ancient person, they wouldn't even know what kind of energy source the plane needed. So that so-called Pluton, aside from being useful to a science maniac like Vegapunk, would be nothing but worthless scrap metal to those pirates. Cobra was still somewhat stubborn. "But this is the secret my family has guarded for generations. If I give it up, how can I face my ancestors?" Muchuan looked at him and found it a little funny. "Isn't that broken Pluton in Wano? If I tell everyone where Pluton is, and then tell everyone your family is still desperately guarding this secret that everyone already knows, wouldn't that be fun?" "Cobra, how could someone be this much of a bastard? Your previous life must have been a dog." After sighing, he said, "Fine, take it. We won't guard it anymore. Just, what do you want this thing for? It's only a steel. You already know the contents. So what do you want it for?" Muchuan gave a sinister grin. "To play with. I'm going to gather every poneglyph and road poneglyph in the world and throw them all into the Celestial Dragon's hometown, the Holy Land, Mangekyo. Record the whole process. Then put it in the news and tell everyone that the historical poneglyphs and the road poneglyphs to the great treasure they're looking for are all in Mangekyo. A complete set of historical poneglyphs, and the full set of road poneglyphs to Laugh-Tale. Want the Pirate King's treasure? Then go find it. I've put all the stone tablets there." After saying that, he turned to look at everyone. "Well, exciting enough? Let the Celestial Dragons of Mangekyo welcome the great pirate era." Cobra stared at him with his mouth wide open, like he'd seen a ghost. Clearly, he was wondering if this guy had gone insane, as expected of the Celestial Dragon Slayer. If he didn't make the Celestial Dragons suffer, he felt uncomfortable. If this actually worked, then what new world would those pirates even go to? They'd probably just siege the Red Line directly, and from both sides at that. On one side, the pirates trying to enter the new world. On the other, the 4 emperors of the new world and a whole crowd of great pirates. Vivi once again refreshed her impression of this legendary figure. Robin stopped swirling her red wine too. She set down her glass and looked at him in surprise. This man could actually be this vicious. Sure, the Celestial Dragons weren't exactly worth pitying, but this move was way too ruthless. He was directly drawing all the pirates in the world to the Celestial Dragon's home. Muchuan scratched his head at their expressions. "What's with the silence? Don't tell me this idea is bad? I think it's pretty good. Everyone can quickly fight it out, find Laugh-Tale, open the great treasure, And then see Roger the Pirate King's red nose sitting inside. SNT that nice? Cobra closed his mouth and gave him a thumbs up. Very nice. Your Excellency truly is a god among men. It's just that the celestial dragons will probably be sending their warmest regards to your ancestors every day. Muchuan waved it off indifferently. That's not a problem. Since this is a good idea, once I'm done with things here, I'll start preparing to deliver the stone tablets to the celestial dragons. Come to think of it, I'll need the help of Morgans, the president of the news agency. Recording it, putting it in the news, spreading it around, it all depends on that guy. As he spoke, he stood up and walked to the window to look outside. Are you dealing with the rebellion first, or should I solve your desert greening problem first? Vivi spoke up immediately. Greening first. Those rebels are just people who can't survive anymore, and they were stirred up by Baroque works. As long as the rain and environmental problems are solved, all of this will resolve itself. Muchuan nodded. All right then, I'll help you solve the environmental problem first. After saying that, a faint glow appeared in his eyes. The creative aspect of yin-yang release combined with the 5 elemental attributes began transforming the desert environment. With the anti-magic value he had recovered over the past 2 months, plus the 10 points he originally had, he already possessed 30% of his peak strength. Back when his level had been stuck after Muchuan got the chakra fruit, he had even eaten a few himself to strengthen his eyes. After all, a talent like this, an Otsutsuki plus divine tree fruit combination, was pretty strong. Any improvement was worth taking. So now, his yin-yang release and all attribute power had long surpassed the realm of the Otsutsuki sage of 6 paths. Raising a hand to change the environment was nothing at all. Energy spread out and covered most of Alabasta. Then the ability activated. Yin-yang 5 elements, all creation of the universe. Buzz, all the desert began to change. Sand turned into normal soil. Flowers, grass, and trees grew at incredible speed. Mountains rose from the ground, and rivers carved themselves through the land and spread across it. Before long, all of Alabasta had become a green kingdom, completely rid of its former desert appearance. This heaven and earth altering power made King Cobra's eyes nearly pop out of their sockets. It was simply too terrifying. The land area of Alabasta was enormous. Even 10 Logia users together couldn't accomplish something like this. After finishing the greening project, Muchuan turned around with a smile. Done. Mission accomplished. Princess Vivi, next it's time for you to fulfill your promise. What followed was a week of the two of them taking turns. 1 week later, Muchuan taught Vivi and Robin the training methods for taijutsu and the 3 types of haki. Then he went and collected the historical poneglyph stone tablets before delivering them to the celestial dragons. After that, he brought Robin along, said goodbye to Vivi, and set off for Water 7. His target was Khalifa. A perfect-bodied, suit and glasses mature secretary beauty like her could not be left to trash like Spandam, that CP9 chief. While their ship drifted toward Water 7, Muchuan took some time to visit the news agency and talk cooperation with Morgans. That trip went quite smoothly. Given Morgans' nature, he loved explosive big news the most, especially when it involved the celestial dragons. Nothing was more shocking than that. Before Muchuan left,
Morgans gave him an imaging den Mushi.
That way, every time he went to find the celestial dragons, the news agency could get first-hand information and write it straight into the headlines. Muchuan also took the time to teleport around and gather the historical poneglyph stone tablets from various places. Once he collected them all, he planned to dump the whole batch into Mary Geos at once. It would probably crush quite a few celestial dragons to death too. Doing something like this really built merit again. As for what would happen later if the pirates and the world government went to war and suffered heavy casualties, Muchuan felt there was nothing to care about. If they died, they died. Neither side was made up of good people anyway. Still, there was a high chance the pirates would be the weaker side. Maybe there wouldn't even be many who actually dared to force their way into the Red Line. With his strength, the pirates really had no chance. Just a bunch of trash fish and rotten shrimp, yet they still wanted to clash with a god-level being. They probably couldn't even force him to personally step in. Most likely, him would just watch the show as those little clowns jumped around at his doorstep, at most sending the 5 elders out to play a bit. Muchuan teleported back to the ship. By now, he had already gathered most of the stone tablets. Only part of those in the New World and the Red Road poneglyphs remained. When they passed an uninhabited island, he stopped the ship and said, "Let us stop at this island. Don't you like researching history? I'll bring out the historical poneglyph stone tablets I've collected. You can stay here and study them for fun. Then I'm going to the territories of the 4 emperors in the New World to collect the remaining road poneglyphs. While I'm at it, I've got a few other things to take care of with them too." Robin nodded in agreement. "Okay, then I'll wait here for you." The two got off the ship. Muchuan tossed out nearly 20 stone tablets beside the ship, then left food on board, waved his hand, and teleported away. The New World, Big Mom's territory. With one teleport, Muchuan appeared inside Big Mom's treasury and stored the stone tablet in his storage space. Next, he was going to extract her soul fruit and use it for an enhancement. When Muchuan teleported in front of Big Mom, she was still asleep. Fair enough. Under normal circumstances, her children were all busy with their own matters, and if she didn't summon them, they wouldn't come looking for her. He took out the devil fruit extraction device and stuck it onto her body. Done. Then he stood there watching to see what kind of reaction would happen during the extraction. The moment the round device attached to her, it immediately began drawing out Big Mom's fruit ability. The pain of losing her ability jolted the sleeping Big Mom awake. What is going on? She suddenly caught sight of someone standing beside her bed, then looked carefully at his face. You're Muchuan? What did you do to me? Why? Muchuan smiled. Listen to that question. I wanted this fruit, so I did it. What other reason would there be? Big Mom curled up in pain. You want my fruit? You can strip away someone else's fruit ability? In the time it took to say those 2 lines, the device had already finished extracting the soul fruit and sent it back to the enhancement device inside the storage space. Having lost her fruit ability, Big Mom lay weakly on the bed, unable to process it for a while. Huff. Huff. Muchuan, we've never had any grudge, right? We've never even had any contact. Why target me? Muchuan shook his head. It's purely because your fruit is pretty interesting. It has nothing to do with grudges. Besides, even without the soul fruit, you still have your iron balloon body and natural strength. You're still at the level of a 4 emperor. What difference does it make? At worst, just go find yourself another powerful devil fruit. With your influence, a Logia or a mythical Zoan, wouldn't that be easy to swap for? You can still be strong without a fruit anyway. Look at Roger, Rayleigh, and red-haired Shanks, aren't they all like that? You just don't train enough. How does that saying go again? Oh right. If you want to get strong, have fewer kids and work out more. Look at you. You've overindulged yourself, thinking about having kids every day. You were pretty decent looking to begin with, and now you've turned yourself into this ugly mess. As he spoke, he even reminded her, oh right, I also took your red road poneglyph. Just letting you know, I don't want it either. Later, I'll dump all of them in the celestial dragon's homes in Mary Geos. And that means all 26 historical texts plus the 4 road poneglyphs together. You people won't need to fight over them anymore. Just climb the red line and grab the whole set yourself. After saying that, he glanced at the homies that still hadn't disappeared. It seemed that transferring the fruit ability couldn't affect the parts that had already taken effect. Just like Hancock's petrification. If she didn't undo it, then even if the devil fruit changed owners, the petrification would still remain. The next user of the fruit wouldn't be able to undo the previous user's petrification either. Each user's powers were counted separately. Big Mom was so furious now that she was gasping for breath, wishing she could eat him alive. Muchuan shrugged and said, you don't look like you're in a very good mood. Seems like something's been bothering you, so I won't disturb you anymore. I still have to go get Kaido's piece. Bye. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished with a teleport. Big Mom grabbed the bedsheet and screamed like mad to vent her rage. Muchuan felt that, for Big Mom, this might not necessarily be a bad thing. With her brain, the soul fruit really didn't improve her that much. But if she got a mythical Zoan, that would be different. Her natural, special mutant talent already gave her strength, stamina, and defense that crushed the giants, and with the bodily enhancement from a mythical Zoan, crushing Kaido would basically be no problem. At the top of Onigashima in Wano country, Kaido was gulping down alcohol. With a whoosh, Muchuan appeared in front of him and glanced at the guy sprawled there, reeking of booze. Frowning, he said, Hey, Kaido, can you hear me? Kaido raised his head in a drunken haze. Hick. HM? Who's talking? Seeing that he was too drunk to listen to anyone, Muchuan decided to help him sober up. He made a ball of fire float over to Kaido's crotch. Not long after, a howl rang out, and Kaido shot up into the air, clutching himself down there and hopping up and down. The scream drew a crowd of underlings and King the Wildfire. Muchuan turned back with a sinister grin and said, Get out, or I'll kill you all. Unfortunately, Kaido's men weren't normal people. All they knew was to charge in headfirst. Kid, who the hell are you? Looking to die. Shouting trash talk, they rushed forward, swinging their weapons as they moved to attack Muchuan. The moment King saw who it was, his heart sank. This was bad. He hurriedly shouted, Get back! Stop! Unfortunately, he was too late. Muchuan sent a repulsive shockwave at the men closing in on him, blasting several of Kaido's underlings straight into mush. Then he looked at King. Heh? Wildfire. King, I heard your defense is really strong. So, want to test it? Cold sweat instantly broke out on King's back. No one knew exactly how strong this man was. They only knew he had killed a celestial dragon and walked away untouched, then single-handedly crushed the world government's siege by several of its top forces and left with ease. So, with the attitude that it was best not to offend him, King replied, No need, right? It's all rumors. Who said my defense is strong? That's all nonsense. Besides, I'm not that combative. Muchuan shrugged when he saw King wasn't taking the bait. If you're not fighting, then stay off to the side. Don't stand there being an eyesore. King stared blankly at Muchuan, then looked at Kaido who was still jumping around. Kaido-san, he. Muchuan leaned against the wall. Oh, maybe he drank too much and pulled something down there himself. It's fine. He'll recover after a bit. And even if he doesn't it's not a big deal. It's not like he can use it anyway, so if it breaks, it breaks. King's face twitched with black lines. What the hell did he mean, can't use it? What the hell did he mean, if it breaks, it breaks? Was that the kind of thing a man could just do without? He said it so lightly, but that was a man's life. By then, Kaido had finally finished howling and fixed Muchuan with a vicious glare. You dare burn my balls? I'll kill you, you bastard. Standing by the doorway, King gave Muchuan a speechless look, clearly meaning, didn't you say Kaido-san pulled it himself? So you were lying? Sensing King's gaze, Muchuan replied with perfect confidence, what are you looking at? Keep staring and I'll beat you too. Then he straightened up, brought his hands together, then spread them apart into an opening stance. Cheat build Muchuan. Pleased to meet you. Kaido's eyes were bloodshot and his face twisted with rage. Gripping his kanabo, he charged forward, using all his strength as Haki wrapped around the club and smashed straight at Muchuan's face. Great mighty thunder bagua. Muchuan curled his lip, going straight for the ultimate move. No honor at all? Forcing me to use the strongest defense, huh? As he spoke, a faint glow rose in his eyes and he stretched out a hand. Law of causality. Because I want to grab King, King is now in my hand. The strongest defense. King shield. With a flash, King disappeared from the doorway and appeared in front of Muchuan, held in his hand as a human shield. As King watched the kanabo rapidly enlarge in his vision, his pupils shrank. Holy shit. Cheap shot. That is a dirty move. In the next instant, he hurriedly activated his racial talent to reinforce his defense. First he had to survive Kaido-san's club. No matter what, he couldn't get beaten to death here in a single hit. Wrapped in crackling Haki lightning, the kanabo slammed directly into King's body. The powerful physical impact, the penetrating Haki attack crashing into his body, and the terrifying force of Conqueror's Haki coating all struck at once. If his defense hadn't been strong enough, he probably would have been smashed into a shredded rag the moment it landed. And because Muchuan, that sneaky bastard, wanted to cancel out the inertia from the impact that would have blown him flying, he simply used a repulsion wave to counter it. King was stuck in the middle, and he spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, feeling like he was about to see his great-grandma. The moment Kaido realized he had struck his own brother-in-arms King, he was utterly shocked and quickly pulled back his club. King, why was it you I hit? What happened? King coughed up another mouthful of blood. He was so weak he couldn't even speak. Muchuan let go of King and smacked his lips.
Kaido.
You really hit hard. Look at this, you beat your little brother into a sorry state. I mean, if you can't stand the guy, you could just let him leave. No need to go this far. By now, King had figured out exactly what kind of person Muchuan was. A black-hearted dog with a stomach full of bad water. After messing with you, he'd still kick you while you were down. A freak like that, if you cut him open, he'd be black all the way through. Kaido was furious too. Bullshit. King is my brother through life and death. Stop trying to sow discord between us. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Kaido immediately swung his club again, ready to give Muchuan another great mighty thunder bagua. The moment King saw the motion, he forced himself up and grabbed Kaido. Kaido-san, I really can't do this anymore. If that club comes down again, I'll really die. I really will. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Kaido's face. Cough, cough. King, I'm aiming for him, not you. How could you die? Don't worry. This time your big brother will aim carefully. There definitely won't be a problem. I'll make this bastard pay and avenge us. How could King possibly believe that? Was this even a matter of aiming right? He had appeared in Muchuan's hand in an instant just now. It was obviously some special ability. No matter how accurate Kaido was, it was useless. Kaido-san, don't act rashly. He has a transfer ability. I appeared in his hand right when your attack was about to land. So there's no way to guard against this. If you attack again, it'll still be me. Kaido felt so stifled that the veins on his forehead bulged. Bastard. Do you dare fight me head-on like a man? Don't you feel ashamed using such cheap tricks? Muchuan raised a brow. Oh, you sure? When you get beaten half to death later, don't cry. Kaido said with disdain, humph. Even if you cry, I won't. I'm just afraid you won't dare. A brute was just like that by nature. King really wanted to say something from the side, but thinking of Kaido's personality, it probably wouldn't help. She might even call him a coward. Muchuan said with a smile, fine. Fighting's no problem, but we can't just do it for nothing. Let's add a stake. A winner takes all bet. Kaido said impatiently, yeah. Hurry up and say it. What are we betting? Muchuan pointed at him and said, if you lose, I want your daughter, Yamato. Kaido's eyes instantly widened. What did you say? Muchuan said, I said your daughter, Yamato. What about it? The corners of Kaido's mouth lifted as he grinned. You're serious? No taking it back. Muchuan froze for a second. Damn, he forgot. This guy had been worrying about how to discipline that foolish kid of his. He probably hadn't wanted that mentally abnormal daughter for a long time. He gave a dry cough and rubbed his chin. Cough. How about forget it? Let's change it. I want your red road poneglyph. Kaido's expression changed on the spot. No way. It's Yamato and nothing else. I'm already putting up my most precious daughter. What more do you want? Muchuan became more and more certain this guy was trying to dump his trouble onto him. No. A gentleman doesn't take what someone else treasures. Let's change it. Change it. The red stone tablet is pretty good. If you lose, give me the stone tablet. If I lose, I'll give you 5 billion berries. I don't really have anything good to give you anyway. Kaido shook his head. No. Not happening.
I'm betting Yamato.
A man's gamble has to put up what he treasures most. That's settled happily. He coughed twice. How about this? I'm not feeling well today, so I admit defeat. Kaido, keep my word. A bet is a bet, and I'll accept the loss. Take Yamato with you. Damn it, Muchuan. You stole my beloved daughter. One day, I'll come get her back. King, see our guest out for me. I'll be waiting for you with them in the banquet hall. With that, he turned and went out to talk business with his subordinates. Good things put a man in high spirits. Start a banquet, drink, celebrate. Maybe even set off fireworks. Thank hell he'd sent that rebellious daughter away. He'd almost gotten stuck with her himself. Muchuan. Baby's feeling pretty upset inside. He got Yamato, but he wasn't exactly happy. It wasn't that Yamato wasn't good looking. It was that the taste was off. It was like choosing on my own to try some food when I don't know what it tastes like. That's called acting on interest. Tasting it to satisfy my curiosity. But if someone shoves it at me and makes me eat it, then it feels wrong. That's called rebellious psychology. Watching Kaido's disappearing back, he turned to King. Hey, I'm not in a very good mood right now. What do you think I should do? How about I beat you up? King said nothing. He just opened his mouth and spat out another mouthful of old blood with a puff. That was the meaning he was trying to express. Look, I'm already like this, and you still want to hit me? Someone could die. The kind that dies right in front of you. Muchuan clicked his tongue in disgust. You're a Yonko first mate, but you seem pretty watered down. You take one move and you're already half dead. Aren't you afraid the others in your line of work will laugh at you? King didn't argue back. He was afraid one sentence of protest would earn him a beating. He raised a hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, took a deep breath, stood up, and walked out. In fact, after this short while, his body had already mostly recovered. That was the benefit of a powerful race. At the very least, their recovery ability crushed ordinary people. Mr. Muchuan, I'll take you to the young lady. Then I still need to go back and recover from my injuries. Muchuan followed him as they walked. I'm telling you, don't think just because Kaido reneged. I won't take that road poneglyph. In a minute, I'll swipe it anyway. I've got teleportation. Even if I take it, you people won't be able to stop me. King was completely speechless listening to him. The problem was, he really couldn't do anything about it. If they couldn't stop it or guard against it, what was there to manage? Forget it, let him take it. They had a rubbing copy anyway. That broken rock wasn't very useful. So he answered stiffly, oh. Muchuan saw how boring he was and couldn't be bothered to keep talking. The two of them stayed quiet all the way until they arrived in front of Yamato. King gestured that this was the one, then turned his head and left. He thought to himself that he couldn't stay around that black-hearted guy for even a second longer. If he stayed any longer, he might get unlucky. Muchuan looked at the person in front of him, dressed boldly, with her dangerous curves half spilling out. I heard you spend every day pretending you're Kazuki Oden? Yamato was eating when King brought a strange man in front of her. She didn't pay them any mind and kept shoveling food into her mouth. But when she heard that, she got worked up and said indignantly, what do you mean pretending to be Oden? I am Kazuki Oden, okay. Muchuan moved closer and raised a brow, unconvinced. You sure? Kazuki Oden was a man. Yamato kept eating as she said, that's right. I am a man. Is that so? As he spoke, Muchuan shifted to her side and reached a hand in from the side. TSK, this size, this feel. No wonder it's a body that works out all the time. Top-tier elasticity. Yamato turned her head and blinked at him. What are you doing? Isn't it kind of bad to grab someone's front while they're eating? It really ruins the appetite. Okay? Muchuan sighed. Sure enough, this one was really beyond saving. She simply didn't see herself as a woman at all. When watching the anime, Muchuan had already known this one would be hard to straighten out. She didn't care about her own body at all. Anyone could look, and touching didn't matter either. She really treated herself like a man. That damned Kazuki Oden. He'd really done a lot of harm. Forget it. Take it slow. If not, just bring her back and fight her for 300 rounds. That would probably turn her thinking back into a woman's. No one could do anything about physiological reactions. Even if you keep thinking of yourself as a man, it's useless. After a few times, female instinct would return. Something like cognition wasn't that hard to break. Muchuan pulled his hand back and smiled. Your old man Kaido lost you to me. From now on, you're mine. Yamato stopped moving her hand over the food, her face full of shock. What did you say? That gorilla ox gave me away. Muchuan shrugged. That's right. So now you're my private property. You have to listen to everything I say, otherwise. Yamato cut him off with a shout. I'm not listening to that guy. No one can force me. I am Kazuki Oden, the man who will open Wano's borders. As she spoke, she tried to go find Kaido and question him. Muchuan pinched the bridge of his nose. It looked like this thing wouldn't work without some harsher medicine. He reached out and held back Yamato, who was trying to walk out. Gravity suppression, weight change. In an instant, he used two abilities on her to suppress her movements. One was gravity pushing her downward, and the other was increasing her body weight to make movement difficult. An ability application he had analyzed from the light-heavy rock technique. Instantly, Yamato felt her body sink. Then a wave of pressure came crashing down. With a thud, she was forced to her knees. Both hands braced against the floor as she barely kept herself from collapsing face first. Even this was already the limit of her body. She couldn't move any other part of herself at all. The floor beneath her cracked from the pressure. Yamato struggled to lift her head and looked at the man beside her. What are you doing? From the side, Muchuan looked at her in that position. She had already been showing half of her side peak, and now all of it could be seen. He walked to her side and reached over again to hold it. Nice and heavy. What do you think? As my private property, if you're disobedient, shouldn't you be punished a little? You don't actually think you have a choice, do you? Or do you think Kaido can beat me so he has a choice? Let me tell you, neither of you does. Oh, you like being Kazuki Oden, right? Fine. Then we'll treat you like you are Kazuki Oden. After saying that, he squeezed hard, pulled his hand back, and pointed outside. Those samurai from Wano are outside. Aren't you Kazuki Oden? Then I'll give you a chance to save them. Right now, I want to kill them all. If you want to save them, then strip naked and dance. Yamato struggled to support her body, gritting her teeth.
Impossible.
I am Kazuki Oden. I will never do something so humiliating and let you shame the Kazuki clan like this. Muchuan lifted the pressure off her, grabbed her by the collar, and yanked her over until they were face to face. You're full of shit. You're not just not Oden. You can't even dance naked and beg for mercy, and you think you deserve to be Kazuki Oden? I didn't even make you do it in front of everyone. If you can't even handle that little bit of humiliation, what right do you have to call yourself Kazuki Oden? Stop fucking insulting the name Kazuki Oden. The great Wano country's useless clown. Is that a name you're worthy of tarnishing? As he spoke, he threw her to the ground and shouted angrily, hurry up and strip. You don't want to be a loser, but you still dare call yourself Oden? Who gave you the guts to insult the Kazuki name? Yamato was completely stunned by the scolding. Then she thought about it and realized something was off. What the hell are you even talking about? She immediately argued back. What nonsense are you saying? Kazuki Oden is a great hero. Muchuan cut her off at once. Shut up. You still dare slander Kazuki Oden? Is the name of a loser something you get to slander? As the world-renowned king of naked dancing and deep-fried tempura, and you actually dare use a word like hero to insult him. Beast. Fucking beast. And you still dare say you want to become Kazuki Oden? You're not even willing to be the tiniest bit of a loser. You even look down on this great loser. Speak. What are your intentions? Why do you keep insulting Kazuki Oden? Yamato's mind was a mess for a while. The kid had already been dumb to begin with, or she wouldn't have taken Kazuki Oden as her idol. Now her brain was overloaded, and she couldn't make sense of anything at all. I didn't. Oden danced and jumped into the oil to save people. Right, to save people. He wasn't some loser. Muchuan grabbed her collar again and asked, oh, really? Still insulting the great name of a loser? Do you really admire Oden? Then why do you keep insulting him? Right now, I have the power to crush you, don't I? So tell me, if I begged you for mercy while clearly having the power to crush you, what kind of behavior would that be? Then I'd throw in a little naked dancing for you while I begged. If that's still not enough, I could even perform a deep-fried tempura act for you. So, what kind of behavior is that? Yamato's mind blanked. That S. Seeing her like that, Muchuan let out a scornful laugh. You know what? Back then, Kaido had no chance of winning at all. Look at the idiots Kazuki Oden had behind him. The Pirate King Roger's crew. The Whitebeard Pirates. His own Akazaya 9. Their strength wasn't much lower than Kaido's. And even with that, he played a great hand into complete garbage, danced his naked dance for a full 5 years, then did one deep-fried tempura performance and died. Hearing it laid out like that, Yamato suddenly felt like her brain couldn't turn fast enough. That's right. Oden had followed Roger and successfully reached Laugh Tale. Behind him stood the world's two top pirate crews. The Akazaya 9 were all powerful. His own strength had even been enough to wound Kaido. He had people, he had power. So why had everything he did after coming back been so stupid? How had she never noticed that before? Could it be that she was just as stupid as Kazuki Oden?
No.
No way. With a wicked grin, Muchuan reached out and patted her cheek. Well, Kazuki Oden, dead loser. Aren't you gonna hurry up and strip so I can get a good look at what a clown looks like? After figuring out the key point, Yamato's face quickly turned red with heat. She thought, it's over. What the hell have I been doing all these years? How am I ever supposed to face people again? No, I can't stay in Wano anymore. Everyone must have been looking at me like a clown. Lowering her head, she said softly, I want to be Oden anymore. Muchuan pressed down the corner of his rising lips. What did you say? You still want to be Oden? Then go ahead. No one is stopping you. People always have a few idiots who like being useless clowns. Respect, but I don't get it. Yamato shouted with a flushed face. I said, I'm not being Oden anymore. Stop talking about me like that. I really know I was wrong. Muchuan leaned closer and stared into her eyes. Oh, is that so? But I've always believed that if you're an idiot for one day, you're an idiot for life. Tell me, are you a man or a woman? Without even thinking, Yamato blurted out, of course I'm a man. Halfway through, she immediately realized she was no longer playing Oden and hurriedly changed her words. A W woman. Muchuan gave her a wicked smile. Oh, really? Then kiss me and prove it. Yamato blinked as she looked at his face right in front of hers. After thinking for a moment, she still leaned in. 10 minutes later, Muchuan took Yamato with him, grabbed Kaido South Red Road poneglyph on the way, then went to the Mink tribe and other places to gather the remaining poneglyphs as well. As for what would happen to the samurai of Wano, Muchuan's response was simple. Who cared? They weren't his people. Why should he care what happened to them? They could keep mining for Kaido. After returning to Robin, he tossed out all the poneglyphs. Robin said for him to go do his own thing first, because she wanted to continue deciphering the poneglyphs. Muchuan nodded, then took Yamato back onto the ship to study life. 2 days later, Robin finished organizing all the historical texts, and Muchuan waved his hand and stored all the poneglyphs back into his storage space. He instructed Robin to take Yamato, who was still lying in bed sighing about how great being a woman was, and continue sailing toward Water 7. As for himself, he took those poneglyphs and went to airdrop them over the Holy Land Mary Geos. Watching them set off, Muchuan used a single teleport and appeared above Mary Geos. He let the Den Den Mushi camera float in the air, connected it to Morgan's S-side, and started recording. After confirming the location, he took out the 30 poneglyphs from his space, aimed them at 30 celestial dragons, then applied gravity and sent the stones plunging straight down. Boom! 30 celestial dragon residences were smashed apart, and along with them, 30 celestial dragons inside were crushed flat. Back at the headquarters of the World Economy newspaper, Morgans yelled in excitement as he watched, shouting for them to record everything and run it as the headline. 30 celestial dragons dead at once. This was a world-shaking piece of news unlike any other. And most importantly, the coordinates to Roger's great treasure were now in Mary Geos. For every pirate in the world, that was a fatal temptation. After finishing all that, Muchuan teleported straight back to the ship. Just do good deeds and don't ask what comes after. He had done what he came to do. What happened after that was none of his concern. Even if it started a world war, he'd just sit back and watch the show. In the room of authority inside Pangaea Castle, the 5 elders gathered for a meeting. Saint Saturn, do you think this is something we can shoulder? Saint Warcury, I don't think we can. We should report it to Lord Im. Saint Nustero, what if, and I'm saying what if, Lord Im wants to hold us accountable for not reporting it sooner? What then? Saint Peter, I don't think that matters much. Lord Im might not even ask about it. Have any of you ever seen Lord Im care about the celestial dragons? Saint Mars, that is true. Lord Im doesn't even care that much about us, let alone those ordinary celestial dragons. Relax, should be fine. Saint Warcury, I actually think it's a good thing that all the historical poneglyphs were thrown into Mary Geos. Think about it. Lord Im doesn't want anyone to know history, but with those stones scattered all over the world, someone would always find them eventually. Now Muchuan dumped them all in Mary Geos instead, which saves us the trouble. The current situation is that as long as we guard them in one place, we can keep history in our hands. Isn't that easier to control than having them scattered outside? Saint Nustero, you make a good point. Putting it that way, Lord Im might actually like this situation. At least it's controllable. Saint Saturn Fine then. In that case, let us go meet Lord Im. After the 5 elders came back from seeing him, their expressions had not changed much. They simply transferred part of their top combat forces to guard various parts of Mary Geos. One Marine Admiral who had originally been stationed there was reassigned to the New World, while the other 2 remained at headquarters to guard both sides of the Red Line. After several days at sea, Muchuan's group finally swayed their way to Water 7. He gave the two women some belly and sent them off shopping, while he went to look for Khalifa. Snatching someone from a world government CP organization was a little tricky. It wasn't that taking her away would be hard. The problem was that the person herself wouldn't want to go. Just think about it. If you were a government employee, and suddenly some bandit popped out and told you to come work for him, who would agree to that? I've got a state-paid job, status, a future, face, and security. Why would I follow you around, never knowing where my next meal is coming from? Am I crazy? After thinking it over, Muchuan decided it still had to be a mix of threats and temptation. Khalifa's group of 7 seemed pretty tightly bonded. Didn't they? Once he had it figured out, he flashed and teleported straight into Mayor Iceberg's office. He waved at Khalifa. Hello, Glasses secretary. That uniform looks really good on you. Khalifa pushed up her glasses. That's sexual harassment. Muchuan smiled and clicked his tongue at her. Mayor Iceberg sat behind his desk with a dark expression. Hey, you're a devil fruit user, right? You suddenly appear in my office just to harass my secretary? Muchuan turned back at that. Come on, man. Can you not talk? If your brain is not working, go get it checked. You call yourself a mayor, and you don't even know someone else here for your Pluton blueprints. Iceberg's face darkened after hearing that, and for a moment he said nothing. Khalifa glanced at Iceberg's expression and sighed helplessly. Great, mission failed. But as he spoke, Muchuan suddenly felt something was off. Why did these two act like they didn't know him? With his fame, that shouldn't be possible. Wearing a puzzled look, he asked Khalifa, let me ask you something. You don't know who I am? Khalifa folded her arms and said calmly, I do. Is there a problem? Muchuan tilted his head. Then why didn't you react? You're acting like I'm some random nobody. Khalifa pushed up her glasses with one hand. Please don't question my professional standards. If I can't even manage my expression, I might as well go home and farm. Muchuan gave her a thumbs up to show his respect, as expected of a professional. By then, Iceberg had brooded enough and finally spoke. I was wondering why you looked familiar. So that's it. I remember now. You're Muchuan, the madman who specializes in killing celestial dragons. Come to think of it, your bounty is in a class of its own in this world. A full 36 billion belly. Is practically sky-high. Even Pirate King Roger only had 5.5 billion belly. You're even more impressive than Roger. Muchuan smiled without caring. Hey, no big deal. If you kill 36 celestial dragons, you can get a 36 billion bounty too. But you don't need to envy me. As long as you dare make public that you have the blueprints for the ancient weapon Pluton, a mere bounty, they slap one on you in minutes. Iceberg's face sank again. I don't know what you're talking about. What Pluton, what blueprints? Never seen them. And you too. Khalifa, if you're after that as well, then you'll be disappointed. I really don't have any so-called blueprints. Khalifa only looked at Iceberg and said nothing. Agents usually didn't talk much. If the mission couldn't be completed, saying anything was pointless. She could only go back and discuss a new plan with her companions. Muchuan curled his lip. You really don't have them in your hands right now. But that's because you gave them to someone else. What? If someone else is holding them, then it means you don't have them anymore? You're pretty good at fooling yourself. Seeing that Iceberg was about to speak, Muchuan waved a hand and cut him off. Don't explain it to me. I'm not after your blueprints. Even if that junk were the finished product, I could still wipe it out with a raised hand. It's just external power. I'm not interested. Iceberg opened his mouth, then swallowed his words back down. At this point, there was nothing left to argue about. The other man clearly had solid information, or he wouldn't have said it out loud. Whether he admitted it or not no longer mattered. Once things reached this stage, anyone truly plotting to get the blueprints would only move on to the next phase, doing whatever it took to get them from him, instead of asking whether he had them. Seeing how dismissive Muchuan was toward Pluton, Khalifa pushed up her glasses and said, someone with a 36 billion bounty really does talk big. Not interested in Pluton either? Do you even know how powerful Pluton is to say that? Muchuan walked up to her and lifted her chin with one finger. The world is big. Don't use limited experience to judge everyone. That CP9 organization has taught all of you into uselessness. At your age, you still haven't even come into contact with hockey. That's downright irresponsible. Khalifa smacked away the hand under her chin. I already said that's sexual harassment. When it's time for us to learn, the higher-ups will teach us naturally. That's not something you need to worry about. The more Muchuan looked at Khalifa, the more pleasing she seemed. A blonde beauty, a glasses-wearing mature woman. Uniform, long legs, great figure. You've got personality. I like that. Starting now, I'm abducting you for your looks. Let us go talk about the transfer paperwork. He reached out, grabbed her hand, and with one teleport, arrived beside Spandam. The temporary superior of their CP9 team had his legs propped up on his desk, acting like a lord while leisurely eating fruit. Then, with a flash, two people suddenly appeared in front of him and startled him so badly that he jerked his legs down and hurriedly reached for his gun. But once he raised the gun, aimed it and saw who it was, holy hell, how could it be this monster? Dragon Slayer Muchuan. His pupils shrank, and his heart nearly skipped a beat. In that split second, he came up with a desperate idea and instantly hid the gun behind his back again. With a stiff smile on his face, he said, Mu, Muchuan. Why you? Why are you here? Inside, he was screaming. I'm done for. Why would this guy, who kills celestial dragons without even blinking, come to me? Am I really about to die here? But after glancing at the other person beside him, he instantly stopped thinking that. Ha! Khalifa? Why are you with him? Khalifa looked at her idiot superior helplessly. SNT it obvious, sir? I've been kidnapped by this guy. Spandam's head filled with question marks. Huh? Why would he kidnap a little CP9 agent like you? Khalifa rolled her eyes. He got lustful at the sight of me.
Elle lustful?
Spandam's brain almost stopped working. Then he looked Khalifa over carefully. She did have some looks. Then he turned back to Muchuan. Really? Muchuan didn't deny it and nodded. That's exactly it. What do you think? Spandam closed his eyes speechlessly, feeling his head buzzing. What do I think? I think while standing here and looking, that's what. If you want to abduct someone for her looks, then just do it. Why drag me into this? Do you think I'd save her? Quit joking. Even the world government can't protect celestial dragons from you. Those are celestial dragons. My boss masters. Even they can't be protected, and I'm supposed to protect her? I'm just a tiny CP9 chief. How am I supposed to protect anyone? Especially some unimportant little agent. With what, my head? He forced out a smile uglier than crying. How would I dare have an opinion? I don't. The moment Khalifa saw that, she knew she'd been abandoned. She instantly closed her eyes, unwilling to look anymore. There was no hope. Muchuan walked over and patted him on the shoulder. I'm not asking for your opinion. I'm asking whether you're going to hand her over to me willingly, or if you plan to go up against me. If you hand her over, then there's nothing more to say. I take her away, and from now on, she's no longer one of your CP people. If you want to test me, I won't bully you. I'll let you call for backup. You can phone the world government for reinforcements and have the 5 elders send people over, and we can do this again. If that's not enough, then have the 5 elders bring all of CP0's top combat power, the Goddess Knights, and the Navy's highest combat power to gang up on me together. Spandam was completely numb. Listen to yourself. Is that even something a human would say? A nobody like me can call in those big shots? Or do you really think those big shots would make a huge fuss over one female CP9 agent? If the world government had been capable of killing you, they would have acted long ago. The last time this guy took action, he dropped nearly more than half of the world government's top combat forces with a single move. Looking at it as a whole, they basically concluded that even if they mobilized all their forces, they still wouldn't have much of a chance, so they gave up. Otherwise, why would the world government swallow a loss like this without a word? With sweat beading on his forehead, he said, how could that be? Of course I'm giving her to you. She's just a female agent. There's no need to start another conflict over her. Even though she already knew the outcome and understood the stakes involved, Khalifa still felt a chill in her heart. They didn't even try to save her. They just handed her over. Even if agents were just tools who had to obey their superiors and do whatever they were ordered to do, when the moment really came, still hurt, Khalifa looked at Spandam. Aren't you even going to try to save me? Save you? How? Spandam took out the golden den mushi for a buster call and placed it on the table. With this, a buster call? Would that be useful? This is already the limit of the forces I can mobilize. Do you think an ordinary buster call can compare to the scale of the force the world government sent to hunt this man last time? One move, just one move, and the world government's highest combat power was completely crippled. Facing someone like that, how am I supposed to save you? Spandam took a deep breath and tried to persuade her. What's so bad about following him? What do you think is the highest position you could reach in this life? CP0? Or become a CP chief like me? Wouldn't that be the end of it? But even then, you'd still just be a dog of the celestial dragons. But Mr. Muchuan can directly kill celestial dragons. He is someone who stands above them. What's so bad about following him? In the future, you won't have to watch any superior's face. And one more thing. If you don't leave, then as you climb higher step by step, sooner or later you'll end up serving the celestial dragons anyway. With your beauty, once you appear before one of them, The moment Khalifa heard that, she instantly felt he had a point. It was even possible that one day she'd have to use her beauty on a mission. Thinking about it that way, following a strong man didn't sound so bad. When Muchuan saw that Spandam was actually this eloquent, he raised a hand and gave him a thumbs up, showing that he was pretty impressive. Spandam gave an awkward smile, indicating it was nothing, just the self-cultivation of a superior. Without this kind of skill, how else was he supposed to pua his subordinates? But inside he was thinking, bullshit. If you were the one being forced into a situation where you could die at any moment, you'd be able to talk too. Saying a few nice words to save your own life wasn't embarrassing at all. After seeing that things were about settled, Muchuan grabbed Khalifa and teleported away. Spandam stood there for quite a while. Only after confirming they had really left did he let out a sigh of relief, then picked up the Den Mushi and reported to the 5 elders. After rambling through his report, the other side gave him a reply. Well done. And that was it. But to Spandam that was already a good outcome. No fault would be pinned on him, the people lost would soon be replenished, and everything would continue as usual. Felt great. On Muchuan's side, after bringing Khalifa back to the ship, he saw that she still had something on her mind, so he smiled and said, "You're on pretty good terms with Rob Lucci and the others, right? I think even if you don't think for your own sake, you should at least think for theirs. Go say a proper goodbye to them and put them at ease. Don't do that unwilling act. Or what if they can't accept it and come rushing over to save you? If that happens, should I kill them or not? They're all pretty good companions." Khalifa instantly grabbed Muchuan. "You want me? This has nothing to do with them, so don't touch them. I'll go say goodbye to them. I'll say it properly. I won't let them act recklessly." Muchuan smiled and nodded, thinking, right, this is exactly the effect I wanted. For some reason, watching a beauty being coerced was more exciting than normal cooperation. TSK. He really was a bad person. He reached out, wrapped an arm around her slender waist, and pulled her closer. Good. I believe you. Then let us take care of business first. 1 week later, after Khalifa went to say goodbye to a few of her companions, she boarded a ship and set out to sea together with the 3 of them. Muchuan decided that the next stop would be the great underwater prison, Impel Down. That was where Bondi Waldo's Momo fruit was. The moment he thought of devil fruits, he remembered that his soul fruit still hadn't been sublimated. With a thought, he controlled the sublimation device and began the process. At the same time, he prayed inwardly, "Please come through for me. I'm willing to sacrifice 100 years of Momonosuke's lifespan. Turn the whole situation around. Go." Huh? Speaking of Momonosuke, that bastard still wasn't dead yet. How could that be okay? Letting him live this long already was a mistake. A huge mistake. Once he got the Momo fruit, he'd go kill him. Buzz. A fruit appeared in his storage space. Muchuan sat up and reached out to take it. It was a white fruit, glowing faintly, and he still had no idea what kind of shape it was supposed to be. System. Give me the information on this fruit. Soul fruit sublimated form. Soul sovereign. The sublimated fruit of the soul fruit. Raises the upper limit, removes weaknesses, and grants stronger abilities. Soul sovereign no longer depends on the target's fear and can directly strip soul fragments away. Upgrading from borrowing souls leaked through fear to actively tearing apart the soul vessel, ignoring mental resistance. Homie conversion becomes more efficient. There is no need to touch matter. Anything within the range of thought coverage can be given a soul, and an entire area can also be transformed into a giant homie domain. All homies share a binding to the user's source soul consciousness. They do not possess independent selfish motives and cannot be lured away or turned by outside forces. Two-way soul conversion. Lifespan can flow freely. Souls can be renewed for homies. Damaged elemental lifeforms can be repaired. Life force can be granted to allies. And severe injuries can be healed instantly. 10,000 souls as one. Homies are no longer external servants and can merge into the user's physical body to form a fused state, allowing the user to utilize the homie's abilities. Soul interference with consciousness. Strip away the target's shallow soul layer, alter memories, implant fear, and force submission. Release soul pressure, massively intimidating opponents over a wide area and causing them to lose the will to resist. Soul attack. Without destroying the physical body, directly attack the target's soul. If they cannot withstand it, they will die completely in an instant, with their soul scattering. Soul applications are numerous. Their strength depends entirely on the degree of development. Please develop it yourself. After reading the information, Muchuan was a little stunned. No system. Is this right? The last one was a mythical Zoan. So being strong was one thing. But now even this paramecia became this monstrous after entering a sublimated form? SNT this a bit too much? System. If the host does not need it, it can also be degraded back. As for after-sales service, the system has always been very user-friendly. As long as the host says the word. Ahem. I was just asking. You may withdraw. I'll study it a little more. System. Muchuan looked at the description. Everything can become a homie, and then homies can also fuse with me so I can use their abilities. Doesn't that basically make me omnipotent in another form? Come to think of it, if I turn space itself into a homie, who could possibly beat that thing? Or if I went into the universe and directly turned a black hole into a homie? Of course, the foundation for all of this probably still depended on his own strength and the amount of souls or lifespan he had stored. Putting everything else aside, this fruit was at least incredibly fun in terms of versatility. Once he finished thinking it over, he stuffed it into his mouth and ate it in a few bites, gaining the power of a second fruit. The moment he ate it, he felt an especially strange sensation. The ability to control souls gave him the illusion that he could control all things. Your soul is my soul. My soul is the soul of all things. It just felt very strange. A few days later, outside the great underwater prison Impel Down in the calm belt, Muchuan leisurely guided the ship until it arrived at Impel Down, and there he ran into a ship that was instantly recognizable. A dog-headed ship. Obviously, that was Garp's vessel. An old acquaintance. Wouldn't he that wake him right up? He stood and walked to the side of the ship, waving toward the other side. Hey Garp, is that you? So it's you. Come out and chat for 100 berries. On the Doghead warship, the moment Garp heard that damned voice, he nearly had a stress response. He wanted nothing more than to rush over and beat him to death. This bastard had sent his own grandson into the great undersea prison, and he still dared talk to him. You really deserve to die. He stepped out of the cabin and came to the side of the ship. Muchuan, shut your mouth. I have nothing to say to you. Then he suddenly realized something was off. This was Impel Down. He shouldn't be running into him here. In fact, he shouldn't be running into any outsider here at all. So what was this guy doing at Impel Down? Then he added, why are you here? What are you trying to do? Muchuan brought the two ships closer together, still smiling. Hey, Garp-san, what are you here for? Visiting your grandson in prison? By the way, was Luffy locked up in Impel Down? He wasn't sent straight to Pangu City to the Five Elders, was he? Speaking of which, look how good I am to you. Knowing it'd be hard for you to make a move, I took care of it for you and sent a major criminal to Marine headquarters, preserving your justice as a Marine to the very end. Say thank you. On the other side, Garp's face had gone terrifyingly dark. Listening to that bastard's words, his blood pressure shot through the roof. He was grinding his teeth so hard they were almost breaking, and the veins on his clenched fists bulged as they trembled. Muchuan, what exactly are you doing at Impel Down? Explain yourself. Muchuan said with a cheerful smile. Huh? Isn't Garp-san here to see his grandson? Or are you escorting prisoners? My Garp-san really is busy. Your grandson's already been captured, and you still have the mood to go out and catch pirates. Truly a model Marine. A professional benchmark. The blood vessels on Garp's forehead throbbed visibly as he roared. Bastard, answer me properly. What are you doing at Impel Down? Looking at Garp, furious enough to strike at any second, Muchuan still refused to answer. He just wanted to see how long Garp could hold back. He was bored, and he was playing with him. Having professional ethics really is nice. Treating family and everyone else the same when they commit crimes. That kind of broad-mindedness really does suit the Marine hero. Still, it's really not appropriate for someone so young to be locked up in there. As his grandfather, you're truly ruthless. How could you really lay hands on your own grandson and throw him in prison? Family bonds really are cold. With the life and death friendship between us, there's not much I can do to help you, but how about this? I'll help your grandson break out of prison. Just don't lock him up again after I get him out. He's family after all. For the sake of blood ties, let your grandson off once. Garp finally snapped. He roared in fury, you've gone too far. Muchuan, fuck your mother. Die, old man says. The moment he shouted, he leaped up. Red light flashed in his eyes, and his fist, wrapped in violent hockey driven by his full strength, smashed viciously toward Muchuan's face. Looking at that pot-sized fist and the amount of hockey packed into it, Muchuan clicked his tongue. He really does want to kill me in one punch. But in his eyes, the other man's speed was far too slow. He didn't even need to look carefully to dodge that punch with ease. Just as the fist neared his face, he tilted his head slightly and avoided it. Then he kicked out once, and Garp was sent flying into the sea like a cannonball, even faster than he'd come. With a boom, the impact of Cannonball Garp blew open the sea surface as he crashed into the water. It all happened too fast. By the time Garp's adjutant, Bogard, reacted, Garp had already been kicked into the sea. Seeing that, he hurriedly jumped in after him to rescue Garp. Muchuan smacked his lips in lingering dissatisfaction. TSK, TSK, TSK. Garp's patience really isn't great. He started fighting after just a few words. He didn't even stop to think whether he could beat me. Hot-headed people are just like that. I really don't know how this so-called Marine hero got that title. As long as you're reckless enough and live long enough, you get to be called a hero? The three women beside him all shook their heads as they watched. How could their man be this much of a menace? Starting trouble for no reason, then acting like the other side wasn't patient enough. It was way too much. If he weren't strong enough, he probably would have been beaten to death long ago. After making his comments, Muchuan controlled the ship to stop outside Impel Down. Then he told the three women he had something to take care of and teleported inside. Impel Down, Level 6, Eternal Hell. It was pitch black all year round. No guards patrolled inside, and no one watched over the place. There was only a squad of sentries outside. Those imprisoned here were all ferocious great pirates. Ordinary prison guards didn't dare come inspect the place at all. Only the prison chief, Magellan, would take time to check on it now and then. After teleporting here, Muchuan found everything dim and gloomy, which annoyed him, so he cast a fireball above himself for light. With a giant fireball over his head, he wandered around level 6. As he passed one cell after another, there was basically nothing useful. Then, in the next prison cell, Muchuan saw someone's face and laughed. Well, TSK, TSK, TSK. Isn't this Douglas Bullet? What, after leaving Roger, you've fallen this far? Devil's Air. Huh? Hey, tell me, out of Roger's whole crew, are you the only one who got thrown into prison? Bullet raised the head he had been hanging low, then looked up. In his pupils churned the savagery of someone imprisoned for years, like a vicious beast locked in the abyss, soaked in primitive brutality, carrying the undisguised wildness of a lone beast. He stared coldly at Muchuan as if he might pounce at any moment and tear him apart. Humph. Trash that doesn't know his place. Get lost. Muchuan leaned his head back. Well damn. Acting tough in front of me? Looks like you really don't know how you'll die. As he spoke, he raised a hand, and a transparent white rectangular prism carved an opening in the prison cell. It was the decomposition ability he had gained after fully understanding dust release, the terrifying power to break all matter down into atoms. Muchuan stepped inside and stood before Bullet, looking down at him from above. You're pretty good at acting tough. What? You think just because the Marines won't kill you, no one else will? I'll be taking your devil fruit ability. In your next life, remember not to be so arrogant. Bullet narrowed his eyes. Brat, what are you trying to do? You don't actually think I can't fight back just because I'm wearing sea stone chains, do you? I can crush you to death with hockey alone. Muchuan let out a scornful snort. Heh, is that so? Then you must be pretty impressive. If you've got the ability, then try it. I'd like to see whether you can resist. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out the fruit extraction device and threw it at him. The device automatically attached itself to his body. Bullet looked at the little round piece stuck to him, his face full of confusion. What the hell is this? Some kind of black tech device that suppresses hockey? Just as he was about to directly use hockey to shake the thing off, an extremely painful sensation suddenly hit him. In horror, he realized it wasn't his hockey being suppressed. It was more likely that his devil fruit ability was being extracted. The clearest sign was that the powerless feeling caused by the sea stone suppression was weakening. That made him immediately think of what this guy had just said. He wanted his devil fruit ability. But then the question came. How was this even possible? After a devil fruit had been eaten, it could still be extracted? And with nothing more than a tiny circular device. What kind of black technology was this? Which bastard invented it? The weakness from the ability extraction made him feel utterly miserable. He forced out a few words with difficulty. Ugh. Kid, stop. Muchuan couldn't care less what he was yelling about. He raised his hand toward him, already preparing the decomposition. Once the fruit extraction was complete, he'd directly gift him a transparent cube and break him down into atoms. 3, 2, 1. In a flash, the fruit extraction device returned to his storage space. The fusion fruit was now in hand. The next second, a decomposition cube covered Bullet. White light flashed, and his entire body vanished without a trace. Muchuan paid him no attention. The moment he released the cube, he turned and walked away. There was nothing worth watching. He was definitely dead. As he continued wandering, he passed another interesting devil fruit user, Katarina Devon, owner of the mythical Zoan nine-tailed fox fruit. After seeing what happened to Barrett with their own eyes, these guys all reined themselves in. They had all been vicious great pirates of the seas, but now not one of them dared act arrogant in front of Muchuan. Couldn't be helped. They cherished their lives. They didn't want to die. The stronger a person was, the more they feared death. Once you'd tasted glory, you feared even more that you'd never taste it again. These people had personally witnessed Golden Lion Shiki's successful prison break, so they all still held onto a sliver of hope, thinking that if the chance came, they might be able to escape too. With that mindset, when Muchuan stopped in front of Katarina Devon, she said nothing. Muchuan asked curiously, I'm standing right in front of you. Don't you want to say something? Devon kept her head lowered. I want to live. Muchuan looked down at her and thought that even though this guy was a woman, she was ugly. Letting her eat the nine-tailed fox fruit was such a waste. The nine-tailed fox, no matter how he thought about it, that should be a fruit ability owned by a beauty. Why should someone as ugly as you be the one to eat it? So he planned to extract the nine-tailed fox fruit and give it to one of his girls instead, which would at least make up for the regret. He said flatly, I only want your fruit ability. Cooperate and I'll spare your life. After hearing that, Devon let out a helpless sigh and nodded. Okay, what else could she do? A person had to bow their head under another's roof. If her fruit ability was gone, she could look for another one. But if her life was gone, then everything was gone. Satisfied, Muchuan nodded, threw out the device, extracted her fruit ability, and left without taking her life. Finally, he passed several cells and found Bundy World, frozen into a block of ice and sealed inside it. Same routine. He opened the cell and went in, smacking his lips as he looked at the giant ice block. TSK, TSK. Wald, you poor bastard. In all of Impel Down, you're the only prisoner frozen into ice for decades. That's quite an honor. As he spoke, he didn't waste any more words. He directly took out the extraction device and held it in his hand. With a crack, his hand pierced straight through the ice and pressed the device onto Wald's body. A few seconds later, the more fruit was extracted as well. Once he took this fruit, this trip would be done. Magellan's venom fruit was pretty strong, but Muchuan hated poison. It affected his mood, so forget it. He suddenly remembered what he'd said to Garp earlier and thought maybe he should look around for where Wong Luffy was. That Nika fruit of his was actually pretty strong. At its core, it was the materialization of a gag cartoon. To put it simply, it was basically Tomcat's ability. If it got upgraded a little, it should be able to get rid of the side effect where he kept laughing like an idiot all the time. In that case, maybe he should extract it too. Once he thought of it, he acted. After checking a few cells, he found Wong Luffy. At that moment, this guy was still sleeping. What a big heart. He could still sleep even while locked up. Muchuan took out the extraction device, pressed it onto him, and then... that was it. This guy actually didn't wake up. Only after the device returned to storage space did Muchuan come back to his senses. Good lord. Holy shit, good lord. As expected of Wong Luffy, even this level of discomfort didn't interrupt your sleep. Impressive. Shaking his head with a laugh, he grabbed him and teleported away. After teleporting back to the ship, he tossed Wong Luffy onto the deck and immediately saw a ring of Navy warships surrounding his ship. Leading them was Akiji. When the three women saw Muchuan return, they all let out a breath of relief. There was no way they could beat the Navy fleet led by Akiji. Yamato said nervously with a hint of excitement, Muchuan, are we gonna fight? If I fall into the sea, you have to save me. Califa was much calmer. Probably won't come to that unless Akiji has gone crazy. Robin's expression was complicated. When she was a child, Akiji had once let her go. Now that they were meeting again, she didn't know what to say. Muchuan waved a hand to show it was fine, then walked to the bow and shouted at Akiji. Hey, little thunder. You again? What, planning to come wash away your shame? Akiji looked pained. So this little thunder title really wasn't going away. Huh? Where exactly was that damn hammer squirrel? He really wanted to see who was stronger. I'm not here to fight. I just got a report that Garp was injured, so I came to take a look. If I'd known it was you, I definitely wouldn't have come today. Muchuan smiled. Fine then, but why was it you who came? Where's Kizaru? Isn't that guy the fastest? Why didn't he come? Akiji scratched his head helplessly. That's thanks to you too. Mariehua has been redeployed now, so the admiral stations have been spread out a bit. Because Borsalino is the fastest, he's been placed on the backside of Mariehua, over by the New World. Because that's where the four emperors are, and the odds of them joining forces to attack are low, it's relatively quiet there. If something happens on the front side, he can rush back to reinforce immediately. Muchuan grinned wickedly. So, did anyone go attack the bubble lift? Akiji spread his hands. Nope, it's only been a few days. Maybe the pirates with enough guts still aren't ready. At that moment, Garp also came out with Bogard supporting him. Still unwilling to let it go, he asked bastard Muchuan, what exactly did you do just now? Muchuan looked at Garp with a smile. Yo, Garp-san, you're awake? Hold on a second. After saying that, he turned and walked back to the middle of the ship, picked up the dead-asleep Wong Luffy, and carried him back to the ship's edge. Look, I didn't fail your request. I rescued your grandson from level 6. The moment he saw Luffy, Garp was instantly shocked. Oh shit, I'm done for. This dog-like bastard set me up. He was obviously the one who brought Luffy out himself, and now he's saying it was my idea. And I just happened to be standing right here. It's over. There's no explaining this now. Aside from the soldiers on Garp's own ship, all the other Marines present turned to look at Garp. Beside him, Akiji raised a brow and turned toward Garp. Garp-san, you can't really have... Garp hurriedly defended himself. I didn't. Then he pointed at Muchuan. He's slandering me. He's slandering me. He's slandering me. The entire Navy knows I, Garp, am iron-faced and impartial. And you believe the words of a wanted criminal? Muchuan suppressed the smile at the corner of his mouth and raised a hand, continuing to drive the knife in. Well, Garp-san, you can't deny that you injured yourself and begged me to help save your grandson. Otherwise, how do you explain your injuries? You're not saying I beat you up, are you? Then he said to the Marines, you all know me. When I make a move, it's a life or death fight. At the very least, the other side ends up seriously injured and bedridden for 2 months. But look at Garp-san. Aren't his injuries way too light? And one more thing. He even already thought of how to clear his grandson's name, and I made it happen. As he spoke, he lifted Wong Luffy and threw him into the sea. A moment later, the guy was already choking on seawater, swimming at the surface and calling for help. See? His grandson's Nika fruit is already gone. As everyone knows, all his crimes came from the Nika fruit. That means his crimes can now be erased. Eft. Hearing that, Garp got so agitated that his blood surged upward, tugging at the injuries inside his body, and he spat out a mouthful of old blood. With a trembling hand, he pointed at Muchuan. You motherf, he felt stifled. But the problem was that he couldn't explain it clearly. The key point was that this really was the current situation. Luffy had been brought out, his fruit ability really was gone, and he could now swim in the sea. Muchuan leaned back tactically. Hey, now none of that. What era is this? You're still playing the coughing up blood and acting pitiful trick? I'm not a good person. That won't work on me. Even if you cough up blood till you die over there, it has nothing to do with me. Since your grandson has already been rescued, I'll be leaving first. Until we meet again. Bye. With that, he directly teleported away with both ship and people in a flash. That left the Marines on the scene looking at each other in dismay, while Akiji stared at Garp with a complicated expression. Garp-san, let's pull your grandson up first. As for everything else, you can explain it to Fleet Admiral Sengoku after we return to headquarters. Garp said helplessly, I really didn't ask him to do this. How can you not believe me? Akiji shook his head. That's not what I mean. It's that guy being able to remove a person's fruit ability. The question is, after removing it, where did that fruit ability go? That was when Garp finally remembered the real issue, right? That guy went to level 6 of the Great Undersea Prison. There are several powerful devil fruit users locked up there. For example, World Destroyer Bondi Waldo S. Momo fruit, and Demon Air Douglas Bullet S. Gatai fruit. Those are all incredibly powerful devil fruits. If they all end up in Muchuan's hands, then this won't be an ordinary problem anymore. He'll build a team where every member is admiral level. As he spoke, the two exchanged a look. Come on. Let us get back to headquarters and call a meeting. Meanwhile, Muchuan took both himself and his ship and instantly teleported to Dressrosa in the New World. He left the three women some money and told them to go look around Dressrosa. The tourism and entertainment here were pretty good. There was the breathtaking sea of flowers, all kinds of food and snacks, dancing girls, and the Colosseum. There were also toy dolls all over the streets. Even though they were all transformed from humans, it was still pretty interesting to look at if you didn't know. Muchuan himself went to stand before Doflamingo. Inside the room, Doflamingo looked at the man who had suddenly appeared in front of him, and there was already a thin sheen of sweat on his forehead. As for the reason, of course it was because he himself was also one of the celestial dragons, even if he had been cast out. Still, celestial dragon blood flowed in his veins. Who knew what this celestial dragon executioner was thinking? Would he kill him too? How could he not be afraid? This guy had already killed 36 celestial dragons. 36. He was butchering celestial dragons like pigs. Hey, this really is quite the important guest. Muchuan looked at the spirited young man in cropped pants and bean shoes, then gave him a thumbs up with a grin. Yeah, that outfit's not bad. Stylish. The corner of Doflamingo's mouth twitched. Really? Want a set? Muchuan waved a hand. Pass. I can't pull that off. Just then, the door to the room was pushed open, and a little girl ran in. Young master, I need to tell you. When Muchuan saw who it was, he raised a brow and looked her over curiously, thinking, oh ho, so this is a 20-year-old with a baby face? A legal loli? Interesting. The little girl was Sugar, Monet's younger sister, 20 years old this year. The reason she looked like a little girl was because of the hobby fruit S limitation. Whatever age you were when you ate it, that was the age you stayed at forever. Your growth stopped on the spot. She had eaten it when she was a 10-year-old girl, so she would always remain a little girl. Even now, at 20, she still had that same little girl appearance. When Sugar saw Muchuan's face clearly, she jumped in fright, but then quickly calmed down and kept walking toward him, thinking about whether she could launch a sneak attack and touch him, turning him into a toy doll. Huh? I've never seen you before, big brother. Who are you? Did you come to see young master? What greeted her was the lightning gathering in Muchuan's raised hand. If you take one more step toward me, don't blame me for giving you electroshock torture. Even if this thing might not necessarily work on him, he still didn't want to risk it. This damned ability was like a dog's hit fruit. One touch and you turned into a toy. On top of that, every memory of your existence would be erased from this world. And even though you kept your awareness, you couldn't control your body. You could speak, but you couldn't tell outsiders anything about yourself. Could be said that once she touched you, you were finished. When Sugar saw that he was about to electrocute her, she froze. Huh? Afraid something might happen, Doflamingo quickly said to Sugar, Sugar, go back first. If there's anything, wait until after this gentleman leaves. Muchuan dispersed the lightning in his hand, then waved her off. Yeah, exactly. Go play somewhere else. When adults are talking, kids shouldn't listen. Sugar got angry at that. What do you mean, kid? You're the kid. Your whole family are kids. Listen carefully. I'm a 20-year-old maiden. Humph. After saying that, she turned and left, slamming the door behind her with a bang. Muchuan blinked, then shrugged. See? Just now it was Big Brother. And now she's like this. Don't tell me it's her period. Doflamingo had no mood for jokes and got straight to the point. What exactly are you here for? Just say it. You can't possibly be here for sightseeing. Muchuan walked over and sat down on the sofa. There are two things I need your help with. First, I want Monet. I hope you'll say a word and have her follow me. You were the one who saved the sisters, so only if you speak will she obey. Otherwise, even if I took her by force with her temperament, she'd probably commit suicide. Second, I need you to have Monet help me kill someone while she's at it. A child named Momonosuke. He's wearing a pink samurai kimono and has that bald samurai hairstyle on top of his head. He's in the Punk Hazard Laboratory. And that little bastard also ate Vegapunk's replicated Azure Dragon fruit. After saying that, he took out his infinite coffee cup and started drinking coffee while waiting for the answer. After hearing this, Doflamingo frowned and began thinking. Should he cooperate or not? If he cooperated, then at most he would lose Monet. Everyone else, including himself, would probably be fine. If he refused, no one knew what this guy would do. If Muchuan got rejected and directly killed him, that would be a huge loss. There was no need to even think about resisting. This man could go head-on against the world government, the Marines, and the entire Five Elders and Celestial Dragon establishment. Wiping out his whole family would be far too easy for him. He was doing pretty well as an off-the-books Celestial Dragon. His life was good. It absolutely wasn't worth capsizing over something this small. Hehehe. Fine. Doflamingo will give you this face. You stay here in Dressrosa and relax for a while. I'll call Monet and have her come back. I'll also help you kill that little samurai, whatever his name is. Muchuan nodded in satisfaction. Then I'll leave it to you. Please tell Monet that when she sees him, she should go all out and do him in. Best if she tortures him to death. Doflamingo waved a hand. You're too polite. It's nothing. Not troublesome at all. Muchuan hadn't expected him to be this cooperative. He had thought there would be a fight. Maybe he'd even have to kill a few more people. But instead, the man was surprisingly cooperative and didn't even make a single demand. That left Muchuan feeling a little embarrassed. So he casually asked, by the way, Doflamingo, have you ever considered switching to a different devil fruit? Doflamingo was baffled. What did he mean, switching to a different devil fruit? What kind of meaning was that? Devil fruits could be changed? How did he not know that? Wouldn't eating two just kill you? So how were you supposed to switch? Full of confusion, he asked. Switch fruits? Mr. Muchuan, do you mean a fruit ability can be extracted? Or transferred? Muchuan nodded. That's right. I have the ability to extract an existing fruit power. That way you can go find a stronger fruit and eat it again. To be honest, your string fruit is way too weak. If you had a mythical Zoan, or even a god-tier mythical Zoan, you wouldn't be afraid of Kaido at all. Doflamingo understood the first part, but the second part left him dumbfounded again. So he asked in confusion, mythical Zoans are divided into ordinary and god-tier too. Aren't they all manifestations of gods? Muchuan leaned back in disbelief. No, seriously, man. Is your knowledge really this shallow? If Nika is a mythical Zoan, why can it overturn the world? While the Phoenix is also a mythical Zoan but only fit to be Whitebeard's subordinate. The same goes for Logia's. Is the Snow fruit comparable to the Ice fruit? A mythical Zoan with both natural element abilities and rule-based abilities is on a completely different level from one without rule-based abilities. As everyone knows, a mythical Zoan with rules is a combination of Zoan, Logia, and Paramecia. One without rules is just a combination of Zoan and Logia. If it carries strong rules, then it's god tier. If the rules are weak, then it's top tier. If there are no rules, then it's ordinary tier. Got it now? And here you are, a former celestial dragon and one of the 7 warlords, yet your horizons are this limited. Doflamingo was stunned by what he heard, but he was still thinking to himself, wasn't Phoenix Marco that pineapple head just weak himself? If that devil fruit ability were on me, how could it possibly only be at that level? No matter what, I have Conqueror's Haki. I'm way stronger than that pineapple head. Still, he nodded modestly. So that's how it is. Then I really do want to switch to another fruit. It's just that I don't have a mythical Zoan right now. If I switched to anything else, it'd be a waste. Mythical Zoans weren't cabbages sold on the street. They were rare among the rare. Finding even one was unbelievably difficult. A person might go their whole life without finding a single one. Even a warlord who controlled a country was no exception. Unless it was the celestial dragons. Those bastards had plenty of devil fruits and quite a few mythical Zoans too. Muchuan stood up and said, alright then. Come talk to me again when you find a mythical Zoan. I'll swap it for you once. And we'll call it a return gift for you giving Monet to me. It's only right to return courtesy with courtesy. Can't have people thinking I'm stingy and lacking manners. After saying that, he teleported out, planning to stroll around Dressrosa. Doflamingo, meanwhile, took out Monet's Den mushi and called her, preparing to order her to kill Momonosuke and then come back. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck his mind. Mythical Zoan. This Momonosuke. Didn't Mr. Muchuan just say he ate Vegapunk's replicated Azure Dragon fruit? Hey, wasn't that a ready-made mythical Zoan? When luck came, nothing could stop it. The Den Mushi connected. Monet, young master.
Doflamingo. Listen, Monet.
Find a little kid in the laboratory. He's wearing a pink samurai kimono and has that shaved samurai hairstyle. Find him. You must find him. Once you do, bring him back to me immediately. Oh right, torment him half to death on the way. But absolutely don't let him die. Monet understood, young master. After hanging up, Monet was puzzled, but she didn't think too much about it. As long as it was the young master's order, all she had to do was carry it out. As for Doflamingo, after ending the call, he paced back and forth in excitement. The Azure Dragon fruit. The same fruit as Kaido's. As long as the setup was the same, Doflamingo was confident he wouldn't be much worse than Kaido. The only real gap was the Oni race's natural talent. Meanwhile, Muchuan was out on the street, eating snacks while wandering around, and then he saw Violet dancing Viola, the princess of this kingdom. Her figure and looks were both pretty good, but unfortunately, well, she was Doflamingo's lover now. The original author had personally confirmed the two had slept together. Muchuan shook his head and kept walking, arriving near the Colosseum. What a coincidence. He saw Rebecca, the kingdom's other princess. This girl dressed very boldly, basically no different from wearing a bikini, with just a large cloak over it. Because of the way Doflamingo had usurped the kingdom, her life now was far from good. But no matter what, it couldn't bury her good nature. She was a pretty nice girl. She was sitting there in a daze, looking like she had just finished a match in the arena. Muchuan walked over and lifted her cloak to admire the beautiful view underneath. Rebecca jumped in shock. Why what are you doing? Muchuan smiled and teased. You've kept your figure pretty well. No wonder, since you work out all the time. Those lines look really beautiful. Rebecca blushed. Thank you. You're not from here, are you? Muchuan sat down beside her. How can you tell I'm an outsider? There are so many people here. Can you really remember everyone from your own country? Rebecca lowered her eyes and said sorrowfully, because the people of Dressrosa would never talk to me, much less speak to me kindly. Muchuan turned to look at her. I know, and I know why, but you know too, the truth isn't like that. As for what the truth really is, even if you knew, it wouldn't do much good. Alright, you don't have any memory of the concept of a father, do you? Rebecca nodded in confusion. That's right. I don't have a father. I've never had one. What's wrong? Muchuan shook his head. Nothing much. Actually, you do have a father. But there's something wrong with your memory right now. Every memory related to the concept of a father has been completely stripped away. Rebecca was stunned. Then she blinked those bright, intelligent eyes and stared at Muchuan for a moment before lowering her head, not knowing what she was thinking about. Only after a long while did she look up again. Does this have something to do with those toy dolls in the streets? Muchuan was shocked too. Damn, this girl had a brain. Oh, you're pretty smart. You figured it out that fast. Looks like you don't just train muscles. Rebecca scratched her head awkwardly. And no, not really. It's just, I've lived here for more than 10 years, and the toys all over the place are the most out-of-place thing here. Once you said that, I naturally connected it to the toys. Living toys are strange to begin with. And on top of that, you said my memories about my father were stripped away. So if someone's memories disappear, where did that person go? Why has no one come to recognize their family? The first thing I thought was that they became toys. And maybe the people turned into toys have some kind of restriction that keeps them from saying who they are. Muchuan gave her a thumbs up, clearly telling her she was great. After that, Muchuan stood up and reached out a hand to pull her up too. Come on. Take me to that soldier toy who's always been with you. That's your father. Take me to talk to him. I'll see whether I want to remove his curse. Rebecca's big eyes filled with hopeful light. Really? Thank you, kind sir. Muchuan knew she wanted family too badly. How hard it was for a little girl to grow up alone. Only she herself knew. Bearing everyone's malice and insults. Yet, after growing up in that kind of environment, she had turned out surprisingly kind and gentle. That kind of character was truly rare. It seemed her parents had passed their good nature and moral character on to her very well. But hearing her call him a good person, Muchuan still waved for her to lead the way in front of him, then said with a smile, Heh, I'm not some good person. Whether I save your father or not depends on how the conversation goes. And don't have any unrealistic fantasies. I won't save Dressrosa. I'm just passing through. I saw that you're pitiful, so I helped you on a whim. I'm not here specifically to do good deeds. If I had to put it bluntly, I actually know Doflamingo. I asked him for a woman, and I even had him kill someone for me. After hearing that, Rebecca fell silent for a moment, then said as she walked, Rebecca still wants to thank you. No matter your reason, I truly received this kindness. And I will always remember that there was once a kind gentleman who reached out a helping hand to Rebecca. This is a kindness I should keep in my heart. What she said made Muchuan feel a little uncomfortable. He couldn't help but sigh at how something he had done on a whim was, to her, a beam of light in the darkness. One of the very few bits of warmth she had known since childhood. For someone living in darkness, even that tiny bit of light was an unreachable kind of charity. He let out a sigh and looked up at the sky, thinking that the disparity in this world was terrifyingly vast. Some people fought with all their strength just to survive, while what others casually threw away as trash was something someone else could spend their whole life striving for and still never obtain. Take women, for example. A poor man could empty out the savings of 2 generations and still only then manage to marry one. But to the rich, that was nothing more than a daily consumable. Once they got bored, they tossed her away. No different from a sheet of paper. The ridiculous part was that the price paid by both sides was the same. It was still the same amount of money. But the rich had enough in their pot. And whether they gave it to her or not, they could still toy with her as they pleased. The poor had nothing in their pot. No matter how much you gave her, she'd still think you weren't worthy, that you ought to be some servant she could insult and abuse. A rich man could string a woman along for 3 or 4 years with 1 million, play with her however he wanted, and then dump her. Poor people spend $1 million to marry home an ancestor, terrified of failing to serve her in even the smallest way, and in the end, after 3 or 4 years, she still gets sick of it and wants a divorce and to run off. Anyone in the countryside who raises chickens knows this. A handful of rice can lure over a whole flock. As long as you're holding that handful of rice, a whole bunch of chickens will follow you around. That's how it works. Muchuan smacked his lips and sighed. This was the gap that came with strength. If you had strength, you really could do whatever you wanted. Good thing he had the system. Otherwise, he'd still be struggling to stay alive in Konoha village. While Muchuan's thoughts wandered, Rebecca had already brought him to the place. In fact, the toy soldier, Kairos, was nearby to begin with. Because whenever Rebecca fought in the arena, he would always stay close and secretly protect her. Rebecca walked up to Toy Kairos and said, "Mr. Soldier, this kind sir told me some things, and I want to confirm them with you." Toy Kairos looked up at the young man who had come with Rebecca, and a storm instantly surged in his heart. He had read the papers before. This man was Muchuan, the celestial dragon killer, a legendary figure even the world government could do nothing about, a true heavyweight. Why had he come with Rebecca? What did he want? Suppressing the shock in his heart, he spoke. Mr. Muchuan, why are you with Rebecca?" Rebecca smiled. So kind sir's name is Muchuan? I forgot to ask your name before. Mr. Soldier, how do you know Mr. Muchuan? He's not from Dressrosa. Muchuan smiled and pointed at himself. I should be pretty famous. At least people who pay attention to world affairs and read the papers usually know me. That isn't important. You should continue with your business. Rebecca nodded, then turned to Toy Kairos. Mr. Soldier, Mr. Muchuan said there's something wrong with my memory, and that you're actually my father. Is that true? Toy Kairos looked at Muchuan in shock, then at Rebecca. He wanted to speak, but he couldn't. He couldn't even answer with a simple yes. That was how terrifying the curse was. Absolute restraint. His mouth trembled as he opened it, pointing at it as if trying to express something, but no sound came out. In his panic, he dropped to his knees and pounded the ground. Rebecca helped him up and said, "I know there must be some kind of restriction, so toys can't talk about things related to when they were human. It's okay. Judging from your reaction, it should be true. Mr. Muchuan probably wouldn't lie to me, but I'm sorry. Right now, I don't feel any joy at learning I have a father. Maybe because I don't have those memories, I can't feel that emotion." Mr. Muchuan said he wants to talk to you. You two can talk first. Toy Kairos looked at Muchuan. What do you want to say to me? Muchuan sat down and looked at him. If I asked you to give up taking back the kingdom for Rebecca's sake, could you do it? Toy Kairos lowered his head. Mr. Muchuan, you must be joking. I'm just a toy. What else is there for me to talk about? Maybe one day I'll break apart. Right now, all I want is to protect Rebecca until the day I break. Muchuan shook his head. That's not what I mean. What I mean is, if I help remove your curse after you recover, will you go after Doflamingo and try to take back the kingdom? Or will you stay with Rebecca and live out your life? Toy Kairos lowered his head and fell silent. Only after a long while did he speak. I want to keep protecting Rebecca, to watch her find her own happiness, to watch her have children of her own, and grow old and die like that. I want Rebecca to have a home, so she won't be alone anymore. For that, I can give up, give up, give up. As he thought of his wife's death, his voice choked, and he couldn't go on.
Muchuan nodded.
Good, got it. I'm not a good person, and I never planned to help Dressrosa. There's nothing in it for me, but helping Rebecca a little is fine. I like this girl. The premise is that you don't do anything reckless. You could say, I know Doflamingo. He even gave me a gift. I don't want to cause him any serious trouble. But a few harmless things are fine, like reuniting your family, on the condition that you give up fighting for the throne and go into seclusion. Toy Kairos dropped to his knees with a thud and slammed his head hard against the ground. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Muchuan waved a hand. Get up. It was just a whim. No need for this. As he spoke, he threw a purification skill onto him. A faint glow flashed, and Toy Kairos's curse was broken. Purification. The grand purification technique from Dungeon was the natural enemy of all flashy abnormal statuses, especially curses. This was basically a perfect match. After Kairos's curse was removed, a faint glow flickered over his whole body. Then his figure began to twist and grow larger. Before long, he returned to the appearance of a normal human. And after he recovered, Rebecca's memories changed with it. Everything related to Kairos came back to her. Everything about her father returned. So father had been there all along. He had always been protecting her even after turning into a toy. The one who had truly suffered most was probably father. Mother's death, being turned into a toy. Everyone forgetting him. Tears slid down her face against her will. Dad. She threw herself into Kairos's arms. Rebecca. As Kairos caught his daughter, tears streamed down his aged face as well. That one word, Dad, nearly shattered his heart. Muchuan couldn't watch this kind of thing. He was getting old. Scenes like this were too much for him. It was too easy to get infected by emotional feelings. If he kept watching, he'd end up crying too. You should go back to the place where you used to live in seclusion. I'll tell Doflamingo not to go after your family anymore. Later, I'll release King Riku and have him go find you. I'm leaving first. Bye-bye. After saying that, he tossed a rapid heel at Kairos and regrew his severed leg. Then, without looking at them again, he used a teleport and vanished, arriving beside the three women to keep playing with them. One day later, two messengers came to Muchuan. That's right, Doflamingo's personal messenger duo, Buffalo and Baby 5. Buffalo had the spin fruit, which let him spin any part of his body at high speed, so his limbs and head could turn like propellers and let him fly. Baby 5 had the weapon fruit. She could turn herself into weapons to attack, both melee and long range. She could even turn into a missile, and after exploding she could restore herself. To be honest, Muchuan felt this girl had completely wasted the weapon fruit. The reason was that she lacked education and knowledge. What counted as a weapon? Anything created with offensive capability did. Electromagnetic cannons, railguns, planet-destroying cannons, all of them counted. Even interstellar warships were a kind of weapon. Even if she had nowhere to learn, the simplest way was to copy. Just copy Vegapunk. Even those Seraphim Vegapunk created in the end were weapons. Baby 5's face and figure were pretty good too, but unfortunately, she had mental issues. With this kind of woman, if you wanted to seduce her, all you had to say was, I need you. Good lord. If you actually dared to take her in, you wouldn't even know what day you'd get cheated on and end up wearing a whole grassland on your head. If old Wong next door walked out today, saw her and said, I need you. Come with me just once, she would agree on the spot. Baby 5 jumped down from the Buffalo brand airplane and said, Young master says the matter is already done. Please go to the palace to meet him. Muchuan nodded. Then he directly teleported to Doflamingo's room. The moment he appeared with a whoosh, he saw Doflamingo standing there rubbing his hands together and looking at him with a grin on his face. It made Muchuan's whole body tense up. Damn, that smile was kinda scary. Doflamingo spoke first.
Hey, you're here.
Look, that guy you mentioned, that Tao something, is it him? As he spoke, he pointed to the corner, where Momonosuke had been beaten until he was half dead. His whole body was covered in blood, clearly showing that Monet had really gone hard on him. Muchuan looked at Momonosuke on the ground and curled his lip. How is this guy still alive? I don't want him alive and I don't want him dead either. Wouldn't it be enough to just kill him and toss him into the sea to feed the fish? Doflamingo pointed at him excitedly. A mythical Zoan. Didn't you say he ate Vegapunk's replicated Azure Dragon fruit? Then isn't this a ready-made humanoid walking mythical Zoan fruit? Muchuan looked at Momonosuke, then at Doflamingo, leaned back tactically, and gave him a thumbs up. Holy shit, yeah. Gotta say, Doffy, your thinking really is clear. You actually thought of recycling waste. I didn't even pay attention to the fruit on him. But think it through first. That thing is a replica. It has a flaw. It's not an Azure Dragon. It's a pink dragon. Pink, you get it? As he spoke, he looked over Doflamingo's pink outfit again. You like wearing pink too, so never mind. Maybe you actually like that color. When Doflamingo heard it was pink, he seemed even more satisfied. Isn't pink great? As long as there's no flaw in the ability itself, then there's no problem. I'll trouble you with this mythical Zoan, Mr. Muchuan. Alright, I already spoke with Monet. From now on, she's your person. Muchuan nodded. Alright, let us begin. As he spoke, he took out the fruit extraction device and stuck it onto Doflamingo. Then he raised a brow, remembering the process wouldn't be easy, and added, oh right, extracting the ability might hurt a little. Bear with it, it'll be quick. Before he could even finish, Doflamingo had already started howling. Ugh. I sent something like this important. Why the hell didn't you say so earlier? Muchuan smacked his lips and let out 2 dry laughs.
Hehehe. Well.
It'll be quick. Look, count with my rhythm. 1, 2, 3, cheese. The moment he said cheese, the extraction device flashed and teleported back into storage space. The extraction was complete. Doflamingo lay on the ground like an exhausted dead dog. Huff. Huff. Mr. Muchuan, if there's something this important next time, you really have to say it first. I'm begging you, seriously. Muchuan smiled and said, Heh, don't sweat the small stuff. By the way, do you still want your string fruit? If you do, go get a piece of fruit and I'll put it in. Doflamingo spoke weakly. Monet, please bring an apple. There's one in the fruit tray over there. The string fruit has some strategically useful functions. It'll still be useful later if I find a suitable officer to eat it. Monet took an apple from the side table and handed it to Muchuan. After taking the apple, he put it into storage space, reversed the transmission from the sublimation device's storage chamber into the apple, then took it out and placed it on the table. Alright, let me tell you something. Let the Riku royal family go. It's enough to let them live in seclusion. I already broke Kairo's toy curse, and I made a deal with him. His family will go into hiding and stop fighting for the throne. Let people off when you can. There's no need to wipe them out completely. You've already achieved your goal. You got the country, and you even slept with his daughter. Let the old man go. Doflamingo fell silent for a moment. Fine. I'll give Mr. Muchuan face. As long as they really do go into hiding, I'll let them go. It's nothing. Dressrosa is already stable. Holding on to that family now doesn't mean much anyway. Muchuan nodded and gave him some advice. Your Dressrosa kingdom is on the right track now. As your base, you'd better manage this country properly from now on. Don't do stupid things like targeting ordinary civilians anymore. They're the foundation of a nation's economy. If you need more toy dolls in the future, just capture pirates from the sea to make up the numbers. If you have ability yet keep doing nothing but evil, then you're really just courting death. Anyone in the underworld with a brain will try to go legit. Think about why. Black is black. It'll never be presentable. Think about your future and your family's too. You've got so many officers in your family. Are you really going to spend your whole life doing evil until you die? That advice left Doflamingo silent. Lying on the ground, he said nothing and started thinking about life. Naturally, he thought of the celestial dragons. No matter how lawless they were, they still stayed in Mangekyo instead of running all over the world doing whatever they pleased. There were probably so-called restrictions. Keep the people of every nation stable, so the world could continue operating normally. Otherwise, if they were allowed to go out unchecked, the whole world would have fallen into chaos with rebellions everywhere long ago. How could it still be a situation with only one revolutionary army? It would be long since turned into alliances all over the world against the world government. His family now controlled an entire country. If they didn't manage it properly, then once something went wrong, they'd be thrown right back to square one overnight. Maybe even worse. Who could guarantee against accidents? If something really did happen, what would be the point of regretting it afterward? After thinking for a while, once he had figured it out, he climbed up from the ground and sat cross-legged. Mr. Muchuan is farsighted. I'll properly make new plans for what I should do in the future. Before, I was too extreme because of what I went through as a child. I'll take it slowly, even if only for my own descendants. I can't be like my parents. Because of their own stupidity, they left their children a world that was utterly terrible. I absolutely want to become that kind of trash. Muchuan nodded. The fact that you could understand it is your own ability. Some people just can't be reasoned with. For that kind of person, all you can say is they deserve to die. As he spoke, he took out the fruit extraction device and threw it onto the half-dead Momonosuke. All they saw was Momonosuke convulsing on the ground, his throat only letting out breathy gasps with no sound. Muchuan raised a brow. Well damn. So his vocal cords were wrecked. Monet really had been ruthless. He turned to look at Monet with a surprised expression, while Monet only gave a faint smile and said nothing. Muchuan blinked and said, "What are you smiling for? Bring another apple. I'll put the ability into it." Monet's smile stiffened, but she quickly steadied herself and turned to get an apple. After another round of operations, Muchuan tossed the mythical Zoan apple to Doflamingo. "Here, eat it. Once you do, you'll be able to turn into a big pink loach. As for how far you can develop the fruit, that'll depend on you. As for the one on the ground, chop him into pieces and feed him to the fish. Have fun. We're leaving." After saying that, he grabbed Monet's hand and instantly teleported back to the ship. When Califa saw he had brought back another one, she pushed up her glasses and said, "Tate, another one. Sooner or later that's gonna kill you." Muchuan didn't react much, but Yamato was startled. "What? Something that feels that good can kill people?" Muchuan rolled his eyes. "Don't listen to Califa's nonsense. I'm doing great. Ordinary people really couldn't handle it, but who am I? My stamina is limitless. If it weren't for you girls not being able to hold up every time, I could go on for a very, very long time. Weeks, months, years, even forever. Khalifa shivered when she heard that, thinking, my God, he is that fierce? Good thing I'm not alone, or I really would end up dying from that. After saying that, Muchuan took Monet back to the room to study life, and the large ship set off drifting at random. Many days later, Muchuan sighed that he had already spent a full 3 months in the world of pirates. Counting his initial 10 strength, he had now unlocked 40 strength. In this place, he was already an invincible existence. Even if Emu came looking for him, he could deal with it in minutes. After wandering around for another 6 months, he would be able to clear the stage. At that time, he could unlock the level cap, open his second awakening, and continue leveling up. Muchuan looked at the blue sky and sighed inwardly. Sigh, I've got a feeling my third awakening will still get level locked. It'll definitely get stuck at level 99, and then it'll be time to keep going through dimensional rifts to unlock the level cap again. System, is it like I think? Say something. System. Correct guess. Congratulations. Host, you finally learned how to think. How gratifying, how gratifying. Baka Yalu. System. Goo goo gaga. My sword and shield. System. Baba Bo-e. After drifting for many more days while lost in the land of beauties, Muchuan ran into an interesting pirate ship. One of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks's ship. Muchuan got up and stretched his sun-drowsy, lazy body, then walked to the edge of the ship and looked at the large vessel slowly drawing closer. Red-haired Shanks was standing at the bow. Yo, isn't this red hair? Why didn't you go to Mary Geos to study the stone tablets? Isn't that your home? Alright, you've just never been up there. It's not like you don't know where Laughtail is. After all, you weren't far away back then. Shanks frowned with a stern expression. Muchuan, you've thrown the whole world into chaos. What exactly are you trying to do? You've already gathered all the stone tablets, and Nico Robin is on your ship, so you already know the route to Laughtail. Why aren't you going after the One Piece? Why are you just drifting around here instead? Muchuan let out a scornful laugh. Hey, the One Piece? I've got no interest in seeing Roger's red nose. As for you, why didn't you go? Alright, you used to stare at Roger's red nose every day. Guess you've seen enough of it, ha ha ha. Shanks's face darkened and his eyes narrowed. Muchuan, you dare insult Roger? Are you trying to fight us? As soon as he said that, all the crew behind him stepped forward and stood at the bow, staring at Muchuan like they were ready to attack at any moment. Muchuan almost laughed himself silly. Ha 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 ha. Oh wow, I said celestial dragons had bad brains, but turns out you're no exception. Then again, if your brain worked properly, you wouldn't have fed your arm to a sea king from the near sea. Oh right. Speaking of that, do you know this yet? I took away the thing you bet on in the new world. Wong Luffy is just an ordinary person now. He can go into the sea again. He's not a landlubber anymore. So, happy? Shanks roared in fury. Muchuan, you ruined my plans. You're courting death. The next second, a gunshot rang out with a bang. Yasopp, the sniper of the red-haired pirates, made his move. He fired a hockey-infused bullet straight at Muchuan's head. But halfway there, the bullet stopped in midair and refused to move forward another inch. The sight shocked Yasopp. How could a hockey-infused bullet be stopped by a devil fruit ability? That was impossible. The corner of Muchuan's mouth curled up into a wicked smile. Hey, you've got guts, trash. You're a beast who abandoned his wife and child, and you dared strike first. Just looking at you standing there makes me uncomfortable, and you still dare jump around. Causality returned down there. With a whoosh, the bullet in the air flew back at a speed no one could react to and shot straight back toward Yasopp. Bang! Yasopp's crotch exploded, blasting into a bloody mess and splattering everywhere. Ah, my crotch! Only when Yasopp started howling did the others finally react, all rushing forward to check on him. After seeing that miserable state, Shanks's face turned black, on the verge of erupting. But before he could make a move, he heard another sentence that made his hair stand on end. Not just him. Every member of the red-haired crew went pale. Causality, copy causality, red-haired pirates, all members. That one sentence alone made every one of them turn deathly pale, their eyes widening in terror. They all thought the same thing. That thing Muchuan had said just now, wasn't it this causality? And then Yasopp ended up like that. So what did copy causality mean now? Copy what? Whose causality? Other than Yasopp, who else even had a problem right now? Didn't that mean it was copying Yasopp's exploded crotch? He didn't give them much time to think. In the very next instant, bang 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 on Shanks's ship. Everyone, including Shanks himself, had their crotches explode just like Yasopp's. Shanks and the other experts tried covering themselves with hockey. It was useless. Shanks even used Conqueror's hockey coating. Still didn't work. In an instant, the red-haired ship was filled with people lying on the deck and howling in agony, each one sounding more miserable than the last. It was truly the kind of scene that would make the listener grieve and the witness weep. Miserable didn't even begin to cover it. Khalifa clicked her tongue and spat. TCH? Filthy. Muchuan turned his head and defended himself. What do you know? This is called one-hit chicken kill. The effect is pretty good. Look, didn't they all drop to the ground right away and lose all combat ability? Of course, this isn't something you girls can learn. For men, the key is that the chicken must not be lost. If you want to make someone lose all combat ability, you have to reach the level of chicken ruined. Man finished. You have to destroy it completely. That's the only way to cause physical pain plus psychological and mental devastation. The moment you don't destroy it completely, the moment you fail to make the other side suffer physical pain and mental despair, then it's over. Not only will they not lose combat ability, they'll go into berserk mode instead, and you'll probably die horribly. Hearing that, the women all rolled their eyes, clearly saying he was full of twisted nonsense. Muchuan gave a wicked smile. I'm gonna show them what it means to get another chicken chance and keep feeling the pain. Alright? You girls should avoid this. What's next isn't suitable for women to watch. The women obediently held hands and went back into the cabin. Once he saw them go inside, Muchuan waved a hand, and a massive holy magic formation covered both ships. Holy healing wind. This was a large-scale healing skill. The whole point was efficiency. In an instant, everyone on the red-haired ship except Yasop got their chickens back. Their pants had already exploded, though, so there was nothing covering them now. Everyone could feel that the emptiness down there was gone. It was back. It had really come back. Could it be the other side's ability had a time limit? No, that wasn't right. Yasop was still the same. But before their joy could last long, they heard those terrifying words again. Causality, copy causality, red-haired pirates, all members. The moment they heard that, everyone on Shanks' side had bloodshot eyes and charged toward Muchuan's ship, planning to attack him during the gap. Maybe if they hit him, they could stop it. But the instant they took a single step, bang 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 bang, they all exploded again. In the next moment, every one of them dropped to their knees, trembling before collapsing and howling in agony. Just as Muchuan was having the time of his life, a small speedboat came rushing over from the distance. When it got closer, oh ho, it was Ace. Muchuan shouted down at Ace on the speedboat, yo ho, isn't this Fire Fist Ace? What, you want to play with them too? Just hearing the screams from Shanks' ship made Ace's scalp go numb. How tragic did it have to be for them to scream like that? He quickly waved both hands. No, not interested. I was just passing by and got curious, so I came to take a look. Muchuan flashed a big white grin and said nothing. He simply waved a hand again, and everyone on Shanks' ship except Yasop once more swept across the line between wailing and becoming men again. Shanks had just started to get up in rage when he sensed Ace on the speedboat at sea. Ace also shouted up at him, "Hey, red hair, what are you guys doing? Some new fetish?" Shanks' face was covered in black lines. "He insulted your father, Roger. Do you want to?" Before he could finish, Ace cut him off. "He insulted him well. You guys carry on. Goodbye." After saying that, he cupped a hand toward Muchuan, fired up his flame jet, and sped off into the distance without the slightest bit of reluctance. He thought to himself, the one he insulted was Roger, not Old Man Whitebeard. What the hell does that have to do with me? Roger counts as my father? Pa, is he worthy? Shanks looked at the fleeing Ace and fell into deep thought. Muchuan smiled and continued, "Causality, copy causality, red-haired pirates, all members." As he spoke, to keep them from running around, he also activated gravity suppression, pinning the whole group firmly in place. One Kuan later, after he had his fun, Muchuan stopped paying attention to Red Hair and the others who were wailing. He turned around, used a blink, and vanished on the spot with both the people and the ship. East Blue, Kokoyasi Village Harbor. Muchuan appeared there with the ship and everyone on it. After docking, the group got off and headed into the village toward Nami and Kaya's homes. On the way, Yamato asked curiously, "Why didn't you give them their dicks back in the end?"
Muchuan shrugged.
"You know the saying, what's lost is lost for good. Those girls were all tough as nails. After all that time, not a single one of them was willing to beg for mercy, so I figured they probably didn't need them back. So I just gave them what they wanted. It's fine. They can join the Kamabaka Kingdom later anyway. Emporio Ivankov would probably be more than happy to take them in." Robin said curiously, "Kamabaka Kingdom? Ivankov? The one Mr. 2 worships?" Muchuan nodded. "Yeah, her. Ivankov is also one of the Revolutionary Army's top officers, which means she works for Luffy's old man, Dragon." Robin smiled faintly. What a mess of relationships. Muchuan brought the women to settle down in Kaya's villa, and then they lived there quietly for 2 months. For one thing, there was nothing much to do, and staying idle felt pretty nice. For another, he needed time to push his devil fruit abilities into deeper development. He had too many fruit powers now, and they took a lot of time to work on. Aside from the purple firmament divine lightning and soul spirit sovereign from before, he also evolved the Momo fruit into the infinity fruit and ate it, completely breaking past the 100-fold limit and the restriction that it could only multiply speed and size. He also evolved the Nika fruit into the Toon Force fruit. That thing was basically godlike. Followed no rules at all. If he could think of it, he could do it no matter how ridiculous it was. He also evolved the fusion fruit and the nine-tailed fox fruit. After the nine-tailed fox fruit evolved, it became the nine-tailed heavenly fox. He gave it to Nami so she could protect the women. He planned to give the fusion fruit to Vivi in Alabasta so she would have the strength to protect her kingdom. Kaya liked studying medicine. She didn't like going out or fighting, so he never planned on giving her a fruit. Khalifa was a martial arts expert. He had already taught her hockey, and Muchuan felt hand-to-hand combat suited her well. It seemed like she didn't have much talent for developing devil fruit powers anyway, and more importantly, he still hadn't decided what fruit to find for her. After evolving both Robin and Yamato's fruits, Muchuan left for Alabasta. He gave Vivi the fruit, stayed there for a month, then said goodbye and went to Amazon Lily. When Hancock saw Muchuan return, she was overjoyed. The two of them stayed in her room for more than 10 days without showing their faces. For the next 2.5 months, Muchuan didn't go anywhere else. He just stayed on Amazon Lily with Hancock. Of course, he evolved her fruit as well. It wasn't just about getting stronger. The key was that it could remove side effects like the seawater curse. As soon as the 9-month limit was up, he cleared this world and could return. Muchuan asked the system, this interdimensional rift isn't a one-time thing, right? I can still come back, yeah? System, replying to host, of course you can. The interdimensional rift has 3 entry uses per day. Only after getting that confirmation did Muchuan finally relax. He had already made arrangements during this time. He had told the women that he would disappear for a while, and he had also given all of them Shinbao to grant eternal youth. Since there was no problem, he cleared the world directly. System, clear and return. With a swish, Muchuan disappeared. Then, with another swish, he appeared in his room at home in Konoha Village in the Naruto world. System. Congratulations, host. Time-stalling world clear complete. You have fully carried forward the principle of growing stronger by dragging things out. First clear rewards are now being issued. Second awakening restriction removed. Level reached 75. 9 level-up tickets. 9 resurrection coins. 9 random devil fruits. 9 bottles of Shinbao. 9 anti-magic potions. 9 tons of toilet paper. Muchuan's temples started throbbing when he looked at the rewards. System, are you trying to disgust me with these rewards? If you can't afford better, then don't give them. What's the point of handing out this trash? Can't I afford the money for a few resurrection coins? As for Shinbao and toilet paper, I can buy those anytime. My storage space is already piled full of them. The level-up tickets are decent. They save me a lot of time. But what's the use of those devil fruits? I'm not even interested in fruit abilities anymore. My abilities are already way too mixed up. I can't keep up with training them all. As for the final anti-magic potion, Muchuan took a look at it and found it fairly useful. It could temporarily raise his anti-magic value after crossing through an interdimensional rift. If he went to a world that was too strong, this thing could temporarily help bring his battle power up to par. System. Host. First clear rewards are a required world clear incentive mechanism. They're free. Free stuff is still free stuff.
Muchuan sighed.
Fine. Free is free. Better to have it than not. I'll take it as a consolation prize. He took out the 9 level-up tickets and used them, raising his level from 75 to 84. Feeling the physical enhancement brought by the level increase, he felt so good he really wanted to find someone to fight. Then he looked at level 84 and made a pained face. TCH. This level is awkward as hell. I'm just 1 level short of unlocking the level 85 second awakening ultimate. It's painful to look at. Forget it. It's still not bad. The second awakening is unlocked, and now I've got 1 more passive and 2 active skills. The Paladin title changed from Apocalypse to Divine Thinker, and he gained several more skills. One was Holy Light, an offensive buff skill. It burst with Holy Radiance to attack nearby enemies while also applying a buff to allies, increasing stamina and spirit and reducing the damage they received. All in all, it was a pretty useful utility skill. Another was Sacred Protection Barrier. Created a holy magic array with divine power. Inside the array, holy power flashed and exploded to attack enemies, while the holy explosions healed allies and removed abnormal statuses. Another was Hammer of Punishment, a buff skill. By equipping the supreme divine weapon, the Hammer of Punishment, it increased basic attack power and skill attack power, while also infusing attacks with divine force. Right now this thing didn't necessarily have to be a hammer. Just like the Holy Spirit Hammer, the system handled the faith issue, so now he could change that shape into anything he wanted. There was also the Magic Emperor class, now called Eye of Annihilation. It also gained several more skills. One passive skill was Black Eye. Stronger magic power brought stronger amplification, increasing basic attack power and skill attack power. One was Elemental Forbidden Zone, an attack skill. A plain, large-scale attack skill. The name sounded pretty fancy, but sadly it wasn't actually an anti-magic field. One was charged magic cannon, another attack skill. A powerful all-element sphere formed by fusing all attributes together. It had semi-hard crowd control. Enemies hit by it would be forcibly dragged to the furthest point the sphere traveled. It was just an ordinary attack skill, except much stronger. What truly changed this class qualitatively was its awakening ultimate. The second awakening ultimate could create a planet with elemental power, delivering a direct world-destroying strike of planetary Sakutan. Two planets crashing into each other. Could anyone on that planet still survive? Could be called a world-ending ultimate. The third awakening was even more brutal. A big bang. Nobody was surviving that. After moving his body around a bit, he planned to go outside and have a look. He had no idea what might have happened in the ninja world over the past 9 months. As soon as he stepped out of the room, he ran into Nowhere Rin coming back from grocery shopping. When Rin saw him, she happily threw herself at him. Muchuan, you're back. Muchuan quickly opened his arms, caught her, and pulled her into his embrace. Hee, I came back to take a look after finishing my training. How have things been lately? Rin nodded with a smile. Same as always. With our strength, nobody can bully us. Every day we just eat, drink, stay home and train. Muchuan carried her over to the sofa and sat down with her in his arms. Nothing major happened? Rin tilted her head and thought for a moment. Does Sasuke killing his brother Uchiha Itachi count as something major? Muchuan sighed. Erjuzi really had made something of himself. But it wasn't surprising. Erjuzi had already gone to Naruto to merge with Ajura's chakra long ago. He'd probably awakened the Rinnegan by now. With the eternal Mangekyo and the Rinnegan, dealing with a half-dead weasel shouldn't be hard. Even if he had to drag it out, he could still wear that sickly bastard down to death. Not to mention, One-Hit 7 would never actually try to kill Sasuke in the first place. Lin thought for a moment then added, right. That Sage of Six Paths came out to stir up trouble too. He forcibly helped Obito awaken the Rinnegan and gave him Yin-Yang release, pushing him into pseudo Six Paths level. He wanted to cause trouble for Sister Kagaya. But the moment he got to Konoha, Sister Tsunade joined forces with me and Karen, and we surrounded him and killed him. Before he died, he even told me to give his Mangekyo to Kakashi. The moment Obito died, that Sage of Six Paths jumped out and started yelling that we had to hand over Sister Kagaya no matter what. Then Sister Kagaya came down from the moon and directly refined him away. I think refined is the right word. She said that power had belonged to her in the first place, and now she was just taking it back. Muchuan laughed to himself. That old man of the Six Paths really had fought his dead lover's mother to the bitter end for her sake. Well, that worked too. One more troublemaker gone from the ninja world. By the way, you all actually keep in touch with Kagaya? Lin nodded her little head. Yep. Sister Kagaya comes over through the teleportation array once in a while and stays with us for a few days. She goes shopping, eats good food, that kind of thing. Muchuan smiled, picked her up, and carried her inside. 10,000 words omitted. Nothing major happened in the ninja world, so Muchuan happily drifted between his little households like this, and 3 peaceful months passed. During those 3 months, the random shop finally let him roll 15 level-up coupons, pushing him into the level 99 threshold, where he got stuck by the level cap again. His second awakening ultimate was also successfully unlocked. The Crusader's ultimate, Holy Baptism, Wings of Faith. It gathered holy power to amplify all 4 core attributes. The second stage attack ultimate, Judgment. He would rise high into the air, enter an invincible state, and unleash a bombardment of holy pillars of light on the enemy. Its main use was boosting attributes rather than dealing damage, so compared side by side, the attack itself was actually pretty average. The Annihilation Eyes ultimate, Doomsday Annihilation. It gathered elemental aura and launched it into the sky to create an elemental planet, then brought that elemental planet crashing down onto the ground planet. After the two collided, they triggered a devastating explosion. Enemies hit by it would be forcibly suppressed in place and made to take the damage head-on without being able to leave. The moment he reached level 99, Muchuan received a notice from the system. Informing host. A new dimensional rift has appeared. Please enter and lie low for 9 months to unlock the third awakening restriction. Muchuan stood up. It finally came. It had to wait until level 99 to show up. Made me wait long enough. He opened the Dimensional Rift dungeon section in the system and took a look. Dimensional Rift 1 One Piece. Dimensional Rift 2 Bleach. Oh, Bleach? Then he suddenly thought of a key issue. Holy shit, that soul-based system in the Bleach world. If I go over there, what the hell is 10 points of strength supposed to do? Doesn't that mean I have to lie low for 2 months before I can act like a big shot? Damn it. System, what kind of physique do I get if I go to the Bleach world? System. Upon entering the Bleach world, host will possess a spirit material conversion physique. All abilities will be adaptively converted. Host can switch between spirit body and physical body without relying on special items, obtain the cultivation rules for spirit particles and spiritual pressure, and gain the ability to master all power systems in the Bleach world. Muchuan didn't quite understand and asked in confusion, I get the spirit material conversion part, but what do you mean by adaptive conversion for all abilities? System. Replying to host. It means converting all of host's current abilities so they will also function normally in spiritual form. Otherwise, most of host's abilities are physical abilities and are not applicable in soul form. Muchuan nodded. I see. That's actually pretty convenient. No wait. Doesn't my soul sovereign ability already let me attack souls? Shouldn't that work with my skills too? System. Replying to host. Can work but not fully. It can only let host's attacks affect souls, but special effects cannot. The spirit material conversion physique exists to solve that problem. System. Host may still not understand, so here is an example. The Remy support item. If you want it to affect a soul, then unless host is in soul form and uses it on himself, using soul sovereign fruit ability on another soul still will not let it heal that soul, because it cannot target properly and the liquid will fall to the ground. But the spirit material conversion physique will let it function normally on a soul body. The same logic applies to all abilities. Muchuan raised a brow. You mean this physique can even let me convert items? If I take one out in physical form, it's a physical item. And if I take it out in soul form, it's a soul item? System. Yes, host, yes. Muchuan sighed in admiration. This physique really was convenient. Alright then, system. Start the transmigration. Off to the Bleach World. Bleach World, Soul Society, Rukongai District 1, Junranen. 10th Division Captain Hitsugaya Toshiro had just finished handling paperwork and was on his way to visit his grandmother. Matsumoto Ranjaku was following behind him. Toshiro's face was full of disgust. Matsumoto, don't you have anything of your own to do? Ranjaku said with a smiling squint. Era following the captain is the lieutenant's duty. Toshiro clicked his tongue. TCH. Ranjaku giggled. Not far behind them, Muchuan had just been dropped into this world. He didn't die on impact, but he was a little dazed. He looked around. Yeah, this should be Soul Society. This kind of Japanese warring state-style architecture. This should be Rukongai, no mistake. Then he spotted the man and woman walking not far ahead. His eyes lit up. Shahakusho? Am I this lucky? I actually ran into Shinigami out on a trip. Shahakusho and a white Haori, with the number 10 on the back. Captain of the 10th Division? Then that's one of the gods of Civil War illusions, Toshiro. No idea what time it is right now. If I've already missed the Shino Academy enrollment, then the only way in is through direct captain recruitment into the Godii 13. No helping it. If I don't get into Siriidii, I won't be able to get a Zanpakuto. Coming all this way without getting one would be a real waste. And now I've got a wild captain right in front of me, and not just any captain, but the least scheming and easiest to talk to among the 13 court guard squads. Doesn't that solve my problem of how to get into Siriidii in one shot? The Zanpakuto is already waving at me. He checked his own condition. Soul body, no problem. Strength, 10, no problem. Taking on a current vice captain wouldn't be hard. Then there was no problem. He immediately waved at the two people ahead and shouted, Hey, you there, little Shiro up front, wait a second. The moment Toshiro heard the name little Shiro, black lines covered his forehead and veins throbbed at his temple. Who the hell was calling him little Shiro in broad daylight? Looking for trouble? Huh? He turned around with a dark expression and looked at the approaching Muchuan. You'd better have a reason, otherwise it's about to get a little cold. Behind him, Ranjaku covered her mouth and laughed. Hehehe. Captain actually got called little Shiro by an outsider. This is too funny. Muchuan smiled. Of course I have a reason. Check my spiritual pressure rank first. Then decide whether you want to take me back with you. Toshiro looked at him seriously, then nodded after a moment. Fine. Relax your mind. I'll take a look. As a captain-level Shinigami, Toshiro could easily analyze someone else's spiritual pressure rank, and he was very familiar with the standards for judging it. His accuracy was no worse than a testing instrument's, so there was basically no need to worry about misjudgment. He fixed his gaze on Muchuan, activated his spiritual perception, locked onto the target soul core, analyzed the density of the soul spirit particles, and compared it against the standards for the 20 grades of spiritual pressure. Not long after, he frowned. No way. First-class spiritual pressure? Ranjaku, standing at the side, was startled too. Captain, are you sure? Higher than yours? You're joking, right? Toshiro frowned and stared at Muchuan seriously. It's even denser than first-class spiritual pressure. A mutated soul with no upper limit? Looks like we've got another monster. Muchuan lifted his chin proudly. Well, pretty amazing, right? Toshiro still wore that icy expression as he nodded. Yeah, very impressive. Matsumoto, we're leaving. We're heading back to Siriidii. You come too. As he spoke, he turned and headed back toward the White Road Gate. Ranjaku followed after him and said, Huh? Captain, aren't you going to visit your grandmother? Toshiro quickened his pace. Are you incapable of telling what matters more? This needs to be reported to the head captain immediately. Muchuan chimed in too. Shiro, your work attitude is really serious. The veins on Toshiro's forehead started throbbing, and he snapped, I have a name. I am 10th Division Captain Hitsugaya Toshiro. Address me properly as Captain Hitsugaya. Muchuan nodded to show he understood. Got it, Shiro. No problem, Shiro. By the way, Shiro, are you taking me straight to see the head captain? If so, can you assign me to your 10th Division when the time comes? Toshiro's face darkened. Call me Captain Hitsugaya. If you join my 10th Division, I'll freeze you for 2 hours every single day until your brain clears up. Muchuan just smiled and didn't care, instead asking for information. Let me ask something. Is Kuchiki Rukia in Suriiti right now? Ranjaku suddenly got interested. Don't tell me this is a secret crush? You mean the Kuchiki family's little sister? Well, what bad luck. She went on a mission to the human world. Come to think of it, it's been a while. Hearing that, Muchuan could roughly figure out what point in time this was. It was almost time for Kuchiki Byakuya to go capture Rukia and bring her back, and for Kurosaki Ichigo to storm Soul Society. If that was the case, then Aizen was probably about to start making his moves. Would my appearance cause any problems? That bastard better not set his sights on me again. I'm not good with brains, and I don't like dealing with scheming old monsters. After thinking for a moment, Ranjaku suddenly said, Oh right, Captain, speaking of Rukia, there are rumors that the higher-ups found out she hasn't returned on time, and that she even transferred her Shinigami powers to a human. Is that true? Walking in front without turning back, Toshiro said calmly, that's right. Once the procedures are complete, Central 46 should issue an arrest order very soon. After hearing that, Ranjaku turned to Muchuan and shrugged. Your sweetheart is done for. What a pity. Muchuan was full of question marks. Sweetheart? Me? Rukia? Where the hell did that come from? I only asked one question. How did you imagine a whole sweetheart out of that? He quickly waved his hands in denial. No, don't make wild guesses. Okay? I don't like Rukia. If I had to say who I like, then I like the former head of the Shihuin family, Shihuin Yaruchi. And also Yadamaru Lisa. And you too, Matsumoto Ranjaku. Ranjaku's eyes widened. So you're a flirt? No, wait, you actually like wanted criminals? Do you know Shihuin Yaruchi is a wanted criminal? Yadamaru Lisa was one of the victims of Urahara Kisuke's holification experiment. She turned into a hollow and is now someone to be killed on sight too. Notices about all that were posted. Muchuan smiled. Zul? Ranjaku froze. What do you mean, so? I'm saying you. So out of those people, I'm the only one who actually exists right in front of you? Were you targeting me from the very beginning? Then she put on a narcissistic look. I knew it. A woman as gentle, beautiful, elegant, charming, kind, and cute as me is basically a teenage boy killer. No man can resist my allure. Captain types like mine are the exception. Muchuan smacked his lips. It is pretty alluring. At the very least, it looks really bouncy. The key point is big. Ranjaku even deliberately pushed it up a little, supporting it with her hand as she said proudly, right? Toshiro walked silently in front of them, his face full of speechlessness, thinking that both of these people were lunatics. After passing through the White Road Gate, they headed straight for the 1st Division, where the head captain was. On the way, they ran into someone Toshiro knew well, Hinamori Momo. When Muchuan saw Hinamori Momo, he looked like he'd seen a ghost. Good lord. This was the #1 meat shield in Bleach, the person Aizen had spent his whole life trying to kill? Momo waved as she ran over. Hitsugaya-kun, weren't you just going to visit your grandmother? Why are you back so soon? Where are you going? Then she noticed the extra person, who wasn't wearing a shahakusho, and asked curiously, Hitsugaya-kun? Who is this? Toshiro introduced him. This is a genius I ran into outside. I'm preparing to recommend him to the head captain. In the future, he'll be one of the 13 court guard squads. Momo looked Muchuan over. Young, genius, handsome. Didn't he that call for pulling in a vote? Hello, young man. My name is Hinamori Momo. I'm the vice captain of the 5th Division. If you haven't decided which squad to join yet, you can come to our 5th Division. That made Muchuan's hair stand on end. Holy shit. Don't do that. Who the hell wants to join Aizen's squad? You can stay there yourself. I'm not blessed enough to handle that. At the very least, not for the next 2 months. A strained smile appeared on his face as he said, Hehehe. Hello, my name is Muchuan. I'd rather go to Shiro's 10th Division. After all, I like Sister Ranjaku. The kind where I can't do without her. The veins on Toshiro's forehead throbbed again. Call me Captain Hitsugaya. Believe it or not, I'll beat you up right now, bastard. Ranjaku narcissistically brushed that orange hair again. Momo smiled and said, Ahaha. Alright then, you guys go ahead and do your thing. I'll head back to the division barracks first. After saying that, she turned and left. At the 1st Division barracks, head Captain Yamamoto had just finished practicing calligraphy and was quietly drinking tea with his eyes half closed. Vice Captain Chojiro came in and said, Lord Genryusai, 10th Division Captain Hitsugaya Toshiro, has recommended someone with at least first-class spirit pressure. Genryusai opened his half-closed eyes. Confirmed? Chojiro nodded. Yes, I personally checked once. It's real. Genryusai set down his teacup. Unexpected. The 13 court guard squads are about to gain another genius. Let them come in. The old man had been in an ordinary mood today, but now it improved. A genius. Possibly even a genius among geniuses. For the current 13 court guard squads, this was absolutely good news. Those two useless disciples he had raised were hopeless. One had a bad body, and the other's personality. TSK. Hard to describe in a few words. Now, the future of the 13 court guard squads had hope again. It all depended on what kind of character this genius had. Toshiro led Muchuan into the head captain's room. Head captain. Genryusai said calmly, this is the genius you recommended? As he spoke, he began analyzing him with his spiritual perception. Toshiro replied seriously, yes, head captain. His name is Muchuan. After probing him, Genryusai said with satisfaction, he truly is a genius. The density of his spirit particles is even still growing thicker. It looks like he should be a mutated soul body. Muchuan thought to himself, mutated soul body my ass. I'm just recovering my strength. Once I return to my peak state, it won't be a question of what class of spirit pressure I have. In spiritual form alone, I'd be tough enough to rival a physical body. Even if the Soul King came back to life, I could still beat him to death all over again. After thinking for a moment, Genryusai said, Muchuan, at minimum, your talent is that of a captain. Right now, you can choose to first enter the Shino Academy and study before joining a division, or directly join the 13 court guard squads as an official Shinigami, learning while gaining practical experience. Or you can become my disciple, and I will personally teach you how to cultivate. The old man had developed a fondness for talent and wanted to take him as a disciple to teach personally. But Muchuan was weighing the pros and cons. He wanted to take it easy. There was no need for him to fully learn the Shinigami system of Zanjutsu, Hakuda, Hoho, and Kido, especially Zanjutsu and Kido. He already knew swordsmanship. In truth, all katana-based sword arts had things in common. After training under Mihawk in the world of pirates, there was basically no need for him to learn the swordsmanship of this world. Those unusual styles of swordsmanship would become very strong once enhanced through his own abilities. As for the Shinigami swordsmanship here, it was actually pretty ordinary. It really was just katana clashing against katana. Add spiritual pressure to it, and it became sword pressure. It was basically a move similar to Kurosaki Ichigo's Getsuga Tensho. In truth, every Soul Reaper could do it. Why didn't they use it? Because the power just wasn't enough. Kurosaki Ichigo was strong because Zangetsu could compress and amplify the released spiritual pressure, turning the sword pressure into something stronger. As for sword pressure at the level of Getsuga Tensho, basically sword energy, he could casually release that himself as long as he had a weapon sturdy enough to withstand the energy output. Kido was even less interesting. Most of his own skills completely outclassed Kido, whether in damage, control, support, or healing. After thinking it over carefully, Muchuan realized that the only thing worth learning from Genryusai was Hakuda, that fist-fighting system built around Ikatsu and Sakatsu. As for Shuinpa, it didn't really matter whether he learned it or not. He already had teleportation, which was way faster than high-speed movement techniques. Still, learning it wasn't a bad idea. He really didn't have any good high-speed movement techniques of his own. Putting the actual situation together, the only thing he really needed to learn from Old Man Yamamoto was fist arts. As for the other set, Shunko, he'd need to learn that from Yoruchi. Muchuan directly asked, Captain Commander, if I become your disciple, will I need to do any work? The moment Captain Commander Yamamoto heard that question, he got a bad feeling. Could this kid possibly have the same temperament as that slack-off Kairaku Shunsui? No way, right? But then should he still take him as a disciple? Not taking him wouldn't be appropriate either. The words had already been spoken. He stared straight at Muchuan and said, before your studies are complete, you won't need to do any work for now. But every day you must cultivate diligently and must not slack off. Muchuan felt uneasy under that stare. Wondering what exactly counted as diligent cultivation, he directly asked, how diligent are we talking? Genryusai narrowed his eyes and said with a perfectly normal expression, get up at dawn. 4 hours of swordsmanship, 2 hours of Hakuda, 3 hours of Shuinpa in the afternoon, 3 hours of Kido, 2 hours of quiet meditation and conversing with your Zanpakuto. At night, you will also sit alone and condense your spiritual pressure for 3 hours. Your total daily training time will be around 17 hours. That should do barely. Just be roughly on the same level as Kairaku and Yukitake. The old man said it calmly, but that really was how it was in reality. Souls weren't afraid of fatigue. Only excessive depletion of spirit particles would cause exhaustion. On the contrary, genius souls only grew stronger the more they trained. If you didn't train them to the limit, how could they become talented? But Muchuan broke out in a cold sweat just from listening. Holy shit. This was treating souls like they weren't even people. Worse than beasts of burden. How the hell was someone like him, even with cheats, supposed to survive that kind of life? He immediately refused. Ahem. Thank you for your kindness, Captain Commander, but I think joining Captain Hitsugaya's 10th Division would be pretty good. As long as you give me an Asachi, I'll just follow Captain Hitsugaya and learn slowly. Haha, haha. Toshiro. Genryusai closed his eyes and adjusted his mood. It's over. Another one just like Kairaku Shunsui. The beautiful future of Soul Society had ended before it had even begun. But he was unwilling to give up on such a genius and let him go waste his days. That would be a complete waste of talent. If he really did that, his blood pressure would probably rise every single day. After thinking for a moment, he decided to make a concession. Perhaps geniuses had their own way of cultivating. Maybe he should try it. If this old man says you can still be my disciple, and your training arrangements are up to you, the moment Muchuan realized there was such a good deal, he immediately said, then that's fine. Captain Commander, you're wise. The expression on Genryusai's face nearly slipped. After a pause, he said, this old man hasn't finished speaking. You may arrange your training however you like. Even if you go play around every day, that's fine. But once every week, this old man will inspect your progress. As he spoke, he opened his narrowed eyes and stared at him darkly. If you dare fail to show the growth a genius ought to have, then this old man will personally teach you what kind of training a genius ought to undergo. Muchuan nodded easily. Okay, teacher. No problem, teacher. Teacher, don't forget to announce my status as the Captain Commander's closed-door disciple. Or what if someone comes after me? Alright, who do I go to get an Asachi? Is there money? Is housing assigned? Is there a meal allowance? Or is there a cafeteria? Old man Yamamoto's eyebrows twitched. Suppressing the urge to hit someone, he said, Chojiro, take him and make the arrangements. It doesn't need to be too high. Vice Captain standards will do. After saying that, the old man thought to himself, that damn jumpy personality. You'd better show some results. Otherwise, just wait and see how I deal with you. After leaving the Captain Commander's barracks, Toshiro was about to leave.
Muchuan waved.
Bye Xiao bye. I'll make time to come see you. It's really a shame I didn't join your 10th Division. Without even turning his head, Toshiro said, address me as Captain Hitsugaya. If you get it wrong again next time, I'll definitely freeze you into an ice pop. After saying that, he directly left with Shuinpa. He didn't want to stay near this guy for even a second longer. Muchuan turned to Vice Captain Chojiro and said, Heh, Xiaobai's just shy. So what are we doing first now? Chojiro had a headache too. This was the Captain Commander's beloved disciple, so he couldn't show him any attitude. He could only say patiently, Come. First we'll get your Asachi and Soul Reaper uniform, then we'll arrange your residence. Vice Captain level treatment means a standalone courtyard. It has a training room, which will make your cultivation convenient. That night, in the assigned standalone courtyard, Muchuan lay on the bed. The registration and collection procedures that afternoon had dragged on until evening. Only now was it all finally done. He held the Asachi he had received and raised it to look at it. There didn't seem to be anything special about it. This thing apparently had to be nourished with spiritual pressure over a long period of time, then communicated with through blade meditation to learn its name before it could be released. It was a long-term project. He wondered what kind of Zanpakuto someone like him, with his unconventional, rule-breaking, anti-rule personality, would raise. It definitely wouldn't be a physical type, and probably not a direct attack type either. Most likely it would be some kind of rule-based type. Whatever type it was, as long as it could become a Zanpakuto, it would be a powerful weapon. At the very least, it could withstand energy release. That was enough. He sat up and picked up the small notebook placed to the side and started reading it. Old man Yamamoto had just sent Chojiro running again to deliver it. It was his own written cultivation insights. The insights of the strongest person in the Godii 13 were immensely valuable. The next day, Muchuan got up early. He had only cultivated a little last night, yet his spiritual pressure had already increased quite a bit, at least by the amount of a vice captain's. And that was without fully letting go and devouring spirit particles. If the commotion got too big, it could easily cause trouble. After all, this wasn't the Soul Reaper method of cultivation. It was closer to a Quincy's method of absorbing spirit particles, directly taking in external spirit particles as his own strength. Quincy's leveled up quickly this way, but over time they weren't as strong as Soul Reapers. The reason was that they didn't cultivate their state of mind or soul, so their upper limit was locked. Without Yawach's script, it was basically very difficult for them to break through to captain-level combat power. But for Muchuan, that didn't matter at all. Upper limit? What upper limit? My upper limit is that I have no upper limit. Absorb. Absorb like crazy and nothing will happen. Even if he absorbed all the way to captain level in a single day, it still wouldn't matter. Did they think Dark Devour was a joke? Even if that mutilated Ling King were standing here, he'd still drain him dry all the same. He walked out of his house and went to the cafeteria for breakfast. After that, he started wandering around Siriidii with no particular goal, looking around at different places, memorizing the roads and such. The whole point was to take it easy. After turning a few corners and then a few more, he arrived at a special place. The Senkamen. Heavy guards were stationed around it. Muchuan remembered that this thing seemed to require approval, and only those carrying a hell butterfly could pass through. When he got a little closer, he saw that the ones about to pass through were none other than Kachiki Byakuya and Abarai Renji. Rubbing his chin, he thought, so they're about to go bring Rukia back? Then Shihuin Yoruchi should be coming too. Before Kurosaki Ichigo gets here, should I go win over his older female cousin? Shiba Kakaku? When he gets here, if I make him call me cousin-in-law, won't he be dumbfounded? Hey! The moment he thought of it, he acted on it, instantly teleporting to Shiba Kukaku's home outside Siriidii. At this moment, Shiba Kukaku was at home looking bored, half sitting with one leg propped up as she drank. Muchuan appeared in front of her with a single teleport. The first thing that entered his sight was her tempting figure. Her legs were still spread apart, her sitting posture a little wild, and the clothes that were already hanging open had fallen even wider. Muchuan blinked. Big sis, you've got an amazing body. Thanks for the feast. Shiba Kukaku, a little tipsy from drinking, set down her cup and looked up at the person speaking. Who are you? You look like a Shinigami. How did you get in here? What the hell were Jinta and Ginkgo doing at the door? What is this? As she spoke, she let out a drunken burp. Then she stood up, walked over to Muchuan, and leaned in to size him up. Not bad. You're a pretty handsome little guy. So, tell me, what do you want with me? From beginning to end, Muchuan's eyes had been fixed on her wide-open chest, watching those huge breasts bounce with every move she made. Only when she asked what he wanted did he snap back to himself. Huh? Oh, well. My name's Muchuan. What do you think of me? Wanna hook up once? For a moment, Shiba Kukaku suspected she misheard. Hook up? This brat had come all the way here to ask her for that? Had she drunk too much and stopped hearing straight? Or had she gotten fake liquor and started hallucinating? She raised her left hand to cover her face, rubbing her forehead with her fingers, trying to sober up a little. No. What did you just say? I think I heard something weird. Say it again. Muchuan moved closer, wrapped an arm around her, and pressed her against himself as he spoke. You heard right. Exactly what you thought you heard. Think about it. Shiba Kukaku jumped when she felt herself pulled into his arms. Then she laughed. Kid, I gotta say, you've got guts. Do you think just because you're handsome, I 1T beat the hell out of you? Muchuan continued, hear me out first. Of course. It 1TB without benefits. 2 conditions. First, I'll restore your missing arm. A beauty like you probably cares a lot about losing an arm, right? When Shiba Kukaku heard that her arm could be restored, her heart still skipped a beat. Who wouldn't care about their own body? Who wanted to be disabled? Especially when she was a woman, of course she cared about missing an arm. Looking at the face so close to hers, she said, you can restore my arm? How? Don't tell me you can grow it back?
Muchuan smiled.
As for how, that's a personal ability. If I'm restoring it, then of course it'll grow back. What else would it be? If it doesn't grow back, can that even be called restoration? Kukaku lowered her head, hiding her expression. Only her low voice could be heard. Tell me the other condition. The corner of Muchuan's mouth lifted. At this point, it was basically a done deal. So he continued, I can raise the soul Ryatsu class of you and your younger brother Shiba Ganju to at least 4th class, maybe around 3rd. For Muchuan, this kind of thing was extremely easy. The higher the soul Ryatsu class, the denser and stronger the soul's spiritual density became, and the higher the upper limit would be. Something that seemed innate to others was something Muchuan, with his ability as ruler of souls, could change as casually as lifting a hand. To put it bluntly, it was just soul solidity. He could either extract it from others and convert it for them, or directly use his own soul power to solidify their souls. And Muchuan wasn't lacking in soul power. He had an unlimited amount of it. The soul was tied to lifespan, lifespan was tied to physique, physique was tied to strength, and then strength circled back to the soul. It was a whole cycle. If one part changed, the rest followed. Kukaku narrowed her eyes and stared at him. You can change soul Ryatsu talent? How is that possible? If it's real, then couldn't you create geniuses without limit? Muchuan lifted his chin proudly. Hey, don't worry about that. Just tell me if you're in or not. Anyway, pay first, then inspect the goods. You can't freeload, so what are you afraid of? Kukaku closed her eyes and thought for quite a while. Whether it was the alcohol hitting her or something else, she actually agreed in the end and said softly, just this once. Muchuan gave her a perfunctory smile. Sure, just once. But inside he thought, yeah right, you say once and it's once? For someone as proud as you, after having it once, would you really go looking for someone else? No way. She said it was just once. But if he went back to her a few more times later, she would still half resist and half accept it. After saying that, he helped her aside and removed the prosthetic arm. All right, get ready for a new life. He raised his hand, healed the wound at high speed, then added a transfer of soul power. treatment and enhancement, done in one set. Kukaku stared eagerly at the place where her arm had been severed. It expanded and took shape at an eerie speed, quickly solidifying into a complete arm. She raised the newly grown right arm, rotated it, clenched her fist, and moved it through all kinds of motions. It was smooth, without the slightest sense of disconnect. This was her arm, and she could also feel her own strength improving. Was this the effect of her soul Ryatsu class increasing? Her Ryatsu had risen because her upper limit had risen. She looked at Muchuan, who was waiting there, then swung up her newly grown right arm and pointed at him with a wicked grin. Bakudo number 63, Seijo Sabaku. A golden chain made of spirit particles shot out and bound Muchuan tightly. Muchuan raised a brow and grinned. Oh, what's this supposed to mean? I'm not into bondage. I'm not at that level yet. With a dark, scheming look on her face, Kukaku came over and dragged the bound Muchuan toward the inner room. You don't like it? But I do. Muchuan looked helpless. This big sis. Was she still not sober? How much had she drunk? But as an expert in this field, Muchuan had only one thing to say. Bring it on. The next day. No problem with the cards. When Kukaku woke up, she looked at the mess all over the bed, then at herself lying face down in Amana's arms, and her head buzzed. Took her quite a while to recall what happened last night. She had drunk a lot, but she still remembered most of it. Those wild cries, those positions. She had no face left to show anyone. Alcohol had definitely pushed things along last night. Otherwise, she wasn't the kind of person who would agree to that sort of thing. And she had been so wild, like some resentful woman who'd been pent up for decades. Well, though that was kind of true. Muchuan also opened his eyes and looked at Kukaku in his arms. Awake? For your first time, your performance yesterday was alright. Barely passable. You were just a little too much. It would been better if you'd held back a little. Kukaku's face heated up at once, turning bright red. She slapped a hand over his mouth and said in embarrassed fury, Shut up. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll blast you to death with Raikoho. Muchuan thought, You think you can suppress me? What a joke. Holding her, he flipped over and pinned her beneath him. Kukaku's eyes widened, and instantly she felt that things were going very badly. What are you doing? We agreed just once. Hey you, if you keep this up, I really will blast you with Raikoho. Ah, you bastard. Another next day. Compared to yesterday, Kukaku was a lot more used to it. At the very least, she no longer felt there was anything to be shy about, nor did she feel resistant anymore. She looked up at him and said, Who exactly are you? Is there really someone like you among the Shinigami?
Muchuan.
I've never heard of you all these years. If Yamamoto knew about your ability, there's no way he'd let you run around freely. An ability this ridiculous. If things go wrong, he might lock you up in the Research and Development Institute and slice you up for study. After thinking about it, Muchuan felt that was actually true. Someone who could raise soul solidity could turn all of Seriidii into captain-level geniuses. As for how such a heaven-defying ability worked, Mayuri Kuratsuchi would probably be extremely interested. He rubbed Kukaku's short black hair and smiled. For now, my public identity is that I'm the head captain's disciple. Actually, I have another identity too. I'm a god. Kukaku looked utterly speechless. Oh really? Then tell me which one in the Godii 13 ISNTA Shinigami. Muchuan smacked her perky rear. Not that kind of god. I mean a god on the same level as the Soul King. Got it? Kukaku was obviously unconvinced. Oh? You even know about the Spirit King, huh? Then tell me, Lord God. Why are you so weak? Muchuan gave a dry cough. Ahem. Because my power is sealed. Kukaku laughed. Then why would a god have his power sealed? Muchuan couldn't save face, so he immediately pulled out a comparison. Hey, listen to yourself. Isn't that half-baked Spirit King the same? He got turned into a human stick and sealed up too. Mine is just sealed power, and it'll unseal over time. Isn't he way worse off than me? We're both divine level, but he ended up like that. I seriously looked down on him. Kukaku could hear something in that. This guy really did seem a little different. At the very least, he knew quite a lot. Aren't gods supposed to be omniscient and omnipotent? So why did he end up like that? Seeing that she wanted to know, Muchuan explained. First, gods are not omniscient and omnipotent by default. If your destructive power reaches a certain realm, you can be called a god. If your creative power reaches a certain realm, you can also be called a god. Second, that Spirit King isn't omniscient and omnipotent. He's only omniscient, not omnipotent. If he were omnipotent, he wouldn't have ended up like this. It's exactly because he only has omniscience, and only the omniscience of his own level at that. He can know what will happen for a certain period into the future, but he has no ability to change it. That's why he was sealed in the Spirit King Palace like a stick. And omnipotence isn't something a low-level god can have in the first place. That's an ability only beings at the very peak of the Great Tao possess. It's the pinnacle of all abilities. Kokaku looked completely dumbfounded. Were gods really this cheap? They even had high and low ranks? The way he said it made even the Spirit King seem less valuable. Seeing her spacing out, Muchuan said, "Don't think too much about it. Things like this are far removed from you. The Spirit King has nothing to do with you, and I won't harm you. Eat when you should eat, drink when you should drink, and live your life like usual." Kokaku pushed herself up. "Oh, I wasn't overthinking it. Don't you need to go back to the Siriitii? I remember Yamamoto being really strict with his disciples. If they don't train more than a dozen hours a day, they can forget about resting." As she spoke, she started tidying up and getting dressed. Muchuan got up too. "It's fine. When he took me in as a disciple, we agreed he wouldn't control me. Besides, if I wanted to, I could reach the same level of spiritual pressure as Yamamoto in a single day." Then he thought of something. Aizen was about to make his move. His current strength wasn't enough. Maybe he should first go somewhere farther out in Soul Society and use devouring spirit particles to raise his spiritual pressure to head captain level. His energy was unlimited, but without the level, his output still wouldn't cut it. Rukia had probably already been taken back, which made things a little urgent. He had to go increase his energy output right now. After putting on his shahakusho, he turned to Kokaku and said, "I'm leaving first. I'm gonna raise my strength and get ready for what's about to happen. Your brother will head to the Siriitii later. When that happens, I'll raise his spiritual might too." He was just about to turn and leave, but then he turned back again and said, "Also, you're my woman. You have to admit it and you have to acknowledge it publicly too. Otherwise, be careful or I'll deal with you so hard you won't be able to get out of bed for a month." With that, he directly used flash movement and left. Kokaku looked unconcerned. "Humph, you think I was scared into growing up? I refuse to admit it. A month is a month. What's so impressive about that? A high-end hunter often appears in the posture of prey. An experienced foodie was just that Sundra. That feeling. TSK. Just thinking about it now was exciting. What was 1 month? If he had the guts, then a year." In an uninhabited area of Soul Society, Muchuan appeared with a whoosh. He looked around. There isn't a single living thing here. This is already very far from Rukongai, so living things probably won't show up. In that case, let's begin. I'll aim to reach the target in one afternoon. He found a flat spot, sat down cross-legged, activated Devour, and directly began absorbing a massive amount of spirit particles to increase his spiritual pressure. The spirit particles drifting between heaven and earth all became restless, turning into torrents like tangible whirlpools as they madly surged into Muchuan's body. Surging spiritual power continuously filled his soul. His originally steady spiritual pressure shot upward all the way, rising layer after layer. During the process, Muchuan suddenly remembered that his Asachi still hadn't completed its release. He reached out and picked up the plain, unadorned Asachi at his side, laying it across his knees. He slowly calmed his mind, and an unending stream of spiritual pressure flowed out from the depths of his soul, entering the blade thread by thread. The gentle spiritual power soaked into the blade over and over again. The spirit particles in the surrounding air trembled faintly along with it. The standard issue Asachi, which originally had no spiritual aura at all, gradually began to emit a faint layer of light. Inside the blade, which had once been utterly lifeless, a trace of weak consciousness finally emerged, like a soul that had slept for 1,000 years slowly opening its eyes. Joy rose in Muchuan's heart. He knew it had worked. The bridge of spiritual pressure had been built. His consciousness followed the spiritual power into the blade and began communicating with the sword spirit. All the floating spirit particles around them gathered over, wrapping around the surface of the blade. The edge gave a faint hum, and the vibrating sound became clearer and clearer, as if it were responding to Muchuan's call. 2 hours later, Muchuan opened his eyes, focused his mind, cast aside distracting thoughts, and spoke in a low voice, calling the name that belonged to this Zanpakuto. "Overturn all reason. Baimang. Buzz." A clear sword cry suddenly exploded out. Black gold spiritual light shot into the sky, and the shape of the blade began to slowly transform as its shurikai took form. Muchuan looked at the Zanpakuto as its appearance changed. The hilt and sheath were patterned in black and gold. He reached out, grabbed it, and with a metallic shing, drew the sword from its sheath. Then he raised a brow. This shape and these edges. This is a Tanghangdao, isn't it? It's really beautiful. Come to think of it, the anime character who left the deepest impression on me with a Tanghangdao is bossed by Uekue. The way she used that Tanghangdao was seriously cool. As he spoke, he gently stroked his Zanpakuto. Baimang. Bei means to defy reason, law, the heavenly Tao order. Mang means delusion and absurdity, unrestrained arrogance. Absurd and unreasonable, defying the laws of the world, acting with wild arrogance. As the ancients said, a nature both perverse and reckless, slandering past and present. Arrogant, contrary to reason, scorning all rules. Good sword. I like it. The ability isn't bad either. In Shirkai, it can overturn certain rules. Every ability in all things has conditions that must be met before it can activate. And Shirkai can erase the conditions for a target's ability to take effect for a short time. In other words, by overturning the rules, it can invalidate abilities. Doesn't that mean whoever I slash is going to be dumbfounded? If I bring one strike down, you might turn into a muggle, lose your powers, and then look at me weak, pitiful, and helpless. Tell me, are you scared or not? Muchuan stood up and stretched his body a little, then sheathed his Zanpakuto. His spiritual pressure had risen almost enough, and his Zanpakuto had already been released. Then it was time to go back and see what exactly was going on. With a whoosh, he vanished and flashed back to the Siriidii. The arrest and death sentence of Kachiki Rukia did not stir up much of a wave among the people in the Siriidii. To ordinary people, it was only a minor matter. Only after Kurosaki Ichigo invaded with his companions did it become a major issue. So when Muchuan returned to the 1st Division barracks, no one around him was discussing the matter. It was just the execution of an ordinary Shinigami squad member who had committed a crime. There was nothing interesting about it. Even though she was the adopted younger sister of the head of the Kachiki clan, one of the 4 great noble clans, it was still uninteresting. This gossip just wasn't sweet. After returning, Muchuan went to find Yamamoto Genryusai, planning to learn Sakatsu. This move was very powerful. In an instant burst, it could strike the opponent until they collapsed and disintegrated. It really was no weak technique, and its method of force was very peculiar. Such a massive burst. Yet when it was unleashed, it was the quiet kind. It only shattered and disintegrated whatever it struck in front of him, without any explosive impact. That was what made it so strange. As he walked, Muchuan pondered to himself, looking at the manual the old man gave me. This move is a technique that fuses physical strength with spiritual pressure. What it emphasizes is compressing extremely powerful spiritual pressure into the tiny point of contact at both fists, then instantly penetrating inward to destroy the target's internal spirit particle structure, rather than exploding outward. In other words, the moment it makes contact, it directly breaks down the opponent's spirit particle structure. The destruction spreads inward from the point of impact. It's internal shattering, not an external blow that sends someone flying. TSK. This thing probably requires extremely precise control over spiritual pressure. An old man's 1,000 years of control over spiritual pressure isn't something an ordinary person can compare to. Looking at the old man's squad quarters up ahead, he thought, no choice. Looks like I can only use some special method to learn this move. That is, I'll just use these special eyes of mine to cheat and force learn it directly. With these eyes, who cares what move it is? As long as you use it once in front of me, it becomes my move.
Instant mastery.
He pushed the door open and went in. The old man was practicing calligraphy. He set down the brush in his hand and said, "Did you come to see me because there's something in your training you can't figure out?" Muchuan glanced at the quite decent calligraphy, then turned his head and said, "Yes, teacher. When I was studying Sakatsu, something felt a little strange. So I wanted to ask you to personally demonstrate it for me so I can use it as a reference. Is that okay?" Genryusai narrowed his eyes and scolded him. "Instead of refining your basics and improving your spiritual pressure, you're already trying to learn a complex move like that. Do you know that Sakatsu is the essence of my hand-to-hand combat? How could a rookie like you, who doesn't even have the basics, possibly learn it? Now get back and train your fundamentals properly. Stop daydreaming." Muchuan sighed. Looks like not acting like a badass isn't an option here. The corner of his mouth lifted as he said, "Sai, I originally wanted to get along with you all as an ordinary genius, but all I got in return was misunderstanding and contempt. Fine, I'm done pretending. I'll lay my cards on the table. I'm a once-in-100-million-years monster. I learn anything the moment I see it." Looking at the way this guy was acting, Genryusai raised his brows slightly and tilted his head up a little, wearing the expression of someone looking at an idiot. Stop looking at things from the world of the living when you have nothing better to do. Look too much and your brain will break. Now hurry up and get the hell back to training. At the same time he thought, damn it. Not only does this disciple have the same lazy temperament as Shunsui, now it looks like he's not too bright either. What am I supposed to do with this? Muchuan wasn't having it anymore. Holy shit, what kind of look is that? You think I'm here being funny? He immediately raised his Zanpakuto and said, "You don't believe me? Look, this is my Zanpakuto. It's already in Shirkai. And my current spiritual pressure isn't any weaker than yours, teacher. And besides, my body is strong too, okay? I never said I had no combat power when I came here. Back then, if we don't count my Zanpakuto and only talk about close combat ability, I could wipe the floor with captain-level fighters in minutes, okay?" Genryusai pressed one hand to his forehead as if life had lost all meaning. Has it already reached the point of hallucinations? Looks like the only way is to grab you and beat you awake. Muchuan's face darkened. In this day and age, telling the truth gets you treated like a complete idiot. Damn. No, teacher, please open your eyes and look. I really did awaken a Zanpakuto. Why won't you even take a proper look? Only then did the old man open his eyes and take a careful look at the blade in his hand. It really is in Shirkai. As expected, a genius is different. Now as long as we cure your delusional disorder, your future will be limitless. Muchuan was speechless. I'm tired. Just destroy everything. Since talking properly won't get through to you, then let's settle it with our hands. He drew Beimang, the blade pointing straight at Genryusai. Muchuan's Zanpakuto had always remained in its released state, so he could draw it and use it directly, maintaining that released state consumed so little that, for someone like him with infinite energy, he felt nothing at all. Genryusai smiled. Ichim, drawing your blade on me? You've got courage. Then, before he could finish, Muchuan unleashed spiritual pressure on par with Genryusai's. Spiritual pressure as endless as an abyss exploded outward with a roar. The air instantly froze, and a crushing pressure blanketed the entire First Division. Outside the squad quarters, the Soul Reapers instantly found it hard to breathe. The scenery around them even started to blur. The weaker Soul Reapers dropped to their knees on the spot, their souls trembling with fear. When spiritual pressure at the level of the head captain erupts, it can directly crush some ordinary Soul Reapers to pieces while they're still alive. A vice captain like Ayase Nanao couldn't even breathe under Genryusai's spiritual pressure. The moment he felt that pressure, Genryusai's eyes snapped wide open. How is that possible? How could a little brat have this kind of spiritual pressure? Holding his blade, Muchuan curled his lips upward. Right, that's more like it. That's the expression. That's what you get for not believing me. Let me shock you to death. With a confident smile on his face, he said, Teacher, are we fighting here, or changing locations? My suggestion is we change locations. Otherwise, if people see you getting pinned down and rubbed into the ground, you'll lose face. Genryusai stayed shocked for quite a while, thinking what kind of heaven-defying brat is this? Spiritual pressure of this level at his age? Could he be the reincarnation of the Soul King? The old man thought about a lot of things, weighing the pros and cons, then finally narrowed his eyes again. No need to fight. With this level of spiritual pressure, even among the captains, there aren't many who could exchange more than a few moves with you. But you don't need to get arrogant. Although I don't know what abilities you have or what your Zanpakuto can do, a Zanpakuto that's just entered Shirkai definitely can't be that strong. Muchuan curled his lips. My Zanpakuto ability is to overturn the rules of reality. Genryusai said, How does it overturn them? Muchuan said, simply put, it's like this. God says there shall be light. And my Zanpakuto says what God said is bullshit. That's what it means. Genryusai fell silent for a moment. So your blade can fight against the rules of the world? For example, make it so my Bankai has no fire, or even make it so I can't use Bankai at all. Muchuan nodded and gave him a thumbs up. Old man. Smart. The strongest head captain in 1,000 years really does have extraordinary insight. You immediately thought of the actual effect. What Genryusai was thinking at that moment was, could this guy really be the reincarnation of the Soul King? Should I go to the royal palace and ask those people in Squad Zero? Thinking about this absurdly powerful and terrifying ability, no matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like something an ordinary Soul Reaper could awaken. This kind of power that overturns rules, to put it simply, can nullify other people's abilities. If developed deeply, then it would be omnipotence. For example, I don't have spatial abilities, but I can overturn the reality that says I don't have spatial abilities, so then I do have spatial abilities. Isn't that basically a god? The old man calmed himself down and stared at Muchuan for a long while. How about this? Since you do have captain-level strength, for now you'll take a vice-captain position in the First Division. Just so happens my First Division can have 2 vice-captains. As for a Sakatsu demonstration, since you say you can learn anything after seeing it once, then I'll demonstrate it for you one time. Whether you can learn it or not depends on your own ability. And just like that, with insight and learning activated, Muchuan mastered the Sakatsu the old man demonstrated in a matter of minutes. Then he waved and took his leave, planning to go see what Aizen's deal was and whether he was really as terrifying as people said. He hadn't even walked faster than the head captain's announcement spread. He was still on the road, and the news of him becoming the First Division's vice-captain had already become common knowledge. After all, the messengers could all use Shuinpa, so being a little fast was normal. At that moment, everyone was talking nonsense all over the place. Head Captain Yamamoto had only announced the day before yesterday that he was taking this person as a disciple. And now, after only 2 days, he'd been promoted to vice-captain? And not just any vice-captain, but vice-captain of the First Division. How could that be the same? The vice-captain of the First Division wasn't comparable to the captains of the other 12 divisions. The head captain's adjutant. What captain would dare say, I'm 1 rank above you? Weren't they all polite to him? Some even thought this guy had to be from one of the 4 great noble clans. Such blatant nepotism. Even head Captain Yamamoto had fallen this low. Muchuan didn't care when he heard that. In the Godai 13, Fist spoke in the end. As soon as someone couldn't stand it and challenged him 1 fight later, everyone would instantly be convinced. He strolled all the way to the 5th division. Before he even went in, he saw Aizen coming out, apparently heading home after work. He walked up with a smile and greeted him. Captain Aizen, I'm Muchuan, Vice Captain of the 1st Division. Are you heading back already? Aizen's calm gaze fell on Muchuan through his glasses, a faint smile appearing on his face. So it's Vice Captain Muchuan. Congratulations on becoming the Vice Captain of Squad 1. Since there's nothing else, I was planning to head back and rest. It was obvious that this person who had suddenly appeared hadn't sparked Aizen's interest at all, even if he was the Vice Captain of Squad 1. Muchuan didn't say anything either. They didn't know each other in the first place, so a simple greeting was enough. The two turned and left in opposite directions. After walking off to the side, Muchuan asked the system in his head, System, you there? Did Aizen use Kyoka Suigetsu on me? Muchuan might not trust his own 5 senses, but he would never doubt the system. No matter how amazing Aizen was, there was no way he could hypnotize the system. System, host, I'm here. According to the system's scan, the host has not been affected by any abnormal external interference. Phew. That's good. Looks like he didn't even bother. Huh? He couldn't even be bothered to use Kyoka Suigetsu on me? The hell? Is he looking down on me? So I'm just some nobody by the roadside. Hello Kitty. Is that it? System. Yes. The other party is indeed looking down on you. Whether the host can tolerate it, this system does not know, but if this system were in your place, it definitely wouldn't take it. Damn. I'm not accepting this. He hypnotized even those little underlings. But he looks down on me? Doesn't that call for an explanation? System. Exactly, host. We climbed up here with cheats on our side. We can't lose face now. Tom. Muchuan spun around and strode toward Aizen with an arrogant swagger. System. That's right. Keep your spirits up. Nice one. Muchuan rushed up behind Aizen and shouted. Aizen. Fuck your mom. You gutter rat hiding in the shadows. Too chicken to face people head on. What gives you the right not to use Kyoka Suigetsu on me? Aren't you all about lying low? Then let me tell you this. If you don't give me an explanation today, then forget about lying low ever again. Even Aizen's expression, calm for what felt like 10,000 years, froze in shock. Was this guy insane? He actually came to demand an explanation from him? What explanation was he supposed to give? So what if I look down on you, a guy who climbed up through connections? What's wrong with that? So what if you're not worth me using Kyoka Suigetsu on? What's wrong with that? Vice Captain Muchuan, have you had too much to drink? Please return to your squad quarters at once. Don't shout here. You'll disturb others trying to rest. Muchuan bared his teeth in a grin. Heh, you think I'm joking? Fine. We settle things with our fists. The moment the words fell, he vanished. And when he reappeared, he was already behind Aizen. Double bone. Aizen's pupils shrank sharply.
Danger.
Something would happen. In an instant, a 7-colored spirit particle barrier blocked Double Bone's fist. Aizen turned and retreated at once, while the rainbow barrier shattered and began collapsing the moment it took the hit. Aizen frowned hard at the sight. That was Yamamoto Genryusai's move, wasn't it? How could this guy who got in through the back door know it? And with that much power, too. If that blow had landed just now, even if he didn't die, he would have lost a layer of skin. The Hogyoku still wasn't in his hands yet. Without the power to break the limit of a Shinigami, he wasn't invincible. Muchuan didn't give him much time to think. In an instant, he flashed right into his face, grabbed his head with one hand, and teleported away with him. Outside the Suriitii in Rukongai inside a quiet forest, Muchuan appeared with Aizen in hand and casually hurled him to the ground off to the side. If you don't give me an explanation today, then we're gonna have a real talk with our fists. Heh, don't you want to go to the Royal Palace? Then in the end, I'll just toss you into the Royal Palace and let those people in Squad 0 take their time dealing with you. With your current self. Before you've broken the limit of a Shinigami. Heh, maybe they'll toy with you to death. Aizen hadn't even had time to be shocked that he had actually been dragged here by force before he heard those words. His heart jolted. He said, break the limit of a Shinigami. He knows what I'm trying to do? How is that possible? Narrowing his eyes slightly, he said, now I'm very curious who you are, and why you know these things. Are you Urahara Kisuke's man? Or are you one of the Royal Palace's people? Muchuan said nothing. He just kept swinging his fists to warm up, then instantly appeared in front of Aizen and drove a punch straight into his stomach. This time he didn't call out the move's name. He just hit him directly, not giving him even the slightest chance to react. Bang! A heavy muffled impact rang out. The fierce force of the punch transmitted from front to back, piercing through his body and erupting from behind as a shockwave. Muchuan was using the principle of hockey flowing cherry, adding spiritual power into the strike so it blasted into the other man's body and tore through him before bursting out. The power was explosive, and the visual effect was absolutely maxed out. Aizen only felt as if his internal organs were about to rupture under that pressure. He even had the urge to vomit up yesterday's food in one go. Unfortunately, there was nothing to throw up. All he could spit out was sour stomach acid and water. Before he could finish, the second punch came. Another bang. Aizen's toes left the ground as the blow lifted him into the air. He kept spitting up fluid, this time mixed with blood. Massive damage brought with it an absurdly long stagger. Muchuan's left fist dealt heavy damage. His right fist dealt heavy damage too. And the alternating blows kept Aizen locked in place without pause. In between, Muchuan even found time to mock him. President Aizen, you're not that impressive. Huh? Without the Hogyoku you're this weak? Not even stronger than old man Yamamoto. That's it? This is what your arrogance is built on. You look down on this one and that one. To be blunt, without the Hogyoku you can't even beat Ikamaru Jin. Under the double blow to body and mind, Aizen finally couldn't take it anymore. He desperately reached toward the Zanpakuto at his waist. The moment Muchuan saw that, he stopped beating him, snorted coldly, and waved his hand to cast a level 75 skill, Holy Protection Barrier, across the whole forest. Inside the massive holy magic formation, health continuously recovered while abnormal statuses were constantly cleansed. Muchuan wasn't completely sure either. He didn't know whether his own abnormal status resistance could block Kyoka Suigetsu. So he decided to play it safe and use the skill to keep cleansing continuously, while also checking whether he would now fall under 5 sense hypnosis. The moment Aizen saw that his opponent had stopped, he immediately drew his Zanpakuto. Kyoka Suigetsu. The instant he heard Aizen speak the Zanpakuto's name, Muchuan asked in his head, System? Was I hit just now? System, replying to host, no you were not. You should trust your own resistance. Unless it is a control effect that surpasses you on the level of life dimensions, otherwise you generally won't be affected. If skill effects were turned into data, the level 1 boost from the passive skill would probably be a value of 2. The skill level rises with the host's level. The host is currently level 99, so the passive Divine Blessing is also level 99. In other words, not even counting the skill's own base effect. The level scaling alone gives at least 198 abnormal status resistance. And that's only one passive effect. On top of that, there is also the host's own resistance. With resistance like this, what negative status could possibly be applied to the host? Of course, your current attributes are suppressed by 90%, so the host only has a little over 10% of that resistance left. Luckily, the host raised this world system's power level yesterday, so now those attributes have gone right back up. Muchuan sighed inwardly. Awesome. Still, even if he ran into someone he couldn't beat, there was nothing to worry about. He still had anti-magic potions. At worst, he could just chug one, restore his power, and beat the guy to death. Feeling reassured, Muchuan looked at Aizen with utter disdain and said arrogantly, What are you doing? I'm asking you, what exactly are you doing? You think pulling out some broken sword and shouting its name means you can fight back now? Don't just stand there acting mute. Speak. Aizen's rage surged. He couldn't hold back a mouthful of blood anymore. Why you actually fine? How is that possible? Muchuan walked over and slapped his glasses off with a loud smack. What do you mean fine or not fine? Wearing those crappy glasses and pretending to be refined. Trash in gentleman's clothing, that's exactly what you are. I'm asking you one thing. Can you give me an explanation or not? Aizen was so angry he was almost in tears. What explanation do you even want from me? We never even met. So there's no way we could have any grudge between us. And that thing you said about using Kyoka Suigetsu on you, I used it too. You not falling under hypnosis is your own problem. What else do you want? Aizen took 10,000 points of mental damage and snapped. I'm really losing it. Where the hell did this lunatic even come from? He shows up out of nowhere just to humiliate me. This is bullying. This is going way too far. Muchuan wanted to crush that arrogant attitude of his, the kind that looked down on everyone. So today he was teaching him a lesson. There was always someone better, and always a higher sky beyond the sky. As for what to do with him, he really had no particular thoughts. Fight was a fight. It was over now. They didn't have any real grudge anyway. Smacking his lips, he asked again, I already said it. Can you give me some tape or not? Aizen broke down. What exactly do you want me to Huh? He sorted out his thoughts, then asked carefully, let me ask this first. That explanation you want. It wouldn't happen to be the kind of tape used to stick things together, would it? Muchuan raised a brow. Yeah. What else would it be? The moment he heard that answer, a surge of grievance rushed up in Aizen's chest. He nearly turned into a hollow on the spot from sheer rage. Wait, you really wanted tape? His breathing turned heavy, his chest rising and falling sharply. Took him quite a while to calm down. I don't have any on me right now. How about we go back and I'll buy some for you? Seeing his obedient, lowered head attitude, Muchuan nodded in satisfaction. With that attitude, I guess that counts as an explanation. Let us go. As he spoke, he grabbed Aizen and used Flash Step to return to the streets of Siriidii, then tossed a rapid healing spell on him to recover his injuries. Aizen was shocked inside, but didn't dare say anything. He could only lead the way to a shop to buy tape. In the end, he still couldn't hold back from asking, Vice Captain Muchuan, I still can't figure out what side you're on. Muchuan said indifferently, if you can't figure it out, then don't. What's there to get hung up on? I'm not on anyone's side. I'm a free man. Seeing that normal conversation was possible now, Aizen asked again. Then you seem to know a lot. You even know what I'm planning to do. Did you appear to stop me? Muchuan still sounded unconcerned. Why would I stop you? What you want to do has nothing to do with me. Do whatever you want. Just don't come annoy me. And I can't be bothered with your business either. After hearing that answer, Aizen was even more confused. He really couldn't understand it. What kind of person was this? He knew everything, yet had no intention of stopping anything. While feeling relieved that Muchuan wasn't going to interfere with his plans, Aizen also marked him down as someone he absolutely could not provoke, for now at least. He counted as a separate, mysterious, special faction all on his own. He couldn't beat him now, but once he obtained the Hogyoku and completed his full evolution, then he could try again. If Muchuan knew what he was thinking, he'd probably laugh out loud. Bro, the Hogyoku needs time to awaken. After you get Kisuke Urahara S and fuse them, that S only 50% awakening. It'll still take another 2 months before it fully awakens. Add in this month when you'll finally get the Hogyoku, and that S close to 3 months total. In 3 months, 30% of his sealed power would be released. Add his own 10% base strength, and that made 40% of his full power. Then add the strength boost he gained in this world, amplified through his skills. Wouldn't Aizen just get punched to death in one hit? As for that high-speed regeneration of his, whether he'd end up getting dragged off and used as an infinite kidney regenerator was still an open question. 1 kidney a day sliced off and roasted. After buying the tape, the two of them went their separate ways. After going back, the more Aizen thought about it, the worse it sat with him. What do you mean I can't beat Ikamaru Jin without the Hogyoku? Damn it. I'm gonna find him right now and spar with him. Let us see whether I can beat him or not. After one night passed and dawn had just broken, Ikamaru Jin was lying on the ground and refusing to get up. Aizen had beaten him into that state. Why had he gotten beaten? Because Jin had to hide his strength. He still couldn't expose himself yet, or all his efforts would be wasted. So Aizen beat him one-sidedly for an entire night. Then Aizen went back completely satisfied, thinking, humph, what nonsense about not being able to beat Ikamaru Jin. Obviously wrong. Wasn't he that easy? Aizen am still very strong. Back on Muchuan's side, he went home and slept. He had no idea Aizen would run off and beat up Ikamaru Jin just because of one thing he said. If he knew, he'd probably laugh out loud. Poor Ikamaru Jin. This was what they called disaster falling from the sky. For the next few days, with nothing much to do, he spent his free time teasing Ranjaku, one of the best-bodied beauties in all of Soul Society. No matter how you looked at it, Ranjaku was a pretty good woman. Her temperament, her figure, her looks, even her personality was great. As a properly qualified lecher, Muchuan was absolutely not going to let that pass him by. Those laid-back daily routines of flirting with girls were quite pleasant. Until 10 days later, the White Road Gate on the eastern side was invaded by Ryoka, and after Jin made his move, he still let them escape. The next morning, a captain's meeting was held to discuss the punishment for Jin acting on his own and then letting the Ryoka go. As a vice captain, Muchuan didn't need to attend the meeting, so he sat on a rooftop outside, watching the sky. Soon enough, Kurosaki Ichigo and the others would be launched into Seriitii by Kukaku's fireworks cannon. As he looked at the sky, Muchuan thought, in a way Orihime is actually pretty nice too. No idea why, but I'm just not interested in that type. That sort of airhead, occasionally silly, gloomy type always felt a little weird to him. Yuruchi was still the best. Her figure spoke for itself. Her personality was free and unrestrained, and she never sweated the small stuff. Plus that purple hair in a high ponytail. She was probably his favorite character in Bleach. Just as he was thinking about it, a giant bead suddenly flew across the sky, about to crash into Seriitii's barrier membrane. Alarms immediately started sounding across Seriitii's major divisions, and every unit began defensive deployment. The captain's meeting was dismissed as well. Everyone dispersed and returned to prepare for the enemy. Watching the captains leave, Muchuan thought, Aizen's about to start his fake death. Huh? That guy really does love playing tricks. Whatever. Not my problem. Might as well wander around a bit, then go find Yuruchi and have a nice talk about life. With that, he vanished in a flash. When he appeared again, he was already inside the prison cell where Kachiki Rukia was being held. Looking at the stranger who had suddenly appeared in front of her, Rukia asked nervously, "Who are you? Why did you break in here at a time like this?" Muchuan waved a hand, signaling her not to be nervous. "Relax. You're already a condemned prisoner, so what are you afraid of? Death?" Rukia choked on her words. "Take that S nodded. I was just startled because someone suddenly showed up. And you appeared in such an abrupt way too." Muchuan walked over and sat on the stone platform, leaning in to study her face. Looking at you like this, you are kind of pretty. When you were quietly staring outside just now, you looked better than usual. Could it be because of your aura? Does looking calmly at life and death give off some unique kind of charm? The corner of Rukia's mouth twitched, and she edged backward. Heh. Hee. You might just be mentally disturbed. Don't come near me. Muchuan's face darkened, and he clicked his tongue. TCH. You switched right back again. Sigh, looks like you really don't have the talent to be a beauty. Rukia burst out. What do you mean I don't have the talent? What is it to you, idiot? Muchuan smiled and looked outside through the gaps in the high tower. I came just to tell you this. Don't worry. You won T-die. You don't need to care about the process, even if it reaches the very last step. Rukia asked in confusion, why? What I committed really is a capital crime, I sent it. Muchuan nodded. A capital crime is still a capital crime. But, doesn't everything have exceptions? Your exception is about to enter Seriidii. Rukia thought for a moment, then suddenly looked up. You mean Ichigo? He came to Soul Society? Muchuan said, good guess. Too bad there's no prize. That's right. It's those little friends of yours from the human world. They came to save you. Rukia shot to her feet anxiously. How could this happen? They die. What do we do? Muchuan stood up, pressed a hand to her shoulder, and pushed her back down onto the stone platform. Why are you panicking? They'll be fine. Compared to them, you unlucky thing should worry about yourself first. Do you know Urahara Kisuke tricked you? He put his precious treasure inside your body. Rukia jumped up again in agitation. What? I was violated by Urahara Kisuke? When? That bastard. How do I not remember it? Muchuan was speechless. What the hell does she mean? Violated? When did I ever say that? What kind of thought process is that? Damn. He raised a hand, pressed her shoulder again, and pushed her back down. No, seriously, calm down a little. How did you get to being violated? Where did you even hear that? Rukia looked embarrassed. Huh? No? Then why did you say he put something inside my body? Muchuan slapped a hand to his forehead. Wasn't I clear enough? Treasure. Treasure, okay? Did you swallow those 2 words? Rukia laughed awkwardly. My bad. Go on. Pointing at her chest, Muchuan said, here. Urahara Kisuke placed something very powerful in you. It's called the Hogyoku. Rukia shifted to the side again. Don't point at my chest. Feels really embarrassing. Annoyed, Muchuan grabbed her little head and yanked it closer in front of him. What is so embarrassing about your completely unremarkable flat chest? Huh? Speak. Answer me, you idiot. Can you talk properly for once? Can you? Do you just love messing around that much? Believe it or not, I'll do you right now. Rukia quickly behaved herself.
Okay. I'm listening.
Muchuan let go and stood up. Forget it, I'm not saying any more. The situation right now is that someone wants the thing inside you, and I just came to take a look out of curiosity.
Pure curiosity.
Bye. After saying that, he directly used teleportation and disappeared. That left Rukia blinking there in confusion. What kind of mess was this? The good news. She wasn't going to die. The bad news. There was something inside her body. After wasting half the day chatting nonsense with Rukia, by the time Muchuan came back out, Ichigo and Renji were already facing off, and Ikiku's fight had already ended. He looked up at the sky. It was already getting late. How about I go back and sleep first? Tomorrow's the day Aizen finds a scapegoat, hangs himself on the wall and fakes his death. That gloomy bastard spent every day either deceiving little girls or fooling old men. He never did a single thing in the open. If Ichigo and the others hadn't ruined his plan, he really would carried his scheming all the way through. For a guy like that, I should hit him a few more times that day. The next day, Muchuan had just woken up and was lying on his bed with his eyes half closed, resting, when he heard a loud scream. Obviously, Hinamori Momo had seen fake Aizen hanging on the wall. Muchuan sat up and rubbed his eyes. TSK, that scream really has some penetrating power. I can hear it even from inside my room, even if that place isn't exactly near me. It's still really loud. He got up, got dressed, and opened the door to head outside. Well, since things have already come to this, might as well eat first. At the same time, the lieutenants and captains of some divisions were busy as hell. Everything was chaos. Ryoka invasion, Aizen getting killed, one thing after another. It was impossible to tell which mess to deal with first. After finishing a meal, Muchuan took some time to go check on Ranjaku and the others. TSK. Those few were genuinely busy. Stopping Hinamori Momo from attacking Ikamaru Jin, delivering messages, all of it. And even delivering a message ended up causing problems. Toshiro, Ranjaku, and Hinamori Momo were being toyed with back and forth by Aizen, all while going back and forth with Ikamaru Jin. By the time he arrived where Kurosaki Ichigo was, it was just after the fight with Zaraki Kenpachi, when Yoruchi had carried Ichigo back into the room to treat him. Yoruchi was in the middle of changing back from a black cat into human form, and if she changed back, she wouldn't have any clothes on. The moment Muchuan teleported over, he chopped Ichigo on the neck and knocked him out. What the hell are you trying to look at? In your dreams. He looked up just as the transformation finished. Oh, Shihuin Yoruchi, your body proportions are seriously incredible. Having returned to human form, Yoruchi just stood there stiffly. She didn't even raise a hand to cover herself, simply displaying herself openly and naturally. Looking at Muchuan, who had suddenly appeared, she smiled and said, being complimented isn't bad. But, little brother, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? I'm really not familiar with you. Among the Godii 13 and the major noble families, I don't remember anyone with potential like you. As she spoke, she slowly walked over. Muchuan stared at that bronze-colored body moving as it approached. His eyes were practically bulging out. He looked her up and down over and over, almost too busy to keep up. When Yoruchi reached him, she smiled and waved a hand. Hey, say something. Is it really that good to look at? Hey. Looks like my body is quite stimulating for you. Hey, snap out of it a little. You can look and talk at the same time. Only then did Muchuan lift his gaze to her face. My name is Muchuan. My current identity is Lieutenant of the 1st Division, Old Man Yamamoto's disciple. As for my strength, I should be a little stronger than Old Man Yamamoto. And my record is that not long ago, I gave your old enemy Aizen a thorough beating. You can use that to judge whether I'm making things up. As soon as he finished speaking, his spiritual pressure erupted instantly and pressed down on Yoruchi, then was withdrawn just as fast. Yoruchi's scalp had already gone numb after hearing just the first couple of lines. If this little brother was telling the truth, then they were seriously screwed. Then, right after he finished talking, he released his spiritual pressure to prove it. That abyss-like pressure almost made Yoruchi throw up. Instantly on guard, she moved a little closer to Kurosaki Ichigo, seeing if she might find a chance to escape with him. So you're here to capture the Ryoka? With strength like yours, instead of staying in the 1st Division barracks beside the captain commander, you personally came out to catch people? Muchuan shrugged. The old man usually doesn't care what I do. Hey, Yoruchi, do me a favor and turn around with your back to me. Yoruchi asked oddly. What do you mean? Muchuan stroked his chin. I want to look at the back. With a speechless expression, Yoruchi turned around. She had no choice. In a small space like a house, she couldn't fully move around, so she didn't dare act rashly. Then she suddenly thought of something and asked, right? How did you get in here? I set up a barrier. Muchuan was enjoying the view and answered absent-mindedly. I can teleport. Space ability. Ignoring barriers is normal. Then, without warning, he noticed Yoruchi's muscles tense up. It was obvious she was preparing to use Shuinpa and run at any moment. He spoke up to remind her. I advise you not to think about running. I'm sure you understand too, no matter how fast Shuinpa is, it's still just speed. Spatial teleportation is an ability beyond the level of speed. Your chances of escaping from me are basically zero, even if you're Shunshin Yoruchi. Yoruchi helplessly relaxed her body and started chatting instead. If she got caught, she wouldn't die anyway, so what was there to fear? I get it. From the way you are, it seems you know a lot, including about Aizen. So why didn't you deal with him? Muchuan walked over, reached out, wrapped an arm around her waist, and pulled her back. Yoruchi jumped in fright. Hey, looking is one thing, but now you're actually putting your hands on me? Muchuan ignored her protest and continued chatting while holding her. Knowing is one thing. Dealing with it is another. Back then, didn't you all know Aizen was the one behind it too? So why didn't you deal with him? Was it because you didn't want to? Or because you just didn't like to? So in the end, wasn't it still because there was no evidence? The Central 46 needs evidence for a judgment. With just my side of the story, I'm supposed to frame a captain? Isn't that a joke? Yoruchi sighed. Yeah, that's true. Muchuan continued, besides, I'm not close with anyone. I'm also a guy who became lieutenant in less than 3 days. People are even saying I got the position through connections. What does Aizen have to do with me? I just want to slack off, find some girls, and drift through life. As a person, being happy is what matters most. Yoruchi found that a little strange. She turned her head and raised a brow at him. You're not here to arrest us, are you? Muchuan tilted his head and met her gaze. When did I ever say I came to arrest you? From the beginning to the end, I came for you. I was just waiting for you to turn back into human form so I could feast my eyes. Yoruchi's body stiffened. Why, you can't be thinking of doing that to me. Let go of me. No way. I'm not interested in that kind of thing. I don't care how good-looking you are. Go find someone else. Muchuan smiled and pulled her even tighter into his arms. Aren't you supposed to be pretty easygoing? Why do you care so much about this? Haven't you heard? Doing it with someone you're not familiar with gives it a different kind of thrill and pleasure. Don't you want to try it? If you go your whole life without experiencing it, won't you regret it? Seeing that she couldn't break free, Yoruchi snapped angrily, regret my ass. There's no need to ask anyone for that kind of thing. I can do it myself. That's how I've gotten by all these years. So stop trying to fool me. Muchuan was stunned. What? You actually mine by yourself? I seriously didn't expect that. So this is the kind of Yoruchi you are. Yoruchi twisted in his hold and said, what kind of Yoruchi I am is none of your business. Let go already. I still need to treat little brother Ichigo's injuries. Look, his wounds opened up again. With a wave of his hand, Muchuan cast rapid healing and completely healed Kurosaki Ichigo's injuries. Then, under Yoruchi's shocked gaze, he took her back to his own place and tossed her onto the bed. Kurosaki Ichigo is fine now, so you don't need to worry anymore. Stay here and wait. I need to go save someone. Don't run around, or if I catch you, you're in for it. After saying that, he used Flash Step and went straight to Shiba Ganju, his little brother-in-law. When that guy rescued Rukia, he would run into Kachiki Byakuya on the bridge. If nobody saved him, and Kurosaki Ichigo was unconscious and couldn't go either, then Kachiki Byakuya really would beat him to death. Yoruchi sat there on the bed in a daze. That healing method just now had been insanely fast. He had restored everything almost instantly. This unfamiliar little brother wasn't simple at all. Just from that spiritual pressure alone, it was obvious he was a terrifying existence. Maybe she really should just go along with him this once. Otherwise, he'd probably keep hounding her endlessly. Wasn't he just doing that? It wasn't really a big deal. As long as both sides enjoyed it, nobody would lose out. The moment Muchuan arrived, he saw a large swath of cherry blossoms beginning to close in around Ganju. He quickly moved to Ganju's side and released his spiritual pressure, shaking the blossoms away. Patting him on the shoulder, he said, holy shit, you almost ended up flat on the ground. Kid, that was really close. Ahahaha. Ganju looked at the person patting his shoulder with a baffled expression. You? Who are you? We don't know each other, do we? Muchuan turned his head and grinned. My name is Muchuan. I'm your brother-in-law. Didn't your sister tell you? Ganju's eyes widened in shock. Be brother-in-law? My sister found a man? How did you even dare get with her? Aren't you scared she'll beat you to death? Did she force you? Damn it. I knew Big Sis would do something like this sooner or later. And she even forced a Soul Reaper. Muchuan's mouth twitched. Good lord. This guy really had been beaten up by his sister since childhood. Huh? His fear of his own big sister was carved into his bones. He didn't even seem to think any man would willingly want her. That really wasn't easy. While he was still talking, Ganju suddenly looked up. HM? You said your name is Muchuan? Muchuan nodded. Yeah. Didn't I just say that? Ganju smacked his palm. Right. Before my sister left, she told me to come find a Soul Reaper named Muchuan. So it was you. And you're even my brother-in-law. She really should explained it more clearly. Man, Big Sis is TSK. Brother-in-law, please bear with her. Usually, if you just endure it, it passes. If it really doesn't work, just see her less often. That way you can take fewer beatings. Looking at Ganju's serious expression and the pity in his eyes, Muchuan honestly didn't know what to say. He could only reply awkwardly, your sister is actually pretty good, I think. She is quite nice. Huh? Ganju stared at him, his pupils practically shaking. Could it be? This guy had masochistic tendencies? They had barely exchanged a few words when Kachiki Byakuya's expression darkened and he spoke. Vice Captain Muchuan, what do you mean by this? Are you helping the Ryoka? He had never liked Muchuan to begin with. He thought the guy was trash who had risen through the back door. And now that he was stopping him from killing a Ryoka, his expression grew even colder. Muchuan's smile faded. This kind of person was impossible to communicate with. Either you were stronger than him and beat him into submission, or you were weaker than him and he killed you like it was nothing. To be honest, Muchuan didn't like people like this. Too pretentious. Too annoying to look at. He spoke directly, his face cold. What, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me? This is my little brother-in-law. You dare touch my people? Are you looking to die? Byakuya's already dark face turned even uglier. He wasn't good at verbal sparring. When he ran into someone who wouldn't speak properly, he usually couldn't outtalk them. He would only move straight to violence. At that moment, Captain Yukitake Jushiro of the 13th Division also arrived. Seeing that the atmosphere was off, he didn't interrupt. Wearing that natural good guy expression, he smiled and greeted Rukia, who had just been rescued from prison. Hi, Kachiki. Long time no see. You seem a little thinner. Are you doing all right? When Rukia saw her captain, she called out politely, Captain Yukitake. Byakuya no longer intended to tolerate Muchuan. He directly raised his Zanpakuto, preparing to release Shirkai and attack again. A brat who came out of nowhere and took the vice-captain position by relying on the head captain's connections actually thought he could act so arrogant. The Kuchiki family is not something trash like you can provoke. Scatter, Senbin Sakura. Then he prepared to swing the remaining hilt. Muchuan smiled in disdain. So I'm really being underestimated, huh? A mere trash captain class and you want to fight me with just Shirkai. You from the Kuchiki family. Did your damn brain get caught in a door? If old man Yamamoto dared to make me the vice-captain of the 1st Division, do you think it was because of connections? So you're one of those idiots who just believe whatever rumors you hear. TSK. With that brain of yours, you're not even close to the previous head of the Kachiki family. At the very least, Kachiki Jinrei would never question any decision Yamamoto Genryusai made. But you actually listened to gossip. How ridiculous. After hearing that, Byakuya didn't reflect at all. Instead, he only felt that the other party had insulted a captain and insulted the Kachiki family, which made him even angrier. He directly swung the hilt in his hand, controlling the scattered cherry blossom blades as they began to surround and slaughter Muchuan. Looking at the racier cherry blossom blades closing in on him, Muchuan raised a finger and used his ability, gravity control, singularity. The terrifying gravitational force instantly drew all the converging cherry blossom blades into a single point, then annihilated them all in an instant. That move directly shook Byakuya. He stared in disbelief as his cherry blossoms were completely wiped out by a single finger. Before he could even finish processing the shock, Muchuan pointed that same finger at him and made a flicking gesture. Repulsion impact. The moment Byakuya saw the movement, he no longer dared to underestimate him. He used flash step to dodge that spot. The instant he moved away, he saw that the base of the Tower of Repentance behind him had been blasted through by some invisible attack, leaving a massive hole straight through it. His eyes locked onto the hole. The Tower of Repentance had been pierced through? How was that possible? Wasn't it made of sekiseki stone? Wasn't that material supposed to block spiritual pressure? Then why had it been blasted through? He turned back and frowned. How can you break through sekiseki stone? Why? Muchuan smiled. What is so strange about that? It blocks spiritual pressure, not physical force. And the repulsion I used wasn't a racier technique. You should worry about yourself instead. If I don't put you down for a couple of days, then this attack was for nothing. As he spoke, he drew his Zanpakuto. In a flash, he appeared in front of Byakuya. One slash came down, and a fierce blade aura instantly slammed into him, blasting him away and smashing him into the wall. His law-overturning ability directly turned him into an ordinary soul. The moment of impact made him cough up blood, lose consciousness, and pass out. Rukia clung to the edge of the bridge and shouted when she saw Kachiki Byakuya get beaten so badly. Big brother. Ganju's eyes practically bulged out. Holy shit, this cheap brother-in-law is that fierce? He took down a captain-level fighter in one move? How did Sis find a beast like this? Whoa! Brother-in-law. Amazing. Amazing. This is seriously incredible. The scene made Yukitake, who was watching from the side, twitch at the corners of his eyes. Good lord. A lieutenant was beating a captain like he was smacking around a kid. This was absurd. Wasn't the gap between a lieutenant and a captain supposed to be like a heavenly chasm? Why did it feel like the gap had completely flipped around? At that moment, Muchuan turned back and said to Yukitake with a smile, Senior brother, help spread the word for me later. Everyone thinks I'm some weakling who got promoted through connections. Now that I dropped a captain in one move, I should be able to shake that rumor, right? Yukitake was a little stunned. Huh? Senior brother? Then he remembered that this was their teacher's newly accepted disciple, which really did make him his junior brother. Oh right. Don't worry, junior brother. I'll vouch for you. Muchuan smiled, then took Ganju and Hanataro, who had helped them, and vanished with a flash step, arriving at Kurosaki Ichigo's side. He turned to Hanataro and said, Classmate Xiaohua, head back to Squad 4. At this point, it's basically impossible to go save anyone at the Tenseigan anymore. If we go save her now, it'll be during the execution ground raid, and the place will be full of captain-level fighters. If you keep following us, you'll die. Hanataro knew this was for his own good, so he nodded and bowed. Understood, Vice Captain Muchuan. After he left, Muchuan raised Ganju's Ryatsu rank again. Alright, this is what I promised your sister. Don't tell anyone about the Ryatsu boost. Train properly. Wait here for Kurosaki Ichigo to wake up, then tell him to stay put and behave. With his current strength, he really can't handle the high-end fights. The only reason he beat Zaraki Kenpachi was because Kenpachi wanted to enjoy the fight and didn't kill him right away. Yoruchi will come back tomorrow to give him special training, teach him Bankai and raise his strength. Ganju nodded blankly. Oh, okay. Muchuan nodded, then flash-stepped home. On the bed, Yoruchi was still lying there questioning life. When Muchuan came back, he said with a wicked smile, Yo, still here. Why didn't you run? I thought with your personality, you'd have bolted already. Seeing him return, Yoruchi sprawled flat on the bed in a big shape, looking completely unbothered. Forget it. You say that like I could get away anyway. I'm not some petty person. Go ahead. I also want to see what the difference is between doing it myself and doing it with a man. Come on. No need to be polite. We still have real business after this. We've got people to save. Muchuan said nothing and moved in directly. The next day Yoruchi got up and rubbed her waist. TSK. That really worked my waist. But little brother, your performance last night was pretty good. Sure enough, having a man is different. If I have time later, I'll come find you again. Muchuan felt like something was off. The way Yoruchi was giving her review made it look like he was the one providing the service. That expression on her face looked exactly like a client after finishing up. Rian, your skills are pretty good. I'm very satisfied. Next time I come, I'll ask for you again. Then she would toss down some silver, pat her butt, and walk off. How could that be acceptable? Muchuan angrily sat up. Sit down. What do you mean my performance was pretty good? Do you think this is over now? I'm telling you, you're my woman now. Keep that in mind. Otherwise I'll break your legs. Hearing that, Yoruchi let out a helpless sigh. She walked over, reached out, pulled his head into her chest, and gently stroked him as she said, all right, I know. Young people these days really are possessive. So, want me to call you hubby? She was treating him like a child she was coaxing. It was gentle but deeply awkward. Muchuan burrowed his face into the peaks and muttered, Humph. Are you coaxing a child? Just remember that I'm your husband. Aren't you going to help Kurosaki Ichigo learn Bankai? Go. The execution date will probably be moved up, so he'd better master Bankai as soon as possible. When it came to exposing Aizen's scheme, they still had to rely on outsiders to break his plan. If Ichigo couldn't stop Rukia's execution, then Aizen's plan would proceed smoothly and silently, and he'd secretly get the Hogyoku. At that point, he'd quietly take over Hueco Mundo and then launch a sneak attack on Soul Society. If they got ambushed without any preparation, it would be a disaster. They would definitely suffer a crushing defeat. So Ichigo saving Rukia was the key to forcing Aizen to show himself, tear off the mask, and seize the Hogyoku by force. This kind of thing wouldn't work if it were anyone else. Everyone in the Suriidii had already been affected by Kyoka Suigetsu, and I can't be bothered to get involved. You guys can play by yourselves. I'll just watch the show, flirt with some girls, and coast through life. After hearing him out, Yoruchi felt itchy at her chest. She pushed him away and smiled. All right, I got it. Time is tight. I'll take Ichigo to the secret base right now and use the Tenshintai to force him into unlocking Bankai. Muchuan returned the clothes he had taken from her. After getting dressed, he brought her back with a flash step to where Ichigo and Ganju were hiding. The moment Ganju saw Muchuan appear, he quickly called out, Oh, brother-in-law, you're here. Yoruchi looked at Muchuan with a face full of disbelief, then reached from behind and pinched the soft flesh at his waist. She leaned over and whispered, Brother-in-law? Hey, nice one. You made me call you husband, and after messing with Kukaku, now you're messing with me too? Going after both of us best friends? Muchuan replied calmly in a low voice, It's just a small hobby. I'll make it up to you later. Yoruchi let out a quiet snort. Humph. Can you even keep up? Sooner or later you'll die of exhaustion. Ichigo looked at the two of them. He didn't recognize either one. He had been knocked out that day and hadn't seen anything. He didn't know Yoruchi was the black cat, and he hadn't seen who knocked him out either. Looking completely confused, he asked, who are you two? Didn't you say Mr. Yoruchi was coming to help me get stronger? Muchuan smiled and pointed at Yoruchi. There. That's Mr. Yoruchi. She's my wife. Ichigo was stunned. Huh? Mr. Yoruchi is a woman. Ganju was stunned. Huh? Brother-in-law has another woman outside. Then the two looked at each other, both unable to understand what the other had just said. Ichigo, what the hell is he talking about? Big sis Shiba's man has another woman outside? How does he dare? Isn't he afraid of getting beaten to death? Ganju, what the hell is he talking about? Big sis Yoruchi has always been a woman. Okay? Has this guy seriously never known that? Seeing their expressions, Muchuan added, of course, Kukaku is too. You don't need to be surprised about that. With both of them still wearing dumbfounded expressions, he then looked at Ichigo and introduced himself. Right, Shiba Ichigo. My name is Muchuan. I'm your cousin-in-law. You should know that. Ichigo was stunned again. Nanny? Ganju was stunned again. Nanny? Muchuan smiled and pointed at Ichigo as he explained. What's there to be surprised about? Your dad's name is Shiba Ishin. You're Kukaku's cousin. So calling me brother-in-law isn't a problem, right? Ichigo stared with a dumbstruck look and shouted in disbelief. You're saying that bastard old man? He's a soul reaper? He's been hiding it from us this whole time? Muchuan raised a brow. Yeah. Former captain of Squad 10, Shiba Ishin. A branch family member of the Shiba clan, and uncle to the Kukaku siblings. What's the problem? Ichigo's forehead veins throbbed, and he ground his teeth with a betrayed expression. That bastard.
Just wait till he get back.
I'm gonna kill him. Muchuan continued, leaving that aside. Shouldn't you politely call me brother-in-law? You should at least have basic manners. Look at Ganju. Once he found out, he's been respectfully calling me brother-in-law the whole time. Learn from him. Ganju had been enjoying the drama, but the moment he heard this involved him too, he immediately lifted his head. Ahem. Of course. Sis always taught me to have manners when I'm out. Having no etiquette means disgracing the family. The Shiba family is very strict about that. Ichigo held back until his face turned red. Hello, brother-in-law. Muchuan nodded in satisfaction and patted his shoulder. Good. You're teachable. Follow Yoruchi and work on getting stronger. There's not much time left. After saying that, he gave Yoruchi a slight nod, signaling that he was leaving Ichigo to her, then vanished in a flash. He went off to have a pleasant chat at Kakaku's place. 2.5 days later, Muchuan stood on top of the Tower of Repentance, watching the battle below with no intention of interfering at all. Everyone was acting anyway. No one was really going all out. That included Old Man Yamamoto. He had been acting from start to finish too, simply refusing to make a move. Otherwise, with Old Man Yamamoto's strength, he could have instantly turned everyone there, Ichigo included, into ashes and blown the remains away. Rescue someone? Rescue my ass. Rukia's execution had already begun. Ichigo stepped in when he was supposed to. The process was still the same process, and in the end, he still had to face Kachiki Byakuya. Old Man Yamamoto ended up facing his 2 fellow disciples. Yoruchi dragged Soifan off to fight while talking things out with her Yuri method. Kenpachi Zaraki went up against Tozen Kaname and Kamamura Sajin. Those 2 counted as some of the weaker captains. Tozen released his Bankai and opened Kenpachi's little funhouse, only to get hacked at by Kenpachi inside his own Bankai. If you said he wasn't useless, that would just be a lie. No wonder he got finished off later by his own lieutenant picking up the scraps. Then there was Kamamura Sajin. His Bankai was even worse. He summoned a gigantic Tenken Mayu. Sure, it had a lot of attack power, but the problem was that thing was linked to his real body. It was basically taking his own weakness and magnifying it countless times for the enemy to hit. It was just a suicidal move. When Muchuan saw the timing was about right, he directly flashed over to Sokayaka Hill to wait. He was just waiting for Aizen to take out the Hogyoku so he could see what it felt like in his hand. When he watched the anime, it looked like a pitch-black sphere shimmering with every color. He had no idea what the texture was like. He took out a sofa and lay down on it, then pulled out a chilled watermelon and split it in half. One half sat by his side, and he picked up the other half and ate it with a spoon. Not long after, Tozen used the bandage teleportation trick and brought over Renji, who had escaped, along with Rukia, dropping them right in front of Muchuan. Then Aizen and Ikamaru Jin appeared too, using the same bandage teleportation. Muchuan sat there eating watermelon, looking harmless as he waved. Yo, hello everyone. Tired? Want some watermelon to cool off? At that moment, Aizen Kotetsu, vice captain of the 4th Division, used Tentikura to broadcast what Aizen and the others had done to everyone. Muchuan listened just like that, then smiled at Aizen, clearly saying with his expression that he'd been exposed way too fast. The moment Aizen saw Muchuan, he almost failed to catch his breath. This was one of the 2 people he least wanted to see right now. The other was Yamamoto Genryusai. There was no helping it. He really couldn't beat them. The moment Tozen saw someone there, he raised his sword and was about to attack. That scene nearly scared Aizen to death. He hurriedly shouted, "Can aim. Stop." Tozen obeyed Aizen completely. He didn't care what the reason was. If Aizen said stop, then he stopped. Aizen swallowed and asked, "Are you going to make a move?" Muchuan stuffed another spoonful of watermelon into his mouth and shook his head. "No, I'm just watching. Go on." Only then did Aizen let out a breath of relief and continue his grand act of showing off. He one-shot Ichigo, one-shot the big dog, and took out the Hogyoku. While fighting, he kept explaining everything, looking calm and fully in control. During all this, Ichigo's friends also ran up. The moment Ganju saw his brother-in-law there, he felt like the whole scene looked a little off. The man was just sitting there eating watermelon. He jogged over and greeted him. "Brother-in-law, what's going on now?" Muchuan ate his watermelon and smiled. "Nothing. Your sister will be here in a bit. Sit down, rest, and watch the show. I've got to say, you're still the polite one, unlike certain people. TSK, TSK, TSK. Your cousin-in-law has been sitting here for ages, and it's like some people can't even see me. Didn't even say hello. Got beaten down and lying there like a dead dog, and still didn't ask me for help. A hard bone indeed." Ichigo lay on the ground with an awkward look on his face. He was getting roasted. Damn it. Aizen ignored that side. After taking out the Hogyoku, he was about to kill Rukia. At this point, he just needed Hueco Mundo's extraction to leave, and since he had nothing better to do, he wanted to stir up a little more trouble. He held Rukia in place and had Ikamaru Jin strike to kill her, but Kachiki Byakuya saved her and took a hit himself. After getting beaten up by Ichigo, this big brother had finally realized he actually was a big brother. He had to save his little sister. Muchuan kept shaking his head as he watched. People really were like that. If they didn't get beaten up, they never knew what was wrong with themselves. Seeing that he had failed again, Aizen simply drew his sword and prepared to kill both brother and sister himself. Before he could even fully draw it, Shiba Kukaku came riding in from the air atop the giant gatekeeper of Siriidii and blasted down a Hadu number 63, Reikuhu, interrupting Aizen's movement. She landed, jumped down, and walked straight toward Muchuan. Yoruchi and Soifan arrived with her. The moment they got there, they moved to restrain Aizen. Right after that, every captain and vice-captain who could make it arrived as well. Muchuan saw there wasn't much time left, so he quickly stood up and placed the watermelon into Kukaku's hands as she walked over. Take it and sit there to rest. Why'd you come running here when you've got nothing to do? Aren't you afraid someone will wipe you out? After saying that, he walked up in front of Aizen and pulled Yoruchi away. Come on, Bosslan. Hand over the Hogyoku. Let me have a look. Aizen was conflicted inside. What was he supposed to do? Was this man trying to snatch his Hogyoku? Should he give it or not? That was the question. Seeing that he still hadn't reacted after a long moment, Muchuan frowned. Hurry up. There's no time. Don't make me slap you. Do you not want to go to Hueco Mundo anymore? Aizen had no choice. He could only take it out, watching with a face full of reluctance as the other man took it away. Muchuan held the Hogyoku that had been taken from Rukia's body, looked at it over and over, and still couldn't tell what was so special about it. This was some scientist-made thing. He didn't have the skill to figure out its inner workings. Where's yours? Let me see that one too. Aizen was speechless. He closed his eyes and took out his own. Muchuan held the two together and compared them. There was no difference. They were both pitch-black spheres shimmering with every color. They felt cool to the touch, and the surface was smooth and rounded. They'd probably be pretty good to roll in your hand like walnuts. Yours is a Hogyoku made from Shinigami souls, and Urahara Kisuk's is a Hogyoku made from hollow souls. So the two can complement each other and become perfect once fused together. Right? Aizen nodded. That's right. Muchuan returned both of them to Aizen. Aizen was a little dumbfounded. Looking at the two Hogyoku in his hand again, he hadn't expected this guy to really just be taking a look. Was he sick in the head? Hollowification of Shinigami. Shinigamification of hollows put them together and they can break boundaries. Barely counts as something good, I guess. But it has an upper limit. This thing can't surpass the world's upper limit, so it's useless to me. Besides, for ordinary people, at most it just turns them into monsters through hollowification. The only ones who can become transcendent are the Hogyoku's owner, and that rude dumbass lying on the ground over there. Ichigo? I can't even lie here and watch the show? Say what you want, but why bring me into it? So what if I have no manners? Did my bad manners eat your rice? Aizen suddenly smiled. Time's up. Muchuan grabbed Soy Fan in one move and pulled her into his arms. Soy Fan turned her head. Bastard. What are you doing? The next instant, a golden pillar of light enveloped Aizen. Then the sky split open, and a mass of Minos squeezed out from inside. At the same time, two more golden pillars descended, surrounding Ikamaru Jin and Tozen Kaname as well, beginning to guide them toward Hueco Mundo. That golden light was called negation, a method hollows used to rescue their companions. Once the golden light descended, it completely severed the inside from the outside. Couldn't be broken. It was an unsolvable rescue method. Old man Yamamoto opened his eyes. Negation. Looks like they allied with the hollows long ago. Soy Fan jabbed Muchuan with her elbow. Still not letting go? How long are you planning to hold me? Hearing that, Muchuan let her go and laughed. Hey, Captain Soy Fan, you're so tiny. It actually feels pretty strange holding you. The corner of Soy Fan's mouth twitched. Bastard. Who are you calling tiny? Believe it or not, I'll kill you. Right then, Aizen's speech was already reaching its end. The iconic scene arrived. He took off his glasses, slicked his hair back with one hand, then crushed the glasses. In an extremely pretentious tone, he said, From this day forward, I shall stand above the heavens. Farewell, soul reapers. Muchuan immediately ruined the mood by shouting, No, wait a second. Since you're already sitting on the throne and standing above the heavens, how about fighting old man Yamamoto one-on-one? Let the old man see who the real king is. I'm just saying old man Yamamoto's Bankai Zanka no Tachi can destroy Soul Society. This is all your turf. You can tolerate that? Aren't you the king standing above the heavens? Get down here and fight him. Aizen, I'm breaking down. I'm seriously breaking down. I don't want to see this damn mutt for even 1 second. I'm trying to act cool and he tears it down every time. Can you not be this damn awful? Damn it. He turned his head and said to the Minos behind him, Hurry up. Close the Garganta and let us go. I can't stay in this crap place for 1 more second. The Garganta closed, and Aizen's defection was finally brought to an end. Everyone dispersed on the spot. Those who needed to do something went and did it. The wounded were treated, and the others returned to reorganize. Muchuan stayed in a room with Yoruchi for a week to deepen their relationship. He also found time to visit Kakaku's house and deepen their relationship too. Then, before he had enjoyed a few peaceful days, old man Yamamoto convened a captain's meeting and called for Muchuan.
Muchuan.
3 captain positions in the Godii 13 are vacant right now. With your strength, you can absolutely take charge of 1 division. Look, 3rd division, 5th division, 9th division. Which one do you like? Muchuan's head hurt. Can I not be a captain? I can barely keep up with all my girls already. I don't want to work. Kairaka Shunsui, standing to the side, suddenly lit up. Oh ho, this junior brother of mine, one of my own kind. Old man Yamamoto's face darkened. This damned lazy and lustful temperament. To see a second one like this in his lifetime was truly bad luck. No, your strength is far too great. It's not suitable for you to remain a vice captain. Before, it was only because there were no captain vacancies that I kept you idling at my side. Now 3 spots have opened up at once. If you don't fill one of them, it's a waste of combat power. Enough nonsense. Choose. Muchuan planned to shamelessly drag this out. He was throwing his pride away today. Wait, old man, you can't just say nonsense like that. What strength do I have? I'm only getting by because of your connections. If you really make me a captain, wouldn't that just be harming people? At the side, Yukitake asked in confusion. But junior brother, weren't you last time? Muchuan hurriedly cut him off. Senior brother Yukitake. I advise you to be kind. Yukitake's mouth twitched. His face awkward. Good lord, he really had no shame left just to slack off. Kairaku Shunsue's eyes were full of admiration. This junior brother, he was a role model for their kind. To actually dare spout nonsense to the old man just to avoid work. The heavily injured but recovering Kuchiki Byakuya closed his eyes. He didn't want to look at this guy. Who here didn't know that you beat me in one move? If you say you're not capable, doesn't that mean I'm even less capable? Could you at least consider that there is a comparison target standing right here? Old man Yamamoto's face turned frighteningly black. He raised his cane and slammed it against the floor. Bang! Be serious. You must choose. Whether your strength is enough or not, even if you die, you'll die in the captain's seat. Muchuan had no choice. He could only start considering the duties of those 3 divisions and try to pick the easiest one. 3rd Division, mobile support, assisting in battle, basically a logistics-type force. It handled a bit of everything, and an absurd amount of matters. When any division was stretched thin in battle, it had to provide emergency reinforcements and fill combat gaps. It also had to be responsible for the Siriidi barracks, repair work, supply allocation, general logistics, and expedition duties. On top of that, it had to accept emergency outside assignments. It basically had no fixed specialty. Wherever manpower was lacking, that was where they went. The paperwork alone was terrifying. What a pain. Pass. Not this one. 5th Division. A main regular combat force and emergency rescue division. Usually, it handled rescue missions for soul reapers in danger on the battlefield, routine patrols, and soul burials in the world of the living. It was also a main battle division. If there was a big fight, they just went in and fought. And it was only a 2nd-tier main force at that. The true frontline ace combat division was the 11th Division. Only when manpower was insufficient would the 5th Division be sent in. So the 5th Division actually looked pretty relaxed. Who knew if Aizen had arranged that for himself by controlling Central 46? 9th Division, in charge of the Siriidi prisons, detaining heavily sentenced soul reapers and major criminals, responsible for prison security and carrying out punishments. It also handled Soul Society's public opinion, editing and publishing the Siriidi Communication Monthly. Reports from every division had to be compiled there for publication. That thing was basically external cultural propaganda, and clerical work like that was incredibly troublesome. It also had regular perimeter security and public safety patrol duties around the Siriidi. That was another troublesome division. Anything involving desk work and reports was never going to be easy. Pass. Clerical work? Absolutely not. After thinking it through, Muchuan realized the 5th Division was the only one that still seemed acceptable. Mainly just 2 responsibilities. Save people and fight. Simple and brutal. No need to deal with too many things, and no clerical reports either. The only bad part was this. Damn it, Hinamori Momo was the vice captain. There was something wrong with that girl's head. Thinking of that, Muchuan looked up at Captain Commander Yamamoto. Old man, I'll take the 5th Division. Hearing that he was willing to take over, Genryusai narrowed his eyes again. Fine. A rescue and combat division. It suits your conditions. Muchuan added, but I have one condition. I want to switch vice captains with Captain Hitsugaya. Let Captain Hitsugaya take Hinamori Momo, and I'll take Matsumoto Ranjaku. Toshiro looked at Muchuan in surprise, unable to figure out what he meant. It didn't matter much if he took Momo. They were childhood sweethearts anyway, and keeping her by his side would make it easier to protect her. But what was that guy thinking? Could it really be just for chasing Ranjaku? Was he seriously being that ridiculous? Old man Yamamoto had heard this guy was lustful, but he hadn't expected him to still be thinking about that even while becoming a captain. He was so angry that his grip tightened around the cane, and with a crack an imprint was crushed into the top of it. You had better give me a reasonable explanation, Muchuan said with a smile. It's nothing much. I'm just not familiar with Vice Captain Hinamori Momo, and she and Captain Hitsugaya are childhood sweethearts. Wouldn't it be nice for those 2 to be on the same team? I'm more familiar with Vice Captain Ranjaku, so our cooperation would be better. What other reason could there be? Old man, don't let your thoughts be so filthy. Let me tell you, old man Yamamoto hurriedly cut him off. Enough. Be quiet. I already understand your request. Then he asked Toshiro, Captain Hitsugaya, what do you think? Do you want to switch with him? Toshiro said flatly, fine. I don't have any particular requirements for who my vice captain is. Hinamori Momo is indeed someone I know well, so switching won't have any real effect. Genryusai nodded. In that case, it is decided. 5th Division Vice Captain Hinamori Momo will be transferred to 10th Division as Vice Captain. 10th Division Vice Captain Matsumoto Ranjaku will be transferred to 5th Division as Vice Captain, effective immediately. As he spoke, he looked at the captains standing in 2 rows. Vice Captain Muchuan's promotion to Captain of the 5th Division is a special appointment. If any captain has objections, you may step forward now and test Muchuan's strength on the spot. Soifan spoke up. Captain Commander, can we have him release his spiritual pressure? I want to verify it for myself. Muchuan glanced at Yamamoto. Old man, don't say I didn't warn you. My spiritual pressure is a lot stronger now than it was the last time you felt it. Yamamoto was shocked. Last time he'd been about on par with me, and now he's even stronger? Is there no limit to this? This is outright defying the heavens. I knew something felt off. If this isn't the reincarnation of the Spirit King, then what is it? He opened his slit eyes and said, it's fine. Release it. Muchuan shrugged helplessly and instantly unleashed his spiritual pressure, pressing it down on the captains. The moment that abyss-like spiritual pressure descended, aside from Captain Commander Yamamoto being completely fine, and a few veteran captains holding up a little better, the rest all bent under the pressure, nearly dropping to their knees when their legs gave out. They forced themselves to endure the crushing weight. Sweat beaded on their foreheads, and several of them cursed inwardly at the same time. Monster! Muchuan released it fast and withdrew it just as fast. He was only showing it off a little. There was no need to keep suppressing them. Only then did the captains let out a breath of relief. At the same time, they rolled their eyes at Soifan, clearly saying, why do you provoke him when you had nothing better to do? If the captain commander said he was powerful, how could he be weak? What a pointless move. Soifan rolled her eyes too, as if saying, how was I supposed to know this damn pervert was this fierce? At the same time, despair rose in her heart. It's over. There's no saving Uruchi-sama now. Damn it. Then a cold, sudden idea popped into her head. Maybe I should get close to him and castrate him. That way he won't be able to do evil things to Uruchi-sama. Muchuan suddenly felt a chill below his waist and was startled. Damn? Some vile subject wants to assassinate me? That's not right.
I didn't sense I'm killing intent.
What's going on? After the spiritual pressure display, none of the captains stepped forward to object anymore. Captain Commander Yamamoto appointed Muchuan as the captain of Squad 5 on the spot. That concluded the meeting, and everyone dispersed. On the way, Muchuan caught up to Toshiro and smilingly patted him on the shoulder. Shiro, thanks for agreeing to switch with me. As repayment, I'll go heal Hinamori Momo for you and get her better right away so she can go back to work with you. How's that? Pretty solid of me, right? Toshiro's face was expressionless. Please address me as Captain Hitsugaya. You can heal someone instantly? Is that your Zanpakuto ability? Muchuan grinned. Hey, lead the way. Let us go now. Once I heal your childhood sweetheart, I'll go collect Ranjaku. Trading a three-tomoe little girl for a mature, gorgeous, caring, sexy big sister? Total profit. Okay. Toshiro looked speechless. This guy was mentally ill, the hopeless kind. After healing Hinamori Momo, Toshiro took the not right in the head her back with him. As for Muchuan, he ran over to Squad 10, hoisted Ranjaku up, and ran off, making Ranjaku think for a moment that his beastly nature had flared up and he was about to do something reckless. Only after receiving a Hell Butterfly message did she learn that Muchuan had become Squad 5's captain, and that she was already his lieutenant. After the Aizen incident in Soul Society, Ichigo and his little group stayed for a while before returning to the world of the living. Of course, Muchuan kept Uruchi behind to deepen their relationship, but she didn't want to go back anyway. After experiencing that kind of feeling, how could she stop before she was satisfied? As a Shinigami spirit body, her lifespan was long. Having lived that many years, if there was something exciting, then naturally she had to enjoy it to the fullest. In the blink of an eye for months passed. After Muchuan took over Squad 5, there were no major battles. Most days were idle. A few scattered rescue tasks could be handled by his subordinates, and there was no need for him to act personally at all. He was too lazy to care what happened anyway. As long as Ranjaku handled it, that was enough. He himself stayed soaked in tender pleasures. As the saying went, time didn't exist in bed, and happy days always slipped by before you knew it. By the time Muchuan noticed Orihime Inoue had appeared in Siriiti for training, even he was shocked. Holy shit, it's already this point? If that's the case, then Aizen will soon have Ulquiorra abduct Orihime, and Ichigo will start charging into Hueco Mundo to save his future wife. Watching Orihime train diligently with Rukia, Muchuan sighed that Orihime really was pretty cute. Still, he had no real interest in her. Her personality was weak, overly saintly, way too easy to bully. Could even be said that even if he forced himself on her, nothing much would happen. She'd probably just cry for a bit. Maybe she'd even turn around and ask if he was tired, and whether he wanted her to heal him. She was so saintly it had already gone beyond simple kindness. In Hueco Mundo, those two female Arrancar beat her up badly, yet after Grimmjow dealt with the two Arrancar who bullied her, she turned around and healed him instead, saving his life. While she was healing him, he was still slapping her around. Seriously, even Jesus would shake his head at that and want to give her his spot. Muchuan shook his head and thought to himself, that old man Yamamoto is really something. So many things happened in the world of the living, and he never notified me. Only told me about the Winter War. I'll head to Hueco Mundo in a few days. There's a wild Nell wife over there. Wild means free for the taking. And there's also a wild Harabelle. Good things come in pairs. Free is free. Wonder if Boss Lon misses me. My strength's recovered to nearly 60% now, and the effects of my various skills are back to about 60% too. With the boost in spiritual pressure from absorbing spirit particles here, stacked together with my original strength. TSK, feels like I could flick Aizen to death with one finger. Boss Lon is definitely thinking about settling the score with me after breaking past his limits. Yes, petty. There's no way he let me off. Maybe I should go rough him up again. 3 days later, Kurosaki Ichigo entered Hueco Mundo with Chad and Ishida Yuryu to rescue Orihime Inoue. A day after that, Muchuan went to say hello to Captain Commander Yamamoto, then headed to Hueco Mundo as well to pick up some wild wives.
Hueco Mundo.
Ichigo's group had just run into Nell's group. After a friendly exchange of force, both sides had already sat down to talk. With a whoosh, Muchuan appeared right in the middle of the two groups. The moment Ichigo's side saw who it was, they all froze blankly and said nothing. Muchuan spoke first. Yo isn't this Ichigo? Still as rude as ever. Next time I'm definitely going to have a proper word with your dad. Only then did Ichigo awkwardly call out, unwillingly, bro-in-law, happy now? Muchuan smiled. Sure. Though look at how unwilling you are. I can't even be bothered with you. Go on. Go save your person. I've got business with these hollows. Ichigo nodded and continued running toward Las Noches with Chad and Ishida. Only then did Muchuan turn around. Let me introduce myself. My name is Muchuan. I came here for Nell. You don't need to introduce yourselves. I know who you are. Just listen quietly. The four hollows blinked their intelligent eyes and nodded at the same time. 3. There was still one that couldn't talk. Muchuan nodded in satisfaction. First, hollows are wild. That's true, right? The four hollows nodded. Muchuan said, so your law is survival of the fittest. Whoever catches someone weaker belongs to whoever caught them. Right? The four hollows nodded. Muchuan said, then here's the question. I'm stronger than you and now I've caught you, so that means you're my private property, right? The four hollows nodded, then realized something was off and quickly shook their heads. Muchuan bared his teeth in a grin and raised his hand, firing a bolt of purple sky divine lightning into the distance. The purple lightning, dozens of meters wide, crashed down with overwhelming force, blasting a bottomless pit into the ground. The pressure it gave off carried a destructive might that seemed capable of wiping out everything. The four hollows were instantly terrified. They hurriedly straightened their attitudes, sat up ramrod straight, and nodded frantically. Muchuan beckoned in satisfaction.
Come ir, Nell.
Nell cautiously toddled over on her short little legs.
Neneliese.
Look, I even have a mask on my head. That's hard to digest, wah. Muchuan smiled and placed his hand on her broken mask. He cast rapid healing to restore her bodily injuries, and at the same time used soul power to repair the damage to her soul. As all the damage recovered at once, pink energy spread out, and Nell began to grow, returning to her adult form. Very soon, a beauty with long azure hair appeared before him. The child-sized clothes had been stretched into 2 pieces, only covering the important parts. Recovered, Nell no longer had that wise look in her eyes for the moment. She simply looked at Muchuan with a calm expression. Seeing her stare at him without speaking, Muchuan said, if you think turning back and getting your strength back means you can resist me now, then go ahead and try. I guarantee I'll give you an unforgettable second coming-of-age ceremony. Nell's 2 little companions, her former Frachin, Pesh and Dondo Chaka, saw her recover and instantly hugged each other, crying with joy. Lady Nell is back. Whoa. Nell looked at Muchuan quietly for a long while before speaking. What exactly did you come to me for? Judging by your clothes, you're a soul reaper, right? I don't believe a strange soul reaper would kindly help a hollow like me recover for no reason. Big Nell sometimes liked to play around too, but the difference between her and Little Nell was that Little Nell had no brain at all, while Big Nell had one when it mattered. When something happened, she would turn serious, but Muchuan's attention was on her voice instead. Nell's voice was very pleasant, carrying a slight youthful softness that contrasted sharply with her sexy figure. Hearing her question, he put on an arrogant expression and said, Is that how you talk to your benefactor? Get this straight. Your private property I picked up. Believe it or not, I can zap you and teach you a lesson. Nell felt a little guilty and said in a small voice, I just think it doesn't make sense. Why would a soul reaper want a hollow?
Muchuan nodded.
Want? Nell's head filled with question marks. Huh? Then she suddenly understood what he meant. Her face began to redden, and she took a step back and pointed at him. Why you? How can you? I'm a hollow. How can you, as a soul reaper, have that kind of thought? Are there no female soul reapers in the soul society? You had to come all the way to Hueco Mundo to make a move on me, and you even healed me for it. You really are. Muchuan smacked her pert rear with one slap. A mere wild Nell dares question her benefactor? You've got some nerve. I'm definitely punishing you today. When he hit her there, Nell covered it and let out an, ah. She had just cried out and hadn't even had time to speak before Muchuan stepped forward, picked her up, and vanished in a flash step. He left one sentence behind for her stunned fraction. You two run to Las Noches yourselves. We'll wait there for you. On Aizen's side, after finishing a meeting with the Espada and arranging their assignments, he sat alone on the throne, not knowing what he was thinking about. Then, with a swish, Muchuan appeared in front of him carrying Nell. Nell's mind was still blank, and when she saw Aizen, it went even blanker. The instant Aizen saw Muchuan, his scalp tingled a little. He frowned and started a storm of thoughts. What is this guy here for now? I already ran all the way to Hueco Mundo, so how am I still seeing him? Is he here to save someone? Is he here to ruin my plan? In the end, he realized there was no point overthinking it. A person like this had no behavioral logic at all. He simply acted on whatever popped into his head. He glanced at Nell in the other man's arms and directly said, Vice Captain Muchuan, it's only been a few months since we last met. Have your tastes become this wild? If I remember correctly, there are quite a few beauties in the Godii 13. Is this really appropriate? Muchuan rolled his eyes and looked at Aizen in contempt. What do you know? Looking at you haven't touched a woman in hundreds of years. Don't tell me you can't. I'm serious. As a man, if you're not going to use that thing down there, why keep it? Might as well cut it off and become a woman. If living is only about getting stronger, then what's the point? It's not like the words getting stronger became a spirit, and you're definitely not some line of code that only knows how to get stronger. If you have no desires besides getting stronger, don't you think there's something wrong with you? Doesn't that make you not look human at all? What kind of normal person stays calm as still water and unchanged for hundreds of years? Anyway, I'm a normal person. I've got the 7 emotions and 6 desires: joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. As for whether you know that yourself. Aizen was stunned. Though Muchuan's words were mocking, thinking about it carefully, he really didn't have many extra desires. Holy shit, don't tell me there really is something wrong with me. Seeing him in a daze, Muchuan said again, hey, find me a room. Don't bother me if there's nothing important. Aizen came back to himself. Seeing the commanding tone from the other side, an idea immediately rose in his mind. Before I had the Hogyoku, you could bully me. But now that I've fused with it, you still think you can bully me? Then wouldn't I have fused with it for nothing? Even though it hasn't completely awakened yet. I'm already a being who has broken the limits of soul reapers. In all of Hueco Mundo, which Espada can withstand my spiritual pressure. And I'm supposed to suffer this humiliation from you? Before, Kyoka Suigetsu couldn't control you because my strength and realm weren't enough. I refuse to believe it still won't work now. He stood up at once, pulled out his Zanpakuto, and pointed it at Muchuan.
Kyoka Suigetsu, Muchuan, ah.
Damn it, you bastard. You actually dare use hypnosis on me again? Fine, Bosslan. It's only been a few months, and after fusing with some Hogyoku, you're looking down on me again. Huh? If you don't give me some tape today, don't think this is over. He put Nell down and cast a purify on her to remove Kyoka Suigetsu's effect. Then he clenched his fists, cracked his neck, and looked at Aizen. At this moment, Aizen was falling apart. It didn't work? Why didn't it work again? Impossible. After fusing with the Hogyoku, I've already broken the Soul Reaper limit. Even if I haven't started Ultimate Evolution yet, there shouldn't be anyone I can't hypnotize now. This has to be fake. Am I dreaming? Muchuan instantly appeared behind Aizen and kicked him up into the air above the hall. Then he followed into the air and unleashed an inhumanly brutal aerial combo on him. The force he used was controlled perfectly, just enough to make it hurt and cause light injuries without turning serious. Every hit guaranteed confusion but no brain damage. He simply wasn't going to injure him badly enough to let him evolve. He was going to take this beating honestly and for free. Bosslan got juggled in the air for a whole Kuin's worth of time. The beating was truly miserable. Watery stomach fluid mixed with blood sprayed out, and saliva mixed with blood flew everywhere. In the end, he was stomped down onto the ground with one kick. Muchuan came down right after him and planted one foot on his bells, grinding down with crack-crack sounds. Aizen screamed wildly on the floor. As Muchuan kept stomping, he He snarled, that S for looking down on me, that S for your Kyoka Suigetsu, that S for not arranging a room for me. Can you arrange one? I'm asking you, can you or not? With each heavy thump of his stomping, even the floor shook. Aizen writhed on the ground, shrieking in pain. In the end, enduring the pain with all he had, he shouted, yes, I can arrange it. As he spoke, he hurriedly took out a roll of tape from his clothes and handed it to Muchuan. It's here, for you. The tape you wanted. Muchuan was dumbfounded. What the hell? Why are you carrying tape around with you? In just the short time he had stopped, Aizen had already recovered 7 or 8/10 of the way thanks to high-speed regeneration. But he still didn't get up and just lay there explaining. I was afraid you'd ask me for tape again, so after last time, I kept some on me at all times just in case. And see? Came in handy. Facts prove I was right. Muchuan looked at the tape in his hand and fell into thought for a moment. Did I really beat trauma into him? No, if he is already traumatized, how did he still dare make a move? Just how much courage did this damn Hogyoku give him? But lowering his head and looking at Aizen, the miserable bruised and swollen state from just now had already returned to normal in the blink of an eye. This high-speed regeneration really was impressive. Later on, he would even survive Kurosaki Ichigo's Mugetsu. Holding the tape, Muchuan walked over, took Nell by the hand, and headed out of the main hall. Have someone take me to a room. I want to cause trouble for you, so don't go crazy either, or I'll beat you down again. This time, Aizen didn't pull anything, mainly because he'd been beaten into fear. It wasn't that his body had taken especially heavy damage. It was his pride that got hurt. What decent person could take being messed with like this? And this was already the second time. On the way, Muchuan still found it funny. This Aizen really just refused to accept reality. With his current resistance, even if Aizen completed his final evolution, if Kyoka Suigetsu still couldn't control him, it still wouldn't be able to control him. Once they entered the room, Nell was forced into researching the origin of humanity without any ability to resist. By Muchuan's logic, punishment had to be a little more open. Start with 100 times. Before long, Renji and Rukia also snuck off to help Ichigo save people. Muchuan was in the middle of 100 times. Ichigo's group entered Las Noches. Muchuan was in the middle of 100 times. Ichigo ran into Ulquiorra for the first time, got a hole blasted through his chest and died. Muchuan was in the middle of 100 times. Grimmjow saved Inoue Orihime and brought her before Ichigo's corpse for treatment. Ichigo came back to life, and Grimmjow fought a fierce battle with Ichigo. Muchuan was in the middle of 100 times. Kenpachi Zaraki, Byakuya Kachiki, Mayuri Kuratsuchi, and Retsu Unohana, the 4 captains, arrived in Hueco Mundo as reinforcements and faced off against their respective opponents. Muchuan was in the middle of 100 times. The battles involving the captains all came to an end. Aizen opened a garganta leading to the world of the living and prepared to invade and begin the war. The final battle began. Kaname Tozen used Tentikura to transmit his voice to all the key figures, and Aizen started his pretentious explanation speech again. On Muchuan's side, Aizen's annoying speech interrupted his 100 times. With a sigh, he snapped in anger, that dog Kaname Tozen. Damn it. Why the hell did Tentikura have to include me in the transmission? Just you wait. Anyone who ruins a good thing deserves to die. Watch me scatter your ashes. Nell sat up with dazed eyes. We're not continuing. Nell thinks she can still hold on for a long time. As a hollow who had idled away hundreds of years, after experiencing this kind of pleasure, she fell for it after only a few tries. After that, she simply couldn't stop. Muchuan took out a set of women's clothes, picked Nell up, and dressed her. He also tidied himself up. I'm going to the world of the living for a trip. Stay here and behave. Oh right, Las Noches will be yours from now on. Hueco Mundo will be under your control too. Nell didn't refuse. She only said worriedly, will Nell's strength be a little? After all, Nell had only been the 3rd Espada before. If a hollow she couldn't beat appeared, what was she supposed to do? Muchuan smiled and reached out to hold her small hand. Don't worry. I'll raise your soul strength to the level a king of Hueco Mundo should have. As he spoke, he used soul power to continuously strengthen her soul. Soul strength was the upper limit of a spirit body. Some hollows could evolve into Ajuches, while others could evolve into the even higher Vastolord. The difference in soul potential lay in that gap. That upper limit directly determined a hollow's strength and future. Of course, the same applied to Shinigami. The strength of spiritual pressure determined the upper limit of one's achievements. Clearly, Old Man Yamamoto belonged to the very strong kind, while Aizen's spiritual pressure wasn't as strong as Old Man Yamamoto's. So his current state was already the upper limit of his Shinigami self. Yet he still couldn't beat Old Man Yamamoto. Even using the Hogyoku to break the limits of a Shinigami still wouldn't do. That was the difference in talent ceiling. No matter how hard he worked, he still couldn't reach the other man's level. Muchuan strengthened Nella's soul strength until it was roughly on the same level as Aizen's current one before stopping. Then he drew in the surrounding spiritual power and poured it wildly into her body. Now that the upper limit was there, he would help raise her spiritual pressure level too. He only stopped when it had reached about the limit. At Aizen's current stage, he could suppress the espada with spiritual pressure alone. So at this stage Nell could do it too. After finishing all that, Muchuan finally felt at ease as he led her out of the room. So, now you're not afraid you can't beat others anymore, right? After I leave, take care of yourself. I'll come back from time to time. The two of them had only turned a corner after coming out when they saw Inoue Orihime and Ulquiorra standing stupidly in the main hall. Muchuan raised a hand and flicked his finger, sending out a powerful shockwave that blasted Ulquiorra straight out of Las Noches. Then he said, "Get lost and go play with Kurosaki Ichigo. Don't come bother people in Las Noches, or I'll kill you." When Inoue Orihime saw Muchuan, she was stunned too. Mr. Muchuan, why are you here?" Muchuan rolled his eyes. "At your head. You keep getting captured over and over. I've never seen a healer have such a tragic run." Hearing that, Inoue Orihime felt embarrassed too. She really did seem to have no dignity at all. Anyone could bully her a little. Blushing, she lowered her head and apologized. "Sorry." Muchuan was speechless. "No, what are you blushing for? Did you even understand me? I'm saying you're a healer. Instead of staying in the back line and saving people, you insist on running all over the place. Is the team missing your little bit of damage output or what? Have you ever played games before? Since when does anyone plant the fountain on the front line?" Blockhead. Actually, during this period, Inoue Orihime had already deeply realized that she was support, not damage. Hiding in the back to revive and save people was the proper path. Feeling awkward from being scolded, she kept bowing and apologizing with a red face. Sorry, I know I was wrong." Muchuan waved a hand. "Enough. Stop apologizing all the time. Your personality is way too soft. You really should change that. Stay here and don't run around. Nell is my person. With her protecting you, basically nothing will happen to you. Wait until the final battle is over before going back. With that little body of yours, the moment you show your face you'll get one shot." Orihime nodded obediently. Then she suddenly felt like she had forgotten something. What was it again? After speaking, Muchuan waved at Nell, then used teleportation and left. In the fake Karakura town that Soul Society had prepared for the decisive battle with Aizen, Old Man Yamamoto was leading the remaining 5 captains and a group of lieutenants in a standoff against the Arrancar on Aizen's side. With a whoosh, Muchuan appeared beside his own lieutenant, Matsumoto Ranjaku. One arm wrapped around her shoulders, and his hand hung over the side peak. Soft without losing elasticity. Top tier. Ranjaku. Miss me? Ranjaku looked helpless. How had she ended up with a captain like this? Everyone else was exhausted from all the fighting while he'd gone missing to fool around. When they set out for the final battle, they couldn't even find their own captain. Only after asking the head captain did they learn that he'd run off to Hueco Mundo to have fun. And now that he was back, his hands still weren't behaving. It was infuriating. Looking ahead, Ranjaku said flatly, "Captain, one touch is 10,000 yen. I'll keep it on your tab." Muchuan immediately felt wronged. "What? 10,000? You're robbing me. You've been bumping into little Shiro's head since he was little, so why doesn't little Shiro have to pay?" Hitsugaya's face darkened. "Call me Captain Hitsugaya." Ranjaku looked at little Shiro. "A Captain Hitsugaya is a child. Are you?" Hitsugaya's face turned even darker. "I am not a child. Believe it or not. I'll cut both of you down right now." Old Man Yamamoto opened his eyes, directly unleashed his spiritual pressure, drew his Zanpakuto, and released Ryujin Jaka, trapping Aizen, Kaname Tozen, and Ikamaru Jin inside with Jikaku Enjo. Now, for a short time, Aizen and the others wouldn't be able to leave those flames. They would deal with the remaining ones first. Muchuan, stay behind with me and hold the line. Give the others a chance to train. The moment he heard that, it was obvious Old Man Yamamoto hadn't taken this decisive battle seriously at all. He had come out purely to train the troops. The Godei 13 had originally been an assassin group founded by the old man. In the beginning, there had been constant major and minor battles, and the entire force's combat power had been off the charts. Later, life became too comfortable. There wasn't much fighting, and usually they only dealt with small fry hollows, which meant many squad members had never gone through any real large-scale battle. This kind of chance doesn't come around often. We've got to make those kids train properly. Since this is training troops, we can't let Muchuan go up. Even though he doesn't have much experience in major battles either, experience and technique don't really mean anything on him. As the saying goes, one force can break 10,000 techniques. As long as your strength is high enough, you don't need experience or skill at all. If someone just stands there and you run up showing off with all kinds of flashy moves, but you can't even break their defense, Then the next second they appear right in front of you and crush you to death with one finger. That was the truth of absolute stats. In front of overwhelming numbers, technique was a joke. Muchuan obviously understood that too because he was the one cheating. No one understood better than him what it meant to smash everything with raw power. With stats like his, no matter how good you were at fighting, he could still slap you straight into the ground. That was also why he never bothered training any fighting skills. In front of stats, that stuff was pure comedy. He shrugged and replied to the old man. Old man, you're taking away my fun. No way. I'm not staying by your side. I'm gonna slack off instead. Alright, old man. Once those three come out later, Aizen is yours, Tozen is mine. I have to kill that son of a bitch myself. Damn it, he ruined my good thing. I'm telling you, that dead blind man is seriously not a decent person. Back in Hueco Mundo, he was doing every bad thing imaginable. And that Kamamura Sajin couldn't listen anymore and hurried off to help the defeated Ikaku guard the barrier pillar. By the time he finished talking, the battle to defend the transfer barrier pillars in fake Karakura Town was already over. Captain Commander Yamamoto didn't want to hear this guy ramble anymore and directly shouted, all of you listen well. Stake everything you have and strike down the enemy here. Even if your bodies are shattered to pieces. Turn your last bone into an iron wall. No matter what, you must not let these people step even half a pace into Soul Society's space. Move out. The captains and lieutenants flashed away with Shuinpa and immediately split up their opponents. That left only Captain Commander Yamamoto, Muchuan behind him, and Ranjaku, who was held in Muchuan's arm. Ranjaku was full of helplessness. This guy was half-hugging her and taking advantage of her, so she hadn't used Shuinpa to leave. Now all the opponents had been taken, and she could only watch. Captain, you owe me an opponent. Muchuan explained. I'm doing this for your own good. On this battlefield, the ones you can beat have already been picked. The ones you can't beat would just beat you up if you went over there. And not lightly either. All the other groups were one-on-one. The only side that needed help now was the group Hitsugaya and Hinamori Momo had chosen. Hinamori Momo had to deal with 3 fractions by herself, and the one Hitsugaya was facing was Haribel, the third Espada. Honestly, it was going to be very hard for him. Ranjaku turned her head, anxious. Then what are we waiting for? Those fractions don't look weak at all. I need to go help Lieutenant Hinamori, or she'll be in danger. Muchuan looked at her. You sure? Even if you go help, you'll still just get beaten badly. Those 3 fractions have some real tricks. Ranjaku nodded firmly. I'm going. Even if I can't win, I still have to go. We have to go through life and death battles to grow. Not everyone gets stronger automatically like Captain does. Looking into her eyes, Muchuan let go of her. Go on then. After you get beaten up once, you'll behave. Ranjaku immediately used Shuinpa to get to Hinamori Momo's side, not giving this pervert any more chances to take advantage. Muchuan shamelessly walked over to Old Man Yamamoto's side. Old man, keep holding the line. I've got to go clean up after my vice captain. She can't handle those few. They've got some kind of fusion creation ability. And the monster they make takes captain-level strength to deal with. Captain Commander Yamamoto narrowed his eyes and said flatly, this is a chaotic battlefield. Move as you like. Go if you want. Smiling, Muchuan teleported to a rooftop near Ranjaku and watched the show, planning to step in when things got desperate. If she wanted to grow in a life and death battle, then she had to get a little closer to death. Otherwise, it wouldn't work. Watching Harabella's 3 fractions each use one of their arms to fuse into that monster, Muchuan blinked and thought, this thing's kind of twisted. Its whole body reeks of chaos, savagery, and killing intent. A fusion of 3 hollows? So basically a gene-spliced mutant monster. Aren't these kinds of things usually made by crazy biological researchers? Those hollows really are something. But what they made is too disgusting. If one day they get even stronger and fuse even more genes into it, who knows what kind of evil species they create. Better for it to die now. The battle still ended the same way. In the middle of it, Hisejai Shuhei and Kira Izuru also came to help. But this kind of thing that wouldn't die even when cut in half was simply not something lieutenant-level fighters could handle. Besides, they couldn't even hit the monster. It was pure stat suppression. That monster was absurdly fast, monstrously strong, had high-speed regeneration, could use zero, had high resistance, felt no pain, had no normal thought process, and could twist and mutate its body. If you didn't reduce it to ashes, it wouldn't die. Honestly, even if Kamamura came to fight it, he probably still wouldn't be able to do much. That thing felt no pain. Hit it a few times and it would go completely berserk, mutate, grow bigger, and charge straight through attacks to go after his Kamamura. Since his giant and his real body were linked, wouldn't that be the end of him? If that thing accidentally struck the bell area of his giant, wouldn't he drop straight to the ground? So unless you had some kind of full-body annihilation ability, you couldn't deal with this thing. Just as Kira, healing while watching in despair, saw the monster knock Shuhei down and start coming toward him. Muchuan flashed in front of them and raised a hand, pinning the fusion monster in place with a spear of victory. You all look pretty miserable. This week, you need more training. Kira wasn't he someone who spoke much to begin with, and now he had even less idea what to say. You're strong, so you're right. It really was shameful that they were all this weak. But he knew one thing. Their lives were saved. With his spirit down, he offered a polite greeting. To Captain Muchuan. Lying there, breathing more out than in, with half her stomach gone. Ranjika saw her captain arrive and called weakly, Captain. Muchuan shook his head helplessly and cast rapid healing on her, instantly restoring her. Still want to act reckless? I told you that you couldn't beat it, didn't I? But you just had to refuse to believe it. Talking about growing through life and death combat. That only works if there's actually a fight to be had. If they kill you in one instant, what growth is there? You were almost dead just now, so tell me what exactly did you grow from that? While complaining, he also cast rapid healing on Hinamori Momo and Shuhei, healing them too. Ranjiku touched her stomach. The missing half had already recovered. The moment she saw she was fine, she smiled again and ran over to Muchuan's side, hugging his arm and swaying it. Captain, I did grow. I learned that I can't beat monsters. The second Ranjika hugged and shook his arm like that, Muchuan instantly stopped complaining. Why? Obviously, when someone was pressing against him like that, who had the mind to keep talking? Muchuan waved his hand and used gravitational singularity, crushing the monster and the 3 fractions into flying ash. Then he sat on the rooftop with the others and watched the show. Ranjiku shook his arm again and asked, Captain, shouldn't the few of us go help? Muchuan looked at the people fighting above and said calmly, no need. What's left now is just the top 3 Espada fighting the captains one-on-one. In a battle at that level, you going over there would only cause trouble. Other than getting one-sidedly killed instantly, there's no meaning to it at all. Worry about keeping yourselves alive first. Ranjiku looked puzzled. Huh? But Omida still running around over there. I sent he? And he fine. Muchuan smiled. That's an exception. The other side isn't taking him seriously at all. She's just playing with him and Soifin. The second Espada, Barragan, former king of Hueco Mundo, his ability is aging. You could say that whoever he touches dies, the kind where not even scraps are left behind. Against someone with weaker spiritual pressure, whether it's keto or physical attacks, the attack will age, rot, and crumble into dust before it even reaches him. To be honest, Soifan can't beat him. Out of all the captains here, the only ones whose spiritual pressure is strong enough to take down Barragan are me and Old Man Yamamoto. The vice-captains looked at each other in shock. That broken? Then what the hell were they supposed to fight with? If they ran into someone like that, the only option was to run. Muchuan suddenly remembered something. One of the hidden rules of this world. Style points. This world cared a lot about fashion and style. In the world of Soul Reapers, the outcome of a fight depended on style points. Whoever looked uglier lost. The moment you became ugly, that was it. You were definitely going to lose. Aizen was the perfect example. After fusing with the Hogyoku, he looked like a complete freak. Then compare that to Ichigo looking cool as hell. Heck, if you still didn't lose after that, then what were you waiting for? So in this world, if you were going to fight, you absolutely could not dress badly, or make yourself look ugly. As long as you stayed good-looking and stylish, you definitely wouldn't lose in the end. He then said to the people beside him, let me tell you a secret. No matter what happens in the future, never make yourself look ugly. That includes how you dress. You have to maintain standards. Even in battle, you can't let yourself get beaten ugly. Even if you're about to die, you still can't. As long as you keep a certain level of style points, at the very least you won't die. In the end, fate will turn in your favor and you'll be saved. Huh? The 4 of them were completely baffled. What kind of nonsense logic was that? As long as you looked good, you wouldn't die? What kind of theory was that? Muchuan could tell from their expressions that they didn't believe him. He shook his head and said, believe it or not, that's up to you. I'm not the one who's going to die anyway. The group chatted nonsense for a while, and the fight in the sky was almost over too. Harabel had been frozen by Hitsugaya's Hayaten Hayakaso. He thought he'd won, but in fact she was fine. She just hadn't broken out of the ice yet. Barragan had been blasted by Soifan's Bankai, Jakuhu Reikaben, with a missile explosion that filled everything with smoke. She thought she'd won too, but he was completely fine. He just hadn't come out of the smoke yet. Muchuan calculated the timing. About now, that Arrancar Aizen had made specifically to deal with Old Man Yamamoto should be arriving. The moment that thought crossed his mind, the sky behind Aizen, who was trapped in flames, split open with a huge black crack. Aizen's custom-made Arrancar, the fire-extinguishing Prince Wonderweiss, had arrived. And he had brought that oversized hollow that had guided Aizen to Hueco Mundo with him. The moment he arrived, he pulled a reverse sneak attack on Jushiro Yukitake. Then with one slash and one shot, he sent Shunsui Kairaku crashing to the ground to play dead. After hitting Yukitake, he let out a string of shrill cries, shattered the ice around Harabel, and blew away the smoke surrounding Barragan. Then he had that giant hollow disperse the flames trapping Aizen and the other 2. Muchuan saw Kaname Tozen grin. Tozen suddenly felt a chill run down his back. Not knowing why, he carefully sensed his surroundings, but still found nothing wrong. At the same time, the visored group led by Shinji Hirako also arrived on the battlefield. To some of the older captains, these people were old acquaintances too. After all, they had all been captains and vice-captains of the Godii 13 100 years ago. The moment they arrived, anyone with old acquaintances went over to greet them. Muchuan took one look and thought, what the hell? Lisa Yadamaru was wearing an ultra-short skirt and was about to go say hi to Shunsui Kairaku, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead. She even looked like she was about to step on him. Muchuan flash-stepped over to Kairaku's side and stomped his head straight into the ground. Lisa, who had used Shuinpa to get there as well, froze for a second when she saw that. What was that supposed to mean? She hadn't even gotten to step on this useless former captain yet. So why had one of his own people done it first? Muchuan said with a smile, Senior brother Kairaku, you've worked hard. If you're gonna play dead, at least be professional about it. Thanks. Then he looked up, switched to a smiling expression and said, Lisa Yadamaru, Captain Kairaku isn't feeling well and isn't available to receive guests. Come with me for a second. I need to talk to you. With that, he took Lisa into an alley nearby, then pulled out a pair of women's pants and a pair of safety shorts and handed them to her. Here, pick one and put it on. Lisa pushed up her glasses, her face calm. What do you mean? You don't want people seeing under my skirt? You like me? Muchuan nodded. I'm after your body. So? Is that a good enough reason? Lisa didn't show much expression. Calmly, she took the safety shorts and lifted one leg to pull them on, without avoiding him either. Then she waved a hand and walked outside. Not now. Contact me after the fight. By the way, one question. Do you know any other pretty women? If you do, bring them along. I want. Muchuan quickly cut off this horny woman. Okay, yes, I do. Go fight first. We'll talk in detail after this. Lisa was the type of beauty with mature older sister vibes and glasses, but in private she was very lustful. She liked reading adult novels and photo magazines, and most of the time she always wore the same calm expression no matter what she was saying. After leaving the alley, Lisa went straight up to join the fight, and Muchuan returned to Ranjaku's side. He thought to himself that the women in the world of Soul Reapers were all pretty straightforward. They were all old foxes. No one was going to play that sweet little schoolgirl romance game with you. They were all adults. If they liked what they saw, then fine. You could be into me and I could be into you too. Fine. Want to hook up? Yes. Done. It was that simple. Trying to talk about romance with people who had lived for hundreds of years? You had to be out of your mind. When you'd only lived for 30 or 40 years, you already didn't have much interest in talking about love. Did you really think people who had lived for hundreds of years would have that kind of idea? Give me a break. How brain-dead would someone have to be to think that? He set up a powerful barrier around Ranjaku and the others, then cast purification on them again to undo Kyoka Suigetsu's hypnosis. Stay inside and enjoy the show. Don't run out. Of course, if you insist on getting yourselves killed, I won't stop you. After saying that, he flashed over directly in front of Kaname Tozen. Oi, blind man. Do you have any dreams? Then he seemed to think of something and added, Oh, I remembered. You like married women, right? Even the Zanpakuto in your hand belongs to someone else's wife. Damn, you're really a role model for our generation. Kaname Tozen had his sore spot stabbed instantly and flew into a rage. Shut up. I absolutely won't allow anyone to speak nonsense about her. Muchuan smiled. Anger was good. Anger would make him release Resurrection, and then he'd turn into an ugly giant bug. That was exactly what Muchuan wanted. He wanted him to die as an incomparably ugly insect, without a shred of dignity, for interrupting his good time. Muchuan watched his furious expression, but when he still didn't release, he decided to stab at him a little harder. Tell me, getting that close to another man's wife, what were you trying to do? Looking for a little thrill with an affair? Damn, look at you. You just weren't lucky enough. Too bad it didn't work out. Her husband killed her. Kaname Tozen's spiritual pressure erupted as he roared. Shut up. Shut up right now. Muchuan saw that he still wasn't planning to release and raised a brow before continuing. Looks like you loved her more than her husband did. As the side piece, you really dared to run around trying to use the law to punish her husband. And when that didn't work, you took his wife's Zanpakuto as consolation. Let's not even talk about what their marriage had to do with you. Let's just say this, brother, you're pretty good at playing the game. Kaname Tozen was so furious that veins bulged on his forehead. Bastard. I'm not the side piece. We weren't that kind of relationship.
Muchuan smiled.
Right. You're not the side piece. You're the male best friend. Got it. I get it. Everyone gets it. Kaname Tozen's teeth ground audibly as he raised his Zanpakuto and held it vertically in front of him. Suzumushi Hayakushi, Griller Grillo. In an instant, blackish-purple spiritual pressure with an ominous aura surged out and wrapped around him, gradually forming an insect's torso, claws, wings, and tail. Very quickly, a huge black bug shaped somewhat like a cricket with half a human face took form. That ugly appearance made even Muchuan feel a little sick. Damn bugs. Kamamura wasn't human either, but at least he didn't look ugly. This thing was just disgusting. A black giant bug with half a human face exposed. No matter how you looked at it, it was revolting. Holy fuck. That's ugly as hell. Hey, my dear male bestie. Does your mom know you're this ugly? Damn. What the hell? You look like a cross between a cricket and a big black fly. You're making me sick just looking at you. Fuck, you scared me. Old grudges and new ones. I'll settle them all at once. The moment those words fell, Tenseigan had just finished his resurrection and hadn't even had time to make a move before Muchuan flashed right in front of him. Cheat-style close combat move. Tiger Strike revised. Infinite heaven and earth return. Muchuan reached out and grabbed at the bug's leg. Tiger Strike activated, a close-range hard control grab. Smack! He caught part of the leg in his hand. Even though he hadn't grabbed the whole thing, it still counted as a successful grab. The hard control triggered, and the other party instantly lost the ability to resist. Then everyone watched as Muchuan swung Tenseigan, now in giant bug form, around and smashed him back and forth like crazy, like he was swinging a torn rag, slamming him over and over onto the spirit particle ground formed in midair. Bang!
Bang! Bang!
Bang! The noise was so loud the entire battlefield stopped and turned to look at him. Not far away, Aizen felt his eyelids twitch wildly at the familiar scene. He swallowed and thought, fuck, why is this guy going after Tenseigan? He's not about to come for me next, is he? I'm just about to start evolving, man. Don't do this. What had been an almost foolproof plan had now turned into dancing on the edge of a blade. All because of this bastard who showed up out of nowhere. He was terrified this asshole would ruin everything. This was exactly why unstable factors made everything harder. But stopping now was even worse. If he didn't continue, he couldn't grow stronger, and then there would be even less hope. He was genuinely torn now. The main problem was that there was no way to deal with this bastard. Any scheme seemed useless in front of that kind of raw power. Even someone as strong as Captain Commander Yamamoto could still be handled with tricks like sealing his Zanpakuto. But what was he supposed to do about this bastard? He could ignore Kyoka Suigetsu, completely crush people with raw strength, and had never even used his Zanpakuto ability. Based on all the information gathered so far, he also kept pulling out strange special abilities. The key point was, every single one was different. How was anyone supposed to plan around that? I'm seriously breaking down here. Muchuan swung Tenseigan around for a full hour. After watching for a while, everyone on the battlefield got bored and went back to fighting their own opponents. When Muchuan finally stopped, he let go of Tenseigan, the fly cricket freak. The moment the hard grab control was released, the other party exploded into mush. That was another characteristic of grab-type hard control. As long as you were still in his grasp, you wouldn't change form. Even if the attack had already beaten you into pulp, as long as he didn't let go, you wouldn't fall apart. But the second he let go and the hard grab was undone, well, sorry about that. Whatever state you were supposed to be in, that was the state you'd be in immediately. If you were meant to be mush, then mush was exactly what you'd become. You could say it was an excellent corpse-whipping technique. In common terms, I'll make sure you're dead 3,000 times and still won't let you off. Now that he had a moment, he looked around the battlefield. It was basically almost over. All that was left was for Kurosaki Ichigo to rush over from Hueco Mundo and give Aizen a hit. Then Aizen would switch into 1/1 little kid mode. Then he looked at Harabelle. Aizen had already slashed her once, and she was lying on the ground, looking like she was about to die. Muchuan wasn't about to let her die. That would be such a waste. A tall blonde beauty like that, once one died, there was one less left in the world. He flashed over, took her with him, and instantly moved to Las Noches. He used rapid healing to patch her up, then handed her over to Nell and told her to keep an eye on her. Once that was arranged, he returned to the battlefield. By the time he reappeared, Ichigo had already arrived from Hueco Mundo together with Unohana Retsu. Then he saw Captain Unohana Retsu of Squad 4 staring at him.
Muchuan blinked.
What are you looking at me for? Wanna cross blades with me? I'm telling you now, I don't do things that don't benefit me. Unless you're willing to trade on your looks a little. Then I might consider it. Unohana Retsu put on that dark, auntie-like smile and said with a pleasant smile, Captain Muchuan, what did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Could you please repeat that? Unohana Retsu, formerly known as Unohana Yachiru, was the first Kenpachi of the Godai 13. Beneath that gentle, elegant, approachable face was the personality of a madwoman who was extremely warlike and bloodthirsty. Looking at that sinister anti-smile on her face, Muchuan said, Are your ears broken? What, you think making that creepy, shady smile can threaten me? Figure out your own strength first. The gap between us is so big it could be called 1 to 9. I can kill you 9 times over in one hit. The only advantage you have with me is that you're a beauty. If you want me to spar blades with you, then you need to come home with me first. Unohana Retsu narrowed her eyes, then closed them. In the end, she turned and started to walk away. She couldn't outtalk him, and fighting him probably wouldn't go well either. Just from his spiritual pressure alone, she knew she couldn't beat him. So why stay standing in front of him? Better to go somewhere else where she wouldn't have to look at him. Seeing that she was about to walk away, Muchuan thought he couldn't let a duck already in hand fly off, so he mocked her again. Unohana Yachiru, the only person you can swing at is Zaraki Kenpachi. I get it. You're old now. You can only bully kids to look for the glory you had in the past. Can't blame you. Unohana Retsu had just turned around to leave, but her aura changed abruptly. Her spiritual pressure exploded outward, and the braid tied in front of her came undone as well. Her long black hair fluttered in the air. The terrifying pressure made several people nearby stop fighting and look over again. The oppressive force felt like standing in a sea of corpses and blood, a suffocating killing intent spreading through the air. Captain Muchuan, this old woman advises you to draw your Zanpakuto. This old woman does not want to cut down a child with no weapon. This old woman will test today whether your strength is as impressive as your mouth. Muchuan smacked his lips. Did she really have to keep emphasizing old woman? I only provoked her a little. Was the effect really this good? He glanced at everyone who had turned to look his way. What are you looking at? Keep fighting. Especially you, Aizen. Are you trying to tape me up again? And you too, Ichigo. Do you have any manners at all? Every single time, you act like you don't even see me. Believe it or not, I'll go find your old man and have a proper talk with him about your upbringing. Aizen didn't say anything. He simply turned his head and looked at his opponents again. Ichigo, awkward and unwilling once more, called out, "Ah, what a pain. Hello, brother-in-law. Happy now?" Muchuan nodded in satisfaction. Good. Don't make me remind you next time. Have some manners, I'm telling you. Otherwise, I'll beat you every time we meet in the future. Alright, keep fighting. Only then did he look at Unohana Retsu, who was already facing him. As for Captain Unohana, you've got a nice fantasy there. I always collect payment first, then do the job. If you want to compare swordsmanship with me, sleep with me first. Unohana Retsu was so angry that the hand gripping her Zanpakuto trembled. If you can beat me in swordsmanship, then afterward you can sleep with me however you want. Now draw your blade.
Muchuan shrugged helplessly.
Wasn't this basically delivering herself right to him? Getting a taste of what this kind of crazy woman was like didn't sound bad either. As for swordsmanship, what was so difficult about that? Swordsmanship without any spiritual pressure was nothing more than hacking at each other with blades, relying on speed, strength, and reaction time. Moves and schools were basically a joke. At least in the world of One Piece, swordsmanship had some level of artistic conception behind it. In the end, they could even launch flying slashes. But swordsmanship in this world, if it wasn't backed by spiritual pressure, was really just people hacking at each other with knives. By physical ability alone, you couldn't produce any kind of special effect. Concepts like cutting steel or sword chi simply didn't exist. Those were all the result of added spiritual pressure and releasing spiritual pressure outward. So if they were comparing pure swordsmanship without spiritual pressure, then it was just a contest of reaction speed, movement speed, and strength. Whoever was faster won. Whoever hit harder won. Whoever reacted faster than the other wouldn't get cut. Muchuan drew his Zanpakuto and said with a smile, "Fine. Then no spiritual pressure. I'll compare with you and see who's better at cutting. Tonight, I want to hear that lovely, moving sound of your voice. A beauty's cries are bound to be very pleasing to the ear." What answered him was the blade Unohana swung straight at his face. The two of them clashed here, while Aizen was having the time of his life over there, except he was the only one doing the cutting. Hinamori Momo was being protected by a barrier Mikawa had set up, and Kyoka Suigetsu had already been released on her, so Aizen no longer had his famous strongest meat shield. She could only stay inside the barrier with a few vice-captains, trembling. There was no helping it. Anyone who saw Aizen cutting down captains like he was chopping watermelons would be scared too. With the messing around phase gone, Aizen naturally switched straight into chopping vegetables mode, flooring the captains and the visored group in minutes. After finishing with them, Aizen went back to toying with Kurosaki Ichigo. On Mukawa's side, the two kept trading blows. Unohana Retsu had several wounds on her body by now, and in the end, Mukawa sent her flying far away with a single flying slash. When Unohana used Shuinpa to return, she still looked a little surprised. With a hint of excitement, she asked, "That wasn't a spiritual pressure slash. An air slash?" Mukawa sheathed his sword and nodded. "Right. Cut the air, compress the vacuum. I prefer to call it a flying slash. Or sword chi." Interest showed in Unohana Retsu's eyes. Then why is it so sharp as if it can cut through steel? And why can it keep its power and fly that far? That can't be explained with just cutting the air to form a vacuum wave. That principle makes no sense at all. First, it wouldn't have that kind of sharpness. Second, it couldn't possibly keep its power over such a long distance. It wasn't just that she found it impossible. Mukawa found it impossible too, because this was a skill that could only be learned under the rules of the One Piece world, with that world's special physiques. It had absolutely nothing to do with air or vacuum at all. In reality, no matter how fast you swung a sword, there was no such bullshit as sword chi flying out. But there was no way to explain that, so he could only push it onto artistic conception. This is a realm I comprehended myself. It's just a little trick, not worth mentioning. In actual combat, anything it can do can be done with spiritual pressure anyway. Why are you so hung up on it? Unohana Retsu lowered her head. So it's a kind of sword Dao realm. It seems I still have a long way to go in the sword path. Mukawa rolled his eyes. Long way my ass. Even if she trained herself to death, she still wouldn't be able to produce sword chi. With spiritual pressure around, using sword pressure was enough already, so why obsess over sword chi without spiritual pressure? It was useless against hollows, and useless against Shinigami too. What was there to obsess over? Suddenly, pillars of flame erupted all around them. Mukawa recognized at a glance that this was old man Yamamoto's Enetsu Jigaku. He had only looked away for a moment, and the old man had already gone up against Aizen. Right now, he was gripping Aizen's arm. Staring at Aizen, he said to Mukawa and Unohana, Captain Mukawa, Captain Unohana, take all the wounded away from here. I will personally kill Aizen here. Mukawa had been wondering whether he should tell him that Aizen was about to screw him over, that his flames would be gone in a moment. But after thinking it over, he knew the old man would never listen. If you told him someone could extinguish his flames, he'd probably think you were talking nonsense. With that thought, Mukawa gave up on saying anything. At worst, the old man would get tricked once, and Mukawa could heal him instantly anyway. Let the old man take a little loss. It might even wear down some of his arrogance and teach him how dangerous the world could be. Without wasting words, he and Unohana used Shuinpa to move everyone a good distance away. The moment they finished, the flames of Ryujin Jaka were sealed away by Wonder Weiss. Who was Captain Commander Yamamoto? So what if his fire was gone? At worst, he just wouldn't use his Zanpakuto. With these 2 fists alone, he'd still flatten you brats. Crack, crack. He smashed Wonder Weiss to pieces in 2 hits. Aizen almost cried out from the side. Finally, he had taken the bait. Putting out the fire was only the surface. The ceiling was the real point. Keeping his expression under control, he began to explain. Since it was sealed, where had the fire gone? The flames sealed away would erupt in an instant with even greater power than before. Their uncontrolled explosion would cover an area many times larger than it did now. When that happened, what would be gone wouldn't just be one Karakura town. The old man instantly realized the flames had been sealed inside Wonder Weiss's body. When he turned to look, that head had already started erupting. Without hesitation, he threw himself at it and used his own body to suppress the full explosion of the flames. He ended up half crippled. After that, things went the same as before. Aizen smugly went up to finish him off, only to get hit by old man Yamamoto's Keto number 96, Itakaso, released at the cost of 1 arm. Then after jumping out of Itakaso's range, he got slashed once more by Ichigo. After that, 3 of the 4-man human world group arrived and jumped him together, Kurosaki Ishin, Urahara Kasuke, and Shihuin Yoruchi. The moment Mukawa saw Yoruchi, he called her over and complained. Seriously? Why couldn't you just stay home? Why'd you still come along to gang up on Aizen? Addicted to fighting? Yoruchi laughed. Haha, don't worry about details like that. Staying home would be boring anyway. Weren't the few of us already in on this plan? How could I not come? Besides, isn't beating up Aizen exciting? Chances like this don't come often. If I can hit him a few times, I will. Mukawa said speechlessly, you sure it's you guys beating him? Don't end up flat on your backs later, wailing on the ground. Yoruchi tilted her head and thought about it. I should at least be able to hit him a few times first. Then if I realize things are going bad, I'll run. Let Kasuke and Ishin take the beating instead. Mukawa clasped his fists in admiration. Hey, what a brilliant idea, heroine. Good luck. I'm gonna check on those guys lying on the ground. Take your time and have fun. With that, he flashed over to check the injuries of the captains and the visored group, mocking them a few times along the way before healing them. The human world trio's fight against Aizen was about what you'd expect. They fought for quite a while, but in the end, all they did was help him evolve to the next stage. Then Ikamaru Jin ambushed Aizen, opened a huge hole in his chest, and took the Hogyoku. He hadn't hidden away and celebrated for long before Aizen evolved into the next stage again. Thanks to Ikamaru Jin, Aizen was finally frightened by death, and that let him evolve successfully, reaching a realm where even after the Hogyoku left his body, he was still its master. On the other side, Kurosaki Ichigo was taken by his old man into the Dong-ai for a round of training, where he learned the final Getsuga Tensho. At the critical moment, he arrived and beat Aizen down. Using the ultimate move Mujetsu at the cost of losing his Shinigami powers, he blasted Aizen into a weakened state. Then Urahara Kasuke, that sly old bastard, used the sealing Keto he had planted on Aizen beforehand and sealed him completely. Mukawa didn't go watch any of that afterward. Felt pretty pointless. The two of them showed off at each other for a bit, then one big move ended it and then came the seal. Not only did beating Aizen go quickly, the entire Bleach plot wasn't the winding kind at all. It was very direct. Just fight. Just have Ichigo jump into the main plot and throw hands. That was the whole thing from start to finish. Basically, it was the story of how Kurosaki Ichigo speedran the world's highest combat power. As a person, Ichigo really didn't like wasting words. Either you don't stir up trouble or the moment I see you, I'll hit you with a Getsuga Tensho. Reasoning things out doesn't exist. I won't listen. Take it up with my Zanpakuto. After the whole Aizen incident was over, Mukawa went to deal with Unohana, and it felt pretty good. Sometimes she was gentle, sometimes passionate and proactive. When he had time, he also learned Shuinpa techniques and Shunko from Yoruchi. This ability that combined hand-to-hand combat and Kido was pretty good. It fused Kido energy with the body to unleash stronger effects, and every strike carried the destructive power of Kido. When things quieted down, he took Yatamaru Lisa to Hueco Mundo to study, because he still hadn't had Harabel yet, so naturally he had to make up for that. After returning to Siriidii, he spent more time pestering Ranjaku, and at last, he won over that beautiful woman too. Whenever he had nothing to do, he would raise the spiritual might and spiritual pressure strength of his women. He couldn't let them get bullied by others. Before he knew it, another 4 months had passed, and the 9-month hiding period was up. Muchuan received a system prompt. System. Host. The 9-month time limit has ended. You have cleared the stage and may now return. Muchuan thought about it. At this stage, this world didn't seem to have any real danger. Yawatch leading the Quincy invasion was still a whole Kuin year away. He found an excuse to hand all 5th Division affairs over to Ranjaku, gave the others a quick heads up and then left. System, return after clearing. With a swish, Muchuan vanished. When he appeared again, he was already back in his room at home in Konoha village. System. Congratulations, host, for successfully hiding for 9 months and clearing the stage. First clear rewards will now be issued. 3rd awakening restriction removed. Level has reached level 100. Reward. 9 level up tickets. Reward. 9 anti-magic potions. Reward. 9 Hogyoku. Reward. 9 Asachi. Reward. 999 semi-sheer fashionable light gauze, women-s pajamas. Muchuan looked at the rewards and sighed. These first clear rewards. Really, aside from the level up tickets, none of the rest were that useful. The Hogyoku was only useful for people who were already strong enough but wanted to go a step further, and they had to be the kind of absolute genius with the potential to become stronger. Otherwise, using it just meant death. The key was that it had an upper limit. If he used it himself, it wouldn't do much. At most, it would just give him faster injury recovery. And that Asachi useless in anyone else's hands. Without the Shinigami power system, no matter how long someone held it, it would never turn into a Zanpakuto. He could only keep it himself as a backup blade blank. If one day Beiwang got damaged, he could still use an Asachi to materialize it again. As for the pajamas, it wasn't like Chuan, can't afford to buy them. He took out all 9 level up tickets and used them, raising his level to 109. System. Level up tickets used. Character level has risen to level 109. Skill levels have risen to level 109. All attributes have increased. Feeling the kind of power where he could destroy heaven and earth with a casual gesture, Muchuan found it a little unreal, mainly because the qualitative change after the 3rd awakening was just too massive. He had jumped straight from planetary destruction to cosmic destruction. Muchuan opened his skill panel and looked at the few skills unlocked by his 3rd awakening. Seraph Paladin. Goddess Executor, passive a Knight of Light chosen by Remedios. Using the life relic Remedios Esther to carry out Goddess will increase his basic attack power, skill attack power, vitality, and spirit, and strengthens all class skills. Punishment Hammer, Heaven's Wrath. Used while in Punishment Hammer state. Infuses the power of the Holy Relic to generate wings of light, strengthening the Punishment Hammer into the Hammer of Heaven's Wrath. Slamming it downward splits the ground and creates a shockwave, releasing radiance to produce a wholly explosive attack against enemies. Life Hymn. Divine Might. Active buff skill. The life relic unleashes holy light and the authority of Remedios, blessing all allies' attributes while judging enemies. Origin Elemental Bomber. Heterochromia, passive mastering the new power of the dark eye, integrating a microcosm into one's heart. The formation of a microscopic universe turns one eye into a different color, increasing basic attack power and skill attack power, and strengthening all class skills. Gathering Demonic Bombardment. Generates black abyssal spheres of the microcosm around oneself, then releases the magic power of the dark eye and the abyssal spheres forward to attack enemies. Origin Microcosm. Instantly activates the dark eye, detonates all energy within the body, and triggers a big bang. After reading the skill descriptions, Muchuan was a little dazed. This really came out of nowhere. Suddenly I can blow up the universe. Just thinking about it is kind of exciting. And there were 2 more passive skills now. If I remember right, a passive starts at level 1 with a 20-point bonus, then grows by 2 every level. I'm level 109 now, excluding the initial level 1. That means 108 levels, so that S216 bonus. 20 plus 216 makes 236 bonus. And that S just one passive. Add up that whole pile of passives, and it's seriously no joke. Suddenly, Muchuan's thoughts jumped tracks, and he thought of something important. System, come out. I've got a question. System, host, I'm here. What is your question? For the past 2 years, that damn random item pool hasn't given me anything good at all. It's all been recovery items and ordinary daily necessities. What's going on? Did the newbie protection period end? Or are you afraid I don't have money? The 100 billion taels in my storage space still haven't been recharged. Can't you see that? Do I look like someone short on cash? Muchuan had actually noticed this issue a long time ago. He just hadn't bothered asking before. And since he was strong enough that he didn't need outside help, he hadn't cared that much. Now that it suddenly came to mind, he asked. He didn't mean to hold the system accountable or anything. He was just bored and asking casually. System, replying to host, this is simply one type of system welfare. It really is random. It's just that host has had catastrophically bad luck for 2 straight years and hasn't gotten anything good the entire time. Even in the system world, this counts as a rather bizarre event. Muchuan, oh screw your uncle. What do you mean I've had catastrophically bad luck? Forget it. Is there seriously no pity system in there? System, replying to host, no. It depends entirely on luck. It's just that normally, people really wouldn't go 2 full years without a hit. The probability is lower than the national football team scoring a goal. You really know how to make comparisons. Forget it. If nothing good drops, then nothing good drops. I'm not missing those scraps anyway. The account balance dropped a bit over these past 2 years from buying things. Recharge that 100 billion taels for me. Keeping it there is useless. System, recharging 100 billion taels. Conversion ratio, 10:1. Recharge complete. Account balance, 10, 184, 812, 500 points. Looking at that string of numbers, Muchuan sighed in admiration. Ha, can't spend it all, can't spend it all. A whole lifetime and I still can't spend it all. After finishing his research into his gains, Muchuan headed straight out the door and made for the daimyo, planning to fleece another 10 or 20 billion or so to use. His household had a lot of people. They really couldn't afford to be too short on money. His own salary was still too little. He went on to rob all the daimyos of the 5 great nations in one sweep before finally going to visit the girls and his family. After staying in the ninja world for a month, he ran off to the One Piece world and visited all of them there too. Just like that, another month passed. At last, he held out until the final level up ticket, bringing his level to 115. Then the system gave another prompt. System, host S level has reached the current cap. Please enter the next interdimensional rift and hide for 9 months. Clear it to remove the cap. Muchuan opened the interdimensional rift instance section of the system and took a look. Interdimensional rift 1, One Piece. Interdimensional rift 2, Bleach. Interdimensional rift 3, under 1 person. Muchuan frowned. Under 1 person. A low-power world? System, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? In a world like that, with my current strength, even if I suppress 90% of it, wouldn't I still be a world-destroying demon king once I go in? Shouldn't world levels keep getting stronger step by step? System, host is mistaken. The power level of interdimensional rift worlds does not increase in steps. It is completely random. As long as it is a world, and as long as host can enter it and hide there for 9 months, it may appear. It could be an ordinary mortal world, or a high-tier great thousand world could suddenly appear. Random again, huh? So basically you're just sending me traveling to different places. Fine. Not bad, I guess. At least it's a modern world. Going there to get a foot massage sounds good too. Man, it's really been a long time since I enjoyed the charm of foot therapy. System, most importantly, every world has beauties. That's hostess favorite. After arranging everything, Muchuan said to the system, under 1 person. Let us go. With a swish, he disappeared from where he stood. Under 1 person world. Feng Baobao was in the middle of burying Zhang Chulan when Muchuan appeared right behind her. After showing up, he looked around. A graveyard. A casually dressed woman holding a shovel. A guy lying in a pit yelling his head off. Got it. The opening of the plot. Feng Baobao was burying Zhang Chulan to force him to use his powers as an extraordinary. Muchuan greeted her with a smile. Yo. Busy burying someone? Alright then. Carry on. I'm just passing by and taking a look. Feng Baobao tossed aside the shovel, pulled out a knife, took a step back, and stared at him with alert, intelligent eyes. You're strong. Are you here to cause trouble? Muchuan shook his head. I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm here for you. I see that you're beautiful with a perfect figure, outstanding temperament, and impressive skills. Feng Baobao cut him off. So you want to sleep with me?
Muchuan.
You're right. Feng Baobao put the knife away, bent down, picked up the shovel, and went back to shoveling dirt. I still have something to do. No time. The moment Zhang Chulan saw she had started burying him again, he immediately shouted, "No, wait. Bro, save me. This crazy woman is trying to bury me alive. Murder. She's killing someone." Muchuan leaned against a nearby tree. "Stop fucking yelling. Who the hell is your bro? If she wants to bury you, then let her bury you. You're a grown man yelling like some shrew. If you've got the guts, get up there and beat her. If you don't, then lie there and wait to die. What the hell are you yelling for?" Zhang Chulan was completely stunned. Holy shit. What kind of person was this? What did he mean, let her bury me? Did this guy hear himself? Suddenly, corpses all over the ground began clawing their way out of the earth and closing in from all sides. Muchuan knew it was Lu Yanyan, from the Xiangxi corpse-driving lineage. He raised a hand and snapped his fingers. Every corpse coming toward them was instantly shaken into flying ash. For something this ordinary, he didn't need to use any real force at all. A slight vibration of energy was enough to reduce them to dust. The power after level 115 was just too strong. Universe-level destructive force. Even 1/10 of that was still universe-level. This was no simple subtraction problem. It wasn't like becoming 1/10 of universe level would make him drop out of that tier. It was just harder to weaken it enough. A full strike could originally blow up a universe. Now it would just take a few more hits, that was all. 1/10 of universe level was still universe level. Destroying stars with a wave of his hand, wiping out galaxies with a gesture. Things like that were easy and effortless. After dealing with the corpses, he looked at the two people staring at him and said to Feng Baobao, "What are you looking at me for? Keep going. Can't you see that kid looks like he's dying to get buried? You people work in the service industry. Be more professional when you bury someone. Don't keep the customer waiting." Feng Baobao turned her head and started shoveling faster. "You're right. I'll optimize the process next time." The moment Zhang Chulan saw this crazy woman really was going to bury him, he stopped pretending to be ordinary on the spot. If he kept pretending, he'd really die here. Golden light covered his body, and with one leap, he jumped up out of the pit. "Damn, you two lunatics. Don't think I'm easy to bully. I tried talking nicely and you wouldn't listen. You just had to force me to get rough. I'm done pretending. Fine, cards on the table, I'm a hidden master. Well, scared stupid now?" Muchuan used a flash step and appeared right in front of him, then slapped him hard across the face. That protective golden light was like paper. It didn't last even half a second before the slap landed on his face with a bang and sent him crashing to the ground. "You motherfucker. Who are you calling a lunatic, huh? Get the hell up. A little trash like you sure talks big. You think showing your ability makes you invincible? Is that how that old bastard Zhang Huai taught you?" The second Zhang Chulan realized the situation was bad, his face changed instantly. He dropped to the ground and started begging for mercy. "Big brother, no sir. My lord, this lowly one was wrong. I'm just some ignorant country brat who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and ran my mouth. You've already hit me, so please, be magnanimous and let me go." Muchuan looked at the guy on the ground and clicked his tongue. Zhang Chulan was the kind of person with absolutely no bottom line. He could do anything to achieve his goals. Playing the grandson was the easy part. Too lazy to keep listening to Zhang Chulan's nonsense, Muchuan turned and left. "Feng Baobao, you saw it too. This guy knows the golden light spell. He is Zhang Huai's grandson, so there's nothing strange about that. Nothing worth studying. Come on, let us go say hello to Susan. Then come with me. We're going to sleep together. Afterward, I'll tell you who your father is." Feng Baobao ran in front of him and looked at him seriously. She was so agitated that even her Sichuan accent slipped out. "What did you say? Is it true? In this life?" The thing she wanted most was to know her own origins, to figure out who she was and who her family was. Second to that, she wanted a life and a destination that truly belonged to her. To have control over her own life. To stop being someone coveted by every faction. Dragged around by secrets. Only able to drift wherever fate pushed her. Muchuan lifted her long hair. Actually, she was a beauty with a very good figure too. She just always made herself look messy. So she didn't seem like much at first glance. "Hey, look at you. You're so anxious you're not even speaking standard Mandarin anymore. But your Sichuan accent has its own charm too. Of course I'm telling the truth. This kind of thing isn't exactly something you can fake, right? I can't exactly lie just so I can sleep with you once. What would be the point? With my strength, do you really think I'm lacking women?" Feng Baobao nodded, showing that she understood. "Okay, I know you're very fierce. Besides, I can't beat you anyway. Whatever you say, I believe it. Let us go. We can go get a room right now." Muchuan scratched his head. Maybe you should stick to standard Mandarin. It does sound nice, but it's kind of hard to follow. My brain has to translate it after hearing it." Feng Baobao blinked those intelligent eyes. "Okay." Zhang Chulan, trailing behind the two of them, suddenly cut in curiously. "I've got a question, sir. The Zhang Huai you mentioned, is that my grandpa? But my grandpa's name was Zhang Shilin. Did you remember it wrong?" Muchuan glanced back at him and said flatly, Zhang Huai is your grandpa. Junior brother of the old celestial master Zhang Jiwei of the Tianshi mansion on Longhu Mountain. Zhang Shilin was just the fake name he used. And you, now that your grandpa's Qi Taiyuanliu has been exposed to all the other extraordinaries, you can forget about living a peaceful life from now on. Some people will probably come looking for you very soon. Forget it. The people from the company will explain all that to you later, so there's no need to rush. Just go back and wait. Let us go. Hurry up. Feng Baobao directly grabbed Muchuan's hand and ran down the mountain. And just like that, Zhang Chulan was left alone in the graveyard with no one bothering with him. Muchuan let himself be dragged along as he ran with her. Wait, you're not going to say hi to Susan? You're just leaving him there by himself? Feng Baobao said blandly, it's fine. I sent him a message. I said I had to go out for something, and he could go back by himself. Muchuan said nothing more. The woman herself was being this proactive. So what else was there to say? The rest is omitted. The next day, Muchuan looked at Feng Baobao, who was lying on top of him, staring at him with wide eyes. Why aren't you resting? Why are you staring at me? After all that all night, aren't you tired? Actually, Muchuan thought Feng Baobao's type was pretty interesting. She wouldn't actively cooperate at all, and she wouldn't make any sound either. She would just lie there and let him do whatever. However he positioned her, that was how she stayed. Face up, face down, standing basically. She neither cried out nor made a sound. Her expression didn't change even once. Calm and blank the whole time. She just quietly looked at him. But that was normal for Feng Baobao. Even if she was tortured or slashed, she wouldn't show much expression. To be honest, she was a bit like a life-size doll. Not that it was especially thrilling, but it was still pretty good. Mainly because her figure and face were both nice enough. She just wasn't that passionate. Feng Baobao said flatly, have you rested enough? Then tell me, what kind of person is my dad? Muchuan lay there, staring at the ceiling. Your dad's name is Feng Yao. He's the leader of Chuanjin, the one who started the Jiaxin turmoil. After saying that, he didn't notice any reaction from Feng Baobao. He looked up at her. There was no joy, no special emotion at all. She was just spacing out. Muchuan asked oddly, now that you know whose daughter you are, why aren't you happy? Wasn't this what you've always been after? Feng Baobao pushed herself up. Now it's over. My dad's the head bad guy. I'm probably even less likely to have any peaceful life from now on. It's all over. After saying that, she let go with her arms and flopped right back down onto Muchuan as if life had already lost all hope. With that lift and drop, Muchuan got stimulated again. Feng Baobao lifted her head and said flatly, why are you moving again? Muchuan wrapped his arms around her. Normal morning exercise. Feng Baobao rested her head back down. At noon, after the two of them came out from eating, they walked down the street. Of course Feng Baobao was the one paying. Muchuan didn't have any money right now. As she walked, Feng Baobao said, who exactly are you? How come you don't have an ID to book a room, and you don't even have money to eat? You've been using all of mine. Isn't your situation a little too weird? Muchuan smiled and pointed at himself. I'm not from your world. I'm a god. I'm here on vacation. Feng Baobao widened her clever big eyes when she heard that. A god? Then can you grant wishes? Muchuan choked. Ooh, no. Feng Baobao curled her lip. TCH. You can't even grant wishes and you still call yourself a god? What a useless god. Muchuan said angrily. The one that grants wishes is a genie lamp. What does that have to do with a god? That's prejudice. Feng Baobao blinked. Then what can you do? Muchuan answered without hesitation, I can. I can. Right, I can destroy the world. Feng Baobao stopped walking. So you're a demon god? Like the big demon king that destroys the world? Then she covered her chest with one hand and pointed at Muchuan with the other. Are you going to destroy this world? I was only a woman for one day and now I'm gonna die? Damn it, I can't accept this. Muchuan pressed a hand to his forehead. Put away that exaggerated acting of yours. That terrible acting is honestly unbelievable. Even a dog would shake its head at it. Feng Baobao immediately went back to looking calm. Oh, okay. I always thought my acting was pretty good. Rich emotions, vivid delivery. Susi even said my acting was at least movie queen level. Muchuan rolled his eyes. Susi isn't any good himself. How can you trust anything he says? You don't believe I'm a god, right? Come on. I'll show you something fun. Open your eyes a little. After saying that, he looked up at the sky and found a cloud that looked big and white. His mind moved.
Homies krisischen.
A massive soul power poured into that cloud. Slowly, the cloud became more and more solid, and then eyes and a mouth appeared on it. Before long, the cloud had officially become Muchuan's homie. The cloud homie created by Muchuan's powerful soul force was very strong, and its abilities were far more varied. This cloud possessed the full range of a cloud's abilities, and they had all been enhanced, making them much more powerful. Could fly. That went without saying. A basic ability of clouds. After enhancement, its speed could reach the speed of lightning. thundercloud, rain cloud, snow cloud, hail cloud. The abilities those kinds of clouds possessed had all been strengthened, directly turning into power over thunder, water, and ice and snow. It also had one special ability, aerial vision. It could gain a high-altitude view from anywhere. Gathering, dispersing, and reforming were all the most basic of basics. As soon as the cloud finished taking shape, it flashed over to Muchuan in an instant. The soft cloud gently rubbed against his hand. At the same time, a soft and cute girl's voice said, "Master, master, thank you for giving me life." Muchuan smiled and raised a hand to pet the soft cloud. I'll give you a name. You're my first soul creation. So you'll be called Yunchu. Your nickname will be Wan. From now on, you'll be my mount. I'll leave transportation to you." Yunchu happily made a cute expression with her cloud body. "Thank you, master, for the name. Yunchu will be master's best mount." Feng Baobao found it a little hard to understand. He had only looked at the sky, and then a cloud ran over and started talking. Was he really a god? Could this be some special kind of artifact refining technique instead? But what kind of artifact refining technique could refine a cloud? Muchuan jumped onto Yunchu and lay down on her. She was so soft and ridiculously comfortable. "Baobao, what do you think? Isn't this mount high-end?"
Comfortable, fast, steady.
"And the key is that it can attack and scout too." Feng Baobao stared blankly at that cloud, her round eyes full of a worldview being overturned. Then she jumped up too and rolled back and forth on top of it. "Oh! So soft. This feels so comfortable." Muchuan smiled and lay there as he said, "Let's go, Ruan. Head to Tianxia Group's building. No need to go too fast. Fly slowly and let us enjoy the scenery." Yunchu rose into midair and began drifting toward Tianxia Group. Feng Baobao sat at the edge with him, looking at the scenery below, and said, "Then you weren't lying? You're really a god? Then does that make me your wife?" Muchuan said, "Of course it does. What are you trying to say?" Feng Baobao said, "If I'm your wife, then from now on, does that mean you have to protect me?" Muchuan smiled. So that was what this was about. She lacked a sense of security. That made sense. Feng Baobao really had lived a hard life. One wrong move and she'd get taken away for research. Sure, that's nothing. From now on, just take Ruan with you wherever you go. She's very strong. To put it simply, for travel, she has the speed of lightning. For attack, she can send this planet into a frozen apocalypse, a flood apocalypse, or destroy the planet with the power of thunder. After some intense thinking, Feng Baobao came to a conclusion. That's freaking brutal. Doesn't that mean we're steady enough to be invincible? When Muchuan heard her switch into Sichuan dialect again, he laughed. "Calm down. Alright, since you're already my woman, there are some things you need to remember clearly. You're not allowed to get close to other men. You're not allowed to let other men touch you again. You're not allowed to let other men see your body under your clothes again. And you're not allowed to take your clothes off recklessly anymore. Got it? You have to remember all of this, then follow it strictly." Feng Baobao counted on her fingers as she memorized it. "Okay, I've got it all down. But what if there's an accident? Like if someone insists on getting close to me?" Muchuan spread his hands. "Then kill them. No need to struggle over it. If you can't do it yourself, call Ruan. On this planet, there's still no one who can get away from her." Feng Baobao blinked and nodded. No one knew whether she really understood, or whether she had gotten the wrong idea again. "Then what are we going to Tianxia Club for?" Muchuan smiled. "To get some money. We need money to live, after all. And while we're at it, maybe see if we can find another wife." Feng Baobao lifted her head and raised one finger. This I know. We're going to Tianxia Club to mooch off them."
Muchuan smiled.
A short while later, Yunchu had already drifted to the side of the top floor of Tianxia Group's building. Inside, Feng Zhenghao just happened to be looking out the window, and his eyes met the two people sitting on Yunchu. His brain froze for a second. This was the top floor, wasn't it? What kind of situation were those two outside the window? What the hell were they sitting on? A cloud? Object manipulation? Artifact refining? But could a cloud even be controlled? And wasn't that girl next to him Feng Baobao from Naruto Company? What? He hadn't seen her for a while, and now she'd made it big enough to come swaggering around in front of him? Thinking he was having a hallucination, Feng Zhenghao took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes hard with his hand, then put his glasses back on and looked outside again. It wasn't an illusion. Then Muchuan raised his hand and waved. With a flash of white light, a huge section of the glass wall in Feng Zhenghao's room disappeared. It had been directly broken down into atoms and completely dispersed. Then the two of them rode the cloud and floated right in. As a major figure in his own right, Feng Zhenghao regained his composure very quickly. He controlled his expression and spoke. "Young man, that's quite the ability. I actually couldn't tell which school that move belonged to. Are you also an employee of Naruto? Would you consider switching jobs and joining my Tianxia association? The benefits on our side are far beyond what the company can offer. Easy workload, a villa provided, annual salary in the millions, full insurance and housing fund, share dividends, and the conditions are still negotiable. What do you think? Want to consider it? Muchuan felt that Feng Zhenghao was indeed an impressive person. He had brains, vision, breadth, courage, and he was very good at weighing pros and cons. He truly knew how to handle both people and affairs. Unlike other old families that had the accumulation and support of their predecessors, Feng Zhenghao had no one to rely on. With his own strength alone, he had managed to do fairly well in both the business world and the world of mutants. Muchuan actually admired people like that. If it were him, he definitely couldn't do it. He didn't have that kind of brain. Before Muchuan could speak, Feng Baobao began speaking for him. This is my man. The ISNT from Naruto. We came here to freeload off you. After she said that, Muchuan gave her a thumbs up, indicating she had done a good job. Feng Zhenghao's mouth twitched. Then he laughed boldly again. Young people these days. Each one knows how to play more than the last. My Xian and Xingtong should be about the same age as you two. You young people would probably get along. You can visit more often. Fine then. If you're here to freeload, then freeload. As the uncle here, I can't be stingy. Tell me, how much do you want? Feng Baobao blinked her big eyes and turned to look at Muchuan. We don't seem to have discussed how much we want. Muchuan smiled and rubbed her head. I'll handle it. Leave it to me. Then he jumped down from Yunchu and came before Feng Zhenghao. Let me introduce myself. My name is Muchuan. I don't belong to any sect. I'm an independent. As for my strength, you probably wouldn't believe me even if I told you. How about this? Attack me with everything you have. Any move is fine. Use all the spirits from your detainment of spirit and dispatch of generals together. As long as I suffer even the slightest injury, or take even one step back, I lose. Then I'll say nothing more and turn around and leave. But if you can't move me, then I'll have to ask you to sit down and have a proper talk with me. Hearing this, Feng Zhenghao frowned slightly, and his smile slowly disappeared. He thought, what is this supposed to mean? Refusing the face I gave you? I, Feng Zhenghao, head of Tianxia Group and one of the 10 elders of the mutant world, personally gave you a way out. Not only are you refusing it, you want to test me? No, that's not right. This little brat is even looking down on me, telling me to attack however I want. He,'s throwing my face on the ground and stomping on it. To be this arrogant, he,'s either a complete idiot or he really has skill. The only question is which one he is. From the method he used to come in earlier, he should have some ability, but I can't tell which sect it belongs to, nor can I see how deep he is. And that cloud is extremely strange. Maybe I should go along with it and test him first. Better than turning hostile only to find out he really is a powerhouse. That would be awkward. The price I'd have to pay then would be much greater. Young man, are you sure? No matter what, I am still one of the 10 elders. The force in my hands is quite heavy. Muchuan stood there and smiled. Come on. Let me see whether the 10 elders' detainment of spirit and dispatch of generals has enough level to make me take a second look. Don't tell me those spirits are just decorations. Looking scary but hitting soft and weak. That would be embarrassing. Feng Zhenghao was so angry from his words that his teeth itched. He wished he could kill him right away. But he still maintained his bearing and said solemnly, in that case, be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, gray-black chi violently erupted around Feng Zhenghao. His suit was whipped loudly by the chaotic spiritual wind, and his usually steady and gentle eyes were covered with a layer of gloom. Black mist surged around him. Several spirits he had detained and subdued appeared, each with a different form, all floating beside and behind him. Thinking he would first use 30 to 40% of his strength to test the waters, he raised his arm and pointed forward. The spirits shot toward Muchuan like arrows leaving the bowstring. All kinds of attacks struck Muchuan's body. Black shockwaves spread outward in rings, but they never harmed him in the slightest. Muchuan looked at these black spirits. They were called soul bodies, but in truth, they were chi spirit bodies carrying consciousness. The remaining innate chi wrapped around and maintained the souls, while Feng Zhenghao provided them with acquired chi as the power source to drive them. All cultivation in this world was based on the system of chi, and chi was divided into innate and acquired. Innate one chi, to put it plainly, was a person's source life force. It gave vitality and soul to the physical body and drove all life functions throughout the body. It would naturally dissipate over time. Once it was exhausted, person would die. Could also be simply understood as lifespan. The so-called oil running dry and the lamp going out meant that the innate one chi had been exhausted, leaving no way to reverse the situation. Acquired chi was the chi obtained through various means by those who could sense the existence of chi. This kind of chi could not replenish innate chi. It was used for consumption instead, equivalent to a mana bar. Muchuan looked at these spirits and thought that lifespan, or in other words innate one chi, really was amazing. Not only could it strengthen one's power, but once it reached a certain level, it could even create a physical body out of thin air. He had originally been unable to understand why the ability of Soul Dominator could use lifespan to create people out of thin air, but this innate one chi gave him a very good answer. When a person was born, the innate one chi spread out, shaping the limbs and bones, transforming into flesh, blood, organs, and viscera. He reached out toward one of the spirits and grabbed it, pinching it in his hand. Chairman Feng, this spirit of yours is honestly a little weak. Or is it that Chairman Feng only has this level? Your strength as a mutant is completely inferior to your ability to make money. If it really doesn't work, you should focus on one thing. Don't waste time. Put aside mutant affairs and go earn money properly. Maybe you can even go further than 300 billion and reach 500 billion or 600 billion. It's not impossible. Being mocked like this by a young junior, Feng Zhenghao's face turned dark with anger. He waved his hand and recalled the spirits, merging with the strongest one. Then he circulated all his chi, and the surroundings suddenly turned black as a massive black chi erupted. In an instant, he stepped forward and punched Muchuan in the abdomen with all his strength. Bang! Feng Zhenghao widened his eyes in disbelief. No effect? Didn't he break his defense? How is that possible? Could it be that I've really declined now that I'm middle-aged? Muchuan stared at him with innocent wide eyes. No wait, did we come at a bad time? You haven't eaten all day? How about you go eat something first? Don't worry, I can wait. That's not a problem. After a brief shock, Feng Zhenghao quickly regained his calm. In less than a minute, in just a few dozen seconds, he had recognized reality. He couldn't beat the young man in front of him. Then, how should one treat an independent stronger than the 10 elders? There was no need to think about it. This was a dead program carved into his bones. Befriend him, build goodwill, win him over. At the very least, do not provoke him. The bottom line was that they could not become enemies. He put on a smile again. Ha 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 ha, heroes truly come from the young. Us old fellows really can't keep up anymore. We've been slapped dead on the beach by the next wave. Ha 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 ha. Your name is Muchuan, right? Master Mu, come. Come. Let us sit down and talk. The two of them sat face to face on the sofa, and Feng Zhenghao personally brewed tea. Master Mu is a young man, so I imagine you don't like beating around the bush. I'll speak plainly then. Would Master Mu be willing to form an alliance with my Tianxia Association? Or if you have any special demands, feel free to say them. We can discuss everything. Muchuan picked up the tea and took a sip. It's not impossible, but my demand might be a little excessive. Are you sure you want to hear it? If you don't want to hear it, I don't have to say it. Let us just call it making a friend. You fund me with some cash so I can finish mooching around, and I'll climb out the window and leave without disturbing your peace. Feng Zhenghao set down his teacup. Go ahead. Feng here is fairly well known in the circle for keeping his composure. I can handle a few words. Muchuan grinned. Then I one tea hold back. First, I'm short on money. It's not like I can't get any, just that I came to you first. If you can't do it, I naturally have other ways to get a massive amount of money. It'll just be a little troublesome. As for how much I need, just enough to support a few girls. Forget it, I haven't counted. You should have one of those cards that can be swiped however you want, right? Give me one, and get me a few supplementary cards too. The corner of Feng Zhenghao's mouth twitched slightly. Damn it, raising women? Can't Feng Baobao even keep one man under control? What kind of freak is this? Still, he smiled and said, that's a small matter. Spend as much as you like. Feng here can even give you shares in Tianxia Group and guarantee you'll never be able to spend it all in this lifetime. Muchuan nodded, then said with a smiling expression, I have one more condition. I want to ask you something. Interested in a marriage alliance? I think Feng Xian is pretty good. Feng Zhenghao froze for a moment, then looked at Feng Baobao. Muchuan waved a hand. Don't look over there. Baobao doesn't mind. Feng Zhenghao picked up his teacup and took a sip to steady himself. Then he began weighing the pros and cons. After thinking for a moment, he picked up his phone and made a call. Hello, Xian. Come upstairs for a moment. Muchuan looked at him in surprise. Wasn't I basically asking him to sell his daughter? Yes, this decisive? Chairman Feng, trading your daughter's interests away like this. Can you really bear it? Feng Zhenghao said flatly, I wouldn't call it trading interests. If you put yourself in my shoes and think about it, a daughter is going to get married sooner or later. Rather than letting her bring home some blonde punk from outside who's after my family fortune, I'd rather personally choose a good man for her. Someone capable and competent. As he spoke, he took another sip of tea and continued, doing this may make her uncomfortable for now. She may feel upset and resent me as her father for taking away her freedom to choose love. But tell me, what judgment does a young girl really have? She picks some blonde punk just because it feels good, and then what? After the thrill is over, what then? Forget wealthy and powerful families, even among people with a little ability who would still want damaged goods. Even if someone accepted her for the sake of benefits at the time, what about afterward? Spend every day being looked down on. Is this freedom? Is this what they call choice? Choosing true love? To put it bluntly, isn't it just wanting to find someone pleasing to the eye for that one moment of pleasure? If you really cut off her spending and make her live with some useless man for a while, what love would still be left? Love means choosing hardship for no reason. Love means being a beast of burden. Love means becoming some loser-s tool for venting desire. How other people's children choose is none of my business. If an entire family is willing to throw away a lifetime just for that one moment of pleasure, that's because the girl and her family are useless. But not my family's children. Muchuan actually understood his thinking. If I put myself in his place, if I were a billionaire and my daughter went out and brought back some blonde punk and said, "This is true love, we've already had our fun," I'd probably slap her across the face on the spot, then kick her out of the house. What daughter? A lunatic like that wouldn't deserve to be my daughter. If she wants to die, she can go die on her own. What does it matter if your kids don't listen? None of my property would go to you. I'd just go have another one. Like I'm really missing one kid like you? I'd make a will afterward, whoever listens gets it. If none of them listen, I'll donate all the money. The richer the family, the less they fear children being disobedient, because you don't have the qualification, unless you want to go be a beast of burden. What? Does he think this is some TV drama? Like the sky will fall without this one child? In reality, to rich people, children don't mean shit. He took a sip of tea and asked, "Chairman Feng thinks I'm not a pit of fire? I already have Feng Bao Bao, and who knows how many more I might provoke in the future." Feng Zhenghao smiled. It's different. First, in terms of qualifications, how precious is a young man stronger than the 10 elders? Where would I ever find conditions like yours? Second, I think you're someone who values feelings. You wouldn't ignore Cheyenne just because you have other women. I can tell that from the fact that you brought Feng Bao Bao with you. To put it bluntly, with Feng Bao Bao being, well, like that, and you still keep her by your side, that's enough to show your character is good. At the very least, with your ability, you would never lack women, much less beautiful women. In that kind of situation, you still haven't abandoned Feng Bao Bao. I trust my judgment. Lying on Yun Chu, Feng Bao Bao scratched her butt and raised a hand. Muchuan, is he insulting me? The corner of Muchuan's mouth twitched. No. What he means is, you're very obedient. That's what he means. While they were talking, Feng Cheyenne came in. She was dressed boldly and fashionably. A pink strapless chest wrap hugged her upper body, exposing the clean lines of her waist and abdomen. Over it was a fitted black satin blazer, worn open without buttons, simple yet elegant. Below, she wore tight black cargo pants with a clean, sharp cut. The low-waisted design fit close to her legs, and the V-line of her lower abdomen extending downward was especially eye-catching. "Father, you were looking for me? Are you receiving guests? Then maybe I should come back later." Feng Zhenghao raised a hand to introduce them. "Fine, Cheyenne. Come. Let me introduce you. This is Master Mu. His strength surpasses mine, which is to say, he has power above that of an ordinary 10 elder." Feng Cheyenne was stunned. Strength on the level of the 10 elders? This handsome guy? Am I crazy? Or is father crazy? Oh, and over there is Feng Bao Bao. You should know each other. Feng Cheyenne turned to look. Oh, it really was her. Heh, Bauer, it's really been a long time. What are you lying on? A cloud? A magic artifact? What material is it made of? Yun Chu revealed a pair of bright, watery eyes and said, "My name is Yun Chu, a Master S mount, not a magic artifact." That one sentence shocked both Feng Cheyenne and Feng Zhenghao. Holy shit, a cloud just talked. And it even has eyes and a mouth. Feng Cheyenne stared at Yun Chu. "You can talk? Are you some kind of immortal spirit?" Muchuan explained, "Don't get excited. This is a homie, a soul partner I created. She's a cloud." Just like she introduced herself, her name is Yun Chu. Feng Zhenghao took one look and realized this was a multi-talented expert. He knows quite a lot. "Master Mu, what do you mean by soul partner? A companion nurtured by splitting off your own soul? Like object control, something raised from childhood?" Muchuan thought for a moment and said, If that's how you want to put it, that works. I do need to infuse soul power into a certain object. The more I infuse, the stronger it becomes after taking form." As he said that, he thought to himself, but my soul power is infinite. Feng Zhenghao was also amazed. There were truly too many extraordinary people in the world. As long as you lived long enough, you could witness all kinds of special abilities. Then he returned to the main topic. Cheyenne. As your father, I have promised you in marriage to Master Mu. Feng Cheyenne hurriedly spoke up. "Father, Feng Zhenghao quickly cut her off and continued. "Cheyenne, you've always been the most obedient. This time you won't go against your father either, right? After all, every decision I've made for you has never harmed you, and I've never been wrong, have I? Trust your father's judgment. This time, too, I won't be wrong. As a family bound by blood, your father hopes you'll keep becoming better and better, instead of living like an ordinary woman, having children, raising kids, worrying about firewood, rice, oil and salt, and spending your life in mediocrity." Feng Cheyenne lowered her head. She understood. Her father really was right. As a successful man, her father's experience was undoubtedly the best choice for her. If she had been allowed to follow her heart blindly, she might already be nothing more than the most ordinary of ordinary people, or she might even be lying in some thug's arms right now, indulging herself. She let out a sigh. I understand, father. I'll cooperate. Muchuan simply sat there to the side, drinking tea and watching Chairman Feng brainwash his precious daughter. What the old man said wasn't wrong. If she followed him in the future, she would definitely become one of the people standing at the very top of this world. His own girl naturally couldn't be bullied. That was a given. After watching them finish talking, he finally said, Feng Xian, since you're such an obedient good girl, I'll give you a gift. As soon as he finished speaking, he instantly moved in front of her and pressed one hand against her lower abdomen. In an instant, a vast amount of innate qi poured into her dantian. Feng Xian could feel her body being continuously strengthened. This was the natural effect brought by a stronger origin, a normal chain reaction. At the same time, her innate spatial transferability was also being strengthened. Its range grew larger, and its applications became more varied. The whole process didn't last long. Muchuan didn't pass on too much either. After all, he hadn't eaten yet, so why give her that much? If she wanted to become stronger, they could talk about it after she truly became one of his own. But this scene alone had already shocked Feng Zhenghao. He shot to his feet and stared at Muchuan. Master Mu, was that innate qi just now? You were transferring innate qi into Xian? What kind of secret technique is this? How dare you do something like that? Aren't you afraid of the loss? That's lifespan. People can die from that. Feng Zhenghao wasn't wrong either. For a person, innate qi was a fixed resource. If you were capable enough to use some secret technique to transfer your own to someone else, then your own origin would have to be depleted. To put it bluntly, innate qi was the same as lifespan. Giving that thing away to someone else was basically seeking death yourself. Everyone else was always trying every possible way to use acquired qi to protect their innate qi, slowing its dissipation to extend their life. But him? He was out here casually giving it away to other people. Did he think he wasn't dying fast enough already? Feng Zhenghao felt like he had finally found such a powerful ally with great difficulty. So the last thing he wanted was for him to turn himself into some short-lived ghost out of boredom. Muchuan knew what he meant. He smiled without caring and said, Heh, Chairman Feng, don't worry. I'm not lacking in innate qi. That stuff isn't some scarce resource to me. Feng Zhenghao felt like his brain was shrinking from hearing that. He thought, what the hell does not lacking in innate qi even mean? Do you think you're thinking of something? He narrowed his eyes and said seriously, not lacking in innate qi? You mean you're an immortal? Or a long-lived being? Muchuan lifted his chin proudly. Why can't I be a god? You should know this. Just because someone is immortal or long-lived doesn't mean they don't lack innate qi. If someone uses special means to freeze their innate qi in place so it neither leaks out nor dissipates, they can still achieve immortality. Feng Zhenghao grew even more excited. Master Mu, are you one of those who ascended? Is ascension through feathering actually real? Muchuan shook his head. No. Ascension through feathering is fake. Cultivating into an immortal, though, that's possible. If you've already feathered away, what are you ascending for? Your corpse would be growing hair by then, buddy. That's a hairy zombie. Are you trying to become some zombie immortal? Feng Zhenghao steadied his emotions. Oh, that makes sense. Then is cultivating into an immortal very difficult? Muchuan nodded. For you people, yes, it's very difficult. Actually, it's completely impossible. There's no path to immortality in this world at all. But that depends on how you define beings like immortals or gods. If you only mean reaching a level of power ordinary people could never touch, like destructive force strong enough to ruin heaven and earth, then it's not impossible. But if you mean something like going to the heavenly court and taking a place among the immortals, then no, that won't work. I can tell you very clearly, there is no immortal realm here, no heavenly court. You can't become a celestial official. Feng Xian also came back to her senses at that point. I say, doesn't it feel pretty good? If you're gonna talk, then talk. Can you take your hand off my stomach first? Feng Zhenghao was unhappy again. Xian, this is your future husband. How can you speak like that? Muchuan smiled and withdrew his hand. It's fine, Chairman Feng. I like women with personality. Then he sat back down on the sofa, took a sip of tea, and continued, in my understanding, as long as one's power exceeds the endurance limit of an ordinary planet, that person can call themselves an immortal or a god. At that level, the body has usually already evolved, and the life form itself has already leaped to a new level. Objectively speaking, that no longer counts as a standard human. For example, me right now, my life level is fundamentally not something an ordinary human should possess. If I don't call myself a god, then what should I call myself? A powerful person? Suddenly, Feng Baobao waved her hand and cut in, Muchuan. There's someone on the phone saying they want to meet you. I don't know who this is. Muchuan thought about it and roughly guessed who it was. Other than Gao Erzwang from the Gao family, it probably couldn't be anyone else. That girl's body had been destroyed until only half of it remained, and she stayed alive through a life support chamber. But her ability was extremely powerful. She could manipulate electromagnetic waves and could be called a god within the network. Most likely, while she was monitoring Feng Zhenghao's or Feng Xian's phone through the internet, she had heard their conversation. He didn't move, only said calmly, Erzwang, I know what you want. I can help you restore your body. But you need to offer an equal return. Think carefully about what you can give me, then discuss it with your father before coming to find me. A mechanical female voice came from Feng Baobao's phone in reply. Okay. There was none of her usual cheerful tone this time. She sounded very calm, but the calmer she was, the more seriously she was taking this. Feng Baobao fiddled with her phone back and forth and muttered, what's going on? Why is my phone talking by itself? Then she looked up again and said, Oh right, Muchuan, Susan and Susi told me to go back. How about we head back for a bit? Perfect timing too. I can tell Go Weizi that I know who my dad is now. Muchuan thought about it and decided to let her go back and tell Suxiang. The old man had helped her for her whole life, and he was almost at the end now. Seeing him off would be good too. Okay, let us go now. After we're done, we can go take a look around. Feng Zhenghao didn't say anything. He personally escorted them downstairs and, along the way, had the people in the group recognize Muchuan too, telling them this man was one of the future shareholders, and also their future son-in-law. As he watched the two leave, Muchuan didn't let Feng Xian follow them. It had nothing to do with her, so there was no point in her coming. After things were done, he could come back and eat her then. The two of them sat on a cloud and drifted toward the Naruto headquarters in the North China region. The whole way, stunned passersby filled the streets, all pulling out their phones to take pictures and record videos. The internet exploded even more. Holy shit, someone's traveling on a cloud. What the hell is that? A somersault cloud? Mommy, I saw an immortal. Feng Baobao turned her head and asked. Susan and Susi said that people like us should avoid ordinary people when using our abilities. Aren't you exposing everything by doing this? Won't it cause trouble? Muchuan lay there watching the sky and spoke faintly. What does it matter? I'm a god. Why should I hide from mortals? The strong should wrong themselves and hide away? What kind of bullshit logic is that? A god is a god. One should stand in the heavens, not in a stinking gutter. The land beneath our feet doesn't belong to anyone either. Planet has never had an owner. It's just that different groups carve out territory and rule by their own strength. Whoever is stronger owns the land, so their rules are their rules. What do they have to do with me? If claiming territory by force is enough to make the rules, then sorry, from the moment I descended onto this planet became my territory. The people on it being allowed to keep living here is my mercy. If you don't accept that, then go occupy another planet. Don't stay on mine. Feng Baobao couldn't fully figure it all out, but she understood the basic logic. The land was ownerless. Whoever took it, it belonged to them. The strong could hold it. If the weak couldn't, then the owner changed. Now Muchuan was the strongest. He could conquer the whole planet. So now the planet's owner was Muchuan, which meant she was basically the lady of the planet too. Right, no problem. That was exactly how it worked. She scratched her head and agreed, you're right. This is my home. They can't tell me what to do. Muchuan didn't think much of such a small matter. Instead, he started studying his funny cartoon power. This ability was actually called the power of idealism. Idealism also had a creation ability. To put it simply, it was like, I think there's a gold bar in my pocket, and then he could really pull a gold bar out. But the power of idealism was very hard to train. Muchuan practiced for a long time with little result. At most, he could pull out a few small trinkets from thin air. He still couldn't break through the limit and take out anything with truly magical effects. As for something like, I think I can unleash a power of destruction, that was completely impossible for him right now. Actually, Muchuan hadn't put much effort into developing his funny cartoon power. It always felt a little weird to him. That kind of fighting style was powerful, sure, but it had no style at all. Like say someone slashed a sword aura at you. Instead of tanking it or dodging, you just ripped yourself apart down the middle to let the sword aura pass through, then snapped right back together with a pop. Seriously, how was he supposed to act cool fighting like that? All the style points would be gone. That wasn't acting cool. That was acting like a damn idiot. Even if you won fighting that way, no one would think you looked awesome. They'd just think you were hilarious. Who wanted people to think they were hilarious? He wasn't some clown hired to amuse children. After thinking it over and over, among all the abilities of this cartoon power, only idealistic creation seemed useful. If mastered well, it was basically the power of a creator god. The problem was that it was a pain to train. The mind was much harder to cultivate than the body. A body could slowly grow stronger over time, but the mind didn't work like that. Either it was mediocre, or it suddenly shot straight to the heavens. It was like some kind of shackle. Once it opened, your little universe would explode in an instant, with no transition at all. While Muchuan was figuring out this eye-figurability, over on Susi's side, he was on the phone. Susi, you've really grown bold, huh? You actually let one of your temps walk around the streets with someone else, showing off supernatural powers in broad daylight? What exactly are you trying to do? Reach the heavens? Director Zhao, I just saw the video on my phone too. Bao Bao only got back in touch now after going out yesterday. I still don't know what's going on either. Don't worry, I'll handle it right away. Hurry up. Public opinion and the media are already getting hard to suppress. Don't let them keep this up. This is a serious dereliction of duty on your part. Come to headquarters afterward. Yes. I'll handle it right now. After hanging up, Susi lit a cigarette and said, I'm saying, Susan, where the hell did you dump Bao Bao yesterday? Look at this mess. You think I don't have enough on my plate, so you had to crank up the difficulty for me, is that it? Susan said helplessly, I never even saw Bao Bao come down the mountain. She just sent one message saying she had something to do, then disappeared. What else could I do but come back by myself? Exhaling smoke, Susi said, so I'm the one getting chewed out, not you, right? Next time I'll have you answer the calls from upstairs. Let us see if you still dare leave Bao Bao on the road then. Susan looked out the window. You should think about who the person with Bao Bao is first. How to handle this is still a problem. With a cigarette hanging from his mouth, Susi said in a rough, thug-like tone. Think my ass. When I see him, I'll beat that stupid bastard to death. I don't care who the hell he is. Susan. Whenever Susi said things like that, Susan always got a bad feeling. He just felt like something was going to happen. Click. The door opened, and Feng Baobao walked into the office with Muchuan and the shrunken Yun Chu. Feng Baobao said to Susan, let us go. We're going to go easy. Before she could finish, Susi spat out the cigarette but got to his feet, grabbed the ashtray off the desk, strode over, and smashed it down at Muchuan's head. Damn little bastard. You lured Bao Bao away for a whole night and got me scolded for it too. I'll fucking kill you, you filthy mutt. Feng Bao Bao hurriedly shouted. Susi. Don't. Muchuan watched the ashtray coming at him. It even had chi attached to it. Could be said that Susi really meant to kill him, not just scare him with words. If it had been someone weaker, someone who couldn't take the hit, they really might have been smashed to death, and then buried to cover it up. In that case, there was no need to show any courtesy. He spoke flatly. Kneel. With a bang, Susi was forced straight to his knees in front of Muchuan. The crushing pressure was so strong it drove his leg bones right out. Ah! He let out a miserable scream. Muchuan grabbed him by the head with a smiling face. You're pretty wild, huh? Let me help you wake up. Then he smashed his head straight into the wall. Bang! Cracks instantly spread across the wall. After that, Muchuan didn't even care whether he lived or died. He looked at Susan. What? Want to give it a try too? Brothers should share hardship together, right? What do you think? Cold sweat poured down Susan's back. Here it comes. Sure enough, something had gone wrong. His instincts really were accurate. And no need. I'll apologize on his behalf. I'm sorry. Our attitude was the problem. Please be merciful and spare him. Let me take him for treatment. If this keeps going, he'll die. Muchuan nodded in satisfaction. You're the refined one. You know how to talk. Fine, go get him treated. Feng Baobao sighed. Ai. You didn't listen to the elders and now look. The loss is right in front of you. Muchuan, let us go. Since we're heading to the hospital anyway, we can stop by Guazi's place on the way. The corner of Susan's mouth twitched. With an expression like he had a splitting headache, he arranged for people to move Susi outside, then called an ambulance to take him to the hospital. The moment they stepped out the main entrance, a group of men in suits came up and surrounded them. Then a young man walked out from the back and came in front of Muchuan and the others. In an arrogant, overbearing tone he said, yeah, it's this guy. He pointed at Muchuan proudly. You. I just watched the video. That cloud-like thing is a magic artifact, right? Hand it over. Muchuan raised a brow at the fool pointing at him. It was obvious. Arrogant, overbearing, and acting like this on this turf without fearing Naruto at all. There were only the Wang family, the Lu family, and Tianxiaoyi. The Lu family had strict discipline. They wouldn't produce a junior like this. Tianxiaoyi wasn't stupid enough to send someone out without a brain. So that left only the Wang family. And this brain-dead idiot was obviously Wang Bing. Muchuan pointed at himself with a sinister smile. Oh, are you talking to me? Wang Bing said disdainfully. If not you, then who? Quit your fucking nonsense and hand it over already. There's nothing the Wang family wants that we can't get. Don't make trouble for yourself. Muchuan turned to Susan with a smile. Old Su Third, what do you think? It wouldn't be too much if I wiped out his whole family, right? Cold sweat still hadn't stopped on Susan's face. What the hell was this day? Should he have checked the almanac before going out? If he'd known he'd run into this kind of disaster, he never would left the house. He said weakly, well, how about we? Before he could finish, Wang Bing cut in with contempt. Heh. Stupid bastard. What did you just say? Wipe out my Wang family. My whole family? Ha 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 ha. Moron. Are you here to be funny or what? It's not that I'm looking down on you, but just you? Are you even worthy? Muchuan said to Susan, tell Fatty Zhao this. I'm wiping out the Wang family. If anyone is not convinced, let the whole world of exorcists come at me. I'm going to wipe out the Wang family openly and without hiding anything. I want everyone to know that superpowered people exist. If they don't like it, they can try using heavy weapons. Then I'll show you what real power looks like. Then he turned his head and said, congratulations. You've just unlocked family annihilation. Chaos. Twist. The moment the words fell, Wang Bing and every black-suited man who had come with him all began twisting wildly into bizarre postures. Their limbs, torsos, necks, and heads all twisted into horrifying angles. Ah! The screams blended together into one, enough to make anyone's scalp go numb. A little over 2 minutes later, the whole group had been twisted into a mangled heap and died in misery. This was a move born from repulsive force and attractive force tangling together. He hadn't even used much power. It was just perfect for prolonged torture, making sure the target wouldn't die right away. The extremely chaotic twisting brought extremely painful punishment. Ugh! Susan turned his head and threw up. No wonder Susan lost his composure. That scene was really not something a normal person could take. Standing beside him, Feng Baobao said calmly, this really does look a little painful. After killing off that group, Muchuan said, Baobao, go find Suxiang yourself. He's about to go. Go say goodbye and see him off one last time. I'm gonna make a trip to the Wang family. When I'm done, I'll come back for you. Wan will stay with you. If anyone wants to harm you, Wan will kill them. Feng Baobao nodded to show she understood. Yunchu drifted onto Feng Baobao's shoulder. Don't worry, master. Yunchu will definitely protect mistress. Muchuan nodded, then floated up into the air by himself and flew toward the Wang family in full view of everyone. The ordinary people on the street gasped again in amazement. They had seen superpowers a few too many times today. Could it be that spiritual energy was about to revive across the world? After Susan finally came back to his senses, he quickly called people over to clean up the pile on the ground, then hurried to call Zhao Fengshu and report the situation. This was no longer something he could control. That man was not a normal extraordinary at all. Those black-clothed bodyguards of the Wang family were not for show. Yet in that man's hands, they did not even get a chance to fight back. They were like ants. He could crush large numbers of experts with a casual move. What level was that supposed to be? At the same time, the people from Chuanqing also got the news. One of their people had been nearby just now and happened to record a video of Muchuan killing Wang Bing and his group. As soon as it was sent back, the whole place exploded. In an instant, they all started wondering if they were just weak trash. This guy was the real boss. He used his abilities out on the street without the slightest concern for the company's people. He killed the Wang family's people whenever he felt like it, and did it right in front of the person in charge of the North China region. Wasn't he the real Chuanqing? Were they the fake ones? When Zhao Fengshu received the report, he was on the verge of exploding too. Wiping out a large number of extraordinaries in an instant, a master like this, something huge was about to happen. Sure enough, he had just hung up when an encrypted call came in. The higher-ups gave him a savage round of criticism. In the end, the order from above was, if you extraordinaries can't handle it yourselves, then send in the troops with heavy weapons. As soon as the call ended, Zhao Fengshu urgently summoned the upper management. He had the satellite lock onto Muchuan and project the live image onto the main screen at headquarters. Then the group began analyzing his level, trying to decide whether to keep sending extraordinaries to surround and kill him or use troops with heavy weapons to suppress him. Meanwhile, Muchuan swaggered over to the Wang family's territory on the outskirts of the city. There was no conversation, no cursing back and forth. He simply looked down below, a faint glow shining in his eyes. A few planetary devastations. Chibaku Tensei. In an instant, the ground for several kilometers around the Wang family began to quake violently. Huge sections of the surface were ripped upward into the sky and compressed into a single mass. The Wang family members were almost all dragged into the sphere within moments and crushed into pulp. Then he looked toward the sky and flashed a smile at the satellite before aiming at an American satellite. Hey, you're watching too? What the hell are you watching? With a wave of his hand, the giant stone sphere that had compressed the entire Wang family shot into the sky at terrifying speed. While the people watching were still baffled, it slammed into and destroyed one of America's orbital satellites with a bang. The sight made Zhao Fengshu and the others in front of the screen shrink their pupils sharply. Was that really an extraordinary's method? Was that kind of destructive power something an extraordinary should have? Floating on the ground and destroying a satellite in outer space with a wave of his hand? Wasn't this a humanoid self-propelled orbital cannon? Before they could even finish being shocked, Muchuan raised his hand toward the sky again, this time aiming at Japan's orbital satellites. It's you bastards who are enjoying this the most. Everyone else is only watching with one satellite. Are you sick in the head? All of them are pointed at me. As soon as he finished speaking, More than 20 bolts of lightning shot out from his hand, instantly blasting all of Japan's 20-plus space satellites into scraps. At that point, it was no longer as simple as Zhao Fengshu and the upper management being frightened. They were terrified. Terrified in the way that made them feel they could die even while sitting thousands of miles away. With a raise of his hand, he sent the power of lightning through the heavens into outer space and simultaneously destroyed all 20-plus satellites of an entire country. If he could send attacks into space and strike his targets with that level of precision, then who could he not kill from 10,000 miles away while standing where he was? Calling that kind of method divine would not be an exaggeration. Even if he was not a god, once people found out, he would still become an existence worshipped as one. And the higher-ups still wanted to send troops with heavy weapons to suppress him? What a joke. He clearly was not afraid at all. If they really pissed him off, all he had to do was raise a hand and plow through the entire capital. No one would survive. Zhao Fengshu took a deep breath and looked up at everyone. I think we should send the video to the higher-ups and let them decide what to do. Zhao Fengshu, can't handle an existence like this. If anyone here thinks he's tough enough, go ahead and give it a try. Everyone broke into cold sweat. Hey, Director Zhao, you're joking. We still have that much self-awareness. Please don't make fun of us. Right, Director Zhao, just go with your own judgment. We have no objections. Exactly. We're just an organization for mediating extraordinaries. We don't get to decide something this big. I think the higher-ups still don't trust people like us. Want to guess? Do you think they'll have Renfei take over this matter? Holy shit, brother. Shut your mouth. You trying to die? Damn man, you're seriously bold. The Dark Fort won't be enough for you. You'll definitely have a place in the Dark Prison someday. Stop trying to scare me. Is there anything else? If not, hurry back and get to work. Now that extraordinaries have been exposed in front of ordinary people, there's a lot to deal with. Zhao Fengshu nodded. Meeting adjourned. We're probably going to be very busy from here on out. After that, Zhao Fengshu sent the full video of the whole process to the higher-ups and left a message. Leaders, take a look at this power. I really can't do it. I can't handle an immortal like this. My suggestion is either send someone who actually can deal with it, or use nuclear weapons directly. If you're going to act, then go straight for the final weapon. Do not test him with some low-yield weapon. You only get one chance and you only have one life. Try once, and it's gone. On the other side, after the leaders above watched the video and Zhao Fengshu's message, they were scared half to death. Was that even a person? How were they supposed to handle this? They urgently summoned a group of top leaders to discuss countermeasures. And the conclusion they reached was that he could not be confronted head-on. They had to make contact first and see whether he had any weaknesses, like whether he feared poison or close combat, and do their best to find a weakness and kill him in one strike. As for recruiting him or working together, don't make your father laugh. Not even kindergarten kids would have thoughts like that. Either you acknowledge me as your master, or you willingly become a dog. If power that can't become a dog is left alive, then who's the naive one here, you or me? Even if you were a god, I would still think of every possible way to kill you and then seize your power into my own hands. After dealing with the Wang family, Muchuan returned to Tianxiahui, planning to eat Feng Xian. As for Feng Baobao's side, she would probably need a few days to handle Su Xiang's funeral, so there was no need to disturb her for now. The moment he walked in, he saw Feng Zhenghao waiting in the main hall to welcome him. People from the group had already followed the whole process and recorded it. Although they did not know what those last few attacks at the sky meant, the method he used to wipe out the Wang family with a raise of his hand was already shocking enough. Ha 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 ha, Master Mu, what a move.
Come.
Let's go upstairs and talk. Muchuan smiled. Chairman Feng, you're too kind. Oh right, have Nana give me a massage to help me relax. I heard her technique is very good. Feng Zhenghao said generously, of course, no problem. If you want to relax in the future, you can call her any time. As he spoke, he instructed Feng Xian to call Nana over to wait in the massage room. The moment they entered the office, Feng Zhenghao gave him a solemn bow. Master Mu, thank you for destroying the Wang family. You are the benefactor of my Feng family. Muchuan knew what he meant. Back then, the Wang family had captured Feng Tianyang and tortured the spirit binding and troop dispatching technique out of him. They had even forced him to swear that he would never pass the complete version of it down to his descendants. The two families were mortal enemies. By wiping out the Wang family, he had also avenged the humiliation Feng Tianyang had suffered. He waved a hand and used energy to lift him up. I know about the grudge between your two families. You don't need to thank me, and I didn't do it to avenge your Feng family either. The Wang family just happened to provoke me. I'm the kind of person who likes to cut the weeds and dig up the roots. I don't leave trouble behind, so of course I wasn't going to kill just one of them. Sending the whole family to heaven is my bottom line. Besides, with the relationship I have with Xian, doing this would be too distant. After being helped up, Feng Zhenghao laughed. Ha ha ha, alright then we won't talk about that. You must be tired after running around all day, so go get a massage and rest. If you need anything, you can ask Xian, or anyone from the group. They're your subordinates too. Muchuan nodded, exchanged a few pleasantries, and went off to enjoy Nana's massage. He stayed at the Tianxia Association for several days. That day, the moment he opened the door, he saw Zhang Chulan there. So Feng Zhenghao was still thinking that one more person he could win over was one more person gained. Muchuan raised a brow and walked over with interest. Well, Zhang Virgin, we meet again. What fate? Zhang Chulan's face darkened. Gritting his teeth, he said, please pronounce my name clearly. It's Chulan, not Virgin. Muchuan smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Hey, don't sweat the small stuff. So? Has Chuanxing come looking for you yet? Has Narutong come looking for you yet? Has Tianxia Manor come looking for you yet? Are you going to the Luotian Grand Jiao or not? Zhang Chulan took a deep breath and kept adjusting himself inside. Can't beat him. Can't beat him. Absolutely can't provoke him. Hold it in. Absolutely hold it in. Ha ha ha. They have come looking for me. What you said was spot on. From now on, I really won't have any peaceful days left. I've already agreed to take part in the Luotian Grand Jiao. Even if it's for nothing else. I still have to go if I want to find out what happened with my grandpa. Muchuan patted his shoulder again. Fine, do what you think is best. But if you ask me, once you go to Tianxia Manor and acknowledge your roots, you shouldn't come back out. Just become a Taoist priest there and protect your virgin body. That way, you might actually live a quieter life. Most people wouldn't dare cause trouble at the Jingyi Tianxia Manor. Think it over. Zhang Chulan's expression turned ugly. Thanks, but I don't want to become a monk. Muchuan smiled. Looking at you, Bao Bao probably already gave you the Qi Taiyuan Liu, right? Practice it well yourself. There'll be plenty of people wanting your life from now on. That virgin body of yours, even if you don't become a Taoist priest, you probably still won't be able to lose it in this lifetime. Zhang Chulan's face went completely black. Thanks for the advice. The Zhang family line won't end with me. Muchuan nodded. It won't end. Your dad, Zhang Yuda, might have found some other woman. Maybe his kid can already buy soy sauce by now. So even if you stay a virgin your whole life, it's fine. In the end, your dad still carried the whole family line. Sai, being a father isn't easy. Zhang Chulan's expression looked so awful it was practically twisting. Muchuan kept going. Hey Virgin, I'm pretty curious. Does your dad know the Divine Ghost 7 kill order? With a dark face, Zhang Chulan turned and left. This damned place was impossible to stay in. If he couldn't hold back and made a move later, he'd just get beaten up again. Muchuan smacked his lips, looking like he hadn't had enough. This guy has no manners at all. He just walked off in the middle of a conversation. Serves him right for staying a virgin his whole life. More than 20 days passed. Muchuan lived in style at the Tianxia Association, getting massages every day and eating good food. Feng Xian stayed by his side, and after Feng Baobao finished dealing with Su Xiang's matter, he brought her over too. When he got bored, he would tease Feng family's fifth little girl, Feng Yaya. The little girl was pretty cute, and Muchuan liked her very much. She liked following him around too. Counting the time, the Luotian Grand Jiao had arrived. Feng Zhenghao was going too, so the others simply went along with him. Muchuan was just idle anyway. He could go anywhere. He had nothing to do no matter where he was. He was just killing time and it made no difference where. Longhu Mountain, Tianxia Manor. When Feng Zhenghao brought his whole family to Tianxia Manor, the one who drew the most attention was Muchuan, the idle lord who was tagging along and wandering around. The same lord who had wiped out the entire Wang family with a single move and walked away completely untouched. It wasn't that the higher-ups had let the matter go. It was that for these 20-some days they had been discussing how to handle it. After all, no one dared act rashly. If they didn't move, everyone could remain fine. But once they did move, there had to be an outcome. Then, after they finished discussing it, the next problem was who to send. Who could be trusted? That bunch under Zhao Fengshu definitely couldn't be trusted. Who would truly trust a bunch of outsiders? After thinking it through, someone who could deal with inhumans. Who was one of their own, with a proper and reliable background. There was only Renfei. So after Muchuan arrived at Tianxia Manor, Renfei also came there with her assignment. The several members of the 10 elders greeted one another, then all looked toward Muchuan. Lu Jin had the loosest mouth, and he immediately called out, Yo-ho, isn't this the legendary figure of the inhuman world lately? Wiped out the Wang family in one move, and now the 10 elders have become the 9 elders. Ahahaha. Hey Lu Ci, weren't you pretty close with Wang Ai? So what now? Why don't you go give it a try? Lu Ci glared at Lu Jin with one eye open. Lu Jin, no one will think you're mute if you stop talking. Muchuan smiled as he looked at Lu Jin. Only after making the old man uncomfortable did he speak. Lu Jin, did your precious great-granddaughter come or not? Lu Jin immediately tensed up. Brat, what are you trying to do? I'm telling you, don't even think about it. Ling Long is the apple of my eye. Don't even think about setting your sights on her.
Muchuan shrugged.
Look at you, why so worked up? It's not like I'm going to eat her. I was just asking casually. Then he looked at the old heavenly master Zhang Jiwei. Speaking of which, old heavenly master, do you want to exchange a few moves with me? I heard the Heavenly Master's 5 Thunder Righteous method is very powerful. I'm not all that capable, but I'd like to use Purple Heaven Divine Thunder to learn from it. Zhang Jiwei's eyes widened. Young man, what thunder did you say? Muchuan said flatly, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. You don't know it? As he spoke, he condensed a mass of purple lightning in his hand. It looked tiny, but the pressure it released made cold sweat pour down the backs of several of the 10 elders. The old Heavenly Master was very direct. He raised a hand and gave a Taoist salute. This old Taoist suddenly remembered that there's a junior brother in the back who has trouble getting around and needs looking after. Farewell. The moment he finished speaking, he turned and left without the slightest hesitation. When Lu Xi turned his head and saw how decisively the old Heavenly Master had left, he hurriedly followed. Everyone, I'll go see whether the old Heavenly Master needs any help. Farewell. When Muchuan and the others saw 2 of them leave, they all turned to look at Lu Jin. Lu Jin gave a dry cough. Ahem. I.
Muchuan smiled.
Old Master Lu, how about you take us to see that junior brother of his who has trouble getting around? Lu Jin's eyes widened. Huh? Then he thought it over. You all tossed me aside without caring about friendship, so why should I care about you? Right, let's go together. I'll lead the way. Wearing a broad smile, Lu Jin led them toward where Tian Jinzhong was in the back. They hadn't gone far and hadn't even entered the road to the back mountain when they ran into Rinfei, who was coming over with her temporary worker, Black Tube. She spoke first in greeting. Old Master Lu, President Feng. After a pause, she continued, Mr. Muchuan, hello. With Feng Zhenghao's sharp mind, he instantly knew something was up. A person in charge of the Central China region had come to the East China region, so there was no way she was here on leave just to watch the matches. Fortunately, the 2 of them weren't familiar, so a nod to acknowledge each other was enough. Lu Jin was also an old fox. At a glance, he could tell Rinfei had come for Muchuan. Most likely, the higher-ups had some purpose. Smiling, he said, President Ren, what fine spirits. You've come all the way to Longhu Mountain to support the old Heavenly Master's event. I wonder when this old man will ever get that kind of treatment.
Rinfei smiled.
If old Master Lu ever holds some grand event, Rinfei will definitely come support it then. As he spoke, he turned to Muchuan beside him and said, but this trip to Longhu Mountain isn't just for the Luo Tianjiao. Rinfei came this time because she also wanted to meet Mr. Muchuan. Judging by the current level of the outsiders, Mr. Muchuan is probably the undisputed #1 in the world. After all, with a casual bolt of lightning, you destroyed more than 20 space satellites from what country? I've never heard of such terrifying power. If you wanted to kill someone, forget this planet. Oh no, even if they ran into outer space, they'd still die. Lu Jin's eyes went wide. What? That lightning in your video, the one you fired into the sky at the end, was aimed at satellites in orbit? That's insane. Damn, if we're comparing like that, Zhang Jiwei should hand that title over to you. What kind of celestial master is he? You're the real one. Muchuan might not be the sharpest, but he wasn't stupid either. After showing his power, if they really meant no offense, Zhao Fengshu should have been the one to send word, sit down over a meal, and talk things through so neither side went too far. But now Rinfei had come to him behind Zhao Fengshu's back. No sign of backing down, no goodwill payment. No attitude. Wasn't it obvious? They wanted to observe him up close and see whether he had any fatal weakness they could exploit. Muchuan spoke flatly. Oh, I'm a god. Isn't it normal for me to be stronger than outsiders? What's there to compare? And if I wanted to kill someone, forget leaving the planet. Even if they hid in another star system, it would still be useless. As long as they haven't escaped this universe, I can still kill them. Stop wasting your time here. With your methods, you can't kill me. Maybe gods have weaknesses, but I don't even know mine. I don't even know how I could die, so you definitely won't figure it out. Come talk to me again when your weapons are strong enough to destroy this universe. He simply decided to tell her exactly what kind of existence he was, so they would stop thinking they still had some chance of killing him. Rinfei was completely lost listening to him. Was this guy insane? What era was this? A god? Mr. Muchuan, this is a new era. There are no gods. Please act normally and believe in science. Any demons and spirits are paper tigers in front of science. Even stronger outsiders are still human. That kind of feudal superstition where someone calls himself a god is unacceptable. You're not. Lacking in education, are you? Do you even know how big the universe is? Muchuan shook his head and let out a mocking laugh. Rinfei, stop blindly worshipping Western civilization. They probably don't even worship their own theories as much as you people do, yet you worship Western science like this. Rinfei opened her mouth to argue. Science isn't. Muchuan cut her off. Don't tell me science doesn't belong to certain people. Theirs is theirs. What you've learned is still learned from them. What's the point of lying to yourself? Sure, these are all naturally existing phenomena. Then why don't you call it Gawu? Why don't you call it Shinji Balian? Why use their names? Why is everything named by the West? Go ahead and change the names then. Dare to? You don't. Because you know it isn't yours. You have no right to change it. He continued, here's a simple truth. Traditional Chinese medicine. If that system were widely used in the West, would they say it wasn't Chinese medicine anymore, that it had become the shared medical art of the whole world? No, because it carries the Huaxia label. No matter what, you can't erase that it's Huaxia technology. If you worship Chinese medicine, then you're worshipping Huaxia medical arts. Science is the same. It's Western technology. Renfei waved her hand. Enough. I don't want to talk about this. Anyway, believing in science is right. Calling yourself a god is a problem in itself.
Muchuan shrugged.
See? We've gone in a circle again. But I am a god, and you insist on forcing me beneath Western civilization. Why? Do I need to prove it or something? If I raise my hand and erase the entire West from this planet, proving that Western science is just that much, what do you think? Would your faith in the West collapse? Renfei had no response. If this guy really had that kind of power, what if he actually wiped out the West? Without the holy land of science, science might stop advancing altogether. Then where would they go to learn and improve? At that moment, Lu Jin chuckled and cut in, so, are you two done yet? Are we going to the back or not? Muchuan glanced at Renfei and shrugged. Hey, let's go. Hey, old Master Lu, did your great-granddaughter come or not? Stay out of Linglong's business. Why so stingy? I said no, so no. Watching the two of them leave, Renfei didn't know whether she should follow. After all, when ideals don't match, there's no point saying much. As a person of the new era, science was faith. That was national policy. But that man clearly didn't believe in science. He insisted on stepping over it and calling himself a god. After thinking about her mission, she followed after them anyway to keep observing. They arrived at Tian Jinzhong's residence in the back. The old celestial master was talking with Tian Jinzhong in the courtyard when he saw Lu Jin bringing several people over. Helpless, he said, Old Lu, the celestial master's manor is huge. You could take them anywhere. Did you really have to bring them here? Lu Jin ignored him. Jinzhong, long time no see. Sitting in his wheelchair, Tian Jinzhong smiled. Hey, old Lu, it has been a while since you came by. Muchuan looked at Zhang Jiwei with a smile and said, Celestial Master, how about I discuss something with you? I'll heal Tian Jinzhong, and you let me study the Golden Light Spell and Five Thunder Righteous Method. How about it? Zhang Jiwei's eyes widened slightly, and he asked seriously, you can really heal him? The kind where he's no different from a normal person. Tian Jinzhong quickly stopped him. Senior brother, absolutely not. Whether he can or can't, it still can't be done. Leaving the Golden Light Spell aside, the complete Five Thunder Righteous Method is the sect's supreme inheritance that only the Celestial Master can receive. How can it be traded away for my sake? This precedent absolutely cannot be set. How could I face Master after I die? Zhang Jiwei said with a chuckle to comfort him, Junior brother, what era do you think this is? The secret arts of each family aren't treasured the same way they used to be. Besides, this young friend isn't someone to be trifled with. That purple cloud divine lightning of his nearly scared your senior brother to death the moment he let it out. I can't beat him. Tian Jinzhong thought for a long while before asking, what lightning? Zhang Jiwei said, purple cloud divine lightning. Tian Jinzhong looked up at his senior brother, then at Muchuan. You're not joking, are you? I remember reading that purple cloud divine lightning is heavenly Dao lightning. And you're telling me someone can control heavenly Dao lightning? Can that thing even be controlled? Just because I have no hands and feet doesn't mean I have no brain. My brain is still right here on my head. Muchuan grinned and pointed at the sky. I'll try something and let you see whether it's really a purple cloud lightning tribulation. Then his expression turned serious. Descend. The moment the word fell, dark clouds filled the sky in an instant. Purple lightning surged and gathered overhead. In the end, the lightning formed into a gigantic eye, covering Longhu Mountain and all the surrounding peaks. A crushing pressure descended violently. Everyone on the ground was suppressed until their bodies went weak, and they dropped to their knees. Muchuan looked up at the eye of heavenly tribulation forming in the sky. Oh? Looks like quite a few people who came to your Luo Tianjiao have committed heavy sins. I assume you all know that the biggest characteristic of heavenly Dao divine lightning is that sin is multiplied. As long as the one facing the tribulation bears heavy sins, the power of the lightning tribulation will increase by multiples. Just look at how much the lightning has grown. I barely did anything. Really. It swelled to that level all on its own. You people are terrifying. Zhang Jiwei looked up at the huge and majestic eye in the sky. My lord, boundless heavenly worthy. This old Taoist is actually seeing a heavenly tribulation. This is practically a miracle. Cough. No, wait. This thing isn't really going to come down, is it? Hey, young friend, stop joking around. If that thing falls, Longhu Mountain and everything around it will probably be wiped off the face of the earth. Hurry and stop. Renfei lay on the ground and struggled to lift her head to look at the sky. The giant eye that filled her with fear from the bottom of her heart was really there. Some things, if you haven't lived through them yourself, you'll never feel that kind of real fear. Sitting there watching a video, no matter how heaven-defying it looked, it still wouldn't feel like much. Only when you were truly there in person could you understand that despair. As long as this man wanted to, he could wipe out countless people in an instant. And from the sound of it, this lightning tribulation could even tell good from evil, and it would double down on the wicked. If she asked herself honestly, if she had this kind of power, could she call herself a god? The answer was of course yes. With a wave of her hand, she could cleanse the world. Why wouldn't she be a god? Muchuan stood there and replied with a smile, "Old celestial master, tell me, if I spread this lightning across the entire planet, would everyone personally understand what a god is? Would it put at least a trace of awe into their hearts?" Zhang Jiwei glanced at Rinfei. This woman, who should have been the person in charge of central China, was someone whose ways he understood perfectly well. He smiled and said, "How would this old Taoist know? Why don't you trouble yourself and cover the whole world to test it? You might even scare a few people to death." Rinfei panicked. "Old celestial master." Zhang Jiwei looked at her with a chuckle. "Just joking. This old Taoist was only making a joke. President Ren, don't get so worked up. It's bad for your liver." Muchuan found it pointless and withdrew his power. He couldn't actually blast Longhu Mountain apart, could he? It was enough to know now that his lightning tribulation could grow stronger based on the number of people and the weight of their sins. He had never tested it before, but now he finally had a clear idea. After everyone got back to their feet, Muchuan picked up the earlier topic. "So, Tian Jinzhong, isn't my lightning fiercer than your celestial master's mansion Five Thunders righteous method? I only want to look at your technique and see if there's anything worth learning from. It's not like I'm going to spread it around. What are you afraid of?" Tian Jinzhong still felt it was inappropriate. But Zhang Jiwei stepped in and made the decision. "All right, junior brother. I agree. It makes no sense to cling to dead things and not save a living person like you. You don't need to say anything else. It's settled." Seeing that Zhang Jiwei had made the call, Muchuan stopped listening to Tian Jinzhong's nonsense and directly threw a rapid healing on him. In less than a second, Tian Jinzhong's hands and feet all grew back, returning to normal. Even Zhang Jiwei was stunned when he saw that. Regrowing severed limbs. What a remarkable method. As expected of someone who called himself a god. He really had some skill. Then, ignoring the excited Tian Jinzhong, he said with a smiling face, "Young friend, come with me. Let's go study the technique. No need to stay here and watch my junior brother grin like an idiot." The next day, the Luotian Grand ritual officially began. Muchuan did not participate. If he joined something like this, the others would probably all forfeit. Feng Baobao also did not participate. The matter in her heart was gone now, so no one could control her anymore. Because of that, she also quit her job as a temporary worker for Naruto. Zhang Chulan was still the predetermined champion. It made no difference whether Feng Baobao helped him or not. At the critical moment, Wang Yi, that warm-hearted good Taoist, still stepped out to serve as hired muscle. Then things followed more or less the same process. The only difference was that this time, whether because of Muchuan's persuasion or because Zhang Chulan figured it out himself, he really did stay at Celestial Master's mansion. After receiving the prize, everyone started heading down the mountain one after another, and the Chuanqing people began causing trouble and attacking the mountain. Muchuan looked around at the people who had mostly already left and thought it had probably started by now, so he might as well go watch the excitement. He told Baobao and the Feng family to stay here with Tian Jinzhong and wait for Gongqing to come after him. A bunch of Chuanqing lackeys weren't anything special, so there was no need to care. As for himself, he went out alone for a stroll. Halfway down the mountain, he ran into the Chuanqing for Zhangquang, who were waiting in ambush for Lu Jin and Zhang Lingyu. With a grin, he said, "Well now, what a coincidence, everyone. Who are you planning to jump? Don't tell me it's me." As he spoke, he felt someone tampering with his mind. "Hey, not bad, you two. Looking down on me. Huh? You dare make a move on me without even saying a word. Du Mei the piercing intestines poison. Gao Ning the thunder smoke cannon. You two have guts." The moment he finished speaking, he teleported behind them and grabbed one with each hand. Double tiger strike. Head-on collision. Bang. The two of them slammed into each other, and Muchuan instantly let go and cancelled the skill. Du Mei and that bald monk Yongjue crashed into each other so hard that their bones and flesh were mashed together. "You two work so well together, so just fuse together, why don't you? Look how well matched you are. I'm a kind person like that. No need to thank me." After dealing with those two, he looked at Summer He the Razor and Shin Chong the Root of Calamity. The two of them jumped in fright. Summer He's voice was soft. "Handsome, I didn't do anything." Shin Chong was sweating coldly too. "That's right, Mr. Muchuan, we didn't do anything. Those two overestimated themselves and dared attack you. They deserved to die. We're innocent." Muchuan looked at Summer He. Pretty, beautiful, sexy, charming, seductive. She really did have something. He had heard that if someone fell into that state because of her, their lust would be magnified, and their senses would be heightened too. They would be drawn to her and feel incredible pleasure at the same time. He really wanted to try it. But damn it, this wasn't exactly a good woman. So what now? Do it or not? Muchuan struggled over it for a long time, then finally thought it over. Do it. A good woman shouldn't be missed. A bad woman shouldn't be wasted. What was wrong with relaxing a little? Shinchong, get out of my sight. Scram now. As for you, Summer, come with me. I'll be blunt. I just want to see what you feel like. If you dare run, I'll break your legs. The moment Shinchong heard he was being told to get lost, he turned and ran at once. As he ran, he shouted, "Thank you for sparing my life, Mr. Muchuan." Summer, he blinked her beautiful eyes, brushed the hair beside her ear back, and looked at Muchuan with complete calm. She thought, there's a deal like this too? With my reputation, I can still sleep with a legendary figure like him? The key was that this man was handsome and strong. It was simply perfect. Handsome Mu, you should know this. Part of my ability radiates passively. Even if I restrain it as much as I can, it's still there. It's not that I'm doing this to people on purpose. As Muchuan walked forward, he said, I know. It's an innate ability. If you didn't have that ability, I wouldn't even bother with you. By the way, have you met Chu Tong, the president of Yaoxing Society? As Summer he followed him, she answered while walking, President Chu Tong of Yaoxing Society? I've met her. She's a celebrity, so it's normal to have seen her. But I don't know her. Why? Muchuan turned to look at her, then looked ahead again and smiled. Nothing. It's just... Don't you think that with the same pink hair Lu Linglong you and Chu Tong standing together would look like a little sister, an older sister, and a mom? Summer, your imagination is pretty interesting. Wait, no. You're not thinking of that weird kind of tone, are you? Muchuan said with a calm face, hey, don't slander me. What weird tone and not weird tone? Your thoughts aren't clean, so don't drag me into it. Summer, he was so annoyed her liver hurt. She clenched her fists and thought, just you wait. We'll see if I don't drain you dry and make you truly understand what once every 7 seconds, 7,000 times in one night means. After walking for a while, they came across a group surrounding Lu Linglong. On the ground lay Ji Jinhua, her 4 limbs pierced through. Lu Linglong was still resisting. This group's plan to use Ji Jinhua to force her into submission was doomed to fail. In the Lu family, there were no spineless cowards. That was their family code. They would rather die fighting than compromise. But this time, Zhang Chulan wasn't here to save anyone. That guy hadn't even come down the mountain at all. Muchuan brought Summer he along and swaggered right over. Busy. Everyone? TSK. A whole group of people bullying 2 girls. Honestly, Tu Junfang, you're the corpse demon. And you're following this bunch of trash to pull something like this? Where's your shame? Or don't you want it anymore? The moment Tu Junfang saw Muchuan, he no longer wanted to stay here. He wasn't one of those brainless idiots. Looking at Xia he trailing obediently behind the other man, he thought, has she already been dealt with? In other words, the bone scraper had no effect on this one. Sure enough, with strength like that, he absolutely wouldn't be weaker than the old heavenly master. And if he wasn't weaker than the old heavenly master, then his cultivation of life couldn't possibly be lacking either. So that basically meant his own methods wouldn't work on this man either. Then what was there left to say? If he didn't leave now, was he waiting to die? Mr. Mu is right. Tu was truly confused for a moment. Those who listen to advice get their fill. Everyone, let's not do this kind of thing again in the future. After saying that, he turned and walked down the mountain, and the female Chuanxing member beside him left with him. Tu Junfang looked calm on the surface, but inside he was scared half to death. Fuck, when I turn around and leave, that lord won't just kill me, right? Luckily, he wasn't attacked the entire way down. When he reached the foot of the mountain, he let out a breath of relief. He'd gotten his life back. Then he took that female member and ran off at full speed. Muchuan really hadn't planned to kill him. The only inheritor of the 3 demons sex 3 corpses technique. What a pity it would be to kill him. He looked at the few people still present, especially that dead fatso. Everyone, Lu Jin and I are on pretty good terms. Linglong and Huar are Lu Jin's people, which means they're my friends. Since you treated my friends like this, shouldn't you give me an explanation? The fat man was clearly unconvinced. And what if I don't? Also, Xia He, what do you mean by this? Following him to deal with our own people? Xia He thought, how does this dead fatso have so little sense? She rolled her eyes. Hey, idiot. Muchuan pointed at the fat man. The lot of you, whoever can kill this dead fatso gets to live. Or you can attack me together with him and take your chances. The few of them exchanged glances, then chose to attack Muchuan together. Obviously, that line about killing the fat man was just to drive a wedge between them. If they gambled, there might still be a way to survive. Who wouldn't see through a trick like that? Seeing them all charge at him together, Muchuan shook his head. TSK, what a bunch of brainless idiots. I really would let off the lucky one who killed the fat man. Have you watched too many scheming dramas or something? If I want to kill you, do I need to sow discord first? Don't fucking make me laugh. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised a hand and snapped his fingers. The people rushing toward him instantly felt themselves being dragged upward by a terrifying force of gravity. No matter how they struggled with their chi, they couldn't break free. Under their horrified gazes, they were pulled together and still kept being dragged toward the center point. As their bodies were twisted and torn by the force, the screams began. 1 Kuan minute later, the few of them had been completely compressed into a black little marble that dropped to the ground. Xiaohe's eyelids twitched at the sight. Good thing I didn't make a move. This guy's methods of killing were each crueler than the last. Looks like liking handsome men isn't without its benefits. At the very least, it can keep you alive. After it was over, Lu Linglong spoke up with an excited look on her face. Muchuan. Big brother, thank you for saving Huar and me. I, Lu Linglong, will definitely repay this kindness. Lying on the ground, Ji Jinhua looked at her best friend's flushed and excited little face and knew her love-struck fangirl problem was acting up again. Still sprawled there, she immediately mocked her. Yeah, repay him. The kind where you devote yourself to him, right? Lu Linglong turned her head and said in embarrassed anger, Huar, if you keep talking nonsense, be careful or I'll snap your lipstick when we get back. Ji Jinhua looked speechless. Alright. You don't want him, so you're not devoting yourself to him, right? Then I'll do it. I like him. I can devote myself to him. Lu Linglong angrily ran over and started shaking her.
Huaya.
You're not allowed either. Then she leaned in close until their heads were nearly touching and whispered, Little bitch, are you trying to steal my man? Believe it or not, when we get back, I'll burn your happy stick. Ji Jinhua rolled her eyes. Seriously? You're already calling me little bitch, and now you're threatening me too? Believe it or not, I'll tell him about your mining. Lu Linglong's little ahogue swayed wildly on top of her head in anger. Little bitch, you black-hearted thing. Believe it or not, I'll burn both of your happy things. Unfortunately for them, no matter how quietly they spoke, Muchuan could still hear it. That whole exchange nearly made Muchuan laugh out loud. As expected of best friends, they really knew how to hit each other where it hurt. He called out, Hey, Lu Linglong, what are you two whispering about? If you really want to devote yourselves to me together, I wouldn't necessarily object, but shouldn't we head back first? Lu Linglong's face turned red when she heard that. We weren't, whatever. Let's go back first. As she spoke, she was about to carry Ji Jinhua on her back. Muchuan waved a hand. No need to carry her. I'll just heal her. As he spoke, he tossed a quick heel at Ji Jinhua, instantly restoring her to perfect condition, lively and bouncing again. The group headed together toward the tourist area at the front mountain. As they walked, he also called Feng Xian to ask about the situation. The call connected. Hello, Xian. How is it? Any movement on your side?
Feng Xian replied. No.
It's been quiet the whole time. It's just that things got a little chaotic up front, and the old heavenly master went over to settle it. Muchuan asked with some confusion. No movement? That's strange. Didn't Gongqing go to kill Tian Jinzhong? Feng Xian said. Gongqing? Who's that? No one's come here. Bao. My father, Xingtong, and I have all been here doing nothing for quite a while. Tian Jinzhong has been chatting with us the whole time. Muchuan said. Gongqing is Chuanxing's acting sect leader. In other words, he's Xiao Yuzi, the one currently serving Tian Jinzhong. Oh, I get it. You guys were guarding the place, so he had no way to lure you away. That's why he couldn't make a move. Then he's screwed. After causing all this chaos on Longhu Mountain, with countless dead and injured, and still getting nothing, once he goes back, the people in Chuanxing will tear him apart alive. Alright then. Stay there until the old heavenly master returns. Then head back to the world society. I need to go out for a bit, so I won't be going with you. He hung up the phone. Feng Xian's group all looked strangely at Tian Jinzhong. The phone hadn't been quiet just now. Everyone had heard it clearly. Tian Jinzhong gave a dry cough. Ahem, well. If I say I didn't know, would that be very embarrassing? The few of them nodded in unison. Feng Baobao comforted him, it's fine. The old heavenly master is the head of Longhu Mountain, and he was the one who arranged for that guy to serve you. If even he didn't know, isn't that even more embarrassing? Compared to him, yours doesn't count for much. Hearing those words of comfort, the others all gave a thumbs up, showing that the comforting had been well done. Rongshan, who was standing guard nearby, pretended not to hear anything and lifted his head to count the stars in the sky. Chuanxing's acting sect leader had hidden for 3 years right under the eyes of the leader of the righteous path. No matter how you put it, this was a disgrace to Tianshi Mansion. Better not to join the discussion. Tian Jinzhong couldn't quite keep face any longer. He shouted at Rongshan, who was counting stars. Rongshan. Rongshan had just counted a dozen or so when the shout startled him. Ah, Marshal Uncle Tian, you called me? What's wrong? Tian Jinzhong said helplessly. Go bring Xiao Yuzi here. Bring him? What for? What else could it be for? Rongshan scratched his head awkwardly. Oh, okay. Marshal Uncle, don't get worked up. I'll go right away. He had only turned around and walked halfway before coming back again. Wait, that's not right. Master told me to guard you. If I leave, then what about your Tian Jinzhong got so angry his blood rushed up. You idiot, look at the people around me. Am I missing just one of you? Could it be that you'd have our guests do the work of catching the spy traitor for our Tianshi mansion? Rongshan didn't dare say anything else. He quickly answered and went to catch the man. If he kept talking, he'd probably get beaten. Not long after, Xiao Yuzi had been knocked unconscious by Rongshan and brought back, then thrown in front of everyone. Gong Qing wasn't some especially powerful expert to begin with. Compared to Rongshan, he was still lacking. As Zhang Jiwei's disciple, Rongshan had no problem when it came to combat strength. The high-ranking priests of Longhu Mountain rarely went down the mountain to fight, but that didn't mean they were weaker than the people outside. After calming the chaos up front, Zhang Jiwei thought he'd come to the back mountain to check on his junior brother. Instead, the moment he arrived, he was greeted with one massive mess. Those damn Chuanxing dogs. First you made a complete mess of things for me, and now you're telling me your acting sect leader of Chuanxing has been jumping around right under my Zhang Jiwei's nose for 3 whole years. Damn it, you taking this old Taoist face for a doormat or what? You bunch of bastards. If I don't beat you to death today, my name Isnt Taoist Master. The old heavenly master was already over 100 years old. Yet the moment he rolled up his sleeves, he started punching and kicking Gong Qing. The scene was so shocking that Feng Zhenghao and the others had no idea what to say. As Zhang Jiwei kept kicking him, he turned back and shouted, "Junior brother, what are you standing there watching for? You think this is just your senior brother's business? Get over here and beat him with me." The moment Tian Jinzhong heard that, he immediately rolled up his sleeves and joined in. The 2 old men stood there crazily beating up Gong Qing, who was lying on the ground. They kicked while cursing, using every filthy insult they could think of. 1 week later, in a hotel room, Xia He, who had been relentlessly pounded, was begging for mercy without stop. "Spare me, please. I'm begging you. I really can't do it anymore. I'll die. I really will die. I really can't anymore. I'm not lying. You don't actually want to kill me, do you? Next time, okay? Please. Help." Muchuan had truly enjoyed himself these past few days. As expected, Xia He's ability could make people feel so good they lost themselves in it. Even though he wouldn't lose his reason, the pleasure was still there. That kind of addictive, impossible to pull away pleasure. TSK. So damn exciting. It really had been worth lowering his resistance and deliberately getting hit by Shiji. Sure enough, once lust was amplified, it really was different. Seeing that she really seemed unable to go on, Muchuan stopped. "Xia He, this one do. With stamina like this, how are you embarrassed to call yourself the scraping bone blade?" Xia He lay there, not even wanting to move a finger, and said weakly, "Fine, I'm just trash. Okay, if you're gonna be like this every time, you might as well just kill me and get it over with." Muchuan smiled and reached out, pressing his hand against her lower abdomen, at her dantian. Xia He still spoke weakly. "What are you doing? Checking if I'm pregnant? Maybe I really am. Are you going to take responsibility?" Muchuan rolled his eyes. "Give me a break. I took care of that. I don't want kids. I'm helping boost your strength. You've probably noticed by now that your innate ability Shiji isn't something you can't control at all. It's that you don't have the strength to control it. Look, as your strength has increased, hasn't the Shiji that you originally couldn't control at all gradually become something you can now restrain to this extent? So if you get even stronger, wouldn't that mean you could completely hold it in and control it freely?" As soon as he finished speaking, he directly channeled innate chi into her dantian. As her innate chi increased, Xia He instantly felt her vitality return. All her exhaustion vanished. Her bodily functions kept growing stronger, and her Shiji ability also kept growing stronger. Her control over it was strengthening as well. When Muchuan felt it was about enough, he withdrew his hand. Xia He still had her eyes closed, digesting it all. Not long after, Xia He opened her eyes, and the very first thing she did was try to completely draw Shiji back into her body so it would no longer leak out passively. It really works. You can actually give innate chi to other people? Aren't you afraid of the depletion? Muchuan got up and started getting dressed. Not afraid. You might not know this, but I'm a god. My innate chi can't be used up. After getting dressed, he patted her pert rear and said with a smile, "So yeah, being with a god is a heaven-sent opportunity for you. You should be secretly celebrating. Get up, clean up, and come back to Tianxia Association with me. From now on, just stay there obediently. You think you can still run around outside? Dream on." Xia He took a deep breath, a heartfelt smile on her face, and said, "Then I want to run around. The way you say it, it's like someone else born liking that kind of life." Muchuan pointed at himself. "Me, I like running wild. Born that way." Xia He was speechless. After sending Xia He back to Tianxia Association, he stayed with the girls for a few days. Then Muchuan suddenly remembered there seemed to still be the Chun Duo and Bio Village incident. There wasn't much to say about Chun Duo. She was a pretty little girl, and it was still necessary for him to make an effort for her. As for Bio Village, that was interesting, especially the village chief. Ma Xianhong. That guy was seriously such a good person. If some transmigrator came to this world with nowhere to go, Old Ma's place would definitely be the best early game destination. Because Old Ma really would give you one of the 8 extraordinary skills. You want to learn it? No problem. Take it and read it. Someone wants to mess with you? No problem. He'll help you deal with it. You say you're an ordinary person? No problem. If you came all the way to him, then there was no way he'd let you go back still ordinary. Muchuan thought of how Feng Baobao, the former temporary worker of the North China region, was right there by his side now, so there were no temporary workers at present. Su-san probably wouldn't be involved in the Bio village incident. Even if he wanted to participate, there'd be no one to send. It had only been a few days since the Luotian Grand Ritual. Chen Duo probably hadn't defected yet, and Ma Xianhong was most likely on his way to capture his own runaway traitor. It was quite a long way from southwest to South China, so he'd probably still need a few more days. A few days later, Muchuan informed the girls, then vanished in a flash with a single teleport. Bio village. Ma Xianhong was currently asking Chen Duo, whom he had brought back along the way, about the situation. With a whoosh, Muchuan appeared not far from the two of them. Hello village chief Ma Xianhong. I came uninvited. Hope I'm not disturbing you. Ma Xianhong turned to look and saw Muchuan. His heart skipped a beat. Please don't tell me some blind fool in the village had offended this guy. There was no way he could smooth that over himself.
Muchuan.
I wouldn't say you're disturbing me. But why are you here? Muchuan pointed at Chen Duo. Nothing special. I came to see her, and while I was at it, I came to take a look at your village too. And to tell you some bad news. Naruto Company is planning to send temporary workers from all the major regions to come after you together. Ma Xianhong frowned. The company wants to make a move on me? Why? Did I provoke them? Muchuan walked over to Chen Duo and observed her as he spoke. Because you're too weak. With strength this weak, and you still want to overturn the ruling power of ordinary people. Who could possibly tolerate you? If they're not going after you, who else would they go after? You want teaching without discrimination. You want to welcome anyone who comes. You want everyone to be an outcast. You want to erase the gap between ordinary people and outcasts. You want everyone to become gods. Everyone to be equal. You're trying to walk the path of a heavenly sage. But do you know that the foundation of everything is strength? Do you have the power to destroy a nation? And yet you still dare do this. With divine machine refinement in your hands. Instead of first thinking about creating modified nuclear weapons or modified war machines, you went straight to researching how to turn ordinary people into outcasts. Your order of operations is wrong. Okay? Ma Xianhong's face twisted in pain. He thought, is this right? I do want teaching without discrimination and a world where everyone is an outcast, but I don't want to start a war. Has it really reached the point where they have to kill me no matter what? Is what I did really that unforgivable?
Muchuan smiled.
Ma Xianhong, do you not really understand human nature? From the moment you let people know you hold one of the 8 extraordinary skills, divine machine refinement, in their eyes, you had to hand it over and then die. That's human nature. It has nothing to do with right or wrong. In this world, whoever has the bigger system of violence is in the right. They get to make the rules. If I'm strong, then whatever I say is right. Even if it's wrong, it's still right. If you're weak, then whatever you say is wrong. Even if it isn't wrong, it's still wrong. Got it? After hearing that, Ma Xianhong stood there in a daze, contemplating life and sinking into inner conflict. Meanwhile, Muchuan reached out and poked Chen Duo's cheek. Chen Duo stared at him with her emerald-like eyes. What are you doing? Muchuan put on the look of someone luring a child and said, Chen Duo, I can help you completely control the goo poison. I can gather it into your dantian and let you control it, so it won't leak out of control anymore and won't keep eroding your body. So do you want me to help you? Chen Duo kept staring at him expressionlessly. After thinking for a while, she said blankly, yes. Muchuan bared his teeth in a wicked grin. But I don't want to help. Chen Duo. At that moment, a sudden urge rose in her calm heart to beat the guy in front of her to death. If I don't want to help you, why should I ask? Are you bullying an honest person? Muchuan sensed the change in her emotions and smiled as he continued. Just kidding. Don't be mad. What I mean is, I don't want to help you for free. Now do you get it? Chen Duo thought for a moment, then said, but I have nothing. There's nothing I can give you. Muchuan raised a hand and pointed at her. That's not right. You still have yourself. You can give yourself to me. In return, I can give you a life that's at least somewhat free. You can decide for yourself what you want to do and what you don't. Chen Duo froze for a moment. After thinking for a long while, she lowered her head and looked at herself. You want me? This body? No, I can't. I still have to go back. Uncle Liao will definitely come looking for me. By then, Ma Xianhong had finished thinking about life and suddenly cut in, little girl, that Uncle Liao of yours probably never treated you like a person. There's a tracking device inside your body plus a collar bomb. It's obvious he's terrified you'll slip out of his control. Chen Duo fell silent for a moment, then said, Uncle Liao and the others saved me. They raised me because they wanted to help me return to a normal life. They wouldn't hurt me. Ma Xianhong let out a disdainful laugh. Return to a normal life? Teaching you to kill and making you wear a remote-controlled bomb is supposed to help you live normally? What decent person does that? If I slapped you across the face and said it was to massage your cheeks, would you believe me? If I hit you every day and said it was all for your face massage, would you believe me? Chun Duo, entering shutdown mode. Do not disturb. Muchuan couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, village chief Ma, that is a great analogy. After laughing, he asked, weren't you just reflecting on life? Finished that fast? So what's the result of your reflection? Ma Xianhong calmly brushed a hand through his long hair. No result. They're just a few temporary workers. I refuse to believe I can't beat them. I'll think about the rest later. First, I'll fight them and see. Worst case, if I get caught, I'll wait for my sister to come save me. After hearing that, Muchuan started thinking that the one pulling old Mara's strings behind the scenes was Chu Tong. Thinking of Chu Tong, Big Sister Chu really did seem kind of sexy. That kind of casual, lazy, cold, indifferent, mature woman kind of sexy. Too bad she was a real lunatic. Not the kind who only acted crazy on the surface, but the kind who was absolutely calm and rational while being insane. Her real name was Zhao Tongtong. No one knew what she originally looked like. Her current face had been altered with the two complements hands based on her mother Lu Mei's appearance. Still, probably wasn't too different. They were mother and daughter after all. She just happened to prefer her mother's style of looks. Not only was she crazy, she was also ruthless toward herself. No, to be exact, every user of the two complements hands was ruthless toward themselves. First generation, Duanmu Ying. There was no need to even say it. An absolute savage who screwed over the descendants of the Lu family to death. Second generation, Lu Mei. To achieve her goal, she could even die herself. Third generation, Chu Tong. This woman could be pierced through and beaten down to a skeleton and still not change expression. Even the core flesh and blood of the self-cultivation furnace had been personally given birth to by her using the two complements hands. She was truly ruthless. Then there was the branch line Lu Liang, Lord Lu. He was also one hell of a man when it came to being ruthless with himself. Early on, Lord Lu didn't seem all that remarkable, but later on, he directly defied the heavens. After being chopped into a human stick, he awakened the two complements hands. For the sake of the whole clan, he forcibly endured the wine, lust, wealth, and rage of the four Zhongquang through sheer willpower. He even merged the heart demons of the three corpses into one. You couldn't say he wasn't manly. Muchuan walked over, slung an arm over Ma Xianhong's shoulder, and said with a grin, Old Ma, do you really think your sister is actually your sister? Couldn't she be something else? Ma Xianhong turned his head to look at him with disgust, but wary of the other man's strength. He didn't dare push him away and could only say helplessly, What do you mean? A sister is a sister. What else could she be? Muchuan curled his lips into a mysterious smile. What else could she be? Is there a possibility that she's the enemy who slaughtered your whole family? Ma Xianhong immediately shoved him away. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Even if your strength reaches the heavens, that doesn't mean you can drive a wedge between me and my sister. No, wait. Why would a legendary figure like you joke with me about something like this? What's the point? Muchuan spread his hands. Obviously, I'm not joking with you. I'm just telling the truth. And look at that disbelieving expression on your face. I like seeing it. Isn't it interesting? How could Ma Xianhong believe that? Just because you said it was the truth made it the truth? How could his own sister possibly be the enemy who killed his whole family? It was completely impossible. The logic didn't work either. Seeing that he clearly didn't believe him, Muchuan continued, You don't believe me, right? Fair enough. Right now, isn't your head full of one thought? Listen to your sister, you must listen to your sister?
Ma Xianhong froze.
How did he know what he was thinking? No. Was that even a thought? What kind of thought was just obeying someone? But why couldn't he get rid of it? At that, he frowned and asked, So there is something wrong with me now? Muchuan pointed at his head. That's right, brother. There is something wrong with both your brain and your memories. Ma Xianhong raised a hand and pressed it against his head. My memories? My lost memories were taken by someone? You mean, my sister changed my memories and turned herself into my sister in them? And she did that after killing my whole family? Then what was she after? If she was an enemy, wouldn't it have been easier to just kill me? I can't make sense of it. Isn't that totally unreasonable? Wouldn't that just be doing unnecessary extra work? What is this, some TV drama? She kills someone's whole family, then raises their child, then waits for the child to grow up and come back for revenge? Is she sick? Muchuan kindly explained, Of course she did it because it was useful. What? You think she had nothing better to do? First of all, your family is descended from the 8 extraordinary skills, divine machine refinement. That was the first thing she was after. And divine machine refinement isn't something just anyone can learn. It requires talent, and you were the gifted child. With divine machine refinement plus the two complements hands, the self-cultivation furnace can be made. One of the furnace's functions is to copy the cultivation method and abilities of the person operating it and give them to someone else. And when it copies the cultivation method, it also copies the meridian pathways it runs through, in other words, false talent. Right? So Big Sister Chu got your artifact refining talent. And through that, she also learned divine machine refinement. Of course, that copied talent and those memories of divine machine refinement were things you wouldn't have had at all, and she erased them too. But copied things are still just copied things. What the self-cultivation furnace can copy is only the level the person had at that moment. It can't copy the ability to think, innovate, and improve. So even after learning divine machine refinement, she still didn't have the ability to keep perfecting the self-cultivation furnace. That part still had to rely on you. Once you truly perfected the self-cultivation furnace later on, Big Sister Chu would personally kill you. That's your role. Got it? Ma Xianhong clutched his head, his thoughts warring inside his mind. On one side was the shock of the truth he had just learned. On the other was the control of the two complements hands. It made old Ma twist and jerk wildly. Judging by the way he looked, his head really did hurt badly. Muchuan could only sigh helplessly. Memories were that kind of thing. Once they were taken away, they were taken away. Old Ma's memories were all stored with Big Sister Chu, and he couldn't create something out of nothing either. But the human brain did have a certain ability to repair itself. Even if it couldn't conjure memories out of thin air and patch them back together, it could still realize that something was wrong. After struggling for a while, Ma Xianhong finally stopped, panting heavily. Huff. Although my memories are still a mess, I've recovered some ability to think. I finally realize something is wrong now. That command-like thought of listening to my sister. I can finally tell it isn't right, and I'm strongly rejecting it. Muchuan clapped and praised him. Impressive. But don't even think about using the self-cultivation furnace to recover your memories. Your memories weren't lost because of forgetting or damage. They were packaged up and taken away, stored with Big Sister Chu. What you have is loss at the root, not damage. Ma Xianhong shook his head helplessly. My so-called sister really has gone to a lot of trouble for me. Forget it. I won't worry about her for now. I should deal with the village first. I'm going to gather the Shangenki for a meeting and prepare to face the company's temporary workers. Make yourselves at home. If you stay here for a while and need anything, go to any one of the Shangenki. They'll do their best to meet your needs. With that, he just up and left. Muchuan smacked his lips and turned to look at Chen Duo. Chen Duo glanced at him and said, I still need to go find Uncle Liao. Muchuan slapped his forehead. Damn, every single one of you is sick in the head, and seriously sick at that. Chen Duo didn't care why he slapped his forehead and continued in that same calm tone. I need to tell him I'm planning to leave. Muchuan dropped his hand, speechless. Can you finish a sentence in one go? Chen Duo still said flatly, but that was 2 sentences. Muchuan looked at her. Right, 2 sentences. My fault. I shouldn't have argued with you about that. Come on, I'll go with you. Otherwise don't even think about leaving. The second you say you want to go, the company will definitely kill you. Chen Duo nodded in agreement. Muchuan reached out, grabbed her hand, and disappeared in a flash. When they appeared again, they were already sitting in the back seat of a car. That's right, Liao Zhong's car. Over the past few days, Liao Zhong had practically gone crazy looking for Chen Duo. Large-scale searches, technical screening and tracking, he'd been run ragged. The moment Chen Duo appeared, she saw Liao Zhong in the driver's seat and greeted him. Uncle Liao. Liao Zhong jumped in shock. Fuck. There's no one in my car? Who the hell said that? He spun around with a jolt and looked into the back seat. Chen Duo, you're back? No, wait, how did you get back? As he spoke, his eyes darted to the side. He exploded on the spot. Holy shit. Dear God. Why is this immortal here too? He opened his mouth and shouted. Ah, it's you. Why you took Chen Duo away? Titch this. And now you brought her back. Muchuan covered his ears. Liao Zhong, that broken voice of yours. What the hell are you yelling for? Liao Zhong quickly shut up, then lowered his voice and said, no, I mean, what exactly is this supposed to mean? You just grab people and haul them around for fun? I've already been chewed out so badly by the higher-ups. Since you took her, you could at least have let me know. It's not like they can do anything to you, and then I'd have had something to report. If something like this happens again, really, just give me a heads up. I'm only trying to save myself some trouble. Really, thank you. Muchuan was speechless looking at him. Mainly because his face was ugly and hard on the eyes, though as a person he was actually decent enough. Fine. You really do know how to make things easy for yourself using me to pressure the higher-ups. I came back this time to tell you something. I can help Chen Duo become a normal person, completely control the goo poison, and restore her body. Liao Zhong brightened. That's a good thing. How do we do it? Do you need my help with anything? Muchuan continued, that won't be necessary. But after it's done, I'm taking her with me, to the Huabei Tianxia Association. She'll live there as my woman. Liao Zhong's face froze at once. Once this man said something, there was no way to refuse him. If it had been anyone else daring to say that, he'd have crushed their balls. Helpless, he said, do you really have to take her away? Muchuan could understand how Liao Zhong felt. He had watched this child grow up. It was like raising a daughter. Now someone was suddenly taking her away. Of course he couldn't bear it. Even if it was all for the child to have a better life, that wasn't something he could accept all at once. You don't need to worry. The Tianxia Association has plenty of money. She definitely won't suffer in life there. I'll heal her body, and when the time comes, she can go wherever she wants. She'll have freedom, at least more than she has in the company. If you've got nothing to do, you can visit her often. I'm not stopping you from seeing each other. Oh right. If you're capable, just switch regions directly with Susan and Susi. You go to Huabei, and let them come down here to Huanan. Anyway, neither side has temporary workers anymore, so it's all the same. Oh no, not quite. Susi, the person in charge, got beaten into the hospital by me. He still hasn't woken up yet. When Liao Zhong heard that, his eyes turned. That makes sense. I'll report this to the company right now. I'll say you, Muchuan, snatched Chunduo away. Then I'll say I'm worried about Chunduo, so I want to trade places with the Huabei region. Yeah, that's what I'll say. I'll try it first. No telling if it'll work, but I'll give it a shot. What if it does work? A regional chief has to have dreams, right? Without dreams, what's the difference between that and a salted fish? That's the kind of regional chief I am, one with dreams. Muchuan patted his shoulder. Hey, then good luck, Liao Zhong of great dreams. Chunduo also spoke. Then I'm leaving Uncle Liao. Liao Zhong looked at Chunduo and nodded helplessly. All right, take care of yourself. Muchuan didn't waste any more words. He took Chunduo and teleported away, returning to the Tianxia Association, where he immediately began treating her and helping her control the goo poison. The moment Liao Zhong saw them leave, he started withdrawing the search teams and called the higher-ups to report the situation. At the same time, he tried to fight for a transfer. Unfortunately, they didn't approve it. But one rejection wasn't enough to crush his determination. After that, whether there was something going on or not, he kept filing applications, annoying the higher-ups to death. A few days later, after Muchuan settled Chunduo's matters, he ran off to Bio Village again. The company wanted to destroy Bio Village, but he wasn't about to let them have their way. When he had nothing better to do, making the company miserable was enough to entertain him. The moment he arrived, he saw Xiao Zizai over there making his own lamb spine hot pot, having the time of his life. That meant the temporary workers from every region had already begun wiping out Bio Village. TSK. Isn't this my merciful and compassionate brother Xiao? Eating, are we? Xiao Zizai looked at the newcomer. The red light in his eyes hadn't fully faded, and he said in a flat tone, Muchuan, this one is ruthless enough. I can kill. No, I can't. I can't beat this one. Please, don't disturb me. Thank you. Seeing the state he was in, Muchuan couldn't be bothered discussing anything with him. There wasn't much to say anyway. What was he supposed to discuss? Techniques for making lamb spine hot pot? He teleported over to the side of Heiguaner, who was crouching on a tree not far away. So what's the story, Heiguaner? At the Luotian Jiao, you left without even saying hello to Rinfei. Weren't you sent to observe me on a mission? Why'd you run?
Heiguaner felt miserable inside.
How had he run into this immortal again? He couldn't even go on a work trip without crossing paths with him. What rotten luck. You're joking, sir. President Ren and I just didn't want to disturb you. In front of your absolute strength, the higher-ups are already out of options. So now nobody's going to provoke you. Standing on the tree trunk, Muchuan smiled. Really? They don't dare provoke me, so they came to bully Bio Village instead? Picking on the soft ones because they're easy to squeeze. Huh? When it comes to bullying the weak and fearing the strong, everyone's the same after all. Heiguaner broke out in a sweat. Yes, you're right. That's about all we're worth. Muchuan glanced at his earpiece. Zhuang, why are you playing dead? Not even a hello? Zhuang's voice came from Heiguaner's phone. No, I wasn't playing dead. I just didn't know what to say. When Heiguaner realized he wasn't being addressed, he decisively chose to shut up and play dead. Muchuan clearly had no intention of letting the girl off that easily. Really? You were the one who said you wanted to get to know me, and then you went dead silent like you died. What were you playing me? Think carefully about the consequences. Believe it or not, I'll go to Dongbei and deal with you in person. Zhuang was terrified and hurried to explain, don't, bro. I really didn't do it on purpose. My dad said you're too dangerous and told me not to have anything to do with you. I was forced into it. Muchuan curled his lip and said harshly, fine. Then tell Gao Lian this. If he keeps running his mouth, I'll twist his head off and shove it up his ass. Zhuang immediately chimed in loudly, okay. Bro, no problem, bro. I'll chew him out right away. Bro. Is there anything else I can help you with? I'll work for you and you help me restore my factory settings, okay? Xiaomei, it's still not right if you only restore half the hardware, don't you think, bro? Muchuan's lips curled up. Sure. Why wouldn't it be? Then tell me, if I restore you and you don't have any clothes on, wouldn't that mean I've seen everything? And if I've already seen everything, can we do something? Zhuang replied boldly, yeah, why not? Bro, do whatever you want. Little sis will cooperate. I can do anything, okay? Bro, do you know a lot? I'm telling you, little sis knows a lot. I spend all day on the internet. I've seen everything. Stuff like a 360-degree Thomas spin, or standing on one leg in a full split. Ahem. Haiguan gave a dry cough, making it clear that this outsider was still here. Don't talk nonsense. What if this lord decides to silence me? Zhuang froze, then said awkwardly, haha, sorry brother Guan. I forgot you were still here. It's over. My lovely young girl image is completely ruined. Muchuan was speechless. This girl had probably stayed online so long she was starting to get a little abnormal. Then again, after all these years as a normal woman, she could only look at him and couldn't even mind for herself. Anyone could imagine just how pent up she was. To avoid the awkwardness, Muchuan said directly, come on into the village. Sit down and eat a meal, then go back wherever you came from. I'm covering Bo village. I really can't stand you company people. Damn it, so what if they made the furnace? They only made that one. How many more espers could that even make? 3 to 5 more a day, maybe over 100 in a month, about 1,000 in a year, over 10,000 in 10 years, 100,000 in 100 years, 1,000,000 in 1,000 years, 10 million in 10,000 years. So what? Huaxia has 1 billion people. Even after 10,000 years, that only converts 1/140th of the population. On a global scale, that s only 1/700th. And that s with people dying in conflicts while production keeps going. On top of that, these manufactured espers aren't even that strong and have no growth potential. So is that really a lot? Haiguan laughed awkwardly and spoke into his headset. Choer old Meng old Xiao, you heard him, right? We're going into the village. Eating a meal, then each heading home. Let us stop causing trouble for them here. The others were speechless. Xiao Zizai didn't really care anyway. He already had his main meal today. Whatever happened next was fine with him. Ma Xianhong was the most confused of all. Wait, bro, what do you mean? If you were gonna help, why didn't you say so earlier? You made me go through all that trouble getting ready for battle. And now you're telling me we're just setting a table, sitting down for a meal, and that's the end of it? Why are you suddenly covering our village? You just do whatever pops into your head? And that was how the Bo village matter ended. Once the regional heads found out who was backing it, there was nothing they could do. All they could do was complain to Zhao Fengshu that this was the limit of their ability. They really had no way to deal with that giant Buddha named Muchuan. Everyone jointly requested that Director Zhao set up a dedicated Muchuan line. If anything came up, they should contact him first and ask whether he intended to interfere. If not, then they could go. Otherwise, they'd get there and this guy would suddenly appear and send them all home. If they kept making wasted trips like this, it wouldn't even cover the trouble money. After Muchuan returned, life stayed quiet for a long time. Everyone was fairly settled down, and all the espers collectively backed off. First, there wasn't really anything worth stirring up. Second, nobody wanted to make trouble and have it somehow land on Muchuan. Who knew who this lord was connected to? He wasn't like the old celestial master, staying home and keeping clear of everybody. This one seemed like he could be tied to anyone. With no major incidents, Muchuan passed these 9 months in peace. System. Host notification. 9 months have elapsed. Stage cleared. You may now return. Muchuan informed everyone one by one that he was going into secluded cultivation, then disappeared and returned. System. Return. With a whoosh, Muchuan vanished. When he appeared again, he was already back in his room at home in Konoha village. System. Congratulations, host, for surviving the full 9 months and clearing the stage. First clear rewards will now be issued. Level cap at 115 has been broken. Level cap increased to level 150. Reward. 9 level up tickets. Reward. 9 constitution enhancement potions. Reward. 9 magic resistance potions. Reward. 9 Wu Earth Ginseng fruits. Reward. 999 blue little pills. At first, Muchuan didn't think much of those rewards. He assumed it was another pile of junk. But then he noticed one of the names seemed off. With a look of disbelief, he asked, System? Wu Earth Ginseng fruit? System. Is there a problem? The ginseng fruit I'm thinking of? System. How would the system know which ginseng fruit the host is thinking of? Please describe your question clearly. This ginseng fruit. Is it the one from Zenuanzi's tree? The one from the innate 5 elements central Wu Earth Ginseng fruit tree? System. Yes, host, that's right. It is that one. System. Be honest. Did you give me the wrong item? 1 bite of this thing is basically worth all the strength I've built up over these years, right? Are you sure this reward is correct? System. Please rest assured. Host. This is due to the host's good luck. This system does not make mistakes. Muchuan's lips lifted. That's great. I like this feeling of insane luck. One spiritual fruit into my stomach. My fate is mine and not heaven's. I really hit the jackpot this time. He didn't even have time to care about the other rewards. He immediately wanted to take out the ginseng fruit and stuff it into his mouth. But the moment he pulled it out, holy shit. Damn, it's bigger than my head. Journey to the West TV dramas really fooled people. How the hell is this some tiny thing you finish in one bite? Then again, thinking about it, that made sense. The original work clearly said this thing was the size of a newborn baby. How could it possibly be a small fruit? The fruit was as big as a watermelon. Muchuan spent quite a while finishing it. After that came the evolution of his body's functions. His constitution shot upward like crazy, that was certain, but more importantly, all of his energy was uniformly transformed into top-tier immortal power. His body's foundation improved, his potential improved, his comprehension improved. Along with the transformation brought by the ginseng fruit's effects, his passive skills were also amplified. With both sides stacking together, he instantly broke through his own limits. If one ginseng fruit could raise someone to the human immortal realm, then after all these enhancements, his raw combat power had now reached the heavenly immortal realm. Originally, his own raw power had not reached the heavenly immortal realm. His personal strength should have been at the human immortal realm. With skills, he could approach the earth immortal realm, and relying on the terrifying destructive force of his third awakening ultimate move, he could barely touch heavenly immortal level power. But now it was no longer just a hollow comparison. This was true heavenly immortal realm strength, solid and real. Muchuan sighed with feeling. If I went up to the heavenly court now, I could at least count as a heavenly soldier. He glanced at the remaining rewards. Use the level up tickets and raise his level. System. 9 level up tickets used. Character level increased to level 124. Skill levels increased to level 124. All attributes increased. The constitution enhancement potions increased his physique by a certain amount after drinking them. Fine. Even mosquito legs are still meat. A little is still something. Use them all. After upgrading himself, Muchuan felt refreshed and clear-headed. Being stronger really did feel good. He should keep working hard and reach even greater glory. Then he leisurely spent a few months accompanying all the girls across the various worlds. Only when his level had risen to level 150 did it happen. System. Host notification. Level has reached the current cap. A new interdimensional rift has opened. Please clear it to remove the cap. Muchuan stretched his body. So I've got to go lie low and grind time to unlock the cap again? Come on, let me see which unlucky world it is this time. Muchuan opened the System's interdimensional rift dungeon section and took a look. Interdimensional rift 1 One Piece. Interdimensional rift 2 Bleach. Interdimensional rift 3 Under One Person. Interdimensional rift 4 Warhammer 40k. Muchuan shot to his feet. Fuck you, Warhammer. Is that a place for people? System. Get your ass out here. System. Ahem. Host, what do you need? If there's nothing else, this system is going to rest. Cut the crap. What the hell kind of world is that? Tell me. What kind of hell world is that? System. Host, don't get worked up. With your immortal body and revival ability, you're not afraid of death at all. It's just Warhammer. It's no big deal. Probably. Bullshit. I'd have to be out of my mind to go to the Warhammer world. I'd rather stay at this level for the rest of my life than go to that damn place. Whoever wants to go can go. Change it for me. Now, if you don't, I'll just loaf around in these few worlds for the rest of my life. System. Why is the host so resistant to Warhammer? Before you transmigrated, weren't you always saying things online like for the Emperor? And loyalty? Why don't you want to go now that it's real? Oh, screw off. Do you even know what talking big means? Do you know what a meme is? Do you know what talking nonsense is? Who doesn't run their mouth online a little? And you actually believed that? How come you can't see that they're all like this? They all say they're loyal, but when you ask who wants to go, nobody does. Quit yapping and change the world already. Otherwise, I'll just rot. I'm not going to Warhammer. There's nothing there, all they do is fight to the death. And there aren't even any beauties. What the hell would I go there for? Are you changing it or not? Your call. System, fine. So the host just dislikes the lack of beauties. Repositioning world coordinates complete. New interdimensional rift opened. Please check. Seeing that the system had actually changed the world, Muchuan finally curled his lips and looked it over. Interdimensional rift 4. Super Seminary. Muchuan raised a brow. Super Seminary? Nice. There were beauties there. And quite a few. It was just that this damn system really seemed determined to lock onto interstellar settings. Warhammer was interstellar life and death fighting. Super Seminary was interstellar romance. Either way, it was still the interstellar type. No matter what, he had to go to some kind of space expedition world. Muchuan almost laughed. System. Is this your last bit of stubbornness? System. What is the host talking about? This system does not know. As long as you're happy. After a bit more idle banter, Muchuan chose the super seminary world and prepared to enter. System, super seminary, start the transmigration. With a swish, he vanished. Super seminary universe, Chiwu star system, Earth, Angel International Tower. Yen broke through the atmosphere and crashed into the top-floor conference hall of the building like a meteor. A high-end entrance really could be this plain and unadorned. Yen had just finished putting on her deep and unfathomable act in front of the female director of Angel International when Muchuan appeared with a swish not far from her. He glanced around. A large conference room, a short-haired woman in business wear, and... Wait, Angel Yen? He knew where in the timeline this was. Angel Yen had just descended at Angel International. The plot had only just begun not long ago. Muchuan waved at Angel Yen in greeting. Ahem, first time meeting you. Nothing much to say. Morning. Angel Yen used the Eye of Insight to examine him, only to discover that there was no information on this person anywhere in Earth's records or the Dark Plane. She gestured for the female director to leave. The woman nodded and went out. After watching her go, Yen finally walked over to Muchuan with graceful little steps, her short skirt swaying. TSK, TSK, TSK. Well now. Handsome little mystery boy, you've got some skills. Space-time travel technology? Which faction's little male god snuck out to play? What generation of god are you? Got your eye on anyone? Want to find somewhere private with Big Sister and have a nice little heart-to-heart? As she spoke, she lifted a finger and slid it across Muchuan's face. Muchuan felt awkward. As expected, a veteran flirt Yen. If she saw a handsome guy she liked, she'd feel uncomfortable if she didn't tease him a little. He blinked and met her gaze. I'm an unaffiliated wild god. I'm not on the same path as you gene tech gods, but I'm very interested in this heart-to-heart idea. If you don't mind, why don't you come take a walk with me on the street? As he spoke, he reached out and touched one of her angel wings. The feel's not bad. Why don't you put the wings away? They're kind of conspicuous out on the street. Oh right, ask whoever runs your Angel International for some money too. You can't even buy snacks without money, and I just got here so I'm broke. I'll wait for you downstairs. With that, he flashed downstairs in an instant, leaving Angel Yen standing there in disarray. Not long after, Angel Yen appeared beside him in the same way, using a space-time jump. She had already put away her wings and changed into casual women's clothes. A white casual top, denim hot pants, and those long, dazzlingly pale legs were incredibly eye-catching. With her golden hair and beautiful face, she was seriously alluring. Muchuan smiled. You are very beautiful. The corners of Angel Yan's lips lifted. Thank you. She hadn't even had 2 seconds to enjoy it before Muchuan added. Too bad you're a brainless love-struck idiot who only knows how to listen to Kesha. Angel Yan's raised lips dropped at once. She narrowed her eyes. Kid, are you asking for a fight? Muchuan shrugged and started walking forward. Forget it. You can't beat me. If we really fought and I beat you till you squatted there crying, what then? Angel Yen flared up. I can't beat you? You've got to be joking. I'm the left-wing guardian of the King of Gods, Queen Kesha's right hand, a warrior of 7,000 years. And I can't beat some kid? Stop right there. One-on-one. Now. Immediately, Muchuan stopped and turned back helplessly. Come on, big sis, let's not fool around. We're really not on the same level. The most basic stat difference between us is heaven and earth. I could crush the entire Chiwu star system with one hand. Can you? You probably couldn't even crush this tiny little earth. The personal combat ceiling in the Super Seminary universe was very low. The power enhanced by gene technology hit a bottleneck at the 3rd-generation super soldier level. Reaching a god body relied entirely on dark plane technology. It could be said that the situation was one where personal strength itself was very weak, while technological amplification was absurdly high. The advantage was that there was no need for cultivation. As long as resources were sufficient, it could be mass-produced. And as long as energy intake continued, that was basically infinite stamina and infinite recovery. For those with a void engine, as long as they had enough energy, they were practically immortal. In terms of attack power, with technological enhancement, some techniques and large-scale weapons could also achieve planet-destroying levels. But the unlocking procedures were complicated. It wasn't instant cast, and it also required a whole pile of confirmation processes. Angel Yen looked completely incredulous. What did you say? Are you insane? Blow up a star system with your bare hands? Do you hear yourself right now? Even Queen Kesha wouldn't dare brag that hard. Kid, do you think you can brag without limits just because no one's stopping you? Muchuan was speechless. These days, no one ever believed the truth. He sighed. Sigh. Can't blame you. A country bumpkin just has no experience. How about this? I'll let you experience the simplest kind of helplessness. Then you should believe me a little. As soon as he finished speaking, he blinked in front of Yen. A spear of light in his hand instantly pierced through her abdomen, triggering a hard crowd control effect. At that moment, Yan's mind nearly exploded. In a single exchange, she had been immobilized instantly. What the hell? And the key point was that her dark plane and angel system had also shut down with it, directly entering a paralyzed state and ceasing operation. Now this was a huge problem. From the queen's side, she would look offline. She would look dead. The queen was probably about to go mad. Her own left-wing guardian had gone offline without a word in the Chiwu star system. What was going on? That said, this kid really did have some tricks. He could instantly lock someone down, total control, leaving them unable to do anything at all. Wasn't this invincible in a one-on-one fight? Who could fight him? He'd come up, say nothing, pin you in place first, and then what is this guy doing? Why is he tugging at my clothes? Down there too? You little bastard. Muchuan smacked his lips, looking disappointed. What a shame. I thought you were going commando. He withdrew the spear of light, then gave Yen a quick healing treatment, instantly closing her wound. After Yen regained her freedom, she didn't lash out. Instead, the corners of her lips lifted slightly as she smiled and said, "Hey kid. What is it? You froze your big sister just to look at me? You're that timid?" Muchuan. While Yan's words were teasing, she was speaking with the queen in her mind. Kesha. Yen, what happened just now? Why did you go offline? Yen. I'm fine. Your Majesty. I ran into an interesting little male god. The Eye of Insight couldn't scan any information on him at all. He said he could destroy a star system with a wave of his hand. I didn't believe him, so he came over and instantly froze me. His control can instantly disable the dark plane and the angel system. It all came back once he released it. Kesha. A little male god? Whose family is he from? And if you couldn't scan any information, how did you decide he's young? Yen, he said he's unaffiliated, wild-grown. As for his age, it's a feeling. From his eyes, I can tell he should be pretty young. I'll confirm it later. Kesha. Oh, an unaffiliated male god, and it sounds like he's fairly strong? From the way you're saying it, he should be pretty good-looking too, right? Yen, I guess so. He's pretty handsome. Your Majesty, why are you asking that? Kesha, Yen. Keep in contact with him and see whether he's worthy of you. Send me his full information later. I'll run your compatibility through the matching system. Yen, Your Majesty. Kesha, you're over 7,000 years old. Be a little more mature. Find a male god who won't rot in the dirt, and think about your future. The queen's words over the call made Angel Yan's expression turn a little unnatural. Muchuan had just felt like he was the one being teased, and was about to do something more exciting when another angel in a short skirt descended from the sky. It was Asui, the angel in charge of this area. After Yen had gone offline just now, the queen had contacted her and sent her over to confirm the situation. After landing, Asui looked at the two of them and said to Yen, "Sister Yen, did something happen to you just now? Why would the queen have me come check on why you went offline?" Yen explained, "It's nothing, just a small incident. The queen already spoke with me." Asui nodded, then flew back up. "All right, then I'll head back up there. See you, Sister Yen." After Yen said goodbye to Asui, she continued her call with the queen. Yen, understood, Your Majesty. I'll try getting in contact with him and see. Kesha, have you found anything after going there? Yen, Your Majesty, I just arrived. I haven't found any issues yet, and I haven't made contact with Earth's super seminary. I'll confirm their attitude as soon as possible. Kesha, then that's all. After the call ended, Yen looked at Muchuan. Muchuan looked back at her. When he saw her turn toward him, he said, "You were talking to Kesha." Yen nodded and smiled. "That's right. What you did just now knocked my system offline. The queen thought I might have died, so of course I had to explain." Muchuan raised a brow and tilted his head. "Your queen's matchmaking addiction didn't act up?" Yen gave him a strange look. "Do you have some kind of misunderstanding about Queen Kesha? That's the king of gods. How could she possibly have a matchmaking addiction? But your guess was pretty accurate. The queen told me to give it a try with you and see whether you'd be suitable as my little boyfriend." Muchuan clapped his hands. "See? I knew Kesha was playing matchmaker again. But you wouldn't believe me. I'm telling you, her biggest hobby is being a matchmaker. She's got countless female angels under her command. That woman lies awake every day worrying, constantly thinking about where to send her little angels. Forget the younger ones. There are also a whole bunch of older ones who can't find partners. She's worried sick." It was as if some new world had opened up in front of Angel Yen. In an instant, she thought back on the past and felt like her queen really did seem to enjoy matchmaking a little. Even with that, there were still huge numbers of the older generation who couldn't find suitable partners. The main problem was that there were just too few suitable male gods. Ridiculously few. There simply weren't enough to go around. The handsome ones weren't necessarily strong. The strong ones weren't necessarily handsome. And then there was the major issue of character. That was with some sisters choosing ordinary men. If they had all insisted on finding male gods, that really would have been troubling. Then, after thinking for a moment, she suddenly caught something important. "Wait, how do you know Queen Kesha this well? You're not from Angel City, and you've never met Queen Kesha. Does that make sense?" Muchuan moved closer with a smiling face and said in a mysterious tone, "I've seen some of your story somewhere else, especially yours. Do you want to know?" For example, what you're about to do next, what your fate was supposed to be, and what good deed you did. Or for example, what style and color of underwear you wear when you go take a bath. Yen hadn't thought much of what he was saying at first, but that last sentence broke her composure. Why you? You saw me, you. I don't believe it. You have to be lying. You have a record of bragging. Don't think you can fool me. Muchuan kept smiling. White high-waisted string-side ring thong. Angel Yen immediately covered his mouth with her hand. All right, shut up. I believe you, okay? I believe you. Muchuan pulled her hand away from his mouth. You believe me? Why don't I believe that you'd believe me? Angel Yen was helpless. I really do believe you. What do I have to do before you'll believe that I really believe you? Muchuan blinked, raised a brow, and held up one finger. Got it. Say this. You're a brainless, love-struck idiot. Yan's face darkened. I'm not. Muchuan spread his hands. See? You just don't believe me. In fact, you are a brainless, love-struck idiot. You even listened to Kesha and went to love a loser. Angel Yen said speechlessly, but what the queen just said was for me to love you.
Muchuan froze.
Damn, I forgot about that. She hadn't met Gu Xiaoluan yet. Kesha was matchmaking me. Doesn't that mean I just called myself a loser? He gave a dry cough. Ahem, that. What I said wasn't precise. What I mean is, in your original fate, you were a brainless, love-struck idiot. But not now. My appearance has disrupted your route, which caused you to get tied up with me. Then you contacted Kesha before ever meeting the people from the super seminary, and then Kesha's matchmaking landed on me. Do you get what I mean? You were originally supposed to talk to Delena at the super seminary before speaking to Kesha. Then you'd tell her you saw the Galaxy Force, and then Kesha would matchmake between you and the Galaxy Force. Then you'd make yourself love him, and after that you'd do some brainless love-struck things. That's what happened. Got it? Yen thought about what he said. It did seem to be what she had come here to do this time, and the sequence was right too. If he hadn't appeared, she really had planned to do exactly that. So it looked like this kid really did know some of what would happen next. After thinking about it, she asked, then do you know whether Morgana has come here? Muchuan's mouth was dry from talking, so he took out the infinite coffee cup, refilled it with iced coffee, drank a few mouthfuls, and only then continued. Morgana? She's here. She'll show up in Huang Village in a few days. Stop thinking about clashing with her. That one is already a fourth-generation god now. If you go, you'll just be asking for trouble. Yan's eyes sharpened. Morgana had already advanced to a fourth-generation divine body. How could she possibly have that ability? Setting aside the technical issue, where would the resources come from? Then do you know how Morgana advanced to fourth-generation godhood? From what I know, she shouldn't have the ability to upgrade. We've been fighting her the whole time. She has trouble even recovering from her injuries, so how could she suddenly advance? Muchuan said with a smile, I do. Her number one simp, Carl, upgraded her. Otherwise, why do people say women like to keep a few backup options on the hook? They're really useful at critical times. See? Didn't it come in handy right now? Carl is the one in your known universe who's best at stirring things up. Helping his goddess level up is easy for him. Then he looked at Yen again. Not to mention you. With your figure and looks, 7,000 years and you still haven't found yourself any powerful backups. That's just weak. Take another look at Morgana. No wonder she's Queen Kesha's sister. She really had foresight. She hooked Carl so thoroughly a long time ago. Now she gets whatever she wants, technology, resources, upgrades on demand. She's basically won at life. Angel Yen's forehead throbbed. What the hell do you mean, hooking a backup guy? Do you take me for some trashy woman? Still, Morgana actually has ties to Carl of the Sticks. And Carl is already so strong that he can casually upgrade someone to a fourth-generation god. It would be better to report this to the queen as soon as possible. There was just something about Carl that made her feel he was planning something bad. Yen thought about it again. He had said it, yes, but whether she could report it to the queen or not, it was probably better to ask for his opinion first. Making the decision on her own didn't seem right. After all, it was his information. Ignoring the part about hooking a backup guy, she asked, can I report this about Morgana to Queen Kesha? Do you have any concerns on your side? Muchuan waved a hand carelessly. Do whatever you want. It's not some important intelligence. You'd discover it yourself in a few days anyway. It's just a matter of sooner or later. Yen shook her head. For some things, a few days earlier or later makes all the difference. I still have to thank you for this. As she spoke, she sent the information to Queen Kesha and explained the source of the intelligence and the reason for reporting it. Muchuan didn't care about any of that. Thinking about it, in these 9 months, the most he did get to see was the Battle of Tianhe. Since he wouldn't even make it to Kesha's arrival before clearing the stage and leaving, there was even less for him to care about. From now, it would still be 7 months until the Battle of Tianhe. Then 9 more months after that, 1 year and 4 months total before Kesha arrived. And another month after that before Kesha went offline. By then, he'd probably already be in the next world. He really had no time to get involved in the mess here. The only thing he could do was take a few pretty girls with him. As for the rest, whether they fought each other or killed each other, that was their business as long as it didn't T-drag in his people. Of course, he could also just go kill Carl directly and stop everything. But what did that have to do with him? Why should I go kill the final boss myself? The benefits? None. No one would thank him for it, and no one would see him as some great hero or savior. The downside? He'd have done something completely meaningless and just looked like an idiot. So unless there was some special reason, respecting other people's fate and giving up the urge to save everyone was important. If you had nothing better to do, don't go around thinking you're some kind of savior. The system was there to help you reach the peak of strength, not the peak of saintly self-sacrifice. After seeing her freeze for a while and then recover, Muchuan knew she had finished reporting. He turned and started walking toward the street. Come on. Let us walk around and relax a bit, then head to Jusha City. If you ask me, there was really no need to report it to Kesha. That woman has her heart set on getting herself killed. Just let her die. Why do you care? Yen's pupils shook violently. She hurried after him and grabbed his hand. You said the queen wants to die? What do you mean? Operating on the principle that only a fool lets an advantage go to waste, Muchuan grabbed her hand back and shrugged. Exactly what it sounds like. Yen was practically falling apart. What do you mean, exactly what it sounds like? The queen had lived enough and didn't he want to live anymore? So when you say she has her heart set on dying, don't tell me you mean the queen knows she'll die, and then still happily goes to her death, not only not resisting but even cooperating with it? Is that what you mean literally?
Muchuan smiled.
Congratulations, you got it right. But there's no reward. I'm telling you, Kesha is a huge pit. You'd better get away from her as soon as possible, or nothing good will come of it. Oh right, if you've got any close sisters, take them with you too. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Kesha's got a massive hole in her brain. It's not enough that she's dead set on getting herself killed. She's also dead set on dragging all the female angels down with her. Vicious as hell. Muchuan wasn't smearing Kesha. She had really done exactly that. She had clearly used the holy knowledge treasury to calculate the future, yet still chose to go through with it. She went along with her own death, went along with large numbers of female angels dying, just to see what Carl was trying to do, just to satisfy her curiosity, just to make the galaxy force rise. Muchuan truly couldn't understand it. What kind of brain-damaged idea was that? Dragging the lives of the entire angel race along just to satisfy your own curiosity. Damn lunatic. Yen closed her eyes and steadied herself for a long time. Kesha Queen seeking death and dragging the angels to die with her. Is that also something you saw would happen?
Muchuan nodded.
That's right. She died very happily too. Then the angel mainframe collapsed, and all angel combat power instantly plummeted. Countless died or were wounded, and she didn't care about the lives of you angels at all. After Carl got her killed, he even funded Huayi, upgraded him to a 4th-generation god, even a 5th-generation divine body. Then he came out to deal with you female angels. In the end, you were beaten so badly you lost the heavenly city and had barely anyone left, so you ran off and holed up on the planet Phares. You know what? She calculated all of those futures with the holy knowledge treasury. And even so, she still thought it was the right thing to do. You think your queen is normal in the head? What kind of leader drags the people under her rule to their deaths? Yen felt like her whole worldview was being overturned again and again. In just a few short sentences, the world had suddenly become unbelievably unfamiliar. What was real? Who was right? She couldn't tell. She really couldn't. Muchuan held Yen's hand the whole way as they walked. She kept thinking about life, about what path she should take from here. Should she save the sisters she was close to or not? If she saved them, that meant making them betray Queen Kesha. Betray the order of justice. They definitely wouldn't listen. If she didn't save them, her conscience really couldn't bear it. Just watching them go die right in front of her was too. Only when Muchuan had walked enough, eaten enough street snacks, and was getting ready to go to Jusha City to collect girls, did he see that she still hadn't snapped out of it, so he spoke. What? Still haven't figured it out? You shouldn't be. A rebellious little beauty like you shouldn't care that much about going against the order of justice. Or are you one of those people who worship Kesha almost blindly? Doesn't look like it? Yen shook her head. No, I wouldn't be that conflicted for my own sake. I'm thinking about how I can save those sisters. But they're not like me. Their worship of the queen and their belief in the order of justice are already rooted too deeply. I really don't know how to pull them out of this dead end. The moment I open my mouth, they'll definitely treat me like a heretic. Muchuan shook his head, amused. That's it? That's easy. You just ask Kesha to give you a special authority, the right to choose your own independent unit. Everyone in that unit has to follow your orders. Then you just pull in all the people you're close with. Problem solved. If Kesha refuses, that's easy too. Just tell her this. If she won't agree, then I'll strip her naked, hang her up, and whip her, and I'll do it in front of all the little angels in the heavenly city. You'll see whether she dares die socially in public. I'm telling you, people can die, but they absolutely cannot die socially. That S universal. No exceptions. Yen broke out in a sweat just listening to him. This guy really dared to think like that, hanging Queen Kesha up naked and whipping her. But why was the thought weirdly exciting? Wait, what am I even thinking? This is a sin. Oh no, my thoughts are dirty now. It's all this guy's fault. My pure thoughts are gone. Just thinking about that somehow made her mood improve a lot. Teasingly, she said, you really think you can beat the queen in the heavenly city? Don't end up being the one hung up and whipped instead. If it really comes to that, don't expect me to save you. Not only will I not save you, I'll even take pictures and record videos to keep as souvenirs. Muchuan was speechless. Me? Get hung up and whipped by someone who plays with technology? Who exactly are you looking down on? It'd already be merciful if I didn't publicly leave her floating there in humiliation. He reached out and rubbed Yan's soft golden hair. In this lifetime, you're never gonna see me hung up and whipped, so stop dreaming. I told you I'm strong. You just don't believe me. Come on, let's go to Jusha City. You go negotiate with your super seminary, and I'll go collect my harem beauties. Yen arched a brow. You're building a harem? Muchuan lifted his chin proudly. That's right. You got a problem with that? Yen smiled and waved a hand. No. Do your thing. I'm a 7,000-year-old warrior. I've seen everything. I wouldn't care about something this small. Speaking of harems, want to consider Aswi? I think sisters should share blessings and hardships alike. If there's a man, naturally we can share that too. Muchuan rolled his eyes. You're really Aswi's good sister. Having you is her blessing. Yan's eyes turned, thoughtful. How about Jishin too? What do you think? She's Tianji King Hushi's little disciple. Can't let her go, can't let her go. Absolutely can't let her go. Muchuan pressed a hand to her forehead. Tell me, are you broken or something? Am I the one collecting a harem, or are you? Why are you more excited than I am? Yen slapped his hand away. You're the broken one. I'm thinking for your sake, and you don't even appreciate it. Go collect them yourself then. Humph. Muchuan smiled and stepped forward, draping an arm over her shoulders. Hey, help me ask Hushi for a brand new avatar of hers. Yen turned her face toward him, looking at his face so close to hers, and asked in confusion, Tianji King Hushi's avatar? She has avatars? No, wait, what do you want her avatar for? Aren't avatars used in battle? You want to fight her? Muchuan gave a sly grin. Don't worry about that. Just talk to her for me. I can trade her something for it. What for? What else? Muchuan just wanted to experience what Hushi felt like. That avatar was a one-to-one body replica too, with its senses synced to the original. How was it any different from being with her real body? The key thing was that the avatar had nothing to do with Sumali. Sure, the plot never explained why she kept Sumali on Earth. But who knew whether she'd raised him here as a lover to fool around with? Seriously, what kind of decent person defeats an enemy who killed your sisters, your comrades, your subordinates, humiliated you, and even killed you once and still doesn't kill him? No matter how you explained it, it didn't make sense. Even if you argued it to heaven, the only explanation was that she enjoyed being persecuted by him and couldn't bear to kill him. Keeping him around and occasionally going back for more was the only version that barely held up. An avatar was better. None of those concerns. Yen looked at him with a strange expression. What are you trading? Muchuan grinned wide. I'll trade her old lover's life. I'll tell her if she doesn't give me the avatar, I'll kill Sumali. Let's see if she dares refuse. Yan's eyes widened twice over. Tianji King has an old lover? How is that possible? If that's true. If the angels in Heavenly City found out, wouldn't the sky collapse? One of the 3 angel kings leading the way in sexual misconduct. No, wait, what's with Tianji King? Why won't she give him a title? How is that any different from going out and paying for sex? Muchuan spread his hands. Because she doesn't dare make it public. He's a male angel. And not just any male angel, but your so-called ancient godslayer Sumali. The kind who kills female angels without blinking. Didn't you realize it? I was talking about Sumali just now. You just didn't think it was this Sumali, did you? The one Sumali persecuted the worst was Hushi. He not only force-kissed her and killed her people, he even stabbed her to death once with his own hands. But after the female angels defeated the male angels, Hushi personally pleaded for Sumali's life, told them not to kill him, and sent him out of the angel nebula to keep him outside. Yen felt her worldview getting shattered all over again. What was wrong with the 3 angel kings? Liang Bing had defected and become a demon. Hushi had done something like this. Queen Kesha now only seemed to know how to screw over the angels. Who knew what other secrets she had? She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Fine, I got it. After I finish talking with the super seminary, I'll contact Hushi and ask. Muchuan smacked his lips, still wanting more. Do you want to hear Kesha's dark history too? It's pretty intense. Not much worse than Hushi's. Yen had no energy left to complain. She said directly, what dark history could Queen Kesha possibly have? Muchuan said with a smile. She was forced by the king of the male angels, Hua Yi. And after winning the war, Kesha, just like Hushi, let Hua Yi go instead of killing the man who tormented her. Think about that. What kind of mindset is that? Would you spare your mortal enemy? I don't think so. If you fought demons and won, would you just wave your hand and let him leave instead of cutting him down with one blade? I don't think so. Yen pressed a hand to her forehead. I can't look at our 3 angel kings the same way anymore.
Muchuan laughed.
Human nature. Understandable. Come to think of it, out of your 3 kings, Liangbing is the purest one. She never had anything with male angels. She never even planned to be with a man. What that girl likes is still girls. Yan's worldview got refreshed once again. The 3 angel kings really played wilder than the last. One fell for her persecutor, one fell for the man who forced her, and one liked women. Shaking her muddled head, she said, Go, go, go. Let's stop digging into the 3 kings' dark history. Aren't we going to Juxia City? Hurry up. Let's go do something serious.
Muchuan nodded, amused.
All right then. Are you coming with me or what? Yen shook her head. I'm going to find my sister Moi. She's still waiting for me. I'll bring Asui along too. So you go first. I'll be there soon. After you're done, you can come find me, or I'll come find you.
Muchuan nodded.
Then raised a hand and pointed at his own lips. Yen laughed. Kid, we just met for the first time. And you already want to kiss? Even if I did agree to date you, isn't this a little fast? Forget it. I'll indulge you. Your big sister isn't stingy. As soon as she finished speaking, she leaned in and pressed her lips to his. Muchuan wrapped an arm around her waist. 2 minutes later, they parted. Satisfied? Yen reached out, pinched Muchuan's cheek, smiled, and flew away. Muchuan touched his lips and smiled too, then teleported to Juxia City. There were only a few beauties on this side. Whether he could take them or not depended on one key issue: ideology. The ones in the Denua camp were easier. Lian Feng and Yuqin didn't really have any loyalty to a particular ideal. Once Du Cao died, he could just take them by force. As for the others, there was only Su Xiaoli left. Su Xiaoli's dream was to be a mistress. That one came with no pressure at all. Changwei was the temporarily impossible type. She was a little rebellious but still patriotic. Unless he went and talked her into it himself, or waited for Liangbing to finish talking her into it and then picked the peach afterward. Qilin was completely impossible. Her beliefs were different from everyone else's. If he wanted her to follow him, then unless he acted like a dog for ordinary people, there was no way around that hurdle. As someone who lived off the state, that was rooted deep in her bones. Couldn't be changed. Inside a rental apartment, Su Xiaoli was still live-streaming while dancing. Muchuan teleported behind her. Su Xiaoli saw someone suddenly appear behind her through the screen. Got so scared she jerked around, then backed up until she hit the computer desk. Why you? Are you human or a ghost? She had just been honestly dancing and streaming at home, and all of a sudden this thing popped out of nowhere, and she couldn't even tell if it was a person or a ghost. It scared the life out of Xiaoli. She turned around, shut off the live stream and the music, then turned back to look at him. Muchuan sized the girl up from head to toe. She was very pretty, had a great figure, and dressed sexy too. With looks and conditions like that, and she still hadn't managed to latch onto a rich man and become his mistress by now, that was just bad luck. After sweeping his gaze over her, he smiled faintly and said in a low, eerie tone, "Little girl, you're dressed pretty sexy." Looking at his expression and hearing his tone, Su Xiaoli felt like this really might be a ghost. She started trembling on the spot. G-Ghost big brother, is there something wrong with dressing sexy? So this girl really thought he was a ghost. Fine then, he'd play ghost and scare her a little. Muchuan gave a wicked grin, floated up, and drifted forward a bit. You're dressed that sexy, and you were swaying so provocatively. Weren't you trying to seduce me? What man could resist that kind of temptation? With that drift through the air, Su Xiaoli completely believed this big brother was a ghost. And judging by what he meant, she had lured him out herself. Could it be he wanted to, her body trembling? She asked weakly, Mr. Ghost, why you wouldn't he happen to want to do that with me, right? Not to be rude, but can you even touch me? Muchuan grinned, stepped forward, and casually slapped a hand onto her shoulder. Hey, what do you think? Su Xiaoli showed a despairing smile uglier than crying. You can. Then she said pitifully, Mr. Ghost, if we have to do it, then fine. You're actually pretty handsome, so for the sake of your looks, I'm not totally against it. It's just, could you spare my life? Ali doesn't he want to die? Ali still hasn't he completed the family inheritance? Still hasn't he become a mistress? Still hasn't he had a baby of her own? Raised her up, watched her become a mistress. The more Muchuan listened, the more speechless he became. What kind of crazy family inheritance was this? It was pure melodrama. He cut her off. Stop, stop, quit muttering. I'm not a ghost. And you're not going to die, so stop imagining things. Huh? Not a ghost? Su Xiaoli took another careful look at Muchuan's face, then reached out and touched him. Solid. Warm. He really didn't he seem like a ghost? Yeah. You really don't seem like one. But then she remembered how he had suddenly appeared and even floated over just now, so she asked, Then what was that just now? You floated around like a ghost. Muchuan sat down on the chair beside her. That's a special ability. Don't worry about whether I'm a ghost or not. You're not getting out of this tonight. Su Xiaoli hadn't expected the matter still wasn't over. The good news, he wasn't a real ghost. The bad news, he was a horny ghost. Why? Does Ali really have to go through this today? Since you're human, doing this is wrong, you know. Be careful or you'll get arrested. Muchuan ignored her. His finger tapped against the table as he stared at her, making her scalp prickle. You want to be a mistress? Su Xiaoli nodded. Yeah. More precisely, I want to be a rich man's mistress. That way I can live without worrying about food or clothes. Muchuan kept tapping the table. I'm rich too. And I can have as much money as I want. So tell me again. Can you do it? Su Xiaoli's eyes lit up. Good lord. Sitting at home and a tall, rich, handsome man just falls from the sky? Wasn't this basically a free win? Yes. Absolutely. But we have to agree on the benefits first. Su Xiaoli don't do one-time deals. Muchuan pointed at the sky outside. See that thing in the sky that looks kind of like a giant chrysanthemum?
Su Xiaoli looked confused.
We're talking about benefits. So why are you suddenly talking about the flower in the sky? What kind of logic is that? I see it. It's been hanging up there forever. Of course everyone can see it. What does that have to do with us? Muchuan explained calmly, of course it has something to do with us. That's a large-scale teleportation passage. On the other side are aliens. They're coming here to start a war of destruction. In the future, this planet will become a massive battlefield. By then it'll be a living hell. Do you think money will still be useful when that happens? Su Xiaoli was stunned.
À téléportation passage?
That chrysanthemum? Aliens?
Va?
Was the world really heading for the apocalypse? Why you re-joking, right? That's too bizarre. No matter how I hear it, sounds like a made-up story. I don't think anyone would believe it. Muchuan shook his head. Whether you believe it or not doesn't matter. I'm just telling you this fact so you know money won't be worth much very soon. If you still insist on money, I can't say I won't agree. Just don't regret it later when you're clutching a pile of worthless paper. Su Xiaoli blinked. But aside from money, I don't even know what else I could ask for. If you don't tell me what my options are, how would I know what to want? Muchuan thought about it and figured that made sense. He stood up and said, You've seen it yourself. I'm a superpowered person. If you don't have any better ideas, then come with me. Leave it to me to arrange things. Su Xiaoli nodded. Okay. Then I'll go with you. Muchuan swept her up in a princess carry and brought her to the bedside. Before that, we need to handle the important business first. 1 Kuntian later, Muchuan got up and transferred innate 1 Qi into Su Xiaoli, raising her strength to the level of a third-generation god. For now, that was enough. Get familiar with this power I passed on to you and learn to control it well. You already have certain special abilities. This power should let you fully awaken and master that ability. Then he used spatial teleportation to bring over cash from some big boss's safe nearby, and with a clatter a whole pile of money dropped down. There. While money is still useful, go out and spend it hard. I'm leaving for a few days. Have fun on your own for now. I'll come pick you up. Leaning against the headboard, Su Xiaoli nodded obediently. Okay, I'll wait for you. Come back early. Muchuan smiled, waved a hand, and vanished in an instant. When he appeared again, he was in a cafe. Sitting at the table in front of him were 3 people. The number 1 smooth talker of Super God, a Jia, Spacetime Rose, and the Galaxy Power, Gushaluan. Rose was the first to look over. A spacetime wormhole? Someone with this kind of ability wasn't he even in old DOS files? Gushaluan's eyes widened. Damn, teleportation? There's actually a power that cool? Then doesn't my shut people up thing look kind of lame? Ajia kept turning it over in his mind. No, that wasn't right. Other than Rose, who had been created with spacetime crystals, there shouldn't be anyone else with spacetime abilities. Ardeno definitely didn't release any extra spacetime genes. They should all have been random weak gene abilities. So where did this guy's spacetime gene come from? One of the demons? Or did someone else in the Super God Academy secretly release spacetime genes behind our backs? It absolutely couldn't be angels. Angel genes wouldn't appear in a man. Muchuan smiled and greeted them. Yo, I sent this brother Jia, the great smooth talker? Busy sweet-talking Gushaluan into joining? Spacetime Rose, so now you've fallen so far you have to use your looks to seduce people into joining? Not bad. Rose instantly exploded. Bastard, what did you say? Muchuan shrugged. Why so worked up? Later on, you'll even have to sacrifice your first kiss to help him open his wings. This is nothing. Rose blew up on the spot. Bullshit. Who would ever do something like that? Get out. I'm fighting you one-on-one. Whoever backs down is a cowardly grandson.
Muchuan smiled.
At this point in time, Rose really did have a terrible temper. She blew up at the slightest spark. Hey, what are you yelling for? If you've got the guts, then don't listen to Dukaio. The problem is, do you dare not listen? with righteousness and duty crushing down on your head. Can you really ignore it? Today you seduce him into joining. Tomorrow you seduce him into staying. Then you kiss him to help him open his wings. That is your mission. That is the meaning of your existence. To put it bluntly, you're just the tool Du Kao uses to keep hold of Gu Xiaoluan. You Junkin. Rose was so enraged by those words that her blood surged upward and her face flushed red. You want to D. The instant she shouted it, countless throwing knives shot toward every part of Muchuan's body. Muchuan couldn't even be bothered to defend himself. An attack at this level was no different from no attack at all. It was nothing but a tickle. After the round of attacks, Rose frowned at the throwing knives scattered all over the floor, and at that bastard who was completely unharmed. She calmed down, instantly retrieved the knives through a wormhole, and stopped attacking. You're not just a spacetime ability user? My throwing knives are made from a special material, but when they hit your body, they bounced off like plastic and fell to the ground. There is something wrong with your body too. A special physique? Speak. Who exactly are you? And what do you want from us? Muchuan walked over, kicked Ajir aside, and sat down in his place. He took out his own coffee cup, topped it off and took a sip to wake himself up a bit. Only then did he say flatly, I'm just here to tell a few truths. What? Not allowed? Don't like it? If you don't like it, hit me. Oh right, you can't beat me. SNT that awkward? Muttering under his breath, he sat down. Let me take a look too. If they can look, then I can too. Changwei looked at the bastard sitting beside her, so angry that her chest rose and fell sharply. In the end, she simply turned around and faced away from him, leaning down to look at the street outside the window. That led to one result. Her butt was lifted in a round curve right at Muchuan, and her low-rise pants even showed a bit of cleavage. Muchuan said nothing. After silently watching for a while, he gave his review. Round and firm, top tier among its kind. That deep cleft is nice too. It really sparks the urge to explore. You did manage to tempt me. The moment Changwei heard that, she shot upright and twisted around from the window, glaring at Muchuan in fury. Why you pervert? What exactly do you want? By then, Ajia had already gotten up from where he'd been kicked away and moved to a seat nearby. Catching the moment, he cut in, yeah, look at that. Not only did you kick me, you also got quite the eyeful of Changwei's ass. How about considering joining our super seminary? We pay well, the benefits are excellent, and most importantly, I can arrange for you and Changwei to share a dorm. Just think about it. Living in the same room as a beauty like her, how happy would that be? Just look at our Changwei. That face, that smooth wine-red long hair, that slim waist, those long legs, that round ass, right? Changwei was already angry, and after Ajia's grand sales pitch, she got even angrier. Ajia, what nonsense are you talking about? As she spoke, she threw a coffee cup at him. Ajia tilted his head and dodged it, then grinned. Gu Xiaoluan was unhappy too. Hey, didn't you say she'd be in the same dorm as me? Since when do you go back on your word? If I don't get that treatment, I'm not going. Ajia gave a dry cough. Ahem, look at what you're saying. Who said I was going back on my word? Can't the three of you share one dorm? What's wrong with 3 people? There are plenty of threesomes in those study materials of yours, right? I'm asking you, is it not okay? Huh? Answer me.
Ye Xiaolun jolted.
Yes. Thanks for the organization's arrangement. Muchuan looked speechless. Who the hell wants to be with you? And who the hell said I'd join you people? No. What the hell are you all fantasizing about over there? Did I say I was joining? I just came to say a few honest words. I wasn't planning to do anything else. Changwei frowned. Honest words? You're sure you didn't come here just to provoke me? Muchuan took a sip of coffee. Why would I provoke you? From beginning to end, I was just stating facts. You're the one who couldn't take it and had to blow up. Or do you think everything I said was fake? Just meant to rile you up? Don't be ridiculous. I hardly ever lie because lies don't hurt people. The truth is what hurts the most. I just like seeing people when they can't accept reality. Like you right now. Your trust in Du Kao has already cracked. Can you still keep trusting him? Changwei thought that if she really followed old Du's arrangements, wouldn't it turn out exactly like that? She would seduce this loser into joining, and if this loser later realized something was wrong and wanted to leave, she would inevitably have to seduce him into staying. And if what this guy said was true, that Gu Xiaoluan had a pair of wings that needed her kiss to activate. Then, she closed her eyes and fell silent. Then she stood up, pulled Muchuan farther away, and asked, do you know why old Du cares so much about this Gu Xiaoluan? He'd even sacrificed me, his daughter, just to tie him down? What exactly is so special about this loser?
Muchuan smiled.
Want to know? You sure? Whether you believe it after I say it is one thing. But if you do believe it, you may not be going back to the super seminary. Think it through. The truth may not do you any good. Before long, war will break out. And when that time comes, this truth will mean nothing. Are you sure you still want to know? Changwei looked puzzled. How do you know there's going to be a war? Who exactly are you? Why do you know so much? Muchuan curled his lip. Don't worry about that. Just treat me as a god, I guess. Isn't it normal for a god to know a little more? You should think about whether you really want to know the truth. Changwei thought for a long while before speaking. Forget my business for now. Tell me about Gu Xiaoluan first.
Muchuan smiled.
Gu Xiaoluan, the power of the galaxy. Anti-void abilities. The highest masterpiece among the 3 major god-making projects of the Super Seminary. Once he grows up, he'll be an all-around main god. He was first born on planet Devon, where he was called the power of Shinhe. Back then, he was still incomplete. Now Du Cao brought the gene here and put it into Gu Xiaoluan's body. Hearing that answer, Changwei's trust in old Du collapsed a little more. He had never mentioned even a single word of this to her. He had always acted as if he didn't know what Gu Xiaoluan's abilities were. And then, tell me everything else too. I want to know how much old Du has really kept from me. Muchuan grinned. Sure. I like saying things that stab people right in the heart. After the power of Shinhe came out on planet Devon, Du Cao of planet Nox, of course, wasn't willing to fall behind. Even though they had the god of war of Nox, he still wanted to create a strategic counterpart. That would be planet Nox's ultimate god-making project, Spacetime Changwei. Du Cao wanted to use the spacetime crystal researched by the demon queen Morgana to create a god with spacetime abilities. Of course, just like the power of Shinhe, it was left unfinished before completion. After Devon and Nox were destroyed, Du Cao brought those 2 god-making technologies here. With the help of the Super Seminary, he respectively created Gu Xiaoluan and Du Changwei. There may be a small issue in the middle of all that. Don't you think Gu Xiaoluan is especially obsessed with you? Like he's possessed. Changwei frowned. You mean there's something shady in our genes? Muchuan spread his hands. Who knows? Gene tech warriors like you can be manipulated from the back end anyway. Adding a little hidden trick wouldn't be hard. If they can even set it so a kiss unlocks wings, then making someone fall in love at first sight and stay devoted until death would be easy too. It depends on how you want to think about it. If you think it's all just coincidence, then nothing can be done. If you think something's off, then all you can do is think that. You can't really do anything anyway. Changwei lowered her head and thought for a moment, then looked up again. Is that all? Other than old Du knowing everything and pretending he doesn't, is there any other problem?
Muchuan blinked.
Other problem? What problem? Does it count that you don't have a mom? Changwei rolled her eyes. Please, I grew up by myself. Would I not know I don't have a mom? Can you be serious for once? Muchuan scratched his head. You may have misunderstood what I meant. I mean, you literally don't have a mom. You were born independently, all by yourself. Changwei frowned. What do you mean? Muchuan leaned against the wall. You think Du Cao, holding all of Devon and Nox's top technology in his hands, with Yuqin and Lianfeng around, could let a woman die from giving birth? Fine, let's follow Du Cao's version and reason it out. Your mother was an ordinary woman. So Du Cao, knowing that a super soldier can't be with an ordinary person because the ordinary person would die from it, still forced himself on an ordinary woman? He had a whole stash of super genes in his hands, but he'd rather fuck her to death than give her even the most basic Devon Nox gene? Even the lowest level super gene could have guaranteed she wouldn't die, but he still just went at her. Isn't Du Cao way too much of a beast? Changwei fell silent. Maybe old Du had some reason. Muchuan folded his arms and cut her off. No reason can explain why he had to make her die. Do you think that makes sense with the resources he had? To put it more disgustingly, back then he was backed by the Super Seminary, the most badass tech group in the known universe. How could something this small even count as a problem? No matter how you look at it, that woman shouldn't have died. Unless Du Cao deliberately made her die. Then he's really a beast, no question about it. Of course, that's just the conclusion I got by following Du Cao's logic. As he spoke, he smiled and added, the other theory is more interesting. This so-called mother of yours has never had a name, no past, no one who knew her, no trace of a life. So can we assume you never had a mother at all? Maybe you're actually an artificial human created through dino-genetic technology. Changwei rolled her eyes speechlessly. Can you make it sound any more ridiculous? At this rate, you might as well say I'm not even human.
Muchuan chuckled.
Believe it or not, that's your business. Judging information is your job. I'm just pointing out what feels off. As for what you think, what the hell does that have to do with me? You're not anything to me. Honestly, I love for other people to have bad luck so I can sit back and watch the joke. Changwei instantly felt like this guy was basically a dog. After saying that, Muchuan turned and walked back. As he passed a Jie, he lifted a foot and kicked him right under the table. Damn it, you little snitch. You thought if I didn't see it I wouldn't know? Pa. Then he turned to look at Gu Xiaoluan. Scaring him so badly he waved both hands so fast they blurred. No bro, I didn't do anything. You can't kick me.
Muchuan nodded.
Makes sense. But then wouldn't that mean I'm missing out on one kick? That's kind of annoying. He turned his head and saw that a Jie had already crawled back out from under the table, so he immediately lifted his leg and kicked him back under again. Who the hell told you to come out? Pretty self-aware. Huh? I hate tattletales more than anything in this life. From now on, every time I see you, I'm kicking you. Then he turned and looked at Changwei, who was coming up behind him. Changwei took a step back. Hey, once you've kicked him, you can't kick me. Got it? And also, I'm not with him. When I get back, I'm quitting. Screw this bullshit super seminary and black troop. They've all been playing me like I'm some idiot. I'm done. The corner of Muchuan's mouth lifted. He clapped as he praised her with open glee, clearly enjoying the mess. Good. As expected of space-time Changwei. You've got personality. I like it. Keep it up. Work hard. You're the best. Afraid he might do something else. Changwei walked over, grabbed him and dragged him outside. Don't think you get to laugh at me. I'm not going back to fight with old Du or have some big falling out. I'll just leave. War's about to start. I still have to go kill aliens. Once they got out onto the street, Muchuan brushed at his bangs and smiled. Aliens? Bro, has it ever occurred to you that those might all be people from the super seminary? The ones you're killing are really just the super seminary's outsourced personnel. Changwei frowned. You didn't finish what you were saying just now? How is this suddenly the super seminary's business again? Muchuan kept walking, and Changwei quickly followed. First of all, that bunch of Tautai who came here are Carl's people, and Carl is one of the super seminary's people. They say he stole the grand clock from Tai Kong, the principal of the super seminary, and ran off. Who believes that? What idiot would believe that? At the peak of the Shinha civilization, it was their greatest creation, a dark matter celestial class cosmic supercomputer. You think that's something you can just steal? How would you even steal it? Never mind how you'd hack into Tai Kong's access rights when he had authority over the grand clock. Just the damn size alone. How were you supposed to move it out from the super seminary's heavily guarded core zone? That's the very core of the super seminary's core. You think ordinary people were guarding a place like that? And then you're telling me that Carl, who was still a noob back then, not only hacked Tai Kong's authority, but right under everyone's noses without anyone noticing a thing, stole away a celestial computer like the grand clock? What's that like? It's like some freshman who just entered the Ministry of Defense suddenly, overnight, right in front of everyone, secretly moving away the Ministry's supercomputer system that covers nearly 1,000 square meters. And at the time, nobody knew a thing. The computers in their hands were gone and they somehow couldn't see it. The server racks and machine rooms had been emptied out and they somehow couldn't see it. The network was gone and nobody noticed. No alarms went off. Security was blind. The station troops somehow couldn't see someone hauling stuff away right beside them. Everyone just calmly stared at empty air and insisted there were still screens and computers there. Damn, that's just insulting people's intelligence. Okay? Hearing about that so-called theft case, Changwei also felt like her intelligence had been insulted a little. You mean everyone believed that explanation? Including the super seminary themselves?
Muchuan shrugged.
Yep, they all believed it. Firmly. Not the slightest feeling that anything was wrong. As if the grand clock were just some ordinary clock. Something you could casually steal. Changwei clicked her tongue. That really is ridiculous. The people out there are just about that smart, I guess. Their tech level's just a little higher,
Muchuan smiled.
Fair point. They've all got holes in their brains, Then he continued. So from that inconsistency alone, it's not hard to guess that Tai Kong deliberately passed the grand clock to Carl. And the grand clock carries all of the super seminary's cutting-edge technology. Basically, that means Carl is Tai Kong's successor, and he inherited the super seminary too. Changwei suddenly understood and turned to him. Oh, I see. If that's the case, then Carl can actually be considered the current head of the super seminary too. Then the aliens who came here are people from the super seminary. In other words, the super seminary on our side knows about this too. That's why they won't interfere or help. They're hiding and sending people like us up instead. Muchuan gave her a thumbs up. Smart. I have to say, for an artificial human, your IQ is pretty high. Changwei's face instantly darkened. Can you stop bringing that up? You're the artificial human. Your whole family are artificial humans. Muchuan grinned. He just loved seeing other people's emotions fluctuate. It was especially fun. Something he never got tired of watching. Changwei took a deep breath to steady herself, then asked again. So what then? What's the benefit of fighting like this? The people at the super seminary can't just be so bored they enjoy watching other people go to war, right? Muchuan straightened his expression and went on talking nonsense. There is one training troops, and that circles us right back to Gu Shaolun. Everything the super seminary is doing, including sacrificing the lives of ordinary people on this planet, is to speed up Gu Shaolun's growth, to make him become a qualified galaxy power as soon as possible, to turn him into an all-powerful chief god. After all, only war can make people grow. You can't raise a true god in a greenhouse. Changwei looked puzzled again. So in order to raise Gu Shaolun, that many people have to die. Then what's the point of raising something like that? To prove the super seminary's god-making methods are unmatched? Muchuan pointed at the sky. Because the void, or what they call the ultimate fear, this thing will destroy all advanced civilizations. Taikong and the Shinha civilization were scared shitless by the ultimate fear. So they can't wait to create a god with anti-void abilities. They're afraid the void will wipe them out. Afraid their civilization will vanish completely, just like the civilizations before them. The two of them arrived at a barbecue skewer stand. Muchuan pulled Changwei down into a seat and immediately started ordering. Only after that did Changwei ask again, does that void only target advanced civilizations? So once the void starts destroying civilizations, the first ones finished off would be the super seminary, right? Muchuan nodded. More or less. And then the ones around their level 2 like the angels. Changwei sighed. So no matter how you look at it, those ordinary people are still sacrifices for this god-making project. This is the kind of thing they would never come into contact with in several lifetimes, yet they're being used as stepping stones and sacrificed for making gods. Suddenly, a car stopped on the street in front of them. Then a group of people got out, with one man in the middle wearing a stern, authoritative face. It was obviously Dukeo. Seeing that setup, Muchuan figured there was an 80% chance he was here for Changwei, and a 20% chance he was here to pick a fight. If he was here for Changwei, then Muchuan could at least enjoy the show. If he came here to demand an explanation, then he was just asking for trouble. He was picking a fight. Rounded up, that was basically a provocation. And if someone dared to provoke him, how could he not answer with a hard slap? He watched Dukeo walk right up to them, then open his mouth and start lecturing Changwei. Changwei, do you even know what you're doing? How could you just run off with this stranger? Didn't I tell you to recruit Gu Xiaoluan? You left him there and walked away. What if we can't recruit him? The Taotai are about to invade. Who's going to fight the war? Do you have any sense of responsibility at all? Looking at Dukeo's expression, so obviously an act and yet performed like it was real, Changwei felt sick. She couldn't even be bothered to speak. After Dukeo finished, seeing that Changwei stayed silent, he turned to Muchuan, planning to question him. One look at his face and Muchuan knew nothing good was about to come out of his mouth. He cut him off first. He had no interest in listening to other people's bullshit. What the hell are you looking at? You think trash like you gets to look at me? Get lost. Hearing that, Dukeo froze for a second. Had he just been cursed at? How many years had it been? How many years since anyone had cursed him? Forget cursing. Even someone daring to raise their voice at him was unheard of. And today, he had actually been cursed at. This little bastard had some nerve. Not only had he taken Changwei away, he had even cursed him. If he didn't get an explanation today, this wouldn't be over. His face darkened with anger as he opened his mouth. Muchuan teleported in front of him and raised his hand, slapping him hard across the face, sending the rest of his words right back into his stomach. Dukeo spun 360 degrees before crashing to the ground, his head buzzing. The attendants around him all pulled their guns, about to open fire on Muchuan. Muchuan narrowed his eyes, looking to die. In an instant, every attendant who had drawn a gun was twisted into human corkscrews. Then he looked down at Dukeo on the ground. Old thing, what were you trying to say? Dukeo stood up unsteadily, still dizzy. He had just opened his mouth to speak when Muchuan slapped the other side of his face, once again knocking the rest of his words back into his stomach. Then he spun the other way, another full 360 degrees before hitting the ground, his head still buzzing. Muchuan walked over and said with a smiling face, "Trash. Figured it out yet? What do you want to say?" Dukeo paused to recover, then got back to his feet. By now he had realized it. This guy simply didn't care about his status at all. Just as he was about to say something like, "Fine, you're powerful," Muchuan slapped him again, and once more he spun and hit the ground. "Still don't know what to say? Huh? If you can't figure it out, then think a few more times. I don't mind helping you think. When it comes to helping people, I'm usually pretty willing." Changwei raised a hand as if she wanted to say something, then helplessly lowered it again. She couldn't beat this guy, and even if she could, she didn't want to waste the effort. Thinking back over everything from childhood until now, she was probably not really Dukeo's daughter after all. Felt too wrong. What kind of father and daughter only saw each other twice in more than 10 years? He had never treated her like a daughter at all. To him, she was just a chess piece he could control. And if she was nothing more than a chess piece in Dukeo's eyes, why should she help him? By now, Dukeo finally understood the situation he was in. This guy wanted to force him to lower his head. If he refused, the slaps would keep coming until he was beaten to death. Realizing that, he didn't even bother standing up again. He stayed sprawled on the ground and said, "I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken rudely to you. My fault." Only then did Muchuan nod in satisfaction. "Good. You're teachable. Watch your mouth from now on. Don't make me slap you again." Dukeo asked again. "I have a question I'd like to ask. What force do you belong to, Your Excellency? Even with Denua number 3, I can't find any information on you at all. Your clothes look like those of an ordinary person, but your abilities don't match any known civilization. If it's convenient, could you explain?"
Muchuan chuckled.
I thought it was something important asking so politely, so you just want to know where I'm from. You probably won't believe it if I say it, but I'm a god from another universe. In terms you can understand, I'm basically a higher dimensional existence. Of course, if you want to treat me as the ultimate fear, that's fine too. I'm just afraid if you report that back, the cowards over at Super Seminary will get scared shitless. Dukayo looked completely bewildered. He had no idea what Muchuan was talking about. Still confused, he asked, another universe? What kind of place is that? A known universe outside the known universe? And higher dimensional existence? Do you mean you're on the same level as the ultimate fear? Then did you come here to destroy civilizations? Muchuan sat back down at the small table and turned around to tell the owner not to be afraid and to keep grilling the skewers. Only then did he say, there's not just one universe. I'm from a different one. Got it? As for how high-dimensional I am, that's hard to say. Probably the highest dimension in a universe. Anyway, that so-called ultimate fear you people talk about? In front of me, it's nothing but a weak little worm. I could kill it in minutes. If anyone should be called ultimate, it's me. That void is just higher dimensional than you, that's all. What makes it ultimate? As for destroying civilizations, come on, man. Do you take me for that void? I'm a living, intelligent being. Why would I have nothing better to do than keep staring at a bunch of low-level civilizations just to destroy them? You think I'm that bored? Dukayo felt like his understanding of everything had just been rewritten. He stood there in a daze, rethinking life itself. So the void they feared so much was nothing in front of this person? Then how many higher dimensional existences were there in the universe? As he spoke, Muchuan suddenly thought of something. Hey! I just realized something. Why do void creatures keep destroying the advanced civilizations in your known universe? Then those civilizations must have done something to provoke them, right? Just like me. If you people hadn't done anything, would I really spend 10 billion years staring at a bunch of weaklings? What's the point of wasting effort on something that gives no return? As for this idea that they're afraid you'll surpass them, that's a joke. The universe is so vast. Can it really not tolerate a few civilizations as small as specks of dust? Besides, the void and you aren't even in the same dimension. You have nothing to do with each other. Would they really meddle that much? Don't you think so? If those so-called void beings really are so idle that they see themselves as the managers of the universe, then that's honestly ridiculous. In that case, maybe that so-called void really is just a bunch of idiots. Only idiots would do that. With low intelligence, all they have is animal instinct. They only know that if another animal is about to become stronger than them, then it has to be killed. Dukayo awkwardly smacked his lips. What would he know about any of this? He was just a damn commander. As for universe, this higher dimension, that he didn't know a thing. He cleared his throat. Ahem, well, it should be the latter, I guess. Probably. We'd only know for sure after opening a passage to the void and seeing the real thing. In just that short time, the injuries on Dukayo's face had already healed. He stood up and looked at Changwei. Changwei, you see, this war still needs you. Muchuan smiled. When your super seminary plays house, does Changwei absolutely have to be part of it? What if Changwei isn't there? Then something goes wrong in the future. Carl calculated with the big clock. Go back and tell Carl to figure out a way to stage a war scene without Changwei in it. If he can do it, then do it. If he can't, then he can go die. Dukayo stood there awkwardly. What do you mean? Playing house? Staging a scene? And who is Carl? Smack! Muchuan walked over and gave Dukayo another slap. Once again, he spun 360 degrees before falling to the ground, his head buzzing all over again. Keep pretending. Fine to put on an act in front of them, but you're trying that shit in front of me? Come on, say it again. Let me hear it. Dukayo immediately changed his tune. My fault. I've been pretending for so many years that I got used to it. For a moment, I even fooled myself. Sorry. Muchuan narrowed his eyes and looked down at him. Come on, get up. Dukayo could only obey. A being like this was far beyond anything he could afford to offend. Even the big shots from Super Seminary wouldn't dare provoke someone like him. If he didn't obey, he was just asking to die. He had no intention of actually dying. New Denner still needed him to lead it. Smack! The other side of his face took another slap. He spun 360 degrees before crashing to the ground, his head buzzing. With a villainous look on his face, Muchuan spoke in a sinister tone. Well, look at you. I told you to say it again, and you actually dared not to say it. Provoking me? Huh? Are you provoking me? Dukayo cursed wildly in his heart. This bastard was just looking for an excuse to hit him. Damn dog. How could there be such a shameless higher-dimensional being? What an eye-opener. He hurriedly got up and repeated what he'd said before. But the moment he finished, smack! Another slap landed. Muchuan curled his lip. I told you to say it, and you really said it? And you still claim you're not provoking me? You actually said the exact same thing twice right in front of me. If that isn't provocation, what is? Dukayo completely broke down. He'd never been beaten this much in his life. Yet today he'd been slapped over and over again, with the other man deliberately picking faults just to hit him. He wanted to cry. Lying there, he said in collapse, "Then what exactly do you want me to say? Just tell me. I'm begging you. I really don't know." Muchuan shot him a sidelong glance. "Oh, you son of a bitch. You still dare question me?" Bang! Tokyo shot up and immediately dropped to his knees, kowtowing. "I was wrong. I'm an asshole.
I'm trash.
I shouldn't have acted tough. I'm a bastard." Muchuan was startled. Wait, this guy changed fast. Just a few hits and he was already done for? What was this? Just this? And he was supposed to be some war maniac? A few slaps and he turned into a grandson and he was still called a war maniac? He was probably someone who'd had everything go smoothly since birth. His family connections were solid, and he'd been a favored son of heaven from the start, so he'd risen straight into the upper ranks of Noran without any real hardship. That made sense. Aside from Denner's destruction, he'd probably never been beaten in his life. Then he came here and got slapped several times in a short span. His pride and dignity were both gone. Of course he'd break down. Muchuan withdrew the hand he was about to swing and glanced at him. "TSK. You can't even handle this little bit of pressure. Fine, get out of here. Next time you see me, use your eyes properly." The moment Tokyo heard that, he sprang up and bowed. "I'll remember that. Thank you. I'll take my leave now." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around, got in the car, and left at once, not daring to say one extra word. By then, all the skewers had already been served. After bringing them over, the owner quickly hid off to the side. This lord had just killed someone, and no one had come to do anything about it. It was terrifying. Of course, that was because Tokyo had reported upward and stopped them. Otherwise what? Send a bunch of ordinary people to arrest this lord? Were they tired of living? Trying to force rules made by ordinary people onto a being like this was just laughable. If they really did that, then before the Taotai invasion even came, everyone here would probably be dead already. Rose looked at Muchuan, who was calmly sitting there eating skewers, and sighed. "Tell me, what should I go do now?" Muchuan ate as he answered. "You're asking me? Then you've asked the wrong person. If I have to say something, then just 2 words. Wanna hook up?" Rose rolled her eyes. "Can you be serious for once? I'm asking something serious." She sat there and thought for a moment. "After running away from home, I realized there's actually nothing I really want to do." After finishing one skewer, Muchuan said, "Look at you. Who told you I wasn't being serious? I'm giving you a suggestion here. Becoming my woman is a pretty good suggestion. Think about it." Rose sighed. "I don't want to think about that for now. Don't you have anything proper to do? Like training to get stronger or something? I'd even follow you around on adventures." Muchuan scratched his head. "Nope. My proper business is hooking up. The things you're talking about aren't proper business in my eyes. Getting stronger is easy. Why would that need training? Do you need training to get stronger? No way. Aren't gene tech warriors like you just supposed to keep getting more familiar with your own abilities? The upper limit of your genes is already locked in place, so what are you training for? No matter how much a 3rd generation trains, it's still 3rd generation. Train yourself to death and you still won't become a divine body. Oh right, you're lacking space-time theory knowledge. That means your data isn't complete, so your applications aren't complete either. And your back-end doesn't have a supercomputer supporting it. With just your own computing power, you're probably somewhere between 2nd generation and 3rd generation. So training is useless for you too. You can't train out computing power, and you definitely can't train out a celestial supercomputer." Rose felt mentally exhausted. This guy was completely impossible. He wouldn't listen to reason, and the way he talked was infuriating. If she could beat him, she really did want to kick him to the ground and stomp him hard. With a stiff smile, she gritted her teeth and said, "Fine. Let's say I don't need training. Then what are you doing next? I'll just follow along and take a look. Okay?" After saying that, she grabbed the drink beside her and gulped down several mouthfuls to calm herself. This bastard was way too hard to communicate with. Muchuan blinked and said innocently, "Going back to bang my girl. You want to watch that?" Rose sprayed out the drink she'd just chugged. Cough, 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 cough. "You already have one, and you still asked me if I wanted to hook up?" Hearing that, Muchuan looked at her like she was some country bumpkin.
No, sis.
"Have you been living an ordinary person's life so long that you've gone stupid too? You take those rules made purely to control the workhorses and actually treat them like truth? Just look at ordinary people. Among the ones with power, who's doing one-on-one? Changing one a day and keeping over a dozen mistresses is totally normal. Okay? If someone really has power and still sticks to one-on-one, that's basically just an excuse for not being capable. That's an outlier. Got it? Outliers can't be treated as serious data. 99% of rich people keep a whole bunch, and that's not even counting the ones they toss aside after playing with them. Doesn't that tell you something? It tells you that the whole one life, one love thing you believe in is complete nonsense. When poor people pay for sex, it's a crime. When rich people keep mistresses, it's proper and acceptable. It's all money for sex in the end. So tell me, what's the difference? The difference is poor people and rich people. Those kinds of rules were always made for the poor. They're there to control them effectively. You're already this old. Don't tell me you don't even understand that much. Damn. And you're supposed to be some rebellious girl? That's it? With that level of innocence, you'd probably get sold off the moment you go outside. Rose felt like her worldview had taken a hit, as if she'd never truly understood this world at all. She waved a hand to cut him off. Okay. You're right. I'm brain dead. You're amazing, whatever you say goes. We're not discussing this anymore. Then after you go back and finish up, what are you doing? Muchuan thought for a moment and answered honestly, probably going to find Lena. They've been gathering people these past few days, and in a few more days they'll be done and start training. I'll go find Lena around then. What are you going to find her for? Rose asked in confusion. Muchuan set down the skewer stick and spread his hands. You won't hook up with me, so of course I have to find someone else. I can't just sit around doing nothing, right? Otherwise, wouldn't I become someone who doesn't handle proper business? After that whole round of twisted logic, Rose had finally had enough. She directly threw the empty drink bottle in her hand into his lap, got up, and left. Muchuan caught the empty bottle. Hey, where are you going? With that brain of yours, what if you run around alone and get sold off? Without turning back, Rose shouted angrily, none of your business. I'm going back to pack my things and process my resignation. Okay? Oh, then you won't get lost. See you later, Muchuan replied. Thinking about it, her resignation really would probably take a long time. The procedures alone would be complicated, and her application probably wouldn't be easy to get approved either. She couldn't exactly give up her own money. After all, she still needed to spend it. At this stage, money was still useful. As long as she didn't run into Morgana while wandering around, that damned Lily had to be dealt with sooner or later. If talking didn't work, then he'd use force. If one beating wasn't enough, then two. If two weren't enough, then 2 beatings a day. He refused to believe he couldn't fix that bad habit. Back at Su Shaoli's place, the two of them got tangled up with each other again. A little while later, Muchuan teleported to Changwei's side. The moment he landed, he saw this was when Lena was putting Lu Chuang in his place. Hey, rebellious girl. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be waiting outside after applying to resign? Changwei turned her head. Seeing it was Muchuan, she calmly turned back and kept watching the show. I only applied to resign. It hasn't been approved right away. So why can't I stay here and watch? Besides, because of you, old Du probably already talked to them. Now it seems like nobody dares mess with me. I can basically do whatever I want and no one stops me. Naturally, no one's driving me away either. So it's perfectly normal for me to watch this. Oh, that's nice, Muchuan replied. The others also noticed there was an extra person here. They turned to look, then saw they didn't know him and turned back to keep watching Lena. Only Gu Xiaoluan felt uneasy inside. Fuck, why is this big shot here? I won't get kicked. Will I? Better be careful. Muchuan didn't get involved either. He only went over to Lena after they were done and everyone had dispersed. He waved his hand. Hey, beautiful. Tonight's dark and windy. Perfect time for some fun. Interested? Lena looked him up and down, then chuckled. Hey, you've got the looks, kid. Don't know if your strength measures up, though. I'm a goddess. Ordinary people aren't qualified to spend a spring night with me. Fight me first. If you win, I'll consider it. Muchuan raised a brow. Really? 100,000. Lena's face almost twitched. Damn, 100,000? How many pretty clothes would that buy? No, that's not the issue. Don't think you can tempt me with money.
Muchuan grinned.
Really? What about 1 million? Think about it. Panjin didn't give you any money when you came here, so life must be pretty tight, right? Aren't there lots of pretty clothes you want to buy? How gorgeous would all those fashionable outfits look on you? As a stylish beauty, can you really endure that? I know I couldn't. Lena's eyes widened. A 1 million? Damn. How many pretty clothes would that buy? I could even get a bunch of expensive ones. No, this is bad. Your goddess here can't hold on much longer. Maybe I should just agree. It's only once anyway. What's the big deal? Clinging to the last shred of willpower, she closed her eyes and said with difficulty, no, I can't. Panjin wouldn't agree. Muchuan said flatly, 10 million. You're the sovereign god of Liang. Do you really have to listen to Panjin in everything? Besides, he's far away in Liang. Even if you do it, what can he do to you? Lena dropped to the ground with a thump and pressed a hand to her forehead. She really couldn't resist the temptation of money anymore. To then just once. We'll do it quietly. Don't let Panjin's people find out. Muchuan knew Lena was open-minded and short on cash. He had only planned to give it a try, but the result seemed absurdly good. A mere 10 million and she agreed just like that. Was she really that easy to buy off? Looks like the moral integrity of Liang's sovereign god wasn't worth much after all. He reached out and pulled her up. Come on, come on. Let's go to your dorm right now. Panjin's people definitely won't find out. That guy's still out in outer space staring at the Taotai teleportation array in a daze. Halfway there, Lena suddenly felt something was off. How did this guy know Panjin? And know Panjin had people arranged to protect her? Should a stranger know any of that? Just now, money had clouded her mind. But thinking about it now, this guy knew a little too much. Could this be some kind of trap Panjin set up? Like he was waiting for her to take the bait. Then he'd jump out and mercilessly denounce her, leaving her humiliated to death in a total social death scene. So she'd never dare mess around with men again. The more she thought about it, the more it seemed like exactly the kind of thing Panjin would do. To make her behave properly and learn manners, there was probably nothing he wouldn't do. Thinking that, she stopped while holding Muchuan's hand. Wait, then she stared at him and said, "Tell your goddess me first. Are you from Liang?" Muchuan was stopped short, and hearing that he felt baffled. Huh? From Liang? Me? What nonsense are you talking about? Did your brain short-circuit all of a sudden? Lena raised a hand and condensed a ball of light, then looked at him with ill intent. You'd better tell the truth. Otherwise, your goddess me's attack doesn't have eyes. Speak. Are you from Liang? Did Panjin send you? Are you trying to screw your goddess me over? Muchuan was completely speechless. What kind of logic was this? How did she manage to take him for one of Panjin's people? Did he look like some pathetic lackey taking orders from someone else?
Issei, di Leina.
Do you think you're very smart? What kind of nonsense are you imagining when you have nothing better to do? You think Panjin, that loser, is worthy of ordering me around? I could kill him in minutes, believe it or not. Forget killing Panjin. I could blow up your whole Liang star in minutes. Believe it or not. After saying that, he even arrogantly opened his mouth and blew out the tiny flare energy sphere she had condensed. That scene truly shocked Lena. Damn. He dares trash-talk Panjin. In this known universe, there were barely a few people who knew Panjin and still dared to trash-talk him like that. This guy was ruthless. If he were from Liang, wouldn't that just be suicide? No, definitely not. He definitely wasn't from Liang. Then she saw him blow out the flare energy sphere she had condensed with a single breath, and that made it even more interesting. What kind of ability was that? He could actually extinguish localized nuclear fusion energy. That was kind of strong. A fierce figure like this really couldn't have any dealings with Panjin. Smiling brightly, she stepped forward, hooked her arm through Muchuan's, and kept walking toward the dorm. Ahaha, if you're not, then you're not. Since you're not, let's hurry up and go relax body and mind. Being dragged along, Muchuan instantly felt speechless. This heartless woman. When they got there, he set up a barrier. Then got to it. The next day, after getting himself together, Muchuan put 20 gold bars on her bed. Here, exchange them yourself. That's worth over 10 million. Lena looked up at the gold bars. Don't you have cash? Exchanging this is a pain. Muchuan walked out. Just have Dukao handle it for you and be done with it. You're training troops for them. He can't even help you with something this small? Anyway, you'd better get up already. Don't you have a morning assembly or something? Lena checked the time and hurriedly got up. Damn, I'm almost late. Sure enough. A land of tenderness is a goddess's grave. I almost messed things up. Muchuan went into the city and found a restaurant to fill his stomach. As he ate, he thought about whether he still had any direction left to grow stronger. At this stage, this world had nothing that could increase his strength. This was just a technological world. There was absolutely nothing here that could raise his realm. At most, it was all about modifying the body. The only things on him that could still increase his strength were those 8 ginseng fruits. But ginseng fruit only gave explosive improvement the first time one was eaten. If he ate more later, the effect wouldn't mainly be about increasing his realm anymore. It would be more about enhancing origin and comprehension of the great Tao. Things like that. There was no need for him to use them now at all. Sigh. Looks like he could only wait for the rewards after clearing the world and for level-ups to raise his strength further. That damn daily random goods section was still in that half-dead state. There wasn't a single good item in it. Had his bad luck still not passed yet? Alright, where did Yen go? Wasn't she supposed to look for her 2 good sisters? Why hadn't she gone to super seminary after so many days? He activated his divine sense and checked. Those 3 had actually gone off to have fun. Well, that made sense. He had already told her Morgana would come, so they naturally had nothing much left to investigate. Since that was the case, they might as well take the time to relax, rest, and enjoy themselves. As for negotiating with Super Seminary, it wasn't some especially important task anyway, so there was naturally no need to rush. After finishing the meal, Muchuan also ran off to happily hang out with Yen and the others. A month later, Muchuan accompanied Yen to negotiate with the people from the Super Seminary. It was still the same old process. The people from the Super Seminary hid like rats in a filthy gutter and shoved Lena out to deal with it. The moment Muchuan saw Lena sitting there, he knew there was no point talking. He turned to Yen and said, well, that settles it. No need to waste time. Those trash from the Super Seminary know exactly what rotten shit they've done. So they don't dare show their faces in front of you angels. Yen, just tell Kesha this. Say the Super Seminary's exact words were, Kesha? Who the hell do you think you are? What right do you have to meddle in the Super Seminary's business? You little angel brats can get lost and watch from the side. If you dare come out and save people, we'll kill you too. Got it? Those are the super seminary's exact words. Repeat them to Kesha just like that. Lena had just opened her mouth to object and say that wasn't what the super seminary meant. Muchuan looked at her. You sit there and shut your mouth. Look at you, acting like you can represent the super seminary now. Why don't you just go to the heavens while you're at it? Remember this. That is exactly what the super seminary means. You came here to deliver the message in person. Got it? If you dare say one wrong word, believe it or not, I'll wipe out your Liang star. Lena swallowed. I got it. It's over. The super seminary is completely done with the angels now. And I got dragged into this too. Nothing bad's going to happen, right? Yen, moi, and as we were standing to the side, all a little stunned. What was this supposed to mean? Was he trying to drive a wedge between the super seminary and the angels? Yen said awkwardly, Muchuan, this isn't very good, is it? It's not a matter of whether Queen Kesha believes it or not. The Queen can see the real-time footage of what we angels experience out here. A lie like this doesn't mean much. The two little ones beside her nodded as well, saying she was right. Lying to the Queen was useless.
Muchuan instantly switched to a hooligan grin.
So what if I'm talking nonsense with a straight face? Kesha can believe it whether she wants to or not. I just want to watch the angels fight the super seminary. Doesn't the super seminary love hiding in the back like turtles and tossing everything onto Lena? So what if I say this is exactly what the super seminary means? Just pass the message along like that. I'll also send Kesha a nice little gift so she knows exactly what to do. If she listens, then everyone stays nice and peaceful. If she doesn't, then starting today she won't need to move ever again. She can stay frozen right where she is. A bad feeling rose in Yan's chest. Muchuan, you can't possibly attack Queen Kesha in the heavenly city from here. Can you? Muchuan summoned a spear of light into his hand and smiled. Take a guess. Come on, baby Yen. Send Kesha a message right now. And ask where she is too. If she's by herself, then sorry, she'll have to take this spear of light on her own. If she's with Hashi, then congratulations to her. Hashi can take it for her. The corner of Yan's mouth twitched. This guy was really dragging people into trouble at random. But Queen Kesha was still closer to her than Heavenly Base King Hashi. So, sorry, Heavenly Base King. She connected the call to Queen Kesha. Kesha, Yen, is there something else to report? Yen, Your Majesty, forget everything else. Go to Heavenly Base King Hashi right now. Immediately. Kesha. Yen, did something happen? I'm already with Heavenly Base King Hashi. What is it? Yen let out a breath. Your Majesty, I'm sending you a file. You'll understand after you see it. Kesha received it and started reviewing it. A moment later, she turned to look at Hashi, who was swinging beside her. Old hag, don't blame me for this. It has nothing to do with me. Hashi looked baffled. What? Why are you suddenly trying to clear yourself of all responsibility? Before she could finish, the space rippled outward. A beam of light appeared from within and instantly pierced Hashi's body, pinning her to the ground, unable to move at all. The truth was, the moment Yen finished sending the message, Muchuan had already thrown the spear of light. Causality reversal. Pierce Hashi with the spear of victory. After the spear flew out, pierced through space and vanished. Then it appeared on Hashi's side and instantly nailed her to the ground, triggering hard crowd control. And with Muchuan's current power, as long as he didn't release the spear of light, Hashi would stay pinned there for the rest of her life. At the side, Kesha switched into curious baby mode and poked Hashi with her finger. Hey old hag, can you still talk? Oh, looks like you can't. Then can you still talk to me through dark communication? Looks like you're offline. This really is the same state Yen was in before. As she spoke, she reached out and tapped the spear of light again. Energy construct. Then she drew her sword and slashed down at it. With a hum, the spear of light remained completely unharmed. Her sword broke. Whoa, old hag, don't say I didn't try to save you. Just look at how hard this thing is. TSK. Even my sword broke, and it's made of the same material as the silver wings. I really can't do anything about this, sis. As she spoke, she even poked Hashi's cheek. Oh my old hag, look at this soft little face of yours. TSK. Don't panic. Maybe after a while he'll let you go. I'm gonna get ready to go fight those old fossils from the super seminary. The one who nailed you to the ground used this to threaten me. I have no choice but to fight. If I don't, the one pinned to the ground will be me. Sigh. With that, she walked out while sending out a mass summons. All angels return at once and prepare for war, including high-ranking angels. Drop all current duties and return to the heavenly city for a meeting. Those old bastards from the super seminary have gone too far in bullying us angels. For the glory of the angels, send out the troops. Wipe them out. Far away in the Chiwu star system, the old fellows from the super seminary suddenly shivered, a bad premonition rising in their hearts. Something big was coming. On the other side, Yen blinked and asked in confusion, why are you targeting Heavenly Base King Hashi? If I remember right, she didn't provoke you. Muchuan raised a brow. What do you mean she didn't provoke me? I told her to express ship over a clone for me. Where's the shipment? It's been so long and she hasn't even replied. Ignoring me? If that isn't provocation, what is? In this life, the thing I hate most is people who ignore me. Since she likes ignoring people so much, then she can stay pinned there and ignore all she wants. Yen looked puzzled, but she did reply. I remember telling you. Muchuan stared at Yen for quite a while. You told me? Yen said righteously, I did. You probably just weren't paying attention. Muchuan couldn't be bothered arguing over details. Fine. Then tell me again. What did she say? Yen thought for a moment and said, she said she has nothing to do with Sumali, so if you want to kill him, then go ahead. As for wanting her clone, she told you to go to sleep while it's still daytime. Muchuan grew even more indignant when he heard that. Listen to that. Just listen to whether that sounds like something a human would say. That's even harder to tolerate than being ignored. She even dared to mock me like that. Do I have a problem targeting her? Huh? Yen rolled her eyes. What's wrong with you? Your demand was outrageous to begin with, okay? I asked her what that clone actually does, and if what she said is true, then what's the difference between playing with her clone and playing with Hushi herself? Muchuan curled his lip. Of course there's a difference. A huge one. Yen, what difference? Muchuan, the clone is brand new. Yen, everyone. Muchuan gave a dry cough. What's with those looks? That's just human nature, okay? If people have a choice, who wouldn't want a brand new one? Yen laughed softly. You really did humiliate Heavenly Base King Hushi properly. Going by what you mean, she's secondhand, huh? Muchuan summoned another spear of light. This one had lightning coiling around it. Putting everything else aside, the fact that she mocked me is real. I'm not swallowing that. Accept your punishment. Causality reversal. Pierce Hushi with the spear of light. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw it out, and it slipped into space and vanished. On the other side, after Kesha finished arranging the summons, she came back to check whether Hushi had been released from the immobilization. The moment she arrived at Hushi's side, another ripple spread through space, and in an instant, another beam of light nailed itself into Hushi's body. Kesha jumped in fright. Looking closely, she saw that this time, the spear of light was also carrying thunder. My god, piercing with thunder too? Old monster, you definitely have some personal grudge with that guy. I knew it. Why would my business end up targeting you? So it turns out you two already had a feud. He.S. using you to warn me. Hey old monster, if you hadn't provoked him, would all of this have ended up on me instead? Now that I think about it, you indirectly took the hit for me. As expected of my bestie. That's real loyalty. When this is over, I'll definitely introduce you to the best male god. That's my promise to you. If I really can't find one, how about you and Yen make do with this one together? Look at him. Isn't he pretty amazing? He's handsome too and young. How perfect is that? He's definitely worthy of you. Hushi was completely numb now, literally numb from being electrocuted. Her body was immobilized, but her 5 senses were still there. She could feel every bit of the pain from the thunder coursing through her the entire time. She just couldn't scream. And then she had to listen to her best friend, this tomboy, babbling endlessly beside her. She practically wanted to die. What made her even angrier was that this tomboy actually wanted to pair her up with the bastard who was messing with her. This was too much. Just wait until I'm free. If I don't throw you onto his bed, then my name isn't Hushi. A true best friend means sharing blessings together and letting you take the hardship. Hushi felt that she couldn't be the only one suffering this grievance. Once she got free, she was absolutely going to plan something and drag this 10,000-year-old tomboy down with her. Over on Muchuan's side, after tossing out the light spear, he threw the matter to the back of his mind and didn't think about it again. 1 Kuan week later, Yen suddenly asked Muchuan, you still haven't released the Heavenly Foundation King from that control? Queen Kesha said the Heavenly Foundation King seems like she's about to be roasted through. There's even a smell of barbecue coming off her. Only then did Muchuan remember there was still someone immobilized over there. I forgot. But it's not a big deal. Isn't she, like Kesha, a holy body? Being roasted is something she can recover from in minutes. Time flew by, and 9 months passed in the blink of an eye. During that time, with not much else to do, Muchuan shifted targets and took a Jue too. With nothing better to do, he also took Liangbing and lived a happy life. During that period, Kesha first led the Angel Army to beat up that one from the Super Seminary, Carl, and flatten the Death Song Academy once. Then, right after the Battle of Tianhe, Kesha descended in person and beat up those old guys from the Super Seminary right at their doorstep. Kesha had fallen out with the Super Seminary, so she didn't bother about whether people on Earth lived or died. Muchuan had taken in Liangbing, and under his threats, Kesha couldn't make a move on her dear little sister either. So the matter between angels and demons was left unresolved. During that time, he also dealt with the remaining girls, helping raise their own strength so they could protect themselves. As soon as the 9 months were up, Muchuan gave a few instructions and returned to clear the stage. System. Return. System. Congratulations, host, for surviving 9 months and meeting the clearance conditions. First clear rewards are now being issued. Level cap 150 broken. Level cap increased to level 151. Reward. 9 level up tickets. Reward. 9 magic resistance potions. Reward. 9 earth ginseng fruits. Reward. 9 9,000-year pantao. Reward. 9,999 crit and attack speed pajamas. System. Host character level has exceeded level 150. Strength has transcended the limits of mortals. Conditions met. System updating. System version 3.0 now activated. New content added in the new system version. Equipment slots, Ascension, Ascension Divine Powers, Passive Skill Power of Excellence, Passive Skill Heart of Excellence.
Equipment slots can equip GEA.
Equipment is obtained from daily random products. Ascension. A special title for those who surpass mortals. Ascend once every 100 levels, increasing all attributes. Ascension Divine Power. Gain 1 special divine power for each ascension. Effect is random. The skill bar now includes the passive skills Power of Excellence and Heart of Excellence, increasing basic attack power and skill attack power. Their effects also scale with character level. Seeing so much information at once, Muchuan was suddenly a little slow to react. After checking carefully, he smacked his lips and asked, "Damn. System? This much of an upgrade? I'm not used to this pace." System host, stay calm. Basic operation, don't be shocked. Normal update. This is the speed cheats are supposed to have. What you said makes way too much sense. As he spoke, he opened the system panel and checked the newly appeared templates. He opened the equipment panel. All 12 slots inside were completely empty. He opened the Ascension template. Ascension. First stage Ascender. All attributes increased by 100. Ascension Divine Power. Rule Immunity. He opened the Divine Power description. Rule Immunity. Immune to the effects of rule-type abilities on oneself, forcibly making the opponent fight you in close combat. TSK. Simple and brutal. The simpler the description, the more heaven-defying the function. If rule abilities were ineffective, then in practice it meant dragging certain gods down from their thrones and making them fight him barehanded. It was simply an essential skill for killing and looting. One ascension doubled his attributes, and with that pile of passive skill boosts stacked on top of each other, close combat was no problem at all. System, that pantao really is that pantao, right? The kind where 1 bite means a lifespan equal to heaven and instant ascension to celestial immortality, right? System. Correct. This system deals honestly with all, young or old. Genuine goods. Muchuan took one out and stuffed it straight into his mouth. Once he ate this thing with all the various boosts, he would definitely jump past heavenly immortal and step straight into true immortal. He might even get close to profound immortal. Several months passed. After stabilizing his realm, Muchuan began his journey through worlds again. He traveled into Dragon Ball, mastered the use of Chi, cut in ahead of Bulma, took Android 18, and sampled the Angel Girls too. He joined the martial arts tournament, fought all kinds of bosses, and battled his way all the way to Xeno's front. He traveled into the degenerate, teased Yuan Tiangang, sweet-talked Lu Linxian, sweet-talked Yelu Jiwu, sweet-talked Zhangqian, sweet-talked Ingo, sweet-talked the Empress. He traveled into Calabash Brothers, Demon Slayer, Fox Spirit Matchmaker, Ultraman, Marvel. In the end, he grew stronger step by step, traveled into the primordial world, and ascended to the peak of the Great Tao. The story is over. Thank you for reading. See you in the next story.